in the desolate remnants of Blue Star, within a modest residential community. A sumptuous dinner lay spread across the table, a plate of braised pork, a serving of greens, and a bowl of egg soup. Despite the rarity of such a lavish evening meal, no one made a move to eat. Yang, please indulge yourself, urged Aunt Li Xiaojun with a warm smile, encouraging Qin Yang to partake in the feast that had been specially prepared for him. Yet, Qin Yang remained silent, his hands unmoving. At this moment, Uncle Qin Zhong let out a soft sigh and explained, Yang, I sincerely apologize. I know you're suffering inside, but you're also aware of our circumstances. In this interstellar migration, we could only afford to cover the expenses for 3 individuals, and regrettably, we cannot take you out. The harsh truth is that eons ago, Blue Star experienced a resurgence of spiritual energy, awakening all forms of life, with technology advancing at an unprecedented pace. However, this progress led to rampant exploitation, resulting in severe pollution, destruction of vegetation, and a dismal quality of air, with spiritual energy on the brink of depletion. In recent years, the resources of Blue Star have dwindled to critical levels, making access to clean water and food a significant challenge. What was once a land rich in spiritual energy has now transformed into a wasteland. Fortunately, several decades ago, humanity discovered another planet suitable for habitation in the cosmos, named New Star, prompting the migration of Blue Star's inhabitants. However, the costs associated with this migration are exorbitant. An individual requires $2 million for the relocation fee. Recently, as interstellar flights are about to cease operations, this fee has surged to $3 million. Now, Qin Yang's uncle and his family are preparing to immigrate to New Star, yet they have no intention of bringing along their nephew, Qin Yang, opting instead to leave him in the desolate wasteland, which has become uninhabitable for humanity. Dad, Mom, don't we still have over 10 million in savings? Why aren't we taking my elder brother along? It was Qin Yang's cousin, Qin Mi, who suddenly voiced her confusion, questioning her parents. She was aware that the family possessed ample savings, more than enough to purchase an additional ticket for a starship costing $3 million. Upon hearing this, both Qin Zhong and Li Xiaowan displayed discomfort and even embarrassment on their faces. Li Xiaowan quickly shot a disapproving glance at her daughter. Once we arrive at New Star, aren't we going to need to buy a house and establish a life? The cost of living on New Star is exorbitant. Moreover, your elder brother is already an adult. When we leave, we will leave this large house for him. Once we settle down in New Star, we will find an opportunity to bring your brother over. Isn't that right, dear? As she spoke, Li Xiaowan exchanged a knowing glance with her husband, Qin Zhong, indicating their reluctance to bring along Qin Yang, whom they considered a burden. After all, Qin Yang was not their child, but merely their nephew. The high cost of living on New Star would render their savings insufficient. Including Qin Yang would likely jeopardize the family's ability to sustain themselves. Thus, they made the resolute choice to abandon their nephew, Qin Yang. Qin Zhong nodded, an expression of regret washing over his face as he addressed Qin Yang. Yang, do not worry. Once we are settled in New Star, I will find a way to bring you over. It's just that you will have to endure some hardship for a while. The notion of accompanying Qin Yang to the New Star is nothing short of a deceit. It is well known that those who tour to the New Star seldom return. With Blue Star having devolved into a desolate wasteland, who would willingly choose to endure such suffering again? Furthermore, the cost of the journey is exorbitantly high. Moreover, it is uncertain whether Qin Yang could even survive in such a harsh environment. The brutal conditions of the wasteland may well prove fatal within mere days. The intent of his uncle, Qin Zhong, and Aunt Li Xiaojun is evidently to allow their nephew to fend for himself amidst the ruins. Observing the heartless demeanor of his uncle and aunt, Qin Yang could not help but harbor a cold amusement. They had resolved to abandon him to the desolation, rendering any further our discussion superfluous. Yet, he remained remarkably composed. Do not worry, I shall manage to live well. Orphaned at a tender age, he had relied on his uncle's family for sustenance and care. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware that the home they currently occupied was a legacy from his parents, long since usurped by his uncle's family. Furthermore, A substantial sum of savings bequeathed by his parents had also fallen into the hands of his uncle and aunt. The exact amount remained a mystery to him, but given his parents' professions, it must surely have been a considerable fortune, in his childhood. His inability to live independently resulted in frequent scorn, yet he could not deny the care he received from his uncle's family during his upbringing. However, the current decision of their family to emigrate to the new star without him struck Qin Yang as profoundly ironic. It is worth noting that the wealth his parents left behind had afforded his uncle's family a life of ease for many years, yet in return, they chose to heartlessly abandon him to the wasteland that it has long been understood that human nature is inherently unreliable. Qin Yang neither wept nor wailed. He had long since come to terms with such matters. Furthermore, he had no desire to leave Blue Star. He was born and raised here, and even in death, he wished to remain on Blue Star. The primary reason lay in the mysterious circumstances surrounding his parents' demise. He yearned to uncover the truth behind their deaths. Li Xiaowan smiled and said, Yang, thank you for your understanding. Rest assured, we will certainly come to fetch you for New Star. As we depart, this 1,200 square meter residence will be left solely in your possession. I will transfer 200,000 to you shortly. It should sustain your living expenses for quite some time. At that moment, Li Xiaowan appeared exceedingly generous. Though this house was a legacy from Qin Yang's parents, they had never informed him of this fact. Mother, I recall that this residence belongs to my elder brother's parents, does it not? If we leave, it is only right that the house returns to its rightful owner. Cousin Qinmi interjected once more. Despite her tender age of 12, she was well aware that this house was a bequest from Qin Yang's parents. Li Ziajun's lips twitched in irritation each time her daughter undermined her argument. It nearly drove her to exasperation. It was evident that this daughter shared a close bond with Qin Yang. Li Xiaowan retorted, What do you know? Your elder brother's parents passed away early. It was your father and I who raised him. There may be no accolades, but there are certainly hardships. This residence has long been registered under your father's name and no longer belongs to Yang. Enough. If you cannot speak wisely, it would be best to remain silent. Qin Yang was neither angry nor blamed anyone. Such is the reality. Those matters are inconsequential, let us know. Dwell on the past. I'm not hungry this evening. You may dine without me. With that, Qin Yang rose and returned to his room, leaving his family of three exchanging bewildered glances. You truly have a loose tongue. One ought to refrain from speaking when silence is warranted. Li Xiaowan scolded her daughter in exasperation. Qin Mi retorted indignantly, What have I said that is amiss? The house belongs to my elder brother, and the money spent is also his. Why do you go to New Star without him? Why not simply cast me aside as a burden too? If I go to New Star, you could have another child, she added, her dissatisfaction stemming from her parents' refusal to take her elder brother, Qin Yang, along. She shared a close bond with her brother and could not hold back in defending him upon witnessing their parents' disdainful attitude. Li Xiaowan was nearly beside herself with anger, while Qin Zhong shook his head. Enough of this quarrel, let us finish our meal and tidy up. The interstellar flight departs tomorrow morning. We are short on time. We must gather all necessary belongings. Lying on his bed in his room, Qin Yang contemplated the fact that he was to be abandoned by his uncle's family in this desolate land. Yet, he felt an unusual tranquility within for only a few days prior. He had discovered an inexplicable space within himself. It was a revelation. He had awakened to become a true ability wielder. For the past few days, he had been engrossed in exploring this newfound space. It was a vast expanse, nearly a kilometer in circumference, capable of not only storing objects but accommodating his own presence. Everyone is heading to the new star, yet it too will soon transform into a wasteland. While you all venture to the new star, I find solace in remaining amidst the desolation. Qin Yang harbored a foreboding sense that, given the pace of human exploitation, the new star would inevitably succumb to desolation. Thus, he preferred the comfort of the wasteland. With a mere thought, Qin Yang stepped directly into his own realm. Chapter 2. The Oath in a Vast Expanse. A fleeting shadow appeared. Qin Yang manifested within this realm. This space, encompassing both earth and sky, bore no distinction from the outside world. Here, Qin Yang reigned as a deity, wielding dominion over all that existed within. Regrettably, the area was presently devoid of substance. After surveying the emptiness, Qin Yang withdrew from the space. He could enter at will, even amidst peril, with little trepidation. Most significantly, with the emergence of this realm within him, Qin Yang discovered that he possessed formidable powers far beyond those of an ordinary person, and his physical attributes had markedly improved. His strength, speed, and reflexes had all undergone transformation. Cognizant of his circumstances, Qin Yang understood he had awakened, transforming into one endowed with extraordinary abilities. Following the resurgence of spiritual energy millennia ago, the world had undergone mutations, prompting humanity to awaken their latent powers. During the peak of this phenomenon, at least half of the population of Blue Star had experienced such awakenings. However, as the spiritual energy of Blue Star dwindled and resources became depleted, the majority of those with abilities, along with the affluent and influential, migrated to the new star. Consequently, the number of awakened individuals remaining on Blue Star had grown increasingly scarce. In this context, Qin Yang's awakening, particularly of the rare spatial ability, significantly enhanced his chances of survival in the wasteland. Thus, when his uncle's family abandoned him, he faced the situation with serene composure, even choosing not to pursue a journey to the new star. With everyone flocking to the new star, it too would inevitably succumb to human destruction, transforming into yet another wasteland. When that time came, where would they seek refuge next? Following the awakening of his spatial abilities, Qin Yang resolved to remain in the wastelands, believing he could carve out his own niche using his newfound powers. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Qin Yang withdrew from his spatial practice and opened the door, having closed it to prevent his uncle's family from discovering his secret. "Brother, may I come in?" It was his cousin, Qin Mi, a blossoming beauty of 12 years, standing at the doorway with her head nearly reaching Qin Yang's chin. "Come in," Qin Yang replied. He had always held a favorable impression of his cousin, as she often spoke up for him within his uncle's family, despite her young age. Qin Mi entered, carrying a small bag, from which she produced several snacks, placing them before Qin Yang. "Brother, I've made up my mind. I'm staying in the wastelands with you. I don't want to leave here. If I go to New Star, I won't see you anymore, and it won't be any fun without you." As a child, Qin Mi had been particularly attached to Qin Yang, so now that her family was relocating to New Star and she knew her parents weren't taking Qin Yang, she was reluctant to go. Life without her brother would be too dull. Qin Yang chuckled wryly. While he could survive in the wastelands, Qin Mi could not. Despite his dislike for his uncle and aunt, he knew that New Star was currently far safer than the wastelands, and Qin Mi remaining behind was not a good idea. His reason for not demanding his parents' inheritance from his uncle and aunt was solely to prevent Qin Mi from suffering any hardship. He simply wished for her to grow up happily. Had it not been for Qin Mi, Qin Yang would have long reclaimed the inheritance left by his parents, refusing to leave it to his morally corrupt uncle and aunt. He gently patted Qin Mi's small head, saying, "Do not cause a fuss. Be a good girl and accompany your parents to New Star. After all, New Star is quite safe. Perhaps in the future, I might also visit you there. It's essential to study diligently." After much persuasion, Qin Mi reluctantly agreed to go to New Star. "Big brother, I will miss you. Remember to take good care of yourself. If I awaken my abilities and become strong, I will come to the wasteland to fetch you," Qin Mi declared earnestly. For New Star is a planet rich in spiritual energy, where the chances of awakening abilities are significantly heightened. "Yes, I believe in you," Qin Yang nodded, trusting in Qin Mi's words, even if he held skepticism towards his uncle and aunt. "Big brother, you haven't eaten dinner tonight. Have some snacks," she urged. "It's all right. I'm not hungry." After chatting with Qin Mi for quite a while, Qin Yang finally encouraged her to return to sleep, for their interstellar flight was set to depart early the next morning. The night passed without further conversation. The next morning, Qin Yang rose early, primarily to see his cousin. "Qin Mi, off. Yin Yang, live well here. I have transferred 200,000 as the interstellar ship was about to take off," Li Xiaojun remarked before boarding. Before Qin Yang could respond, Qin Mi, expressing her discontent, retorted to her mother, "Can you please stop nagging? 200,000 is hardly sufficient." Li Xiaojun stared in disbelief. Incensed, without further ado, Qin Mi embraced Qin Yang, saying, "Big brother, take care of yourself and wait for me. Please wait for my return." Qin Yang smiled as he embraced Qin Mi. "All right, go ahead. Time is of the essence." At that moment, Qin Mi began to ascend the interstellar spacecraft. But just before entering the cabin, she tossed a bank card that landed at Qin Yang's feet. "Brother, this is my pocket money. It's all yours now. You know the password. I will miss you. I will heed your words. I will surely awaken my abilities. At the cabin entrance, Qin Mi burst into tears. This parting left an uncertainty, whether it was a farewell of life or death, for Qin Mi could hardly bear to leave her elder brother. Qin Yang picked up the bank card from the ground and waved at Qin Mi, his eyes slightly glistening with moisture. While he could remain indifferent to others, his cousin Qin Mi was the one person he cherished most in this world. Soon, the cabin door sealed shut, and Qin Yang could no longer see Qin Mi's silhouette. The interstellar spacecraft swiftly ascended into the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Standing still, Qin Yang did not rush to depart. The interstellar airport was bustling with many preparing to leave, while others lacked the means to pay the relocation fee and contemplated stowing away on the ship. Get lost. You trash. If you have no money, you deserve to perish in the wasteland. Today marked the last day of interstellar flights. Those wishing to leave had to act quickly, for time would not wait. The ticket seller shouted through a megaphone aboard the spacecraft, emphasizing that after today, interstellar flights would cease, signifying that the denizens of the wasteland would never again be able to migrate to the new star. However, the exorbitant cost of migration remains a formidable barrier, thwarting the dreams of countless individuals from the lower strata, leaving them forsaken amidst the wasteland. Ayun, please, do not leave me. I will find a way to earn money. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted from the crowd, revealing a man grasping the hand of a sultry woman, unwilling to release his hold. The woman, infuriated, shook off his grip and retorted, "Leave me alone, you worthless creature. I have had enough of you. We are done. You cannot provide me with happiness, nor can you take me to the new star, so just go far away." With that, she swiftly approached an unattractive man, declaring, "Chao Go. I am willing to go with you." The unattractive man chuckled heartily, wrapping his arm around her waist as they quickly boarded a spaceship. The distraught man behind them cried out in despair, yet he could not retain the woman he cherished. Such scenes unfolded repeatedly at the interstellar airport. Witnessing this, Qin Yang shook his head slightly, preparing to depart. Hey, wait a moment. Just as Qin Yang was about to leave, two tattooed men appeared before him, their expressions oozing with malevolence. Chapter 3. My apologies. Upon seeing the two tattooed men before him, Qin Yang realized he had attracted unwanted attention. In this desolate wasteland, the original order had long since dissipated, especially since even the upper echelons of humanity and various official institutions had relocated to the new star many years prior. Thus, the wasteland now languished in chaos, rife with lawlessness and rampant criminal elements. Daylight robberies had become all too common, and he was hardly surprised by it. Had it not been for his awakened spatial abilities, Qin Yang might have turned and fled. However, at this moment, he stood silently before the two tattooed men, inquiring, "Is there something you need?" Qin Yang had always adhered to the principle of not provoking others unnecessarily, yet sometimes he could not avoid being targeted. One of the tattooed men let out a cold chuckle. "Hand over that bank card you just received, and kindly share the password with us." They had observed him earlier when a little girl tossed him a bank card as she departed. Presumably, that card contained a substantial amount of money. After all, anyone capable of immigrating under such conditions must possess wealth, thus making Qin Yang their target. With a calm demeanor, Qin Yang replied, "If you desire the bank card, come and take it yourself." He maintained his composure, recognizing that these were mere common robbers, and encountering him was their misfortune. It is essential to understand that no ordinary person could contend with an awakened individual, especially one endowed with spatial abilities. Upon awakening, he would possess E-level strength. A single punch from him could fell a tiger. Although he was uncertain of the exact amount of pocket money on Qin Mi's card, he remained indifferent to the figure. What mattered most to him was the sentiment behind it. The fact that she had offered him nearly a decade's worth of savings illustrated the depth of her feelings for him. Qin Yang estimated it to be at least 500,000 or 600,000. Yet now, these individuals dared to attempt to seize the bank card she had given him. Refusing to comply, are we? Then do not blame us for being ungracious. The eyes of the two tattooed men suddenly gleamed with a ruthless intensity. In an instant, each drew a sharp dagger from their waist, warning him, "Cooperate, and perhaps you might preserve your life. However, if you do not cherish your own life, you cannot blame others. They merely seek to rob you of your wealth, without intent to take a life." Yet, Qin Yang refuses to cooperate, leaving them no choice but to resort to violence, even to the extent of killing him. With a calm demeanor, and having awakened his spatial abilities, Qin Yang has yet to reveal his E-rank capabilities. This occasion presents a perfect opportunity to ascertain the true strength of an E-rank ability user. Swiftly, two tattooed men armed with daggers rushed towards Qin Yang, their sharp blades glimmering ominously. In this chaotic wasteland, they wreak havoc without restraint, particularly in places like airports, which they frequent with delight. Typically, they refrain from attacking those who leave, uncertain whether their targets might possess power or influence, or even be another ability user. However, those who remain in the wasteland are surely not formidable adversaries, thus becoming their prey. As the two men approached, one lunged at Qin Yang with a dagger aimed at his waist. Although a strike would not be fatal, it would surely inflict injury. Yet, in Qin Yang's eyes, the movements of the tattooed men appeared sluggish. He could even predict the trajectory of their attacks. With a silent scoff, he delivered a swift kick to the abdomen of one of the assailants. Boom! Before the dagger could reach him, the tattooed man was sent flying 10 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Following that, Qin Yang executed a similar maneuver against the other assailant. In the blink of an eye, both tattooed men were effortlessly subdued. Why, you are a martial artist? The two tattooed men lay prostrate on the ground, their daggers long since relinquished, clutching their abdomens with incredulity etched across their faces. As if realizing they had encountered an indomitable force, they discerned that Qin Yang possessed martial training. In this world of martial prowess, beyond the awakened who could manifest abilities, humanity could also cultivate physical techniques. However, no matter how diligently one trained in physical arts, it could not rival the power of the awakened. Qin Yang offered no rejoinder. Approaching the two men and regarding them with a frigid gaze. What do you intend to do, you brat? One stammered. I'm warning you. We are members of the Black Tiger Syndicate. We will remember you. Initially, Qin Yang had merely intended to issue a warning. But upon learning they were affiliated with the Black Tiger Syndicate, a notorious criminal organization in the airport vicinity, and hearing their threat, a chill permeated his heart. Originally, I was inclined to let you depart unscathed, but since you dare to threaten me, I am afraid I cannot extend such leniency. With that, Qin Yang raised his foot, bringing it down upon the thigh of one of the tattooed men. Crack! The tattooed man's thigh was instantly shattered, a comminuted fracture. Qin Yang never proactively sought conflict. But when others provoked him, or, worse, issued threats, he would not hesitate to retaliate decisively. Ack! Oh! The man emitted a porcine shriek, tears streaming down his face. Crack! Without hesitation, Qin Yang shattered the man's other thigh as well. For the remainder of his days, the man would be confined to a wheelchair. However, in the current wasteland, being crippled was tantamount to a death sentence. The Black Tiger Syndicate would be unlikely to squander resources on such a disabled individual. Brother, I admit my mistakes. I shall never dare again. I implore you to spare me. Snap, hiss, arc, in a bid to aid them in overcoming their vices. Qin Yang resolved that it would be preferable for them to be rendered disabled, so as to prevent them from inflicting harm upon others. He was a benevolent soul, one who relished in doing good deeds. Do you fancy robbery? Produce your money, or you shall face dire consequences. Imitating their tone, Qin Yang initiated a counter-robbery. This time, his second aunt had only left him with 200,000, which was scarcely sufficient in the wasteland. As for the bank card gifted to him by Qin Mi, he chose to refrain from using it for the time being, cherishing it as a memento, uncertain of when he might see Qin Mi again. Ah, brother, we will give it all to you. The two men grimaced in pain as they relinquished all the money they had on their persons. Without a glance back, Qin Yang collected the funds and departed. Fortuitously, he had awakened. Had he not developed spatial abilities, he might have lost everything and faced peril. As Qin Yang left, the two tattooed men continued to wail in agony before hastily stating, "Quickly call the boss. We cannot let this scoundrel go unpunished. Our legs have been ruined by Qin Yang, and we are filled with regret and resentment. Soon, we shall be abandoned by the Black Tiger Gang." One of them produced a phone and swiftly dialed their leader. "Brother Nyo, we encountered a rogu upon hearing that his two subordinates had been incapacitated." Brother Nyo furrowed his brow in concern. "Provide me with the address. I shall bring my men to investigate." Before long, a man bearing a scar on his forehead arrived, accompanied by several lackeys. He was the local leader under the Black Tiger Hall, known as Brother Nyo. Chapter 4. The Corrupt Residence Committee. Brother Nyo surveyed the two fallen subordinates, their legs rendered utterly useless, likely to remain so for the remainder of their lives. With the majority of humanity having migrated to the new star, medical facilities had long relocated, making it increasingly difficult to find healthcare in the wasteland. Even if such institutions existed, the costs were exorbitant. Who was responsible for this? Brother Nyo's countenance darkened as he assessed the condition of his men, showing little concern for their plight as he inquired about the assailant. He discerned that the attacker had been merciless, having deliberately crippled his subordinates. Though their lives were spared, in this desolate terrain, they were as good as buried. It was a challenge for any normal individual to survive in the wasteland, let alone for two disabled men. I don't know. He appeared to be a young man. Did he mention our Black Tiger Hall? He did, indeed. It was precisely because he spoke of the Black Tiger Hall that he unleashed such brutality upon us. Damn it. This is a provocation against our Black Tiger Hall, a death wish. A glint of menace flashed in Brother Nyo's eyes. The mere mention of the Black Tiger Hall by his subordinates had prompted such a vicious assault. What else could it be but a challenge? Brother Nyo, please save us. We can still serve the Black Tiger Hall. We still hold value. Upon realizing that Brother Nyo seemed indifferent to their plight, the two men were suddenly engulfed in panic. Should they be forsaken by the Black Tiger Hall, their fate would be sealed. Brother Nyo waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, "Rescue? What means do I possess to save you? Spare me the chatter. I shall escort you back first, and we will discuss the identity of the assailant later." Medical supplies were scarce commodities, and it was inconceivable to expend them on two mere lackeys. The Black Tiger Hall had no inclination to foster incompetence. "Brother Nyo, please do not abandon us." One of them pleaded. "Curse it. You blinded yourself by provoking those who should not be trifled with. How many times must I admonish you to sharpen your perception?" Brother Nyo, weary of further dialogue, instructed his subordinate to roughly escort the two injured lackeys back to their quarters while he commenced the investigation into the perpetrator's identity. The Black Tiger Hall wielded considerable influence, backed by several awakened individuals. To provoke them would yield dire consequences. Their extensive network would likely lead to the discovery of the assailant in short order. As Qin Yang made his way back to the residential area, he beheld the chaos surrounding him. Pollutants littered the ground, sewage flowed freely, and refuse was strewn across the path. Occasionally, he witnessed skirmishes erupting in the streets. Such a desolate landscape deterred any desire to linger. He hastened towards the community, and upon reaching the Unju residential complex, he was halted at the entrance. "Halt!" A man clad in a security uniform emerged from the kiosk and obstructed Qin Yang's path. Frowning slightly, Qin Yang inquired, "Wang Zhen, what brings you here?" He recognized the man, as Wang Zhen was the security personnel assigned by their community committee, tasked specifically with guarding the main gate. Wang Zhen inquired, "Has your uncle's family departed?" Qin Yang replied indifferently, unsure of the purpose behind Wang Zhen's inquiry. Wang Zhen nodded. "Though you are the sole remaining member of your family, I must remind you that the property fees are due this year." Since Qin Yang's uncle had previously worked in a government position, they had not troubled him in the past. However, with the departure of his uncle's family, leaving Qin Yang isolated in this desolate land, Wang Zhen began to impose difficulties upon him. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Yang stated firmly, "Are you mistaken? We paid the property fees just 6 months ago. What is this about another payment?" He recalled that he had personally settled the previous fee of 5,000 for the year. Yet, Wang Zhen chuckled, "I am aware that you have paid. But the rules have changed. From now on, property fees will be collected biannually, and the rate has increased to 10,000 every 6 months. It would be prudent for you to settle the property fees promptly. Failure to do so gives us the right to expel anyone from the community." At this proclamation, Qin Yang was left utterly astounded. The previous payment now seemed futile, as the new requirement amounted to an annual fee of 20,000. Although their community was considered relatively upscale, the exorbitant fees incited anger within him. The wasteland had descended into chaos, prompting the establishment of a homeowners committee, which had devolved into a ravenous entity, mercilessly exploiting the residents. The last increase in property fees, from 3,000 to 5,000, was already exceedingly outrageous. Now it has escalated even further. Has your homeowners committee transformed into a band of extortionists? Qin Yang glared at Wang Zhen, deeming it impossible to acquiesce to such exorbitant fees. His financial resources were already limited, yet these individuals sought to exploit him further. How could this be tolerated? The primary issue lies in the dwindling population of our community. The homeowners committee must ensure the safety of the neighborhood, and consequently, the costs have risen steeply. Wang Zhen, however, wore a peculiar smile. As the last wave of residents departed, the entire Blue Star would soon descend into genuine chaos, presenting an opportunity for them to extract one final round of extortion. After all, no one could guarantee when this community might spiral out of control. Very well, I shall visit the homeowners committee and deliberate further, Qin Yang remarked, refraining from further entanglement with Wang Jin, who would still pay property fees. Did he take him for a fool? He anticipated that the order of the wasteland would soon collapse entirely, and by then, the community would likely be in utter disarray. Ignoring Wang Jin, he turned and strode towards Building 6. Refusal to pay? You will not escape our grasp, Wang Jin mused as he watched Qin Yang depart. However, as long as residents remained in the community, they would find a way to compel everyone to pay the exorbitant fees. The elevator had long ceased operation. As the community had been without power for some time, the electrical facilities had reportedly been abandoned for 6 months. Thus, Qin Yang had no choice but to ascend the 20 flights of stairs on foot. As he reached the 7th floor, a sudden sound of knocking caught his attention. Curiosity piqued, he approached the corridor and beheld a woman wielding a hammer, vigorously striking something. Soon, Qin Yang discerned that there lay a man, while a woman berated him, striking him with fury. Beast, you seek other women every day. I have endured you for far too long. The sound of blows echoed. Qin Yang paid no heed and continued to ascend the staircase. He surmised that this man had indulged in debauchery, often resorting to violence against the woman. However, fate had dealt him a cruel hand. After a car accident, he had lost a leg. Now, in this chaotic wasteland, he found himself at the mercy of the very woman he had wronged. Upon returning to his room, the space felt desolate, devoid of his uncle's family, which paradoxically brought Qin Yang a sense of relief. Within the household, his uncle and aunt had always treated him with disdain, while only his cousin, Qin Mi, had ever stood by him. Had it not been for her, he would have been disinclined to visit the airport, disregarding the words of his uncle and aunt. Seated upon the sofa, Qin Yang began to contemplate the trajectory of his future. Chapter 5. The emergence of beasts due to the scarcity of clean water and food in the wasteland. Even the limited sources of pure water had long been monopolized by various factions, sold at exorbitant prices. Despite this, there were times when even clean water was unattainable. Scanning his surroundings, he noted that only half a bag of flour, a majority of a bag of rice, and 3 bottles of mineral water remained. The other edible provisions were nearly depleted. Fortunately, when Qin Mi departed, she had left behind all her snacks. This sustenance would suffice for a month. But what of the month that follows? A weight settled upon Qin Yang's heart. In a month, he would confront the dire reality of starvation and thirst. Thus, he could not afford to wait until his supplies were exhausted to seek out food. He must proactively procure additional provisions. Due to the existence of a spatial realm, he possesses the capacity to store a plethora of provisions within it. The sole challenge lies in the arduous quest for food and water, which has proven to be exceedingly difficult. He has meticulously placed all remaining food and clothing into his space, readily accessible whenever needed. Moreover, he must remain vigilant against thieves and the threat of burglary, as Blue Star has utterly descended into chaos, with humanity's moral compass plummeting to unprecedented depths. Even in life and death situations, one can scarcely predict the outrageous actions individuals may take. Thus, he prepares for every eventuality by stowing away all usable items from his room into his space. In the event of the direst circumstances, he could easily forsake the house. Properties in the current desolation hold little value. The neighborhood is largely vacant, with 9 out of 10 homes unoccupied. Those who could migrate to New Star have already departed, leaving few willing to remain in the wasteland. Consequently, many houses, once worth millions, now may house only vagrants. Returning to the sofa, Qin Yang contemplated the encounter he had with the men from Black Tiger Hall at the airport and wondered if they might come seeking him. However, as an awakened ability user, he harbored little concern regarding Black Tiger Hall. Furthermore, the property management fees for their residential community have soared to an annual sum of 20,000, a cost he cannot afford to bear. In truth, star coins are on the brink of becoming worthless, as the scarcity of food reaches a critical point where no amount of currency can procure it. He carefully stashed nearly 50,000 star coins, looted from the tattooed men of Black Tiger Hall, into his space and resumed his examination of his spatial realm. On the blue planet, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, individuals awaken their abilities and become E-rank power users. In truth, the potential for these individuals to elevate their strength is far from limited. Beyond E-rank, there exist D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, SSSS, and SSSS ranks, with the 5S ranks representing the most formidable powers recognized by the blue planet. Even during its most glorious epoch, S-level beings were exceedingly rare, and the existence of those above S-level, including the enigmatic Qin Yang, remains uncertain. Nevertheless, even E-rank individuals possess a strength that far surpasses that of ordinary humans. What lies ahead for Qin Yang is the relentless pursuit of augmenting his power. Only with sufficient might can one hope to survive in this world. Yet, enhancing one's abilities is no simple feat under normal circumstances. The blue planet is rich in spiritual energy, allowing power users to cultivate and elevate their prowess by absorbing this energy. Currently, however, the spiritual energy on Blue Planet is nearly depleted, rendering it impossible for power users to augment their strength. Thus, Qin Yang's only path to enhancement lies in seeking out objects imbued with spiritual energy and absorbing it from them. It is a well-known fact that awakened beasts contain beast cores, which harbor pure spiritual energy. The only course of action available to Qin Yang is to hunt these beasts, which is the sole method he is aware of for gaining strength. While beast cores do offer spiritual energy, the act of slaying these creatures is fraught with peril, as failure could lead to dire consequences. Despite the potential benefits of beast cores, the terrifying nature of these beasts cannot be overlooked. Creatures of comparable rank typically surpass awakened humans in strength. With a wry smile, Qin Yang realizes that all available methods for enhancing his power seem to carry their own inherent risks, whether in the pursuit of sustenance or the enhancement of one's strength. Both paths are indispensable for Qin Yang. Without overthinking, he entered his internal space, which, upon his entrance, would reduce to a mere speck of dust upon the ground. Therefore, it is undeniable that his ability to evade danger is unparalleled. Once in his space, Qin Yang surveyed his surroundings. It remained an expansive void, devoid of life and steeped in desolation. Yet, there was air, allowing him to exist within this realm. At present, he contemplated how to cultivate his spatial abilities. It is known that any individual who awakens their powers can further develop them. Qin Yang, too, aspired to refine his spatial prowess. The challenge lay in his complete lack of knowledge regarding the development of extraordinary abilities, leaving him uncertain about how to harness his own. With the mass migration of humanity to the new star, books pertaining to the cultivation of such powers had also been taken away. Thus, finding literature on the subject in the current state of Blue Star proved to be a daunting task. Indeed, the present Blue Star has earned the moniker of Wasteland, a place utterly abandoned. Nonetheless, he resolved to accept the situation for the time being and seek opportunities gradually. The development of spatial abilities is not something that can be resolved in haste. After exiting his space, Qin Yang settled onto the sofa and began to attempt absorbing the ambient spiritual energy from the outside world. The spiritual essence of Blue Star has not been entirely depleted. It has merely become exceedingly thin. As he endeavored to perceive the external spiritual energy, he discovered that it indeed still existed. Although his attempts to absorb it yielded low efficiency, it was certainly better than having none at all. For the time being, with nothing pressing to attend to, Qin Yang quietly settled onto the sofa, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Unbeknownst to him, evening had arrived. He hastily consumed some snacks left by Qin, quickly addressing his hunger. Suddenly, a ferocious roar echoed from outside. Approaching the window, he opened it and peered into the darkness, where a creature radiating a green luminescence traversed the street below. In that instant, Qin Yang's expression shifted. Another beast had appeared. The mass migration of humanity to the new star had unleashed a wave of these creatures upon Blue Star, particularly during the night when they would invade residential areas, wreaking havoc and even capturing humans. Thus, nighttime posed a grave danger, and no one dared to remain outdoors after dark. A thunderous crash erupted, followed by the sound of anguished screams from the community below. The security kiosk at the entrance of Unju community was shattered to pie. He harbored a strong desire to venture forth and hunt that peculiar beast. Yet he lacked the confidence to vanquish it. Thus, Qin Yang endured the temptation. His spatial abilities remained undeveloped and relying solely on his E-grade powers. He was hardly a match for the creature. That night was destined to rob many of their slumber, particularly within the Unju community, where numerous residents cowered in their rooms, trembling with fear. Chapter 6. The collection visit. Knock, knock, knock. Early the next morning, as Qin Yang absorbed spiritual energy on the sofa, a loud knocking reverberated through the air. Annoyed, he rose and approached the door, peering through the peephole to discover the presence of the homeowners committee. Knock, knock, knock. Qin Yang, I know you are inside. Open the door quickly. We have matters to discuss. Qin Yang surmised the intentions of the committee. They likely sought to exploit the chaos to extort those remaining in the community. After a moment's hesitation, he opened the door, revealing the leading woman clutching a handwritten notebook. Qin Yang, I am Yuan Lily, the vice chairwoman of the homeowners committee. You should recognize me. Concerned that Qin Yang might not know her, Yuan Lily introduced herself. Qin Yang indeed knew her as the vice chairwoman, also a resident of the community. What brings you here? He inquired, his demeanor devoid of warmth. Yuan Lily forced a smile. Well, the community regulations have changed. The property fees are now payable biannually. Wangzhen informed you of this yesterday. Therefore, I kindly request that you settle your property fee, 10,000 for 6 months. You may choose to pay for an entire year at once, totaling 20,000 star coins. Apart from Yuan Lily, there were 3 members of the Homeowners Association who specialized in collecting property management fees. A young man behind them stated, You should be aware that a monstrous beast arrived last night, destroying our residential complex's gate and devouring Wangzhen. For the sake of the entire community's safety, we require funds to reconstruct the gate. Qin Yang was taken aback by their audacity, still attempting to exploit the residential complex even now. Are you people deranged? Qin Yang retorted coldly. If you're ill, seek treatment and cease your insolence here. Mention property management fees to me again, and you'll face my wrath. Have you restored my electricity or running water despite my payments? Have you cleaned the stairwells? You provide nothing and yet demand property management fees. Leave. I won't repeat myself. Qin Yang was genuinely incensed. The Homeowners Association had evidently reached the pinnacle of depravity, with the majority of Blue Star's population having emigrated to New Star. Those remaining were either impoverished or unwilling to leave. Yet, these individuals persisted in preying on them. Hearing Qin Yang's harsh tone, the young man from the Homeowners Association coldly threatened, refuse to pay property management fees, and you'll be expelled from Unju residential complex. We hold sway over the entire complex now. Just then, Qin Yang's next-door neighbor opened her door. She was a beautiful young woman in her early 20s. The girl's name is Ding Mengyao. She possesses a statuesque figure, her hair elegantly tied in a ponytail, clad in a black sweater, form-fitting jeans, and sturdy Martin boots. Upon opening the door, she brandishes a submachine gun. Collecting property fees? Do you still have the audacity to demand fees? The moment Ding Mengyao appears, she exudes an air of authority, the cold aura emanating from her weapon prompting the members of the Homeowners Committee to instinctively take a few steps back. They are acutely aware of her formidable nature. However, drawing a weapon before uttering a word seems rather excessive. Glancing at Qin Yang, Ding Mengyao proposes, Qin Yang, how about we cease paying property fees from now on? Qin Yang chuckles, well acquainted with Ding Mengyao's background. She hails from a prosperous family, as most residents of this community once enjoyed a certain social standing. Nonetheless, Ding Mengyao has resided alone in a spacious apartment since her parents passed away 2 years ago. Typically, she is a forceful character. He promptly nods in agreement. That's precisely my sentiment. The Homeowners Committee no longer serves a purpose. I shall also refrain from contributing any fees. Ding Mengyao is exceedingly pleased, having long harbored disdain for the committee. She swiftly aims her submachine gun at the 4 committee members. Leave at once. If you dare come here to harass us again, do not blame me for being ungracious. Blood-sucking leeches. Real as neighbors, Ding Mengyao was well aware of Qin Yang's circumstances. Given that their parents worked for the same organization, they had been familiar with each other since childhood. Presently, Qin Yang remained alone in the community, evidently abandoned by his uncle's family. Indifferently, Qin Yang shrugged, stating, It doesn't matter. I had no intention of going to New Star anyway. Didn't you also choose not to go? Ding Mengyao scoffed. Your uncle and his family truly have hearts of stone. She then added, I simply do not wish to go. There are other pressing matters to attend to in this desolate land. Continuing, Ding Mengyao expressed, the Residence Committee has become a malignant tumor within our community. Qin Yang, we should rally all the remaining homeowners to disband the committee. Otherwise, I fear we may fall victim to their machinations. In the days when the Blue Star Order still held sway, the committee served some purpose. However, now that order has collapsed, it has devolved into a menace for the homeowners. Voicing her thoughts, Ding Mengyao observed Qin Yang's nod of agreement, acknowledging the urgency of disbanding the committee given the current circumstances. Very well, let us go and gather the homeowners, he replied. Thus, they secured the door and descended to the community entrance, where a considerable number of homeowners had already gathered. The prior night, a beast had attacked the security personnel stationed at the entrance, resulting in Wangzhen being devoured on the spot, leaving behind a collapsed gate and traces of dried blood. The homeowners stood at the entrance, engaged in hushed discussions. It was dreadful. I was terrified last night. I thought that beast would charge into the building. With a single chomp, Wang Zhen was torn asunder, indicating the presence of a monstrous beast rivaling an awakened one. The tranquility of the neighborhood has been shattered. Many residents endured a sleepless night, gripped by terror at the prospect of being devoured in their slumber, huddling in their abodes, petrified. Fortunately, the beast did not breach the building, sparing all but the unfortunate Wang Zhen from its ravenous appetite. The gates of their community offer scant impediment to either monstrous creatures or those with extraordinary abilities. As Qin Yang and Ding Mingyao materialized, denizens familiar with them extended greetings. The enclave now shelters fewer than 100 souls, a mere fraction of its former occupancy. Most have congregated in this locale. Esteemed neighbors, a voice interjected. When shall we remit our dues to the property management? The query touched upon a matter of universal concern, igniting a flurry of discourse. 20,000 annually? Utterly untenable. Were I affluent enough, I would have long since emigrated to a nascent star. Who would willingly reside in such a locale? I refuse to comply. Let those who are so inclined remit their dues. Indeed, I concur. The majority of the inhabitants expressed reluctance to fulfill their financial obligations. However, a few, their courage faltering, timidly inquired, but if we fail to remit payment, shall we be expelled from the premises? Is it truly feasible to abstain? At that juncture, Yuan Lily and her entourage, representatives of the Property Management Committee, descended from the 6th building. Chapter 7. Confrontation. The descent of Yuan Lily and her cohorts from the upper echelons of the building made it evident that their coffers remained unreplenished. Who, in their right mind, would now proffer payment, save for the most obtuse? For the remittance of dues offers no guarantee of personal safety. Yuan Lily and her companions noticed that a majority of the homeowners were gathered at the entrance and immediately approached them. Yuan Lily proclaimed loudly, "Everyone, since you are all here, I must reiterate, please cooperate and pay the property management fees. Although I understand that 20,000 a year is rather steep. The current situation is extraordinary. We all witnessed the monstrous creature last night. We must install sturdier gates for our community, and without sufficient funds, each of you will remain in jeopardy." In an attempt to compel the homeowners to pay, Yuan Lily threatened, "Should you refuse to cooperate in paying the fees, our homeowners committee possesses the authority to expel you from the community." Upon hearing her words, many individuals began to panic, particularly those who were more timid. They exchanged glances. For most of those remaining were individuals without the means to relocate. They inherently found themselves in a vulnerable position and dared not resist easily. At that moment, Ding Mingyao stepped forward, addressing the crowd. "Everyone, there is no need to pay the property management fees any longer. I propose that we abolish the homeowners committee altogether. Our community does not require such a committee. Those in support of my motion, please raise your hands." Upon hearing this, Yuan Lily and her associates were filled with fury, glaring at Ding Mingyao in disbelief. They had not anticipated that she would incite the homeowners to not only refuse payment, but also seek the dissolution of the committee, an outrageous rebellion. Meanwhile, a considerable number of homeowners raised their hands in agreement, voicing their sentiments that the committee was unnecessary, merely collecting money without contributing anything in return. Just 6 months prior, they had paid the property management fees, and now they were being asked for more. Frustration mounted as they expressed their disdain for these individuals. Abolish the residence committee. Gradually, all the homeowners began to rally behind Ding Mingyao, for she was genuinely concerned for their welfare. Witnessing the unity of the homeowners in support of Ding Mingyao, the expressions of Yuan Lily and her associates from the committee turned sour. They were the beneficiaries of the committee's interests. Throughout the tumultuous years in Blue Star, they had profited immensely by exploiting the homeowners. Now that the homeowners sought to disband the committee, their dissent was palpable. Yuan Lily cast a discontented glance at Ding Mingyao, stating, "Ding Mingyao, while you may refuse to pay the property fees, do not incite unrest among the residents. In the Unju community, it is our committee that holds authority. Your words carry no weight." Yet, the homeowners continued to voice their support for Ding Mingyao. "Silence, you old woman. Do not presume that your position as vice chairperson of the committee grants you the right to oppress us homeowners. We demand the dissolution of the committee. You shall no longer wield power over our community." In an instant, the homeowners began to advocate fervently for Ding Mingyao, who emerged as their pillar of strength. Qin Yang stood resolutely beside her, fervently endorsing the call for the committee's dissolution, which now seemed inevitable. Ding Mingyao retorted, "We are the homeowners. We hold the authority. Henceforth, I declare that the Unju community shall no longer recognize the existence of the Residence Committee. Do as you please. This was no longer the orderly Blue Star, but a chaotic wasteland, where the old, outdated rules of oppression could no longer prevail over the homeowners. The countenance of Yuan Lily and her committee associates darkened further. Subsequently, Yuan Lily let out a cold laugh. It appears you are truly determined to challenge our committee to the bitter end. Very well, allow me to demonstrate the futility of resistance. With that, Yuan Lily retrieved her telephone and initiated a call. Director, the residents are assembling to cause a disturbance. Not only are they refusing to remit their property management fees, but they also seek to abolish our owners committee. I implore you to come here forthwith and instill some discipline in these residents. They have been domineering within this community for years and would never permit the residents to gain ascendancy over them. The primary concern is that the residents' defiance and refusal to pay property management fees are spearheaded by Ding Mingyao, a particularly troublesome individual. Once this ringleader is neutralized, the others will naturally scatter like loose sand. Upon terminating the call, Yuan Lily, exuding an air of confidence, sneered at Ding Mingyao. Ding Mingyao, times have evolved. Do not presume that your education will enable you to alter reality. I shall impart a harsh lesson to you imminently. Ding Mingyao raised her elegantly arched eyebrows and retorted. I shall observe with keen interest. Thereupon, she retrieved a submachine gun from beneath her black overcoat, brandishing it in her hand. The frigid aura emanating from the weapon caused the ambient temperature to plummet noticeably. The residents, upon witnessing Ding Mingyao brandishing the submachine gun, realized that a significant event was imminent. After a brief interval, a man with a partially bald head, accompanied by a robustly built individual, emerged from the direction of the Owners Committee office. Everyone recognized the partially bald man as Director Li Guangming, the head of the Owners Committee. Director Li, Yuan Lily and the others greeted him in unison. Li Guangming nodded, his countenance slightly somber, and inquired, who is instigating this disturbance? Who is refusing to pay property management fees and seeking to abolish the Owners Committee? As the chairman of the Homeowners Association, Li Guangming intended to exploit the residents of the Unju residential complex once more. Cognizant of the prevailing insecurity, he plotted to amass a sum of money with the intention of absconding. The welfare of the Unju residents was of no consequence to him. To facilitate his escape, he had enlisted the services of a formidable expert, a burly and well-trained man capable of overpowering numerous individuals. As he spoke, Li Guangming cast a chilling gaze across the crowd, causing many to avert their eyes or lower their heads. Despite Ding Mingyao's declaration of abolishing the Homeowners Association, it had not yet been officially dissolved, and residents feared potential retaliation from its members. A hush fell over the crowd, and some even contemplated paying their property management fees. It's her, Yuan Lily said, pointing towards Ding Mingyao, who was brandishing a submachine gun. Li Guangming turned his gaze towards Ding Mingyao, his pupils contracting slightly upon seeing the submachine gun in her grasp. It was evident that social order had deteriorated, as such weaponry was now being wielded in property management disputes, confirming Ding Mingyao's status as a troublemaker. However, Li Guangming remained composed, believing that Ding Mingyao's display of the submachine gun was merely a bluff. Indeed, it is I, Ding Mingyao asserted. Li Guangming, as of today, the Homeowners Association is abolished, and none of us will be paying property management fees any longer. I am reiterating this notification to you. Ding Mingyao's demeanor remained resolute. Li Guangming, formerly known as Director Li, no longer held any authority. Discontent with the Homeowners Association had long been brewing. Li Guangming suddenly burst into laughter, remarking, with your beauty, dear girl, why pursue a path of defiance? Do you truly believe that wielding a submachine gun grants you the liberty to act with impunity? It seems you are rather overconfident. Casting a disdainful glance at the firearm, Li Guangming's eyes reflected a sense of superiority. Times have changed, and now we dwell in an era dominated by those with extraordinary abilities. Such weapons, in the presence of those endowed with powers, are nearly rendered ineffective. Chapter 8. Master of Physical Arts Li Guangming exhibited no fear of Ding Mingyao's submachine gun, evidently possessing ample assurance. Meanwhile, Qin Yang remained silent, his attention drawn to the formidable man accompanying Li Guangming. As an awakened individual, Qin Yang could distinctly sense a tremendous power emanating from the man's physique. However, he was not an ability user. Rather, he appeared to be a practitioner of martial arts, someone who had diligently honed their physical prowess. While practitioners of martial arts can undoubtedly overpower ordinary individuals, It is impossible for them to reach the level of an ability user. If one were to categorize ability users into tiers, there would be an F rank, referring to those who specialize solely in physical training. The F rank is, of course, a tier below the E rank of ability users. Li Guangming's confidence likely stemmed from this martial arts expert, which reassured Qin Yang. He felt no threat from the master of physical arts. This time, the residence committee must be abolished. Li Guangming and his associate struggles are in vain. Qin Yang shared a growing aversion to these pesky committee members. What do you mean by that? Ding Mingyao firmly gripped the submachine gun, clearly poised to fire at the slightest provocation. She sensed it too. Li Guangming intended to exploit the homeowners committee to undermine the owners, undoubtedly employing other tactics. Li Guangming smiled and addressed the muscular man beside him. Abeo, the next steps are yours. Obeo, expressionless, nodded slightly, resembling a fierce beast. His icy gaze fixated on Ding Mingyao. Young lady, such toys are not amusing. I suggest you stow them away. Times have changed, and your kind of toy is no longer in vogue nor effective. As a master of physical combat, Abeo possessed extraordinary strength. Although he was not on par with an E-rank ability user, he was invincible among ordinary individuals. Without warning, Abeo suddenly moved. With a flick of his finger, he propelled an object forward. A peculiar sound echoed, and in that instant, Ding Mingyao's expression shifted dramatically as she stared in horror at the submachine gun in her hands, which was now vibrating violently, making it impossible for her to maintain her grip on the stock. With a thud, the submachine gun fell to the ground, shattering into several pieces, its components scattering and utterly devoid of any intimidating presence. Not only Ding Mingyao but also the surrounding homeowners were left utterly astonished, each one incredulous at the spectacle before them. The gun had disintegrated spontaneously without anyone laying a hand on it. It was nothing short of divine intervention. Was he a practitioner? An awakener? The homeowners' faces paled in an instant, panic setting in as they realized the formidable presence Li Guangming had summoned. Beside him, Qin Yang had already discerned the situation. A bough had deftly flicked a small stone, rendering Ding Mingyao's submachine gun utterly useless. Such is the terrifying power of those endowed with extraordinary abilities. Even though a bough was merely a master of physical combat, at such close range, conventional firearms could not manifest their efficacy. Ha ha ha. Ding Mingyao, can you now truly perceive reality? Brandishing obsolete relics of a bygone era, you dare to oppose our homeowners committee. How utterly ridiculous. Are you not aware of your own limitations? Li Guangming, witnessing a bough shatter Ding Mingyao's weapon in an instant, erupted into triumphant laughter, fully aware that the situation was entirely under his control. Casting a glance at the bewildered Ding Mingyao and the other homeowners surrounding her, he intoned gravely, now, who among you still wishes to disband our homeowners committee? Step forward if you dare to defy us. The homeowners exchanged as others found themselves in a state of bewilderment. Qin Yang stepped forward from beside Ding Mingyao and declared, I must respectfully oppose. The sudden emergence of Qin Yang caught Li Guangming, Yuan Lily, and the others off guard. Clearly, they had not anticipated that, even at this juncture, someone would dare to step up. Was this not tantamount to courting disaster? The other property owners felt a wave of apprehension, for they recognized that Li Guangming had summoned a formidable expert, one they were utterly incapable of opposing. Just as Ding Mingyao had been subdued, Qin Yang's stand suggested that Li Guangming might truly establish his authority this time, placing Qin Yang in a precarious position. Li Guangming narrowed his eyes, fixing a steely gaze upon Qin Yang. You wish to oppose me? Boy, are you seeking death? In that moment, Li Guangming's fury ignited. The intimidation of Abeo had evidently failed to subdue these contemptible property owners, and it was time to impose a measure of severity. Without bringing these outspoken individuals to heel, the others would never acquiesce to his demands. Indeed, I seek death, and what of it? Qin Yang shrugged nonchalantly, his demeanor remarkably calm, for he held no regard for the martial prowess of Abeo. Li Guangming was instantly incensed, particularly at the sight of Qin Yang's unwavering determination to be the dissenting voice. He huffed, very well, I shall impart a lesson upon you. Abeo, show him what you are capable of. Li Guangming had invested heavily in enlisting Abeo, the master of physical combat, with the intention of instilling fear in the property owners. Once he had collected the property fees, he planned to make his escape. Therefore, it was imperative to intimidate individuals like Qin Yang to facilitate the smooth collection of dues. In the next moment, Abeo, with his robust physique, stepped forward and stood before Qin Yang, uttering not a single word before launching a powerful punch towards Qin Yang's chest. The strike of a martial arts master, when landed upon an ordinary individual, could spell death or at the very least, grievous injury. Qin Yang, wary of the impending blow, Ding Mingyao hurriedly called out a warning. Realizing that her submachine gun would prove ineffective against such a formidable opponent, she began to panic. With Qin Yang now in the line of fire, she feared for his safety against the martial artist's prowess. Yet, her caution came too late. Despite Abao's imposing stature, his movements were remarkably swift, and in the blink of an eye, his colossal fist was already upon Qin Yang's chest. When Qin Yang beheld the oncoming fist, his E-grade abilities, including perception and reflexes, far exceeded those of the martial arts master. Thus, while Abao's punch appeared rapid, to Qin Yang, it seemed almost languid, riddled with vulnerabilities. He possessed countless methods to evade the strike. However, instead of retreating, he retaliated with a punch of his own. Chapter 9. What is fear under the watchful gaze of all present? Qin Yang boldly met Abao's fist with his own. Abao hesitated for a brief moment, his eyes flashing with a barely perceptible mockery, as if to deride Qin Yang's audacity. He was a martial arts expert, although not on par with an E-grade ability user. He undeniably stood as a true master in this desolate world. With the spiritual energy of the blue star nearly depleted, the emergence of awakened individuals had become exceedingly rare. In an environment where ability users were scarce, martial arts masters reigned supreme at the pinnacle of strength. Bang! In the next moment, the fists of the two individuals collided with a resounding thud, resonating through the air. A dull sound echoed, causing the onlookers to feel a buzzing in their ears, while those nearest were forcefully pushed several steps back by the overwhelming shockwave. All eyes were fixed in astonishment on the two combatants whose fists had met. Suddenly, a sharp crack pierced the atmosphere, followed by a thunderous boom. To the astonishment of the gathered crowd, Abao's massive form was sent hurtling backwards like a kite severed from its string, soaring a good 10 meters before crashing heavily onto the hardened concrete surface of the courtyard, sending a cloud of dust into the air. "Ow, my hand!" Abao cried out in agony, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, as he writhed on the ground, clutching his arm and howling in pain. The spectators were left in a state of shock, their gazes fixed on Qin Yang, who stood immobile, exuding an aura of strength that belied his seemingly unimposing physique, resembling an indomitable mountain. What on earth just transpired? Am I mistaken? That individual, Abao, is renowned as a master of physical combat. Yet it appears he has been defeated by Qin Yang from our community. What a terrifying force! Some gasped in disbelief, while many were left perplexed, utterly unable to fathom that the ordinarily inconspicuous Qin Yang possessed such formidable power. Even a skilled fighter like Abao was effortlessly vanquished with a single blow. It is well known that Qin Yang is recognized by many in the Unju community, primarily because he is an orphan, having lost his parents at a tender age. And his uncle's family has not treated him kindly. In fact, they recently abandoned him in the wasteland, leaving him to fend for himself. Many believe that Qin Yang would not survive long in such dire circumstances, yet the prowess he has displayed is nothing short of terrifying. Qin Yang, how is this possible? This cannot be. The members of the residence committee, including Li Guangming and Yuan Lily, stared at Qin Yang in disbelief, as if they had encountered a ghost. Their confidence had stemmed from the prowess of their martial arts expert, Abao, but now, the formidable Abao had been vanquished by a mere punch from Qin Yang. It was evident to anyone with sense that Qin Yang's strength far surpassed that of Abao. After a considerable pause, Li Guangming finally regained his composure and rushed to Abao's side, his face a mask of horror. "Abao, what has happened to you?" He was aware of Abao's formidable abilities. Yet witnessing him being sent flying by a single strike from Qin Yang was beyond his comprehension. The outcome should not have unfolded in this manner. He still needed to collect property fees from the homeowners, as there were still several dozen households in the Unju community, each owing 2,000, amounting to a significant sum. Little did he know that the security he had hired had been defeated by the previously unremarkable Qin Yang. "Ah, Li Guangming, my arm is broken," Abao grimaced, pain coursing through him as cold sweat poured down his brow. During their earlier confrontation, he had initially dismissed Qin Yang, but as their fists collided at the climax of their encounter, he realized something was amiss, yet it was too late. The terrifying force of Qin Yang's punch resulted in a catastrophic fracture of his arm, and the residual energy sent him hurtling through the air. He realized that this Qin Yang was no ordinary individual. Indeed, he might very well be an awakened power user. Li Guangming glanced at Abao's arm, and a chill of dread coursed through him as he observed that Abao's arm was completely broken at 1/3 of its length, hanging limply. At that moment, Li Guangming was finally thrown into a state of panic. The expert he had summoned was utterly outmatched by Qin Yang. How could he intimidate the property owners now? Why on earth did you not inform me that he was a power user? Eventually, Abao, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, managed to rise from the ground. His face ashen and cold sweat beading on his brow, while he cast an indignant glare at Li Guangming. It was because Li Guangming had assured him that there were no formidable experts in the Anju community that he had come to support him. Yet, he had unwittingly kicked a metal plate. He understood that the seemingly youthful Qin Yang was undoubtedly an awakened power user. Li Guangming's mind was reeling with disbelief as he gazed at Qin Yang in the distance. What had once been mere speculation was now confirmed by Abao's words, proving that Qin Yang was indeed a power user. His complexion paled, and panic gripped his heart. Had he known that Qin Yang possessed such abilities, he would never have dared to use his position as the chairman of the homeowners committee to intimidate the residents of Anju community. Now, with societal order unraveling, he had provoked that terrifying individual, and he knew he was doomed. Speak, damn it. My hand. Abao, in a fit of rage, seized Li Guangming by the neck with his uninjured hand. You're seeking death for putting me in this position. Succumb to oblivion, withstanding the excruciating agony. Abao snapped Li Guangming's neck in an instant. Li Guangming, caught entirely off guard, perished with eyes wide open in terror and despair. It never occurred to him that he would be slain by the very expert he had enlisted. Witnessing Abao's action, the residents of the estate were dumbfounded. They stared blankly at Abao, then shifted their gaze to Qin Yang, before swiftly seeking refuge behind him. In their eyes, Qin Yang was the deity of their community, the only one capable of safeguarding them. As for Li Guangming's demise, it was deemed a fitting end. Meanwhile, Yuan Lily and the other members of the owners' committee were trembling uncontrollably, their hearts filled with dread. Yuan Lily, in particular, was so petrified that she involuntarily soiled herself. A large patch of her trousers instantly soaked. The pungent odor of urine permeated the air as it trickled down her legs and onto the ground. They had abused their authority within the estate, never anticipating that they would meet their downfall at the hands of the unassuming Qin Yang. Qin Yang, spare me. I was wrong. I'll never collect property fees again. Yuan Lily pleaded, paralyzed on the ground, her body quivering amidst her own urine. The other members of the owners' committee were similarly afflicted, their legs shaking incessantly. The mere sight of Qin Yang filled them with unparalleled dread. In a world devoid of order, strength reigned supreme, wielding absolute power and determining the fate of others. They had provoked Qin Yang, and now, their lives hung precariously in his hands. Qin Yang cast a cold glance at Yuan Lily and the others, only to see that the skilled fighter Abao, whom Li Guangming had invited, had already risen to his feet. Despite his body trembling from pain, he gritted his teeth and approached Qin Yang. Instantly, the homeowners felt a sense of unease. Chapter 10. I choose to take everything. As Abao walked toward him, Qin Yang remained remarkably composed, fully aware that no matter what Abao attempted, it would not escape his acute perception. Particularly at this moment, he sensed no hostility from Abao. Soon, Abao stood before Qin Yang, enduring the excruciating pain in his arm. And with a sincere expression, he said, Qin Yang, I deeply apologize for the trouble I caused you earlier. I am a member of the Tong family martial arts school and had no intention of becoming your enemy. It was Li Guangming who misled me. For the sake of the Tong family martial arts school, I kindly ask you to spare me. He deliberately mentioned the Tong family martial arts school, fearing for his life, as the school held considerable influence in Longcheng, and most would show it some respect. This was his only chance for survival. Qin Yang, let it go. We cannot afford to offend the Tong family martial arts school. Let him leave, said one of the onlookers. Qin Yang furrowed his brow slightly, remaining silent, while Ding Mingyao, with a complex expression, approached and tugged at his arm, urging him to reconsider. They all understood that the Tong family martial arts school was a formidable force, well known even during the era of order. Although most of its skilled practitioners had migrated to New Star, it remained uncertain whether some had stayed behind on Blue Star. Indeed, there were numerous individuals who had chosen to remain in the wasteland of Blue Star. At present, Qin Yang remains uncertain about the strength of the Tong family martial arts school. Finally, he nodded and said, All right, you may leave. This time, I will let Abao go. Thank you. Abao turned and exited the Anju community. Once outside, He glanced back at the Unju community, feeling somewhat despondent. Those with abilities are indeed on a different level, far beyond someone like me, who merely practices physical techniques. It is unfortunate that I am not an ability user. I may never awaken in this lifetime. Although he belongs to the Tong family martial arts school, and most of their skilled practitioners have gone to New Star, some remain to guard Blue Star. They too seek to seize the last remnants of resources from Blue Star while waiting for their opportunity. Thus, the strength of the Tong family martial arts school is still formidable. However, he is merely a peripheral figure within the school and dares not even entertain thoughts of retaliating against Qin Yang. Moreover, in this age of dwindling spiritual energy, awakening abilities is more difficult than ascending to the heavens. He can only sigh and resolve to remain low-key from now on. Without the awakening of abilities, one ultimately remains insignificant. At this moment, observing Yuan Lily and others before him, Qin Yang felt disinclined to concern himself with these individuals. He addressed the nearby residents, saying, "The residents committee no longer exists. You may decide how to deal with this." Qin Yang took a few steps back, hearing Yuan Lily's continuous cries for mercy. The most ruthless among them was the woman wielding a hammer. Qin Yang recalled that this very woman had used the same hammer to deal with her disabled husband after his infidelity just the day before. Now it was Yuan Lily's turn. "Qin Yang, I never expected you to have awakened," she exclaimed. Ding Mingyao did not join the fray but approached Qin Yang, her expression more complex than ever. This individual, abandoned by his uncle's family, had now transformed into an awakened ability user. She had previously been unaware of his powers. Furthermore, had it not been for Qin Yang today, they likely would have been bullied again by Li Guangming and others, forced to pay exorbitant property fees. It was Qin Yang who had aided everyone. It was merely luck, Qin Yang remarked nonchalantly. Awakening is a dream cherished by many. Yet not everyone is granted the opportunity to awaken. Clearly, Ding Mingyao had not awakened, as she was unable to match even the lesser foes with her submachine gun. Experiencing the advantages of being an ability user for the first time, Qin Yang, although he had not yet developed his spatial powers, possessed sufficient basic abilities for self-defense. "Thank you for your help," Ding Mingyao expressed her gratitude. "We are all part of the same community. There is no need for formality," Qin Yang replied, shaking his head. The dissolution of the residence committee was also his eye, although Yuan Lily is intrinsically a denizen of Unju Residential Quarter. The denizens of Unju Residential Quarter can no longer tolerate Yuan Lily. She was subjected to a severe beating by the proprietors, leaving her in a precarious state. Her departure from the residential quarter portends a grim prognosis. The other members of the owners' committee suffered a similar fate to that of Yuan Lily, being dragged out of the residential quarter like lifeless canines and cast outside. The proprietors, now replete with satisfaction, returned and approached Qin Yang, expressing their gratitude. A disheveled woman, having bound her hair, possessed a countenance of considerable allure. She conveyed her gratitude to Qin Yang, stating that her vendetta had been avenged and that they had received their just deserts. Qin Yang responded with a few perfunctory remarks and was subsequently escorted by the proprietors of the residential quarter to the office of the owners' committee. Now that the members of the owners' committee had been entirely vanquished, there was no longer any apprehension of further complications from them, nor was there any obligation to remit property management fees. Everyone was greatly relieved. The next course of action was to assume control of all aspects of the owners' committee, including its assets. As the others surged into the office of the owners' committee, Ding Mingyao abruptly addressed Qin Yang, requesting that he direct them to the office while she escorted him to another location. Qin Yang was taken aback, but he nonetheless followed Ding Mingyao, and the two of them proceeded to the subterranean parking facility. Their residential quarter was classified as an upscale enclave, and the parking facility was replete with numerous automobiles, including luxury vehicles. Alas, all were now enshrouded in a thick layer of dust. Disregarding the vehicles, Ding Mingyao led Qin Yang to a secluded corner in the depths of the parking facility. "Behold, Qin Yang," she exclaimed, "here lie several warehouses. I suspect that the members of the owners' committee have stored victuals within these warehouses. Let us hasten to unlock them and examine their contents while the other proprietors are absent." This is also the reason why Ding Mingyao brought Qin Yang to the warehouse alone. At present, everyone is embroiled in a struggle for food and water. As they are the true essentials, wealth has become irrelevant. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang was stirred. All right. Without a moment's hesitation, he advanced and swiftly dismantled the warehouse, leaving both of them astounded. An abundance of provisions lay before them. Indeed, The homeowners committee had concealed supplies. Qin Yang, let us hasten our efforts and gather as much as possible. Otherwise, when the other homeowners arrive, there will be nothing left for us. Several warehouses contained a vast array of instant noodles, snacks, crushed biscuits, and even easily storable fruits. There were even dozens of bottles of mineral water. Ding Mingyao urged Qin Yang to collect more. With a smile, Qin Yang replied, "Collect more? At this critical juncture, it's not merely about gathering more. No one can guarantee their survival or whether there will be enough food. Therefore, I choose to take it all. Stand back and watch me," he proclaimed, waving his hand. In an instant, everything in the warehouse vanished without a trace. Ding Mingyao stood there, astonished, gazing at Qin Yang with profound shock etched on her face. Chapter 11. This kid seeing everything disappear at a mere wave of Qin Yang's hand was akin to magic. Ding Mingyao was left dazed for quite some time. Finally, she turned to Qin Yang and asked, "Qin Yang, is this the power you have awakened?" She was already aware that he possessed abilities. Yet the effortless disappearance of so many items was nothing short of extraordinary. Qin Yang nodded. "Yes, one could say that. These provisions shall be temporarily entrusted to me. You may retrieve them whenever you require." He would not allocate food to other proprietors, as he must first ensure his own sustenance. Since it was Ding Mingyao who led him to this food, he would also share some with her. As for the others, they must fend for themselves. Indeed, it is best that the supplies remain in your possession. Ding Mingyao was immediately filled with joy. All the food and water from the warehouses had been claimed by Qin Yang. If it were just the two of them, they would have ample provisions for some time. Without further ado, Qin Yang beckoned Ding Mingyao, saying, "Let us depart from this place." They had taken everything from the warehouse, the utility of which remained uncertain, nonetheless. Qin Yang had thoroughly scavenged its contents and planned to organize them upon their return. To avoid detection by other proprietors, Qin Yang quickly led Ding Mingyao out of the garage and back above ground. Upon arriving at the homeowners committee office, they found many still scrambling for supplies. A woman wielding a hammer, upon seeing Qin Yang and Ding Mingyao enter, stowed her weapon and remarked, "Qin Yang, we have found nothing of value. Li Guangming has concealed all the precious items." They had all assumed the office contained wealth, yet after scouring every corner, they discovered nothing. Qin Yang waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Wealth is currently the least useful resource. It would be prudent for everyone to focus on locating food and water instead. Also, let us maintain silence. Although the homeowners committee has been disbanded, our community must still take precautions. Nowadays, the majority of communities implement security measures at the neighborhood level, often lacking a homeowners association. Yet, it remains essential for someone to oversee the area, preventing unauthorized individuals from entering and promptly alerting others in case of danger." Everyone gathered around. "Qin Yang, you shall henceforth be our leader," they declared. "Whatever you say, we will comply. Indeed, feel free to assign tasks. We shall follow your directives," they echoed. Qin Yang surveyed the crowd, fully aware of his considerable esteem among the homeowners. His previous actions had undoubtedly instilled a sense of respect. With a slight nod, he began, "Let us set aside trivial matters. Though we no longer have a homeowners association, our community remains vulnerable to external threats. It is imperative that we unite. Ideally, we should designate 2 individuals each day to guard the community entrance, vigilant against ill-intentioned intruders. Besides outsiders, there are also strange beasts that may appear. Although they tend to emerge primarily at night, rarely encountered during the day. Thus, our focus should be on fortifying our defenses during daylight hours." "Agreed, I support this plan," came the consensus. "I, too, am in favor." Almost unanimously, the homeowners endorsed Qin Yang's proposal, reaching a decision that 2 individuals would monitor the entrance daily. Naturally, Qin Yang would not be included in this count, as it was universally acknowledged that his presence was unnecessary for such duties. Subsequently, the homeowners banded together to repair the entrance. Observing their industriousness, Qin Yang took his leave, returning to his room, leaving the mundane tasks to the homeowners. Settling on the sofa, Qin Yang entered his own realm, quickly arriving before the supplies he had procured from the warehouse earlier. At least 3 small warehouses predominantly stocked with provisions, especially instant noodles and compressed biscuits, along with an assortment of snacks, seemingly relocated by the homeowners committee. Additionally, there were alcoholic beverages, many of which were previously obtainable from local shops and supermarkets. However, at present, acquiring these items, even with money, is a daunting task. With such sustenance and drinking water, Qin Yang can afford to relax for a period, Within a year, you need not fret over food shortages. What is this? 10 barrels of gasoline? Qin Yang was taken aback to discover 10 20-liter barrels of gasoline among the supplies. Such a resource is exceedingly precious in the wasteland, unattainable even with money. The numerous vehicles, including luxury cars, parked in the underground garage remain untouched, for they lack gasoline. They have become mere iron relics. Thus, these 10 barrels of gasoline hold significant importance for him. He plans to return to the garage to select a few decent vehicles to store in his space for future use. As for the car keys, they are easily found. Many owners have relocated to New Star, leaving their keys behind, as they serve no purpose now. A brief exploration of various rooms should yield all the necessary keys. In addition to the gasoline, there are 2 generators, both crucial supplies, along with a few assorted items. Qin Yang is immensely satisfied with the haul. Thankfully, his space is sufficiently expansive to accommodate many items, greatly enhancing his chances of survival. After conducting a thorough inspection, Qin Yang emerged from his space, a smile gracing his face. Although the circumstances outside are far from optimistic, his situation is rather promising. The sole concern weighing on his mind is the enhancement of his strength and the development of his spatial abilities. The external spiritual energy is exceedingly sparse. Absorbing it for a day yields little effect. He must devise a plan to hunt exotic beasts and procure beast cores to have a chance at elevating his power. The development of spatial abilities also necessitates locating specialized literature. Otherwise, relying solely on his own explorations would likely prove arduous. He intends to venture out tonight. The daylight hours offer little promise for success, as encounters with exotic beasts are rare. Thus, he will wait until nightfall, hoping to hunt a beast and acquire a beast core to bolster his strength. Meanwhile, at the Black Tiger Hall, Brother Neo accessed a segment of video footage and inquired of his 2 subordinates, who had suffered broken legs at the hands of an assailant. Is this the person? They had somehow obtained surveillance footage, prompting the 2 men to identify their attacker. After viewing the video, they quickly nodded in affirmation. Yes, that's him. Despite the video's somewhat blurry content, the 2 retained vivid memories of the individual who had broken their legs, immediately recognizing Qin Yang's visage. Brother Neo nodded in satisfaction. Very well, we shall locate him swiftly. He then assembled a team to enhance the video's clarity and restore the image. The Black Tiger Hall is not without its skilled individuals, and they soon succeeded in completely reconstructing Qin Yang's appearance. Indeed, it is this brat. He is the one who broke our legs. Upon gazing at the clear photograph of Qin Yang, the 2 individuals were ignited with a fiery hatred. With a clear understanding of Qin Yang's appearance, they were certain that the Black Tiger Gang would swiftly locate him and exact their revenge. The Black Tiger Gang commenced their investigation into Qin Yang's background. After a short while, one of the subordinates exclaimed with delight, "Brother Neo, we found him. This individual is named Qin Yang. He resides in the Unju community and is an orphan raised by his second uncle, who works in a civil affairs department. However, his uncle's family has recently relocated to New Star. It appears that the lad has been abandoned in the wasteland. How dare he provoke members of our Black Tiger Gang? Let me show him what happens next." Chapter 12. Is there a mistake? Upon acquiring information about Qin Yang, Brother Neo promptly led his men from the Black Tiger Gang to the Unju community. The airport was not far from the community, and before long, they arrived at the entrance. Halt! Who goes there? At that moment, the residents of the Unju community had formed a makeshift defense. 2 homeowners on duty immediately stepped forward to intercept the unfamiliar faces. Brother Neo snorted coldly. The Black Tiger Gang is conducting business here. It would be wise for you to remain silent. The 10 or so subordinates behind him displayed the tattoos of the Black Tiger Gang on their arms. Upon realizing they were facing members of the Black Tiger Gang, the expressions of the 2 vigilant homeowners shifted dramatically. They were well aware of the notorious reputation of the Black Tiger Gang, which had grown increasingly brazen in the absence of order, instilling a sense of fear within them. Nevertheless, the 2 homeowners summoned their courage to inquire, "What brings you to our community?" Nyoga produced a freshly printed photograph and pointed at the individual depicted, inquiring, "Do you recognize him?" Upon seeing the image, the 2 homeowners widened their eyes in astonishment and promptly nodded in unison. "Yes, that's Qin Yang from our community. Are you looking for him?" However, immediately after speaking, they regretted their response, realizing that the members of the Black Tiger Hall were not benevolent visitors. Just today, Qin Yang had taken action against the committee members, and they were all too familiar with his formidable capabilities. Yet, no matter how skilled Qin Yang was, He could not possibly contend with the Black Tiger Hall, which had powerful allies, more than one, in fact. The menacing group was pleased with their answer. And one of the younger members inquired, "Pray tell, which residence does Qin Yang occupy?" The homeowners' expressions shifted, and they hurriedly shook their heads. "We do not know. In fact, we misidentified him just now. This individual bears a resemblance to Qin Yang, but upon closer inspection, he is not the same person. You must have mistaken him." They were also trying to shield Qin Yang, as revealing his whereabouts to the Black Tiger Hall would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences for him, and they would be complicit in his predicament. Just as they finished speaking, the members of the Black Tiger Hall lunged forward, violently toppling the two homeowners to the ground. "How audacious! You dare to be uncooperative? Seek your end, do you?" they threatened. The homeowners, thoroughly terrified, knew well that the Black Tiger Hall was not a force to be trifled with. Yet, divulging Qin Yang's location would only place him in jeopardy. At that moment, a woman adorned in a sable trench coat emerged from the stairwell of Building 6, an automatic weapon clutched firmly in her hands. It was none other than Ding Mingyao. Having been alerted by the commotion, she had come to investigate and discovered the Black Tiger Gang menacing the residents safeguarding their community. "The Black Tiger Gang?" she inquired, her voice resonant with authority. "What is it that you seek? Though I am acquainted with your organization, this is not your territory. Should you dare to lay a hand on any denizen of our community, I shall not hesitate to unleash a barrage of gunfire." Ding Mingyao maintained her position at a moderate distance, her weapon trained on the Black Tiger Gang, her mind racing as she pondered the reason for their pursuit of Qin Yang, sensing a malevolent intent. The Black Tiger Gang members were visibly taken aback. The more vulnerable among them displayed palpable apprehension towards Ding Mingyao's automatic weapon, recognizing its lethal potential. Brother Niu, his eyes narrowed, observed Ding Mingyao with caution, refraining from any rash actions. "Madam," he began, his tone conciliatory, "let us not resort to impetuosity. Surely, this matter can be resolved through amicable discourse." While he might have possessed an advantage at close range, Brother Niu understood that at a certain distance, even his prowess as a martial arts expert would not guarantee immunity from Ding Mingyao's automatic weapon. The two residents, now liberated from their predicament, hastily scrambled to their feet and sought refuge beside Ding Mingyao. "Ding Mingyao," they exclaimed, their voices laced with urgency, "they are seeking Qin Yang. It seems there is some animosity between them." Ding Mingyao's brow furrowed as she declared in a resolute tone, "First, we must contact Qin Yang. We cannot trifle with the Black Tiger Gang." Regardless of the nature of the conflict between Qin Yang and the Black Tiger Gang, it was imperative that Qin Yang himself resolve the matter. Even with her automatic weapon in hand, she hesitated to take decisive action. After all, the Black Tiger Gang possessed considerable strength, and her primary objective was to deter them while awaiting Qin Yang's arrival. Consequently, one of the property owners contacted Qin Yang. Inside his apartment, Qin Yang concluded the call, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. What a swarm of gnats. Despite having crippled two Black Tiger Syndicate members near the airport, they had still managed to track him down, a testament to the Syndicate's resourcefulness. Peering through the 20th-story window, he observed a group of about a dozen individuals who appeared to be associated with the Black Tiger Syndicate. Many residents had been alarmed and had gathered downstairs. Without hesitation, Qin Yang exited his apartment and descended. Before long, he spotted Ding Mingyao brandishing a new submachine gun aimed at the Black Tiger Syndicate members. Upon seeing him, Ding Mingyao and the others seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief. "Qin Yang, they're looking for you. Did you provoke them?" Ding Mingyao relaxed slightly, lowering the submachine gun and ceasing to target the Syndicate members, leaving Qin Yang to deal with the situation. "Leave it to me." Qin Yang gestured for everyone to remain calm, then strode towards the Black Tiger Syndicate members, halting several meters away from Brother Niu, his gaze fixed and indifferent. "What's the matter?" Brother Niu scoffed. "You shattered the legs of two of my subordinates, rendering them disabled. You dare to ask what's the matter?" The Black Tiger Syndicate members glared menacingly at Qin Yang, attempting to intimidate him. Each brandished machetes and other weapons, as if poised to strike at the slightest provocation. "Oh." Qin Yang responded calmly. "They attempted to rob me. I crippled them as a public service. Am I in the wrong? I dare say I was too lenient." It seemed that Qin Yang had thoroughly crossed the Black Tiger Syndicate, a situation he had hoped to avoid. He doesn't instigate trouble, but he doesn't shy away from it either. Confronted by the Black Tiger Gang, Qin Yang remained composed, fully prepared to defend himself should the situation escalate beyond reconciliation. "You are truly audacious," the leader sneered. "You crippled two of my men and dare utter such words?" You are a callow youth, ignorant of the world's realities. The leader's eyes flashed with a chilling glint. He had not anticipated such brazen defiance from Qin Yang. Although his men had initiated the robbery, they possessed the power to dictate the rules. His tone grew menacing as he continued, "In that case, it seems I have no choice but to send you to your grave." With a swift gesture, the leader signaled his dozen or so henchmen, who immediately surged toward Qin Yang, weapons in hand. "We'll assist," Ding Mengyao declared, raising her submachine gun and aiming it at the Black Tiger gang, momentarily halting their advance. They were wary of the weapon in her hands. Aside from a few individuals with abilities and martial arts experts like the leader, most of the Black Tiger gang members possessed only rudimentary fighting skills. They were mere mortals, and the likelihood of being fatally wounded by a submachine gun was high. However, Qin Yang waved his hand, stopping Ding Mengyao. "There's no need for you to intervene. I'll handle this myself." Chapter 13. A complete offense. The matter with the Black Tiger gang had nothing to do with the residents of the community, and Qin Yang did not want to involve them. After a moment's hesitation, Ding Mengyao lowered her submachine gun, remaining poised to assist Qin Yang, though she suspected he would not require any help. "Very well, our affairs are independent of outsiders." Relieved, Brother Niu observed Ding Mengyao setting aside her submachine gun. Were it only Qin Yang, the Black Tiger Syndicate would dispatch him with ease. Qin Yang cast a dismissive glance over the Black Tiger Syndicate members and addressed their leader. "Brother Niu, I extend to you a chance to withdraw. Consider it well before you act." Were it not for the consideration of the capable individual backing the Black Tiger Syndicate, Qin Yang would have eradicated them outright. As it stands, he is uncertain of the strength of the person backing the Black Tiger Syndicate, but any person with abilities would, at the very least, not be weaker than himself. "My mind is made up. Act." Brother Niu scrutinized Qin Yang, taking him in from head to toe, without hesitation. Having learned about Qin Yang's history, including his abandonment by his uncle's family, they knew he was unloved and lacked any background, making him easily manipulated without any fear of repercussions. Instantly, Brother Niu's subordinates swarmed forward. Qin Yang, ceasing further parley, acted directly. The first assailant reached him, an axe descending. Thwack! In a flash, Qin Yang seized the attacker's wrist, delivering a swift knee strike. The attacker grunted, eyes rolling back in his head. Subsequently, in a matter of moments, Qin Yang effortlessly subdued Brother Niu's henchmen, all now prostrate on the ground, unmoving. The residents of the estate, though previously acquainted with Qin Yang's prowess, were nonetheless taken aback, inhaling sharply at the sight of Qin Yang single-handedly felling over a dozen members of the Black Tiger Syndicate. You are also a martial arts expert?" At that moment, Brother Niu realized the gravity of the situation. He witnessed Qin Yang effortlessly incapacitating all of his subordinates, and his pupils narrowed in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Qin Yang was no ordinary individual, but rather a master of martial arts, akin to himself. "A master of martial arts?" Qin Yang uttered a phrase, and in an instant, he appeared before Brother Niu, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. Bang! Despite Brother Niu's prowess in martial arts, his reflexes, strength, and speed were remarkable. However, he could not evade Qin Yang's assault. It was not due to a lack of desire to escape, but rather that he simply did not have the time to react. When Qin Yang's fist struck him, it felt as though a mountain had collided with his chest, leaving him momentarily breathless. Simultaneously, his body was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing into the garden of the residential complex. Thud! Lying on the ground, Brother Niu felt as if his entire being was about to shatter. The impact had caused him to spew forth a mouthful of blood, allowing him to regain his breath. In shock, he raised his gaze to Qin Yang. "You." Before Brother Niu could utter another word, Qin Yang seized him from the ground and coldly stated, "You and your Black Tiger Hall had better refrain from bothering me again. Understand?" With that, he effortlessly tossed Brother Niu onto the street outside the complex, inflicting further injury. Had I known that Qin Yang possessed abilities, he would not have led his men to attack us. This time, instead of avenging his two subordinates, he suffered grave losses, sacrificing both his allies and his own forces. Those two scoundrels. Brother Niu gritted his teeth, struggling to rise. He dared not speak of retaliation against Qin Yang, instead opting to return to the Black Tiger Hall to gauge the reaction of their leaders. After all, even the Black Tiger Hall would not easily provoke someone with abilities. Brother Niu glanced at his motionless subordinates on the ground, uncertain of their fates. He retrieved his phone and made a call. After a while, A truck arrived to take Brother Nyo and the members of the Black Tiger Hall away, without uttering a single threat. As they watched the Black Tiger Hall members drive off, the residents of the community collectively exhaled in relief, their gazes shifting to Qin Yang. Ding Mingyao, securing her submachine gun behind her, looked at Qin Yang with a grave expression and said, "Qin Yang, with this, you have likely made an irreparable enemy of the Black Tiger Hall. I have heard that several ability users stand behind them." Qin Yang, however, remained unfazed. "It matters not. This was my final opportunity for the Black Tiger Hall. Should they dare to return, they must not blame me for my ruthlessness." He had no desire to forge enmity with such a force, especially as he had only just awakened his abilities, lacking sufficient development of his spatial powers. His strength had yet to see any enhancement. If he were to advance further or fully develop his spatial abilities, he would no longer fear the Black Tiger Hall. Of course, if they insisted on opposing him, he would not be intimidated. Should he find himself outmatched, he could retreat into his own space. None could threaten him there. This was the essence of Qin Yang's strength. Without further delay, Qin Yang ascended the stairs with Ding Mingyao. He looked at her in astonishment. "You have prepared quite an array of firearms, haven't you?" The previous submachine gun had been damaged by a Bayo, and now Ding Mingyao possessed new equipment, indicating that she had more than one weapon. Ding Mingyao smiled. "Would you like to visit my room?" "Certainly," replied Qin Yang, intrigued. Though he was acquainted with Ding Mingyao, he had never been to her home. Upon entering her residence, he found it to be quite cozy, neatly arranged, and stocked with ample food and bottled water. Ding Mingyao led Qin Yang to one of her bedrooms. Upon entering, he was astonished to discover that the entire room was filled with weapons, pistols, submachine guns, and more. An extensive collection. Pointing to the firearms in her room, she declared, "I am an avid enthusiast of firearms, and due to my parents' connections, they helped me acquire these items. I never anticipated that they would prove useful today." While she would typically be cautious around others, Ding Mingyao felt no need for wariness with Qin Yang. After all, should someone with his abilities wish to harm her, her weapons would be of little consequence. Even a Bayo, a master of close combat, had rendered her firearms ineffective at close range. Qin Yang was even stronger. In essence, firearms were relics of a bygone era, as Li Guangming had stated. They had become obsolete, and it was challenging for them to inflict harm on those with special abilities. "Quite an impressive collection," Qin Yang remarked in admiration. With such weapons, as long as she did not encounter other ability users, Ding Mingyao could at least ensure her own safety. After a brief tour, Qin Yang advised, "If you encounter any issues, simply call for me." "Understood," came the reply. Returning to his chamber, Qin Yang patiently awaited the arrival of nightfall, for he intended to venture outside to hunt otherworldly beasts. The flesh of these creatures was renowned for its exceptional nutritional value, and the beast cores were indispensable to those endowed with abilities. Qin Yang was unwilling to remain idle. He resolved to take proactive measures to enhance his strength as swiftly as possible. Chapter 14. The hunt. Once back in his room, Qin Yang awaited the darkness of night. Within a building at the airport, the headquarters of the Black Tiger Hall was located, where Brother Nyo and others had been brought. Despite his considerable injuries, Brother Nyo's remarkable physical recovery, attributed to his training in body techniques, meant he would be fine after a period of rest. Conversely, the others fared poorly, suffering from various injuries, some even missing limbs and bearing internal wounds. Notably, the two tattooed men whose legs Qin Yang had shattered were also present. "Brother Sean, this is roughly the situation. I couldn't withstand a single move against him. I suspect he is an ability user." Brother Nyo, his pallor evident and his speech punctuated by coughs, recounted the events. The individual referred to as Brother Sean was one of the ability users within their ranks, known as Hong Shan, whose speed was extraordinarily formidable. After a moment of contemplation, Hong Shan responded, "On Yo, the fact that he could easily overpower you confirms he is indeed an ability user, regardless of how proficient one is in body techniques. There remains a significant disparity when faced with ability users. This exemplifies the gap between practitioners of body techniques and us ability users. Anyo can be considered a distinguished practitioner of martial arts, yet he was easily defeated by his opponent in a single move. The truth is evident. As a wielder of abilities, Hong Shan is nearly certain that the individual named Qin Yang possesses such powers. In this desolate world, the number of remaining ability users is quite limited, and he has not heard of any such individuals residing in the Unju community. Brother Shan, what should we do? Should we seek revenge against that fellow? Anyo lacks the authority to make decisions, When facing a wielder of abilities, aside from their few leaders, any other members would merely be offering themselves as sacrifices. However, Anil finds it difficult to swallow his pride. Whether or not to retaliate against Qin Yang ultimately depends on Hongshan and the others. Hongshan smiled faintly. He has injured so many of our Black Tiger Hall members. If we let this slide, where would we place our dignity? Rest assured, I shall probe that young man to assess his capabilities. If his powers prove inadequate, I shall eliminate him. Remember, our Black Tiger Hall cannot be humiliated. After all, the Black Tiger Hall is a well-established force, yet it has been repeatedly wounded by a mere youth. Even if they could endure this affront, other factions would mock them. Thus, it is imperative to restore the honor and dignity of the Black Tiger Hall. He is a wielder of abilities. I shall test him. If I find myself outmatched, then abando. Upon uttering these words, the others were filled with astonishment. The two individuals with broken legs hastily pleaded for mercy, but alas. Hongshan was one of the veterans of the Black Tiger Hall, possessing absolute authority. The two subordinates were swiftly taken away and cast beyond the city limits. Rendered incapable of movement, they were discarded outside the city, where survival was a mere illusion. The external environment was rife with pollution, radiation, and the presence of malevolent vagrants. Not to mention the frequent appearances of monstrous beasts, leaving them with no escape but death. As night gradually descended, everyone instinctively returned to their dwellings. The outside world was fraught with peril, as nocturnal beasts could emerge even within residential areas. Even the towering buildings of the community offered no guarantee of safety. Standing on the 20th floor, Qin Yang gazed out the window as darkness thickened, his eyes glimmering with determination. Gifted with spatial abilities, he could retreat into his own space at any moment should danger arise, rendering the night less daunting for him. It was time to hunt. Qin Yang departed from his home, stepping out of the community and into the depths of the night. Although monstrous beasts roamed the city, the majority thrived outside its confines. For the city was a bastion for humanity and other capable individuals who hunted these creatures by night. Thus, the wild outskirts were the true domain of the beasts. Facing adversaries that rivaled or even surpassed the strength of capable individuals, conventional weaponry would be utterly ineffective. Armed only with his bare hands and unwavering resolve, Qin Yang swiftly made his way toward the suburban wilderness. Since the awakening of his spatial abilities, Qin Yang's physical prowess has reached unprecedented heights. His full-speed sprint surpasses even that of an automobile. As he moves, he becomes almost an apparition, vanishing from the streets, leaving ordinary onlookers with nothing more than a fleeting shadow. Before long, he finds himself on the outskirts of Long City. Following the awakening of all things, humanity constructed towering defensive walls, reaching several hundred meters high, outside the city. Yet, as the majority of people migrated to New Star, these walls have been left unguarded, with numerous gaps appearing throughout. Both those within the city and the beasts beyond can easily traverse these openings, entering and exiting without hindrance. Standing before one such breach, Qin Yang gazes up at the towering wall, noting the abandoned watchtowers that remain atop it. Although night has fallen, Qin Yang's vision is entirely unaffected. As an awakened individual, he possesses the ability to see in the dark. This is a distinct advantage that sets the awakened apart from ordinary humans. With his night vision, everything appears vividly clear to him. As he steps through the gap in the wall, he emerges into a vast expanse, beyond which lies an endless forest, with distant mountains resembling colossal beasts resting upon the earth. Just as he exits Long City, he has barely had time to fully absorb the sights around him when a low, eerie screech echoes from the side. He turned his head and, to his surprise, noticed a mutated rat the size of a wolfhound had set its sights firmly upon him. Most would be utterly terrified upon encountering such an enormous rodent. Yet Qin Yang remained composed, his breath steady. A mutated long-tailed rat? In this awakening age of Blue Star, even ordinary rats had begun to undergo transformations, and the creature before him was a prime example of this mutation. However, the transformed long-tailed rat was far from comparable to an ordinary rat, possessing the prowess akin to a master of martial arts, with astonishing speed and agility, as well as a formidable biting force. Most notably, long-tailed rats favored social living, rarely seen acting alone. Come here, little darling, and meet your demise. Such a long-tailed rat did not belong to the realm of abilities. It lacked even a beast core, and only a rat king might possess one. Thus, a long-tailed rat was merely a potential meal, holding little value for Qin Yang. although its flesh was quite palatable, suitable for barbecuing upon his return. Squeak! The long-tailed rat seemed to perceive itself as provoked. It slammed its lengthy tail against the ground and instantly leaped toward Qin Yang with astonishing speed. Chapter 15. Victory through unconventional means. As the long-tailed rat charged, its sharp claws capable of easily shattering the bones of an ordinary adult, its razor-sharp fangs could even sever steel rebar. Bang! Qin Yang unleashed a powerful punch, striking the long-tailed rat directly, which failed to inflict any harm upon him. The rat was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing to the ground, convulsing momentarily before falling still. A single punch proved fatal. The ordinary mutated long-tailed rat stood no chance against a formidable E-rank ability user like Qin Yang, who swiftly dispatched it. Approaching the carcass of the long-tailed rat, Qin Yang noted its considerable size. It promised to be a delectable meal. He reflected on how long it had been since he had savored a proper feast. In the wasteland, the price of meat was exorbitantly high, making it unaffordable for the average person. Moreover, the flesh of such mutated creatures was even more outrageously priced. Only those with abilities could hunt the mutated long-tailed rats. For ordinary individuals, encountering such a creature meant only one outcome: death. Consequently, the difficulty of the hunt rendered the meat of these mutated beings exceedingly valuable, albeit scarce. Not to mention, for an ability user like Qin Yang, consuming the flesh of mutated animals brought immense benefits to his physique. With a mere thought, Qin Yang transported the long-tailed rat's carcass into his spatial storage. Tonight, his primary objective remained the E-rank beasts. Yet the opportunity to hunt any prey that crossed his path was equally enticing. After dispatching the long-tailed rat, Qin Yang pressed onward into the wilderness. The closer he ventured to the outskirts, the more abundant the mutated beasts became, thus increasing his chances of encountering an E-rank creature. He endeavored to muffle his movements. Yet in the stillness of the night, even the slightest rustle could be magnified. As a result, his footsteps resonated with seismic intensity in the perception of many mutated creatures. Evading their acute hearing proved nearly impossible. Even some beasts, with their keen sense of smell, could detect Qin Yang from a considerable distance. Whether it be mutated flora and fauna or humans awakening extraordinary abilities, both phenomena bestow remarkable powers beyond imagination. Each individual's awakening is uniquely distinct. Suddenly, after traversing merely a kilometer, a colossal mutated boar demon emerged from the thicket ahead, its blood-red eyes exuding an unsettling ferocity. Towering at 2 meters, with tusks measuring at least 2 feet in length, it was unmistakably formidable. Indeed, the outskirts of the city were rife with peril, and this boar demon was classified as an E-grade aberration. Qin Yang acutely sensed the potent aura radiating from the beast, sending a shiver down his spine. This creature was exceedingly dangerous. Having barely exited the city, he had already encountered a long-tailed rat, and now faced an E-grade mutated boar demon. It was no wonder that even the awakened individuals refrained from venturing out to hunt during the night, as the risk of encountering a fearsome aberration could easily spell disaster for their lives. Yet, Qin Yang dared to hunt, emboldened by the presence of a mysterious space. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he regarded the boar demon. In moments of peril, a tranquil mindset often prevents one from revealing significant vulnerabilities. Although this boar demon posed a significant challenge, Qin Yang resolved to confront it. He gazed at the creature, feeling as though a gleaming beast core was beckoning him. With a snort, the boar demon exhaled 2 plumes of white vapor. After a brief assessment of Qin Yang's aura, it charged forward without hesitation. Sensing that this human awakened was not particularly strong and would make for an enticing morsel, a thunderous roar echoed as the colossal form of the pig demon caused tremors in the ground with its swift approach, charging directly towards Qin Yang. A flicker of realization sparked within him. Since his awakening, he had yet to fully comprehend the extent of his own strength. The adversaries he had previously encountered, such as Abayo and the so-called Brother Nyo from the Black Tiger Gang, had all fallen before him in an instant. However, he had never faced an opponent of equal caliber. The pig demon before him was an E-grade beast, placing it on par with him. Thus, Qin Yang resolved to ascertain the true measure of his own power. Instead of retreating, he unleashed a powerful fist aimed at the demon's head. With a resounding impact, he felt as though his hand had struck a solid meteorite, sending a jolt through his arm. Yet, that fleeting contact allowed him to swiftly evade the pig demon's onslaught by darting to the side. Such formidable physicality revealed the pig demon's prowess. It was evidently a creature of immense strength. From the nature of its attack, Qin Yang surmised that the pig demon's abilities were predominantly strength-based, a characteristic shared by 90% of both beasts and empowered individuals. Special attribute abilities were indeed rare. Although Qin Yang possessed the unique power of spatial manipulation, he was clearly outmatched in raw strength by the pig demon. With a furious roar, the demon, having missed its target, glared with blood-red eyes and charged once more. Its massive form resembling a thunderous bulldozer, Qin Yang swiftly evaded his opponent's frontal assault, acutely aware that a power-type ability user, particularly one of the beastly kind, could easily overpower him in a direct confrontation. He began to contemplate the situation. The pig demon possessed astonishing strength, yet it lacked intelligence, charging recklessly without strategy. If he refrained from engaging the pig demon head-on, it would be unable to harm him. However, this approach was not sustainable and merely squandered precious time. Qin Yang set out to devise a strategy. I can harness my spatial abilities. In an instant, a brilliant idea sparked within him. The nature of spatial abilities is unique, not solely due to the existence of a dimensional space, but also because of the vast potential for development. Nevertheless, as he had only recently awakened his powers, he had yet to devote sufficient time to their enhancement. Yet, he conceived a particular application of his spatial abilities. Roar. The pig demon grew increasingly ferocious, seemingly determined to eliminate Qin Yang, charging forward once more. This time, Qin Yang did not retreat. Instead, he focused intently on the pig demon. Boom. The massive figure of the beast surged towards him in an instant. At that precise moment, Qin Yang abruptly vanished. Rumbling. The pig demon collided with emptiness, propelling itself forward several meters in bewilderment, scanning its surroundings, yet failing to detect any trace of Qin Yang. It appeared as though he had simply ceased to exist. Just as the pig demon was engulfed in confusion, it suddenly felt an unsettling presence behind it. Startled, the creature turned its gaze and, to its astonishment, discovered that Qin Yang had, unbeknownst to it, mounted its back. The pig demon was momentarily stunned. Did you expect this? A smirk graced Qin Yang's lips as he recalled the ability of his spatial power, which allowed him to retreat into his space at the instant of the enemy's attack, transforming his space into dust that cascaded down upon the pig demon. Indeed, it proved effective, with results that were nothing short of astounding. This was the essence of achieving victory through unexpected means. Chapter 16. The beast core in hand. Upon returning to his space, Qin Yang allowed it to disperse as dust upon the pig demon, emerging once more from within, now seated directly upon the creature's back. This was a strategy he had devised himself, a clever manipulation of his spatial abilities and a keen sense of timing. It could be said that there were countless avenues for him to explore within the realm of his spatial power. The potential for development lay entirely in his hands. Should he refine it well, his spatial abilities would undoubtedly render him invincible. Perched atop the pig demon, Qin Yang grasped the creature's bristly mane, as unyielding as steel. In that moment, the pig demon was indeed flustered. It had initially considered Qin Yang to be a delectable meal, never anticipating such an unforeseen turn of events. With Qin Yang on its back, it found itself unable to reach him. In a fit of desperation, the pig demon charged toward a nearby tree, intent on either crushing Qin Yang or dislodging him from its back. Your beast core is bang, bang, bang. Subsequently, the pig demon sought to shake off Qin Yang, yet he clung to it tenaciously, rendering any attempt futile. Each punch Qin Yang landed upon its body sent its vital energy into turmoil. After a relentless barrage of 7 or 8 strikes, even the pig demon, known for its brute strength, could not withstand such ferocious onslaught. Crash, crack. Despite its tough exterior, Qin Yang ultimately shattered the demon's neck, causing its massive form to collapse with a thunderous thud, thrashing helplessly on the ground, a mere death throw. Qin Yang leapt off the pig demon's back and delivered several finishing blows, ensuring its demise. Upon slaying the creature, he swiftly waved his hand, storing the pig demon within his spatial realm. This was a wilderness area, teeming with unknown beasts, and the battle he had just fought would undoubtedly attract the attention of other creatures, perhaps even other ability users. He was not the only one hunting in this vast expanse. Others sought to capture beasts as well. After all, absorbing spiritual energy alone was scarcely sufficient for cultivation. One needed to hunt beasts for their essence stones. Those aspiring to grow stronger would invariably seek out these coveted stones. Suddenly, after vanquishing the pig demon, the ground trembled beneath him. Qin Yang glanced upward to witness a colossal wolf demon racing towards him. Sensing its aura, he immediately discerned that this wolf demon was no less than a D-grade creature, far beyond his capabilities to confront. Even utilizing his spatial abilities would prove futile. In a moment of urgency, he swiftly conjured a thought and retreated into his spatial sanctuary. A howl echoed through the air. The wolf demon had evidently come in pursuit of Qin Yang, yet his sudden disappearance left the creature momentarily bewildered. It lingered at the spot where Qin Yang had stood, sniffing the air for an extended period, seemingly searching for him. At that moment, the space had transformed into a mere speck of dust upon the ground, rendering the wolf demon incapable of detection. Within the confines of this space, Qin Yang furrowed his brow slightly. The wilderness proved to be perilous. He had not anticipated encountering a D-class aberration so soon. Confronted with such a formidable foe, Qin Yang recognized that he was unable to engage it directly and resolved to evade the encounter. Through his spatial abilities, he maintained a clear observation of the external world, noting that the wolf demon remained stationary for some time. Ultimately, upon failing to locate Qin Yang, it departed with evident reluctance. With a sigh of relief, Qin Yang did not hasten to exit the space. Instead, he approached the pig demon's lifeless body, which still bore a hint of warmth. He reached out and explored the creature's head, swiftly retrieving a small, gray object roughly the size of a broad bean, an aberration's beast core. The beast core of an E-class creature is gray and diminutive, yet despite its size, it harbors a wealth of potent spiritual energy. Clutching the pig demon's beast core, Qin Yang sensed the rich spiritual energy within, which ignited a wave of excitement within him. He promptly settled into a meditative posture, attempting to absorb the spiritual essence contained in the core. As the abundant energy flowed into his body, it was assimilated by his very tissues, and Qin Yang distinctly felt a slight enhancement in his cultivation level. The effects are indeed remarkable. A single E-grade beast core harbors spiritual energy capable of significantly enhancing my strength. Should I procure a greater number of beast cores, my prowess would swiftly ascend beyond the D-grade threshold. Upon breaking through to D-grade, not only would my physical attributes be amplified, but my combat capabilities would also see a substantial increase. Moreover, I sense that my spatial capacity will expand concurrently with my cultivation. This prospect fills Qin Yang with eager anticipation. As he absorbs the spiritual energy from the beast core, he realizes that within his own space, the rate of absorption is astonishingly rapid, akin to a parched wanderer in a desert. Consequently, the spiritual energy within the beast core is depleted at an alarming pace. With a resounding crack, within merely half an hour, the beast core of the pig demon crumbled into powder, its energy entirely consumed by Qin Yang. For a moment, he paused, feeling an unsettling emptiness within as the supply of spiritual energy vanished. Upon inspecting his internal state, he discerned a noticeable enhancement after absorbing the energy from the E-grade beast core. His combat strength had increased by at least 1% compared to before. This implies that if he could acquire 100 E-grade beast cores, he would elevate himself to D-grade, becoming a D-grade adept. However, the challenge of obtaining 100 E-grade beast cores is formidable. Nonetheless, he must continue his quest for more beast cores. Rising to his feet, Qin Yang relishes the sensation of his newfound strength, lamenting only the scarcity of beast cores. Embarking on his inaugural hunt this evening, he was acutely aware that the pursuit of exotic beasts was fraught with peril and not easily accomplished. The encounter with the D-grade wolf demon served as a stark reminder. Were it not for his spatial abilities, escape, let alone survival, would have been impossible. However, against E-grade beasts, his spatial powers could potentially enable him to deliver fatal surprise attacks. Furthermore, he recognized the necessity of acquiring a potent artifact to augment his hunting prowess. On the Blue Star, the existence of such artifacts was well established. In the wake of the spiritual resurgence, awakened humans discovered that these crafted objects could amplify the combat effectiveness of ability users, thus giving rise to the creation of magical treasures. As far as Qin Yang was aware, these artifacts were categorized in accordance with the ability user's grade, ranging from E-grade to A-grade and beyond. The most rudimentary of these was the E-grade artifact, the creation of which necessitated the expertise of a skilled artificer, a talent not commonly found among ability users. Casting a glance back at the boar demon, Qin Yang mused that in the absence of an E-grade artifact, the demon's bones could serve as a comparable substitute. It dawned on him that the boar demon, beyond its beast core's spiritual energy, also possessed flesh that was highly nourishing and bones that could be fashioned into artifacts. Remaining within the confines of his spatial dimension, Qin Yang promptly set about processing the boar demon. His unique space possessed the extraordinary ability to preserve the meat, preventing decay even after butchering, a testament to its wondrous properties. Having meticulously prepared the swine demon's bones, Qin Yang selected a femur, testing its resilience in his grasp. Indeed, it possessed sufficient fortitude, falling just short of an E-grade magical artifact, yet adequate for his immediate purposes. The osseous structures of E-grade monstrous beasts, capable of forming beast cores within their bodies, naturally exhibit a robustness far surpassing ordinary steel, provisionally serving Qin Yang's needs. With the swine demon's femur in hand, Qin Yang, through a mere thought, departed from his personal dimension, materializing in the wilderness. The surroundings were tranquil. Intending to resume his hunt for monstrous beasts, he pondered and opted to remain in the vicinity of the city walls rather than venturing further afield. His quarry was E-grade monstrous beasts, as he lacked the capacity to contend with more formidable adversaries, unless he could cultivate his spatial abilities to their zenith. However, lacking any precedent, the task of developing his spatial abilities presented a formidable challenge. In Qin Yang's estimation, it would be most advantageous to acquire specialized texts on ability development. Prior to Earth's transformation into a wasteland, comprehensive methodologies and developmental trajectories existed for ability users, even specific to certain abilities. Yet, with the mass exodus of humanity to the new star following Earth's desolation, such knowledge was carried away, leaving scant traces in the wasteland. Most significantly, the development of abilities, even during Earth's zenith, was classified as confidential, inaccessible to the general populace. In the current wasteland, procuring such esoteric knowledge is even more arduous. In actuality, fortune did not consistently favor Qin Yang. After successfully hunting a long-tailed rat and a swine demon, he encountered no further monstrous beasts. Even upon sighting, some peculiar beasts were exceedingly cunning, opting to flee rather than confront Qin Yang. The intelligence of these creatures was notably high, often comparable to that of humans. They possessed the ability to assess danger, and the more cautious among them recognized that those humans who roamed freely at night were not to be trifled with. When Qin Yang encountered more formidable beasts, he refrained from engaging, choosing instead to conceal himself. Thus, by dawn, he had not made any significant discoveries. As daylight broke, most of the beasts vanished, retreating to their nests or burrows to hide. "Never mind, I shall return," Qin Yang muttered, shaking his head. And without lingering any longer outside the city, he made his way back through a gap in the city wall. Upon arriving at the entrance of his neighborhood, he spotted his neighbor Ding Mingyao and the woman who favored wielding a hammer, both of whom were on duty that day. Their expressions were one of astonishment as they beheld Qin Yang entering the community. Ding Mingyao, having arrived early to her post, was taken aback by his presence. Qin Yang nodded and explained, "Indeed, I had some matters to attend to last night." He inquired, was everything all right in the neighborhood? Given that the residents were aware of his abilities, there was little to conceal. He had been absent for the entire night and was uncertain of any incidents within the community, but it appeared that all was well. Ding Mingyao regarded him with a mix of surprise and admiration, considering how he had ventured outside at night and returned unscathed, evoking a sense of envy for the extraordinary survival capabilities of those with powers. Last night, the neighborhood had been remarkably tranquil, with no beasts in sight. After exchanging pleasantries with the two women, Qin Yang ascended the stairs directly. As Qin Yang vanished into the corridor, the woman wielding the hammer gazed enviously, remarking, "Awakened abilities are truly formidable. They fear not even the aberrant beasts. If only I could awaken such powers." Ding Mingyao let out a wry smile, responding, "Sister Hammer, awakening is not as simple as it seems. Even before Blue Star transformed into a wasteland, not everyone possessed the potential to awaken. Now, with the depleting spiritual energy, the difficulty of awakening is akin to reaching for the heavens." As she spoke, Ding Mingyao glanced at the hammer Sister Hammer cherished and asked, "Sister Hammer, would you care to try my firearm? It is far more effective than your hammer." Sister Hammer promptly declined, stating, "I have a bond with my hammer. It is my weapon against those who betray." She caressed the hammer in her grasp, the very tool she used to deal with her unfaithful partner and the woman who had dallied with him. Upon returning to his room, Qin Yang produced the beast bone from the pig demon, intent on shaping it into a sharp point while crafting a few small weapons for enhanced lethality. Regrettably, A pile of beast bones could not be refined into a true E-grade magical artifact. At the entrance of the community, Ding Mingyao and Sister Hammer engaged in conversation while keeping a vigilant watch over the happenings outside. Should danger arise, they would swiftly raise the alarm. Suddenly, Sister Hammer sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Look! There, at the entrance of the community across from theirs, a throng of hundreds had gathered, each brandishing weapons as if intent on some purpose." Ding Mingyao too rose, gripping her submachine gun firmly. In this fractured community, factions had formed, each banding together. If they mobilized, it would be the entirety of their community advancing toward ours. Ding Mingyao's countenance shifted subtly, and Hammer Sister promptly issued a warning. Before long, numerous residents of the estate had gathered, having caught wind of the commotion. Soon after, individuals from the opposing estate arrived outside the confines of Unju Estate. Ding Mingyao and others immediately intercepted them, inquiring, "What is the purpose of your visit?" The opposing estate was known as Wudong Garden, a low-rent housing complex inhabited by a diverse and often unruly populace. A significant portion of its residents lacked the financial means to relocate to the burgeoning New Star colony and were thus compelled to remain in the wastelands. Paradoxically, their sheer numbers became an advantage in the absence of order. In recent days, Wudong Estate had undergone a comprehensive consolidation, forming an unprecedentedly formidable force. What do you want? Surrender your supplies, Unju Estate, or face the consequences of our wrath. The inhabitants of Wudong Garden were primarily tenants, and with their landlords having migrated to New Star, they had effectively become the owners of their dwellings. Beset by limited resources and the prevailing scarcity of food and water, they turned their covetous gaze toward Unju Estate. Ding Mingyao and her comrades stood in opposition, a standoff ensuing. Raising her submachine gun, Ding Mingyao stated frigidly, "We ourselves are lacking in provisions. What could we possibly offer you?" However, several individuals from Wudong Garden brandished firearms of their own, their origins unknown, and aimed them menacingly. The two sides were locked in a tense confrontation, with Wudong Garden commanding a considerable numerical advantage, numbering in the hundreds. In the Unju community, there are merely a few hundred residents, and should a conflict arise, we would inevitably be outmatched. Ding Mingyao, are you still pretending to be oblivious? Am I not aware of whether there are supplies in the Unju community? Suddenly, a figure was pushed out from the crowd in Wudong Garden in a wheelchair. Ding Mingyao and her companions looked over and recognized her. It was none other than Yuan Lily, the vice director of the neighborhood committee, whom they had previously dealt with. Once again, she brought people from Wudong Garden to stir up trouble. Chapter 18. The missing supplies after driving away the neighborhood committee members. Yuan Lily had been left in a state of dependency due to the confrontation with the residents of Unju community. Now, unexpectedly, she returned with individuals from Wudong Garden to cause chaos. With a cold smirk, Yuan Lily remarked, "During my time at the neighborhood committee, I concealed numerous supplies of food and bottled water in the warehouse. Have you taken them?" Having been expelled from Unju community, Yuan Lily had a friend in the neighboring district and reached out to her acquaintances in Wudong Garden, who assisted in her return. Her friend was now the leader of Wudong Garden. She promised the residents of Wudong Garden that she would guide them to Unju community to seize the supplies, as it was indeed the members of the neighborhood committee who had hidden many resources in the warehouse. Ding Mingyao's expression shifted, while the other residents looked on in confusion, as they had found no supplies after expelling the committee members. Upon hearing Yuan Lily's words, they began to comprehend that there might indeed be resources within the community. They simply had not located them. "Yuan Lily, are you certain that our community still possesses supplies?" The residents, their patience wearing thin, began to press for answers. It was evident that not only the inhabitants of Wudong Garden, but also many within Unju community were facing the stark reality of dwindling food and water supplies. The immediate concern for everyone was sustenance. Without it, survival was a fleeting prospect. The scarcity of provisions in the market exacerbated the situation, and while water was still obtainable, its exorbitant price rendered it nearly inaccessible. A wave of apprehension washed over Ding Mingyao as she realized the gravity of the situation. The supplies in the warehouse had been entirely appropriated by Qin Yang, and she knew that this revelation would undoubtedly incite chaos among the community. Even those from Wudong Garden turned their expectant gazes toward Yuan Lily, having come to Unju community at her behest to seize resources. With unwavering conviction, Yuan Lily asserted, "Of course, I know where the supplies are. I personally oversaw their placement. The warehouse is located beneath the garage. Follow me, and I shall lead you there." She made to escort the people from Wutong Garden toward the garage in search of the coveted provisions. However, their path was immediately obstructed by Ding Mingyao and Sister Chui. Halt! Ding Mingyao commanded. This is Unju community, not Wutong Garden. Anyone who dares trespass will be met with gunfire. Do not hold me accountable for the consequences. In a display of resolute force, Ding Mingyao discharged a volley of bullets into the ground before the assembled crowd, leaving a trail of small craters in their wake. It was a clear indication that she wielded a formidable submachine gun, not a mere toy. The occupants of Wutong Garden recoiled in fear. Yet a number of intrepid individuals remained undeterred by Ding Mingyao's weapon. In particular, those armed with pistols took aim at Ding Mingyao, their resolve unwavering. Women, do not obstruct our way. Today we must seize the supplies, and you cannot stop us. Although you wield a submachine gun, can you truly hold back so many of us alone? The adversaries began to threaten Ding Mingyao, their greatest concern being the submachine gun in her possession, while the others were armed merely with ordinary clubs and similar weapons, posing little real threat. Ding Mingyao was acutely aware that the situation was spiraling out of control. The residents of Wutong Garden might indeed resort to violence over food. Moreover, she had previously collaborated with Qin Yang to remove the supplies from the warehouse. With a cold snort, she declared, "Very well, everyone step aside and let them enter. But remember, you can head to the garage if you rush into the building. Do not blame me for being ruthless." Consequently, Sister Hammer and the others made way, allowing the individuals from Wutong Garden to enter the community. Under Yuan Lily's leadership, they swiftly rushed towards the underground garage. Some residents of Unju community followed suit, eager to seize some supplies amidst the chaos. Once those individuals departed, Ding Mingyao immediately sent a message to Qin Yang. Inside the room, Qin Yang had already received Ding Mingyao's message. He stood by the window, observing the situation at the community's entrance. With order collapsing, people were losing control in the quest for food. It appeared that I must intervene. At this moment, he could no longer feign ignorance, especially since he had appropriated the warehouse's supplies. If Yuan Lily and the others could not locate the goods, they would undoubtedly search Unju community. Who knew what might unfold then? Qin Yang stepped out, descending the stairs and entering the courtyard of the community. Most of the homeowners followed to the garage, leaving only Ding Mingyao, Sister Hammer, and a few others who seemed disinclined to partake in the scramble for supplies. Qin Yang, you finally come down. Those people may turn their attention to our community if they can't find any resources. Ding Mingyao held her submachine gun, poised for battle. She would only resort to firing if absolutely necessary. However, should the residents of Wutong Garden choose to act, she would be compelled to retaliate. The presence of Qin Yang provided her with a sense of reassurance. It's all right, I will handle this. Within the Unju community, nearly everyone was an ordinary individual. Apart from Qin Yang, no other awakened abilities could be seen, not even those skilled in physical cultivation. Thus, against the hundreds from Wutong Garden, Unju community would be utterly defenseless. If Qin Yang did not intervene, it was likely that casualties would ensue among the homeowners. People could become quite frenzied when it came to resources. After hearing Qin Yang's words, Ding Mingyao and Sister Hammer stood quietly by, feeling bolstered by his presence, as if they had come to rely on him. In the underground garage, when Yuan Lily awaited the arrival of Wutong Garden's people at the warehouse door, they were all taken aback. Yuan Lily, where are the supplies you mentioned? You cannot be deceiving us, can you? Gazing at the empty warehouse, the individuals from Wutong Garden, along with the homeowners from Unju community who had entered alongside them, wore expressions of confusion. The warehouse doors stood wide open, revealing a complete absence of supplies. Every gaze turned toward Yuan Lily. She immediately pointed and explained, "This is impossible. How could I possibly deceive you? You can all see that this is indeed a warehouse. It was perfectly fine just a few days ago. Behold, the door lock has been recently tampered with, indicating that someone has absconded with the supplies from the warehouse." As the former deputy director of the homeowners committee, she possesses an intimate understanding of the warehouse's contents and confidently informs everyone that it was once brimming with various materials. The residents of Unju community expressed their astonishment. It is implausible that such a large warehouse would contain an abundance of supplies. If indeed the supplies were taken, the mere act of transporting them would require a considerable amount of time. Moreover, a standard residence could hardly accommodate such a vast quantity. Furthermore, if anyone from our community were to move the supplies, how could we, as homeowners, remain oblivious? Many remain skeptical about the existence of these supplies, suspecting that Yuan Lily is likely deceiving them. The residents of Unju community vigilantly observe their surroundings each day and have never witnessed anyone transporting materials, which only deepens their confusion. Yuan Lily retorts indignantly, "Nonsense. It must be the residents of Unju community who have taken the supplies. Zhang Xian, you must trust me. Why would I fabricate such a story? It is these homeowners who have ousted us from the committee, and they have undoubtedly seized our belongings. We shall search each unit within the community. I refuse to believe we cannot find them." Chapter 19. I find it unsatisfactory. Yuan Lily is aware of the supply's existence, yet it is highly probable that they have been removed by the residents of Unju community. She proposes to scour the community room by room, asserting that such a substantial quantity of supplies cannot remain concealed. With just a modicum of time, they should be able to locate them. Zhang Xian, the leader chosen by Wudong Garden, possesses a modicum of martial prowess. Although he is not an exceptionally skilled martial artist, he is certainly not someone an ordinary individual can easily contend with. His ascension to the leadership of Wudong Garden is indicative of his capabilities. Given his acquaintance with Yuan Lily and their amicable relationship, Zhang Xian took it upon himself to bring Yuan Lily back to Wudong Garden after she was expelled from Unju community. He recognized her potential value in providing vital information regarding supplies. However, with the supplies now taken from him, he felt a sense of discontent. With a cold huff, he declared, "Very well, we shall scour the entirety of Unju community. I refuse to believe we cannot locate the supplies. Everyone, follow me." Consequently, the members of Wudong Garden promptly rallied behind Zhang Xian, exiting the garage with the intention of searching every room within Unju community until the supplies were recovered. The sound of numerous footsteps echoed from the garage, prompting Qin Yang, Ding Mingyao, and others to turn their attention toward the commotion. They beheld Yuan Lily being wheeled out by someone, accompanied by Zhang Xian and his entourage from Wudong Garden, each exuding an air of aggression. Upon spotting Qin Yang outside, Yuan Lily's expression shifted, for she was aware of his abilities. Nevertheless, with the considerable number of people from Wudong Garden, including several adept in martial arts, she doubted Qin Yang could withstand the onslaught of so many. Thus, she had brought the group to seize the supplies. After emerging, Zhang Xian called out to the residents of Unju community, "Who among you has taken the supplies from the warehouse? Surrender them immediately. Should there be a lack of cooperation, the repercussions will be borne by yourselves once I unearth the truth." Zhang Xian's gaze swept across the inhabitants of Unju residential complex, his tone frigid. Given that the majority of the community's residents were present, he preferred to avoid the arduous task of individual searches, hoping that those who had appropriated the supplies would cooperate, thereby averting considerable inconvenience. Upon hearing this, the residents of Unju residential complex exchanged apprehensive glances, as they were evidently unaware of the alleged supplies. Sister Chue, incensed, pointed at Zhang Xian and exclaimed, "That's preposterous. Our Unju residential complex possesses no such supplies. It was Yuan Lily, that vile woman, who deceived you all. If you seek the supplies, why not demand them from Yuan Lily?" Casting a resentful glance at Yuan Lily, Sister Chue brandished her hammer, regretting that she had not been more forceful in her initial assault, lamenting her failure to kill that despicable woman. Now, she was creating further complications. Protected by Zhang Xian and his cohorts, Yuan Lily responded with a sardonic chuckle, "Whether or not the supplies exist, I am far more cognizant than any of you. Surrender the supplies you pilfered from the depot promptly, or you shall rue the day we discover them ourselves." Observing the absence of cooperation, Zhang Xian gestured dismissively, "Search. Scour every room." The denizens of Wudong Garden promptly prepared to infiltrate the buildings of Unju residential complex. "Halt. You have been afforded undue deference." Ding Mingyao, wielding a submachine gun, cocked it with a resounding click. "I have made it unequivocally clear that anyone who dares to trespass into our residential buildings will be met with lethal force. You are welcome to test my resolve." While not fearing a search, no one was willing to permit such intrusions. Ding Mingyao, in particular, harbored heavy weaponry within her residence and would not tolerate such an intrusion. Snap! The armed individuals from Wudong Garden also aimed their weapons at Ding Mingyao, challenging her, "See if we dare. 1 gun against 5 or 6. Let's see who falls first." Qin Yang, who had been silent until now, shook his head slightly. The supplies were his, stored within his spatial dimension. While these individuals might not locate the provisions, Qin Yang was resolute in not permitting them to wreak havoc within his residential complex. A handful of pebbles materialized in his grasp, which he promptly flung. Swish, swish, swish. The pebbles hurtled through the air, unerringly striking the firearms of the armed individuals. Instantly, each weapon shattered into fragments. This spectacle left everyone present dumbfounded, their gazes fixed on the gun-wielding men, each of whose hands trembled violently. Their firearms were beyond repair. Given Qin Yang's status as an ability user, even small stones possessed formidable destructive potential in his hands. Ordinary individuals wielding firearms posed little threat to ability users. Thus, conventional weaponry had become obsolete, capable of menacing only ordinary people. Against ability users, they were mere toys. The armed individuals, their hearts filled with terror, retreated several steps. Zhang Xin, the ringleader, also recognized Qin Yang's intervention. His pupils contracted slightly. Realizing that the youth before him was a formidable expert, his strength no less than his own. Upon witnessing Qin Yang stepping forward, Yuan Lily's countenance underwent a dramatic transformation. She promptly cautioned Zhang Xin and the others, "Be careful, he's an ability user." Upon uttering these words, the countenances of the residents of Wudong Garden collectively shifted, for to them, those endowed with abilities were akin to divine beings. Zhang Xin's heart sank with apprehension. The notion of an ability user struck him with profound impact. As he was merely a practitioner of martial arts, utterly outmatched in the presence of such formidable individuals. Yet, the thought of the several skilled companions at his back, coupled with the vast number of residents in their community, offered him a sliver of courage. Qin Yang stepped forward, his demeanor calm as he regarded the inhabitants of Wudong Garden. "The supplies you speak of are in my possession." At that moment, both the residents of Wudong Garden and the other owners from Unju community were left utterly speechless, astonished that there indeed existed supplies, thereby confirming that Yuan Lily had not been deceitful. After Qin Yang finished speaking, Ding Mingao gripped her submachine gun tightly, ready to act without hesitation should the need arise to assist Qin Yang. Zhang Xin scrutinized Qin Yang, his eyes narrowing slightly, exuding an intimidating glare. "Indeed, there are supplies. Very well, since you possess them, let us not be greedy. We shall divide them equally, half for each of us. What do you think?" Considering Qin Yang's abilities, Zhang Xin was keen to avoid conflict. Thus he lowered his demands, seeking merely half of the supplies. After all, if he were to claim all the resources, it was certain that Qin Yang would not acquiesce. An equal division would allow him to endure for a while longer. Qin Yang, his expression impassive, regarded Zhang Xin with indifference. "I do not find that agreeable. The resources are in my possession, and I have no inclination to share them with others." What a jest! A practitioner of physical cultivation, seeking to divide his resources with an ability user, is merely indulging in fanciful thoughts. To speak of sharing even half, not to mention just a bottle of mineral water, Qin Yang would not relinquish. What he has consumed cannot be regurgitated. Chapter 20. The transformation of the owners upon hearing Qin Yang's refusal to share the resources. Zhang Xin's expression darkened considerably. He glared at Qin Yang, exclaiming, "One should not be overly greedy. With such an abundance of resources, does it not burn your hands to hoard them all?" His irritation was palpable, for according to Yuan Lily, the warehouses contained a substantial amount of supplies, all now appropriated by Qin Yang, leaving him exceedingly displeased. "Forgive me, but it truly does not burn. In fact, I feel quite secure," Qin Yang replied with a nonchalant shrug. With resources in hand, he was at least untroubled by concerns of sustenance for the foreseeable future. More importantly, Qin Yang had realized he could venture out to hunt exotic beasts. Compared to others, his situation was far more comfortable, and he surmised that Zhang Xin and his associates were likely running low on food. Otherwise, they would not have come to their community. Even if Qin Yang had surplus provisions, he would not offer them to Zhang Xin and the others. Zhang Xin ground his teeth in frustration, while behind him, the residents of Wudong Garden appeared eager to act, seemingly ready to seize resources from Qin Yang at the slightest command. Finally, Zhang Xin spoke in a low, menacing tone. "Do not think that just because you are an ability user, you are invincible. If you refuse to cooperate, we will have no choice but to resort to force." After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhang Xin resolved to take action and test Qin Yang's prowess. Could it be that those with abilities are truly invincible? He harbored doubts. With a decisive wave of his hand, the individuals from Wudong Garden surged forward towards Qin Yang, with Zhang Xin himself leading the charge. A master of hand-to-hand combat, he believed his strength, while perhaps not matching Qin Yang's, was certainly formidable. Boom! Qin Yang let out a silent snort as he observed Zhang Xin's advance, swiftly delivering a punch to his opponent's solar plexus. Zhang Xian aimed to seize the initiative. However, as Qin Yang's fist struck his chest, he felt as though a colossal mountain had crashed into him. His entire body trembled violently, and he was propelled backward, experiencing a tumultuous explosion within his internal organs before succumbing to unconsciousness. After sending Zhang Xian flying, Qin Yang remained undeterred, casually advancing toward his foes. None could withstand his might. A single strike was all that was required. Tat tat tat. Nearby, Ding Mingyao raised her submachine gun and unleashed a volley of fire towards the front, deliberately avoiding Qin Yang's vicinity. As the confrontation escalated, particularly with the opposing forces stripped of their firearms, the lethality of Ding Mingyao's weapon became exceedingly pronounced. In mere moments, several adversaries collapsed to the ground, cries of anguish echoing through the air. Within, alas, Zhang Xian has perished. Upon inspection, it was discovered that Zhang Xian had breathed his last, sending shivers down the spines of those who witnessed it. Flee. Withdraw. The denizens of Wutong Garden, now cognizant of the dire situation, realized their utter helplessness against these formidable individuals, possessing no means of retaliation. To persist in this conflict with Qin Yang would only lead to their demise. Thus, they hastily abandoned their fallen comrades, scattering in disarray. In the blink of an eye, the Wutong Garden contingent had fled Unju residential area, retreating post-haste to their abode. The residents of Unju residential area were left dumbfounded, gazing upon the scores of corpses strewn upon the ground. This was their inaugural experience witnessing such a gruesome battle, with Qin Yang resembling a celestial being descending upon them, effortlessly incapacitating adversaries with each maneuver. The performance of Ding Mingyao also astounded them, for they had always seen her brandishing a submachine gun without ever witnessing her discharge it. Many had presumed her to be merely bluffing. However, they now bore witness to her ruthlessness, as she showed no mercy. Several individuals were felled by her gunfire, and others, though not immediately deceased, lay writhing in agony. Their prospects for survival grim. I implore you, spare me. I shall never dare to do so again. Those who were wounded and unable to escape began to plead for mercy. Even Yuan Lily, confined to her wheelchair, was abandoned by the Wutong Garden cohort. Left to her own devices, her face etched with terror as she slumped in her seat, surveying the fallen and writhing figures scattered upon the ground. Qin Yang noted that his actions had been executed with ruthless precision, each blow a deliberate and fatal strike. Though he harbored no initial desire for bloodshed, the imperative of self-preservation had compelled him to act decisively. Consequently, all those who had been struck, including Zhang Xian, had perished. His attention was particularly drawn to Ding Mingyao, whom he regarded with newfound respect. He had not anticipated her resolve to discharge her firearm. Indeed, she had acted commendably. In the current state of affairs, where order and regulations had become obsolete, indiscriminate compassion was often imprudent. Yuan Lily served as a stark reminder of this reality. The fact that she had not been killed by the residents of the complex earlier was due to their adherence to a moral code. A code that would soon be shattered by the harshness of reality. Ding Mingyao, still visibly shaken, struggled to maintain her composure. Her actions had undoubtedly subjected her to a profound internal conflict. In response to Qin Yang's commendation, she offered a wry smile, stating, "I had no desire to take a life, but if I hadn't, they might have taken ours." It was this realization that had steeled her resolve, leading her to discharge her weapon for the first time. That wretch nearly brought about our demise once more. Hammer Sister exclaimed, her gaze fixed upon Yuan Lily. She then advanced, hammer in hand, seized Yuan Lily by the hair, and brought the hammer down with relentless force until Yuan Lily lay motionless. Turning to the other residents, Hammer Sister declared, "Why do you stand idle? We must unite as a community, bound together in life and death." Under the aegis of the indomitable Hammer Sister, residents, emboldened by a newfound courage, dispatched the intruders who had trespassed upon their sanctuary to their eternal judgment. The still gasping, wretched figures were dragged beyond the confines of the residential complex, silenced indefinitely, having cast the mortal remains outside their haven. The denizens of the Unju residential complex collectively undertook the purification of their domicile. A palpable air of suspicion permeated the atmosphere, as each individual harbored the potential to be the malefactor responsible for the recent tragedy, catalyzing a profound transformation in their collective psyche. Qin Yang and Ding Mingyao observed the unfolding events from the periphery. Qin Yang noted the tremor in Ding Mingyao's hand, a testament to the emotional toll she had endured. However, this conflagration would serve as a crucible, forging a genuine metamorphosis within the inhabitants of the Unju residential complex, Qin Yang included. This marked Qin Yang's inaugural foray into the realm of homicide. Henceforth, let us exercise the utmost vigilance, Qin Yang cautioned. For we are poised to confront an increasingly merciless reality. Qin Yang elucidated that the denizens of the Wudong Garden residential complex had initiated a precedent, heralding an era of unbridled pandemonium. Consequently, the Unju residential complex would likely be subjected to a surge of more audacious and unhinged assaults. Chapter 21. Skill Manifestation. The residents of the Unju residential complex assented to Qin Yang's admonition with unanimous affirmation. Furthermore, the matter of Qin Yang's requisition of supplies from the depot was no longer a subject of contention. They recognized that their access to resources was contingent upon Qin Yang's benevolence, as they possessed no means to wrest them from his grasp. Moreover, they acknowledged that without Qin Yang's stewardship, the Unju residential complex would likely succumb to the vicissitudes of fate. Thus, no one dared to antagonize him. Ding Mingyao and Sister Hammer continued their watch at the entrance of the community. The residents of the nearby Wudong Garden dared not approach Unju community anymore, even though they were aware of the resources available there. Inside the guard booth, Ding Mingyao placed her submachine gun within easy reach and suddenly declared to Sister Hammer, "I have made my decision. I will follow Qin Yang from now on." In this era of disarray, only by aligning herself with someone as capable as Qin Yang do they stand a chance of survival. What about you, Sister Hammer? Previously, Ding Mingyao believed she could survive solely based on her own abilities. However, after a series of events, she realized that relying on herself was simply insufficient. Her firearms lost their lethality against true masters of martial arts, let alone when confronted by those with special abilities, rendering her submachine gun utterly ineffective. Thus, she arrived at this resolution. Sister Hammer chuckled bitterly. Qin Yang is an ability user. We cannot offer him any assistance and would only become a burden. Even if I were willing, he might not want us to accompany him. Sister Hammer possessed a clear understanding of her own limitations. Having been betrayed by her husband, she felt as though her life had lost its meaning. Thus, her choice to remain on Blue Star was not due to an absence of means to venture to New Star. Yet, she chose to stay, even imposing retribution on the man who betrayed her. Now, she had also dealt with the woman who had an affair with her husband, which brought her a sense of relief and rekindled a flicker of hope for living. However, she was acutely aware of her own lack of worth. Ding Mingyao shook her head and replied, "That may not be the case. Ability users cannot always take matters into their own hands. We still have a chance. There lies an opportunity for us to converse with Qin Yang." Although Ding Mingyao harbors doubts about whether Qin Yang would consider them as mere burdens, she shares a certain camaraderie with him. Should he extend even a modicum of kindness towards them, their hopes for survival would significantly elevate. Sister Hammer scrutinized Ding Mingyao for a moment and suddenly chuckled. "With your appearance and physique, you possess the finest assets. It appears Qin Yang is yet to have a woman. Perhaps you stand a chance." With a self-deprecating smile, Sister Hammer dismissed any grand illusions. Despite being merely 30 and still retaining her allure post-preparation, she recognized that she could not compete with a youthful girl like Ding Mingyao. During their discourse, Sister Hammer inquired curiously, "At such a young age, and with favorable conditions at home, why do you not venture to New Star?" A flicker of hatred crossed Ding Mingyao's eyes as she replied, "My parents were murdered here. What purpose would it serve for me to go to New Star alone? I remain here to avenge them, to exact retribution upon those scoundrels who took my parents from me." This was her reason for enduring in the wasteland. Sister Hammer came to a sudden realization. "If I recall correctly, your parents were affiliated with the Demon Laboratory, were they not?" Upon hearing this, Ding Mingyao fell silent, eventually nodding in affirmation. "Yes, that very institution. The Demon Laboratory was renowned for its research on ability development, having made significant contributions to the awakening of Blue Star humanity. Thus, it follows that your adversaries must be formidable." Upon Qin Yang's return, he re-entered his own space, which had transformed into a mere speck of dust resting on the sofa. Within this expanse, he surveyed a kilometer-wide area, aside from the supplies previously stored in the warehouse. He had also retrieved several vehicles from beneath the garage, including sports cars and off-roaders. After all, he had acquired 10 barrels of gasoline, which might prove useful in the future. In one corner, a haphazard assortment of items was piled up. Anything that could be of service would be utilized, while the rest was inconsequential. Additionally, the remains of long-tailed mice and pig monsters were stored in the corner. Presently, Qin Yang was free from concerns regarding food and water. With these worries alleviated, he began to ponder how to acquire more beast cores to enhance his prowess. To elevate himself to D rank, he would require at least 100 E rank beast cores, and this was merely a minimum estimate. The actual number could be uncertain, as it was merely Qin Yang's conjecture. However, after his hunting expedition yesterday, he had gained a clear understanding of the challenges involved. Encountering E-rank monsters was manageable, but should he face stronger beasts, escape would be his only option. Even among E-rank entities, there existed disparities in strength. His successful hunt of the pig monster was merely a stroke of luck, having confronted a rather dim-witted creature. If he were to encounter a more intelligent beast, it would not be so easily dealt with. To secure victory, Qin Yang knew he must enhance his own strength or develop his spatial abilities. After much contemplation, he realized that rapidly augmenting his power was simply unrealistic, as there were not enough beast cores available. Thus, should he be able to refine his spatial capabilities and master various techniques in this domain, he could potentially achieve unexpected victories, much like he had against the pig monster. Similarly, Qin Yang lacked a clear direction for development, akin to a blind man grasping at different parts of an elephant with no overall understanding. This was truly vexing. Nevertheless, he resolved to further refine his existing skills. During the hunt for the boar demon, Qin Yang was struck by a sudden inspiration. He exploited the disparity between space and time by entering and exiting the spatial dimension, catching his adversaries off guard. This technique of spatial manipulation proved to be quite valuable, and Qin Yang immediately began to practice it diligently. He christened this ability spatial displacement. Within the confines of his chamber, Qin Yang's figure would materialize and vanish intermittently. He even experimented with various methods. How far can I move away from my spatial anchor? He pondered. He envisioned his spatial essence as dust particles placed a meter away. Upon emerging from the spatial dimension, he found himself precisely 1 meter from his anchor. With a whoosh, Qin Yang materialized, confirming that he had indeed traveled a meter. Remarkable! He exclaimed, filled with elation. This meant that he could teleport within a limited range by utilizing his spatial abilities. He proceeded to experiment further, discovering that he could indeed randomly appear within a 1-meter radius. While the range was limited, it was not insignificant. It meant that by positioning his spatial anchor, he could manifest anywhere within that radius. Consequently, any foe would find it exceedingly difficult to anticipate his movements, as he could enter and exit the spatial dimension instantaneously, without expending any time in between. Spatial displacement now, a newfound ability of teleportation emerges, revealing the true essence of spatial power. This ability transcends merely possessing a space for storing objects. Through continuous experimentation, Qin Yang has developed 2 remarkable skills, spatial displacement and teleportation. In a remarkably short span, Qin Yang has mastered the utilization and development of these 2 spatial abilities. In truth, the enhancement of one's powers hinges upon skill. The extent to which these abilities can be harnessed is contingent upon the wielder's imagination. The potential for developing abilities is boundless. Qin Yang has come to this realization. Although he cannot rapidly augment his strength, cultivating additional skills can provide him with a significant advantage in combat. With spatial displacement and teleportation at his disposal, Qin Yang feels markedly more confident in confrontations. Even when faced with stronger adversaries, he believes he can prevail through the strategic application of his skills. Subsequently, he diligently practices his 2 abilities, as mastery of these skills naturally leads to greater efficacy as dusk falls. Ding Mingyao and Sister Hammer remain stationed at the entrance of the community. Observing the waning light, Sister Hammer suggests, "It is nearly time. We may return upstairs to rest." Given the absence of a necessity for night watch, the evening poses significant dangers for individuals like them. The night is fraught with risks, inhabited either by those with audacity or by practitioners of abilities. There are even instances of strange beasts appearing, against whom they are ill-equipped to defend themselves. The purpose of their vigil is minimal. As long as they prevent outsiders from entering during daylight hours, they can only hope for their safety once night falls. Very well. Let us proceed. Ding Mingyao nodded, grasping her submachine gun as the 2 prepared to return upstairs for a respite. Just then, a figure emerged at the entrance of the community. Both Ding Mingyao and Sister Hammer immediately noticed him, a young man with striking red hair, exuding an aura of formidable intensity. It was evident that he was not someone to be trifled with. Ding Mingyao, poised with her weapon, and Sister Hammer, wielding her hammer, stepped out of the guard booth. "Who are you looking for?" Ding Mingyao inquired with vigilance, her submachine gun ready for action. They both sensed the imminent danger posed by the young man before them. The red-haired man casually surveyed Ding Mingyao and Sister Hammer, then replied nonchalantly, "I am a friend of Qin Yang, here to discuss a matter." In reality, he was Hong Shan, a practitioner from the Black Tiger Hall, who had come to assess Qin Yang after several of their members had been injured or killed by him. Aware that Qin Yang possessed abilities, Hong Shan intended to gauge his strength. Should Qin Yang prove inadequate, he would eliminate him to restore the hall's honor. Conversely, if Qin Yang exhibited formidable powers, he would dismiss the encounter as a misunderstanding and seek camaraderie. Armed with this knowledge, he arrived at Unju Community. Ding Mingyao and Sister Hammer exchanged glances, uncertain whether the man was truthful, yet he appeared to genuinely recognize Qin Yang. "Oh, you needn't trouble yourselves. I am aware that Qin Yang is on the 20th floor. Please, continue with your duties and do not mind me." In the Hong Tianlai residential community, it was evident that the visitor had thoroughly grasped all pertinent information regarding Qin Yang, including his precise address. Without engaging in unnecessary conversation with the two women, he proceeded directly into the complex, making his way to Building 6. "Stop. We need to verify your identity," Ding Mingyao exclaimed, hastily preparing to impede his progress. Yet, in the next moment, both women were left in astonishment. The figure moved with such swiftness that they scarcely registered his presence before he vanished at the entrance of the corridor of Building 6. Witnessing this, both women stood dumbfounded. This was an ability user. His speed was astonishingly rapid, so much so that they could barely perceive the trajectory of his movements. One moment he was there, and the next, he had disappeared. Both Ding Mingyao and Sister Hammer were drenched in cold sweat. Confronting an ability user left them feeling utterly defenseless. Such was the terrifying nature of those endowed with special powers. The only ability user they had previously encountered was Qin Yang, yet he did not exhibit the same enigmatic qualities as this man. Quickly informed Qin Yang, "I suspect this individual harbors animosity towards him. He must be on guard," Sister Hammer urged, swiftly realizing the gravity of the situation. Ding Mingyao concurred, nodding in agreement. "It seems likely that this person is an adversary of Qin Yang. Remember, the Black Tiger Hall sent someone after him previously, only to be soundly defeated. It is plausible that this individual hails from the Black Tiger Hall, as the members of the Black Tiger Hall had approached Qin Yang last time." The presence of the red-haired man suggested he was likely a formidable practitioner from the same faction. In a swift motion, Ding Mingyao sent a message to Qin Yang. "Qin Yang, be cautious. A red-haired man is coming upstairs to seek you. He possesses abilities and is exceptionally swift." After sending the message, Ding Mingyao and Sister Hammer refrained from ascending the stairs, opting instead to observe the commotion from the ground floor. Their gaze fixed on the 20th floor. What would transpire next was uncertain, yet they could surmise that if this man were indeed an adversary of Qin Yang, a fierce confrontation was inevitable. The clash between practitioners would undoubtedly generate considerable noise. "Sister Hammer, do you think Qin Yang can defeat this red-haired man?" Ding Mingyao inquired. Her eyes filled with concern as she gazed at the glass windows of Qin Yang's residence on the 20th floor. She harbored a desire for Qin Yang's safety, having developed a degree of reliance on him, and even nurtured some special feelings towards him. Sister Hammer also lifted her gaze towards the glass windows of the 20th floor, shaking her head. "We are utterly unfamiliar with practitioners. How can we predict the outcome? Nonetheless, I still hope that Qin Yang emerges stronger. If he were to vanquish that red-haired man, we could continue to bask in his protection within the community." Regardless of the circumstances, their allegiance firmly lay with Qin Yang. Meanwhile, within the confines of his room, Qin Yang glanced at the text message from Ding Mingyao, narrowing his eyes slightly. "Someone is coming to kill me?" The Black Tiger Hall, or the Tong Family Martial Arts School. Recently, he had crossed paths with two factions, the Black Tiger Hall and the Tong Family Martial Arts School. Given that he had encountered multiple conflicts with the Black Tiger Hall, the likelihood of their involvement seemed greater. Having just perused the message, Qin Yang suddenly sensed a peculiar fluctuation of energy at the entrance. The instincts of an ability user are remarkably acute. He immediately realized that the red-haired man mentioned by Ding Mingyao had arrived at his doorstep. Such astonishing speed. It must be said, the individual's swiftness was indeed impressive. For Qin Yang had only just received Ding Mingyao's message when the man appeared at his door. Knock, knock, knock. The visitor seemed to pause momentarily before rapping on the door. Qin Yang remained motionless, leisurely seated on the sofa, showing no intention of opening the door. After all, Whether or not he chose to open it mattered little. An ability user could effortlessly gain entry into his abode. Click. As expected, there was no need for Qin Yang to unlock the door. It unlatched automatically, forcefully swung open, and in stepped a man of approximately 175 meters in height, sporting short red hair. Chapter 23. Astonishment. Hongshan entered Qin Yang's residence, having already sensed the presence of someone within. Upon crossing the threshold, he regarded Qin Yang, who was comfortably seated on the sofa. After a brief appraisal, he approached Qin Yang directly. You must be Qin Yang. As fellow ability users, they could mutually perceive the fluctuations of spiritual energy within one another. To Hongshan's perception, Qin Yang appeared to have recently awakened his abilities. The energy emanating from him was not particularly potent. Thus, he instinctively relaxed his guard, deeming Qin Yang, a mere novice with recently acquired powers, no threat to him, while he himself could easily extinguish Qin Yang's life. Meanwhile, Qin Yang scrutinized his counterpart, assessing the energy fluctuations within him. Suddenly, Qin Yang was taken aback as he realized that the spiritual energy fluctuations of the red-haired man surpassed his own, appearing even stronger than the pig demon he had slain. It was evident that the opponent had not recently awakened. He had encountered a formidable adversary. However, Qin Yang maintained an air of tranquility. Indeed, it is I, Qin Yang replied, his tone indifferent. Are you from the Black Tiger Hall or the Tong family martial arts school? His curiosity piqued regarding the faction to which the man belonged. Based on his conjecture, it was most likely the Black Tiger Hall. Hongshan approached, stopping a few meters from Qin Yang, and let out a light chuckle. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hongshan, hailing from the Black Tiger Hall. You should be aware of my intentions, correct? Upon hearing that the man was from the Black Tiger Hall, Qin Yang instantly understood, confirming his earlier assumptions. It seemed that the Black Tiger Hall had indeed dispatched a capable individual with the intent to kill him. This matter was no longer about right or wrong, but rather a question of strength. Whoever possessed greater power held the justification. Therefore, Qin Yang refrained from arguing. Offering a faint smile, you wish to kill me? Hongshan erupted in laughter. No, 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 do not misunderstand. I merely wish to engage in a friendly spar. Though he claimed it was a friendly match, the moment he sensed that Qin Yang's internal spiritual energy was inferior to his own, he resolved to eliminate him. Yet, Hongshan maintained a facade of camaraderie. In the next moment, Hongshan sprang into action, swiftly appearing before Qin Yang. Even with mental preparation, Qin Yang was astonished by the man's speed. Particularly at such a close distance, he had appeared before him in the blink of an eye. It became clear to him that the opponent had awakened abilities pertaining to speed. Despite this, Qin Yang remained composed. He rose from the sofa, a beast bone materializing in his hand. It was the skeletal remnant of a pig demon. The bone had been expertly honed to a sharp point. As Hongshan charged toward him, Qin Yang thrust the sharp bone directly at his opponent's chest. Noticing the beast bone in Qin Yang's grasp, Hongshan swiftly sidestepped, redirecting his punch aimed at Qin Yang's chest to the side. This exemplified the terrifying prowess of a speedster. Qin Yang felt a chilling breeze at his waist. But he could hardly react, for his adversary's speed was astonishingly swift. Especially within the confines of the cramped space, the velocity compressed Qin Yang's ability to evade. Just as Hongshan was about to land a blow on Qin Yang, he suddenly froze. In his line of sight, Qin Yang had vanished. What? Disappeared? What kind of ability is this? Once brimming with confidence, Hongshan was instantly taken aback, his punch missing its mark, leaving him momentarily dazed. Boom. As Hongshan stood in a stupor, he felt a terrifying force strike his spine from behind, causing him to topple forward. Thud. Upon hitting the ground, a searing pain radiated through his spine. Had it not been for his formidable spiritual power safeguarding his body, his spine might have shattered. He turned in disbelief to confront the reappeared Qin Yang, his expression one of sheer astonishment. How is this possible? How did you do that? Qin Yang's sudden disappearance and reemergence behind him was utterly bizarre, catching him completely off guard. Even he could not comprehend how Qin Yang had appeared behind him. With a successful strike, a glimmer of light flickered in Qin Yang's eyes. He had just utilized his skill of spatial displacement when Hongshan attacked him. He instantaneously returned to another space, seizing the opportunity to attach the dust formed from his own spatial essence onto Hongshan. Then, with a sudden shift, he reappeared and struck Hongshan once more. The combination of spatial displacement and his swift movement was an exquisite synergy of skills, making it exceedingly difficult for even a master like Hongshan to defend against. A dead man need not possess vast knowledge. Do you not wish to kill me? Come. If you cannot slay me, then today I shall be the one to end you. Qin Yang's expression was cold. His spatial essence still lingered on Hong Shan. As long as he approached Hong Shan, he could enter that space at any moment, leveraging the spatial displacement alongside his swift movements to perpetually assault Hong Shan. Although Hong Shan possessed greater spiritual energy within him, this time, Qin Yang was confident in his ability to defeat his opponent. He chuckled. Is this all your capability amounts to? Do not be overly arrogant. I was merely unaware of your abilities before, but now that I comprehend them, you shall no longer pose a threat to me. Hong Shan, sensing Qin Yang's power to vanish and reappear, akin to an ability of invisibility, understood that as long as he moved swiftly enough to deny Qin Yang any chance to conceal himself, he would be invulnerable to Qin Yang's attacks and could effortlessly eliminate him. With those words, Hong Shan propelled himself off the ground, his form slicing through the air like a sword, dashing towards Qin Yang with lightning speed, locking onto Qin Yang's aura, while simultaneously launching a fist aimed squarely at Qin Yang's chest. This punch was delivered with all his might, showing no signs of restraint. Nor could he afford to hold back. Qin Yang's abilities were so uncanny that he had to exert every ounce of his strength to counter them. Alas, just when he believed he could inflict a grievous wound upon Qin Yang, he was once again dumbfounded as Qin Yang vanished from right before his eyes, without a trace. Subsequently, Hong Shan swiftly fortified his defenses, realizing that Qin Yang's abilities were far more enigmatic than he had initially surmised. However, provided he maintained his guard, he could certainly parry Qin Yang's ambushes, given his more substantial spiritual power. Bang! In the ensuing moment, Hong Shan was aghast to discover that his head had sustained a formidable blow, causing his entire head to reel. Qin Yang had materialized above Hong Shan's head, striking him with an animal bone. Capitalizing on Hong Shan's disorientation, he followed up with a punch to Hong Shan's chest. Boom! Hong Shan was sent hurtling backward by Qin Yang's successive attacks, crashing into the living room wall, the sheer force of the impact causing a fissure to appear in the wall. Upon landing, Hong Shan was utterly aghast. Despite his superior strength and the fact that the spiritual power within him far surpassed Qin Yang's, and even his speed dwarfed Qin Yang's, he had suffered repeated setbacks at Qin Yang's hands, and Qin Yang's abilities left him defenseless. Although he possessed greater power, he could not withstand Qin Yang's relentless onslaught. Cough. This time, even though he had shielded his body with spiritual power, his internal organs still suffered from the reverberations, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood. He swiftly rose from the ground, gazing intently at Qin Yang, his face now etched with disarray, for he had greatly underestimated Qin Yang's capabilities. Chapter 24. Savage beating. Having recognized the gravity of the situation, Hong Shan was already beginning to panic. He fixed his gaze on Qin Yang, speaking in a low voice. Qin Yang, I merely wish to exchange some insights with you. Let us end this here. This time, he had underestimated Qin Yang's prowess. Unable to vanquish him, he found himself at a disadvantage and thus sought to retreat, attempting to soften his tone. After all, should the opportunity arise, he would undoubtedly wish to eliminate Qin Yang. Yet, the peculiar abilities of Qin Yang made it abundantly clear that killing him was an impossibility. In fact, should the confrontation drag on, it was he who might fall victim to Qin Yang. Qin Yang smirked coldly. You think you can simply call it off? Would that not leave me utterly humiliated? From the very beginning, Qin Yang had sensed the murderous intent emanating from his opponent, and now, upon realizing his own formidable strength, the notion of negotiation seemed utterly ludicrous. Qin Yang had already extended an olive branch to the Black Tiger Hall, yet these individuals continued to pursue him relentlessly. As the saying goes, one may be forgiven once or twice, but not thrice or 4 times. Thus, this time, Qin Yang would grant no further opportunities. In a flash, Qin Yang closed the distance between them. While his speed may not have surpassed that of his opponent, the space around him dissolved into dust, allowing him to encroach upon a mere meter's range before vanishing into the void. He then re-emerged to deliver a devastating blow. How arrogant, he thought. I sought merely to provide you with a graceful exit, yet you remained so ungrateful. Prepare to witness my true strength. Hong Shan, equally enraged, watched as Qin Yang initiated the assault. A glint of cold fury flashed in his eyes as he unleashed his utmost speed, aiming a fierce strike at Qin Yang's head. With a resounding thud, Hong Shan's punch met nothing but air, nearly causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood in frustration. Despite possessing formidable strength and surpassing Qin Yang in velocity, he found himself perpetually striking at emptiness due to Qin Yang's uncanny abilities, a frustrating predicament indeed. Boom. His assault missed its mark, yet Qin Yang's attacks landed with unwavering precision, each blow striking him squarely. In an instant, Hong Shan was once again struck in the waist by Qin Yang's fist, sending him hurtling backward. As Hong Shan was sent flying, Qin Yang promptly vanished, retreating into his spatial dimension, which resided within Hong Shan's vicinity, allowing for swift ingress after each attack. Upon landing, Hong Shan coughed up a mouthful of blood. Boom. Qin Yang's assault materialized once more from behind, affording Hong Shan no opportunity to evade, and he was struck again before his assailant vanished. After a series of such encounters, Hong Shan teetered on the brink of collapse. Despite his superior strength, he had sustained considerable injuries. He realized that a few more of Qin Yang's attacks would likely spell his demise. This endeavor to restore the reputation of the Black Tiger Syndicate had instead plunged him into dire peril. Damn it, you scoundrel, I'm through fighting you. Recognizing his predicament, Hong Shan resolved to retreat. Without hesitation, he seized the opportunity presented by Qin Yang's momentary disappearance and leaped through the window on the 20th floor. Crash. The window of Qin Yang's room shattered upon impact. Meanwhile, Qin Yang remained within his spatial dimension, from which he could observe events within a 1-meter radius. He was aware of Hong Shan's impending escape. As Hong Shan vaulted through the window, Qin Yang refrained from emerging from his spatial realm. As for Hong Shan, after leaping from the window of the 20th floor, he swiftly grasped the window ledge. With the strength and prowess of an extraordinary individual, a fall from such a height could indeed prove fatal. However, Hong Shan was not foolish. He utilized the ledge to descend gracefully. Outside the community's guard kiosk, Ding Mingyao and Sister Hammer were intently observing the 20th floor. Their expressions shifted dramatically upon witnessing someone leap from Qin Yang's window. A confrontation had begun. Look, it's that red-haired man. How did he jump out of the window? The two were still uncertain of the outcome, but the sight of the red-haired man emerging from the window filled them with apprehension. Sister Hammer speculated, surely he can't survive such a fall, even for someone with abilities. A leap from the 20th floor would be perilous. Yet, under their watchful gaze, the red-haired man adeptly maneuvered and landed safely on the ground, unscathed. The two women were momentarily dumbfounded, utterly astonished by the capabilities of this extraordinary individual. It was truly terrifying. However, they soon noticed that the red-haired man appeared to be injured, as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. This bizarre scene suggested that Qin Yang had indeed gained the upper hand in their confrontation, a result they had hoped to witness. Boom. Upon hitting the ground, Hong Shan gazed upward in astonishment at the 20th floor. The peculiarity of Qin Yang's abilities instilled a sense of fear within him. Fortunately, he realized that Qin Yang did not pursue him, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. What on earth is this guy's ability? It is so strange. Thankfully, his speed is not as swift as mine. That was terrifying. Hong Shan felt a sense of relief wash over him, a faint smile gracing his lips as he prepared to leave. However, a sudden and violent assault from behind shattered his moment of tranquility. The terrifying force propelled him backward, sending him crashing to the ground several meters away. Ding Mingyao and Sister Hammer were left in stunned silence. How had Qin Yang appeared so abruptly? They had been focused on Hong Shan when, out of nowhere, Qin Yang emerged behind him, leaving the two women utterly astonished. This revelation surpassed even the shock of witnessing Hong Shan descend from the 20th floor unscathed. Yet, after his surprise attack, Qin Yang vanished once more, almost as if he were a phantom. Ding Mingyao rubbed her eyes, still struggling to comprehend the situation. How had Qin Yang disappeared again? More than 10 meters away, Hong Shan crashed heavily onto the ground, dazed and disoriented. Already injured, he found Qin Yang's latest assault to be even more fair. The underlying reason lies in the fact that Hong Shan's prowess surpasses that of Qin Yang, with a reservoir of spiritual energy vastly exceeding his own. Unless Qin Yang depletes the spiritual energy within Hong Shan, it is nearly impossible for him to slay his opponent. This holds true even when Hong Shan possesses only E-level abilities. Should he advance to D-level, even with the advantage of spatial manipulation, Qin Yang would stand no chance against a D-level adversary. When the disparity reaches a certain magnitude, no amount of technique proves effective. Fortunately, as an E-level adept, Hong Shan has been subjected to Qin Yang's peculiar spatial dislocation and repeated assaults, leading to a significant depletion of his spiritual energy. Lying on the ground like a defeated dog, Hong Shan felt utterly battered. Qin Yang, cease your assault. I concede, he began to plead. Though unable to see Qin Yang, he sensed his proximity and realized escape was futile, leaving him with no recourse but to beg for mercy. If you spare me, we can entirely resolve the enmity between you and the Black Tiger Hall. Chapter 25. The Harvest Overcome with Fear. Hong Shan sensed the looming threat of death and thus sought to end their conflict. I am sorry, but your Black Tiger Hall has troubled me for the third time. Now that you wish to dissolve our grievances, I cannot acquiesce. Qin Yang reappeared abruptly beside Hong Shan, wielding a sharp bone from a pig demon beast, and thrust it towards him from behind. With a sickening sound, the pointed bone pierced through Hong Shan's body, emerging from his chest. By the time Hong Shan registered the attack, his heart had been punctured, and blood trickled from the wound, dripping from the protruding bone. Even with the enhanced physical prowess and remarkable recuperative abilities of a gifted individual, a pierced heart invariably leads to demise. As he stared blankly at the sharp, bestial bone adorned with fragments of his own heart, Hong Shan felt his life force rapidly ebb away. In his final moments, a single thought consumed him: regret. Regret for seeking out Qin Yang. Had it not been for the reputation of the Black Tiger Syndicate, he would not have met his end. Moreover, he perished without comprehending the full extent of Qin Yang's abilities so formidable they bordered on the monstrous. With a sickening sound, Qin Yang extracted the bone from Hong Shan's chest, revealing a gaping hole the size of a fist, through which the other side could be seen. You will rue this. Hong Shan sputtered, blood gushing from his mouth. He uttered a final sentiment. If their past encounters with Qin Yang were merely disputes, they had now escalated into an irreconcilable vendetta. Alas, he would not live to witness the consequences. Soon after, his breath ceased entirely. Only after confirming Hong Shan's death did Qin Yang wave his hand, consigning the corpse to his spatial domain. As a gifted individual, Hong Shan undoubtedly held a position of considerable importance within the Black Tiger Syndicate. Now that he had slain Hong Shan, the Syndicate would undoubtedly mobilize en masse against him, or so he surmised. Regardless, he would exercise caution, planning to dispose of Hong Shan's body outside the city walls under the cover of night. With the battle concluded, Qin Yang had gained a clearer understanding of his own abilities. This engagement had significantly enhanced his mastery over spatial manipulation, providing him with a substantial advantage in future confrontations. Yet, he could not underestimate any opponent, for no one could predict the peculiar abilities they might possess. Qin Yang, are you all right? Ding Mingyao inquired cautiously, her gaze fixed on him. They had witnessed firsthand the fierce battle between Qin Yang and the ability user, along with the harrowing moments when he vanquished his adversary. Even the swift red-haired man could not escape the elusive tactics employed by Qin Yang. The terror of the ability user deeply shocked her, inciting a growing envy within her. However, concern for Qin Yang lingered in her heart, as the intensity of the recent conflict weighed heavily on her mind. Sister Hammer gazed at Qin Yang in a daze. Qin Yang, with an indifferent expression, reassured her, "Do not worry, I will be fine. By the way, you should tend to the scene." His confrontation with Hong Shan had been witnessed by numerous residents of the community. Concealment was no longer an option. The matter with the Black Tiger Hall was far from over. In truth, the relentless targeting by the Black Tiger Hall had ignited a fire within Qin Yang, and he might soon take the initiative against them. Yet, he recognized that his strength was still insufficient. Even defeating Hong Shan had taken considerable time, and the Black Tiger Hall surely harbored even stronger fighters. All right, Ding Mingyao, Sister Hammer, and several residents who had come down in response to the commotion immediately set about clearing the area. Meanwhile, Qin Yang did not linger. Dusk was approaching, and he intended to venture out once more to hunt for beast cores. Only by acquiring more beast cores could he elevate his strength rapidly. With the looming threats from the Black Tiger Hall and the Tong Family Martial Arts School, he understood the urgency of enhancing his abilities. As Qin Yang stepped out of the community, Ding Mingyao felt an urge to speak, yet ultimately swallowed her words. It was evident that Qin Yang belonged to an entirely different echelon. To those with abilities, individuals like them were mere burdens. Although Ding Mingyao wished to accompany Qin Yang, it was uncertain whether he would acquiesce. With a complex expression, she gazed outside, only to find that Qin Yang had vanished. She pondered whether Qin Yang's uncle and aunt would regret abandoning him upon learning of his current circumstances. Perhaps they would. Upon returning to the outskirts of the city, Qin Yang's mindset had transformed significantly. He was no longer the timid individual he once was, but instead radiated a newfound composure. After all, he had hunted fierce beasts and even defeated a fellow E-level capable individual, Hongshan, triumphing over a higher level with his lower cultivation. This experience had altered his perspective on various matters. He had come to recognize the exceptional nature of his spatial abilities. If utilized effectively, he could indeed conquer stronger foes. As nightfall approached, Qin Yang disappeared from sight, retreating into his own space. Upon examining Hongshan's lifeless body, he felt a surge of curiosity and began to search it. Knowing that capable individuals often carried valuable items, it wasn't long before he discovered a small, meticulously wrapped pouch on Hongshan's corpse, containing something within. Upon opening the pouch, he was momentarily taken aback, followed swiftly by a wave of exhilaration. Inside the pouch lay several gray, bead-like objects the size of broad beans. He immediately recognized them as beast cores. To his astonishment, he had indeed made a significant find. The beast cores were all of E rank, and upon counting, Qin Yang discovered there were 8. This undoubtedly represented his greatest gain. At present, what Qin Yang lacked most was beast cores, as they were crucial for his strength enhancement. 8 E-rank beast cores would significantly elevate his power. Even Hongshan valued these cores greatly, having taken the care to wrap them in a bag, which now fortuitously benefited Qin Yang. In addition to the beast cores, Hongshan possessed some personal belongings, including a modest sum of money, around 100,000. However, star coins had gradually lost their purchasing power in the desolate world and would soon become worthless scraps of paper. Thus, even Qin Yang himself did not place much importance on star coins, regarding their presence as inconsequential. After securing the beast cores and star coins, and finding no other valuable items, Qin Yang exited the space. With a mere thought, he summoned Hongshan's corpse from within. He casually discarded it onto the ground and paid it no further heed, swiftly making his way towards another location. As for Hongshan's remains, they would soon be devoured by beasts. Although he had acquired 8 E-rank beast cores, Qin Yang refrained from immediately absorbing the energy within them. Instead, he commenced a hunt. With ample time during the day to absorb the cores for strength enhancement, he could not afford to waste the night. Hunting more beasts to obtain additional cores would undoubtedly be beneficial. No one would ever complain about having an excess of beast cores. As night fell, Qin Yang's figure gradually vanished into the darkness. Chapter 26. A visit with a swift motion, Qin Yang extracted the sharp beast bone from the body of a wolf demon. This creature, possessing E-level strength, was effortlessly vanquished by him through the techniques of spatial displacement and spatial flash. With these abilities at his disposal, hunting ordinary E-level beasts had become exceedingly effortless for Qin Yang. Only when confronted with formidable adversaries, such as the skilled Hongshan from the Black Tiger Hall, would he encounter any significant challenge. As he stored the wolf demon within his spatial realm, a faint smile played upon Qin Yang's lips. This marked the 3rd E-level beast he had slain. Fortune had favored him this night, as he had already dispatched 3 E-level beasts, in addition to acquiring 8 W-level beast cores from Hongshan. In total, he possessed 11 beast cores. Beyond the cores, the flesh of the beasts also served as nourishment. Once dawn broke, Qin Yang returned directly to his apartment. With no pressing matters to attend to during the day, he devoted himself to absorbing the energy from the beast cores to enhance his strength. The spiritual energy within the cores was remarkably dense, allowing Qin Yang to absorb it at an accelerated pace. In nearly half an hour, he could assimilate the energy from a single beast core, particularly within his own spatial realm, where the absorption rate seemed significantly heightened compared to that of ordinary practitioners. In less than 6 hours, he completely absorbed all 11 E-level beast cores, reducing them to mere powder. Exhaling deeply, Qin Yang opened his eyes and took stock of the spiritual power within him. He noted a discernible increase of at least 10% in his spiritual energy, a clear testament to his enhanced capabilities. Feeling a surge of formidable power, a gleam of determination flashed in Qin Yang's eyes. Next, he needed to continue his quest for more beast cores. Knock, knock, knock. Qin Yang, are you home? In the confines of his space, Qin Yang heard a knock at the door, accompanied by the voice of Ding Mingyao. With a flicker of thought, he emerged from his sanctuary and proceeded to open the door, revealing Ding Mingyao standing at the threshold, her flowing hair cascading gracefully. She wore a crisp white t-shirt that accentuated her ample figure, paired with form-fitting black jeans that highlighted her curvaceous hips and elongated thighs, complemented by a casual pair of athletic shoes. Her overall appearance exuded a refreshing and natural charm, imbued with an undeniable elegance. "Please, come in." Qin Yang invited her into his room, sensing that her visit bore significance. Their familiarity allowed Ding Mingyao to step inside without hesitation. "Is there something you need?" Qin Yang inquired with curiosity. Ding Mingyao nodded, pulling out her phone, her expression grave as she spoke. "Recently, there has been a scarcity of supplies in the market, and many individuals are struggling to find food. Even bottled water has skyrocketed in price. I fear that it won't be long before chaos engulfs the entire Longqing." She relayed the information she had gathered to Qin Yang, who was not taken aback, having anticipated such circumstances. After a moment's hesitation, Ding Mingyao continued. "Some residents in our community have run out of food and water, and they are aware that you possess supplies from the warehouse. Consequently, they may soon seek to acquire your provisions. It's not just people from other communities. Even those in the Unju community are beginning to face shortages, and they know that you have resources from the warehouse. Thus, the supplies that Qin Yang possesses may ignite discord between him and the residents of the community." As he contemplated this, a series of knocks resonated from outside. Rising to his feet, Qin Yang approached the door, and upon opening it, he was met with the sight of a couple cradling a 2-year-old child, their expressions filled with anticipation at the threshold. Without the need for inquiry, Qin Yang sensed the family's intentions. "Please, come in," he urged. After a moment's hesitation, he recognized that his possession of supplies would inevitably draw the community members to him. The couple, with their child, offered apologetic smiles as they entered the room and greeted Ding Mingyao, who was also present. Once seated, Qin Yang inquired, "What brings you here? Speak freely." Though he was already aware of their plight, he encouraged them to voice their concerns. Indeed, the woman, holding the child, addressed him cautiously. "Qin Yang, our family has run out of food. It is nearly impossible to procure any in the market. Even if there were supplies available, the prices are exorbitantly high. While we may endure hunger ourselves, we wish to see our child survive. We implore you, please assist us with some food for our child." With that, the couple immediately knelt before Qin Yang in desperation. Ding Mingyao observed him, recalling their earlier discussion about this very issue, which had now manifested in the form of residents seeking sustenance. "Please, rise," Qin Yang urged, helping them to their feet. The harsh reality of this desolate world was becoming increasingly apparent, as many faced dire shortages of food and water. What would transpire when all supplies of food and water were utterly exhausted? Perhaps the worst-case scenario will unfold, wherein humanity turns against itself. At least for now, people are merely beginning to experience a scarcity of food while still retaining a semblance of rationality and humanity. Presently, this couple, along with other residents of the community, will soon seek him out. How should he respond? Qin Yang fell into deep contemplation, recognizing the gravity of the situation. In truth, he could easily disregard the fates of these individuals, for he had sufficient provisions to sustain himself for an extended period, 2 to 3 years, without succumbing to starvation. His primary concern lay with the water supply. However, the resources at his disposal, if fully distributed, would scarcely be enough to sustain the residents for more than a few days. Observing the parched lips of the couple and their child, it became evident that they had gone without food for at least a day or two. He produced a small amount of snacks and a bottle of water, offering them to the family. "Please, have something to eat." The couple immediately expressed their gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Qin Yang." He waved his hand, signaling them to refrain from further thanks. To be frank, the supplies stored in the warehouse were purchased with the contributions of the community members. Thus, sharing them with the residents did not weigh heavily on him. Even in the absence of these provisions, he could continue to thrive, as he was capable of hunting for sustenance. Having received nourishment, the family felt compelled to take their leave, knowing that surviving another day was a victory in itself. The room was left with only Qin Yang and Ding Mingyao. Ding Mingyao spoke solemnly. "You have seen for yourself. The residents will soon come to you in rapid succession. The supplies in the warehouse, if extracted in their entirety, would scarcely last a few days, ultimately leaving oneself without sustenance." Ding Mingyao initially presumed that Qin Yang would heartlessly decline her request, but to her astonishment, he produced food and water, elevating her regard for him. Clearly, Qin Yang was not devoid of compassion. He possessed a benevolent heart, yet he feared that his kindness might ultimately result in his own deprivation. Seated upon the sofa, Qin Yang did not respond to Ding Mingyao, but instead fell into deep contemplation. After a considerable pause, a spark of realization illuminated his eyes. He thought of his own space, which contained air and could sustain life. Furthermore, an ingenious idea dawned upon him. Chapter 27. The Water Source Pearl. During his contemplation, Qin Yang suddenly considered the potential of utilizing his space, which spanned an impressive area of 1 square kilometer. It was not only capable of housing individuals, but also entirely suitable for cultivating crops. This notion had just occurred to him. If he could acquire sufficient seeds, he could embark on a substantial agricultural endeavor. Given that his space was untainted, any crops grown within would be safe for consumption. Moreover, if an adequate water source could be secured, his space could achieve self-sufficiency. While the concept was promising, the absence of crop seeds posed a significant challenge, as locating such seeds in the desolation of the current world was exceedingly difficult. Additionally, the issue of water sources remained unresolved, as his space lacked one. After a moment of silence, Qin Yang turned to Ding Mingyao and inquired, Ding Mingyao, do you know where we might procure a water source? In fact, long ago, a remarkable entity known as the Water Source Pearl emerged on the planet Blue Star. This extraordinary pearl has the capability to continuously produce an abundant supply of water. Therefore, if one were to possess a water source pearl within their domain, the issue of water scarcity would be effortlessly resolved. However, he was unaware of the locations where such pearls could be found. Ding Mingyao's eyes sparkled with realization. Are you referring to the water source pearl? Those places that sell water in large quantities must certainly be associated with them. Yet, she soon shook her head. I haven't ventured beyond the neighborhood recently, so I am unaware of where one might find such pearls. Indeed, acquiring a water source pearl could resolve the water dilemma, but in the wasteland, each pearl is immensely precious, predominantly held by powerful factions. For others, obtaining one is akin to climbing the heavens. Qin Yang had never purchased water, as he had no shortage of it. Nonetheless, he intended to develop his own space, where a source of water was indispensable. His ambition was to procure a water source pearl. Why not inquire in the community owner group about places that are selling water in bulk? Since I plan to cultivate my own space, I am determined to search for a water source pearl. With my recent advancements in spatial abilities, spatial displacement, and spatial manifestation, if utilized effectively, it may not be impossible to acquire a water source pearl. However, the first step is to gather information on where water is being sold. Wherever there is a market for water, there must be a water source pearl. This pursuit would mark the beginning of Qin Yang's endeavor to further develop his space. Once water is secured, and with the procurement of crop seeds, he could engage in extensive cultivation within his domain, ultimately achieving self-sufficiency in due course. Ding Mingyao had surmised Qin Yang's intentions, likely deducing that he was contemplating the acquisition of a water source pearl. She promptly inquired in the community owners group, where can I purchase water? If anyone knows, please let me know. Soon, a person named Mai responded in the group. I know, over by the airport, Heihu Hall is selling water. Also, Tianha Market seems to have it at a cheaper price. Qin Yang noticed the message in the group, and at that moment, a glimmer of excitement illuminated his eyes. Heihu Hall indeed? Recently, he had developed a deep-seated enmity with them, especially after Taji had eliminated their capable member, Hong Shan. It was likely that the people of Heihu Hall were still unaware of Hong Shan's demise. Nevertheless, Qin Yang understood that his conflict with Heihu Hall was far from over. Since they possessed the water source pearl, he thought to himself, I shall claim it for my own. A spark of determination flickered in his eyes. It was time for him to take the initiative against Heihu Hall. After all, they had repeatedly troubled him, and it was only fitting that he showed them a taste of retaliation. With a clear objective in mind, Qin Yang prepared to take action. He turned to Ding Mingyao and said, Ding Mingyao, could you also inquire if anyone has seeds for crops? I want as many as possible. I can trade food for them. By the way, how skilled are you in your craft? Ding Mingyao was momentarily taken aback. Qin Yang needed crop seeds, which were indeed exceedingly rare, especially since the land of Blue Star had become polluted, making food production exceedingly difficult. Thus, very few people were able to preserve crop seeds. Most importantly, his last question left her puzzled. How skilled are you? What craft? Culinary skills. Culinary skills, I excel in them. Are you suggesting that I prepare a meal for you? Yet, I find myself devoid of any ingredients. Ding Mingyao felt quite helpless. She possessed the ability to cook, but lacked the necessary provisions. A skillful cook cannot perform wonders without rice. Qin Yang extended his hand, revealing a long-tailed mouse, meticulously prepared. This is a long-tailed mouse. You shall assist us in stewing it, and we shall enjoy a meat feast. Upon seeing the long-tailed mouse, which was nearly the size of a wolf dog. Ding Mingyao swallowed hard. It had been a long time since she had savored meat. She surmised that Qin Yang must have hunted it outside the city. Without a hint of hesitation, she nodded. Certainly, my cooking skills are quite commendable. After placing the long-tailed mouse down, Qin Yang instructed, I will step out to procure some water and shall return shortly. Ding Mingyao paused, perplexed. You're going to buy water? The warehouse is brimming with it. And yet you choose to go purchase more? Are you truly going to buy water? Qin Yang offered no response and exited the compound. The streets during the day were still bustling with people, some scavenging for food, occasionally encountering corpses. Compared to the night, daytime was considerably safer. Groups of individuals ventured out in clusters. Qin Yang, however, walked alone, heading directly towards the airport, the territory of the Black Tiger Hall. Without needing to inquire, he quickly located the Black Tiger Hall's water selling post. 1,000 star coins per bottle of water. Those wishing to purchase, please hurry. Our supply is dwindling. The members of the Black Tiger Hall had set up a stall, displaying heaps of bottled mineral water. When Qin Yang beheld a bottle of water priced at a staggering 1,000 star coins, he could not help but twitch his lips in disbelief. It must be said that the Black Tiger Hall was exceedingly ruthless. Water that usually costs a mere 1 coin was now being sold for 1,000, surpassing even the value of gold. Nevertheless, there were still individuals willing to part with their money for water, for the dire consequence of dehydration could lead to death. The number of buyers was quite substantial, and Qin Yang, blending into the crowd, prepared to approach a member of the Black Tiger Hall to ascertain the whereabouts of the water source pearl. If he could locate this precious gem, everything would fall into place. To his surprise, he spotted a familiar face, Nyo, the very individual he had previously encountered in the Unju community. After sustaining injuries from their last meeting, it was remarkable to see that Nyo had already recuperated and was now maintaining order at the scene, seemingly concerned about potential looting of their bottled water. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Qin Yang transformed his space into a mere speck of dust, adhering to the arm of a Black Tiger Hall member, and subsequently entered his own space, vanishing from sight within the throng. Just a moment ago, there was someone standing before me. How did he suddenly vanish? One bystander pondered in astonishment, feeling as though he had witnessed the supernatural. At that moment, Qin Yang had successfully latched onto the arm of a water vendor from the Black Tiger Hall, patiently awaiting his chance. Chapter 28. The shield before the world descended into utter chaos. The Black Tiger Hall had already established a formidable influence, claiming dominion over the vicinity of the airport. The number of personnel affiliated with the Black Tiger Hall was considerable. Most significantly, they possessed a wealth of resources, including the coveted water source pearl, which enabled the continuous production of pristine drinking water. It is through the sale of water that the Black Tiger Hall amasses considerable wealth daily. Since the last encounter with Qin Yang, during which he was injured in the Unju community, Nyo has devoted himself entirely to the water-selling business, allowing himself time to recuperate. He remains unaware of the current situation concerning Brother Shan, as there has been no news thus far. Seated in a chair, Nyo, a master of physical techniques, maintains order on-site while pondering other matters. Having suffered humiliation at the hands of Qin Yang on 2 occasions, Hong Shan has personally taken it upon himself to confront Qin Yang. He left yesterday and has yet to return with any information. Nyo is filled with curiosity about what might have transpired. He is not overly concerned about Hong Shan's safety, for Hong Shan ranks 3rd among the 4 capable individuals in their organization. Nonetheless, Nyo is slightly perplexed by Hong Shan's absence throughout the night. Brother Nyo, we are running low on water. We need to refill, one of his companions informs him. Their water-selling venture is thriving, with heaps of bottled mineral water flying off the shelves, even at the exorbitant price of 1,000 per bottle. Profit flows in abundantly. With their supply nearly depleted, they must continue to refill. However, the process of refilling water at the Black Tiger Hall is highly regulated, permitting only those of a certain status to do so. And Nyo possesses the requisite qualifications. The strictness of this protocol stems from the fact that their organization possesses merely a single water source pearl, which is under stringent protection, rendering it inaccessible to outsiders. Nodding in acknowledgement, Nyo rises from his chair. Very well, bring a few brothers with me. At that moment, Qin Yang discreetly affixed his spatial control to the Black Tiger Hall's junior member who had just spoken, seizing the opportunity as he approached Nyo to swiftly attach his influence to Nyo himself. He surmised that Nyo held a significant position within the Black Tiger Syndicate, presenting an opportunity to approach the source water orb, which in turn availed Qin Yang of an opportunity. Within his spatial domain, Qin Yang possessed the ability to manipulate spatial movement for brief periods, and at this moment, he tenaciously adhered to Aineu's attire. Aineu led the Black Tiger Syndicate members into their headquarters building, subsequently navigating through a clandestine passage within the building, leading to the basement. It appeared that the Black Tiger Syndicate operated with considerable discretion. Qin Yang, employing his spatial perception, observed all facets of the Black Tiger Syndicate's activities. An invaluable artifact such as the source water orb would not be carelessly left in plain sight. He observed Aineu and his entourage proceeding along an underground passage, descending for over 100 meters, encountering several rigorous checkpoints before arriving at a vast chamber, evidently excavated artificially. Gurgling sounds reached Qin Yang's ears upon their arrival. His limited field of vision prevented him from discerning the source, but he deduced that it was likely the sound of flowing water. Soon, Qin Yang's spatial perception revealed a sizable pool, from which water continuously bubbled forth. He mused at the prodigious amount of water emanating from the source water orb. Having never encountered the source water orb before, Qin Yang's knowledge was limited to its existence. Witnessing the water flow in this location, he realized that the source water orb indeed generated a substantial volume of water. Upon drawing closer to the pool, Qin Yang dislodged his spatial domain from Aineu, causing it to fall to the ground. He refrained from emerging immediately, mindful that Aineu and his party of over a dozen individuals were present, drawing water, and his sudden appearance would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. To acquire the water source pearl, it is imperative to remain undetected by the Black Tiger Hall. Otherwise, given their formidable strength, Qin Yang would find it exceedingly difficult to escape. If confronting a force as challenging as the Hongshan, one can only imagine the prowess of the Black Tiger Hall, which likely harbors even more formidable experts, potentially including D-level abilities. Faced with a D-level ability user, Qin Yang could only flee. After a short while, Aineu and the others, having secured the water, proceeded to escort everyone out of the underground space under Aineu's vigilant watch. Subsequently, Qin Yang heard the protective door of the passageway being sealed. At that moment, the entire space was devoid of any presence. After waiting for a considerable time to ensure no one remained, Qin Yang cautiously emerged, carefully standing on the ground while surveying the passage. The door at the passage was entirely sealed. From the outside, this place was invisible, indicating that the Black Tiger Hall had taken great precautions to safeguard the water source pearl. This, however, facilitated Qin Yang's endeavor to pilfer the water source pearl. After a thorough examination, he relaxed, realizing he was in a dedicated storage area for the water source pearls, where the water born from the pearls flowed incessantly through the channels, a somewhat extravagant waste. Despite having such an abundance of water, the Black Tiger Hall refused to share it with others. Shaking his head slightly, Qin Yang approached the edge of the water pool, where the water shimmered with extraordinary clarity, bubbling forth continuously. At the far end of the pool, a platform held a deep blue pearl, approximately the size of a fist, from which water flowed forth in a steady stream. At this sight, Qin Yang recognized without a doubt that this deep blue, fist-sized pearl was indeed the water source pearl. Previously merely a subject of hearsay, Qin Yang now beheld the water source pearl for the first time, feeling an overwhelming sense of wonder. A pearl no larger than a fist could continuously produce water. What a marvelous world it is. The water source pearl emerged following the revival of spiritual energy on Blue Star. In earlier times, it was not given much attention, but now, in the wake of Blue Star's transformation into a wasteland, its value is immeasurable, indeed a true treasure beyond price. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yang felt a surge of desire upon encountering such a precious object. With just one water source pearl, his space could be revitalized. If he could procure seeds for crops, his space would truly become a fertile land. Without hesitation, he lunged toward the water source pearl. Although the members of the Black Tiger Hall would undoubtedly notice its disappearance, Qin Yang was unperturbed. In the ensuing chaos, he could exploit the turmoil to once again utilize the abilities of his space to escape. The Black Tiger Hall would never detect his presence. Suddenly, as Qin Yang reached for the water source pearl, he was met with an astonishing rebound force that sent his hand flying back. Stunned, he realized that the Black Tiger Hall had indeed placed protective measures around the pearl. The force he had just encountered was infused with the spiritual power of an ability user, indicating that the Black Tiger Hall had employed a skilled individual to create a protective spiritual shield for the water source pearl. Such a spiritual shield was within Qin Yang's capabilities to generate as well. After all, it was merely a shield of spiritual energy, not the actual ability user. Thus, Qin Yang extended his hand once more, channeling his own spiritual energy, and in an instant, it collided with the energy left by the opposing force. With a sudden crack, the protective energy shield surrounding the water source pearl shattered in response to the opponent's actions. Observing this, Qin Yang hastily reached out and seized the now unprotected water source pearl, swiftly transferring it into his own spatial realm. In that same instant, he too vanished into the space, as if he had never existed at all. However, Qin Yang's actions undeniably provoked chaos within the Black Tiger Hall, plunging it into disarray. Chapter 29. Turmoil. At the very moment Qin Yang obtained the water source pearl, in an opulent chamber of the Black Tiger Hall, a middle-aged man abruptly sprang from the couch, his face a canvas of astonishment. How is this possible? Someone has breached the energy shield I set around the water source pearl. Panic surged within him as he realized the implications. The water source pearl. In the next heartbeat, the man hastily retrieved a communicator, activating it with urgency as he bellowed into the device. The water source pearl is in jeopardy. Quickly, everyone. Safeguard the water source pearl. This man was Li Xiangqian, the second in command of the Black Tiger Hall, and a formidable practitioner, having reached the pinnacle of E grade. On the cusp of breaking into D grade, he was typically entrusted with the protection of the water source pearl. Just moments ago, he had sensed an intrusion, a violation of the energy shield he had meticulously placed around the water source pearl. The water source pearl was the lifeblood of the Black Tiger Hall, an irreplaceable asset. The consequences of losing it were unthinkable. The Black Tiger Hall relied on the water source pearl to amass wealth, and it was essential for resolving their water scarcity issues. After all, the water produced by the water source pearl was virtually the only potable resource available, as water from other sources had been severely contaminated and rendered unfit for consumption. Without the water source pearl, their financial resources would be severed, and even the members of the Black Tiger Hall would face the dire predicament of lacking water to drink. At that point, the situation would become critical. After issuing the command, Li Xiangqian hurried with utmost urgency to the underground space, the very location where they stored the water source pearl. The entire Black Tiger Hall sprang into action upon receiving the news. Those outside selling water, including Anyo, were also promptly informed. What could it be? Why has the second hall master suddenly summoned us urgently to the storage site of the water source pearl? Could there be an issue with the water source pearl? Anyo hastily ceased the sale of water, leading all his subordinates to the underground chamber where the water source pearl was kept. Each person was bewildered by the unfolding events, yet they understood the gravity of anything concerning the water source pearl. Bang! Li Xiangqian was the first to burst through the final door leading to the chamber, swiftly arriving at the edge of the pool. To his astonishment, he stood there, his gaze vacant, staring into the pool where the water source pearl had once rested, now devoid of any trace of it. The other members of the Black Tiger Hall who followed were similarly shaken, as if struck by lightning. The water source pearl had vanished. Second hall master, what on earth is happening? The guards at the entrance to the water source pearl's passage wore expressions of confusion, struggling to comprehend how the water source pearl could have disappeared under their vigilant watch. Slap! Li Xiangqian struck the face of the foremost subordinate who had spoken, sending him sprawling, demanding, "Where's the water source pearl? Who took it?" The situation had escalated severely. Their very means of survival, the water source pearl, had completely vanished from this place. As the second in command of the Black Tiger Hall, Li Xiangqian was on the verge of exploding with rage. The loss of the water source pearl was undoubtedly a tremendous blow to their organization. He glared at the guards, his eyes ablaze with a fierce intensity. The guards were bewildered, each one at a loss for words. Second hall master, the water source pearl was perfectly fine just a moment ago. Brother Nyo and the others even came in to fetch water, confirming that the pearl was intact. Ask Brother Nyo if you don't believe me. At that moment, Nyo, accompanied by the entire group, rushed in and, upon seeing Li Xiangqian, asked with a puzzled expression, "Second brother, what happened?" Li Xiangqian, furious, pointed towards the water pool, gesturing for him to look for himself. Not understanding the source of Li Xiangqian's ire, Nyo hurriedly glanced over at the pool, and then was left utterly dumbfounded, standing there like a statue. Wait, second brother, didn't you collect the water source pearl? He had assumed that Li Xiangqian had taken the pearl, as it was his responsibility to guard it, even encased within a protective barrier of his spiritual energy. In the entire Black Tiger Hall, aside from 4 empowered individuals, no one else could breach that barrier. Even Enyo himself was unable to break through it. Li Xiangqian bellowed, "Collect my foot. The water source pearl is missing." What? Enyo and the other disciples of the Black Tiger Hall were left stunned. One by one, they leaned in to peer at the pool, only to find that the spot where the water source pearl had been placed was devoid of any trace of it. Immediately, Li Xiangqian fixed a frosty glare upon Enyo, saying, "Enyo, you better explain yourself clearly, or I will not let this go today. How did the water source pearl vanish?" He knew that Enyo could not have taken the water source pearl. Enyo was merely a master of physical techniques and could not breach his spiritual energy shield. Therefore, it was impossible for Enyo to be the culprit. If it truly were Enyo, he would have likely fled by now. Enyo's mind was in disarray, filled with confusion. He repeatedly examined the pool, confirming that the water source pearl was indeed absent. With a pale complexion, he explained, "Second brother, just a few minutes ago, I brought people in to fetch water, and the water source pearl was still here. But how could it suddenly disappear?" After ruminating countless times, he still could not comprehend the reason behind the disappearance of the water source pearl. Li Xiangqian's expression was more somber than ever, his gaze fixed menacingly on Enyo and the others. "Besides you, who else entered to fetch water? Step forward." Enyo then pointed out all those who had come to draw water. "It was just us. No one else came in." Enyo remained perplexed, occasionally glancing at the pool, feeling as though he were trapped in a dream. The water source pearl was the most crucial treasure of the Black Tiger Hall, and its loss could indeed escalate matters significantly. His heart raced in his throat. In truth, when held, the water source pearl continuously emitted water, making it immediately recognizable. Li Xiangqian and Enyo scanned the individuals present, finding no one exhibiting any unusual characteristics. Each person appeared equally bewildered, evidently unsettled by the loss of the water source pearl. Enyo questioned, "Second brother, the water source pearl was still here just moments ago. When did you realize it was missing?" Li Xiangqian wore a grim expression. "Just moments ago. I sensed the disruption of the spiritual barrier surrounding the water source pearl, prompting my immediate arrival. To my dismay, I found the water source pearl had vanished." Enyo and the others were drenched in cold sweat, realizing the implication. The water source pearl had been stolen, and likely just moments ago. Given the brief time frame, it is possible that the thief has yet to vacate this vicinity. Quickly, seal off the exits. No one is permitted to leave. Upon reflection, Enyo surmised that someone had infiltrated the underground chamber and absconded with the water source pearl. The urgency of the situation suggested that the culprit had not yet departed the chamber, perhaps hiding in some concealed location. Li Xiangqian concurred. "Indeed. Upon detecting the breach of the spiritual barrier, I rushed over. It is improbable that the thief managed to escape. They may very well be concealed within these confines. Search for them. I demand that they be found." He further asserted, "To breach my spiritual barrier requires considerable prowess. It is evident that a capable individual has entered this place. I will not entertain the notion of him being elusive." Chapter 30. Good news: the underground space, though modest in size, was thoroughly scoured by the members of the Black Tiger Hall in pursuit of the individual who had pilfered the water source pearl. Even Li Xiangqian himself took to the search with fervor, determined to unearth the truth. Meanwhile, the true perpetrator, Qin Yang, remained concealed within his own spatial domain, manipulating the dust of space to cling to Li Xiangqian. Through the exchanges of these individuals, it became clear that Li Xiangqian held a position of great esteem within the Black Tiger Hall, being referred to as the second hall master, a figure of considerable strength. Second only to the hall master himself, Qin Yang remained unperturbed, patiently awaiting an opportunity, confident that these individuals would be unable to locate the water source pearl. At this moment, within the confines of his space, he held the water source pearl in his hand, from which a steady stream of clean water gushed forth, cascading down his arm in a delightful flow. After examining the deep blue pearl, which appeared unremarkable yet possessed extraordinary properties, he contemplated its legendary origins. Believed to be the very source of water itself, though the specifics eluded his understanding. As he surveyed the surroundings, he ultimately selected a corner to construct a reservoir, placing the water source pearl within it. The continuous influx of clear water began to accumulate in the pool, and it would not be long before it overflowed. If left unchecked, the water could inundate his entire kilometer of space within days. Thus, Qin Yang made the reservoir considerably expansive. Marveling at his creation, a satisfied smile graced his lips. With food secured and the water issue resolved, he felt utterly safe in this desolate wasteland. Choosing to remain here had proven to be the wisest decision. In stark contrast to Qin Yang's serene contentment, the members of the Black Tiger Hall were nearing madness. They had scoured the entire space, yet found no trace of the thief who had stolen the water source pearl. The pearl itself was nowhere to be found. Brother 2. One of them pondered, could the thief possess the ability to become invisible? After all this time searching, we still cannot locate him. Despite having explored every conceivable hiding place in this confined underground realm. Thus, Anyo speculated that the thief might indeed possess the power of invisibility. Li Xiangqian spoke in a low voice. It is also possible that the individual possesses the ability to become invisible. However, the water source pearl continuously emits water. Without a sufficiently large container, the water would inevitably overflow, making it impossible to conceal. Everyone, keep a vigilant watch here. No one is allowed to leave. After a few days, he will surely reveal his true intentions. Although the water source pearl produces water, there is a significant issue due to the incessant flow. Without an ample container, it cannot be hidden. Once the water flow spirals out of control, the opponent's whereabouts will be exposed, allowing us to catch him red-handed. My second brother's reasoning holds merit. Thus, we shall remain here, and no one is permitted to depart. That hidden individual will undoubtedly not escape. Anyo and the others stayed behind, and even Li Xiangqian lingered for a while. Ultimately feeling bored, he addressed Anyo and the others. Keep a close watch. I shall step outside for some fresh air. Should you detect the opponent, report to me immediately. Upon finishing, Li Xiangqian exited, hastening his pace to prevent the invisible individual from fleeing. He swiftly moved out of the passage and sealed the entrance door behind him. Once outside, Li Xiangqian exhaled deeply, his countenance quite grim. The theft of the water source pearl would surely incite the wrath of their Black Tiger Hall's leader upon his return. He was determined to reclaim the pearl at all costs. Meanwhile, Qin Yang, who had been stealthily adhering to Li Xiangqian, began to manipulate the spatial energy to gradually detach from the Black Tiger Hall. He effortlessly acquired the water source pearl and departed without a trace, truly navigating through a sea of flowers without a single petal clinging to him. In a secluded corner, a figure materialized out of thin air. It was Qin Yang, the one who had stolen the water source pearl. He glanced back at the direction of the Black Tiger Hall and smiled faintly, saying, "You may continue your search. I shall return home to savor some meat." Qin Yang felt an overwhelming sense of comfort enveloping him. Previously, he had refrained from provoking the Black Tiger Hall despite their harassment, and this act of stealing their water source pearl felt like a minor, yet satisfying retribution. For the time being, he was no match for the Black Tiger Hall, so he decided to collect a small interest. Once his strength was sufficient, he would confront them without hesitation. Qin Yang was not one to endure silently. It was not a matter of vengeance, but rather the timing had yet to be right. As he leisurely returned to the Unju community, the guards on duty greeted him with obsequious smiles. For Qin Yang was not only an ability user but also possessed a wealth of resources, and they had no desire to provoke him. He strode confidently to the 20th floor, and as he reached the hallway, he caught a whiff of a savory aroma wafting through the air. In this current world, those who could indulge in meat were indeed a rarity. Upon entering his room, he found Ding Mingyao busily engaged in the kitchen, donning an apron. Her face lit up with surprise upon seeing Qin Yang return so soon. "Qin Yang, you're back already. Did you manage to buy some water?" she exclaimed. It was rather curious that he, who clearly had ample water, had ventured out to procure more. She couldn't help but wonder what significant affair he might have attended to. Yet, as an ordinary woman, she was oblivious to the matters concerning ability users. Qin Yang, with a relaxed demeanor, smiled and replied, "I got it. Yes, it smells delightful. Your culinary skills are quite impressive." From the enticing aroma of the meat, one could certainly discern Ding Mingyao's proficiency in the kitchen. Ding Mingyao radiated a brilliant smile. "Of course, having procured the long-tailed rat with great difficulty, I cannot afford to squander it. However, I have only cooked half. Surely that will suffice? The long-tailed rat is at least the size of a wolf dog, so even with half prepared, it is still ample. Given the current scarcity of food, I worry that cooking too much will lead to waste." Qin Yang nodded in agreement. "That will be enough." After a while, Ding Mingyao emerged with the pot, the enticing aroma of meat wafting throughout the room. Due to the shattered windows in Qin Yang's abode from the recent skirmish, much of the delightful scent escaped into the air, tormenting the residents above. "Dinner is ready. Do sample my culinary creation," she said, her anticipation for Qin Yang's praise evident, as she found herself increasingly concerned about his opinion of her. Without hesitation, Qin Yang scooped a piece of meat and took a bite. He could not help but exclaim, "Delicious. It seems your culinary skills are quite exceptional. Should the opportunity arise, do prepare more for me to savor." "Not a problem," she replied cheerfully. "Come, you've worked hard as well. Indulge yourself." Qin Yang served her a piece of pure meat, placing it in her bowl. "Ah, thank you." Ding Mingyao was not one to be overly sentimental. Having not enjoyed meat for some time, she was ravenous and eagerly joined in the feast. The two of them gathered around the pot, enjoying their meal. Meanwhile, some residents above, drawn by the tantalizing aroma of meat emanating from below, lamented, "How is it that we are nearly out of food, yet he still feasts on meat? He is in paradise while we suffer in hell." As she flaunted the meat, Ding Mingyao, seizing the opportunity, remarked, "Previously, I inquired within our community, and there are 2 families that possess seeds for crops. Sister Chue's household also has seeds for chili peppers and tomatoes." Upon hearing this, Qin Yang was instantly filled with joy. This was undoubtedly splendid news. Chapter 31. Unfortunate tidings. Having acquired the water source pearl, Qin Yang no longer harbored concerns regarding water supply. His next endeavor was to procure various crop seeds to cultivate a self-sustaining paradise within his space. Therefore, he was in dire need of any agricultural seeds available. The prospect of obtaining these seeds ignited great anticipation in Qin Yang. Given a little time, his space would transform into an entirely different realm. Of course, his current space was still rather limited, only spanning a radius of 1 kilometer. However, Qin Yang sensed that his space would expand in tandem with his burgeoning strength. At the E grade, it encompassed 1 kilometer. Should he ascend to D grade, it would undoubtedly increase, though the exact extent of this enlargement remained unclear to him. Nonetheless, he was certain it would expand, and he was equally curious about the magnitude of this growth. For now, acquiring crop seeds was paramount. The knowledge that Sister Chue possessed chili pepper seeds was akin to a treasure for Qin Yang, who relished spicy food. He turned to Ding Mingyao and instructed, "Please invite Sister Chue to join us for meat. I wish to discuss matters with her first." Sister Chue was a remarkably decisive woman, a trait that Qin Yang admired greatly. Ding Mingyao promptly reached out to Sister Chue. Upon receiving the message, Sister Chue was somewhat taken aback. Yet she did not hesitate and made her way directly to the 20th floor. "Qin Yang, you called for me?" she inquired, the enticing aroma of meat making her mouth water. Qin Yang called out, "Come over for some meat. I have matters to discuss with you shortly." "Ah, thank you. I shall not be courteous," replied Sister Hammer, a woman of decisive nature, devoid of any pretense. Having been wounded by love in the past, her mindset had long since transformed. She no longer troubled herself with matters of the heart. With a considerable amount of meat from the long-tailed mouse, the 3 of them devoured it with fervor, and Sister Hammer savored 2 bowls of meat soup, feeling thoroughly satisfied. After their feast, she remarked, "I heard from Meng Yao that you are in search of crop seeds. While I do not possess any agricultural seeds, I do have various vegetable seeds. In the past, I enjoyed cultivating flowers and plants, so I have a good number of vegetable seeds at home, including over a dozen types of peppers. If you need any, I can certainly provide them for you." Grateful for Qin Yang's hospitality, Sister Hammer was eager to assist, deciding to gift him her entire collection of vegetable seeds. After all, keeping them was futile, the soil was contaminated, and there was no water source. Retaining them would only render them as refuse. It was far better to give them to Qin Yang, who would undoubtedly find them useful. Qin Yang was pleasantly surprised by how smoothly things were unfolding. He nodded and said, "I also wish to discuss this matter with you. If you provide me with the crop seeds, I can ensure you have ample food in return." Most importantly, he needed to cultivate land within his own space and would require trustworthy individuals to assist with the labor. Qin Yang sensed that Sister Hammer was indeed a reliable person. "That sounds wonderful," she exclaimed. "No problem at all. Just wait a moment while I fetch them." After finishing her words, Sister Hammer descended to retrieve vegetable seeds. Before long, she returned with a substantial bag filled with an array of seeds, including chili peppers, tomatoes, Chinese cabbage, leeks, and even watermelon and cucumber seeds. Sister Hammer's collection was remarkably abundant, a delightful surprise for Qin Yang. "It's all yours. I have no use for them now," she declared, generously bestowing all the seeds upon Qin Yang without a hint of reluctance. Without formality, he promptly stored the seeds in his own space. "Thank you, Sister Hammer. However, I still require seeds for other crops. If you come across any information, please do let me know." His space now contained a source of water and a variety of crop seeds, laying the groundwork for a complete ecosystem. Naturally, it would be even better if spiritual energy were to manifest within the space in the future. Qin Yang was filled with aspirations for the future, recognizing that remaining on Blue Star was indeed the wisest choice. While New Star boasted a favorable environment, it was teeming with formidable individuals. Leaving no room for someone of his caliber, E-level abilities were ubiquitous there. Conversely, in the wasteland, he could reign as a local emperor, wielding unmatched power as an E-level ability user, a far superior situation compared to New Star. Everything was progressing towards a promising future. Sister Hammer nodded in agreement. Of course, I will do my best to gather such information. After Ding Mingyao and Sister Hammer finished tidying up, they departed, leaving Qin Yang alone in the room. With a mere thought, he immediately entered his own space. Observing the water source pearl continuously releasing water, he noted that the original pool had accumulated a substantial amount of water. Qin Yang was in high spirits as he took out the vegetable seeds gifted by Sister Hammer. He then cleared a patch of land in his space and planted the seeds, watering them in anticipation of their eventual maturation. However, the growth of the vegetables would require at least a month or two, a considerable wait. Yet, Qin Yang remained unperturbed. He had ample food and water and was not troubled by survival concerns. Indeed, in a month or two, he would have fresh vegetables to enjoy. He also contemplated acquiring some crop seeds to cultivate further, envisioning great potential ahead. After completing his tasks, Qin Yang exited the space, recalling that Ding Mingyao had mentioned some residents in the community possessed crop seeds. He planned to negotiate with them to obtain those seeds. Just as he was about to seek out Ding Mingyao, a sudden series of knocks interrupted him. Upon opening the door, he found Ding Mingyao, her expression fraught with tension. Qin Yang, it's bad news. Someone is spreading rumors that our community has abundant resources. Ding Mingyao, having urgently sought out Qin Yang, was clearly distressed. As the de facto leader of their community, Qin Yang was their focal point in this crisis. Hearing this alarming news, Qin Yang furrowed his brow. This was indeed troubling. It appeared that someone harbored intentions against them. The notion that their community possessed a wealth of supplies, if disseminated, served as a perilous signal, attracting unwanted attention. Many would likely target their community, seeking to seize their resources. While he was not concerned about ordinary individuals, his primary apprehension lay with those possessing abilities. Should multiple such individuals emerge, the safety of the residents in the community would be at grave risk. Qin Yang felt no fear, for he could enter his own space at any moment, a privilege not shared by Ding Mingyao and others, who would undoubtedly become targets of unscrupulous individuals. First, there was no need for panic. It was essential to organize the residents of the community and remain poised for a counterattack. Presently, Qin Yang did not concern himself with the other homeowners, but his ties with Ding Mingyao and Sister Hammer ran deep. He had known Ding Mingyao since childhood, and Sister Hammer had recently provided him with a considerable supply of vegetable seeds. He could not disregard their safety, should circumstances become dire. Qin Yang planned to escort the two women into his space. Although this would expose his secret, he recognized the necessity of developing it, as he would eventually need to introduce others into his realm. He believed that revealing this to Ding Mingyao and Sister Hammer was inconsequential. Once inside his domain, no one could depart without his consent, alleviating concerns of information leakage. Even a lifetime spent within his space would provide no opportunity for such breaches. Qin Yang had also prepared for the worst, knowing the news of abundant resources in the Unju community would make it a target of envy. Chapter 32. The battle begins. Though the source of the rumor regarding the Unju community's vast resources remained unknown, the actual supplies consisted merely of a few small warehouses worth, far from plentiful. Nonetheless, the slander would undoubtedly bring Qin Yang considerable trouble, attracting many eyes upon him. He instructed the community residents to prepare themselves, while he continued his nightly excursions into the wilderness to hunt exotic beasts, for his strength must not wane. However, to guard against potential disturbances from those nefarious individuals, Qin Yang returned to the community before dawn. The following morning, as Qin Yang had just absorbed the spiritual energy from two E-grade beast cores, he detected commotion outside. Rising to the window, he gazed out and beheld a throng of approximately 200 individuals marching towards the Unju community. Each person wielded clubs, machetes, and similar implements, exuding an intimidating aura. Have they arrived? Qin Yang furrowed his brow, suspecting that the rumors had spread, and thus, Their community was about to face an onslaught from various factions. Although Qin Yang harbored no fear, he felt a surge of displeasure. In an era devoid of rules and order, acts of violence had become brazenly apparent. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yang resolved to position himself at the entrance of the community. Should these nefarious individuals attempt to breach their sanctuary, he would unleash a veritable storm of retribution. There was no choice. The only recourse was to intimidate these wrongdoers through force, ensuring that all were aware that the Unju community was not to be trifled with. Qin Yang, there are people outside. I suspect they have come for supplies. Just as he stepped outside, he encountered his neighbor Ding Mingyao, who was armed with a submachine gun. Upon their meeting, she voiced her suspicions. Given the rampant rumors from the previous day, it was highly probable that the individuals outside were indeed targeting their community. Fear not. Let us descend and assess the situation. With me here, they shall not breach our community. The Unju community was his home, the place where he had grown up. At all times, Qin Yang was determined to safeguard his abode from any potential destruction. This was his ultimate boundary. Fleeing or retreating into another dimension was a desperate option he would not readily embrace. He would not easily cower like a turtle. In Qin Yang's eyes, space serves as his instrument, a means and resource for survival in this era, yet it is by no means his sanctuary. He must navigate this world with transparency, confronting challenges head-on rather than evading them. Thus, should outsiders attempt to disrupt their community, he becomes a fierce guardian, a rabid dog defending his homeland, prepared to strike down anyone who dares to intrude. As Qin Yang descended the stairs with Ding Mingyao, she exhaled deeply, seemingly enveloped in a profound sense of security in his presence. Upon reaching the ground floor, they encountered other residents, including Sister Hammer, who wielded her trusty hammer. Thanks to Ding Mingyao's prior discussions with the community members, those capable of action emerged from their abodes without hesitation, armed with an array of implements. The Unju community had weathered numerous battles, and the residents had grown accustomed to the necessity of fighting for survival. Before long, Qin Yang and several other residents arrived at the entrance of the community. Meanwhile, outside, a group of individuals brandishing clubs and various weapons appeared at the gate. Oh, it seems we have not come to the wrong place. This is indeed Unju community. At last, we have located it. Let us not waste time with idle chatter. Let us demand the supplies directly. These intruders were precisely intent on seizing the resources of Unju community, having heard tales of its abundant provisions. Desperation drove them to band together, ready to raid the community, for many faced starvation if they could not find sustenance soon. Their sole objective was to seize resources, and those who obstructed them would meet their demise. Qin Yang stood at the forefront, flanked by Ding Mingyao, armed with a submachine gun, and Hammer Sister, along with other robust homeowners, while the frail and elderly lingered at the rear. With his hands clasped behind his back, Qin Yang observed the approaching throng. After chambering around, Ding Mingyao coldly inquired, "What is it that you seek in our community?" In this tumultuous era, numerous factions operated on a community basis, primarily comprising makeshift groups. Such collectives were often chaotic and troublesome, with a high likelihood of conflict erupting. "What is our purpose? We've heard that your Unju community is hoarding substantial supplies. Hand them over," they demanded. "Your resources are now ours. Do not presume that possessing firearms elevates your status. How many can you truly kill? Surrender your supplies quickly, lest we resort to slaughter." Rumors of the Unju community stockpiling enough provisions to last several years had incited this unruly mob, driven by desperation as they neared starvation. "We have come to claim what you possess. Will you comply?" A horde of miscreants, united by baseless rumors, cared not for reason. Their singular desire was to pillage resources, indifferent to the fates of the Unju homeowners. Even Ding Mingyao's submachine gun failed to instill fear, as their numbers emboldened them. She could not possibly eliminate them all in an instant, and ammunition was finite. Thus, despite the potential for casualties, they were resolved to seize the provisions. Ding Mingyao retorted fiercely, "Our community harbors no supplies. The rumors online are false, and we ourselves are out of food." Indeed, the provisions she and Qin Yang procured from the warehouse were meager, sufficient for merely a couple of individuals, hardly enough to sustain the entire community for even a month. Furthermore, with so many unscrupulous individuals lurking outside, the supplies would be insufficient to distribute among them all. Still equivocating. Who would believe your community lacks provisions? Unless you relinquish your supplies, we shall scour the entirety of your enclave. No one credited Ding Mingyao's assertions. Some even rallied the crowd, exclaiming, "Cease this idle chatter. Assault them directly, annihilate the denizens of Anju Enclave, and we shall seize their resources. Why squander time? Should we tarry, others will arrive, and we shall be left with naught." Attack, incited by certain individuals and driven by pent-up emotions. The mob disregarded the veracity of the situation and prepared to forcibly assault Anju Enclave. Witnessing this, Qin Yang coldly addressed Ding Mingyao and the others. "Cease your attempts at explanation. They are merely a pack of rabid dogs. Why waste words? Hand me the firearm and retreat." Qin Yang seized the submachine gun from Ding Mingyao, instructing the others to fall back. Without hesitation, he unleashed a barrage of gunfire, recognizing the futility of further discourse. The submachine gun roared to life in Qin Yang's hands, spitting forth a torrent of fire. Though he had never wielded it before, he had received instruction from Ding Mingyao, marking his inaugural experience with such weaponry. In an instant, the relentless bullets pierced the vanguard of the onrushing mob, eliciting cries of agony. Battle was joined. Chapter 33. Interests in a world devoid of order. Qin Yang initially clung to a shred of compassion and kindness. However, he soon realized that all goodwill became a hindrance in this apocalyptic reality. Nearly everyone was forsaking their final moral boundaries, transforming into lawless beings. To maintain kindness towards such individuals would only lead to one's own demise. During this period, Qin Yang's mindset gradually shifted. Thus, when confronted by the desperate vagrants attempting to invade the community, he showed no mercy. A single burst of gunfire instantly felled a dozen men, either killing or wounding them. With only a firearm in hand, he understood that eliminating these intruders would secure vital supplies. Even as some collapsed around him, shrieking in agony, no one seemed to care. The assailants resembled frenzied bulls, their eyes glazed with madness, relentlessly charging toward Qin Yang and his companions. In mere moments, he expended all the ammunition from his submachine gun and tossed it to Ding Mingyao. In this chaotic skirmish, such weaponry proved less effective than the agility of his own limbs. "Since you seek death, I shall grant you passage," Qin Yang declared, his gaze icy. With a swift kick, he sent the foremost assailant hurtling backward, scattering the others in his wake. Following this, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, each strike effortlessly dispatching foes. Within just a few breaths, 50 or 60 lay sprawled on the ground to the ordinary populace. Those endowed with abilities are akin to divine beings. Regardless of the number of common individuals, they stand no chance against such extraordinary powers. Initially a disorganized mob, upon discovering that Qin Yang possessed abilities, they fled in terror. In an instant, the remaining individuals scattered in a frenzy towards the distance. As the sound of gunfire echoed, Ding Mingyao, having loaded her magazine, casually discharged a few rounds, hastening their escape. Meanwhile, those who lay injured or lifeless outside the gates of Anju community were met with a grim determination. Sister Hammer raised her weapon high and proclaimed, "Let us send them on their way." Thus, the braver residents of the community armed themselves and approached the still-breathing adversaries, ensuring they reported to the afterlife. With no retreat available in Anju community, they understood the necessity of guarding their territory against any intruders. Many had grown cold-blooded. Although they could not intervene during Qin Yang's earlier confrontation, they now took pride in executing the aftermath with precision. The fierce battle concluded, and as the community members cleared the scene and returned, their gazes were filled with admiration for Qin Yang. He surveyed the residents with a solemn expression and stated, "This is merely the beginning. Prepare yourselves mentally. I may not be able to protect you all. After all, what we face now are merely refugees assaulting the community. Should true ability wielders arrive, I cannot guarantee assistance to everyone. Ultimately, fate governs life and death, and fortune lies in the heavens." Having articulated these points, Qin Yang proceeded. "Those of you who wish to remain in Anju residential complex are welcome to do so. However, if you desire to depart, it is advisable to do so promptly. Otherwise, as more malefactors or individuals with abilities encroach upon us, it may become too late to evacuate." Qin Yang sought to convey the stakes to the residents, empowering them to make their own decisions. "We shall remain with you," many residents vociferously declared. "Indeed, we shall not abandon Anju residential complex, even if it means perishing here." Their resolve stemmed not only from their attachment to Anju residential complex, but also from their recognition of Qin Yang's formidable strength. Within Anju residential complex, they were assured of Qin Yang's protection, whereas venturing elsewhere would likely hasten their demise. Qin Yang responded with equanimity, "It is your prerogative. However, I must forewarn you that my capabilities are finite, and I cannot guarantee the safety of each and every one of you." Qin Yang harbored a deep affection for Unju residential complex. It was the abode bequeathed to him by his parents, the place where he had spent his formative years. He could not readily sever his ties to it. Even if he were the sole resident, Qin Yang would still safeguard Unju residential complex. Thus, his intervention was not contingent upon the presence of others. It was solely motivated by his desire to protect his home. "We are undaunted," they proclaimed. "At worst, we shall meet our end. In any case, death awaits us regardless of our location." Sister Hammer and her cohorts were unwavering in their commitment to safeguard their residential complex. Unju residential complex was their sole sanctuary, leaving them with no alternative. Among them, Ding Mengyao and Sister Hammer were the most steadfast. Qin Yang refrained from further discourse and implored the assembly to maintain tranquility. "Henceforth, I shall be on duty during the day. If anyone is lacking food and water, please inform Ding Mengyao, who will register you and provide assistance when the time comes. However, I must make it clear that anyone attempting deceit will face my wrath first." Aware that some residents are in need, Qin Yang plans to temporarily distribute food from the warehouse to those in need, as he himself lacks provisions and can hunt for sustenance. The food holds little significance for him. His primary objective is to cultivate a trustworthy group of individuals, subsequently finding a way to bring them into his space for cultivation and development. Once the opportunity arises, he intends to initiate his plan. This so-called opportunity hinges on acquiring a sufficient supply of crop seeds. Once he obtains the seeds, he can fully utilize the space, embarking on a journey of self-sufficiency. No longer troubled by food scarcity, the residents of the community were elated upon hearing Qin Yang's announcement of the distribution of supplies, particularly those without food, who felt a surge of excitement, knowing their choice was justified. Soon after, Qin Yang retrieved 10 cases of mineral water from his space, totaling over 100 bottles. Ding Mengyao distributed the water to everyone, 1 bottle per person. She had effectively become Qin Yang's assistant and was thrilled to be handing out mineral water while also compiling a list of those lacking food. It should be noted that Unju community is relatively upscale, and many residents still have some food, albeit not in abundance. Most can temporarily meet their basic needs. Once the registration was complete, Qin Yang distributed some food to those who were in need. Every face radiated with joy. However, the astonishing sight of Qin Yang conjuring food and water from seemingly thin air left them in utter disbelief. Clearly, Qin Yang's abilities transcended their imagination. After distributing the provisions, Ding Mengyao spoke up, "For now, there is nothing pressing. If anyone possesses grain seeds, please bring them forth. Qin Yang is in need of them." Previously, Qin Yang had expressed his requirement for grain seeds, and several residents of the community had some in their possession. Seizing the opportunity, Ding Mengyao continued, "I have some. I shall fetch them. I also possess a few." Witnessing Qin Yang's generosity in providing food, the residents expressed their heartfelt gratitude, which instilled in them a belief that following Qin Yang would not lead to dire straits. Consequently, those with crop seeds ventured to retrieve them, eager to forge a deeper connection with Qin Yang. Chapter 34. The Gale Squad. Due to Qin Yang's distribution of food and water, the residents of the entire community developed a newfound respect for him, subconsciously viewing him as their leader. Under Ding Mengyao's encouragement, those who had seeds swiftly returned home to gather their remaining stock. "Qin Yang, I have just 1 bag of wheat seeds," one resident announced. "I possess half a bag of corn seeds. These were previously used for raising chickens by my father." In a short time, Qin Yang managed to acquire a modest collection of seeds, not abundant, but sufficient to cultivate his space. Should he harvest a few more crops and retain seeds for himself, it would be ample for expanding his own domain. "Very well, I will take your seeds. In return, I shall ensure your safety, at least for the time being." Qin Yang vowed that acquiring seeds for crops would mark the inception of sustainable development, for seeds are far more precious than gold. He declared that whoever presented him with seeds would receive his protection. Moreover, he intended to find an opportunity to invite a select few trustworthy landowners into his space to engage in cultivation. A square kilometer of land would suffice for the time being, capable of accommodating a considerable number of individuals. Most importantly, by sending the landowners into the space, he would alleviate many burdens and be better prepared to confront adversaries with composure. Some reticent landowners, stirred by the prospect, ultimately revealed their treasured possessions. Although the variety of seeds within the community was limited, the types were plentiful. For Qin Yang, the acquisition of seeds was a boon. However, the dangers surrounding Unju community had not yet dissipated, as they had only just repelled the initial assault of lawless intruders. Soon, new challenges would emerge. The Gale Squad, a faction that formed in the wake of societal collapse, was led by 5 masters of physical cultivation, and they had recently escalated their raids on other communities to plunder resources. Upon learning of the abundant supplies at Unju community, they set their sights on it. Talon community served as the stronghold for the Gale Squad. In a certain room, the 5 physical cultivation masters of the Gale Squad convened. Eldest brother, look. This place called Unju community possesses a wealth of resources. The news has spread like wildfire, and it seems credible. We should pay a visit and seize their supplies. One of the companions brandished a mobile phone, pointing to a group chat buzzing with discussions about the resources at Unju community. Another added, I have also heard that the supplies in Unju community could last for several years. If we seize them, at least we 5 brothers can sustain ourselves for a year and a half. The rumors about the supplies in Unju community grew increasingly outrageous, and they took them at face value. As they spoke, they turned their gaze towards their leader, Jifeng. Jifeng was enjoying a steaming bucket of instant noodles while many outside were beginning to suffer from food scarcity. They were indeed quite affluent. Wiping the broth from the corner of his mouth with a tissue, Jifeng patted his belly, exclaiming, days with food are simply delightful. Since you have all suggested it, there's no need for further discussion. Our team, Jifeng Squad, never overthinks. We simply act. Our objective is to seize the supplies from Unju community. Thus, the 5 brothers hastened towards Unju community. The Talon community was not far from Unju, and they arrived swiftly. However, they discovered signs of a struggle outside Unju community, with bloodstains still fresh and corpses lying by the roadside, leaving the 5 momentarily stunned. It seemed that others had arrived at Unju community before them. The violent confrontation indicated that the rumors of supplies in Unju community were indeed true. Qin Yang was stationed at the entrance of the community, surprised to see that it had not been long since the last group of trespassers had fled when another group approached. With a slight frown, rumors of supplies being available have circulated, and now the Unju community is perilously at the center of attention, creating a highly dangerous situation. Ding Mingyao has begun to feel the tension. While the ordinary refugees who have arrived pose little threat, the potential presence of empowered individuals, aside from Qin Yang, leaves them utterly helpless. The leader of the Gale team remained silent, while another companion spoke first, disdainfully eyeing the homeowners armed with makeshift weapons within the community. After all, the 5 brothers are masters of physical combat and naturally dismiss the ordinary populace. After surveying the crowd in the Unju community, he turned his gaze to Ding Mingyao, a sly smile playing on his lips. Little girl, you are quite beautiful. My elder brother is in need of a woman. Put away that toy gun, and as long as you stick with him, I guarantee you a life of indulgence. With unwavering resolve, Ding Mingyao fired her weapon, the bullets whistling from the barrel and aiming straight for the man who had spoken. Startled, he quickly performed a swift maneuver, retreating a dozen meters to evade all the bullets. The other members of the Gale team hastily sought cover, reluctant to face the gunfire directly. When the last bullet was fired and missed, Ding Mingyao's expression shifted dramatically. These newcomers were certainly not comparable to the previous group of refugees, causing a heavy weight to settle in her heart. The man who had initially spoken stepped forward again after Ding Mingyao exhausted her ammunition, casting a glance at the submachine gun in her hands with a slightly displeased expression. Little girl, I advise you to put away that toy. The earlier display of her firepower had left them somewhat flustered, and their mood was far from pleasant. As he spoke, he cast a stone from his hand, which swiftly hurtled towards Ding Mingyao. In the hands of a master of martial arts, such a small stone became a formidable concealed weapon, capable of inflicting harm without warning. In the next moment, a hand reached out from the side, catching the incoming stone, none other than Qin Yang, who had intercepted it just in time. Upon witnessing this, the 5 members of the Gale team felt their pupils constrict slightly. A thought flashed through their minds. An expert? As practitioners of martial arts themselves, they understood that being able to effortlessly catch that stone indicated remarkable prowess. Gale could not help but exclaim, "It seems your skills are extraordinary." Qin Yang held the thumb-sized stone in his hand, his expression icy as he glared at the Gale team. Leave or face death. He discerned that all 5 individuals were martial arts experts. However, even if they banded together, they would not pose a threat to him. Not only was Qin Yang an awakened ability user, But he had also acquired a considerable number of elemental crystals recently, elevating him beyond an ordinary E-rank ability user. Most importantly, he had developed his spatial abilities, gaining skills in spatial dislocation and spatial flash. Even other E-rank ability users would find themselves in peril when confronted by him, let alone a mere handful of martial arts practitioners. Nevertheless, Qin Yang's words did not garner the attention of the five. The leader of the Gale team, Gale, sneered, "While your strength is commendable, do not become too arrogant. Have you heard of the Gale team? We five brothers are not to be trifled with. You would do well to surrender the supplies from your district, or do not blame us for the consequences." Chapter 35. A fallen tiger mocked by dogs. Upon hearing their self-introduction, Ding Mingyao and several others experienced a dramatic shift in countenance, as they too had heard of the infamous gang known as the Gale Squad. They had been rampaging through other residential areas, plundering supplies with abandon, leaving several neighborhoods devastated and marred by grievous casualties. She hastily warned Qin Yang, "It's the Gale Squad. They are notorious for raiding and seizing resources. Several residential areas have reportedly been pillaged by them. Moreover, these five individuals are quite formidable, posing an extreme threat." Thanks to Ding Mingyao's connections, she had been diligently gathering information from the outside world and was well aware of the Gale Squad's reputation, which inspired dread in the surrounding vicinity. Qin Yang regarded them with composure, stating, "I care not whether you are the Gale Squad or some other insignificant posse. If you desire resources, come and seize them." The leader of the Gale Squad, Gale, chuckled derisively, "You are quite arrogant, young man, looking down on the Gale Squad. In that case, I shall make you understand our prowess. Attack, kill them all, and the resources shall be ours." At Captain Gale's gesture, the four brothers behind him revealed a glint of murderous intent in their eyes. Each drew their weapon from their waist and charged directly at Qin Yang. Befitting their reputation as a notorious raiding gang, they resorted to violence at the slightest provocation. However, Qin Yang maintained his composure. He had indeed heard of the Gale Squad's notoriety. They had been quite ostentatious recently, but encountering him might prove to be their undoing. With the exception of Captain Gale, who remained stationary, the other four converged upon Qin Yang, each exuding a potent aura, and commenced their assault. The other residents of the community were deeply concerned for Qin Yang. After all, if he were to be defeated by the members of the Gale team, they would inevitably suffer the consequences. Yet, faced with such formidable martial artists, they found themselves utterly powerless. With a swift motion, the first member of the Gale team swung his blade towards Qin Yang's head. Aware of Qin Yang's formidable prowess, they held nothing back, launching their attacks with full force, aiming directly for his vital points, leaving him no opportunity to defend himself. In the next instant, a sharp beast bone materialized in Qin Yang's grasp. A remnant from the formidable beast pig demon, comparable to an E-grade treasure. The moment their weapons clashed, the member of the Gale team was struck with profound astonishment. The blade in his hand seemed to rebound violently, flung from his grasp as if repelled by an unseen force. The shockwave coursed through his arm, rendering it numb, as if his bones were on the verge of fracturing. The sheer power emanating from Qin Yang sent him staggering backward, unable to maintain his footing, ultimately collapsing to the ground. The remaining three members of the Gale team, intending to seize the opportunity to attack Qin Yang, had grossly underestimated his capabilities. With a series of dull thuds, they too found themselves disarmed and sent sprawling, their weapons clattering against the ground. The Gale team's leader, who had remained on the sidelines, stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with horror. How could this be? The four of them combined were no match for him, even when united. They would struggle against an E-grade adept. At that moment, Zephyr was genuinely terrified. The four individuals whose weapons had been dislodged and who had fallen to the ground also wore ashen expressions, their eyes wide with dread as they stared at Qin Yang. And you? Just then, Qin Yang moved with astonishing celerity, appearing before Zephyr in the blink of an eye. "No." Zephyr barely managed to exclaim before witnessing Qin Yang's sudden movement. As he braced himself, Qin Yang's figure materialized before him like a phantom. Boom! A tremendous force struck Zephyr's abdomen, eliciting a pained cry as he was sent hurtling through the air like a kite with a severed string, eventually crashing against a curb 20 meters away. Ah! Ow! Zephyr emitted a piercing shriek, collapsing to the ground, clutching his stomach with tears streaming down his face. Qin Yang's kick to his abdomen had nearly ruptured his internal organs, causing excruciating pain that was almost unbearable. Whoosh! In an instant, Zephyr's cries ceased as a figure materialized before him, none other than Qin Yang. Smack! Qin Yang delivered a kick to Zephyr's posterior, sending him sprawling back towards the entrance of the Unju residential complex, where he landed heavily on the ground like a toad. Fortunately, Zephyr and his 4 companions were all adept martial artists. Otherwise, Qin Yang would have dispatched them to meet their maker. Moreover, Qin Yang had not exerted his full power. Had he done so, they would have already met their demise. He spared the lives of the Zephyr squad for a specific purpose. At this crucial juncture, Qin Yang needed individuals to oversee the gate, and he recognized the strength of the Gale squad's 5 members. Entrusting them with guarding Unju residential area would significantly diminish potential troubles. At the very least, he wouldn't need to personally intervene when encountering vagrants. The 5 members of the Gale squad were gathered together, their faces pale and bodies trembling. Qin Yang stood before them, indifferently stating, "At present, I can spare your lives, but only if I witness your worth. Should you prove valueless, I shall send you on your final journey." These individuals arrived at Unju residential area with malicious intentions, and Qin Yang would be entirely justified in eliminating them. However, his aim wasn't simply to kill. He required individuals to carry out tasks for him. Those who could be subdued should be, as even keeping a few dogs could prove useful in this era devoid of order. Killing them would be a waste. The 5 brothers of the Gale squad swallowed hard, finally realizing that the young man before them possessed terrifying strength. Their combined might was comparable to a newly awakened E-grade ability user, yet they were as helpless as chicks before Qin Yang, demonstrating his power. Despite his apprehension, Gale clutched his stomach, his face etched with pain, and barely suppressed his agony as he inquired, "Are you an ability user?" Bang! Sister Hammer, wielding her hammer, struck Gale forcefully on the head, causing blood to flow. "Why so much pointless chatter? Didn't you hear our leader's question? Answer honestly." The residents of the community have completely exhaled in relief. Qin Yang is extraordinarily formidable. They gaze upon him as if he were a divine being. Sister Hammer has begun to revere Qin Yang, and in her irritation, she delivered a blow to Wind, for he had been rather verbose. This was a moment for them to respond to questions, not to pose them. Wind rubbed the wound on his forehead inflicted by Sister Hammer, truly feeling as though a tiger had fallen to the plains and was bullied by a dog. Even an ordinary woman dared to strike him. Yet, in that moment, he uttered not a single complaint. Every subsequent word was crucial to their chance of survival, and they could not afford to be careless. Thus, Wind hastily addressed Qin Yang, saying, "Brother, we 5 brothers are willing to submit and follow you without reservation. Should you command us to go east, we would never dare venture west." Above all else, preserving their lives took precedence. Chapter 36. Consecutive shocks in no time. Wind resolved to submit to Qin Yang, believing this to be the only way to ensure his survival. The other 4 brothers, upon hearing Wind's declaration, did not object. They understood all too well that without sufficient worth, Qin Yang would dispatch them as easily as one would a chicken. Moreover, they had no desire to meet their demise. Compared to death, becoming Qin Yang's subordinate was an acceptable alternative. Qin Yang stood there, hands clasped behind his back, and remarked indifferently, "Not enough." His mere satisfaction with their submission was insufficient. The 5 brothers of Wind were taken aback, exchanging puzzled glances, until Wind finally realized, "Brother, we have supplies. We seized resources from several other communities and have hidden them away." Qin Yang furrowed his brow slightly. The importance of ordinary supplies was not particularly significant to him. Yet having something was preferable to having nothing. He promptly inquired, "Apart from food and water, what other valuable items do you possess? It is best not to conceal anything from me. Whatever you have, present it, for your lives depend on it." What Qin Yang truly sought were treasures such as beast cores, as he urgently needed to enhance his strength. Additionally, should there be seeds for crops, that would also be beneficial, for he intended to extensively cultivate his space for agricultural purposes. Seeds were crucial. Listening intently, Jifeng pondered for a moment before another spoke up. "Elder brother, we have some beast cores, which we have heard can be utilized by ability users." Upon hearing this, Jifeng nodded eagerly. Indeed. We possess what are known as beast cores. Elder brother, as an ability user, you should find them useful. We shall offer them all to you." These brothers, who practiced physical cultivation, were incapable of utilizing the beast cores themselves, yet they had acquired a considerable number of them during their exploits. Now, they were prepared to relinquish them in exchange for their lives. Initially, they had set out to seize resources at the Unju community, but instead, they nearly lost their own lives. Now, everything was at stake. Beast cores. Upon hearing that Jifeng and his companions possessed beast cores, Qin Yang's eyes lit up. This was precisely what he needed. After all, the beast cores he could obtain through hunting outside were indeed limited. Thus, upon learning that Jifeng and his group had beast cores, Qin Yang resolved to keep the Jifeng team. These individuals indeed held some value. Yes, we have indeed obtained some beast cores. The 5 brothers of Jifeng all nodded in agreement. With a wave of his hand, Qin Yang commanded, "All right. You 4 remain here to safeguard the community, while you accompany me to retrieve your supplies." Among all that was available, Qin Yang's primary interest lay with the beast essence. He promptly instructed the other 4 to stay at the Unju community to guard the entrance and asked Jifeng to lead him to the supplies. Confident that there would be no resistance from the others. "Understood, big brother," Jifeng replied, elated, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death. He then guided Qin Yang directly to the Talon community, a stronghold for Jifeng's team, where they had plundered numerous other communities and amassed a substantial amount of supplies. The hall filled 3 entire rooms, including rice, flour, cooking oil, compressed biscuits, instant noodles, and even meat stored in their refrigerator. Although power had long been cut off, nearly every household relied on solar energy, allowing their appliances to remain functional. Extraterrestrial signals continued to provide mobile connectivity. "Big brother, this is all we have. But the supplies are rather abundant. It would be challenging for just the 2 of us to carry it all. It would be best to call the others from the community over," Jifeng boasted, gesturing toward their amassed goods. It was no small feat to accumulate such supplies in these trying times. However, he was concerned about the logistics of transporting everything. Before he could finish his thought, Qin Yang waved his hand, and all the supplies in the room vanished without a trace. Jifeng stood frozen in shock, staring blankly at Qin Yang, his mind reeling in disbelief. With just a gesture, all the materials had disappeared? What on earth? Jifeng felt as though he had encountered a ghost. Even among those with abilities, he had never heard of anyone capable of so effortlessly collecting such a vast amount of supplies. He was struck with astonishment, realizing the magnitude of the formidable being they had provoked. The thought of the chilling winds sent shivers down his spine. Under his gaze, Qin Yang nonchalantly appropriated all the supplies they had hoarded, making them vanish into thin air. Gulp. Jifeng swallowed hard, rendered speechless by the overwhelming shock. Qin Yang's abilities transcended his comprehension. "Where's the beast core you mentioned?" Qin Yang demonstrated his prowess before Jifeng, unconcerned about revealing his capabilities, for in his domain, no one could extract anything from him. With the existence of his spatial realm, any attempt on his life seemed nearly impossible. Thus, he acted without reservations. Whether Jifeng witnessed it mattered little. The supplies were of secondary importance. What he truly desired was the beast core. "Ah, brother, follow me to another room." The entire Peach Blossom community was monopolized by Jifeng and his 4 brothers, with only the 5 of them residing within, a testament to their tyrannical dominance. Consequently, they had ample space to hoard their provisions. Some precious items were stored in other rooms. Casting a startled glance at Qin Yang, Jifeng swiftly led him to another chamber. Upon entering, the room revealed itself to be quite spacious. "Brother, look here. We have also stored some grain seeds and about 10 barrels of gasoline." Like a treasure trove, Jifeng proudly displayed their prized possessions to Qin Yang, not daring to hold back in the slightest. Qin Yang's heart leapt with joy upon seeing 7 or 8 bags of wheat seeds and several bags of rice. With such an abundance of seeds, he could indeed cultivate a haven within his own space. After a brief glance, Qin Yang casually stored the item within his own space. Although he was already aware of Qin Yang's formidable abilities, each encounter still left Jifeng in a state of astonishment. "Brother, the beast crystals are here, secured in our safe." Jifeng led Qin Yang to a corner of the room, where a large safe awaited. Upon opening it, they discovered not only a wealth of money, but also an assortment of golden jewelry. Yet, Qin Yang's gaze was instantly drawn to a small, gray, circular object, roughly the size of a thumb, encased in a plastic bag. Indeed, it was the beast crystal. While most beast crystals are round, some possess irregular shapes. He promptly lifted the plastic bag from the safe and counted the number of beast crystals within. 36. Taking a deep breath, he realized that these 36 E-grade beast crystals represented an extraordinary windfall beyond his wildest imagination. Absorbing the energy from these crystals would elevate his strength to at least the mid-level of E-grade, bringing him ever closer to D-grade. "Very well, your lives are spared. However, I must ask, from where did you acquire these beast crystals?" It was peculiar that Jifeng and his companions, lacking abilities, had amassed such a collection. Jifeng shrugged helplessly. Brother, you might not believe this, but we found these beast crystals in an ordinary household. There were only this many. It seems the owner was merely fortunate to stumble upon them. They recounted their acquisition of the beast crystals without embellishment, and upon hearing this, Qin Yang felt a tinge of disappointment, having hoped for a more reliable source for obtaining such treasures. However, these beast orbs were sufficient to significantly enhance his strength. Having gathered all his belongings, Qin Yang swiftly returned to the Unju community alongside Jifeng. The atmosphere in the community was far from stable, and it remained uncertain who might take action against it due to the rumors surrounding the supplies. Qin Yang needed to return to safeguard the community. Chapter 37. Snow Wolf. After collecting the supplies, Qin Yang and Jifeng made their way back to the Unju community. Upon witnessing their safe return, Ding Mingyao, Sister Hammer, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. With the beast orbs in hand, Qin Yang resolved to absorb the spiritual energy contained within them at the earliest opportunity, thus instructing the members of Jifeng's team to guard the entrance of the community. As long as the assailants were not capable individuals, the 5 brothers of Jifeng's team could easily handle them. Simultaneously, he enlisted Ding Mingyao, Sister Hammer, and others to assist, ensuring that the safety of the Unju community was momentarily secured. Meanwhile, Qin Yang retreated to his room, neglecting even to tend to his crop seeds, and began the process of absorbing the beast orbs. Each E-grade beast orb required half an hour for absorption, and with 36 orbs at hand, he would need no less than 18 hours for the task. Without delay, he seated himself on the sofa in his room and commenced the absorption of the spiritual energy from the orbs. During this time, he heard reports of refugees attempting to breach their community, yet they were all swiftly dealt with by the 5 brothers of Jifeng's team, sparing Qin Yang considerable trouble. With a soft sound, as the final beast orb transformed into dust and dissipated, Qin Yang successfully absorbed all 36 E-grade orbs, transforming them into his own spiritual power. At this moment, he examined the spiritual energy within him and felt it was exceptionally robust and abundant, marking a substantial increase in his strength compared to before. He had at least reached the mid-level of E-grade. Alas, the beast orbs were still insufficient. Qin Yang predicts that he will need 100 beast cores to ascend to grade D. According to his intuition, this estimate seems fairly accurate, though the exact number remains uncertain. Even beast cores of grade E vary in the spiritual essence they contain, depending on the cultivation level of the exotic beasts. Nevertheless, acquiring 36 beast cores without effort has significantly enhanced his strength. After absorbing the cores, Qin Yang familiarized himself with his spatial displacement and spatial flash abilities. For now, these are the only 2 skills he possesses in relation to spatial capabilities. In truth, there should be numerous skills associated with space. Yet Qin Yang lacks systematic knowledge on spatial development and can only rely on personal exploration. While the optimal approach would be to obtain a specialized text detailing ability development, the current state of affairs is far removed from the glorious past of Blue Star, where such texts have long been taken to New Star. Even in the wasteland, such resources are scarce, often held by elite factions and formidable individuals, rendering them inaccessible to him. Thus, for the time being, the development of his spatial abilities must rely solely on his own efforts. During this period, Ding Mingyao has sought supplies from him several times, all intended for those community residents lacking food and water. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yang rose and approached the window, gazing out at the community entrance. There, he observed the 5 brothers of the Gale squad diligently guarding the gate. This sight filled Qin Yang with immense satisfaction. He was fortunate to have spared their lives, as it afforded him ample opportunities to absorb the spiritual essence from the beast cores. With the cores now depleted, Qin Yang must continue his hunt. As dusk approaches, he consumes a light meal before descending to the community entrance. Leader, the 5 brothers of the Gale squad greeted Qin Yang with utmost respect, each one clearly intimidated by his presence. Qin Yang merely nodded, instructing them to keep an eye on the neighborhood while he stepped out for a moment. Startled, Gale glanced at the darkening sky. Isn't it too dangerous to go out now that night is approaching? He questioned. Although the 5 brothers were adept in physical combat, they dared not stray far from their residence after sunset. Encounters with otherworldly beasts could easily render them mere prey. With nightfall upon them, the risk was considerable. Yet, Qin Yang chose this very moment to depart. This is not something you should concern yourselves with, he replied coolly. The brothers recoiled, silenced by his words. watching as he vanished into the distance. At that moment, one of the companions spoke up. "Brother, are we to remain his subordinates indefinitely? I believe Qin Yang is indifferent to our affairs. He wouldn't be able to stop us if we decided to flee." Slap. Before he could finish, Gale delivered a sharp blow to his brother's forehead. "Have you lost your senses? Where do you think we could escape to? Encountering a mere E-rank ability user would mean certain death for us. By staying with Qin Yang, we at least need not fear ordinary ability wielders. He serves as our protector. Furthermore, you four dimwits, I've described his powers to you. He effortlessly seized all the supplies we had collected. His abilities are extraordinarily bizarre, ones I have never encountered before. Aligning ourselves with Qin Yang brings us only advantages, not detriments." After witnessing Qin Yang's extraordinary abilities, Jifeng resolved to follow him unconditionally. For Qin Yang's capabilities were truly remarkable. Upon returning, he shared tales of Qin Yang's prowess with his four brothers. Even if someone were to entice him to part ways with Qin Yang, he would firmly refuse. In this world, those with abilities are the true protagonists. Another brother nodded in agreement, observing, "Look at Qin Yang. He dares to venture out so late. He may be hunting exotic beasts outside the city, which indicates his confidence in his own strength. You must understand that an ordinary ability user lacks the capacity to hunt beyond the city walls. Therefore, let us heed our elder brother's advice and closely follow Qin Yang. That fellow is no villain. As long as we remain loyal, he will treat us well." Thus, the five brothers resolutely prepared to accompany Qin Yang. As they exited through a gap in the towering walls of Dragon City, Qin Yang, having significantly enhanced his strength, felt an even greater sense of confidence. That night, he intended to venture further afield in pursuit of game. After all, to elevate his abilities, he must rely on his own efforts to hunt exotic beasts and obtain beast cores. There was no better alternative. He planned to hunt at night and practice in the community during the day. Suddenly, a pig demon, barely below E-rank, charged at him with a roar. Qin Yang, unfazed, did not even bother to evade. At the very moment the pig demon reached him, he struck with his palm, landing with precision on the creature's forehead. Bang! The pig demon collapsed lifelessly to the ground, swift and decisive. For the current Qin Yang, slaying a mutated beast of less than E-rank required no effort whatsoever. Encountering such a lowly aberration, Qin Yang would not let it slip by. After all, every aberration serves as sustenance, and his spatial realm possesses preservation properties, allowing for prolonged storage. As Qin Yang ventured further, the presence of aberrations began to increase. Suddenly, a snow-white wolf demon, roughly the size of a cow, materialized before him, its eyes emanating a captivating green luminescence. A near-degrade snow wolf, indeed. Qin Yang sensed a formidable aura radiating from the creature. In terms of sheer strength, he recognized that he would stand no chance against this snow wolf. Generally, aberrations surpass human abilities, and this snow wolf possessed a unique power, the ability to unleash frost. Even an E-grade ability user could find themselves instantaneously encased in ice by this wolf, leading to their demise. However, after numerous battles, Qin Yang felt no trepidation in the face of this peak E-grade snow wolf. Rather, he was filled with eager anticipation. Chapter 38. The Tong family martial arts hall. The snow wolf, having merely assessed Qin Yang, quickly discerned that he was vastly inferior in strength. With a fierce howl, it unleashed a stream of icy breath, causing the flora beneath to freeze upon contact. A vast expanse of ice materialized before Qin Yang, spreading towards him with astonishing speed. As he felt the chilling aura enveloping him, Qin Yang's expression shifted. Should he become ensnared in the snow wolf's frost, escape would be futile. In the next instant, Qin Yang vanished, retreating into his own realm. In the fleeting moment of Qin Yang's disappearance, the very spot where he stood became utterly encased in ice. Had he not retreated into the spatial realm, the outcome would have been dire. The snow wolf stood in stunned silence, gazing vacantly ahead, where Qin Yang's figure had vanished. In the snow wolf's perception, it was inconceivable that Qin Yang could withstand its frostbitten aura. Suddenly, with a whoosh, Qin Yang re-emerged, standing upon the icy surface. The penetrating chill sent a slight shiver through him. The temperature emitted by the snow wolf was exceedingly low. Yet, as a wielder of power, he could effortlessly withstand this icy assault. "Little wolf, your frost lacks potency," Qin Yang taunted, beckoning the snow wolf with a provocative gesture. Aware that his own strength paled in comparison to that of the snow wolf, he knew he must utilize his spatial abilities to draw near to it, granting him a chance to vanquish the creature. At a distance, he posed no threat whatsoever and had to remain vigilant against the snow wolf's icy prowess. With a fierce growl, the highly intelligent snow wolf, incensed by Qin Yang's disdain and provocation, lunged forward with astonishing speed, transforming into a streak of white light. In the blink of an eye, it was upon Qin Yang, striking with a claw. Simultaneously, 5 ice arrows were unleashed from the snow wolf's paw, hurtling directly towards him. This ice-infused assault possessed tremendous force, prompting Qin Yang to swiftly execute a spatial displacement, vanishing from sight. Seizing the opportunity, he transformed his space into dust, adhering it to the snow wolf's form. The attack faltered once more, and the snow wolf was nearly driven to fury by the insufferable human ability user, Qin Yang, who refused to engage it directly. The snow wolf was utterly baffled, unable to discern the nature of Qin Yang's abilities. Suddenly, the snow wolf paused, turning around to find that, unbeknownst to it, Qin Yang had inexplicably appeared upon its back, riding atop it. The snow wolf was completely dumbfounded. How had this human ability user, whose strength was clearly inferior to its own, managed such a feat of stealth? Perched on the snow wolf's back, Qin Yang brandished a weapon fashioned from the bones of a pig demon beast, thrusting it fiercely towards the creature's back. However, just as he did, a layer of frost materialized upon the snow wolf's hide, effortlessly deflecting his strike. The impact left Qin Yang's hand numb. He had gravely underestimated the snow wolf's prowess. At that moment, the snow wolf was enveloped by a thick coating of ice, and with a swift roll, it forced Qin Yang to retreat into his own space. This snow wolf's strength was perilously close to E-grade. Although he had absorbed 36 beast cores, he was still far from the pinnacle of E-grade, and the snow wolf's formidable defenses made it a challenging opponent. Consequently, he began to exploit spatial displacement and spatial blinking, launching a relentless offensive against the snow wolf to deplete its abilities. The snow wolf, seething with rage, found itself unable to inflict harm upon Qin Yang. Under the barrage of Qin Yang's continuous assaults, its icy defenses began to wane, and it even sustained injuries. After all, Qin Yang was an E-grade ability user, and his sustained strikes, particularly focused on a single point, rendered the snow wolf increasingly vulnerable. A howl erupted from the snow wolf, its visage contorted with resentment as it fled into the distance. It had encountered the most formidable human ability user it had ever faced, though lacking in strength. This adversary had inflicted considerable suffering upon it. Yet, Qin Yang remained relentless, continuously targeting the wolf's vital points. As long as his spatial energy clung to the snow wolf, it was utterly powerless to shake him off. Time stretched on, and he found himself nearing exhaustion. With a final, mournful cry, the snow wolf collapsed. A creature on the brink of D rank, ultimately worn down by Qin Yang's persistence. After delivering the finishing blow and confirming the wolf's demise, Qin Yang exhaled a profound sigh of relief, swiftly storing the snow wolf within his spatial realm. However, he too was on the verge of collapse. The disparity in strength had drained him significantly. Gasping for breath, he felt his own spiritual energy dwindling to nearly nothing. Had the snow wolf held out a while longer, he might have been compelled to abandon the hunt. Standing firm, he took several deep breaths before retrieving a compressed biscuit from his spatial storage, consuming it along with a bottle of water to regain some vitality. Despite the fatigue weighing heavily upon him, the beast core of the snow wolf promised a substantial reservoir of spiritual energy, a worthwhile endeavor indeed. After resting for a while within his space, Qin Yang proceeded to extract the beast core from the wolf's skull. It was notably larger than any he had previously acquired, retaining the same gray hue, yet adorned with specks of white light. To his astonishment, this snow wolf was on the cusp of advancing to D rank. Qin Yang was secretly astonished. If the snow wolf were to be granted another 2 or 3 years, it would likely ascend to a D-grade beast. Nevertheless, it was unfortunate for the snow wolf that Qin Yang managed to slay it. The beast's core brimmed with abundant spiritual energy, which filled Qin Yang with elation. At that moment, almost depleted of his own power, he seized the opportunity to absorb the energy from the snow wolf's core within the spatial realm. This endeavor took him nearly 50 minutes to completely extract the energy. The core, a pinnacle E-grade nearing D-grade, contained an essence comparable to 10 ordinary E-grade cores, significantly enhancing Qin Yang's strength. Upon absorbing the energy, he instantly regained his peak condition, witnessing a considerable advancement in his capabilities. With increased experience, Qin Yang understood that when confronted with exceptionally powerful beasts, it was wiser to evade them, as exhausting his own energy would not be worth the cost. Exiting the spatial realm, he resumed his hunting. However, he encountered no more beasts. Although the wilderness teemed with them, their appearances were far from guaranteed, and he chose to avoid any formidable foes. As the clock struck past 3 in the morning, he found himself without further gains. Suddenly, he heard the sounds of battle and the roars of beasts from a distance, indicating that a struggle was underway, likely involving a capable individual. With a surge of curiosity, Qin Yang stealthily approached, finding a concealed vantage point from which to observe. Ahead, in a clearing, 3 figures were engaged in a fierce assault against 2 beasts. Before him stood 2 formidable bull demons. Judging by their aura, one was at the pinnacle of E rank, slightly weaker than the snow wolf, while the other had astonishingly reached D rank. Among the 3 abilities users besieging these bull demons, 2 men and a woman. One stood out, particularly the strikingly beautiful woman, who also emanated D rank energy. Upon seeing her, Qin Yang's pupils constricted slightly. Was that Tong Xian, the master of the Tong family martial arts hall? Chapter 39. The Supreme Scavenger. Recognizing the abilities user leading the assault on the bull demons, he identified the most powerful among them, the D-rank woman. As the renowned master of the Tong family martial arts hall, the hall held considerable prestige in Long City, and the fact that its master was a woman only heightened its allure. The remaining 2 men were both E-rank, their energy fluctuations significantly surpassing Qin Yang's. As for the Tong family martial arts hall, it bore some history with Qin Yang, the martial arts expert A Bao, previously invited by the committee director Li Guangming. Hailed from there, Qin Yang remained uncertain whether the Tong family would come to A Bao's aid, yet there had been no recent developments. Regardless, he chose to remain in the shadows, observing the actions of Tong Xian and her companions. The woman scoffed and commanded, "Engage them swiftly. I will entangle the D-rank bull demon while you 2 quickly eliminate the E-rank one and assist me in hunting down the remaining bull demon." Understood, master. The trio promptly launched their assault on the 2 bull demons. Although Tong Xian was also D-rank, she could not easily vanquish the bull demon of the same rank, for it was well known that equally ranked beasts generally possessed greater strength than human abilities users. A lone individual engaged in a fierce battle with a demon, while on the other side, 2 members of the Tong family martial arts school relentlessly besieged an E-level bull demon, who was perilously wounded with several lacerations already visible on its body. The D-level bull demon, desperate to protect its companion, roared in anguish. Ultimately, the E-level bull demon was severely injured and fell to the ground, meeting its demise in an instant. Subsequently, all members of the Tong family martial arts school turned their attention to the D-level bull demon. In the shadows, Qin Yang observed the scene, feeling a stir of excitement within him. The Tong family martial arts school, after slaying the first bull demon, had not immediately collected its carcass nor obtained the beast's core, leading Qin Yang to believe he had a chance to seize an opportunity. With this thought in mind, he acted swiftly, entering his own space and transforming it into dust, gradually maneuvering closer to the battlefield. Once inside the space, Qin Yang found that the movement of his spatial control was sluggish, taking a considerable amount of time to reach the carcass of the bull demon. With a focused thought, he began to absorb the remains. Through diligent research, he had discovered that one could indeed retrieve external objects while within his space, provided the distance was within a meter. With a deep breath, he directed his spiritual energy towards the bull demon's carcass, exerting a force of attraction. In the next moment, the bull demon's body was effortlessly drawn into his space. Gazing at the warm carcass, a smile crept onto Qin Yang's lips. Indeed, snatching another's prey was immensely gratifying. Without the need to exert effort in hunting, he could acquire an E-level beast core. It is worth noting that the bull demon possessed peak E-level strength, which, while inferior to the snow wolf he had vanquished, was still formidable. With a precious E-level beast core in his possession, he felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. As Qin Yang stealthily absconded with the corpse of the bull demon, the members of the Tong family martial arts school were initially oblivious to the theft. However, it did not take long for the school's master, Tong Xian, to be the first to discover the absence of the bull demon's remains. His expression shifting dramatically. "The bull demon you killed is missing." What? The 2 members of the Tong family martial arts school were momentarily stunned, turning to where the body had lain, only to find it had indeed vanished without a trace. How could this be? The corpse of the bull demon has been stolen? They were incredulous. Having expended considerable effort to slay the bull demon, They now realized they had unwittingly prepared a feast for another. They were instantly filled with rage. A D-rank bull demon, witnessing the disappearance of its fallen comrade, was consumed by fury. Its eyes blazing red as it launched a ferocious assault against the members of the Tong family martial arts school. Yet, they had little time to dwell on their frustrations. A fierce melee ensued, filled with roars and clashes. Regardless of the bull demon's wrath, the members of the Tong family martial arts school ultimately gained the upper hand. After a tumultuous battle, particularly thanks to Tong Xian, who was an exceptional swordsman, each strike he delivered inflicted significant damage upon the bull demon. Nonetheless, the two less skilled members of the Tong family sustained considerable injuries during the bull demon's frenzied counterattacks, and even Tong Xian bore minor wounds. After a fierce struggle, the bull demon fell to the ground, defeated and unwilling to accept its fate. Panting heavily following the slaying of the D-rank bull demon, Tong Xian exhaled a sigh of relief, her chest rising and falling dramatically. Yet, her countenance remained grim. How did that bull demon disappear just now? As a D-class ability user and a wielder of awakened swordsmanship, Tong Xian's strength is formidable. However, she failed to perceive the process by which the corpse of the bull demon vanished. It was as if it had evaporated into thin air, leaving her bewildered. The remaining two members of the Tong family martial arts school, though injured, were even more perplexed than Tong Xian. They arrived at the spot where the bull demon had disappeared, only to find nothing. This is truly bizarre, master. Could there be another ability user concealed nearby? One of them furrowed his brow, beginning to suspect the presence of someone in the vicinity, yet lacking any evidence. Alarmed, all three turned to gaze at the location of the first bull demon's disappearance. In the next moment, Tong Xian suddenly sensed something amiss and hastily directed her gaze towards the second bull demon they had just slain. The sight nearly caused her to spit out a mouthful of blood. The second bull demon had also vanished, and it was a D-class creature. Ah, master, this is terrible. The second bull demon has also disappeared. Furious, they exclaimed, "Damn it, that scoundrel has stolen our bull demons. Come out and face your demise." The Tong family martial arts school was furious, having exerted tremendous effort only to see both bull demons vanish, reduced to mere tragic laborers. Their anger was palpable. Truly a fire ignited in their hearts. Meanwhile, within the space, Qin Yang gazed at the two bull demon corpses before him, one E-class, the other D-class, feeling an indescribable exhilaration. His lips curled into a smile that he struggled to suppress. Ah, indeed, my spatial abilities are unparalleled. Qin Yang could not help but chuckle. The thrill was intoxicating. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth, though perilous, promised immense rewards if successful. Suddenly, he discovered a remarkable method to acquire beast cores. Compared to the arduous task of hunting exotic beasts, seizing them from others seemed almost effortless. As long as he remained undetected, he would reign as the supreme scavenger. A nearly D-grade beast core and a genuine D-grade beast core. If he could absorb the spiritual energy contained within, Qin Yang stood a chance to reach D-grade himself. While he reveled in this exhilarating thought, the members of the Tong family martial arts hall were on the verge of despair. Damn it, Sixth. Come out, you scoundrel. I will kill you. Don't let me discover who you are. Cursed Sixth, I shall dismember you. Two injured members of the Tong family martial arts hall cried out in fury. Meanwhile, Tong Xian ground his teeth in frustration, fiercely slashing at the spot where the cow demon's corpse had vanished, but to no avail, leaving him seething with rage. They had worked so hard only for their efforts to benefit someone else. Although they were aware that there were special abilities, even those capable of concealing themselves nearby, they could find no trace of them. Chapter 40. My apologies, there must be an ability user hiding in the vicinity, the hall master suggested. We should return immediately to investigate. Those possessing such stealth capabilities are exceedingly rare. Tracking down the scoundrel who stole our prey should not prove too difficult. Indeed, he exclusively pilfers from others. He has undoubtedly victimized others beyond just us. We will surely locate him. The members of the Tong family martial arts hall were unwilling to suffer this humiliation. Their establishment was a formidable force in Long City, and never had anyone dared to pilfer their quarry. This time, the adversary was akin to snatching food from a tiger's mouth, courting disaster. Given the influence of the Tong family martial arts school, they would soon ascertain the identity of the perpetrator. After all, the factions within Longqing were limited, and those endowed with stealth or unique abilities could not remain concealed indefinitely. Their whereabouts would eventually be revealed. Clenching her teeth, Tong Xian's delicate visage was suffused with rage. Let us go. We may have attracted the attention of that scoundrel. Even while hunting, he could easily employ his powers to pilfer our quarry. Thus, the members of the Tong family martial arts school returned to Longqing, seething with indignation. They feared that if they continued their pursuit, the prey would be appropriated by that elusive individual, effectively rendering them mere pawns for that rogue, which they were unwilling to accept. Having come across the corpses of 2 cow demons, Qin Yang did not linger. Deftly controlling his space and silently vacating the vicinity where the 3 from the Tong family resided. Engaging in such activities, if discovered, would undoubtedly incur a barrage of curses. It was prudent to withdraw. Only after relocating to a considerable distance did Qin Yang come to a halt. He refrained from extracting the beast cores, as the bodies of the exotic beasts lay within his spatial realm, and there was no urgency to retrieve them. He intended to seize the opportunity to explore further afield, seeking out those capable individuals who would work for him, as serendipitous gains were the swiftest means of enrichment. In truth, there were indeed ability users hunting outside Longqing, particularly those of formidable strength, especially those of D rank. They faced minimal danger even in the wilderness. However, to augment their prowess, they still needed to hunt exotic beasts, which is why they ventured out at night. After traversing 7 or 8 li, Qin Yang once again heard the sounds of a skirmish not far off. He immediately crept closer to observe from the shadows. Unbeknownst to many, the sight that unfolded was utterly astonishing. A formidable hunting team had successfully captured 5 exotic beasts. In the direction of Qin Yang, he observed a clearing where the carcasses of these 5 creatures lay heaped together. Due to the limitations of numerous ability users, who lacked spatial capabilities akin to Qin Yang's, they were unable to store their quarry, resulting in a collective display of their spoils, prepared to be transported at the conclusion of their hunt. Remarkably, the members of this hunting team did not even guard their prize. Brimming with confidence in their prowess and untroubled by the prospect of others seizing their hard-won resources, they were none other than the illustrious Berserker hunting team, a coalition of ability users dedicated to hunting exotic beasts beyond the city limits, subsequently distributing their spoils among themselves. However, Qin Yang was unfamiliar with the members of the Berserker hunting team. His gaze was fixated solely on the 5 exotic beasts. He discerned with clarity that their beast cores remained unextracted. Apologies, but I shall claim your quarry as well. In the next moment, Qin Yang entered his spatial realm, maneuvering it to approach the hunter's spoils. The thrill of stealthily pilfering from them ignited a rush of exhilaration, becoming somewhat addictive. Without hesitation, he soon found himself beside the 5 exotic beasts, unceremoniously drawing them into his own space before swiftly retreating. Having adopted the role of the cunning thief, discretion was paramount. Although those ability users continued to pursue new beasts, Qin Yang felt satisfied with the bounty he had amassed. One must not be overly greedy. It is wise to know when to withdraw. The exhilaration of stealing and fleeing filled him with fervor. Alas, brother, our prey has vanished. What? The prey has vanished? Damn it, who did this? Who on earth is responsible? Come out and face the consequences. In an instant, the members of the frenzied hunt team erupted in furious howls, their anger palpable as the 5 hard-won targets they had hunted disappeared in the blink of an eye. The perpetrator, Qin Yang, only revealed himself after distancing himself from the frenzied hunt team. Ah, what an exhilarating experience, my good brothers, my sincerest apologies. Without lingering, Qin Yang swiftly returned to Long City, wary of encountering the Tong family martial arts school and those hunting teams, for having pilfered their quarry could lead to troublesome confrontations. Most importantly, both the Tong family martial arts school and the aforementioned hunting team possessed D-level abilities, and Qin Yang was not yet a match for such opponents. Having successfully stolen 7 prey, in addition to the snow wolf he had hunted himself, he now had a total of 8 targets. Upon returning and extracting the beast cores, he stood a good chance of advancing to D-level. Once he reached that level of power, he would not fear the Tong family martial arts school or the Black Tiger Hall. Just as Qin Yang entered Long City, 3 figures unexpectedly emerged from a breach in the city wall, entering the city from the opposite side. In a moment, the 2 parties found themselves mere hundreds of meters apart. More members of the Tong family martial arts school. Qin Yang recognized them clearly. Those 3 individuals were none other than Tong Xian, the head of the Tong family martial arts school, accompanied by 2 of her disciples. While the members of the Tong family martial arts school were unaware of Qin Yang's identity, He was acutely aware of theirs, fully cognizant of the misdeed he had committed. With merely a glance, Qin Yang calmly prepared to return to the residential complex. "Brother, wait a moment." Suddenly, one of the members from the Tong family martial arts school spoke up and swiftly approached Qin Yang. Even the schoolmaster, Tong Xian, followed closely behind. As the three of them approached Qin Yang furrowed his brow slightly. He doubted these individuals were aware that he was the one who had pilfered their prey. With an air of indifference, he inquired, "Is there something you need?" The man from the Tong family martial arts school who had initially spoken asked, "Brother, during our hunting expedition tonight, our prey was inexplicably stolen. While you were hunting outside, did you encounter a similar situation?" The members of the Tong family martial arts school were eager to identify the scoundrel who had audaciously stolen their catch right before their eyes, still seething with indignation. Qin Yang nearly succumbed to laughter, pondering how he, the perpetrator, could possibly confess, and instead shook his head. "I did not encounter what you described." Upon hearing Qin Yang's words, Tong Xian and the others exchanged bewildered glances. However, upon reflection, they realized that if that rogue had indeed stolen their prey, he would naturally have had no opportunity to pilfer from Qin Yang. After a brief exchange of glances, the man continued, "Brother, we are members of the Tong family martial arts school. Should you encounter anyone with special abilities, such as the power of invisibility, please inform us. There will be ample rewards." The members of the Tong family martial arts school were determined to apprehend the thief who had robbed them. Qin Yang nodded in agreement. "Understood. I shall certainly inform you if I learn anything. Gentlemen, I must take my leave now." Having not engaged in much conversation with the members of the Tong family martial arts hall, Qin Yang merely nodded in greeting before turning to depart, intent on hastening his cultivation. Should his identity be exposed, he must be prepared to confront the consequences. In the future, if he were to pilfer the prey of others, he could unwittingly provoke numerous adversaries, making the enhancement of his strength paramount. Chapter 41. From Quantitative Change to Qualitative Change upon witnessing Qin Yang's departure. The individuals from the Tong family martial arts hall exchanged glances, and one among them furrowed his brow and remarked, "This young man is quite peculiar. I have never seen him before. Moreover, as an E-rank ability wielder, does he truly have the audacity to hunt alone? His bravery seems rather excessive." Even they, formidable ability users, preferred to operate in teams, and even then, they exercised utmost caution. It is a rarity to encounter a lone hunter, as the perils of solitude are considerable. Another chuckled derisively. "With such a naive fool, he is unlikely to achieve any success. And I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up losing his life out there one day." The hall master, Tong Xian, gazed in the direction Qin Yang had vanished and shook his head slightly. "I perceive this individual is not to be underestimated. We must return and investigate his background." "Understood, hall master." Qin Yang leisurely returned to the Unju community. Due to the encroaching darkness, the streets were desolate, and the community itself was enveloped in tranquility. However, as he entered the vicinity, the window of the first floor of Building 1 suddenly swung open, and a figure, known as Swift Wind, poked his head out, exclaiming, "Boss, you're back so late?" The 5 brothers of the Swift Wind squad had all moved into the Unju community, residing on the ground floor. Their presence served a dual purpose: to safeguard the community and to promptly detect any intruders. Once again, a master of physical arts, his alertness was exceedingly high. Qin Yang was momentarily taken aback, nodding slightly. Is everything all right in the community?" Jifeng flashed a grin, reassuring him. "Chief, rest assured, with us 5 brothers guarding, nothing will go amiss." Only then did Qin Yang return to Building 6. The 5 brothers of Jifeng gazed at him with envy. Those with abilities are truly exceptional, daring to venture out in the dead of night. When will we ever become capable ourselves? Stop dreaming. The spiritual energy in Blue Star is nearly depleted, making awakening exceedingly difficult. Upon returning to his room, Qin Yang immediately entered the spatial realm, his gaze falling upon the 8 exotic beasts before him, a flicker of excitement glimmering in his eyes. This time, I have the opportunity to achieve a breakthrough to D-level. The spiritual power he had accumulated within had surpassed the mid-stage of E-level. Tonight's gains were equivalent to 50 E-level beast cores. After all, upon inspection, he noted that there were 2 D-level beasts and 3 nearing D-level, while the remaining ones were among the stronger E-level beasts. Altogether, their worth was at least equivalent to 100 ordinary E-level beast cores. Without hesitation, Qin Yang set to work, extracting the beast cores from the heads of all the exotic beasts. In his hands lay 8 beast cores, 2 D-level cores, white in color, and 6 gray ones. Once an exotic beast evolved to D-level, its beast core would turn white and increase significantly in size. A D-level beast core was at least the size of a ping-pong ball. Qin Yang's face lit up with joy. The 8 hefty beast cores in his grasp would undoubtedly facilitate his smooth transition to D-level. Seated within the confines of space, Qin Yang commenced the absorption of the spiritual energy contained within the beast core. He prioritized the absorption of E-rank beast cores, as the rich spiritual essence flowed into his body, transforming into his personal spiritual power. Due to the generally elevated grade of the beast cores this time, the absorption process unfolded at a slower pace than with previous cores. As dawn broke, Qin Yang was engaged in the assimilation of his 5th E-rank beast core. At this juncture, the spiritual energy within him had attained remarkable density, and he gradually approached the threshold of D-rank, sensing that his own power had reached an alarmingly formidable level. However, despite this, upon completing the absorption of the 5th E-rank beast core, he found himself unable to transcend to the next level. Undeterred, Qin Yang grasped the 6th E-rank beast core and resumed his absorption. Although his spiritual power was already exceedingly abundant, he remained unable to break through to D-rank, as if an unseen force obstructed his advancement. It was evident that any breakthrough in cultivation could not occur instantaneously. It required further accumulation. Recognizing that his spiritual energy was still insufficient, Qin Yang persisted in his efforts. Even as the 6th beast core was reduced to dust, he remained at an impasse, unable to reach D-rank. I refuse to believe this, he mused. Glancing at the final 2 D-rank beast cores, the most precious cores in his possession, it was clear that relying solely on his own strength, he could never hunt a D-rank beast. Yet, acquiring them through fortunate circumstance posed no challenge at all. Picking up one of the D-rank beast cores, Qin Yang savored the even more concentrated spiritual energy within, a smile gracing his lips. He had arrived at the critical juncture between E and D-rank, mere moments away from breakthrough. Clutching the beast core, Qin Yang devoted himself entirely to the act of absorption. A gust of ethereal energy surged wildly into his body, transforming into spiritual power within him. Qin Yang's physique resembled a vessel. Although it was already brimming, it continued to absorb the influx of energy, causing his form to swell. To prevent his body from expanding uncontrollably, Qin Yang consciously compressed the spiritual energy within. Consequently, as more ethereal essence entered his being, he reached an extraordinarily high-pressure state. With a final whoosh, the last trace of energy from the beast's core was absorbed, disintegrating into fine dust upon the ground. At that moment, the pressure within Qin Yang's body reached an apex, culminating in a momentous transformation. Suddenly, the spiritual power within him condensed violently, evolving into a purer form, and the pressure vanished instantaneously. Simultaneously, he experienced an exhilarating sense of relief as his entire being underwent a comprehensive enhancement. Both his strength and speed surpassed their previous limits, marking a significant metamorphosis. At last, he had broken through. Qin Yang was ecstatic, for in that instant, his spiritual energy had undergone a qualitative change, elevating his cultivation to D-rank, thus becoming a D-rank adept. The overwhelming sensation filled him with confidence, as if he wielded dominion over all. However, just as Qin Yang celebrated his breakthrough, he suddenly heard a cacophony of thunderous roars reverberating around him. Immediately, he turned his gaze towards his space, and a wondrous scene unfolded before him. His space began to expand, extending outward in all directions. As it swelled, something seemed to be compressing within, resonating with a thunderous roar. Originally, his space measured 1 kilometer, but it soon broadened to 2 kilometers, then 3. Ultimately, it reached an astonishing size of 10 kilometers. With a final resounding boom, the expansion ceased, and the space stabilized. Qin Yang rose and surveyed his surroundings, utterly astounded. A 10-kilometer expanse was nothing short of a small world, remarkably vast. Not only could he store items within it, but more importantly, with such an extensive space at his disposal, he could undoubtedly create a realm uniquely his own, whether for agriculture or cultivating his own influence. In these tumultuous times, this offered an immense advantage. It was exhilarating, simply exhilarating. I, Qin Yang, am the deity of this realm. Within his space, he existed as a godlike entity. With this tenfold expansion, Qin Yang intended to commence the migration of inhabitants into his domain. Everything within his space was under his meticulous control, and no issues were anticipated. Moreover, He had a premonition that once his cultivation reached level C, the space would expand another tenfold. Chapter 42. The invincible feeling as the space expanded to 10 kilometers. Qin Yang prepared to initiate the migration process. Such a vast area was perfectly suited for agriculture and livestock. He required manpower, and once individuals entered his space, they would be unable to leave without his consent, alleviating any concerns regarding potential breaches of secrecy. He can accommodate the entire population of the Unju community within his own space, aiding in the development of this realm for agricultural and aquacultural endeavors. Given the vastness of the area, it would be impractical for him to engage in farming and breeding personally. Not only would it be cumbersome, but it would also squander his precious time. His current focus must be directed towards enhancing his own capabilities. By relocating the residents of the Unju community into his space, he can enlist their help in managing this environment. After a year or so of cultivation, he can reap a bountiful harvest of crops. Furthermore, this arrangement alleviates numerous inconveniences, as the residents would otherwise require his protection, significantly hindering his progress. It is far more beneficial to allow them to thrive within his space, enabling them to generate value. However, this decision also implies that Qin Yang would be responsible for sustaining a group of individuals, all of whom would require food and water, a pressing issue that must be addressed. Currently, his space lacks the capacity for rapid food production, necessitating that he provide sustenance for the residents. This challenge is not insurmountable. With a little exploration, he can procure ample provisions. Qin Yang harbors no concerns regarding food scarcity, for with his spatial abilities, he is confident in his ability to secure sustenance. In fact, those endowed with such powers are exceedingly rare. The majority of factions remaining in the desolate lands of Blue Star have undoubtedly amassed considerable resources, likely stored in various locations. Once Qin Yang identifies these caches, he will seize them without hesitation. Thus, he intends to venture forth in search of additional supplies, believing that with perseverance over a year and a half, his space will become self-sufficient, providing all that he requires. With his prowess elevated to D rank and his spatial domain expanded tenfold, Qin Yang did not depart from this realm. Instead, he continued to absorb the final D rank beast core. To ascend to C rank cultivation, an alarming quantity of beast cores would be required. After all, as one progresses further, the energy required for enhancement increases substantially, necessitating a greater number of beast cores. After an hour of diligent effort, he successfully absorbed the last beast core, experiencing a slight elevation in strength. With a swift motion, Qin Yang materialized within the confines of the room. Following his enhancement, the range of his spatial teleportation had evidently expanded significantly. A thought crossed his mind. Although his spatial distortion ability remained unchanged, he sensed that the distance of his teleportation had likely increased in tandem with the enlargement of his spatial domain. Contemplating this, Qin Yang began to experiment. As his current mastery of spatial abilities encompassed merely these two skills, thus necessitating further refinement, only through proficient application could he hope to effectively vanquish formidable foes. He positioned his spatial domain at the farthest point possible, subsequently attuning his senses to the distance between himself and the space. By gauging this distance, he could ascertain the point at which he would lose connection with the spatial realm. Indeed, it turned out to be 10 meters. When he ventured 10 meters away from his spatial domain, Qin Yang discovered he had reached the maximum distance for maintaining contact. This signified that exceeding 10 meters, even by a mere centimeter, would render him unable to re-enter the space. However, anywhere within that 10-meter radius allowed him to enter the space with but a thought. Remarkably, this distance had expanded from a mere 1 meter to 10. Do not underestimate the distance of 10 meters. One must realize that with his D-level cultivation, he can appear anywhere within that range at will, leaving his opponents utterly defenseless. Utilizing spatial flicker, he can effortlessly launch surprise attacks on foes, even those of equal standing, who can only be crushed beneath his prowess. Within this sphere, it is simply impossible to guard against his assaults, evoking a sense of invincibility. Qin Yang experimented several times, achieving remarkable results, and a smile crept upon his face. For him, the desolate wasteland, fraught with peril for others, resembled a veritable paradise. His thoughts then drifted to Qin. He pondered how she fared on the new star. Suddenly, he recalled his uncle's family. He harbored no affection for his uncle or aunt, but his cousin, Qin, had been his playmate since childhood, and their bond ran deep. In fact, before she departed, Qin had entrusted him with her pocket money bank card, which he had yet to utilize or even inquire about its balance. With a fleeting thought, the bank card, left by Qin materialized in his grasp. This card had been procured by Qin Yang alongside Qin, and its password was her birth date. Clutching the card, a tinge of concern washed over him for Qin. After all, he had no knowledge of what the new star truly entailed, nor the exorbitant cost of living there. Little me, I hope you grow up joyfully, he mused. Presently, it was impossible for Qin Yang to venture to New Star, nor did he possess any knowledge of how to reach it. However, if an opportunity arose, he intended to journey there to visit Qin. After securing the bank card, he surveyed his surroundings within his space before departing. He approached the window, which lay shattered due to the onslaught of the Black Tiger Hall, and remained in disrepair, as finding a complete pane of glass proved to be an arduous task. For Qin Yang, in his current D-grade cultivation, the absence of glass was inconsequential. Few could pose a threat to him. Standing at the window, he gazed outside, where a group of individuals surged down the street and into the Unju community, quickly engaging in combat with the 5 brothers of the Swift Wind squad at the entrance. Among them was Ding Mingyao, wielding a submachine gun, fiercely exchanging fire with the vagrants assaulting the community. The root of this chaos stemmed from rampant rumors about the abundance of supplies within Unju community, which had attracted a multitude of unscrupulous individuals. However, with the 5 brothers of the Swift Wind squad and the counterattack led by Ding Mingyao and Sister Hammer, the assailants quickly suffered heavy casualties and ultimately fled in disarray. It appeared that as long as the attackers were not capable individuals, the strength of the Swift Wind squad was sufficient to defend the Unju community. Qin Yang found himself quite pleased with the performance of the 5 brothers, as they had alleviated many of his troubles. Just then, while observing, he noticed in the distance that several figures were making their way toward the Unju community. After advancing to D-grade, his perception had sharpened significantly. Even from afar, he sensed that these newcomers possessed formidable strength. He even faintly detected a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy. Something was amiss. Among them, the leader appeared to be a capable individual. Were they also intent on seizing supplies from the Unju community? Qin Yang furrowed his brow slightly. It would be quite challenging for the Gale squad to contend with a capable individual. After all, martial arts experts possess a level of prowess that is markedly distinct from that of ability users. However, Qin Yang did not hasten to descend. Instead, he remained on the 20th floor, observing the scene below. Before long, he noticed several figures emerging at the entrance of the Unju community, evidently heading directly toward it. Chapter 43. Sovereign of the Southern District with his 4 brothers, Gale stood guard over the Unju community, repelling wave after wave of assaults. Having just fended off a new onslaught, the 5 brothers exchanged dry smiles, realizing the irony of their situation. They had now become the targets, much like the initial marauders. These ruffians, misled by rumors, had come to seize supplies from the Unju community, only to discover that there were none to be found. They had been duped by falsehoods, only to realize too late that their expectations were unfounded. Yet, many continued to believe in the deceitful tales. The marauders showed no inclination to heed their explanations, leaving the brothers with no choice but to resort to brutal measures to quell the tide of aggression. Just then, one of the brothers changed his expression. Elder brother, more people are approaching. At the community's entrance, they spied a group of over a dozen individuals making their way toward the Unju community. Gale's countenance darkened as he commanded, "Prepare for battle." Ding Mingyao and Sister Hammer each wielded a firearm, providing support from the side. Against ordinary marauders, the lethality of their weapons remained formidable. It was only when faced with martial arts experts or ability users that their firearms would lose their efficacy. Ding Mingyao glanced upward towards the 20th floor and noticed Qin Yang leaning against the window, observing their battle as though he were merely admiring a scenic view. This fellow certainly harbors great confidence in us. With a tinge of exasperation, she averted her gaze. Yet, upon catching sight of Qin Yang's figure, she felt considerably reassured. Within the confines of Unju community, as long as Qin Yang was present, their confidence soared to unparalleled heights. Before long, a group of over 10 individuals appeared at the entrance of the community. Among them, the foremost figure was a man in his 30s, distinguished by a shock of white hair and a demeanor that exuded sharpness. "Zhao Shi, is that you?" The tyrant of the South District, Zhao Shi, recognizing the newcomer. The 5 brothers of the Swift Wind team immediately identified him. They, too, were considered local bullies, yet they paled in comparison to the white-haired man before them. The Swift Wind team had only dominated a few small neighborhoods, while Zhao Shi was a true sovereign of the South District, a formidable force in his own right. What was more alarming was that Zhao Shi was not merely a master of physical prowess, but a genuine ability user, specifically one endowed with immense strength. They were all well aware of Zhao Shi's illustrious reputation. Thus, upon encountering him, the expressions of the five brothers from the Swift Wind team shifted dramatically. Zhao Shi raised an eyebrow, surveying the five brothers with a look of disdain. "Ah, so it is you five insignificant insects. Have you managed to seize the supplies from Unju community?" In the face of Zhao Shi's scorn, the brothers of Swift Wind refrained from engaging in a quarrel. With a wry smile, Swift Wind quickly clarified, "Brother Zhao, it's all just a rumor. There are no supplies in Unju community. Everyone has been deceived. It is uncertain who disseminated such baseless rumors." However, Jifeng's explanation is feeble and utterly unconvincing. Zhao Shi narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Jifeng and his four companions before letting out a dismissive chuckle. "Do you take me for a mere child? I shan't engage in pointless banter with you. I require only half of your supplies. I assure you, I will not make things difficult for you. I hope for your cooperation." Whether the rumors held any truth was unclear to Zhao Shi, yet he firmly believed that the Unju community possessed ample resources. As a capable individual, he was not short on supplies, but it is always prudent to prepare for unforeseen crises. He did not wish to prolong the conversation, thus he demanded half outright. Behind him, Sister Hammer brandished an AK, snorting disdainfully, "We have stated that our community is devoid of supplies. If there were any, we would not grant you access. Daily, individuals heed these rumors and come to our community demanding resources, leaving us in a state of constant anxiety and exasperation. We utterly detest the person responsible for spreading these lies." Suddenly, Zhao Shi's gaze shifted to Ding Mingyao and Sister Hammer, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. "Oh, so you five have hidden such exquisite women among your ranks. In that case, I shall forego the supplies. I only require these two women. I trust you five have no objections?" Zhao Shi was suddenly filled with excitement, for finding women of such striking beauty and alluring figures was an exceedingly rare occurrence. He had unexpectedly encountered two in one day. Both Ding Mingyao and Sister Hammer were undeniably charming, especially Ding Mingyao, who is not only beautiful but also an untouched maiden, finds herself in peril in this chaotic world. Who would not desire such a woman? The faces of the Windstorm brothers darkened considerably. Although they were unaware of the nature of Qin Yang's relationship with these two women, it was evident that their status in the community suggested a significant connection with him. They dared not allow Zhao Shi to threaten them. Windstorm spoke in a low voice, "Brother Zhao, please do us this favor and let it go. We truly do not have any supplies." However, Zhao Shi's gaze turned icy, a glint of menace shining in his eyes. "What are you even worth? In my eyes, you are less than a dog. What face do you possess? I shall take these two women, and if you utter another word, I will eliminate you insignificant insects." From the moment he laid eyes on the Windstorm brothers, Zhao Shi regarded them with disdain. To someone of his abilities, mere martial artists held Li with a swift motion. Zhao Shi unleashed two streams of energy from his hands, instantly shattering the firearms held by the two individuals. The sound of their weapons exploding into fragments echoed, exemplifying the extraordinary abilities of a power wielder, an understanding far beyond that of ordinary mortals. In their eyes, firearms were mere toys. The expressions of the two women shifted dramatically. It was all too swift, leaving them no opportunity to fire. Such is the terror of a power wielder. "Stop this." The Storm brothers would not tolerate Zhao Shi's reckless behavior. Had it not been for Qin Yang, they might have hesitated to intervene. But the enigmatic figure of Qin Yang loomed behind the Unju community. Even at the risk of confrontation, the Storm brothers were determined to thwart Zhao Shi. In an instant, they positioned themselves protectively before Ding Mingyao and Sister Hammer, confronting Zhao Shi. "Zhao Shi, you must cease this folly. Though you are a power wielder, the Unju community is not your playground." Upon hearing these words, Zhao Shi's countenance darkened significantly, his annoyance palpable. "You five insects dare to raise your voices before me. Zhao Shi, you are courting death." He continued, "In that case, I shall take your supplies, these two women, and your lives as well." Chapter 44. Utterly disturbing witnessing the Storm brothers not only resist him but also speak so boldly. Zhao Shi's face turned a shade of green with fury. How could he tolerate being threatened by what he deemed insects? The Unju community was a place he could enter and exit at will. To call his actions reckless was hardly an exaggeration, for he possessed the strength to back it up. As the moment to act drew near, Jifeng glanced up at the figure on the 20th floor, still peering out the window, and thought, "Come on, Why not come down and show off? After all, the five brothers were truly incapable of confronting Zhao Shi. However, Jifeng hastily addressed Zhao Shi, saying, Zhao Shi, you may look down upon us, but our leader behind us is also an ability wielder. Think carefully before you make a move. In this critical moment, Jifeng sought to invoke the name of Qin Yang to intimidate his opponent. At such times, it is preferable to avoid confrontation. For ability wielders often harbor caution towards others of their kind, as their powers vary significantly, and none wish to provoke a peer. Zhao Shi was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly as he began to regain his composure. Noticing that Jifeng's team was guarding the entrance, he sensed that there were indeed stronger individuals in the vicinity of Anju community, and he was correct. There were ability wielders present. Indeed, there existed a mutual wariness among them, making it unlikely they would provoke one another lightly. For should the other party possess a particularly unique ability, it could lead to significant complications, as engaging would merely sow the seeds of future peril. However, the crux of the matter was that Zhao Shi was an E-level mid-tier ability wielder, boasting considerable strength. His status as the sovereign of the South District spoke volumes. To dominate an entire block was no small feat, and he held a firm confidence in this regard. Yet, it soon dawned on him that, despite being the ruler of the South District, he had never heard of any ability wielders residing in the Anju community. Even if such individuals existed, their prowess was likely lacking. Otherwise, they would have long posed a threat to his dominion over the South District. Upon contemplating this, Zhao Shi felt a sense of relaxation. It seemed he had overthought the situation. The leader of the Anju community was, at most, a novice E-level ability user. No threat to him. Easily manageable. He chuckled lightly. Oh, that sounds rather imposing. Just in time. I, Zhao Shi, am in need of a subordinate. Let him show himself, and I shall claim him today. An inconspicuous individual like that certainly did not warrant his attention. If the leader of the Anju community were truly formidable, he would have garnered significant renown by now, and Zhao Shi would have been aware of him. Yet, the fact that he had never heard of him suggested that he was merely a timid little creature. Jifeng and the others glanced up at the 20th floor. That fellow remained unperturbed. Even when belittled to such an extent, he showed no sign of indignation. Zhao Shi noticed the change in demeanor among Jifeng and the others and followed their gaze. He soon spotted a figure peering down from a window on the 20th floor, looking down at them with an air of superiority. So, this is your leader? He appears rather timid. Zhao Shi scoffed derisively, opting only to observe the spectacle, showing clear disdain for one who dared not confront him, the hegemon of the Southern Street District. To Zhao Shi, the individual cowering on the 20th floor was akin to a turtle retreating into its shell. However, Jifeng held a different perspective. He had witnessed Qin Yang's abilities firsthand, effortlessly transporting vast amounts of supplies and daring to hunt beasts outside the city at night. There was no doubt in Jifeng's mind that Qin Yang's strength was not inferior to Zhao Shi's. Thus, in response to Zhao Shi's disparagement, Jifeng retorted, Zhao Shi, do not be so arrogant. There are always greater talents beyond the horizon. Our leader's prowess is not to be underestimated. Zhao Shi smiled charmingly, casting another glance in Qin Yang's direction before remarking, your words only amplify my desire to enlist him as a subordinate. However, observing his reluctance to descend from the 20th floor, I am compelled to employ alternative measures. With a sudden surge, Zhao Shi advanced, instantaneously appearing before Jifeng. Caught completely off guard, Jifeng was lifted off his feet, Zhao Shi's grip around his neck suspending him in the air with the ease of hoisting a mere chick. Despite Jifeng's prowess as a martial arts expert, his strength proved utterly futile against Zhao Shi, unable to withstand even a single exchange. Jifeng's countenance paled, overwhelmed by Zhao Shi's formidable power, which rendered him utterly defenseless. This sensation of helplessness underscored the disparity between ability users and martial arts masters. Release my brother. Bastard, what do you think you're doing? The remaining 4 members of the Jifeng squad were visibly shaken, witnessing their leader being hoisted aloft like a helpless fowl. Zhao Shi, maintaining his grip on Jifeng's neck, held him aloft, gesturing towards Qin Yang's location. Brother, I've heard you're the leader of the Anju residential complex. Are you cowering at such a great height out of fear of me? Will you come to the aid of your subordinate? If you harbor no intention of rescuing him, I may just squeeze the life out of him. As the overlord of the southbound district, Zhao Shi now found himself increasingly intrigued by Qin Yang, the ability user. He had long harbored the desire to acquire an ability user as a subordinate. Opportunities to encounter weak and solitary ability users were scarce, as most tended to congregate in groups or teams. Forces such as the Black Tiger Hall and the Tong Family Martial Arts School are prominent. Zhao Shi aspires to establish his own faction, carving out a niche for himself in Long City. He seeks to recruit Qin Yang as his subordinate. At this moment, he seizes Jifeng, threatening Qin Yang and coercing him to descend and rescue. Qin Yang, crouched by the window, is taken aback to find himself the prey of others. Witnessing Jifeng being effortlessly lifted by the adversary by the throat starkly illustrates the vast disparity between the abilities of a supernatural being and that of a martial artist. Jifeng and his companions dominate ordinary individuals effortlessly, yet they meet such a fate when confronted by those with abilities. In this desolate world, strength reigns supreme. A glint of cold light flashes in Qin Yang's eyes, and the next instant, he leaps from the 20th floor without any intention of utilizing leverage. What? Upon witnessing Qin Yang's descent from the 20th floor, Zhao Shi's pupils constrict sharply. A leap from such a height, without assistance, could result in injury, even for someone of his caliber. The individuals Zhao Shi brought along, including Jifeng's team, as well as Ding Mingyao and Hammer Sister, are all left astonished by the spectacle. To jump directly from the 20th floor, even for a supernatural being, would lead to complications. Boom. The ground of the entire community trembles violently. Qin Yang's body, in a pure free fall, crashes to the earth, creating 2 craters upon impact. Yet, remarkably, he emerges unscathed and unharmed. Hiss, this is utterly monstrous. Such ferocity. Witnessing Qin Yang plummeting from the 20th floor, onlookers gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. They understood the formidable nature of those endowed with abilities. Yet to free fall from a height of 60 to 70 meters unscathed was an incomprehensible concept. Even Zhao Shi, typically composed, could not suppress a shiver and felt a chill run down his spine. He sensed that this individual was no coward, but rather possessed a terrifying strength, one that bordered on the monstrous. Chapter 45. Here, I am the safest. Zhao Shi had initially assumed that Qin Yang feared him and would refrain from descending. To his astonishment, Qin Yang leapt from the 20th floor and landed without a scratch. As one who had awakened his powers, Zhao Shi would never dare to jump from such a height, for even if he survived the fall, injury was inevitable. I hear you wish to recruit me as your subordinate? Qin Yang remarked nonchalantly, disregarding the 2 craters left in his wake. As he approached Zhao Shi with an air of ease. With his current D-grade cultivation, a leap from the 20th floor would yield no repercussions. This exemplifies the horrifying prowess of those with abilities. His physical form had been honed to perfection through the tempering of spiritual energy, far surpassing any E-grade practitioner. Crucially, the energy coursing through him allowed him to effortlessly mitigate most of the gravitational force, enabling him to descend from great heights without harm. Moments ago, he had clearly overheard Zhao Shi's words. This so-called overlord of the Southern District was somewhat known to him, for in the present day, the number of empowered individuals in Long City had dwindled. Zhao Shi had ruled the Southern District for several years, earning a formidable reputation. Nonetheless, Zhao Shi, being an E-level ability user, had already ascended to D-level. Coupled with his spatial abilities, he felt confident that he could effortlessly contend with anyone at D-level, let alone E-level. However, Zhao Shi's demeanor shifted as he gradually released his grip on Jifeng, sensing an immense threat emanating from Qin Yang. Jifeng, freed from his restraints, swiftly retreated, distancing himself from Zhao Shi. Apart from Zhao Shi, the individuals he brought posed no threat to the 5 brothers of Jifeng. Yet, Qin Yang's appearance significantly bolstered the confidence of Jifeng and the others, particularly after witnessing Qin Yang's dramatic descent from the heavens, which was nothing short of spectacular. Igniting fervor within them, they relaxed only after positioning themselves behind Qin Yang. As for Zhao Shi, he sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy radiating from Qin Yang. Among ability users, it is customary to gauge one another's strengths through the vibrations of their internal spiritual energy. In Zhao Shi's perception, the spiritual energy within Qin Yang appeared boundless, surging like a tumultuous ocean. He realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. Hidden within this seemingly ordinary residential community was an extraordinarily powerful individual. With a slight assessment, Zhao Shi deduced that Qin Yang was likely a D-level ability user. As the ruler of the Southern District, Zhao Shi was adaptable and discerning, refraining from engaging in verbal sparring. Instead, he quickly donned a semblance of goodwill, smiling apologetically. I sincerely apologize for my rashness. I shall take my leave and refrain from disturbing your tranquility any further." With that, Zhao Shi wore an awkward smile, preparing to depart. Realizing he had encountered a master, he felt it prudent to withdraw, regretting his decision to invade this residential community in search of resources. Who was the scoundrel that propagated such a pernicious rumor? Should he be discovered, he would be flayed alive. Humph! Just as Zhao Shi was about to depart, Qin Yang materialized before him with a swift movement. Zhao Shi's countenance shifted dramatically, and he hastily pleaded, "Esteemed friend, we are both individuals with extraordinary abilities. Why engage in such brutish conflict? Moreover, in these turbulent times, it is better to reconcile than to perpetuate animosity. Let us consider this matter concluded. Nay, I shall offer an apology." However, in the ensuing moment, Qin Yang moved with such alacrity that he was instantly before Zhao Shi. It was as if he had materialized from thin air. Zhao Shi was utterly dumbfounded, for he had just seen Qin Yang some 15 feet away. Yet now he was directly in front of him, so swift, like a bolt of lightning. Boom! Before he could fully react, a searing pain coursed through his abdomen as a terrifying force struck him. In the throes of agony, Zhao Shi was sent hurtling backward, crashing onto the unyielding ground in the distance. Qin Yang's single strike had been decisive. Zhao Shi was utterly outmatched, vanquished in a single move. PTU. After tumbling across the ground, Zhao Shi nearly regurgitated his internal organs. Clutching his stomach, he lifted his head in horror, only to find Qin Yang once again standing before him. Smack! Qin Yang planted his foot on Zhao Shi's face, his expression one of frigid indifference. "Is this a place where you can come and go as you please?" At this moment, Zhao Shi was overcome with a chilling dread. Qin Yang was too powerful, terrifyingly so, to the point that he could not even muster the will to resist. He was filled with regret, yet it was too late for words. His previous arrogance had ultimately led him to pay a grievous price for provoking the wrong individual. Although most of the capable ones had migrated to New Star, those who remained were certainly not to be trifled with. Zhao Shi presumed that Qin Yang was one of the capable individuals who had chosen to stay, rather than a newly awakened power. This assumption was grounded in reality, for the current wasteland was on the brink of depleting its spiritual energy, making it exceedingly rare for new abilities to awaken. As Zhao Shi's face made intimate contact with the soul of Qin Yang's shoe, a bitter smile appeared on his lips. He too was in a precarious situation. "Spare me my life, and I shall willingly submit to you, following you henceforth, never to betray." As a capable individual, he too feared death. He recognized that he had provoked Qin Yang, who could easily extinguish his life. Thus, at this crucial moment, he began to plead for mercy, voluntarily offering his allegiance to Qin Yang, his only chance for survival. Qin Yang had originally intended to teach Zhao Shi a lesson, but to his surprise, Zhao Shi proved to be more perceptive than he had anticipated. He had considered strengthening his own power, and with Zhao Shi's formidable abilities, it was indeed necessary to bring him under his command. With a scoff, he declared, "Very well, I shall spare your life for the time being. But should you dare to cause trouble, you are fully aware of the consequences." He harbored no concerns regarding Zhao Shi's potential betrayal. Eliminating Zhao Shi would be a trivial task. Having spoken, Qin Yang withdrew his foot from Zhao Shi's face. Zhao Shi hastily rose to his feet, respectfully expressing, "Thank you, esteemed brother, for your mercy." The other members of the Windstorm Five, including Ding Mingyao and Sister Hammer, were expressions of profound complexity. Astonished that someone as formidable as Zhao Shi, the tyrant of the Southern District, could be so swiftly defeated and subdued by Qin Yang in a mere encounter. As they gazed at Qin Yang, their expressions transformed into fervent admiration, akin to that of worshippers beholding a deity. "Hey, Zhao Shi, who would have thought we would one day become brothers? How does it feel to experience the majesty of our leader?" With Zhao Shi's submission, Jifeng couldn't help but rejoice, as he now had another comrade in arms. They had all become Qin Yang's subordinates, and he casually draped an arm over Zhao Shi's shoulder, no longer intimidated by him. Zhao Shi's lips twitched in irritation. "Get lost. Who do you think you are, calling me brother?" Yet, despite his protests, Zhao Shi found himself powerless, resigned to follow Qin Yang as a subordinate. Once the formidable ruler of the Southern District, he had fallen to such depths due to his own choices. With Zhao Shi now under his command, Qin Yang gained another E-rank enforcer, a true expert in Long City. Alongside the 5 martial arts masters of Jifeng's group, he now possessed an E-rank ability user as a subordinate, while he himself was a D-rank ability user. His overall strength had significantly increased, providing him with enhanced leverage for survival in the wasteland. However, he was particularly intrigued by Zhao Shi's accumulated resources. Zhao Shi, do you have a substantial stockpile of supplies? Zhao Shi secretly grimaced, realizing that in his eagerness to seize resources, he might now struggle to safeguard his own hoard. Yet, upon hearing Qin Yang's inquiry, he quickly replied, "Brother, I do have quite a significant amount of supplies. Come on, take me to where you've stored them. For now, let us use the Unju community as our base. Keeping the supplies with me is the safest option." Chapter 46. The news of the spiritual veins. Where are the supplies safest to store? Zhao Shi's heart trembled violently. The demand for supplies was made with such pompous rhetoric, revealing the audacity of this newly acknowledged elder brother. Yet, Zhao Shi dared not voice any objections and promptly nodded. "All right, I shall take you to retrieve the supplies." Thus, Qin Yang followed Zhao Shi to the location where he had hoarded his provisions. Zhao Shi reigned supreme over the southern district, which was entirely his territory. Indeed, he had amassed a considerable stockpile of supplies, encompassing a vast array of items, rice, flour, and cooking oil, totaling several dozen tons, all stored within a residential building, diligently guarded by appointed personnel. In addition, there were seeds for crops, and Zhao Shi had plundered numerous supermarkets, resulting in a diverse collection of goods. "Brother, I have quite an extensive stockpile," he boasted. "I've sent someone to the underground garage to bring up several large trucks. The transportation will take considerable time, and we must also be wary of prying eyes." Zhao Shi, reminiscent of a tempest, was eager to flaunt the magnitude of his provisions. However, with a mere wave of Qin Yang's hand, all the supplies vanished in unison, absorbed into his spatial domain. Now, his space had expanded to a 10-kilometer radius, allowing him to store an abundance of items. Though Zhao Shi had gathered a significant quantity, it occupied no space within Qin Yang's realm. Brother, have you already taken all the supplies?" Zhao Shi's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed Qin Yang's astonishing display of magic, effortlessly collecting the provisions. This method was simply astounding. Without acknowledging Zhao Shi, Qin Yang continued to gather the entire stockpile into his space. The acquisition of these resources instilled in him a greater confidence to cultivate a complete ecosystem within his domain. "Brother, do you possess a spatial treasure?" Zhao Shi, still not ready to give up, expressed deep curiosity, for the ability to effortlessly gather resources could only be attributed to such treasures. Nothing else could achieve this feat, however. Spatial treasures were rare, typically held by formidable beings during the zenith of Blue Star's glory. He never anticipated that Qin Yang would possess such a treasure. "Oh, you are aware of spatial treasures?" Qin Yang glanced at Zhao Shi in astonishment. It was evident that Zhao Shi's knowledge surpassed that of others like Jifeng, as he recognized the existence of spatial treasures. These artifacts were exceedingly scarce, known only to a handful of powerful individuals and the elite human administrators of the past. Ordinary people would never encounter such treasures in their lifetime. Nevertheless, Qin Yang's space was not comparable to ordinary spatial treasures, as it could expand with the enhancement of his cultivation. The ultimate extent of its growth remained a mystery even to him. In contrast, typical spatial treasures were limited in size and fixed in nature, making them incomparable to his own. Indeed, some of the powerful beings from our Blue Star possess spatial treasures. This is common knowledge among those with abilities. Zhao Shi deduced this, yet the revelation that Qin Yang possessed a spatial treasure was truly astonishing, prompting him to speculate about Qin Yang's true identity. Those who wield such treasures were certainly not ordinary individuals. What manner of creature had he inadvertently provoked? Fortunately, he had surrendered swiftly. Otherwise, his demise would have been in vain. Following such a formidable figure, there is truly nothing unacceptable. After Qin Yang collected all the resources, he turned to Zhao Shi and inquired, "Do you possess any beast crystals? If you do, please hand them over." His need to enhance his strength was pressing, and his demand for beast crystals was substantial. Zhao Shi displayed an awkward expression, replying, "Brother, I genuinely do not have any beast crystals. With my current capabilities, I must avoid any encounters with exotic beasts. I dare not venture outside Dragon City to hunt. How could I possibly obtain beast crystals?" In truth, Zhao Shi had awakened for 20 years and had only achieved E-rank strength, primarily due to his inability to acquire beast crystals, which hindered his progress. "You are indeed a waste," Qin Yang remarked bluntly. Even those like Jifeng were able to contribute some beast crystals to him, yet Zhao Shi, who was ostensibly stronger, had none to offer. What else could he be if not a waste? Zhao Shi shrank back, left speechless in Qin Yang's presence. Qin Yang then posed the question, Do you know of any other means to obtain beast crystals apart from hunting outside? His desire for strength was intense, thus he sought to acquire more beast crystals, especially as the difficulty in obtaining them increased after reaching D rank. Furthermore, he had higher standards for both the quality and quantity of the beast crystals he sought. He wished to utilize his spatial abilities to procure a greater number of them. Zhao Shi shook his head. I am uncertain. It seems that all ability users are in want of beast crystals. After a moment's thought, Zhao Shi countered. However, brother, would you dare to take a risk? If you would, I have a superior idea. Upon hearing Zhao Shi's words, Qin Yang's expression subtly shifted. Zhao Shi had dominated the southern district for several years, undoubtedly possessing more information than he did. He inquired, what do you wish to convey? Zhao Shi replied with enthusiasm, brother, have you heard of the spiritual veins? Spiritual veins? At the utterance of this phrase, Qin Yang's heart stirred. He was indeed aware of spiritual veins. After the resurgence of spiritual energy on Blue Star, many such veins had emerged. Spiritual veins are mysterious entities that contain a highly concentrated form of spiritual energy. As long as there are spiritual veins, an endless supply of spiritual energy can be generated. However, due to the excessive exploitation of Blue Star, spiritual energy has dwindled, causing the disappearance of these veins. In fact, spiritual veins are infinitely more precious than beast cores. Acquiring even a single spiritual vein would render the need to hunt extraordinary beasts obsolete. Yet, such things had long since vanished. Looking at Zhao Shi in astonishment, Qin Yang asked, are you implying that you have information regarding spiritual veins? Are there still spiritual veins in existence? If he could indeed procure even a small spiritual vein and place it within his space, it would transform into a realm brimming with spiritual energy. It would become a miniature version of the revitalized Blue Star. Zhao Shi nodded. I have heard from others that the Snowflake Laboratory seems to harbor a spiritual vein. However, that object is likely to be heavily guarded. Qin Yang, upon hearing Zhao Shi's words, felt utterly speechless. Are you suggesting that I seek certain death? Any laboratory would at least have an A-class expert stationed there. Are you insane? Or am I the one losing my mind? Although the spiritual veins are alluring, on Blue Star, there exists an organization known as the Laboratory, which specializes in the study of the abilities of those endowed with powers. Any ability user affiliated with the laboratory possesses terrifying potential. Most importantly, the laboratory is safeguarded by at least an A-grade ability user who would dare to encroach upon their interests. While spiritual veins are indeed enticing, one must have the means to acquire them. Qin Yang would not dare to risk venturing into such perilous territories to pilfer a spiritual vein. Cough, brother. Please do not misunderstand. I was merely hypothesizing. Zhao Shi hurriedly clarified that he was not deceiving Qin Yang, for it is indeed true that the Snowflake Laboratory possesses a spiritual vein. However, whether it can be obtained depends solely on Qin Yang's capabilities. With Qin Yang's peculiar abilities, there remains a glimmer of opportunity. He noted the Snowflake Laboratory. Although such places are undoubtedly dangerous, the prospect of acquiring a spiritual vein is worth the risk. Speaking of the laboratory stirred memories within Qin Yang. His parents had once been associated with a certain laboratory as well, but they perished due to poisoning. Yet, Qin Yang understood that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Currently, his strength is insufficient, but once he has amassed enough power, he is determined to uncover the truth behind his parents' demise. Chapter 47. Space migration. Having gathered supplies and returned to the Unju community, Qin Yang was in high spirits. In addition to amassing a significant quantity of resources, he had also acquired an E-grade subordinate, gradually establishing his own influence. With E-grade Zhao Shi and the 5 brothers of the Gale squad working in tandem, they were well equipped to handle typical minor troubles. However, upon returning to the community, Qin Yang promptly instructed Ding Mingyao and Sister Hammer to assemble the residents of the community. Although some were elderly or infirm, it mattered little. Qin Yang aspires to cultivate his own domain, and inevitably, as his space evolves to a certain stage, an ecological cycle will emerge. The presence of the elderly, infirm, and disabled will always be a reality. However, as long as the space is sufficiently vast and resources abundant, such concerns will be trivial. Ah, are you calling all the homeowners? Ding Mingyao and Sister Hammer are somewhat perplexed, unable to comprehend Qin Yang's intentions. Qin Yang nods. Gather everyone at the homeowners committee. I have something significant to discuss with you all. Aside from the homeowners, Ding Mingyao and Sister Hammer can no longer be of much assistance. So Qin Yang plans to usher both of them into his space. Given Ding Mingyao and Sister Hammer's capabilities, they will adeptly manage the homeowners, ensuring order within the realm. Naturally, when the opportune moment arises, he will also welcome the 5 brothers of the Gale Squad into his domain. Very well, I shall notify everyone at once. With lingering doubts, Ding Mingyao promptly convenes all the homeowners to the committee's office. The office boasts ample space, capable of accommodating over 100 individuals. Qin Yang, along with Ding Mingyao and Sister Hammer, awaits within the office. Before long, the homeowners of the community arrive, each bearing expressions of bewilderment. They seem uncertain of Qin Yang's purpose in summoning them, as they are all ordinary individuals acutely aware of their diminishing value. Furthermore, many have begun to face shortages of water and food, becoming burdens to Qin Yang. Qin Yang, what is it that you require from us? Should your supplies of food and water dwindle, we will find our own solutions. Indeed, whether we live or die is a matter of fate. We shall not be a burden to you. Most individuals possess a keen sense of awareness. They recognize that Qin Yang has an abundance of food. However, since Qin Yang is not related to them, there is no obligation for him to continually provide assistance. Over the past few days, his acts of delivering water and food have already instilled a deep sense of gratitude in many. Even Ding Mingyao and Sister Hammer cast curious glances at Qin Yang, eager to discern what he had to say. As he surveyed the crowd, silence enveloped the assembly. Qin Yang then spoke in a solemn tone. Esteemed friends, I have a proposal. While I lack sufficient provisions to sustain each of you, I possess a method for ensuring your survival. Before he could finish, the eyes of many homeowners sparkled with hope. In these tumultuous times, the prospect of survival was a precious gift they all desired. Over this period, they had developed considerable trust in Qin Yang, fully aware of his benevolent intentions. Sister Hammer promptly echoed, as long as it guarantees our survival, leader, my life is yours to command. Indeed, we shall heed your guidance. Others chimed in, their faith in Qin Yang unwavering. He raised his hand to quell the chatter, continuing, please allow me to elaborate. I intend to escort you to a different location, from which you may not be able to return to the residential complex for a time. Should you agree, I am prepared to take you there immediately, where you will face no danger. However, once you arrive, you will need to contribute your labor in exchange for sustenance. If you consent, I ask that you do not resist as I lead you forth. His space can accommodate the living, provided they do not resist. Should there be any form of opposition, he is unable to transport living beings, or even extraordinary creatures, into that realm. This explains why, previously, Qin Yang could only transfer deceased creatures into his space. Any hint of resistance renders his ability to bring living entities into the space impossible. Everything must adhere to the principle of voluntary consent. Prior to this, Qin Yang had made numerous attempts to send living individuals into his space, yet he was met with failure, as living beings instinctively invoked rules of resistance. Upon hearing Qin Yang's words, many of the homeowners exchanged glances, contemplating the notion of venturing to a place from which one may not return. However, there was no imminent danger. I will go. Hammer Sister was the first to express her support, for she had no attachments left. Rather than engaging in relentless conflict here, she deemed it preferable to explore the place Qin Yang spoke of. Furthermore, she recognized that she had become a burden and that her voluntary departure would be for the best. The 3 of us concurred. The family of 3 who had previously received provisions from Qin Yang also agreed to follow suit. Gradually, one by one, the homeowners expressed their consent to journey to the destination outlined by Qin Yang. Although many felt a sense of confusion, the prospect of living was far more appealing than the alternative of perishing outside. Almost all the homeowners were in agreement. Very well, in that case, you should immediately return to your homes and gather your most treasured belongings. Then, wait at home. I shall personally come to escort you, Qin Yang informed them. He also allowed the homeowners some time, as several still possessed supplies or essential items that he could assist in transporting to his space. After all, life within his realm necessitated certain crucial belongings. Most importantly, the current 10-kilometer space is sufficiently vast to accommodate numerous entities. Moreover, this space will continue to expand as his cultivation progresses. The next phase should encompass a 100-mile radius. At that time, he will need to relocate more individuals to engage in labor, ultimately forging a world of his own. Consequently, the owners hurriedly returned to their homes to gather their belongings, including Sister Hammer. Only Ding Mingyao remained at the homeowners committee. Observing her, Qin Yang inquired, do you not wish to leave? Ding Mingyao clenched her teeth and replied, I do wish to go, But if I venture to the place you mentioned, I may not return for a long time. Therefore, I have decided to remain outside until I avenge my parents. Only then will I journey to the location you speak of. It is not that Ding Mingyao does not desire to accompany Qin Yang, but she possesses her own aspirations. She understands that once she departs, returning may become impossible. This likely relates to Qin Yang's abilities, yet she opts to stay outside. Qin Yang shook his head, stating, "Staying outside serves no purpose. Your enemies are likely the same as mine." Both Qin Yang's and Ding Mingyao's parents were associated with the same laboratory and met with mysterious deaths, leading Qin Yang to surmise that they share common adversaries. However, Ding Mingyao's presence outside holds no significance and will not facilitate her revenge. Noticing her hesitation, Qin Yang spoke earnestly, "Rest assured, once you arrive at the place I have arranged for you, when you are ready, I will bring you back." In his space, he possesses the ability to allow anyone to enter or exit. It is merely a matter of thought. He has known Ding Mingyao for many years, establishing a bond of trust. With the timing ripe, he can allow Ding Mingyao to emerge at any moment. Is that acceptable? Ding Mingyao paused, taken aback by Qin Yang's unexpected generosity towards her. Of course, that is entirely acceptable. Please prepare and ensure you bring all your equipment. Qin Yang nodded gravely. Chapter 48. I am a deity. Ding Mingyao cast a complex glance at Qin Yang before nodding in acknowledgement. Thank you, Qin Yang. I will heed your advice. With that, she proceeded to gather her belongings. Watching her depart, Qin Yang shook his head slightly. Ding Mingyao could have emigrated to the new star, given her circumstances. She could undoubtedly lead a splendid life. Yet, she remained in the wasteland, driven by the vendetta for her parents. A truly courageous girl, exceptionally beautiful, and possessing an admirable physique. Nonetheless, there are numerous others who have also chosen to stay for various reasons. Some, like his uncle's family, strive with all their might to escape the wasteland, while others expend significant effort to remain. Seated in the former Homeowners Association office, Qin Yang felt a surge of anticipation. Over 100 residents from the community would be ushered into the space he intended to develop. Once self-sufficient in food production, it would indeed be a magnificent sight. If he could secure a spiritual vein, might not his space transform into a realm abundant with spiritual energy akin to a new star? A sudden thrill coursed through him. His space already contained a water source pearl, capable of generating an endless supply of water. If someone could establish agricultural and aquacultural industries to achieve self-sufficiency, and if there were ample spiritual energy, it would truly become a paradise on earth. Essentially, he would possess a complete world. With an abundance of spiritual energy, many capable individuals could emerge, all under his influence. Unfortunately, acquiring a spiritual vein is exceedingly challenging. Even if he is aware that the Snowflake Laboratory possesses a spiritual vein, obtaining it remains a formidable task. Nonetheless, should an opportunity arise, Qin Yang intends to make an attempt. After all, how can one ascertain the impossibility without a trial? After escorting the residents of the community away, Qin Yang refrained from informing Zhao Shi, Ji Feng, and the others. Henceforth, only the 7 of them would remain in the entire Unju community, all of whom are exceptionally powerful individuals. The residents took considerable time to gather their belongings, prompting Qin Yang to ascend to the 20th floor, where he knocked on Ding Mingyao's door. Ding Mingyao was busily occupied with her packing. "I believe you need not trouble yourself with packing. Allow me to assist," Qin Yang remarked, sensing that Ding Mingyao's efficiency was rather lacking. He was accustomed to effortlessly whisking away items with a mere wave of his hand, and the struggle before him seemed unnecessary. "Ah, is it really all right for you to help me with this?" Ding Mingyao replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks, as she indeed had quite a few belongings, particularly firearms, that she wished to take with her. "Not to worry, just stand aside. I shall handle it for you. Once we arrive, you can take your time organizing," Qin Yang insisted, unwilling to squander time. With a swift motion, anything he froze instantly vanished from sight. Every movable item in Ding Mingyao's room was sent into his spatial domain, although she had witnessed Qin Yang's ability to retrieve items from thin air before. Witnessing it anew left her utterly astounded. His powers were nothing short of extraordinary. In less than a minute, Ding Mingyao's room became entirely vacant, save for the bare floor that remained untouched. Ding Mingyao stood in astonishment, utterly bewildered by the inexplicable events unfolding before her. "All right, you may enter," she heard Qin Yang say. Without further ado, Qin Yang proceeded, while Ding Mingyao, her heart fluttering with trepidation, remained stationary, uncertain of her next destination. However, reassured by Qin Yang's promise that she could return, she felt a measure of comfort. Soon, an enigmatic force enveloped her, as if it sought to draw her in. She realized that resisting would cause the power to dissipate. Without hesitation, Ding Mingyao embraced the mysterious energy. In an instant, her surroundings blurred, and she felt herself spinning uncontrollably. When the world stopped whirling, she found herself in an unfamiliar realm. This desolate expanse was marked by a sky and earth, yet appeared devoid of anything else. All the belongings from her room were inexplicably present beside her. Where am I? Ding Mingyao mused. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed her surroundings. In this strange place, she was utterly alone, which lent a sense of solitude to her experience. Yet, one remarkable aspect was the exceptionally fresh and invigorating air, reminiscent of the untainted atmosphere of Blue Star from many years prior. As she stood in a daze, a figure flickered into view beside her. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Qin Yang. Ding Mingyao was taken aback, glancing from Qin Yang to the barren landscape around them. Qin Yang, what is this place? Why is there not a soul in sight? She had anticipated a bustling environment, only to find it eerily quiet. With a smile, Qin Yang gestured to the surroundings, declaring, "This is my world." In this realm, he was akin to a deity. As Qin Yang spoke, he gestured with a wave of his hand. And to the astonishment of Ding Mingyao, the once barren land began to shift. The soil gradually coalesced, forming exquisite buildings before her incredulous gaze. Even Ding Mingyao, despite her extensive knowledge, found her worldview utterly shattered. The ability to conjure edifices with such ease was nothing short of terrifying. In a brief span, a magnificent row of houses emerged, their beauty and grandeur stretching as far as the eye could see, hundreds of homes seamlessly intertwined. For Qin Yang, the manifestation of these structures was merely a thought, an effortless endeavor. Within his domain, he was akin to a deity, wielding control over all that existed within it. Any individual present in his realm could be obliterated with a mere thought. Go ahead, feel free to choose any house you desire to inhabit. He gestured to Ding Mingyao. His space was vast enough to accommodate everyone, offering homes entirely free of charge. Ding Mingyao inhaled deeply, her gaze towards Qin Yang becoming increasingly intricate. Qin Yang, are you a god? This is the ability to create from nothing, the power attributed to the creator in legends. She struggled to articulate the profound shock within her, perceiving Qin Yang as an invincible divine being. Qin Yang chuckled softly. This is my world. It is not an exaggeration to call me its god, but this power is confined to here. Outside of this space, I am merely a D-level ability user. Her exquisite eyes lingered on Qin Yang for an extended moment before Ding Mingyao finally broke into a radiant smile. I adore this place, she expressed. But what shall we do for sustenance and water? It is far too desolate here, devoid of any vegetation, let alone provisions or water. Qin Yang clasped Ding Mingyao's hand in his own. I shall conduct you to a particular location, he avowed. Sensing the potent warmth of Qin Yang's hand, Ding Mingyao's countenance flushed with a delicate blush. As a maiden yet unacquainted with such intimacy, this close contact with a male was rather unexpected. Paying no heed to her bashfulness, Qin Yang promptly whisked Ding Mingyao away, soaring into the distance. Aghast mid-flight, Ding Mingyao was rendered speechless, then emitted a startled cry, clutching Qin Yang's arm with a desperate grip. Qin Yang, do not release your hold, or I shall surely perish. She had never conceived that Qin Yang possessed the ability to fly. Yet, he was the deity of this realm, and flight was perhaps natural. However, she herself was without such an aptitude. This inaugural experience of flight had filled her with terror. Chapter 49. Preparing for a grand endeavor. Hearing Ding Mingyao's terrified shrieks, Qin Yang was both amused and surprised. He had not perceived such timidity in her. Within the residential complex, Ding Mingyao had always projected the image of a formidable leader, ever wielding a submachine gun, having eliminated numerous vagrants who assailed the complex. Yet, aloft in the air, she was gripped by fear, clinging steadfastly to Qin Yang's arm. I perceive that your courage is not as boundless as I had presumed, Qin Yang jested, as he conveyed Ding Mingyao to the location of the aqueous orb in the blink of an eye. Upon landing, Ding Mingyao cast a lingering glance behind her, then playfully struck Qin Yang's arm with a fist. You rascal, whisking me away without a word of warning. No matter how bold I am, you could frighten me to death. However, before she could finish her sentence, her mouth fell agape in disbelief at the scene before her. Before them lay a pool, brimming with water that cascaded over the edges and flowed into the distance. Earlier, Ding Mingyao had pondered the absence of food and water in this place. Was this not, in fact, a source of water? Was that the water source pearl? Gazing wide-eyed at the pool, the very presence of water left Ding Mingyao astounded. But her attention was soon drawn to the deep blue orb that served as the source of the water. She immediately recognized it as the water source pearl. Qin Yang smiled faintly. I intend to bring everyone here to reside. Rest assured, there will be ample provisions. After a moment of contemplation, Ding Mingyao glanced at the water source pearl, then at Qin Yang, her expression frozen in astonishment for a considerable time. With water available, survival for all seemed assured. Furthermore, she sensed the air here was breathable, its quality far superior to that of the desolate blue star. Taking a deep breath, Ding Mingyao remarked, "It seems I was overly concerned. It turns out you have meticulously prepared everything. By the way, this water source pearl, if I am not mistaken, must belong to the Black Tiger Hall, right?" She recalled how Qin Yang had intended to procure water, only to now possess a water source pearl, clearly indicating that he had pilfered it from the Black Tiger Hall. This fellow possesses an audacity that is remarkable, daring to pilfer the water source pearl from the Black Tiger Hall. Indeed, leaving such a gem to the Black Tiger Hall would be sheer folly. Qin Yang could not help but chuckle, speculating that the members of the Black Tiger Hall were likely scouring the vicinity in search of the water source pearl. With the pearl nestled securely within his spatial realm, it was impervious to theft. Ding Mingyao expressed her admiration, exclaiming, "Impressive, you truly are formidable." Now, equipped with the water source pearl and an ample supply of agricultural seeds, we can cultivate this land and achieve self-sufficiency. She recalled Qin Yang's prior collection of crop seeds, clearly a preparation for this very endeavor. It appeared that Qin Yang had long devised a plan. Excitement surged within her. In this peculiar space, with a water source at hand, the prospect of cultivating the land promised a self-sustaining existence. At the very least, they would no longer need to fret over food and water in the future. Indeed, I intend to bring all the residents of the community here. At that time, you and Sister Hammer will be responsible for maintaining order while we produce and cultivate within my space. Furthermore, I will introduce livestock, developing both agriculture and animal husbandry in tandem. Qin Yang succinctly outlined his vision to Ding Mingyao, recognizing that she would take charge of the affairs within the space. For she was a decisive and capable young woman. With Sister Hammer by her side, Qin Yang felt assured that he need not worry about the evolution of their realm. Ding Mingyao gazed at Qin Yang, her eyes reflecting a unique emotion. The fact that he entrusted her with managing the order of the space underscored his regard for her. She solemnly nodded. "Rest assured, I shall cultivate a perfect ecosystem here. Transform this place into a veritable paradise." Qin Yang's emphasis invigorated her with tremendous motivation. Subsequently, Qin Yang escorted Ding Mingyao to the living area, entrusting her with the management of all supplies and even constructing several vast warehouses specifically for the resources. In the future, all spatial development would be entrusted to Ding Mingyao and her team. After these arrangements, Qin Yang departed from the space, returning to the community to usher each resident into his domain, a process that consumed nearly 2 hours to complete. Once again, Qin Yang materialized within the space. In the living area, the residents were awestruck, gazing at the new world before them, a desolate expanse devoid of life, even the faintest hint of flora. Each individual, brimming with curiosity, meticulously observed their surroundings. Through Ding Mingyao, they began to grasp the situation at hand. Suddenly, Qin Yang's figure appeared before them, as if conjured from thin air. "Greetings, leader." They collectively acknowledged him, their voices resonating with respect. Witnessing Qin Yang's sudden emergence no longer surprised them. After all, they too had experienced this miraculous transition. They understood that this was a demonstration of Qin Yang's extraordinary abilities. Qin Yang nodded to the crowd. "There are numerous houses available. You may choose any for your residence. Additionally, I must emphasize that disorder and destruction will not be tolerated here. Henceforth, Ding Mingyao and Sister Hammer will be your chieftains, and you are to heed their guidance." Everyone nodded in unison, acutely aware of Qin Yang's formidable nature, especially now, when they had no alternative but to comply with his directives. Food and water were of no concern to them, for they had heard from Ding Mingyao that this place not only boasted a water source, but also the potential for cultivating crops. Most importantly, it was devoid of danger and pollution, allowing them to live safely. Well then, you may each seek out your own accommodations. Any thoughts you have can be registered with Ding Mingyao. and I shall fulfill what I can, Qin Yang stated, and without lingering, he departed from the space. The subsequent development of this realm would be left to Ding Mengyao and the others to decide and accomplish. His sole task was to procure a sufficient supply of grain seeds and introduce some verdant plants. In time, the space would flourish and prosper. As the residents of the community were relocated to this new realm, the once bustling Anju community became eerily quiet. Indeed, with the absence of the residents, Qin Yang felt unburdened, ready to embark on an ambitious endeavor in the wasteland to continuously enhance his strength. Unencumbered, he enjoyed greater mobility and freedom. Even if the Anju community were to be ravaged, it mattered little to him. There was no longer a need for a permanent residence there. He could return to the space at any time for safety. Meanwhile, as Qin Yang was relocating the residents, the Heihu Hall was fraught with unrest. For their water source pearl had been completely lost. Despite their efforts to seal the underground space for several days, they had yet to uncover the identity of the thief who had pilfered the water source pearl. Within the confines of the hall, the remaining members of Heihu Hall were on edge, holding their breath in trepidation. At last, Anyo approached the second hall master, Li Xiang, and cautiously spoke, "Second brother, it has been 3 days, yet there is still no trace of the water source pearl. The thief has likely already fled this place." Chapter 50. The forces at play. Li Xiangqian's countenance was exceedingly grim, for it meant that the detestable thief had brazenly pilfered the water source pearl right beneath his nose, a sheer affront to his dignity. The more he pondered, the more incensed he became, prompting him to inquire, where has the third brother been these past few days? The third brother he referred to was none other than Hong Shan, who had met his demise at the hands of Qin Yang. Upon mentioning Hong Shan, Anyo's face morphed into a mask of confusion. He dared not conceal the truth in Li Xiangqian's presence and candidly admitted, "Second brother, a reckless young man assaulted our people a few days ago. I sought him out to settle the score, but to my astonishment, he was incredibly formidable, proving to be my superior. Consequently, Brother Shan went to confront him, yet he has not returned, and I am left in the dark regarding his whereabouts." Anyo had initially intended for Hong Shan to avenge their grievances and bolster the reputation of the Black Tiger Hall, but now, with Hong Shan missing for several days, even Anyo sensed something amiss. Given the gravity of Hong Shan's fate, Anyo felt compelled to inform Li Xiangqian of every detail. Upon hearing Anyo's account, Li Xiangqian furrowed his brow. The third brother was not one to act recklessly. His absence for 3 days after seeking out the adversary indicated a grave issue at hand. The water source pearl was likely irretrievably lost, and there was no point in continuing the search. Our immediate priority must be to locate Hong Shan. As for the matter of the water source pearl, that could be addressed once the eldest brother arrives. Li Xiangqian understood that with 3 days having passed without a trace of the thief, further delay would yield no results. The pearl was undoubtedly beyond recovery. The foremost concern now was to find Hong Shan. After all, with the leader of the Black Tiger Hall recently absent, the loss of the water source pearl was unfortunate, and the whereabouts of Hong Shan remained a mystery. If the leader were to return, he would be unable to provide an explanation. Thus, they abandoned the search for the water source pearl and resolved to seek out Hong Shan instead. Their bond as brothers ran deep. Hong Shan would not have left the Black Tiger Hall without good reason. If no extraordinary circumstances had arisen, he would have returned long ago. His current absence was indeed a cause for great concern. With that, they departed from the underground chamber and emerged into the open air. Li Xiangqian spoke solemnly to Anyo, requesting a detailed account of the situation. Anyo proceeded to relay everything he knew to Li Xiangqian. Anju community, Qin Yang? Have the brothers investigate any recent news concerning Anju community and Qin Yang. Shortly thereafter, Anyo reported back to Li Xiangqian, "Second brother, it appears that Anju community has recently made headlines. It is rumored that the community possesses a substantial amount of supplies. However, it seems that there are formidable individuals guarding it, as attempts by the vagrants to seize the supplies have all failed." Li Xiangqian frowned upon hearing this. It seems that Qin Yang is no ordinary individual. The third brother sought out Qin Yang, and while Qin Yang remains alive, the third brother has vanished. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Qin Yang had successfully repelled multiple assaults on the community, indicating his considerable strength. With a huff, Li Xiangqian declared, "Let us proceed to investigate this fellow named Qin Yang and ascertain his true capabilities. Should it prove that he was responsible for the death of the third brother, I will ensure he does not live to see another moment." Due to their limited intelligence regarding Qin Yang within the ranks of the Black Tiger Hall, they possess scant knowledge about his true capabilities. Even Hong Shan, who ventured forth, has not returned with any news, leading them to speculate that Qin Yang's strength may even surpass that of Hong Shan. However, this remains merely conjecture. Regardless, Li Xianqian, as the second-in-command of the Black Tiger Hall, possesses a peak E-level cultivation not far from D-level status. His power is undoubtedly formidable. To ascend to the position of second-in-command within the Black Tiger Hall is no trivial matter. Lead the way. A glint of menace flickered across Li Xianqian's face as he followed Niu and the others, making their way towards the Unju community. Niu, having frequented the Unju community, was well acquainted with the surroundings. At the entrance of the community, Zhao Shi, the 5 brothers of the Gale Squad, along with several martial arts experts brought by Zhao Shi, had assumed the role of security, tasked with safeguarding the premises each day. As they engaged in casual conversation, their attention was suddenly drawn to Qin Yang descending from the building. The group promptly rose to their feet, exclaiming, "Greetings, leader." Each individual regarded Qin Yang with profound reverence, having witnessed the terrifying extent of his power. As Qin Yang approached, Gale swiftly procured a chair, and he sat down naturally, with Zhao Shi and the others standing respectfully beside him. Casting a glance at Zhao Shi, Qin Yang inquired, "Zhao Shi, how well versed are you in the powers at play in Longqing? Please elaborate for me." Although Qin Yang is classified as a D-level ability user, he has only recently attained this status and is not entirely familiar with the factions operating within Longqing. In contrast, Zhao Shi, having gained prominence over the years, possesses a deeper understanding of the various powers in the city. Zhao Shi promptly began to elucidate the current landscape of power in Longqing to Qin Yang. At the Black Tiger Hall near the airport, there exists a formidable quartet of abilities. The leader, Lu Hu, is a D-level master, known for his tenacity. Additionally, there are local overlords in the nearby blocks, comparable to my own prowess, yet their leader should not be regarded with undue respect. The Tong Family Martial Arts Hall also boasts strength, led by its master, Tong Xin, a D-level practitioner skilled in swordsmanship. Recently, a hunting team known as the Frenzied Battle Hunters has emerged, comprising 3 D-level experts, posing a significant challenge. At this juncture, Zhao Shi paused momentarily. It is rather peculiar that these factions have recently encountered difficulties. The Black Tiger Hall possesses a water source pearl, which, it is rumored, has been stolen. Upon hearing this, Ji Feng and the others gasped in astonishment. Who would dare to steal a water source pearl from such a powerful faction? Such audacity seems unfathomable. The very notion that a water source pearl could be pilfered from a force protected by D-level abilities is simply astonishing. Zhao Shi scoffed disdainfully. The capabilities of practitioners are exceedingly diverse. Those without such abilities cannot fathom the true extent of their power. As he spoke, he glanced at Qin Yang, who was leisurely reclining in his chair, a prime example of an individual with exceptionally formidable capabilities. Qin Yang's expression remained serene. "Please, continue." It is hardly surprising that the water source pearl resides in his possession. Zhao Shi continued, "I have also heard that recently, the members of the Tong Family Martial Arts Hall issued an announcement, claiming that their prey was stolen right before their eyes. They are now offering a bounty throughout Long City for the thief." Jifeng and the others exchanged peculiar glances. The water source pearl of the Black Tiger Hall had been pilfered, and now the Tong Family Martial Arts Hall's prey had also been stolen. It seemed to be the work of the same individual. Observing that Qin Yang maintained a serene demeanor, Zhao Shi pressed on. "Moreover, the Frenzied Battle Hunting Team has reported that their catch was stolen on the same day as that of the Tong Family Martial Arts Hall. They too are scouring the world for this thief." Jifeng and the others gasped in astonishment. Goodness, this thief is truly deranged. He has offended all the nearby factions. If word gets out, he would be doomed. Zhao Shi found Qin Yang's tranquility remarkable, especially since the entire Long City was in an uproar over these incidents. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Shi added, "In addition to the factions I just mentioned, there are also those exceedingly bizarre laboratories that specialize in the study of abilities, such as the Snowflake Laboratory and the Demon Laboratory. While most of the powerful individuals from these labs have departed for the new star, those who remain are equally formidable. Besides these laboratories, there are numerous factions to be wary of, particularly a new organization known as the Martial Alliance, which seeks to dominate the entire Blue Planet. It is said that the Martial Alliance aims to restore order." Chapter 51. Stunned? Having familiarized himself with the powers in Long City, Qin Yang had begun to grasp the situation. Aside from the Black Tiger Hall, He had little interaction with other factions for the time being. Of course, his theft of their prey did not count, as no one was aware of his involvement. However, he understood that his grievances with the Black Tiger Hall were far from resolved, particularly since he had slain Hong Shan, a member of their ranks. And they would undoubtedly seek retribution. Their absence in recent days might be attributed to the theft of the water source pearl, which had delayed their pursuit. He exchanged a few words with Zhao Shi and Jifeng, instructing Zhao Shi to gather intelligence on Longcheng, while the Jifeng brothers were tasked with guarding the community. As they conversed, they suddenly noticed a menacing group approaching from a distance. Ah, here they come again. It seems never-ending. Jifeng felt a headache coming on at the sight of yet another incursion into the Unju community, especially with the influx of refugees in recent days, all drawn by the community's resources. A moment later, Jifeng froze. Wait, those are members of the Black Tiger Hall. It didn't take long for him to identify them, as the members of the Black Tiger Hall were easily recognizable by the Black Tiger head tattoo emblazoned on their arms. The moment they spotted the Black Tiger Hall members, the expressions on Jifeng and his companions shifted to one of alarm. The strength of the Black Tiger Hall was formidable, boasting 4 ability users, with their most powerful leader, Lu Hu, being a D-class ability user. Having navigated various territories for years, Jifeng and his companions were well acquainted with several leaders of the Black Tiger Hall, including the second Hall Master, Li Xiangqian. Leader, the Black Tiger Hall is heading straight for our community. They must be coming for us. Jifeng's complexion turned pale, clearly filled with trepidation at the sight of the Black Tiger Hall members, especially with the second Hall Master Li Xiangqian at the forefront. Even Zhao Shi began to exhibit signs of anxiety. Soon, Li Xiangqian arrived at the entrance of the Unju community with Anyo and others. He cast a glance at Qin Yang and inquired of Anyo, which one is Qin Yang? Anyo promptly pointed to Qin Yang, second brother. It's him. Sitting on a chair, Qin Yang was aware that the Black Tiger Hall had come primarily regarding Hong Shan. He sensed that Li Xiangqian's strength was still below grade D, posing no real threat to him. Li Xiangqian scoffed and fixed his gaze on Qin Yang. So you are Qin Yang? I ask you, have you ever encountered our Hong Shan from the Black Tiger Hall? Upon hearing this, Zhao Shi and the others turned their attention to Qin Yang. Realizing there must be some past grievances between him and the Black Tiger Hall, these individuals had specifically come to seek him out. Zhao Shi then spoke up, Li Xiangqian, what does the Black Tiger Hall intend? Have you come here based on hearsay to seize resources? Surely the Black Tiger Hall is not in need of such trivial supplies. The Black Tiger Hall was immensely powerful, particularly with a multitude of subordinates who had amassed considerable resources during these chaotic times, leading one to believe they would not mobilize for mere supplies. Li Xiangqian shot a cold glance at Zhao Shi, declaring, you can step aside. This does not concern you. It was evident that Li Xiangqian recognized Zhao Shi, as he was also a capable individual with considerable strength, being the overlord of the South District. However, Li Xiangqian did not regard Zhao Shi as a significant threat. Zhao Shi was momentarily taken aback. In the next moment, Qin Yang waved his hand, saying, Zhao Shi, this is not your affair. They have come to find me. Li Qianqian's countenance was exceedingly somber, his eyes gleaming with a murderous intent. Boy, you had best speak the truth, or you shall suffer the consequences. Motioning for Zhao Shi to retreat, Qin Yang regarded Li Qianqian and the Black Tiger Gang members with an indifferent gaze, his hands outstretched in a gesture of nonchalance. This Hong Shan you speak of, he offended me and was thusly slain by my hand. Ah, the cadaver was cast beyond the city's confines, where, I dare say, it has long since been devoured by ravenous beasts. Should you seek him, you would be better served by descending into the nethermost depths of the infernal realm. At present, Qin Yang harbored no fear of the Black Tiger Gang, and thusly, he did not deign to conceal the truth. With decisive candor, he acknowledged his role in Hong Shan's demise. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Shi and the others were taken aback. Qin Yang had slain Hong Shan, the third in command of the Black Tiger Gang? A collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the group. To slay a prominent figure of the Black Tiger Gang and then brazenly confess to the deed was, undeniably, a testament to Qin Yang's audacity. Such an act irrevocably severed all ties with the Black Tiger Gang. The Black Tiger Gang members themselves stared at Qin Yang in disbelief, for it was evident that his words rang true. Their esteemed third-in-command, Hong Shan, had indeed met his end. This revelation struck a grievous blow to the Black Tiger Gang. Hong Shan possessed the rare ability of enhanced speed, rendering him exceptionally swift. Within the Black Tiger Gang, he held the third highest rank, and in terms of sheer velocity, Even Li Qianqian was no match for him. Yet, he had been vanquished by Qin Yang. Anyo and the others were aghast, struggling to accept the truth. However, Hongshan's absence for several days lent credence to the grim reality. Upon receiving this intelligence, Li Xiangqian's heart plummeted, a frigid intent gleaming in his eyes. "You court demise," he uttered, daring to slay our third brother. "This day, I shall consign you to the netherworld to keep him company." With that, Li Xiangqian acted without delay, a gleaming blade materializing in his grasp. Devoid of superfluous words, he lunged towards Qin Yang, cleaving his sword. Upon learning of Hongshan's demise at Qin Yang's hand, Li Xiangqian deemed it unnecessary to squander time. He would simply eliminate Qin Yang. Li Xiangqian, desist. Zhao Shi, witnessing Li Xiangqian's assault, promptly surged forward, a beast bone appearing in his hand, attempting to parry the attack. Alas, the beast bone, comparable to an E-grade magical artifact, proved futile against Li Xiangqian, shattering upon impact. Simultaneously, Li Xiangqian's blade struck Zhao Shi's chest, sending him hurtling backward. "Insolent cur," Li Xiangqian sneered, his eyes brimming with disdain. "You are unworthy to stand as my adversary." Zhao Shi, merely an E-grade mid-level combatant, was no match for Li Xiangqian, who had attained the pinnacle of E-grade. Furthermore, Li Xiangqian possessed the rare ability to manipulate blades, rendering him a formidable opponent. Having wounded Zhao Shi with a single stroke, Li Xiangqian pressed his assault, cleaving his blade towards Qin Yang once more, bellowing, "Qin Yang, I shall slay you. None shall impede me." Qin Yang, seated upon his chair, furrowed his brow, taken aback by Li Xiangqian's formidable strength. Zhao Shi could not withstand even a single blow and was now injured. The knife in Zhao Shi's hand glimmered ominously as it descended. The leader, in a state of caution, observed the scene. Shifeng and the others gasped in astonishment, for at that moment, Qin Yang remained seated, utterly unperturbed, exhibiting an extraordinary calmness. In stark contrast, the members of the Black Tiger Hall, including Anyo, wore expressions of disdainful amusement. "Kid, you're finished," they sneered, believing Qin Yang was too frightened to move after his encounter with Li Xiangqian. Then, with a thunderous roar, the unexpected transpired. To everyone's astonishment, Qin Yang, still seated, unleashed a powerful punch that met Li Xiangqian's blade head-on. The scene was nothing short of surreal. Chapter 52. I am in command. As onlookers assumed Qin Yang was paralyzed by fear, the next moment revealed an unforgettable spectacle. Qin Yang had intercepted Li Xiangqian's formidable strike with a mere fist. It is worth noting that Li Xiangqian was an E-level peak expert, and having awakened his knife abilities, his weapon could potentially injure even a D-level adept. Yet, in a bizarre turn of events, Qin Yang's fist thwarted Li Xiangqian's blade. With a resounding explosion, the chair beneath Qin Yang shattered into fragments. Nevertheless, he maintained his seated posture, utterly unmoved. The surrounding individuals gaped in disbelief. How could this be? He had successfully blocked the second Hallmaster's knife. The sheer audacity of using a fist to counter an E-level peak expert's weapon was incomprehensible, a realization that dawned upon everyone present. The individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities possess the capacity to unleash immense destruction and lethality with every action they take. When an ordinary person encounters such an individual, their chances of survival diminish to nearly nothing. Even among those who share similar powers, few dare to confront another's formidable techniques head-on. This is especially true in the case of Li Xiangqian, whose recent strike was executed with utmost effort, yet it was effortlessly intercepted by Qin Yang's fist. Li Xiangqian was momentarily taken aback. He had never encountered anyone bold enough to meet his blade with a mere fist. Even a D-grade ability user would typically refrain from such a confrontation. Yet, here was Qin Yang, unyielding in his resolve. At that moment, no matter how much spiritual energy Li Xiangqian channeled into his treasured weapon, he found it utterly immovable, as if Qin Yang's fist were forged from indestructible material. It was then that Li Xiangqian finally grasped the situation, exclaiming in astonishment, You are a D-grade ability user?" He was no fool. He understood that Qin Yang must at least possess D-grade capabilities, for it was inconceivable that anyone could withstand his full-force strike with nothing but a fist. If Qin Yang were indeed a D-grade user, this could spell trouble. Despite the considerable strength of the Black Tiger Hall, they would typically avoid conflict with D-grade experts, as even their most formidable leader was merely a D-grade ability user. Qin Yang gradually straightened his posture, maintaining the stalemate between his fist and Li Xiangqian's blade. In truth, the reason Qin Yang dared to meet the other's weapon with his fist lay in the protective barrier he had formed from the spiritual energy within him, safeguarding his hand. Consequently, as long as Li Xiangqian was unable to breach this ethereal shield, he could not inflict harm upon Qin Yang's fist. It was evident that Li Xiangqian's prowess fell short in comparison. With a cold, indifferent gaze fixed upon Li Xiangqian, he discerned the growing panic within him. Yet, Qin Yang would show no mercy towards the Black Tiger Hall. I have already afforded you an opportunity. Regrettably, you have failed to seize it. Thus, I shall now escort you to reunite with the Hongshan. As the words fell from his lips, Qin Yang unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual energy from his fist, directing it towards Li Xiangqian's blade. Boom! In the next moment, Li Xiangqian was beset by an overwhelming force that, penetrating through his weapon, struck him directly. In an instant, he was violently shaken. The magnitude of Qin Yang's spiritual energy was beyond his capacity to endure, sending him hurtling backwards. Crash! Li Xiangqian crashed onto the distant ground, his sword clattering away from his grasp. Despite his attempts to fend off Qin Yang's onslaught, his spiritual energy proved utterly insufficient against Qin Yang's might, which shattered his defenses effortlessly. As a result, Li Xiangqian experienced a violent upheaval, unable to suppress the torrent of blood that erupted from his mouth. Second Hall Master. Second brother. The members of the Black Tiger Hall gasped in astonishment, never having anticipated that their traditionally formidable and invincible Second Hall Master would be bested today by an obscure individual. Anyo and the others were filled with mounting anxiety. In a flash, Qin Yang reappeared beside Li Xiangqian, who had managed to rise from the ground. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he gazed at Qin Yang with terror etched across his face. Qin Yang, this is the fault of our Black Tiger Hall. If you release me, let our grievances be considered settled. Boom. His response was a fierce punch from Qin Yang, landing directly on Li Xiangqian's face, sending him flying, his face contorted. Qin Yang was relentless, appearing before Li Xiangqian again as soon as he hit the ground. If your Black Tiger Syndicate wants to settle accounts with me, you'll have to ask if I, Qin, agree. Boom. He kicked Li Xiangqian in the chest, the sound of bones breaking accompanying Li Xiangqian's agonizing scream. Now, it's not up to you. It's up to me. Previously, Qin Yang had been somewhat wary of the Black Tiger Syndicate, but now he could withstand them entirely. Fearing them not at all, after several attacks, Li Xiangqian was on the verge of death. Then, he lifted Li Xiangqian from the ground, as if carrying a small chicken, and brought him to the front gate of the residential complex, throwing Li Xiangqian onto the ground. At that moment, the members of the Black Tiger Syndicate were terrified into silence, not daring to breathe loudly. They had never imagined that their Black Tiger Syndicate, which had come with such imposing momentum and had been so invincible, would encounter such a terrifying person as Qin Yang today. The second leader, Li Xiangqian, was already disfigured beyond recognition. Leave this guy behind, and kill the other small fry. Qin Yang pointed at Anyo, speaking indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Shi, Ji Feng, and the others immediately took action. Although Zhao Shi was injured, dealing with the others from the Black Tiger Syndicate was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. In the blink of an eye, except for Li Xiangqian and Anyo, everyone else was killed on the spot. However, at this moment, the gazes of Zhao Shi and others towards Qin Yang grew exceedingly complex. They were aware of Qin Yang's formidable strength, yet they were astonished by the sheer magnitude of it. His power was terrifying. Even a master like Li Xiangqian was effortlessly defeated in a mere encounter. Qin Yang coldly regarded Li Xiangqian and Anyo, stating, I can offer you a chance to spare your lives. Lead me to the location where your Black Tiger Hall stores its supplies. Is there any objection? Presently, within his spatial realm, Qin Yang housed over 100 individuals, necessitating vast quantities of various resources. To foster the development of his space, he required an abundant supply of materials. As a dominant force situated at the airport, the Black Tiger Hall undoubtedly possessed a significant cache of resources that Qin Yang was unwilling to overlook. Anyo, trembling with fear, glanced apprehensively at Li Xiangqian. He genuinely felt terror. Initially, their two underlings from the Black Tiger Hall had attempted to rob Qin Yang, and now the situation had escalated to this extent. Regret washed over him. Had he known, he would have refrained from provoking such a formidable individual. Yet, it was too late for lamentations. Very well, I shall lead you there. Li Xiangqian, gritting his teeth for the sake of survival, resolved to guide Qin Yang to the Black Tiger Hall's supply depot. Anyo nodded in agreement as well. Without further ado, Qin Yang instructed Zhao Shi to escort Li Xiangqian while he urged Anyo onward, heading straight for the Black Tiger Hall. After a short while, they arrived at the headquarters of the Black Tiger Hall. Although there were numerous members present, most were ordinary individuals, with only a handful of skilled martial artists among them. Upon witnessing their second hall master, Li Xiangqian, battered and bruised, they who typically exuded arrogance now dared not utter a word. Soon, under the guidance of Li Xiangqian and Enyo, Qin Yang beheld a mountain of various supplies, stacks of food, drinking water, and a considerable quantity of grain seeds. But where were the beast pills? Qin Yang found it hard to believe that the Black Tiger Hall was devoid of them. At present, his most pressing need was indeed the beast pills. Chapter 53. The perpetrator. It was the first time Qin Yang had encountered such an abundance of resources. The wealth of the Black Tiger Hall nearly filled every room of the entire building. He refrained from making any immediate moves, choosing instead to focus on gathering information about the beast pills. First, hand over your beast pills, he commanded. There was no urgency in collecting supplies. Qin Yang's primary interest lay with the beast pills, for they were crucial to his ascension in power. Elevating his strength took precedence over all else. Currently, he was at D rank, and to attain C rank prowess, he would require a Su. Li Xiangqian was acutely aware that his fate lay firmly in Qin Yang's hands. With a bitter smile, he lamented, originally, the precious beast pills were safeguarded by our leader. However, with our leader absent, you must follow me. For those endowed with abilities, beast pills held greater significance than any material possession. The four brothers of the Black Tiger Hall had, through various connections, acquired a considerable number of these pills. Yet, they were distributed according to effort, and their personal share was meager. Furthermore, with their leader Lu Hu no longer present in the Black Tiger Hall, Li Xiangqian found himself in a precarious position in order to survive. He had no choice but to betray Lu Hu and disclose the existence of the beast pills to Qin Yang. Under Li Xiangqian's guidance, they arrived at a concealed chamber. Qin Yang observed numerous crates within the dimly lit space. Two of these crates contained the coveted beast pills, while the others held treasures such as gold. Pointing towards the boxes, Li Xiangqian wore an expression devoid of hope. He understood that even if Qin Yang chose to spare him, his demise was inevitable. Qin Yang instructed Enyo to open the crates, and indeed, they were filled to the brim with beast pills, each crate containing at least several hundred, indicative of the substantial collection amassed by the Black Tiger Hall. As Zhao Shi's eyes glimmered with a fleeting spark upon seeing the beast pills, the light quickly faded as he realized that they belonged to Qin Yang and had no bearing on him. After inspecting the contents, Qin Yang nonchalantly waved his hand, summoning all the crates into his possession, regardless of their contents. Gulping, Li Xiangqian and Enyo exchanged glances, as if a shared realization dawned upon them. In the next moment, Li Xiangqian suddenly inquired with curiosity, Qin Yang, was it you who stole the water source pearl from our Black Tiger Hall? Given the skills and abilities demonstrated by Qin Yang earlier, they immediately associated him with the missing water source pearl. If Qin Yang possessed such prowess, it was entirely plausible that he had pilfered the water source pearl. Li Xiangqian, Enyo, and Zhao Shi all turned their gazes towards Qin Yang, their curiosity piqued by the inquiry. If Qin Yang were indeed the thief, it would explain the numerous thefts of supplies that had plagued Long City in recent days, most likely orchestrated by him. Noticing the peculiar glances from the three, Qin Yang offered a faint smile. Indeed, I took your water source pearl. There was nothing to hide. After all, he had no intention of allowing Li Xiangqian and Enyo to live. His enmity with the Black Tiger Hall left no room for leniency towards any of its members. Only the dead could keep secrets. Thus, it mattered little whether Li Xiangqian and Enyo were aware of it. Exchanging bitter smiles, Li Xiangqian and Enyo realized their suspicions were correct. While they had been targeting Qin Yang, they remained blissfully unaware that they, too, were under his watchful eye. The revelation that Qin Yang had stolen the water source pearl alleviated their doubts and clarified the identity of the true culprit. However, the fact that Qin Yang could so effortlessly steal the water source pearl right under their noses was alarming, revealing a level of ability that rendered them utterly defenseless. A formidable and extraordinarily capable individual like him would undoubtedly bring about significant upheaval in the desolate future. Even Zhao Shi's pupils constricted. Qin Yang had stolen the water source pearl. Clearly, the losses suffered by the Tong family's martial arts hall and the Wild Hunt Brigade were orchestrated by him. In that moment, Zhao Shi was drenched in cold sweat. He believed he knew Qin Yang well, yet the truth revealed a profound unfamiliarity with this leader. His capabilities and strength were extraordinarily abnormal. With all the supplies collected, the entire secret chamber had become desolate. Suddenly, Qin Yang pondered and inquired. Does your Black Tiger Hall possess any materials on ability development? His spatial abilities required further enhancement. Mere spatial displacement and spatial flickering were insufficient. Far from it. Qin Yang yearned for a more profound exploration of his spatial powers. However, without pertinent materials or texts, the endeavor would be exceedingly arduous. Li Xiangqian shook his head. How could our Black Tiger Hall possibly have such crucial documents? After speaking, Li Xiangqian looked at him with hopeful anticipation. Now that I have divulged all the supplies, can you spare my life? His cooperation with Qin Yang stemmed solely from a desire to survive. At this point, his value had been thoroughly exhausted. Qin Yang nodded. Of course. I am a man of my word. I shall not kill you. Li Xiangqian and Enyo rejoiced, believing that if they could survive this ordeal, their leader would return and reclaim the supplies from Qin Yang. Naturally, they would face their leader's wrath. Thank you. The two expressed their gratitude to Qin Yang. Just as they thought they had evaded disaster, Qin Yang added, While I shall not slay you, Zhaoxi may not be so forgiving. He is a man of ruthless disposition. Upon hearing those words, Li Xiangqian and Enyo stared blankly at Zhaoxi, initially taken aback. Zhaoxi soon regained his composure and abruptly seized Li Xiangqian's head, twisting it with brutal force. The sickening crack echoed as the already gravely injured Li Xiangqian found himself overpowered, his head wrenched off. How dare you injure me and expect mercy? Dream on, Zhaoxi exclaimed. And you little wretch, shall perish alongside him. With a powerful fist, Zhaoxi struck Enyo's chest, the sheer force piercing through his heart. Afterward, he dusted off his hands and chuckled. Leader, you truly startled me. I thought you might actually spare such scum. There is not a single good soul in the Black Tiger Hall. They harbor grudges without fail. He discerned that Qin Yang had never intended to show leniency towards the members of the Black Tiger Hall. This leader was indeed formidable. He was fortunate not to have completely antagonized Qin Yang, or else his fate would have been far worse than that of Li Xiangqian and the others. Qin Yang's gaze was cold and unyielding. I have long been at odds with the Black Tiger Hall. How could I let them off the hook? Let's head back, he commanded. Zhaoxi promptly followed but cautioned. Now that we have slain Li Xiangqian and the others, if Lu Hu, the leader of the Black Tiger Hall, returns, he will undoubtedly seek revenge. We must be prepared. Lu Hu's strength is unfathomable. Qin Yang replied nonchalantly, Do not worry, I have a plan. With this bounty of beast crystals, I shall focus on enhancing my strength upon our return. Once my power increases, I will have no fear of Lu Hu. Chapter 54. New changes after leaving the Black Tiger Hall. With Zhaoxi in a grand manner, Qin Yang returned to his residential community. He promptly instructed Zhaoxi and the others to guard the premises before entering his personal space. Within that realm, Ding Mengyao and Sister Hammer were diligently cultivating the land alongside the residents, preparing for sowing. They had also excavated a water channel, directing the waters released by the water source Pearl to the vicinity of their living area. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. In his private sanctuary, Qin Yang crafted a house for himself, enjoying solitude without any disturbances, allowing him to focus on his cultivation. From the Black Tiger Hall, he had acquired 2 boxes of beast pills. While the quantity was considerable, 90% of these pills were of E rank, with only about 20 being D rank. Nevertheless, this was a commendable bounty, especially since it was obtained with minimal effort. He seated himself in a meditative posture, beginning the absorption of the beast pills. Regardless of their rank, Qin Yang welcomed all, as any enhancement to his strength was beneficial. Given the abundance of pills, the speed of absorbing the spiritual energy contained within was temporarily limited. Even with E-rank pills, he required 20 minutes to fully absorb one. To consume nearly 1,000 E-rank beast pills would necessitate at least several days. Thus, in the ensuing days, Qin Yang devoted himself entirely to absorbing the spiritual energy from the beast pills. Time flew by swiftly, and before he realized it, half a month had elapsed. On this day, Qin Yang opened his eyes, watching as the last beast pill in his hand disintegrated into powder, scattering onto the ground. He exhaled, sensing the spiritual power coursing through his body. It was at the later stage of D rank, almost reaching the pinnacle of that level. Having absorbed the spiritual essence from over 1,000 beast cores, his strength finally ascended to the latter stage of D grade. Such a rapid progression was remarkable, considering that he had awakened and reached this level in no more than a month. In the desolate world of today, a D grade ability user is quite formidable, especially since he now stands at the latter stage of D grade. Due to the unique nature of his spatial abilities, He could easily outmatch not only E-grade users, but also many average D-grade users. And even some at the pinnacle of D-grade might find him a challenging opponent, despite his still limited mastery over his spatial powers. With a robust flow of spiritual energy coursing through him, his confidence surged. Concluding his cultivation, he stretched languidly, feeling utterly refreshed. He decided to explore the residential area. With a mere thought, Qin Yang vanished from his abode and reappeared in the residential district. "Ah, Qin Yang, you've arrived," Ding Mingyao exclaimed. Hammer's sister was busy with the homeowners in the soil beneath them. Within her space, the earth was fertile and easy to cultivate. She had acquired numerous tools, and the homeowners had already cleared a vast expanse of land. They had sown seeds of wheat, corn, sweet potatoes, and vegetables, eagerly awaiting the harvest. Upon noticing Qin Yang's sudden appearance, Ding Mingyao and the others paused their work, turning their gazes towards him. The admiration in their eyes mirrored that of reverence. As if they were beholding a deity, with Qin Yang present, it seemed he could accomplish anything. Nodding to the crowd, he addressed Ding Mingyao and Hammer's sister. "How are you finding it here?" Hammer's sister, with a relaxed smile, replied, "I feel as though this place is paradise. I would gladly reside here for a lifetime." Compared to others, Sister Hammer feels no attachment to the outside world, making her the happiest among them, as she believes that her current life is the best. However, some may find it difficult to adjust. Nonetheless, Qin Yang cannot possibly escort them outside. On the other hand, Ding Mingyao seems to be in a state of indecision. Observing that Ding Mingyao has something to express, Qin Yang instructs Sister Hammer to continue her work with the others and beckons Ding Mingyao to follow him. Without hesitation, Ding Mingyao accompanies Qin Yang to a distant spot, where he inquires, "What is the matter? Are you finding it hard to adapt?" Biting her lip, Ding Mingyao ultimately speaks up, "Qin Yang, I wish to venture outside. While this place is safe and serene, I prefer the world beyond." Though she could live carefree within Qin Yang's realm, Ding Mingyao is not a woman who seeks tranquility. She harbors her own aspirations. She has longed to avenge her parents. And within Qin Yang's space, she has never found peace. Thus, upon meeting Qin Yang, she articulated her desire. Aware that Ding Mingyao is somewhat different from the others, Qin Yang nods in understanding. "No problem. I have mentioned before that if you wish to go outside, I can let you out at any time. Do you plan to leave now?" Sister Hammer enjoys this place, so Qin Yang is not concerned. He would not permit the other residents to leave, but Ding Mingyao, being one of the earliest acquaintances and his closest companion, instills confidence in him. If she wishes to step outside, he will not hinder her. Nor does he worry about her revealing the secrets of his domain. "I will inform Sister Hammer and the others, and then I will depart." Ding Mingyao was clearly restless. "Very well, go ahead." Qin Yang waited for a moment, attuning himself to the entirety of the space around him. Within a 10-kilometer radius, he sensed an abundance of resources, including water orbs and cultivated land. Most importantly, he discovered that the vegetable seeds he had previously sown had sprouted vibrantly, flourishing splendidly, and would soon be ready for harvest. His space was rapidly evolving. When the time was ripe, Qin Yang planned to recruit a substantial number of new inhabitants into his domain, provided that his space could expand tenfold, or even more. A confined area would not suffice for accommodating a great multitude. Before long, Ding Mingyao returned, bearing 2 firearms, a submachine gun and a compact handgun. The already strikingly beautiful Ding Mingyao now exuded an air of valor, embodying the essence of a strong woman. "Qin Yang, I am ready. We may depart." She yearned for the outside world, for here it was too tranquil, a setting ill-suited for her. She understood her preference leaned towards combat. "Very well, let us proceed." With a mere thought, Qin Yang grasped Ding Mingyao's hand, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. They reappeared in his room within the tranquil community. Upon returning to the wasteland, Ding Mingyao felt a surge of excitement and exhilaration. "Thank you, Qin Yang. I believe I prefer this place, despite its harshness." She recognized the leniency Qin Yang had extended towards her and felt a deep sense of gratitude. For the secrecy surrounding his space posed great risks should it fall into the wrong hands. Yet, Qin Yang had chosen to escort her out, a testament to his trust in her. "Wherever you wish to reside is your liberty," Qin Yang remarked, waving his hand. He approached the window, gazing outward. Ding Mingyao followed suit, and together they looked down upon the streets of Long City. In the next moment, both furrowed their brows slightly, for the air was permeated with a putrid odor. How peculiar! What could have transpired here to evoke such a scent? It resembled the stench of decay. Ding Mingyao felt as though she had been away for merely 20 days, yet the world seemed to have transformed. Chapter 55. The mutated virus. It was not only Ding Mingyao who detected the foul odor akin to that of decomposing flesh. Qin Yang also found it repugnant. Shaking his head, he remarked, "I am not entirely certain what has occurred. I haven't been here for the past 2 weeks." He decided to descend and inquire with Zhao Shi and the others. After a brief frown, he noticed at the entrance of the community, Zhao Shi and Jifeng remained diligently guarding the gate, which surprised Qin Yang. He had anticipated that they might flee in his absence, but it seemed his assumptions were misguided. Should they take the stairs or exit through the window? Ding Mingyao regarded Qin Yang with a peculiar expression. She was aware that he could leap from the 20th floor unscathed, yet she remained an ordinary person. Would accompanying him lead to complications? Surely, it would be a shortcut. Not wishing to squander time, Qin Yang grasped Ding Mingyao's hand. Her face flushed, for this was not the first instance of Qin Yang holding her hand. Yet she seemed to be gradually acclimating to their hand-holding, and even found herself looking forward to it. "You decide," she replied. Ding Mingyao felt an unwavering sense of security with Qin Yang, a man who exuded an aura of safety, making her feel as though there were no concerns to be had in his presence. She instinctively grasped Qin Yang's arm. At the entrance of the community, Zhao Shi and Jifeng, among others, steadfastly guarded the vicinity, successfully repelling several waves of disturbances from vagrants. However, Jifeng now cast a puzzled glance around the entire Unju community. "Zhao Shi, have you noticed that all the residents of Unju community have vanished?" In recent times, Jifeng had not seen a single resident from Unju, which puzzled him deeply. Over 100 residents seemed to have disappeared overnight, including Ding Mingyao and Sister Chui, who had not been seen since. The entire community was eerily silent. Zhao Shi, of course, had long since noticed this anomaly. He coldly remarked, "I am not blind. How could I not see? The disappearance of those residents is likely related to the leader. However, it would be wise for you to refrain from inquiring further into this matter." Despite his words, Zhao Shi was indeed taken aback. What was the extent of Qin Yang's abilities? He had been speculating, but found no answers. The absence of the community's residents led him to a vague conclusion, a space that could sustain human life. Otherwise, it was inconceivable that over 100 residents would remain in the community without shelter or sustenance, silent and unwilling to step outside. He had even taken the trouble to check upstairs. The entire community was, indeed, devoid of inhabitants. Yet the homeowners of the community vanished without a trace, an occurrence he had never perceived. It seemed that, on a certain day, at a particular moment, they abruptly disappeared, evaporating into thin air. Qin Yang's abilities increasingly instilled a sense of dread within him. For the past fortnight, he had not encountered Qin Yang again. He had entertained thoughts of fleeing, but ultimately abandoned the idea, for he believed Qin Yang's powers were extraordinarily formidable. Perhaps remaining in Qin Yang's company was not entirely disadvantageous. After much inner turmoil, he resolved to stay and follow Qin Yang. They refrained from discussing the disappearance of the homeowners, as Jifeng recognized it as a taboo subject and deftly shifted the conversation. The famine outside has reached alarming levels, with incessant conflicts resulting in severe casualties among those who remain in the wasteland. That peculiar virus has erupted unexpectedly, posing a risk of infection to anyone who is not an ability user. Zhao Shi, if I become infected, you must ensure to eliminate me before I lose control. Throughout this fortnight, an overwhelming series of events had transpired, as the famine in the wasteland reached its zenith. Many individuals resorted to violence against one another over food and water, leading to relentless scenes of bloodshed and an increasing death toll. The most horrifying development was the spread of a strange virus in Longcheng, which robbed those infected of their sanity, prompting them to attack their own friends and family. The afflicted would even experience grotesque decay until death claimed them. Even the most skilled martial artists found themselves unable to withstand the insidious virus. In recent days, they had received numerous reports from various sources, confirming that, apart from ability users, no one could endure the terror of the virus. Hence, Jifeng conveyed these words to Zhao Shi. Zhao Shi let out a disdainful hum. "If you wish for death, it is not difficult. Rest assured. I shall unhesitatingly chop you up to feed the dogs." Jifeng, upon hearing this, twitched the corners of his mouth. This fellow was indeed ruthless. However, he was acutely aware that if he were truly infected by the virus, his survival would be equally bleak. Suddenly, someone noticed movement on the 20th floor. Two figures stood at the window. Zhao Shi and Jifeng immediately turned their gaze, And indeed it was Qin Yang, accompanied by Ding Mingyao, who had been absent for some time. Yet, it appeared that no other residents were visible. In the next moment, they watched as Qin Yang leapt from the 20th floor, taking Ding Mingyao with him. A resounding crash echoed as Qin Yang landed in the courtyard below, unscathed, while Ding Mingyao appeared somewhat pale, evidently startled. Leader. Zhao Shi and the others hastily greeted Qin Yang. They were not weaklings themselves. They sensed that Qin Yang seemed stronger than before, an aura emanating from him that instilled a profound pressure. Qin Yang nodded slightly and inquired, "What has transpired recently? I detect a peculiar scent in the air." He sought to understand the recent events in the wasteland. Just half a month prior, when he entered the realm, this scent was absent. In merely half a month, it seemed the wasteland had undergone significant turmoil. Zhao Shi promptly explained, "Leader, you may not be aware, but the famine in the wasteland has reached its zenith, and many have begun to resort to violence over food and water. In addition to those perishing from starvation, countless others have met their end at the hands of fellow humans, with reports of cannibalism emerging in certain areas. The sheer multitude of fatalities has resulted in an abundance of corpses throughout Dragon City, hence the pervasive stench of decay." Upon hearing Zhao Shi's elucidation, both Qin Yang and Ding Mingyao were enlightened, having been sequestered in their abode, wholly unaware of the external circumstances. As the wastelands become increasingly contaminated and resources dwindle, sustenance will become ever scarcer, with potable water being monopolized by a select few. Consequently, famine is an inevitability. Had Qin Yang not awakened his spatial abilities, he would likely be on the verge of starvation. Fortunately, his awakening has alleviated these concerns. Provisions are presently ample, and the grains cultivated within his domain will be ready for harvest in a few months. Before Qin Yang and Ding Mingyao could respond, Zhao Shi continued, "Moreover, there is an even more dire matter at hand. A peculiar virus has emerged, and those afflicted by it lose their reason, their bodies decompose, akin to zombies. And they are highly contagious. Even martial arts experts of Jifeng's caliber cannot escape death if infected by the virus." Chapter 56. Encountering acquaintances, they had presumed that the extensive mortality among those remaining in the wastelands was solely attributable to famine, but unexpectedly, a mutation virus has erupted. The situation is far more critical than Qin Yang had envisioned. Given that even martial arts experts succumb to infection and perish, it is evident that this is no ordinary virus. Ding Mingyao's countenance underwent a dramatic alteration. Is the situation truly this severe? Severe is an understatement. The wastelands are evolving toward an apocalypse. Should the entire population become infected with this mutation virus, it would signify the demise of over 99% of the global population. This is a disconcerting revelation. Qin Yang, too, fell into contemplation as he realized the wasteland was inexorably heading towards its demise. Zhao Shi nodded, and with a grave tone, continued, "Aside from those with abilities who can withstand the mutating virus, no one else can endure it. Yesterday, I ventured into the southern district and witnessed the ravages of the infection, with countless lives already claimed. The streets are now littered with the infected corpses. Moreover, due to the highly contagious nature of the mutating virus, a single case can trigger a widespread outbreak in the vicinity, and there is no known cure." They disclosed all the information they had gathered to Qin Yang, making it clear that the situation was spiraling out of control. Qin Yang turned to look at Gale and the others, saying, "In that case, it is quite perilous for you to remain outside. You are constantly at risk of infection." The fact that even a martial arts expert like Gale could not resist the virus was indeed alarming. Gale spread his hands in a helpless gesture. "It doesn't matter. If we get infected, we get infected. Anyway, those of us who cannot awaken our abilities won't live for very long. I have already told Zhao Shi that if I become infected, he should kill me before I lose control." If he were truly infected, Gale knew there was nothing he could do. He understood that no matter how strong they were, martial arts experts were still inferior to those with abilities. Having witnessed many ability users, he had lost faith in his future. The members of Gale's team, along with the martial arts experts Zhao Shi had brought, all seemed uneasy, fearing infection. After all, if they could survive, none of them wanted to die. Gale and his team had performed admirably during this period, earning Qin Yang's recognition. Rather than allowing them to succumb to infection and death, he thought it would be better to send them into the dimension while they were still unharmed. Within his realm, additional hands were required, particularly the likes of Jifeng and others, who possessed ample strength and were adept at cultivation. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yang inquired, "Do you wish to survive? I can offer you an opportunity to leave this place and live alongside the residents of the community. However, I must stipulate that once you depart, returning will not be an option, though I can assure you of your safety." Upon hearing these words, Jifeng and the others exchanged glances. In the face of death, they were far more inclined to embrace life. "Leader, I shall go. I am willing." Several fearful individuals promptly consented to seek refuge in the location Qin Yang mentioned, fully aware that the disappearance of the community's residents implied they had ventured somewhere else. Consequently, Jifeng's 4 brothers, along with the 7 or 8 martial artists brought by Zhao Shi, all agreed to enter Qin Yang's realm, where they were directly transported. Witnessing their companions vanish, both Jifeng and Zhao Shi stood in stunned silence, repeatedly astonished by Qin Yang's abilities. While Zhao Shi's reluctance to enter the realm was understandable, Jifeng showed no inclination to do so either. "Jifeng, are you not afraid of death?" With a wry smile, Jifeng replied, "I fear death, yet I also wish to fight. Rather than evade disaster, I would rather confront it head-on. I aspire to become a powerful individual like you." Ultimately, Jifeng chose to remain outside, unwilling to yield. He gazed enviously at the formidable powers possessed by Zhao Shi and Qin Yang, preparing to risk it all for a chance at greatness. Qin Yang refrained from further discussion and turned his attention to Ding Mingyao, who bit her delicate lip and declared, "I have just emerged. I shall not return just yet. A virus is merely a virus, and I harbor no fear of it." Although the bizarre mutated strains instill a sense of dread, Ding Mingyao believes that the most effective way to conquer fear is to confront it head-on. Qin Yang refrains from persuasion. Everyone possesses their own choices, and he will not impose his will upon others. If demise were to befall them, it would simply be a matter of ill fate. After familiarizing himself with the current situation, Qin Yang inquired, "Have the members of the Black Tiger Hall returned?" He finds himself at odds with them, and although the leader, Lu Hu, has yet to make an appearance, he could strike at any moment. Caution is warranted. Zhao Shi shook his head. "No? I have heard that Lu Hu has engaged in the actions of the Martial Alliance. He is likely to have joined them. Hence there has been no activity from him for the time being. However, Lu Hu's affiliation with the Martial Alliance poses a significant threat to us. The Martial Alliance is the most formidable force that has emerged following the collapse of order, and should Lu Hu seek revenge against Qin Yang, it may place him in grave peril. As of now, Lu Hu has not made any moves. Lu Hu has joined the Martial Alliance?" Qin Yang furrowed his brow. This news is indeed disheartening. He understands well that the Martial Alliance has become an immense power, comparable to the governing bodies that once dominated the world. They are poised to establish a new order in Blue Star, undoubtedly backed by formidable entities. Yet, having already woven a web of conflict with the Black Tiger Hall, he must adapt to the unfolding circumstances. For now, let us not concern ourselves with the Black Tiger Hall. Jifeng, Ding Mingyao, exercise caution and be vigilant against infection. The affairs of the Black Tiger Hall are of little consequence to Qin Yang. He finds no meaning in overthinking them. His paramount concern at present remains the enhancement of his own strength. Furthermore, he intends to venture outside to survey the surroundings. Before he departs, he offers a brief word of caution to Jifeng and Ding Mingyao. In light of the outbreak of the mutated virus, the greatest threats are posed to Jifeng and Ding Mingyao. "We shall remain within the confines of the community for the time being," he assures them. Ding Mingyao understands that her only option is to stay sheltered within the premises. As long as she does not leave, the likelihood of infection remains minimal. Once outside the community, Qin Yang finds himself traversing streets that were once bustling with life, but now lie desolate, scarcely populated. A nauseating odor of decay permeates the air, rendering it unbearable. Not far along his path, he encounters several corpses strewn carelessly, having just dealt with a few zombies. Qin Yang suddenly saw several figures stumbling towards him from ahead. To his astonishment, they were familiar faces. Chapter 57, Detailed Exploration of Abilities. As Qin Yang observed the disheveled figures approaching, he focused closely and recognized them as members of the Tong family martial arts school, including its head, Tong Xian. At that moment, both Tong Xian and the others were visibly wounded and appeared in a state of disarray. Tong Xian, a woman of striking beauty with an enviable figure, was clad in tight-fitting shorts that accentuated her form. However, her long, fair legs bore several wounds, with blood still seeping from the injuries, as if a flawless work of art had been marred. The group happened upon Qin Yang just as he encountered them. In the past, he would have certainly avoided the Tong family martial arts members, but now, with his significantly enhanced abilities, he felt no need to retreat. his strength rivaling that of Tong Xin. Brimming with confidence, he stood his ground, especially upon noticing that the members of the Tong family seemed to be fleeing. At the moment Qin Yang recognized them, they, too, recognized him. Is that you? Tong Xin immediately identified Qin Yang, recalling their previous encounter during a hunting expedition when their prey had been stolen. The memory of such events lingered vividly in the minds of those with abilities. In fact, the Tong family martial arts school had even sought information about Qin Yang due to the theft. Qin Yang was taken aback. You remember me? He had only met them once, yet Tong Xin had retained the memory. Tong Xin turned to glance behind her and instructed her companions, stop for a moment. Then, gazing earnestly at Qin Yang, she remarked, of course, I am aware that your name is Qin Yang and you reside in the Unju community. I did not expect you to advance to a D level so swiftly. It is truly impressive. The last time I encountered you, your spiritual energy was still at A level. And now, not long after, you have already become a D level practitioner. In this wasteland where spiritual energy is on the verge of depletion, it is exceedingly challenging for practitioners to enhance their abilities, yet your rapid progress is indeed remarkable. At this moment, Tong Xin could already sense the profound spiritual energy within Qin Yang. Oh, Qin Yang was both surprised and unsurprised. There are only so many practitioners in Dragon City, and it is not difficult for the Tong family martial arts school to ascertain information about him. However, he bore no significant grudge against the Tong family, save for the incident where he injured their martial arts expert, a Bao. Admittedly, he had also pilfered the spoils of Tong Xin and her companions, yet they were entirely unaware of his involvement. Observing the disheveled members of the Tong family martial arts school, Qin Yang curiously inquired, what exactly has transpired? He had only been away for half a month. And the wasteland had undergone a complete transformation. It seemed to be descending further into chaos, with even a force like the Tong family martial arts school seeking refuge. Tong Xion's complexion paled, and instead of answering Qin Yang, she earnestly implored, Qin Yang, could you lend me a hand? If you help me through this crisis, I will be eternally grateful. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang furrowed his brow. After all, he had no prior acquaintance with Tong Xin, and her sudden request for assistance was somewhat unexpected. He shrugged and replied, it seems we are not very familiar with each other, are we? Help. At present, Qin Yang had no intention of providing assistance. Whatever tribulations the Tong family martial arts school faced were of no concern to him. He was keen on maintaining a low profile and developing quietly. As he spoke, suddenly, two figures swiftly approached from behind. Appearing in an instant behind the members of the Tong family martial arts school, they were two men, one tall and lean, the other slightly shorter and plumper. Upon seeing their arrival, the expressions of the martial arts school's members changed dramatically, prompting someone to urge Tong Xin, Master. The people from Snowflake Laboratory have caught up with us. You must flee. We will hold them off. They were indeed being pursued by the operatives of Snowflake Laboratory. And now that the adversaries had closed in, the martial arts school's members recognized their inability to contend with them, thus prioritizing the safety of their master, Tong Xin. In the next moment, the two agents from Snowflake Laboratory revealed cold smiles. The tall, lean man chuckled derisively. Tong Xin, do not indulge in futile resistance. Escape is not an option for you. You have two choices. Either surrender the detailed guide to ability development in your possession, or face death. The choice is yours. The shorter, plumper man immediately positioned himself in front of Qin Yang and the others, clearly intent on denying Tong family martial arts school any chance of escape. Tong Xion's face reflected fury as she retorted, you are deluding yourselves. I would rather perish than relinquish the detailed guide to ability development. After all, she had painstakingly obtained this tome, which was specifically designed to enhance the abilities of practitioners. She would not easily yield it to them. Even during the zenith of Blue Star, the development of abilities was shrouded in secrecy, and in the current wasteland, the detailed guide to ability development held immense value and rarity. The agents from Snowflake Laboratory were relentlessly pursuing her precisely because she had acquired this invaluable guide. The gaunt man shook his head. What an obstinate woman. In that case, I have no recourse but to take you back by force. Once we get you to our Snowflake Laboratory, we can extract your memories, even if you're as unyielding as wood. He added, oh, by the way, suicide is futile now. Our laboratory has a predilection for cadaverous organs. Only complete incineration will suffice to elude us. Upon hearing this, a tremor coursed through Tong Xion's frame as a wave of dread washed over her. She was cognizant of the dreadful reputation of the Snowflake Laboratory. Once they set their sights on someone, escape was virtually impossible. Even in death, one would continue to be tormented. Qin Yang was in close proximity to Tong Xin and the others, and he overheard their exchange. Upon learning that they were affiliated with the Snowflake Laboratory, a jolt of alarm went through Qin Yang. He knew that the laboratory was a coterie of exceedingly perverse entities, as his parents had once been employed in a similar establishment. They specialized in the study of abilities, human tissue, and the like. Now that the world order had crumbled, these laboratories were likely to become even more deranged and malevolent. Falling into their clutches would be akin to becoming a lab rat, subjected to vivisection and relentless experimentation. Never to find respite, even in death. They would inflict a litany of trials upon their subjects. It was unexpected that such an organization had targeted Tong Xin, and Qin Yang was astounded that she possessed something as highly confidential as the comprehensive elucidation of ability development, a closely guarded secret even in prosperous times. The comprehensive elucidation of ability development was precisely what Qin Yang yearned to acquire, as it contained numerous descriptions and directions for ability development. Each awakened ability user possessed a unique power, but to truly harness and maximize that ability, one needed to delve into its development. The issue at hand is that many individuals lack the innate talent for developing abilities. Those who manage to cultivate one or two skills are considered fortunate. However, the comprehensive guide to ability development appears to offer a means to unlock a multitude of skills for ability users, with rumors suggesting the potential to develop dozens of them. The specifics remain unclear to Qin Yang, as the guide is classified and seldom seen by anyone. Upon learning that Tong Xin possesses this guide, Qin Yang felt a surge of ambition. Should he acquire the comprehensive guide to ability development, he could enhance his spatial abilities and cultivate a plethora of formidable skills. Spatial abilities are already extraordinarily powerful, and if developed to their fullest extent, they could become exceedingly fearsome. Turning his gaze towards Tong Xin, he noticed her complexion paling once more, and a sense of foreboding washed over her. Was Qin Yang, too, contemplating taking advantage of her situation to seize the guide? Initially, she had intended to solicit his assistance, but now she felt as though she had become the target of his interest. Yet, it was inevitable. The allure of the comprehensive guide to ability development was irresistible to any ability user. With a resolute determination, Tong Xin bit her lip and declared, "Qin Yang, if you assist me in escaping this predicament, I shall provide you with a copy of the comprehensive guide to ability development. What do you think?" Faced with the personnel from the Snowflake Laboratory, the Tong family martial arts hall stood no chance. Particularly concerning was the gaunt figure of Li Haishan, who possessed peak D-grade strength. While the stout individual also demonstrated initial D-grade capabilities, she could not handle them alone. However, if Qin Yang were willing to aid her, they could evade their pursuers. Thus, she decisively chose to share the guide with Qin Yang in exchange for his assistance. Qin Yang fell into silence. Assisting Tong Xin would inevitably place him in opposition to the Snowflake Laboratory, which was, at the very least, fortified by an A-rank powerhouse. Offending a force led by an A-rank expert would be exceedingly unwise. It is vital to recognize that, in addition to A-rank masters, the Snowflake Laboratory undoubtedly harbors B and C-rank individuals, with D-rank abilities likely considered the lowest tier within the institution. Young man, do not be overly greedy. While the detailed exploration of supernatural abilities may be enticing, one must have the means to pursue it. We at the Snowflake Laboratory prefer to avoid external interference in our affairs. You may leave now. Before Qin Yang could respond, the thin man, Li Haishan, spoke first. His gaze piercing as it fixed upon Qin Yang, his words laced with menace. After all, merely uttering the name of the Snowflake Laboratory instilled fear in others. Moreover, Qin Yang was merely a D-rank ability user, not even worthy of the laboratory's attention. Their primary intention was to avoid unnecessary complications. Thus, they directly threatened Qin Yang to depart. Since it was evident that Qin Yang had no affiliations with the Tong family martial arts school, Li Haishan believed a single phrase could easily intimidate this nameless youth. Initially hesitant, upon hearing Li Haishan's words, Qin Yang slowly raised his head to meet Li Haishan's gaze, his expression shifting from calm to one of amusement. In the next moment, he chuckled softly. "I had no intention of involving myself in your matters. However, I particularly detest being belittled. While the Snowflake Laboratory indeed possesses a formidable reputation, I am precisely the sort who does not yield to superstition. Since you have expressed your thoughts, I too shall voice my intentions. As for you, Snowflake Laboratory, I, Qin, am indeed inclined to engage with you. Today's matter concerning the Tong Family Martial Arts School is my concern. I shall take charge of it. Initially, Qin Yang had no desire to offend Snowflake Laboratory. Yet Li Haishuan's words grated on his ears, provoking his ire. Furthermore, the quest for the detailed elucidation of ability development necessitated that Qin Yang take a bold risk. Opportunities are forged through effort. Without striving, how could one discern the impossibilities? Currently, Tong Xian possesses the coveted elucidation on ability development, presenting a unique chance. Should he choose not to assist Tong Xian, it is likely she would fall victim to the clutches of Snowflake Laboratory. At that point, Qin Yang would lose his chance to acquire the detailed elucidation. Coupled with his distaste for the tyrannical nature of Snowflake Laboratory, he resolved to aid Tong Xian, as securing the elucidation would be worth the endeavor. The members of the Tong Family Martial Arts School gazed at Qin Yang in astonishment, unable to fathom that he dared to assist them. It is crucial to understand that aiding them would mean incurring the wrath of a perverse organization like Snowflake Laboratory. Even the most formidable of ability wielders hesitate to provoke Snowflake Laboratory. Tong Xian's beautiful eyes sparkled with both surprise and delight at Qin Yang's stance. However, in stark contrast to the astonishment of the Tong family members, Li Haishan from Snowflake Laboratory wore an expression of deep displeasure, bordering on disbelief. Chapter 58. Caught off guard, Li Haishan fixed a chilling gaze upon Qin Yang. Young man, are you certain you wish to aid them and thereby offend Snowflake Laboratory? I shall grant you another opportunity to reconsider your words. Both individuals were perplexed by Qin Yang's audacity, questioning whether he was speaking nonsense. They had both mentioned their Snowflake Laboratory, yet the other dared to meddle in their affairs. Had his mind been ensnared by a door? With hands tucked into his pockets, Qin Yang proclaimed with righteous fervor, "Very well, allow me to reiterate. The Snowflake Laboratory, in my eyes, is nothing but refuse. Do you comprehend my meaning?" Having resolved to assist Tongxin, he could only opt to stand against the Snowflake Laboratory. If pressed, he could always retreat to the spatial realm, where none could lay claim to him. The entourage from the Tong Family Martial Arts School gazed at Qin Yang in astonishment, incredulous that he would openly declare the Snowflake Laboratory to be trash in front of its representatives. It was utterly shocking. Qin Yang had undoubtedly provoked the ire of the Snowflake Laboratory. Li Haishan and his companion ground their teeth in anger, unable to believe that someone had the audacity to disparage their Snowflake Laboratory. It was utterly intolerable. You reckless youth, your words are truly perilous. Since you have spoken thus, today we shall demonstrate whether our Snowflake Laboratory is indeed garbage. Li Haishan, a pinnacle D-class expert, was merely a step away from C-class. Even the less formidable, stocky individual was at the initial stages of D-class. However, the personnel from their laboratory possessed exceptional prowess in ability development, resulting in a significant disparity between ordinary D-class individuals and their kind. Without hesitation, Li Haishan and his companions launched an assault. The Snowflake Laboratory would not stand for such indignity. Upon reaching this point, Tongxin found herself inexplicably wielding a gleaming longsword, addressing Qin Yang. "Qin Yang, you handle the stout one, while I shall deal with the slender one. However, even united, we may not be their match. We must seize the opportunity to escape. With your assistance, I feel there is still a chance for us to flee." Escape? Qin Yang mildly shook his head. Even before the battle had commenced, thoughts of retreat were already occupying her mind, revealing her evident trepidation towards the individuals from the Snowflake Laboratory. Yet, Qin Yang was not one to retreat easily. Since his awakening, he had never fled from a confrontation, especially not against a D-class adversary. Given his spatial abilities, there seemed no necessity for such cowardice. "You brat, perish!" The stout one roared, unleashing a formidable force, triple wave. In an instant, he lunged towards Qin Yang with remarkable speed. Despite his stature of merely 1.60 m, this illustrates the disparity between the development and neglect of abilities. Did you not claim that we are worthless? Is this the extent of your prowess? You are hardly better than refuse. How laughable. After gaining the upper hand with a single strike, the stout figure immediately regarded Qin Yang with disdain. The individuals in their laboratory have far surpassed ordinary ability users in the development of their powers. Even against those of similar strength, he can effortlessly overpower them, as he is capable of tripling his power in an instant. It is evident that Qin Yang, as an ability user, has only scratched the surface of power development. In contrast, the majority of those in their laboratory have cultivated their abilities to a significant degree, dominating external ability users with ease. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yang's desire for a comprehensive understanding of ability development intensified. Often, the level of an ability user's power development determines their combat potential. If one could fully harness their abilities, Qin Yang felt confident that he could defeat opponents of higher tiers. The stout figure before him had developed his strength far beyond that of a typical power user. However, Qin Yang did not concern himself with the disadvantage in strength, as he was not a strength-type ability user. He was a space ability user. His true advantage lay in his spatial capabilities, rendering it folly to compare himself to a strength user, especially one with profound power development. Oh, is that so? Qin Yang chuckled, and in the next moment, he vanished from sight. With a flash of space, he can now effortlessly execute spatial flickering within a 10-meter radius. Although he had never received a detailed explanation of supernatural power development, Qin Yang had already developed two skills, spatial displacement and spatial teleportation, which was by no means weak. His spatial teleportation could catch people off guard. Huh, where did he go? Seeing Qin Yang disappear before his eyes, the short, stout man was stunned, staring in astonishment at the spot where Qin Yang had vanished. He was completely dumbfounded because Qin Yang had genuinely disappeared without a trace. Not even a wisp of his presence could be detected, as if he had evaporated into thin air. Are you looking for me? In the next instant, the short, stout man was suddenly horrified as Qin Yang's voice echoed almost in his ear. He swiftly turned around, throwing a punch behind him. Boom. However, before he could react, a powerful force struck him, hitting him squarely in the back. His short, stout body lunged forward, involuntarily crashing heavily onto the ground. He landed face first in the dirt, his mouth full of mud. The sheer force of Qin Yang's blow even caused him to knock out several teeth, filling his mouth with blood. The short, stout man was aghast as he attempted to rise. Boom. Before he could stand, another terrifying force slammed into his back. Crack. A crisp sound rang out as the short, stout man immediately let out a pig-like, shrill scream because Qin Yang's immense power had directly shattered his spine. Furthermore, his internal organs were shaken, and his viscera were completely crushed. Although the short, stout man's strength was formidable, and his development of power far surpassed that of ordinary ability users, his great strength did not equate to strong defense. Under Qin Yang's attack, the short, stout man was equally unable to withstand it. Just moments ago, with merely 2 spatial flashes, he effortlessly dispatched the stout individual, showcasing Qin Yang's true prowess. I had previously labeled your snowflake laboratory as inferior, and it seems I was not mistaken. Those emerging from your laboratory are indeed lacking. Standing before the stout man, Qin Yang bore a tranquil expression. The consumption of energy from his spatial flashes was minimal, allowing him to neutralize his opponent with ease. On the ground, the stout man struggled to raise his head, his face etched with disbelief as he gazed at Qin Yang, stammering, You. Even now, he could not fathom how Qin Yang, despite being seemingly weaker, had instantaneously vanquished him. Moreover, Qin Yang's abilities were so enigmatic that they were nearly impossible to counter. Yet, he found himself rendered speechless. Blood mingled with his internal organs, spilling ceaselessly from his mouth. Gasping for air that would not come, he was beyond saving. How formidable! To eliminate a D-level expert from the Snowflake Laboratory in just 2 moves is utterly terrifying. What abilities did he just employ? I failed to discern them clearly. The members of the Tong family martial arts school, having witnessed Qin Yang initially struggle against his adversary, were anxious for him. Yet in the blink of an eye, he had dispatched the formidable stout man. They collectively inhaled sharply, astonished. Having been pursued by Li Haishun and the stout man, they were acutely aware of the latter's extraordinary strength, which made his swift demise at Qin Yang's hands all the more shocking. Most importantly, they were all individuals with abilities themselves, yet they remained utterly perplexed as to what kind of ability Qin Yang truly possessed. Speed? Strength? Artifacts? None of these fit. Not only they, but also Tongxin and Li Haishun were momentarily stunned by the unfolding battle. Unconsciously, they ceased their conflict, gazing blankly towards Qin Yang. Tongxin's mouth fell agape. How is this possible? Just moments ago, he was at a disadvantage, and now he had effortlessly dispatched the stout adversary. That stout individual had unleashed his triple wave skill, a force so formidable that I had to avoid its edge. Tongxin had initially believed that Qin Yang was not particularly strong. She merely needed him to restrain the stout one while she seized the chance to repel Li Haishun, allowing them to escape together. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Qin Yang had slain the stout opponent, catching everyone off guard. A flicker of astonishment arose within her. Qin Yang's prowess far surpassed her expectations. With the stout adversary eliminated, they now had a greater chance of overpowering Li Haishun together. Conversely, Li Haishun was aghast, staring at his fallen comrade. The stout individual was a power-type ability user, and after the eruption of his triple wave, his strength was indeed terrifying. Yet, he had been vanquished by that seemingly inconspicuous fellow. Xiaopeng. Li Haishun exclaimed in shock, attempting to rouse his fallen companion. However, the stout one convulsed a few times before falling silent, conveying to his comrades that he had met his demise. "You scoundrel! How dare you kill Xiaopeng? I will make you pay." Li Haishun was engulfed in rage. He and Xiaopeng had grown up together, having joined the Snowflake Laboratory side by side. Their bond as close as that of brothers. Now, he lay lifeless before his eyes. In an instant, a profound hatred for Qin Yang consumed her, and without hesitation, she brandished an ice blade, charging towards him with astonishing murderous intent. "Halt! Your opponent is me." Observing Li Haishun's frenzy, Tongxin immediately swung her sword at him. Though she too was at the pinnacle of D-rank cultivation, her skills paled in comparison to Li Haishun's extensive repertoire. Nevertheless, she could still hold him off for a time. Simultaneously, Tongxin urgently urged Qin Yang. "Qin Yang, you must escape. I will keep him at bay." After all, Li Haishun's strength was formidable, while she could momentarily impede him. She was by no means his match, and Qin Yang stood even less of a chance. Therefore, their only option was to flee. If Qin Yang and the others could escape, she could then seize the opportunity to shake off Li Haishun. "Humph! For killing my dear chubby, none of you will escape." Li Haishun's eyes blazed with fury. As Tongxin's sword struck, he swiftly countered with a decisive slash, frozen earth. In the next moment, a sheet of ice enveloped Tongxin with astonishing speed. "What?" Tongxin gasped in shock. She could not afford to underestimate this move, frozen earth. Hastily, she summoned her sword energy to sweep across the icy barrier. However, this delay allowed Li Haishun to rapidly close in on Qin Yang. This was dire. Qin Yang was in peril. Tongxin felt a sense of impending doom. In her attempt to assist her, Qin Yang had inadvertently become Li Haishun's target. Just moments prior, Li Haishun's frozen earth had hindered her, preventing her from immediately aiding Qin Yang, leaving him in an exceedingly precarious situation, with the frenzied Li Haishun proving to be a terrifying adversary. Chapter 59. Determination. Li Haishun, with a single strike, encased Tongxin in a frigid grasp. Yet his true target was Qin Yang, for it was he who had slain his dearest friend, Xiaopeng, right before his very eyes. Initially, they had underestimated Qin Yang, dismissing him as merely an ordinary D-level ability user. However, Qin Yang soon revealed a peculiar prowess. Though Xiaopeng possessed the formidable triple wave ability, he too fell victim to Qin Yang's hand. Li Haishun's fury reached a boiling point, his resentment towards Qin Yang reaching its zenith. "You shall perish, wretch." This scoundrel dared to oppose the Snowflake Laboratory and had the audacity to kill Xiaopeng. The laboratory would undoubtedly seek retribution against him. As Li Haishun advanced, enveloped in a chilling aura, Qin Yang sensed the depth of his spiritual power, which was evidently superior to his own. Currently, Qin Yang stood at the latter stage of D-level cultivation, while Li Haishun had ascended to the pinnacle of the D-level tier. The disparity in their cultivation was apparent, and those emerging from the laboratory, like Li Haishun, possessed a level of ability development far beyond that of the ordinary. Thus, in a direct confrontation, Qin Yang would stand no chance against Li Haishun. Stationed in place, Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. "Be cautious, you are no match for him," Tongxin urgently warned from a distance. In the realm of ability users, they could sense one another's spiritual power, and Tongxin was acutely aware that Qin Yang was merely at the latter stage of D-level. Confronting an opponent like Li Haishun posed a significant risk of instant annihilation. Die! Li Haishun moved with remarkable speed, transforming into a flurry of ice that materialized before Qin Yang, as he swung his blade downwards with ferocity, accompanied by cascading shards of ice. In an instant, Qin Yang was swiftly immobilized, his every movement completed in a heartbeat. Such is the prowess of Li Haishun. It is evident that his abilities have been honed to an extraordinary degree, far surpassing that of an ordinary ice elementalist. As the frigid ice enveloped him, Qin Yang, in a moment of desperation, summoned his thoughts into his own realm. Should he truly be encased in ice, escape from death would be an impossibility. Moreover, Li Haixuan's icy powers extend beyond mere physical immobilization. They threaten to freeze even the very essence of one's soul. Once ensnared, one's thoughts could very well come to a standstill. With a resounding crash, Li Haixuan's blade struck the ground where Qin Yang had stood, scattering shards of ice. Yet the young man was nowhere to be found. Li Haixuan froze in astonishment. Had he vanished once more? He vividly recalled the moment when the rotund youth had attacked Qin Yang, only for the latter to suddenly disappear and reappear, leaving the young attacker vulnerable to a counterstrike. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Qin Yang materialized behind Li Haixuan, wielding a blade, a weapon he had acquired from the second-in-command of the Black Tiger Hall. This E-grade artifact was significantly more resilient than ordinary E-grade beast bones. With a powerful swing, Qin Yang struck at Li Haixuan's back. However, Li Haixuan had anticipated this move, conjuring a layer of ice to shield himself from some of the assault. Despite this precaution, the icy barrier shattered, and Qin Yang's blow landed squarely across Li Haixuan's back, causing him to stagger forward in shock, turning in alarm. It was indeed a sight to behold. Qin Yang, smiling, wielding a long knife, stood not far behind him. Is your only tactic ambush? Li Haixuan's face was slightly pale. He had not anticipated that as a peak D-class expert, he would be wounded by a lower-tier D-class ability user, leaving him in such a disheveled state. A brief assessment revealed a bloodstain on his body, blood already seeping out. Had it not been for the icy shield moments ago, his injuries would have been far worse. Ambush? I defeated you using my abilities. Can that be considered an ambush? Qin Yang chuckled, fully adept at manipulating spatial flashes with ease. Against opponents of equal standing, he could easily overpower them. Even if Li Haixuan possessed greater strength, given time, he could exhaust his opponent. This was the unique advantage of spatial abilities, to exploit strengths while evading weaknesses. Engaging Li Haixuan head-on would be an act of folly. Meanwhile, Tong Xian severed the ice that had encased her, swiftly approaching Qin Yang. Upon witnessing Qin Yang unharmed amidst Li Haixuan's assaults, and even managing to injure Li Haixuan, she was left astounded. Despite Qin Yang's evident inferiority in cultivation, that peculiar ability rendered him unpredictable, as she discerned he could manifest at any location. She had never encountered such a capability before. Are you all right? Now, aligned against the terrifying snowflake laboratory, she felt compelled to inquire with genuine concern. Qin Yang shrugged. I am fine, but some may not be. His gaze lingered playfully on Li Haixuan. The beings emerging from this laboratory, if hunted, would surely possess valuable items, including the dagger in Li Haixuan's grasp, which could be no less than a D-grade relic. Having already positioned himself against the snowflake laboratory, Qin Yang harbored no illusions that ceasing his actions would grant him the adversary's forgiveness. Thus, a bold thought took root in his mind. If he was to act, he would see it through to the end. Upon hearing Qin Yang's insinuations, Li Haixuan's countenance darkened, revealing his growing displeasure and even a hint of menace. He glanced at Qin Yang and then at Tong Xian. Tong Xian, a peak D-grade combatant and a practitioner of swordsmanship, had yet to fully unlock her potential, rendering her combat prowess somewhat limited. However, subduing her would not be an easy task for him. Moreover, Qin Yang, with his peculiar abilities, posed a challenge he could hardly manage alone. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, Tong Xian turned to Li Haixuan and then addressed Qin Yang. Qin Yang, we must retreat. We cannot defeat this individual. His strength is formidable. Tong Xian, having reconsidered her stance, initially sought Qin Yang's assistance in finding an opportunity to withdraw, wishing to avoid entanglement with Li Haixuan and his associates. The potential arrival of reinforcements from the Snowflake Laboratory further complicated matters. Even if she and Qin Yang combined their strengths, they would still be unable to vanquish Li Haixuan, a peak D-grade powerhouse. Weighing the pros and cons, retreat emerged as the most prudent choice. However, Qin Yang shook his head resolutely. Since we have already become enemies of the Snowflake Laboratory, you must help me hold him off. I am determined to eliminate him today. To let a tiger return to the mountain only invites future peril. Given the gravity of the situation, Qin Yang had no intention of backing down. It was inevitable that he would face the pursuit of the Snowflake Laboratory eventually. Thus, he resolved to take decisive action. One less adversary would be a significant gain. It presents an opportune moment to reclaim the resources from Li Haixuan and the stout fellow. Should there be any beast essence, it would serve as a commendable trophy for him. However, Tongxin found herself momentarily taken aback. Qin Yang's audacity surpassed her expectations as he harbored intentions to eliminate Li Haixuan. Yet, She was acutely aware of the formidable challenge that such an endeavor entailed. The prospect of being countered by Li Haishun loomed large. Li Haishun, unable to suppress a mocking grin, remarked, "Boy, you have slain the chubby one, and I have yet to seek retribution. Instead of fleeing, you aspire to take my life? Are you lost in a dream?" In Chapter 60, the absurdity of the situation dawned upon Li Haishun. He had not anticipated Qin Yang's desire to extinguish his existence. It was a notion bordering on the fantastical. Initially, he had intended to avenge the stout fellow, as it was customary for Qin Yang and his companions to focus solely on their escape. Yet, the tides had turned. Although Qin Yang had indeed inflicted injury upon him moments ago, Li Haishun had come to grasp the extent of Qin Yang's abilities and was confident that he could no longer pose a threat. Even with the combined efforts of Qin Yang and Tongxin, they would remain no match for him. "Tongxin, I shall ensnare him. You must unleash your full offensive." They had irrevocably antagonized the Snowflake Laboratory, and it was futile to harbor any further illusions. Qin Yang wasted no breath, signaling Tongxin to engage. For her combat prowess far surpassed his own. As long as he could entangle Li Haishun with his spatial abilities, Tongxin would assume the role of the primary assailant. He was unperturbed by the prospect of failing to eliminate Li Haishun, for the demise of his parents at the hands of the laboratory had instilled in him a deep-seated aversion towards it. Indeed, he harbored suspicions that his parents had fallen victim to the machinations of those within the laboratory. With a sense of helplessness, Tongxin realized the formidable challenge ahead. They intended to eliminate Li Haishun, a task of considerable difficulty. However, upon hearing Qin Yang's assertion, she nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall cooperate with you. But do exercise caution. This individual is not easily dealt with." Although Tongxin held the esteemed position of the martial arts school leader, she harbored a profound apprehension towards the laboratory's machinations. If it were solely up to her, she would have seized the opportunity to escape long ago. Yet, Qin Yang was resolute in his mission to vanquish Li Haishun, leaving her with no choice but to muster her full strength in this endeavor. Their conversation was devoid of any pretense, openly discussing Li Haishun, who listened intently, a cold smirk curling his lips. "Huh, how amusing. I never imagined that two mere jesters would seek my demise. This must be the greatest jest I have ever encountered. Yet, do take care not to lose your own lives in the process." Li Haishun, not only dismissive but emboldened, launched an assault against the two. He unleashed a blade of ice, intent on restraining Qin Yang while attempting to eliminate Tongxin first, as her combat prowess surpassed that of her companion. In his estimation, Tongxin posed the greater threat. Although her swordsmanship had not reached its full potential, its strikes were undeniably sharp. Should he succeed in dispatching Tongxin, Qin Yang would no longer be a concern. As Li Haishun made the first move, Tongxin, no slouch in strength herself, instantly countered. Waves of sword energy emanated from her, appearing immensely powerful. However, her limited development of sword techniques rendered her attacks less than perfect. In terms of combat ability, despite sharing similar levels of cultivation, Tongxin still fell short compared to Li Haishun, who forced her back several steps. In an instant, the two had exchanged blows. As for Qin Yang, Li Haishun's ice seal had no effect on him whatsoever. With a swift flicker, he vanished, only to reappear behind Li Haishun. Bang! Just as he had repelled Tong Xin. An acute sense of danger surged within Li Haishun. He inwardly cursed his misfortune and prepared to locate Qin Yang. However, Qin Yang's elusive movements left him defenseless. By the time he comprehended the situation, Qin Yang's blade had already struck him from behind, causing Li Haishun to stagger perilously close to falling. The sword energy. Tong Xin, possessing considerable combat experience, seized the opportunity and immediately swung her sword toward Li Haishun. Though he managed to withstand Qin Yang's assault, he dared not confront Tong Xion's sword energy head-on, having lost the initiative due to the surprise attack. He could only hastily defend against her onslaught. With a sharp sound, just as he deflected Tong Xion's sword energy, Qin Yang's blade pierced into Li Haishun's back, plunging 2 inches deep with devastating force. This assault left Li Haishun utterly astounded. He hastily forced Tong Xion back, swiftly creating distance between them. Simultaneously, in a state of alarm, Li Haishun sought for any sign of Qin Yang, only to find him vanished once more. At this moment, Li Haishun finally understood that the greatest threat to him was not Tong Xion, but rather Qin Yang. Although Qin Yang's strikes were not particularly formidable, his bizarre agility had surpassed Li Haishun's comprehension. Left with no recourse but to bolster himself with a protective energy shield, he he found himself unable to pursue Qin Yang. Coupled with Tong Xian's relentless pressure, he was utterly disoriented. How could this be possible? What manner of ability does this fellow wield, so preternaturally bizarre? Li Haishun's countenance underwent several transformations. He yearned to avenge little Fatty, but now it seemed utterly unattainable. Moreover, should he persist in a protracted entanglement with Qin Yang and Tong Xian, he himself would be in grave peril. A miscalculation, a grievous miscalculation. Bang! Before Li Haishun could gather his wits, Qin Yang once more delivered a blow from behind, cleaving a 2-foot gash across his back. Due to the repeated assaults, Li Haishun's spiritual energy was greatly depleted, his defenses noticeably diminished. Qin Yang's attacks were now inflicting tangible harm. Damn you! Have the courage to face me head-on. Li Haishun roared in exasperation, but Qin Yang, having struck, vanished once more. In truth, Qin Yang had, from the outset, transmuted his spatial essence into motes of dust. Affixing them to Li Haishun, he intended to slay Li Haishun, and thus held nothing back. It appeared Qin Yang was quite confident in his ability to dispatch Li Haishun. Tong Xian, too, perceived this. She had initially believed Li Haishun to be unkillable, yet Qin Yang had wounded him repeatedly. A glint of cold resolve flickered in her eyes. At this juncture, there was no need for further deliberation. To slay Li Haishun would be optimal. Immediately, a beam of sword light slashed towards him. Bang! Qin Yang's attack once more found its mark, and simultaneously, Tong Xian's sword aura descended upon Li Haishun. Their initial collaboration proved remarkably harmonious. Thwack! Especially Tong Xian's sword aura, which carved a chunk of flesh from Li Haishun's thigh. Li Haishun emitted a cry of agony. In an instant, he began his swift retreat. Distancing himself from Tongxin, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Today, I shall spare you, but rest assured, you shall await the relentless pursuit of our snowflake laboratory. Li Haishun, despite possessing absolute strength, found himself at a disadvantage against Qin Yang's peculiar abilities, unable to unleash his full potential and suffering continuous injuries at Qin Yang's hands. Realizing that capturing Tongxin today was impossible and that he could not acquire the detailed explanations for the development of supernatural powers, he resolved to return and seek reinforcements to confront both Tongxin and Qin Yang. His animosity towards Qin Yang was palpable. Not only had Qin Yang slain the fatty, but he was also far more formidable than Tongxin. Thus, he chose to abandon the chase and retreat as the wisest course of action. Tongxin, initially relieved at the prospect of escaping Li Haishun, was taken aback the next moment as she witnessed Qin Yang reappear behind Li Haishun, seemingly materializing out of thin air. With a swift motion, he struck again, the blade sending Li Haishun hurtling through the air. Ah, you bastard! Li Haishun lay on the ground, cursing Qin Yang, yet his face was etched with terror. He was genuinely afraid. This Qin Yang was too uncanny, too monstrous. Once more, Qin Yang vanished, only to re-emerge not far from Li Haishun, his expression indifferent. You shall no longer see the snowflake laboratory pursuing us. Tongxin, let us conclude this swiftly and without hesitation. Chapter 61. Concerns at this moment. Everything in the scene lay under Qin Yang's command. He had become the orchestrator of the encounter. Whether it is Tongxin or Li Haishun, both formidable individuals appear to be at the mercy of Qin Yang, with Li Haishun's fate particularly entwined with his. The fallen Li Haishun's complexion turned ghastly, even pallid. Just moments ago, Qin Yang's blade had inflicted severe wounds upon him, leaving his entire back marred by chaotic slashes, yet he had not even touched Qin Yang once. Not far away, Tongxin stood in a daze. Her cultivation level had originally surpassed Qin Yang's, and logically, she should have been the one commanding on the battlefield. However, she soon realized that from the very beginning, she had been serving Qin Yang's interests. Without hesitation, she accepted his commands. In that moment, Tongxin understood that her destiny would henceforth be intertwined with Qin Yang's. With his capability to ensnare Li Haishun, she saw her chance to vanquish him. Without delay, she launched another assault, seizing the opportunity to strike while he was vulnerable, unleashing a flurry of sword energies directed at Li Haishun. Li Haishun had never experienced such a suffocating battle. He sprang to his feet and, without a moment's hesitation, fled into the distance. If he could not defeat these two, surely he could escape, right? To be unable to flee even after being outmatched would be nothing short of a farce. However, in the next instant, Qin Yang appeared before him, brandishing his blade, a hint of an amiable smile playing upon his lips. Why run? Weren't you seeking vengeance for the chubby one? I offer you the chance for revenge. Li Haishuan's lips twitched as he beheld Qin Yang, fear gripping him, and he instinctively recoiled. He had never encountered such a peculiar individual since becoming an empowered being. Revenge requires the means to enact it, yet in his current predicament, he could scarcely ensure his own survival, let alone avenge the fallen. Just as he began to retreat, Tongxin had swiftly closed the distance, unleashing a wave of sword energy. With no choice left, Li Haishan hurriedly attempted to deflect the oncoming strike. In that fleeting moment, as he turned, Qin Yang vanished and reappeared at Li Haishuan's side, delivering a swift and decisive blow that severed his right arm. Now bereft of his limb, Li Haishan found himself utterly incapable of withstanding Tongxin's relentless assault. The excruciating pain coursing through him nearly rendered him unconscious, while the sword energy loomed ominously, threatening to cleave him in two. Desperation overcame him as he shouted, "I beg you, spare my life. If you let me go, the Snowflake Laboratory will not pursue any repercussions against you." In that moment, he surrendered, not due to Tongxin's prowess, but rather because of the unexpectedly formidable Qin Yang. Li Haishan's please momentarily halted Tongxin's sword energy. Yet, with a swift flash, Qin Yang's blade struck true, severing Li Haishuan's head from his body, which collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The members of the Tong family martial arts school had refrained from intervening, recognizing that their involvement would only complicate matters. However, upon witnessing Qin Yang's decisive execution of Li Haishan, they collectively gasped in astonishment. Goons, it must be said that Qin Yang's performance left them utterly astounded. Although his cultivation level was not the highest, he single-handedly turned the tide of battle. His strength was somewhat absurd. Only Tong Xin, with a complex expression, realized that this seemingly inconspicuous individual was truly formidable. Throughout the encounter, she had merely played a supportive role, while it was Qin Yang, with his comparatively weaker cultivation, who had played the crucial part. His display had completely upended her worldview. Even in my absence, he could undoubtedly have slain Li Haishan. Were I to face him, I would not stand a chance. In contrast, Tong Xin felt an increasing sense of dread. This meant that Qin Yang possessed the capability to eliminate her entirely. Fortunately, she was not his adversary. As the battle concluded, Qin Yang exhaled in relief. Both he and Tong Xin had exerted tremendous effort to vanquish Li Haishan. However, it must be acknowledged that those emerging from the Snowflake Laboratory were indeed formidable. Li Haishan, in particular, had demonstrated exceptional prowess in harnessing his abilities. Had it not been for his unique spatial powers, it was likely they would have been unable to defeat him, and might have even faced a counterattack. With a gaze full of complexity, Tong Xin looked at Qin Yang and said, "I apologize. I initially did not wish for you to become too entangled in this matter. Now that we have slain individuals from the Snowflake Laboratory, our survival space in Long City has been drastically diminished. Even if we were to escape Long City, they would inevitably track us down." In that moment, Tong Xin voiced her concerns, fully aware of the terrifying strength possessed by the Snowflake Laboratory. After killing Li Haishan and the stout individual, it seemed that the entire wasteland might not offer them refuge. Qin Yang, feeling exasperated, responded, "Do you truly believe that refraining from killing them would lead the Snowflake Laboratory to spare us?" With a heart innocent as a child endowed with extraordinary abilities, Tongxin felt a twinge of navet, as even the Snowflake Laboratory had piqued Qin Yang's interest. She sighed, acknowledging, "I understand this principle. Yet I feel a sense of guilt for being a burden to you." Her intention was merely to seek Qin Yang's assistance in evading the clutches of the Snowflake Laboratory. But their efforts had tragically culminated in the demise of those very individuals, a case of unintended consequences. Now, Qin Yang too would be ensnared in the relentless pursuit of the Snowflake Laboratory. Qin Yang, however, brushed aside her concerns, stating, "Why dwell on such trivialities? Let us gather their belongings and depart from this place." At that moment, in aiding Tongxin, he had severed all possible retreats, should the need arise. He could always escape back into the void, impervious to any threats. As he rummaged through Li Haishuan's lifeless form, he soon discovered a hefty pouch, and upon opening it, he found it filled with numerous beast cores, precisely what he sought. Observing Qin Yang's adeptness in scavenging, Tongxin surmised that he was no novice, despite her limited understanding of him. She sensed an air of peculiarity surrounding him. Nonetheless, she continued to harbor a sense of remorse towards Qin Yang. Meanwhile, members of the Tong family martial arts hall had already searched through the corpulent figure's remains, retrieving a bag which they handed to Tongxin. Without a glance, She tossed it to Qin Yang, saying, "It's filled with beast cores. Consider it a token of my gratitude." While these spoils were of little consequence to her, it appeared that they held significant value for Qin Yang. Qin Yang, unreserved, directly took the items and stored them within his spatial realm. He also seized Li Haixuan's weapon, a D-grade treasure, as it would be a waste to leave it behind. Adhering to the principle of not allowing resources to go to waste, Qin Yang gathered all the spoils of battle. "Qin Yang, what are your plans moving forward?" Suddenly, Tong Xian inquired. Having eliminated individuals from the Snowflake Laboratory, it was only a matter of time before their experts would trace them. Consequently, Tong Xian contemplated fleeing Long City. However, she felt compelled to consult Qin Yang, as the predicament was of her making, and she could not abandon him in his time of need. Qin Yang, however, was unconcerned about the pursuit from the Snowflake Laboratory. He recalled that the laboratory possessed a spiritual vein, which piqued his interest. Even if they did not seek him out, he intended to pay a visit. He demanded that spiritual vein for himself. Yet, at that moment, his desire was for the detailed manual on ability development that Tong Xian held. Without beating around the bush, he stated, "Let us not concern ourselves with anything else. We shall find a place where you can transcribe the manual for me. Is that agreeable?" Had it not been for the manual, he would not have dared to confront the Snowflake Laboratory so openly. After all, if Tong Xian were captured, obtaining the manual from the laboratory would be utterly impossible. "Very well, I have no objections. Where shall we go?" "To our Unju community." Chapter 62. The malevolent spirit. Now that he had antagonized the Snowflake Laboratory, Qin Yang felt no fear. In fact, he was eager to engage with the laboratory further to uncover the truth behind his parents' demise. Upon his investigation, he discerned that every individual within the laboratory possessed extraordinary abilities, leading him to conclude that his parents must have also been remarkable individuals engaged in the study of such powers. However, their demise due to poisoning seemed implausible, prompting him to delve deeper into the underlying causes. Should the laboratory be responsible for his parents' untimely death, he vowed to exact vengeance. Thus, having eliminated Li Haixuan and the stout individual, Qin Yang felt no remorse, as an inevitable confrontation with the laboratory loomed on the horizon. Earlier was merely a matter of timing. Accompanied by Tong Xian and the others from the Tong family martial arts school, they hastened towards Unju community. The streets were nearly devoid of pedestrians, as many had perished from famine, and now a peculiar virus plagued the populace, instilling fear in those who dared to venture outside. "Tong Xian, are you aware of the nature of this mutated virus?" Qin Yang inquired during their journey, recognizing that as the master of the Tong family martial arts school, Tong Xian possessed considerable strength and likely greater knowledge of the situation in launching. The mutated virus was indeed alarming, overwhelming even those adept in physical combat. At this juncture, Tong Xian's expression shifted, and after a prolonged pause, he solemnly stated, "The virus that has emerged is known as the evil spirit virus, devised by the demon laboratory and intentionally disseminated into the world." Upon hearing this revelation, the other members of the Tong family martial arts school were engulfed in profound rage, recalling how many of their kin had succumbed to the evil spirit virus, leaving only a handful of them, those endowed with abilities, surviving the onslaught. They had even been pursued by agents from the Snowflake Laboratory. Had it not been for Qin Yang's intervention, they too would have perished. The demon laboratory? Qin Yang's countenance darkened at the mention of this sinister institution. Indeed, Qin Yang's parents were once employees of the demon laboratory, colleagues of Ding Mingyao's parents. However, they passed away too early, leaving him with scant memories of them. Nevertheless, the name demon laboratory lingers in his mind, as it is intrinsically linked to his parents. Many individuals from the Tong family martial arts school succumbed to the malevolent ghost virus, including a man named Bao, who had visited your Unju community. You should be familiar with him. He was a formidable martial artist, also a victim of the ghost virus. In my quest to uncover an antibody for the virus, I conducted an investigation and discovered that the recent outbreak of the ghost virus was deliberately unleashed by the demon laboratory. Tong Xian even mentioned Bao, noting that he and Qin Yang had some unresolved grievances. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yang was taken aback to learn of Bao's demise. He had anticipated Bao would enlist the martial artists from the Tong family to confront him. Yet now, with the dead buried and debt settled, he was unconcerned, especially since a collaboration with the Tong family martial arts school had been established. However, the ghost virus unleashed by the demon laboratory is indeed terrifying. Only those with abilities can withstand its onslaught. The virus continues to wreak havoc, and the demon laboratory's actions are utterly depraved. A glint of cold determination flashed in Qin Yang's eyes. He resolved to investigate this demon laboratory at the first opportunity. In the past, when the Order of Blue Star still prevailed, the demon laboratory was a uniquely fearsome entity, teeming with experts and an array of extraordinary abilities. The mere mention of the demon laboratory instilled fear and trepidation in many. After the discovery of the new star by humanity, the main forces of the demon laboratory relocated to this new celestial body, yet a fraction of the laboratory personnel remained in the wasteland. Even this small contingent, in the current wasteland, remains a formidable and terrifying force. Qin Yang sensed that those who lingered in the wasteland from the demon laboratory might be intent on executing a humanitarian extermination, annihilating all in their path. The recent outbreak of the vicious ghost virus alone is sufficient to decimate the majority of ordinary people. Shaking his head, Qin Yang chose not to dwell on such thoughts. With his current strength, he was utterly incapable of confronting the terrifying might of the demon laboratory. Before long, Qin Yang, accompanied by Tongxin and others, arrived at the Anju community. At the entrance of the community, Zhao Shi and Jifeng steadfastly stood guard, ensuring no external threats could breach their defenses. As for Ding Mingyao, she was currently residing temporarily in Qin Yang's apartment on the 20th floor, peering out the window when she spotted Qin Yang returning with a group. The moment her gaze fell upon Tongxin, who accompanied him, a pang of jealousy surged within her. Qin Yang had only stepped out for a brief period. Yet he returned with another woman. Leader. Upon seeing Qin Yang, Zhao Shi and Jifeng immediately greeted him. But their expressions shifted as they noticed Tongxin and the others accompanying him. Zhao Shi gasped in astonishment. The master of the Tong family dojo? The Tong family dojo, a power within the southern district, was familiar to Zhao Shi, who had encountered and recognized its master, Tongxin. Moreover, he was acutely aware of Tongxin's formidable strength, so exceptional it bordered on the monstrous, especially since she had awakened her swordsmanship abilities, making her combat prowess exceedingly formidable. The presence of such a woman alongside Qin Yang in the Anju community left him utterly astounded. The swift wind is hardly worth mentioning. It is merely an adept in martial arts, even inferior to Zhao Shi, let alone a formidable figure like Tong Xian. In the presence of Tong Xian, he is rendered inconsequential. Qin Yang nodded slightly, initially intending to introduce Zhao Shi to Tong Xian, but upon realizing that Zhao Shi was already acquainted with her, he refrained from elaborating further. Interestingly, the members of the Tong family martial arts school recognized Zhao Shi as well. Are you not the formidable Zhao Shi of the southern district? Are you now following boss Qin Yang? They greeted him, astonished at the sight of this local tyrant. Previously, the Tong family martial arts school had extended an olive branch to Zhao Shi, only to be rebuffed. Now, it seemed he had allied himself with Qin Yang. Tong Xian expressed a momentary surprise, but refrained from probing further. Zhao Shi confirmed, indeed, I am currently associating with Qin Yang. Qin Yang wasted no time and addressed Tong Xian. Let us proceed to my room. I have paper and pen there. His primary interest lay in the detailed exploration of ability development. He aimed to fully harness his spatial powers, anticipating a substantial enhancement in his combat capabilities. After several encounters, he found himself dissatisfied with his fighting strength. Although spatial misalignment and spatial flashing could exhaust adversaries stronger than himself, it proved to be excessively time-consuming. He was acutely aware that his spatial abilities possessed immense potential for development. Once fully realized, they would undoubtedly be extraordinarily formidable. Very well, he concluded. Perhaps due to Qin Yang's prior assistance, Tong Xian exhibited no wariness toward him. She instructed the others from the martial arts school, please wait for us below. The curator. While others remained uneasy, Tongxin coldly remarked, it's fine. I am tied to Qin Yang like a grasshopper on the same string. He would not harm me. If Qin Yang truly intended to attack her, he would have done so long ago, without waiting until now. Chapter 63. Ding Mingyao's father. The others awaited below, while Qin Yang escorted Tongxin to his room on the 20th floor. As Ding Mingyao observed Qin Yang entering with Tongxin, her expression shifted, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment evident in her eyes. Although Tongxin appeared to bear wounds, it must be acknowledged that she was not only a D-level ability user, but also the head of the Tongxin martial arts school, possessing looks, figure, and charisma that could rival Ding Mingyao's. Qin Yang, you have returned. Ding Mingyao managed to suppress her inner discontent and greeted Qin Yang. As Qin Yang responded, Ding Mingyao swiftly made her way outside, stating, "I will step out for a moment," believing it prudent to give others space. Qin Yang paused momentarily, then quickly called out to Ding Mingyao, "Wait a moment." Ding Mingyao halted, turning to face Qin Yang. "Is there something you need?" Qin Yang, uninterested in delving into Ding Mingyao's thoughts, plainly stated, "Please help me transcribe something." Lacking a printer, Qin Yang had no choice but to handwrite the detailed explanation of ability development. However, he was reluctant to undertake the task himself, hence his request for Ding Mingyao's assistance. Ding Mingyao was momentarily taken aback, somewhat perplexed by Qin Yang's intentions. He had brought this unfamiliar woman back. Did he not wish to engage in certain activities? Tongxin scrutinized Ding Mingyao and discerned that she was merely an ordinary girl, devoid of any spiritual energy within her. She then retrieved a small pouch from her belongings and, upon opening it, revealed a book inscribed with the words "Detailed Explanation of Ability Development." Presenting the tome to Qin Yang, she stated, "This is what you seek. May I tend to my wounds here?" Until now, Tongxin had not found an opportunity to heal herself, as she had been embroiled in fierce combat with Li Haishun and others from the Snowflake Laboratory, leaving her injuries untreated. Fortunately, the recovery ability of a supernatural being was astonishing. With her injuries, a simple remedy would suffice for a swift recovery. "Certainly, feel free," Qin Yang replied, a flicker of excitement illuminating his eyes as he accepted the detailed explanation of ability development. This book was undoubtedly a rare treasure, and he pondered how Tongxin had come into possession of such a valuable item. After briefly perusing the table of contents, he discovered that the tome provided an in-depth analysis of the development of dozens of abilities, including the cultivation of spatial powers, which was precisely what he required. However, he did not hasten to delve deeper. Instead, he handed it to Ding Mingyao, saying, "If there is nothing else, could you transcribe the contents of this book for me?" "Oh, and capturing images would suffice as well." He merely sought the development of spatial abilities, yet he was equally intrigued by the cultivation of other powers. This was an opportunity not to be missed. Moreover, he was accompanied by Zhao Shi, and in the future, others might awaken as well. Transcribing everything could prove to be advantageous. The enhancement of those around him would undoubtedly benefit him too. The comprehensive guide to the development of supernatural abilities spanned at least hundreds of pages. Capturing it through photographs would take considerable time, yet slowly transcribing it afterward would suffice. "How splendid! I happen to have some free time." A flicker of joy crossed Ding Mingyao's face, for her greatest fear was being unable to assist Qin Yang and becoming a burden to him. Even the prospect of transcribing books delighted her, as it indicated she still possessed some utility. Thus, she accepted the book, preparing to photograph it in order before proceeding with the transcription. However, in the next moment, Ding Mingyao shuddered, her gaze fixed intently on the cover of the guide. "Father, this is a book authored by my father." The cover of the guide clearly bore the name Ding Quan. Given that her parents had passed away merely 3 years prior, she was well aware of their pursuits and had even witnessed her father creating this very book. She had spent many late nights alongside him. Then, 3 years ago, both of her parents had tragically perished, and it was then that she willingly remained in the wasteland, preparing to seek vengeance for her parents. Qin Yang and Tong Xin exchanged astonished glances with Ding Mingyao, particularly Tong Xin, who looked at Ding Mingyao in disbelief. "Are you saying this book was authored by your father? Could it be that you are the daughter of the renowned Master Ding Quan?" Childlike innocence still knows of some renowned individuals, among whom is Ding Quan. Ding Quan once served in the Demon Laboratory, not only as a formidable ability wielder, but also revered as a master. His significant contributions to the development of extraordinary abilities cannot be overlooked. It is worth noting that the detailed exposition on ability development is not solely Ding Quan's creation. Rather, it is a product of innovation and modification built upon previous foundations, resulting in the current comprehensive guide. Ding Mingyao nodded, her eyes slightly reddening. "Indeed, my parents were involved in the authorship of this book. Regrettably, after its completion, they fell victim to malevolent forces." The treatise on ability development reignited the anguish within her heart. Had her parents not perished, she would have long since emigrated to New Star alongside them. Alas, she now finds herself alone in a world devoid of companionship. Tongxin sighed softly. "I apologize for inadvertently touching upon your pain. Nevertheless, your parents made significant contributions to the world, and no one shall forget them. They were remarkable individuals." Qin Yang glanced at Ding Mingyao, remaining silent, for his own parents. like hers, had also emerged from the demon laboratory, likely meeting their demise for similar reasons. Yet, to this day, he holds no clues regarding the circumstances of his parents' deaths. Perhaps uncovering the cause behind Ding Mingyao's parents' demise might lead him to the truth about his own parents' fate and ultimately reveal the hidden perpetrator. Without further discourse, Tongxin resumed tending to her injuries, while Ding Mingyao, gritting her teeth, began transcribing the exposition on ability development. She is not an ability user. Even perusing the detailed guide to power development would be futile, as it is only applicable to those endowed with abilities. As for Qin Yang, he examined Li Haixuan's blade, a D-grade artifact of considerable might, which he could exploit in the future. After stowing Li Haixuan's knife into his spatial compartment, he retrieved the beast cores obtained from Li Haixuan and the stout man. The cores from both individuals were now in his possession. Qin Yang did not count them meticulously, but it was evident that the quantity was limited: 50 E-grade beast cores and 20 D-grade beast cores. In Li Haixuan's bag, these were the only beast cores he found. Though not abundant, Qin Yang felt quite satisfied, as they were an unexpected boon. The stout man's bag contained even fewer cores, merely 20 E-grade beast cores and 11 D-grade beast cores. In total, he had 70 E-grade beast cores and 31 D-grade beast cores. Upon entering his room and shutting the door, Qin Yang commenced the absorption of the spiritual energy within the beast cores. Enhancing his strength was paramount and could not be delayed. Absorbing an E-grade beast core required approximately 20 minutes, while a D-grade core necessitated at least 40 minutes, with those rich in spiritual energy potentially taking an hour. Consequently, it would take Qin Yang around 3 days to fully absorb all these cores. Without pause, he began to draw in the spiritual energy from the beast cores. Chapter 64. Infection. Before long, evening had arrived. Inside the room, Ding Mingyao was diligently transcribing the guide to power development, while Tongxin's injuries had mostly healed. Suddenly, while engrossed in her writing, Ding Mingyao let out a few coughs. This caught Tongxin's attention as she rose and approached Ding Mingyao, observing her closely. "I noticed you have been coughing several times. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Tongxin had been in the living room tending to her injuries. Thus, she had been vigilant about Ding Mingyao's every movement. Ding Mingyao had begun coughing half an hour prior, and the condition was worsening. She placed a hand on her chest, coughed a few more times, and then responded, "I'm not sure what is happening. I just suddenly started coughing, and my throat feels quite dry." Despite having sipped water multiple times, it proved ineffective, leaving her lungs feeling uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Tongxin's expression changed, and she pressed, "Is there anything else bothering you? Are you experiencing any itchiness?" A sense of foreboding washed over her. After the malevolent laboratory released the vengeful ghost virus, it spread widely, resulting in the death of all ordinary members of their Tong family martial arts school due to infection. Having come into contact with numerous infected individuals, Tongxin noted that Ding Mingyao's symptoms bore a striking resemblance to those of the vengeful ghost virus. Ding Mingyao, puzzled, bit her lip and finally nodded. "Indeed, as you mentioned, I do feel some itchiness. By the way, how did you know I was itchy? I hadn't mentioned it to you." Unaware of the gravity of the situation, Ding Mingyao was astonished that Tongxin had discerned her discomfort. Tongxin's face turned pale. You have been infected." At first, Ding Mingyao was taken aback, but she quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, her pen slipping from her fingers and clattering onto the table. "What do you mean? I've been infected? With the virus from outside?" In that moment, panic surged through her, as she comprehended the terrifying nature of the virus. She knew that not only ordinary individuals, but even masters of martial arts, known for their robust resilience, could succumb to it. The realization that she had contracted the virus drained the color from her face. She had refrained from leaving the community precisely to avoid infection, believing herself safe. Yet now she found herself ensnared by it. A wave of dread began to swell within her. She had long learned through the internet that infection was tantamount to a death sentence. Tong Xian nodded gravely, affirming, "Indeed, your symptoms mirror those of the victims infected by the malevolent virus." Ding Mingyao trembled violently, collapsing onto the sofa. "So does this mean I am doomed? Being infected leaves no escape, and although I fear not death, I have yet to avenge my parents, nor fulfill my dreams. To perish like this is unbearable." Tong Xian spoke with unwavering certainty. So far, anyone infected by the malevolent virus, save for those with abilities, has met with death. Many skilled practitioners from our martial arts school have not survived. With that, Tong Xian rose, understanding that Ding Mingyao was thoroughly shaken. She surmised that Qin Yang shared a significant bond with Ding Mingyao, prompting her to knock urgently on Qin Yang's door. Qin Yang, come out. Ding Mingyao has contracted the malevolent virus, and the situation is dire. Originally absorbing the spirit energy from the beast core within the confines of his chamber. Qin Yang's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Tong Xian's voice. He hastily stored the beast core and rushed out of the room, swiftly making his way to Ding Mingyao's side. Ding Mingyao, how are you feeling? Qin Yang's visage was one of profound concern. He had not anticipated that someone close to him would become infected, and that the first victim would be none other than Ding Mingyao. Although their relationship was not one of kinship, their acquaintance had deepened significantly, particularly after their experiences in the wasteland. The sight of Ding Mingyao afflicted was not the outcome he had hoped for. After all, those infected by the sinister ghost virus had little chance of survival, especially among ordinary individuals, aside from those with abilities. Ding Mingyao pressed her hand against her chest, a pained expression crossing her face. I feel a tightness in my chest, and it's unbearable. My entire body itches. At that moment, she was indeed in considerable distress, and the symptoms were rapidly intensifying. What had begun as mere coughing had escalated to a sensation of suffocation and labored breathing. Standing nearby, Tong Xian interjected, the sinister ghost virus manifests with alarming speed. Within just 2 hours, livor mortis will appear on the body. In 6 hours, decomposition will commence. Approximately 8 hours post-infection, bodily mutat Ding Mingyao's heart sank deeper into despair, fully aware that her demise was imminent. Alongside her unwillingness to accept fate, there lingered a tinge of reluctance towards Qin Yang. As Qin Yang grasped Ding Mingyao's hand, he could feel the heat radiating from her skin. He turned to Tong Xian and inquired, is there any antidote? He was desperate to prevent Ding Mingyao from perishing. Typically, every virus has a corresponding antidote, especially in a facility as sinister as the Demon Laboratory, where they conduct extensive research on the abilities of those with powers. Logically, an antidote should exist. Securing it would ensure Ding Mingyao's survival. However, Tong Xian shook her head in dismay. There is none. After our martial arts school members were infected, I consulted numerous individuals, but no solution was found. The release of the fierce ghost virus by the Demon Laboratory was a deliberate act of experimentation on all people. They had no intention of creating an antidote. Treating everyone as mere subjects for their research starkly illustrated the brutality of the Demon Laboratory. Upon hearing that no antidote was available, Ding Mingyao's despair intensified. Qin Yang's expression darkened ominously as he reassured her, hold on, you will be all right. You still have to avenge your parents, haven't you? You must endure. Feeling the warmth of Qin Yang's hand, Ding Mingyao coughed a few times and shook her head. I know I am destined to die. There is no need for your comfort. I fear not death. If I cannot avenge my parents, then so be it. It matters not. However, I want to thank you for being here with me. Even in death, I feel no regrets. It is uncertain when it began, but she developed a unique affection for Qin Yang, feeling that she could depart from this world peacefully in his company. At that moment, Qin Yang found himself at a loss for words, helplessly witnessing Ding Mingyao's demise, a profoundly cruel experience for him. In this desolate wasteland, he had scarcely any kin. Ding Mingyao had become the closest person to him. Observing someone familiar approach death is far from a comfortable ordeal. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. After casting a glance at Qin Yang, Tong Xian approached and opened the door, revealing Zhao Shi standing at the threshold. Zhao Shi rushed in, exclaiming, Leader, Ji Feng has been infected. He is in grave danger. As soon as he spoke, Zhao Shi's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to Ding Mingyao. Ding Mingyao has also been infected? Chapter 65. Charisma. Upon hearing Zhao Shi's words, it became evident that not only Ding Mingyao had contracted the malevolent virus, but Ji Feng was also afflicted. The gravity of the situation was apparent. Qin Yang's countenance darkened. Ji Feng has been infected as well? This poses a significant problem. Until now, both Ji Feng and Ding Mingyao had been in good health. It was shocking that they had suddenly succumbed to infection. According to Tong Xian, once infected, neither Ding Mingyao nor Ji Feng would survive beyond 12 hours. Zhao Shi noticed that Ding Mingyao exhibited more severe symptoms than Ji Feng, who had only just begun to show signs of illness, while Ding Mingyao was already struggling to breathe. This indicated that she had been infected earlier. He expressed his bewilderment. During this period, we have not ventured outside nor encountered any infected individuals. It is perplexing how this could have happened. It appears that this virus is rather terrifying. Just after finishing her words, Tongxin spoke up. I feel that we must have brought the malevolent virus in when we came from outside. The malevolent virus can survive in the external environment for at least 24 hours. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang immediately realized that when he had ventured out, he had encountered infected individuals and ultimately had to eliminate one of them. Thus, the infection of Ding Mingyao and the others was likely due to him inadvertently carrying the virus back. Fortunately, he had not entered his own space. Had he done so, it is likely that everyone inside would have been infected. However, the space was his most crucial ability, and he could not relinquish it, as he could enter it at any moment. Yet, now that entering the space posed a significant risk of infecting others, the situation had become increasingly precarious. Without any special medication, both Ding Mingyao and Jifeng faced the specter of death, weighing heavily on Qin Yang's heart. Cough, cough. Ding Mingyao began to cough violently, and her once rosy, fair skin started to develop small black spots, precisely the corpse spots that Tongxin had mentioned. Staring blankly at the dark blemishes appearing on her hands, Ding Mingyao felt a chill surge through her. She could not bear the thought of transforming into a grotesque figure covered in corpse spots before Qin Yang. Moreover, after being infected, she would ultimately become a monster. Thus, with a hoarse voice, Ding Mingyao implored Qin Yang. Qin Yang, please end my life. Let me find relief sooner rather than later. She wished to perish gracefully before Qin Yang rather than succumb to a hideous fate. Beyond the emergence of lividity on her skin, her distress intensified. Her breathing grew increasingly labored, and an all-consuming itch plagued her, with cadaverous discolorations blossoming where she scratched. Both Tong Xian and Zhao Shi observed Ding Mingyao, then exchanged somber glances with Qin Yang, each sighing in resignation. Their helplessness was palpable, and they surmised the profound connection between Qin Yang and Ding Mingyao. Her demise would undoubtedly inflict a grievous wound upon him. Hold on, you shall not perish. I won't allow it, Qin Yang declared. Indeed, Qin Yang's emotions were a tangled web. Ding Mingyao had become one of his dearest companions, and he yearned for her survival. He simultaneously consoled Ding Mingyao and channeled his spiritual energy into her, endeavoring to alleviate her suffering. Given the mystical properties inherent in an adept's spiritual force, he hoped to use it to suppress the malevolent ghost virus. Ding Mingyao was deeply moved. Qin Yang's words were a soothing balm to her soul, and the infusion of his spiritual energy did offer a modicum of respite from her agony. Yet, she shook her head. Do not expend your spiritual energy on me. The malevolent ghost virus was an insurmountable foe. Death was inevitable. Ding Mingyao had resigned herself to her fate. To die thus was not without its peace. Nonetheless, Qin Yang persisted, continuously imbuing Ding Mingyao with his spiritual energy, hoping to mitigate her pain, even if it proved futile. Should Ding Mingyao succumb, Qin Yang wished to spare her from a torturous end. Of course, the possibility of a miracle, however remote, lingered in the waning aura of the Azure Planet. Although awakening is fraught with challenges, should Ding Mingyao manage to awaken as a wielder of abilities at this juncture, the malevolent ghost virus would no longer pose any threat to her. Qin Yang holds steadfast to the belief in miracles, for his own awakening of spatial abilities has only recently transpired. While comforting Ding Mingyao, Qin Yang addressed Zhao Shi, instructing him to keep a vigilant watch over Jifeng, urging him not to hastily seek demise. Despite the terrifying nature of the ghost virus, it ultimately cannot affect those endowed with abilities. He implored Jifeng to persevere. Although Qin Yang does not consider himself a paragon of virtue, he remains compassionate towards those within his circle. Since Jifeng began following him, he has accomplished numerous tasks for Qin Yang, and thus, he cannot bear to witness the death of anyone before him. Zhao Shi was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such words from Qin Yang. Initially, their allegiance to him was not entirely sincere. Yet Qin Yang's words stirred an inexplicable sense of admiration within him. In this moment, Qin Yang did not abandon Jifeng, which signified that, in his eyes, they were not mere disposable tools. At that instant, Zhao Shi developed a profound respect for Qin Yang, willingly pledging his loyalty henceforth. A good leader, I understand. Subsequently, Zhao Shi departed the room to comfort Jifeng, who had expressed a desire for Zhao Shi to end his life should he become infected. However, Zhao Shi had no intention of carrying out such an act. He aimed to prevent Jifeng from resorting to self-destruction. Tong Xian was equally moved, remarking upon Qin Yang's evident kindness towards those around him. She fought alongside Qin Yang against the personnel of the Snowflake Laboratory, where he displayed ruthless determination in his relentless pursuit of Li Haishan and others, appearing cold-hearted in his resolve. In this moment, Qin Yang exhibited kindness towards everyone around him, presenting a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. He remained silent, diligently channeling spiritual energy into Ding Mingyao, who gazed at him with a vacant expression. For a fleeting instant, her eyes reflected a sense of bewilderment. This was the Qin Yang she recognized. Even after being cast aside by his uncle's family, he retained a glimmer of humanity in this desolate world, a place where order and compassion seemed to have faded. Despite her impending doom, Qin Yang had not abandoned her, bestowing upon her his spiritual energy. This was the essence of Qin Yang's allure. However, Ding Mingyao's suffering intensified, and even the spiritual energy he imparted began to wane, failing to suppress the transformations occurring within her body. Dark spots erupted across her skin. Qin Yang, cease your efforts. Do not squander your energy any further. I am content to die as I am, she managed to utter, her words strained through the agony she endured. Following this, she broke into a violent cough, each heave taxing her strength. She attempted to push Qin Yang away, wishing to spare him from wasting his energy on her. Be quiet. Do not speak of surrender. Qin Yang persisted, continuing to infuse Ding Mingyao with spiritual energy. In truth, after more than 2 hours of relentless exertion, his own reserves were nearly depleted. Yet he remained resolute in his refusal to give up. Observing Ding Mingyao's anguish, Tong Xin felt a twinge of sympathy. While Qin Yang's unwavering spirit was indeed a rare and commendable quality, due to the infection among the members of the Tong family martial arts school, Tong Xin refrained from expending her spiritual energy for healing, realizing its futility. Wasting her energy could potentially place her in peril. In contrast, Qin Yang, driven by his feelings for Ding Mingyao, selflessly depleted his own spiritual energy. He hoped for a miracle. Tong Xin began to admire Qin Yang, her perception of him improving with each passing moment. Consequently, she fervently wished that his sacrifices would be rewarded. However, she understood that spiritual energy could not suppress the vicious ghost virus, nor could it prolong the lives of the infected. It could merely alleviate some suffering. As night fell, the atmosphere grew eerily silent, interrupted only by the occasional roar of beasts from outside. Inside the room, Qin Yang continued to channel his spiritual energy into Ding Mingyao. Gradually, his own energy was completely exhausted, and his complexion turned pale, for he knew he could not save her. Reluctantly, he released her hand, which was now marred by dark necrotic spots. Her appearance transformed beyond recognition. At that moment, fatigue overwhelmed him, nearly causing him to collapse. Tong Xin hurriedly stepped forward to support him, saying, "Your spiritual energy has been entirely depleted. You must rest." This man truly devoted himself without reservation to save Ding Mingyao, a most peculiar individual, squandering all his energy on a woman fated for death. Qin Yang took several deep breaths, settled beside Ding Mingyao, and swiftly retrieved a degrade beast core, beginning to absorb its energy to replenish his own dwindling reserves. He had not yet fully absorbed the beast essence he acquired when Ding Mingyao became infected. Thus, there remained a significant amount of beast essence that could aid in restoring his spiritual energy. Qin Yang, thank you. This is the happiest day of my life. Ding Mingyao lay weakly upon the sofa, enduring her pain to muster a faint smile. Qin Yang had sacrificed so much for her, and she felt a sense of completeness. Do not speak. Qin Yang recognized that Ding Mingyao was suffering immensely, her body marred with decay, rendering her original appearance unrecognizable. Even if he could not save her, he would not easily concede. Qin Yang, you should first absorb the spiritual energy to recover. I shall assist Ding Mingyao in channeling spiritual power. In that moment, Tong Xin resolved to act, moving beside Ding Mingyao to begin infusing her with spiritual energy to alleviate her suffering. It was merely a matter of doing what one could and leaving the rest to fate. However, witnessing Qin Yang's actions inspired her to join him in this endeavor. Should a miracle occur for Ding Mingyao, it would be a blessing. Previously, when she sought Qin Yang's help against the people from the Snowflake Laboratory, he had promptly aided her, resolving the situation and allowing her to escape calamity. Thus, she wished to support Qin Yang in return. After all, even if the spiritual energy were to be completely depleted, it would not spell disaster. As long as sufficient spiritual energy could be absorbed, restoration was possible. Tong Guanju, there is no need to waste your spiritual energy on me. Ding Mingyao attempted to deter Tong Xin, yet her strength was insufficient, her words barely escaping her lips. Qin Yang was right. One must believe in miracles. You must continue to strive. Do not give up. Shook her head dismissively, disregarding Ding Mingyao's words, and began channeling her spiritual energy, which was even more robust than Qin Yang's. Surprised, Qin Yang cast a glance at Tongxin but chose to remain silent. His assistance to Tongxin stemmed from a disdain for the laboratory and a desire to delve into the intricacies of ability development. He had his own motives. However, he did not anticipate that Tongxin would also channel energy to Ding Mingyao. Regardless, he found himself harboring a newfound fondness for Tongxin, which he deemed a debt of gratitude and duly noted. Yet, 3 hours later, Tongxin depleted her spiritual energy and ceased her efforts to support Ding Mingyao. At this juncture, Ding Mingyao was not only unable to vocalize, but her body began to decay, with extensive lesions marred her skin, rendering her unrecognizable. You should rest. Allow me to take over, Qin Yang stated, having absorbed 3 beast cores, which replenished some of his spiritual energy. He resumed channeling energy into Ding Mingyao. Ding Mingyao felt a heavy fog enveloping her mind, aware of the sacrifices Qin Yang and Tongxin had made for her. Yet, her consciousness began to fade, her vision blurring, rendering her unable to discern her surroundings. She yearned to cry out, but found herself voiceless. Am I truly destined to die like this? Regret consumed her as she reflected on how much Qin Yang had done for her, while she had contributed nothing in return. If only she could with her eyes closed. Ding Mingyao struggled to absorb a fraction of the spiritual essence from the beast's elixir, gaining a modicum of strength as she approached Qin Yang. Qin Yang, once I fall unconscious, the transformation into a corpse will commence swiftly. It seems the virulence of the evil spirit virus has intensified. Despite the abundance of spiritual energy that the two had bestowed upon Ding Mingyao, they were unable to halt the deterioration of her condition. Now she had succumbed to unconsciousness, poised to become a true zombie. Qin Yang felt the spiritual energy within him dwindle once more, compelling him to pause. As he rose to his feet, he swayed slightly, his complexion a pallid shade. The depletion of spiritual energy inflicted significant harm even upon those endowed with abilities. Yet, Qin Yang could not afford to dwell on that. Was there truly no hope left? Witnessing Ding Mingyao's body begin to decay, he found it difficult to accept that a familiar friend could perish before his very eyes. The cursed demon laboratory fueled an intense hatred within him. It was a tragic irony that Ding Mingyao had yet to avenge her parents. Everything seemed destined to culminate in despair. Indeed, without a miraculous antidote, their spiritual energies were powerless against the evil spirit virus. Tong Xin nodded, fully aware of the terror the virus entailed, perhaps even more so than Qin Yang. Now that Ding Mingyao lay unconscious, should she awaken, she would emerge as a soulless zombie, no longer the person they knew. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yang felt a pang of helplessness. With a hint of bitterness, he spoke. Watch over Ding Mingyao. I will descend for a moment. Unable to rescue her and forced to witness her demise, Qin Yang could bear it no longer. He intended to visit Jifeng, who had been infected slightly later than Ding Mingyao, though the difference was minimal, and it was likely that he too would soon succumb to unconsciousness. All right, you may go. After exchanging pleasantries, Qin Yang descended to the first floor and entered Jifeng's room, where Zhao Shi and members of the Tong Family Martial Arts Academy were present. Aside from Jifeng, everyone else was an ability user, thus not fearing the malevolent virus. Leader. Upon noticing Qin Yang's arrival, Zhao Shi spoke with a complex expression and gestured toward the bed where Jifeng lay. Jifeng is nearing his end. Chapter 67. Reversal. Qin Yang observed Jifeng, who was lying on the bed, his body covered in corpse spots. His condition was slightly better than Ding Mingyao's, as he had yet to lose consciousness. Perhaps due to his prowess in physical combat, his resilience was marginally higher. Cough, cough. Leader. Jifeng's voice, raspy and weak, struggled to form words as he coughed. Please, kill me. I beg you. At this moment, Jifeng yearned to end his life before undergoing the transformation, despite being deeply moved by Qin Yang's previous words and his visit. However, he could not bear the thought of becoming a mindless zombie. The prospect of harming others filled him with dread, leading him to believe that a swift death was preferable. Even Zhao Shi denied him the chance to take his own life, binding his hands and feet to the bed. Witnessing Jifeng's torment, Qin Yang admonished him, silence. As long as there is even the slightest chance, do not give up. Death is the simplest of all matters. one may lack even the courage to persevere. And to survive merely as a wretch is a fate unworthy of a man. One must grit their teeth and endure. Ding Mingyao, an ordinary individual, clung to hope until the very end. Meanwhile, Jifeng, a master of martial arts, surely possesses a resilience that surpasses that of Ding Mingyao. Qin Yang harbors no desire to abandon anyone, including Jifeng. Jifeng, momentarily taken aback, gazed at Qin Yang with a complex expression. Though Qin Yang's tone was not particularly amiable, his words brimmed with genuine goodwill. In essence, Qin Yang wished for his survival. Feeling an inexplicable surge of emotion, Jifeng suddenly found a flicker of courage within himself. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Very well, I shall not utter a sound." He resolved to endure, unwilling to be looked down upon by Qin Yang. As a man, what is there to fear? If one is unafraid of death, what is there to dread in the transformation of a corpse? The worst outcome is merely death. Qin Yang spoke the truth. If he cannot withstand this modicum of suffering, he is indeed deserving of being deemed a failure. Lying on the bed, he widened his eyes, clenched his jaw, and remained silent. He vowed to resist fate until the very end. Even in death, he would meet his end as a man. It appears that the leader's words hold significant weight. "Jifeng, you must persevere." Zhao Shi suddenly chuckled, noting that Qin Yang's words seemed to have made an impact. Were it not for Qin Yang, Jifeng's constant pleas for death would have posed a considerable headache for him. Now, however, the burden has lifted. Having spent time alongside Qin Yang, their bond has grown considerably closer, and Zhao Shi too wishes for Jifeng's survival, so they may all continue to follow Qin Yang. As long as Qin Yang stands firm, he believes that Qin Yang will never abandon them. Regardless of Zhao Shi or Jifeng, their trust in Qin Yang has reached its zenith. After watching Jifeng, Qin Yang did not linger in his room. Instead, he ventured outside to the rest area by the community gate. He settled into a chair, retrieved a pack of cigarettes, and lit one for himself. Although he was not accustomed to smoking, he found himself irritable. The familiar faces around him were fading away, and he felt utterly powerless. This sensation was overwhelmingly distressing. Drawing a deep breath, he inhaled the smoke, and within the night, a flicker of light appeared in the guard booth. As he exhaled, the smoke transformed into a billowing white dragon. This world has become a wasteland, yet they still aspire to obliterate it further. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yang abruptly extinguished the remaining half of his cigarette, crushing it with fervor. "But I, Qin Yang, shall not permit this world to perish at anyone's hands. If this world is to be destroyed, I shall be the one to destroy them." Anger surged within him, true rage. In this desolate expanse, many of those who remained had grown increasingly malevolent, intent on annihilating even the scant space for survival that remained. Yet he refused to accept this, for he was born on this planet and raised upon it. Thus, he vowed to safeguard this wasteland. Those evil individuals would face his wrath. Though he could only see with impotent fury for now, he would certainly thwart those scoundrels. Casting the crushed remnants of his cigarette to the ground, Qin Yang sat silently, gazing into the darkened street ahead. He had no desire to return to his room, unwilling to witness the demise of Ding Mingyao and Jifeng. In essence, Qin Yang is utterly incapable of altering the current situation, for his strength remains exceedingly feeble. He is unable to even safeguard those around him. Although Ding Mingyao and Jifeng made their own choices and were subsequently infected, had Qin Yang possessed sufficient power, their fates would have been different. Suddenly, the shrill ring of his phone pierced the air. It was a call from Zhao Shi. Qin Yang swiftly answered, sensing that Jifeng or Ding Mingyao might be on the verge of transformation. In the next moment, Zhao Shi urgently exclaimed, "Leader, hurry to the 20th floor. The owner Tong has reported that Ding Mingyao is undergoing a change. You must come up." With a swift motion, Qin Yang sprang to his feet. "I understand." After acknowledging, he promptly exited the booth and made his way to the 20th floor. Although he was uncertain of the precise circumstances, it seemed that the issue at hand was not merely Ding Mingyao's transformation. Within half a minute, he arrived at his residence on the 20th floor. "What has happened to Ding Mingyao?" Upon entering, he inquired of Tong Xian, who stood beside her. Tong Xian gestured towards Ding Mingyao. "Come and see." Hastily approaching her side, Qin Yang observed Ding Mingyao lying on the sofa, just as he had left her. Yet, a peculiar phenomenon unfolded before his eyes. The decaying flesh that had once marred her body exhibited signs of movement, as if the ruptured wounds were beginning to heal. What could this mean? Qin Yang was astounded. According to Tong Xian, after transformation, the body would undergo complete decomposition. However, Ding Mingyao's condition was not as dire as expected, and now there were indications of recovery. Even Tong Xin evinced astonishment, confessing, "I am uncertain as well. Not long ago, I discerned that Ding Mingyao's festering wounds had commenced to heal, prompting me to summon you forthwith. This deviates entirely from the putrefaction I have previously witnessed. For once mortification sets in, it is irreversible. However, Ding Mingyao's condition is markedly different. Her decay appears to be reversing. Although this reversal is nascent, it distinguishes her case from all other afflicted individuals." Qin Yang, equally perplexed by this vicissitude, remains uncertain of its implications, whether benign or malignant. "Let us observe further," he suggests. Devoid of any precedent, Qin Yang can only persist in his observation. He and Tong Xin stand beside Ding Mingyao, who has long since lost consciousness. Indeed, the reversal of mortification on Ding Mingyao's person persists. The skin of her body, once ulcerated, steadily heals. Initially, the pace is languid, but after half an hour, the velocity of healing accelerates. Not only do the ulcerations mend, but, astonishingly, the cadaveric lividity on Ding Mingyao's body also begins to lighten, transitioning from black to gray. "Inconceivable," Tong Xin exclaims. "I sense that a miracle has genuinely transpired. Ding Mingyao appears to be trending towards a reversal. She should not continue to decompose." Chapter 68. The Venom Lord under the watchful eyes of Qin Yang and Tong Xin. A veritable miracle begins to unfold upon Ding Mingyao. The skin, once ravaged by ulcers, heals, and even the cadaveric patches are fading. Qin Yang, too, had presumed Ding Mingyao would perish, but the current circumstances stir excitement within him. Their endeavors have not been in vain. A miracle has materialized. If Ding Mingyao's condition continues to reverse, she will evade the fate of becoming a corpse and may even return to normalcy. What will ultimately transpire remains beyond Qin Yang's conjecture. Moreover, a sense of anxiety began to stir within him. If Ding Mingyao truly withstands the malevolent spirit virus, she is bound to undergo a profound transformation, perhaps even awakening to new powers. "Look, the reversal is accelerating." Tong Xin inexplicably felt a surge of excitement as she witnessed the birth of a miracle. Her exhilaration stemmed from the fact that she had contributed a substantial amount of spiritual energy to Ding Mingyao. Perhaps it was their combined efforts that precipitated this extraordinary phenomenon. Indeed, Ding Mingyao's skin had completely returned to its normal state, and the deathly splotches were dissipating at an astonishing rate, fading away until they vanished entirely. In merely 10 minutes, Ding Mingyao had reverted to her original self, beautiful, with smooth and elastic skin that radiated an unusual luster. At a certain moment, Ding Mingyao suddenly emitted a soft murmur, gradually awakening from her stupor. "Am I dead?" she pondered, gazing blankly at the ceiling above, then turning her head to survey her surroundings. She initially believed she was in hell, but the next instant, she was jolted awake. "Ah, Qin Yang, Master Tong?" She was taken aback, as she had always thought she was deceased, yet here were Qin Yang and Tong Xin, so vividly present before her. She realized there was no pain coursing through her body, only an overwhelming sense of comfort. Most notably, she discovered that she had acquired a peculiar ability. Tong Xin smiled and said, "You are not dead yet. Pray, enlighten us." A voice urged, "What transpired upon your person?" Young Master Tong's curiosity was piqued, eager to discern the metamorphosis that had befallen Ding Mingyao, resurrecting her miraculously from the precipice of demise. "Ah, I am not deceased," Ding Mingyao exclaimed, abruptly ascending from the sofa. Previously recumbent, she swiftly arose to find herself still upon Qin Yang's divan. Verily, she had not perished. "Am I truly among the living?" With incredulity, she pinched her own hand, a gesture of verification. The ensuing discomfort affirmed the reality. She had indeed eluded death's grasp. Through the benevolence of Qin Yang and young Master Tong, she had been granted a reprieve. In a surge of elation, Ding Mingyao leaped forth, embracing Qin Yang. "Qin Yang, my gratitude knows no bounds. It was you who retrieved me from the clutches of the netherworld." Taken aback, Qin Yang found himself ensnared in Ding Mingyao's embrace. Her form pressed against him. In a moment of realization, Ding Mingyao recoiled, her countenance flushed. "I was overcome with emotion. I failed to restrain myself." Overwhelmed by gratitude for Qin Yang's sacrifices on her behalf, including the depletion of his spiritual energy on 2 occasions, and harboring a deep affection for him, she had succumbed to impulse. In her delirium, she had yearned for his embrace, and upon her revival, she had boldly sought it. Now, however, she was suffused with embarrassment. "It is of no consequence," Qin Yang responded. "Pray, recount your experience." Qin Yang was in high spirits. Ding Mingyao was alive and well, which was the outcome he had most fervently hoped for. At that moment, he observed Ding Mingyao and noticed a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from her, indicating that she had awakened her abilities. Only upon awakening does one become a capable individual, and with that awakening comes the birth of spiritual energy within. Thus, Ding Mingyao had fortuitously transformed her misfortune into a blessing by becoming a capable person. However, the specifics of her awakened ability were not discernible from her outward appearance. Ding Mingyao gradually brought herself to calmness. She felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through her, as if she possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of energy. And she understood that her abilities had indeed awakened. Moreover, her mind was now brimming with information about her newfound powers. Nodding slightly, she expressed her gratitude to Tong Xian, saying, "Thank you, Master Tong, for your previous assistance." Tong Xian shook his head with a smile, replying, "It was nothing. I am simply delighted to see you alive." After a brief moment of contemplation, Ding Mingyao organized her thoughts before explaining to Qin Yang and Tong Xian, "I'm not entirely certain how it happened, but I have awakened my abilities. The power I have awakened is that of a virus. When I felt as though I was on the brink of death, a unique force spontaneously emerged within me, which in turn devoured the malevolent ghost virus. Now, that virus has transformed into my ability." The revelation of her virus-related ability left both Qin Yang and Tong Xian astonished. It was an extraordinarily rare and peculiar power. To be infected by a virus and subsequently awaken the power of that same virus, utilizing poison against poison, meant that Ding Mingyao was no longer affected by the malevolent ghost virus after becoming a capable individual. Yet, they believed that Ding Mingyao's ability was far from simple, for the rarity of virus-related abilities was unprecedented, and they had never encountered anything like it before. Ding Mingyao appeared somewhat agitated. "I now possess the ability to control all viruses, and I can even create more potent strains. The viruses I produce can infect even those with extraordinary abilities. A virus that even the gifted cannot resist is indeed an extraordinary power." With a sharp intake of breath, Tongxin remarked, "So, Ding Mingyao, you are the most terrifying virus of all. This deadly ghost virus pales in comparison before you." Although not entirely knowledgeable about the situation, Tongxin could surmise the magnitude of Ding Mingyao's viral capabilities. Ding Mingyao nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I can now control the deadly ghost virus." At that moment, she suddenly recalled something and hurriedly addressed Qin Yang. "I remember that Jifeng seems to have been infected as well. Where is Jifeng? I must assist him in eliminating the virus. Otherwise, if he cannot awaken, it would be perilous." Since she had awakened and gained the ability to manipulate viruses, the deadly ghost virus, which others found insurmountable, was a trivial challenge for her. She could heal anyone who had been infected. Qin Yang quickly grasped the urgency of the situation and urged, "Yes, on the first floor. We must help Jifeng swiftly, as he may not last much longer." More than 8 hours had elapsed. Even though Jifeng was a formidable martial artist, he could not withstand the deadly ghost virus indefinitely. Should it exceed 10 hours, he would undergo complete mutation. Thus, Jifeng was in a perilously critical condition. The three of them hastened downstairs. In the room, Zhaoxi observed Jifeng, whose body was marred with corpse-like spots and extensive skin lesions. Despite his dire state, Jifeng gritted his teeth and remained silent. Even in death, he resolved to maintain his dignity as a man. Thus, despite enduring unimaginable agony, he gritted his teeth, his consciousness gradually slipping away. "Jifeng, if the pain becomes unbearable, do not hesitate to cry out." Zhaoxi felt a pang of sympathy. He could not fathom why Jifeng continued to endure. Yet he was acutely aware of the depth of Jifeng's suffering, to the point of nearing unconsciousness without uttering a sound. It was all due to a single remark from Qin Yang. A dry, rasping laugh escaped Jifeng's lips. Despite the contorted visage of torment, he remained silent. For even in death, he would not allow Qin Yang to look down upon him. Yet, as his awareness began to fade, Jifeng understood that his time was short. Once he succumbed to complete unconsciousness, he would inevitably transform into a mindless, grotesque creature. "In death, I shall still be a true man," he mused, as his consciousness waned. Suddenly, he faintly perceived the presence of Qin Yang, Tongxin, and Ding Mingyao entering the scene. "Ding Mingyao?" Is this but a figment of my imagination? He distinctly recalled Zhao Shi mentioning that Ding Mingyao had also been infected, yet here she stood, alive and well. No, he realized he was indeed hallucinating. Ding Mingyao? You were supposed to be infected, weren't you? In the next moment, Jifeng heard Zhao Shi's incredulous exclamation, his voice tinged with disbelief. Zhao Shi was genuinely taken aback, his eyes wide and fixed on Ding Mingyao, who had entered alongside Qin Yang and the others. She was merely an ordinary person, weaker than Jifeng, yet here she stood, unharmed and present. Under normal circumstances, Ding Mingyao would have succumbed to decay and lost consciousness. However, she coldly declared, "I am fortunate. I have awakened." Without further explanation, she swiftly approached Jifeng, who was bound tightly to the bed to prevent any loss of control. Ding Mingyao, having experienced the torment of infection herself, understood the urgency of treating Jifeng. Her fingers began to dance with remarkable speed, and faint traces of spiritual energy emerged, instantly entering Jifeng's body. Zhao Shi, perplexed, opened his mouth to speak, but was silenced by a stern glare from Qin Yang. Even Qin Yang remained uncharacteristically quiet, as did the members of the Tong family martial arts school. Only Jifeng, with his dwindling consciousness, observed Ding Mingyao, realizing that she had indeed awakened and thus resisted the virus. Yet, he understood that without awakening, he could not withstand the virus and would likely perish. Confusion lingered as he wondered what Ding Mingyao was doing. Soon, Jifeng sensed an unusual force within his body, and his agony began to swiftly diminish. To the eyes of Qin Yang and the others, as Ding Mingyao's fingers moved, wisps of black energy emerged from Jifeng and were absorbed by her. Had she directly consumed the malevolent virus? Qin Yang discerned the truth, recalling Ding Mingyao's claims of her ability to control and even create viruses. She was indeed exerting control over the malevolent virus. This method was undeniably astonishing. In truth, the majority of awakened abilities among individuals are remarkably similar, particularly those pertaining to strength and speed, which are the most commonly manifested powers. Conversely, abilities such as spatial manipulation, viral control, and the childlike swordsmanship are relatively rare. Any ability that is deemed rare possesses its own distinctive characteristics. Ding Mingyao's viral capability can entirely counteract the deadly ghost virus, whereas Qin Yang's spatial ability is ineffective against it. As the adage goes, every field has its own specialization, with the viral ability at his disposal. Qin Yang need not fear any virus in the future, for he has Ding Mingyao, a wielder of viral powers, by his side. Chapter 69. The arranged fate. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, dark energy continuously emanated from Jifeng, and soon, the decaying skin on his body began to heal, the mottled patches disappearing. Incredibly, within a brief span of time, Jifeng regained clarity of mind. He stared in disbelief, exclaiming, I don't have to die?" He realized he had been saved, rescued by Ding Mingyao's extraordinary ability. In that moment, Jifeng was overwhelmed with emotion. Initially, after being infected, he had longed for death, but was thwarted by Zhao Shi and others. Had it not been for Qin Yang's final words, he would not have endured until now. Having persevered, he was reborn. If he had chosen to end his life back then, it would have been in vain. At last, he believed in Qin Yang's assertion that miracles could occur if one simply held on. With a deep breath, in merely 10 minutes, the last vestige of dark energy within Jifeng was absorbed by Ding Mingyao, who then spoke, "It's done." Afterward, she approached Qin Yang. Although she had saved Jifeng, there was no trace of pride within her. She recognized that her current state was solely due to Qin Yang's relentless dedication and sacrifices. Everything she possesses now is a gift from Qin Yang. Zhao Shi and the other members of the Tong family martial arts school were utterly stunned, as if petrified, gazing in disbelief at the miraculous survival of Jifeng. "Zhao Shi, quickly help me untie these ropes. Rest assured, I no longer harbor thoughts of self-destruction." Jifeng felt an overwhelming sense of lightness, reborn and filled with aspirations for the future. Ever since he had joined Qin Yang, it seemed as though he had glimpsed a radiant path ahead. Zhao Shi immediately stepped forward to release him from his bindings, which had been intended to prevent Jifeng from taking his own life. Now, even if a knife were offered to Jifeng, he would not consider suicide. Rising from the bed, Jifeng promptly approached Qin Yang. "Thank you, Chief, and also to the Chief's lady. I am grateful for the second chance at life you have bestowed upon me." In their eyes, Ding Mingyao was indeed the woman of Qin Yang. Standing beside him, Ding Mingyao felt a warm flush on her cheeks, yet her heart brimmed with joy, for she too yearned to be Qin Yang's partner. Even after awakening and becoming an empowered individual, her fondness for him only deepened. Stealing a glance at Qin Yang, she noticed him gesturing dismissively at Ji Feng. The one you should truly thank is Ding Mingyao. She is the one who saved you. Ji Feng chuckled mischievously. Thus, I extend my gratitude to the chief's lady as well. She is not only beautiful but also kind-hearted. Qin Yang rolled his eyes. These smooth-talking individuals certainly excelled at flattery. With Ding Mingyao awakened and Ji Feng rescued, Qin Yang now had two empowered companions by his side, particularly with Ding Mingyao's unique abilities, marking a significant enhancement of strength. The peril has subsided, and Qin Yang, unwilling to linger, sought to swiftly enhance his powers. With a few beast cores remaining in his possession, he resolved to continue his absorption. You may arrange matters as you see fit. I shall retreat for a few days. Should anything arise, simply call for me. With that, Qin Yang departed, returning to his quarters. Observing his exit, Zhao Shi inquired about the condition of Jifeng, while Tong Xian and Ding Mingyao stepped outside. Tong Xian sighed, alas. Your abilities awakened a tad too late. Otherwise, the members of our Tong family's martial arts school might have been spared. The Tong family's martial arts school had suffered losses to the vicious ghost virus, with only the ability users surviving. Had they encountered Ding Mingyao earlier, perhaps their comrades could have been saved. It is indeed regrettable not to have been of assistance to you. Master Tong, I am immensely grateful to you. Without your aid, I might not have awakened. Ding Mingyao expressed her heartfelt appreciation for Tong Xian's efforts, as well as for the vital support provided by Qin Yang and Tong Xian in channeling spiritual energy to her. Tong Xian shook her head. There is no need for gratitude. Even without our assistance, you would likely have awakened. She then advised Ding Mingyao, you should familiarize yourself with your abilities at once. The ghost virus is rampant, and it may prove beneficial to your powers. As Ding Mingyao began to explore her capabilities, she discovered that her understanding of the virus and her power development seemed to reside within her mind. Despite having just awakened, she found herself adeptly mastering her abilities, as though someone had forcibly implanted this power within her. Suddenly, she recalled the detailed manuscript on ability development that she had transcribed earlier, a work authored by her father. Master Tong, may I peruse the manuscript on ability development? It seems that this detailed guide on the development of extraordinary abilities was obtained by Tongxin. Without hesitation, Tongxin stated, Of course, this book is a masterpiece of your father's. It rightfully belongs to you. She added, By the way, you may call me sister from now on. Addressing me as the curator feels a bit too formal. All right, Sister Tongxin. Ding Mingyao immediately accepted this sisterly bond, even though Tongxin was only a few years her senior. Ding Mingyao was 21, while Tongxin was merely 23. Both were quite youthful. Of course, Qin Yang was even younger at just 18. It was still nighttime when Ding Mingyao brought Tongxin back to her residence, where they began to study the guide. To Ding Mingyao's astonishment, the guide contained no information regarding the viral ability. How could this be? Did my father overlook it? She wondered, taken aback. The guide detailed numerous abilities, yet conspicuously omitted the viral ability. Perhaps it was because no one had awakened this ability before. Tongxin noted this discrepancy as well, puzzled. That shouldn't be the case. It seems there have been instances of the viral ability manifesting before. How could your father have neglected to include it? Ding Mingyao's father, Ding Quan, a master in ability development, would not commit such a fundamental error. It was indeed strange that the viral ability, which had been awakened in the past, was unrecorded. Yet, Ding Mingyao's confusion deepened. Although the guide contained no descriptions of the viral ability, she distinctly remembered a comprehensive development process for it. Upon hearing this, Tong Xian was taken aback, then exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that your awakening of viral abilities was something your father orchestrated? Did he foresee your awakening and preemptively implant information about viral abilities into your memory? Implanting memories is also a capability that some ability users possess. Evidently, Ding Mingyao's awakening was not accidental or miraculous, but rather a deliberate arrangement. Ding Mingyao also comprehended, realizing why her memory contained comprehensive viral ability development and various skill applications. It was all her parents' contrivance. Father, mother, so you had already predetermined my destiny? She realized that she was not a darling of fate, but rather a cherished child of her parents. Everything had been meticulously arranged by them. Inside the room, Qin Yang assimilated the spiritual energy from the beast cores, replenishing his depleted spiritual power. Subsequently, he continued to absorb. After 3 days, he had finally exhausted all the spiritual energy within the beast cores. Huff! As the last beast core's spiritual energy was depleted, Qin Yang opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. The spiritual power within his body had reached the pinnacle of D-grade, just shy of breaking through to C-grade. Regrettably, there was insufficient spiritual energy, forcing him to remain at the apex of D-grade. No rush, take it slowly. Let's first examine the development direction of spatial abilities. Qin Yang was not anxious, as haste would be futile. Beast cores were not easily obtainable. They required him to hunt or plunder. Moreover, Qin Yang felt that his spatial abilities were insufficiently developed. Now that he had acquired a comprehensive guide on the enhancement of extraordinary powers, he noticed it contained information regarding the development of spatial abilities. Thus, he promptly began to delve into the guide, preparing to explore the direction of his own spatial ability enhancement. The cultivation of such powers could amplify his combat prowess. And although his spatial ability was rather unique, his current fighting strength was not particularly formidable. In fact, he sensed that his spatial abilities should not be so feeble. Holding the detailed notes on extraordinary power development transcribed by Ding Mingyao, Qin Yang instinctively bypassed the sections on other abilities and turned directly to the pages concerning spatial capabilities. The description of spatial abilities highlighted their uniqueness, noting that very few individuals on Blue Star had awakened such powers. Consequently, even Ding Quan had not provided extensive descriptions pertaining to the development of spatial abilities. Aside from documenting some previously existing spatial powers, the guide also included speculative insights and personal conjectures regarding future developments in spatial abilities. Among these were spatial displacement, rapid movement within space, altering one's position. The description of this ability bore resemblance to Qin Yang's own development of spatial flickering, which currently allowed him to materialize at any point within a 10-meter radius. There was also the ability of spatial evasion, which facilitated swift retreat through space, akin to a skill for escape. Other abilities mentioned included spatial explosion, spatial vibration, spatial compression, spatial jumping, black holes, and cosmic detonations. As Qin Yang observed these documented and theoretical abilities, a sense of enlightenment washed over him. It seemed that the development of spatial capabilities held tremendous potential, especially with abilities such as spatial compression, air detonation, black holes, and the Big Bang. Once harnessed, they would undoubtedly be profoundly terrifying. Truly, this is the mark of a master-level existence. The direction of capability development is indeed admirable. Qin Yang began to hold a deep respect for Ding Mingyao's father, recognizing that the development of abilities is, in essence, a process of transforming imagination into reality. Of course, translating imagination into reality is a formidable challenge. Even if one is aware of such abilities, actualizing them is often an insurmountable task. Just like the capabilities associated with black holes and the Big Bang. While others may falter, I might very well succeed. For although the domain of spatial abilities is shared, each individual's powers are unique. Particularly for Qin Yang, who possesses an intrinsic space. This transcends mere spatial capability, as within his domain, people can thrive, akin to inhabiting another planet. The possibilities are truly limitless. With this thought in mind, Qin Yang boldly entered his own space. Previously, he had refrained from doing so, fearing the potential spread of viruses that could infect those within. However, with Ding Mingyao, a virus wielder, there is no longer concern about contamination, as any infection can be easily remedied. To cultivate his own abilities, Qin Yang entered his domain, where he reigns as a deity, adeptly developing spatial powers. Thus, I shall cultivate all facets of spatial abilities, transforming them into my own powers: black holes, air detonations, spatial compression, the Big Bang. In due course, my combat prowess will become exceedingly formidable, much like the stout figure he encountered previously at the Snowflake Laboratory, who, despite being merely a wielder of physical strength, exhibited an extraordinarily terrifying might after his abilities were honed. With the capability to unleash thrice the usual force instantaneously, he epitomized a grotesque form of power. Should he push his spatial abilities to their utmost limits, he would undoubtedly surpass even those endowed with raw strength in terms of abnormality. Chapter 70. Spatial detonation in a certain realm of space. Qin Yang sat cross-legged upon the ground, clutching the meticulously transcribed details on the development of extraordinary abilities prepared by Ding Mingyao. He committed to memory all pertinent information regarding spatial powers. continuously reflecting upon the associated capabilities and their avenues of enhancement. Since becoming an ability wielder, his memory transcended that of an ordinary individual, granting him an almost photographic recall. Consequently, after merely a few readings, Qin Yang thoroughly absorbed the teachings on spatial abilities. Spatial misalignment. Spatial flash. Qin Yang began by reacquainting himself with his initial two abilities, spatial misalignment, which essentially transforms space into dust that adheres to his adversary. This skill, being the most elementary, he could now execute with remarkable ease. Spatial flash, currently, allowed him to materialize at any point within a 10-meter radius, rendering his opponents utterly defenseless. Within his spatial domain, Qin Yang maneuvered with even greater finesse. Neither of these abilities possessed significant destructive power. Thus, when confronted with foes of similar caliber, Qin Yang found himself at a disadvantage. At present, he sought to acquire skills that would augment his combat prowess in confrontations. Skills such as spatial detonation, spatial compression, black hole, and cosmic explosion were all aimed at enhancing offensive capabilities. Qin Yang first turned his attention to the skills of space explosion and spatial compression. The former involves causing an explosion in space, delivering devastating damage to adversaries through the sheer force of that explosion. Moreover, the potency of the space explosion skill is contingent upon the depth of one's internal spiritual energy. Nonetheless, as an offensive skill, it is undeniably formidable. Importantly, the requirements for utilizing space explosion are not excessively high. One merely needs to awaken their abilities to wield it. As for spatial compression, as a spatial adept, he can manipulate a certain domain of space, within which he can execute spatial compression. All spaces inherently possess pressure, and the pressure within space is already considerable. Should one continue to compress that space, the pressure will escalate significantly until it reaches a critical threshold, beyond which no object can withstand such force, resulting in obliteration. Whether it is the space explosion or spatial compression, both can be executed by those who have awakened their powers. In contrast, skills of immense magnitude such as black hole and cosmic explosion necessitate a substantial amount of spiritual energy. Without sufficient energy, one cannot perform them. The black hole skill requires at least an A-rank level of spiritual energy, while the cosmic explosion may demand an S-rank level, given its immense energy requirements. Thus, at this moment, Qin Yang can only comprehend the skills of space explosion and spatial compression. However, mastering these two techniques will suffice for him. Space explosion, causing an explosion in space. Qin Yang sat on the ground, his mind continuously rehearsing the imagery of orchestrating a spatial explosion. For it is not a skill that can be executed lightly. It demands a profound understanding from Qin Yang before he is able to manifest it. Certainly, the prerequisite for spatial detonation is possessing spatial abilities, which Qin Yang fully embodies. He gazed ahead at the air, endeavoring to manipulate the space before him, as his spatial capabilities currently allowed him to sense only within a radius of 10 meters. Thus, Qin Yang was confined to executing the spatial detonation within this limited range. While it presented certain constraints, a 10-meter distance was still sufficiently far. As long as one approached within that proximity, his spatial detonation would yield effects. With focused intent, Qin Yang attempted to mobilize the spiritual energy within him to encompass the 10-meter radius. He gently parted his lips and snapped his fingers, employing this method to unleash his spatial explosion. However, there was no response from the space ahead. No, spatial self-detonation is an internal explosion that radiates outward. Qin Yang diligently explored the intricacies of the spatial detonation skill. After all, a skill is merely a skill. The ability to comprehend it hinges upon one's innate talent, capabilities, and even the degree of effort exerted. It is not guaranteed that possessing a skill equates to mastering it. That would be an impossibility. Qin Yang's advantage over others lay in his possession of his own space, allowing him a heightened level of control within it. Thus, he persistently delved into the process of spatial detonation. Finally, after several hours of arduous exploration, Qin Yang felt a surge of excitement. As he opened his mouth, he gently snapped his fingers once more. In the next moment, a tremor resonated through the space before him, and the internal explosion took form, marking the emergence of the spatial detonation. Qin Yang was pleasantly surprised. In less than half a day, he had already grasped the rudiments of the air explosion skill. He continued to delve deeper into his exploration, for his understanding of the technique was merely superficial. Achieving true mastery of air explosion would require considerable effort. 2 days later, a spark of realization lit up his eyes. With a snap of his fingers, bang, a tremendous explosion reverberated, and the space before him erupted violently, as though a bomb had been detonated there. The force of the explosion tore through everything in its vicinity. The large stone he had deliberately placed nearby shattered into fragments under the overwhelming power of the air explosion. Such formidable strength. A smile crept across Qin Yang's lips. The potency of the air explosion exceeded his expectations by a considerable margin. A massive boulder had been effortlessly obliterated. And had there been a person nearby, their fate would likely have been dire. Even those with abilities would find themselves gravely injured, if not dead, should they be caught in the blast radius. Moreover, Qin Yang had yet to fully perfect the air explosion technique. He resumed his practice, and the space was filled with a series of astonishing explosions, each sound growing progressively louder. Even Hammer's sister and her companions, who were positioned at a significant distance away, heard the cacophony. The residents, including Hammer's sister, the four brothers of the swift wind who had entered later, and the martial arts experts brought by Zhao Shi, exchanged bewildered glances towards the source of the commotion. What could be happening? The ground was shaking continuously, as if something had exploded. They were all puzzled, for it seemed they were the only inhabitants of this place, and yet the astonishing sounds of detonation were unmistakable. Sister Hammer brandished her hammer and called out, "Follow me. We must investigate for any potential dangers and report back to the chief promptly." Now, Sister Hammer had assumed the role of the clan leader in the residential area, and even the most skilled martial artists were obliged to heed her command. The group hurried towards the source of the sound, only to be momentarily bewildered upon arrival. It appeared to be the chief. As they drew closer, they recognized Qin Yang standing there, seemingly engaged in some activity, when an explosion suddenly erupted. After a brief hesitation, Sister Hammer and her companions approached Qin Yang, eager to comprehend the situation. However, as they neared, they realized that the deafening sound of the explosion was accompanied by a formidable shockwave, instilling fear even in the hearts of the seasoned martial artists, despite their distance. "I sense the chief is honing his abilities," one of them remarked. "Could it be? This power seems utterly extraordinary. The entire world belongs to the chief." Nothing seems out of the ordinary. Upon noticing Sister Hammer and her companions, Qin Yang ceased his demonstration of the air explosion technique. He had now perfected its execution. Within a 10-meter radius, opponents of equal caliber would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand his air explosion. Even those of higher cultivation could potentially suffer injuries from it. As for the precise magnitude of the air explosion's power, Qin Yang himself remained uncertain. Chapter 71. The Visitor Chief, it appears you are here. Sister Hammer and her companions remarked as they approached Qin Yang, their expressions filled with astonishment at the commotion he had caused. Qin Yang nodded reassuringly. "Rest assured, no enemy can infiltrate this place. Any disturbances you hear are likely the result of my actions." He clarified matters with Hammer's sister and the others to alleviate any concerns among the residents. After a period of development, his space had transformed into a lush green expanse, reflecting the essence of Blue Star. Hammer's sister, a capable individual, had organized everything within the space meticulously. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Hammer's sister remarked, "Initially, we were unaware that you were the leader, so we were merely curious." With that, they decided to take their leave, ensuring not to disturb the leader during his cultivation. Once everything was clarified, Hammer's sister and the others exchanged farewells and prepared to depart. However, before they left, Qin Yang cautioned them, "If any of you feel unwell, please inform me immediately, as I may carry an external virus. Even if infected, do not be alarmed. Ding Mengyao has awakened her viral abilities and can cure this virus." The first statement startled Hammer's sister and the others, but upon hearing Qin Yang's subsequent words, each of them felt a wave of relief. Simultaneously, Hammer's sister exclaimed, "Mengyao has awakened? Oh my goodness, that is wonderful. I always knew Mengyao was no ordinary girl. She was destined to awaken." Being closest to Ding Mengyao, Hammer's sister was overjoyed at the news of her awakening. The others, while astonished, were envious, as everyone desired to become a capable individual. Yet awakening was nearly impossible in the current wasteland. Those who could awaken were truly favored by the heavens. After Hammer's sister and the others departed, Qin Yang continued to practice his spatial explosion skill, which was nearing perfection. Just as he was about to further comprehend the art of spatial compression, he suddenly sensed the presence of someone in his room. Extending his consciousness through the fabric of space, he discovered it was Ding Mengyao and Tong Xian. With a mere thought, Qin Yang vanished from the space and reappeared in his room. Knock, knock, knock. Indeed, the next moment, Someone began to rap on the door. Upon opening it, he found Ding Mingyao and Tong Xin standing at the threshold. A glance at Ding Mingyao revealed a transformation. After awakening her viral abilities, her demeanor had undergone a significant change. No longer the frail woman she once was. She now exuded an indescribable aura, much like that of a queen. Qin Yang, there are a few individuals outside who claim to be from the Martial Alliance and wish to speak with you. As soon as she laid eyes on him, Ding Mingyao recounted the events unfolding outside. Due to Qin Yang's frequent seclusions for cultivation, he was rather uninformed about the happenings in the world beyond. Upon hearing that members of the Martial Alliance had arrived, Qin Yang's expression shifted to one of surprise. The Martial Alliance, having emerged after the collapse of world order, was the most formidable force with ambitions to dominate the entire globe. Their arrival at the Unju community to seek him out was likely due to his position as its leader. What business they could possibly have with him, he could not fathom. All right, let us descend and see. Since it was the Martial Alliance, Qin Yang decided to meet them and discern their intentions. For their influence extended far beyond Long City and had likely engulfed the entire Blue Star by now. He had no desire to antagonize the Martial Alliance, at least for the time being. He proceeded downstairs with Ding Mingyao and Tong Xin following closely behind. While Ding Mingyao appeared composed, Qin Yang was taken aback to find Tong Xin still residing in the Unju community. At that moment, Tongxin gazed at Qin Yang, sensing the fluctuations of spiritual power within him, and a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. How has he reached the pinnacle of D rank so swiftly? His progress in cultivation is astonishingly rapid. Tongxin recalled their first encounter, on the night they lost their quarry, when Qin Yang was merely an E-rank ability user. Yet, it has not been long since then, and he has already ascended to the latter stage of D rank. Now, he has even attained the peak of D rank. His cultivation has advanced at an extraordinary pace. Previously, she felt she was no match for Qin Yang, and now, with his further enhancement in strength, she felt even more outclassed. As they walked ahead, Qin Yang suddenly inquired, Tong, why haven't you sought refuge outside? Are you not concerned about the Snowflake Laboratory? Previously, Tongxin had been captured by the Snowflake Laboratory, and now they had even eliminated members of that organization. She had mentioned wanting to seek shelter outside, yet days had passed, and they remained in their community. Tongxin displayed an expression of embarrassment. Initially, I intended to lead our martial arts school's members to safety in the outside world. But I soon realized that we have nowhere to escape to. I wonder if you would be willing to shelter us refugees? If possible, I would seek your protection. Given that Qin Yang's strength now surpassed hers and his abilities were rather enigmatic, she contemplated and ultimately decided to remain and follow him, albeit with concerns that he might not offer her sanctuary. Qin Yang was momentarily taken aback. To provide refuge for Tongxin? Considering the strength of Tongxin and the Tong family martial arts school, they constituted a formidable force in this desolate wasteland. If they were to stay, they could indeed prove beneficial. After all, Qin Yang's ambition to cultivate his own domain necessitates the establishment of a formidable faction. The inclusion of Tong Xin and her companions would undoubtedly bolster his influence. Notably, Tong Xin's recent assistance in channeling spiritual energy to Ding Mingyao has fostered a modicum of goodwill between them. Furthermore, should he choose not to shelter Tong Xin, her departure would likely lead to her demise at the hands of the Snowflake Laboratory, with whom he has already irrevocably severed ties. Therefore, embracing Tong Xin and her associates emerges as a prudent choice, providing him with additional powerful allies. My capabilities are limited, and my strength is not particularly high. Thus, aligning with me may not be the most advantageous option for you. Consider it carefully, he advised. Qin Yang did not outright refuse her offer. Should Tong Xin genuinely wish to accompany him, he would not oppose it. Upon hearing this, Tong Xin's face lit up with delight. I have long since made up my mind. In today's tumultuous world, survival necessitates allegiance to a formidable faction. I perceive you as an exceptional leader. Therefore, I shall remain by your side and pledge my unwavering loyalty. Not only did Tong Xin desire to stay, but Ding Mingyao had also encouraged her. Their shared moments over the past few days had forged a bond akin to sisterhood, solidifying Tong Xin's resolve to follow Qin Yang. Suit yourself, Qin Yang replied, choosing not to elaborate further. Whether Tong Xin could earn his full approval would require her to undergo certain trials. As of now, he had not entirely accepted her. Upon descending to the ground floor, they encountered Zhao Shi and the members of the Tong family martial arts school, who stood vigilantly at the community entrance. eyeing the four individuals clad in the uniform of the Martial Alliance. The Martial Alliance was distinguished by their long black robes, each adorned with a golden character for Martial embroidered at the cuffs. 6 individuals, each exuding an extraordinary presence, stood before him. The one with the least cultivation was at least of D rank, and Qin Yang sensed that the bald middle-aged man leading them possessed spiritual power that far exceeded that level. There was no doubt in his mind that this individual was a formidable figure, at least at C rank or higher. Chapter 72. A new choice. As Qin Yang made eye contact with them, they too turned their gaze upon him. Just as Zhao Shi was about to introduce him, the leading man stepped forward, approaching Qin Yang directly. He extended his hand with a smile and said, "You must be Qin Yang, the leader of Unju community." Qin Yang was not surprised by the recognition. Anyone arriving at Unju community would likely have some knowledge of him. He nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that is correct. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit to me?" He had yet to resolve the issues with the Snowflake Laboratory, and now the Martial Alliance was here, a force even more formidable. However, given the amiable demeanor of the man, Qin Yang merely exchanged a brief handshake with him. After releasing his grip, the man introduced himself. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Li Mo, an envoy of the Martial Alliance." An envoy of the Martial Alliance? It seemed he held a certain status. Qin Yang did not extend an invitation, knowing well that various factions coexisted throughout Blue Star. Uncertain of the Martial Alliance's intentions, he inquired coolly, "Please, enlighten me about your purpose." Li Mo surveyed those around Qin Yang, lingering momentarily on Tong Xian and Ding Mingyao. Before responding, "The Martial Alliance wishes to extend an invitation for you to join us. What do you think? Are you interested? After all, our Martial Alliance intends to dominate the entire world and establish a new order. You are a rare talent, and as long as you join our Martial Alliance, immense opportunities will undoubtedly await you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Shi, Tong Xian, and the others revealed astonished expressions. The Martial Alliance's invitation to Qin Yang comes at a time when the Alliance is newly ascendant, indeed presenting a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Should he join and the Martial Alliance succeed in ruling the world, Qin Yang would possess enormous merit. Subsequently, he would inevitably garner the Martial Alliance's profound attention, securing ample social status and resources without issue. Tong Xian, as the master of the Tong Family Martial Arts Hall, had not even been invited by the Martial Alliance. Nor had Zhao Shi, the overlord of the Southward District. It is evident that in the eyes of the Martial Alliance, Qin Yang is a truly promising talent, worthy of their solicitation. Qin Yang pondered for a moment. Joining the Martial Alliance, currently, Qin Yang has no desire to align himself with any faction. After all, even the Martial Alliance does not possess complete certainty in dominating the entire world. The reconstruction of a new order is no easy feat besides the Martial Alliance. Other formidable forces exist, and the future remains uncertain. Crucially, joining any organization would subject him to the constraints and limitations of others. For Qin Yang, who cherishes freedom, he has little interest in joining other organizations. Moreover, he possesses his own independent space and desires to establish his own power. The best course of action now is to maintain neutrality, refraining from joining any organization, and observe the situation before making a decision. After swiftly reviewing his thoughts, Qin Yang promptly declined the invitation. "I apologize, but I have no intention of joining any organizations or factions at this time. I am a person who cherishes freedom." Although the attitude of the Martial Alliance was quite agreeable, Qin Yang still had to refuse. Li Mo was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head. Valuing freedom is commendable. Yet in these tumultuous times, achieving true liberty comes at a significant cost. Have you not considered this further? As he spoke, Li Mo suddenly added, "If I am not mistaken, you have offended quite a few factions. Take the Black Tiger Hall, for instance. The current leader, Lu Hu, has already joined our Martial Alliance as an officer, and he is aware of your involvement in the deaths of their 2 leaders." Qin Yang's eyes narrowed, realizing that Li Mo had conducted a thorough investigation. It was evident that Lu Hu had long been a member of the Martial Alliance, and now that the Alliance was aware of his actions against the Black Tiger Hall, Lu Hu must also be informed. "Are you attempting to threaten me?" Qin Yang's gaze emitted a chilling intensity. He despised threats above all else. However, Li Mo shook his head. No. I am merely stating facts that I know. Besides the Black Tiger Hall, you have recently slain individuals from the Snowflake Laboratory, and they are unlikely to let this go lightly. Furthermore, regarding the 2 ladies accompanying you, they are quite extraordinary and have already drawn attention. Ding Mingyao and Tong Xian's expressions shifted as it appeared that Li Mo was privy to many details unknown to them. They had become targets? The innocent heart of Tongxin has drawn the attention of the Snowflake Laboratory, which is understandable due to the detailed exploration of supernatural abilities. However, how could Ding Mingyao, who has only just awakened her powers and has yet to reveal herself to the outside world, attract such scrutiny? Qin Yang observed Ding Mingyao and Tongxin, realizing that many unknown events were unfolding around him. The current wasteland is in a state of utter chaos. Li Mo, brimming with confidence, proclaimed, whether it is you or your companions, they will invariably face peril at any moment. Yet, if you choose to join our martial alliance, all the crises you confront will be swiftly alleviated. No one dares to harm those associated with our alliance. Therefore, for the sake of those around you, I urge you to contemplate this decision. Once you have made up your mind, you may contact me at any time. Rest assured, in the coming days, neither the Black Tiger Hall nor the Snowflake Laboratory will dare to trouble you. With that, Li Mo bid farewell and departed with his entourage. He exuded a profound confidence that Qin Yang would ultimately acquiesce and join the martial alliance, for aligning with them promised countless advantages with no drawbacks. His final words underscored the might of the martial alliance, capable of effortlessly handling Qin Yang's adversaries. This exemplifies the depth and strength of the alliance. As Qin Yang watched Li Mo and his companions leave, he calmly responded, "Very well, I shall consider it." In truth, he had no need for contemplation. He had no desire to become a pawn in another's game, nor to be manipulated. Though the martial alliance wielded considerable influence, it did not instill fear within him. Regarding the Black Tiger Hall and the Snowflake Laboratory, Qin Yang possessed ample confidence to confront them. As he observed Li Mo's departure, all eyes turned toward Qin Yang. Zhao Shi spoke in a low voice, "Leader, the martial alliance has grown immensely powerful. I believe they are aware of your remarkable abilities and wish to extend an invitation for you to join them." According to Li Mo's perspective, aligning with the martial alliance would be the most advantageous choice, for your membership would undoubtedly lead to significant accomplishments. They are fully cognizant of Qin Yang's extraordinary capabilities. The fact that the martial alliance has sought him out indicates their awareness of his unparalleled talents. Otherwise, they would not have dispatched an envoy to extend such an invitation. At that moment, Ding Mingyao interjected with a scoff, "Though the martial alliance is formidable, it is also a den of peril. How can you ascertain that their invitation to Qin Yang is sincere? Perhaps they harbor ulterior motives. Furthermore, let us not bolster the ambitions of others while diminishing our own. We need not fear the martial alliance as long as we do not provoke them." Following the awakening of her viral abilities, Ding Mingyao had become increasingly assertive and self-assured. Even Tong Xian nodded in agreement, stating, "Given the current uncertainty, we should exercise caution and observe further." They were reluctant to join the martial alliance, for it was a colossal entity while they remained quite feeble. The potential consequences of such an alliance were unpredictable. Ultimately, the decision rested with Qin Yang himself, and they all turned their gaze toward him. "Leader, the choice is yours. Regardless of your decision, we shall stand by your side." In the end, whether or not to join the martial alliance was a matter for Qin Yang to determine, as he was the figurehead for the others. Should he choose to ally with the martial alliance, they would follow suit. Thus, Qin Yang's decision is of paramount importance. The choices he makes carry both advantages and disadvantages. Casting a glance at those gathered around him, he spoke solemnly, "At present, I have no intention of aligning myself with any faction, be it the martial alliance or any other force. Of course, we may encounter some troublesome matters ahead." The envoy from the martial alliance, Li Mo, has already indicated that the factions I have offended, including the Black Tiger Hall and the Snowflake Laboratory, will be displeased, and our refusal of the martial alliance's invitation will also incur their wrath. Qin Yang is not one to provoke conflict lightly, yet he is unafraid of it, especially now that he has discovered a direction for developing spatial abilities, rendering him fearless of any individual or faction. "We pledge our unwavering loyalty to our leader. Qin Yang, we place our faith in you. Our destinies are now intertwined with yours." Zhao Shi and the Gale faction are completely convinced of Qin Yang's leadership, and even Tong Xian, after choosing to follow him, has entrusted her fate to him. Not to mention Ding Mingyao, who was among the earliest to support Qin Yang and has steadfastly stood by his side. The members of the Tong family martial arts school naturally follow Tong Xian's lead. Whatever decision she makes, they will abide by it. Thus, a shared resolve now binds them all. Even against the Black Tiger Hall, the Snowflake Laboratory, and the Martial Alliance. Although their strength may be lacking, should trouble arise, they are prepared to resist to the end. After surveying the determined expressions on each face, Qin Yang nodded. Very well. Since you have chosen to follow me, let us confront the challenges together. Just as he finished speaking, Tong Xin unexpectedly interjected, to demonstrate my sincerity. I am willing to offer all the resources we have collected at the Tong Family Martial Arts School. The supplies are not on my person. I need you to accompany me to retrieve them. The Tong Family Martial Arts Academy is, after all, a formidable local power that amassed a considerable amount of resources before the complete collapse of social order. Now, Tong Xin has decided to contribute these supplies as a pledge of allegiance. Otherwise, she would feel somewhat awkward having made no contribution to Qin Yang's team. Most importantly, by offering all her resources, she is demonstrating her unwavering commitment to following Qin Yang, leaving herself no recourse. Since her association with Qin Yang, Tong Xin has sensed that he not only possesses immense potential, but is also not someone of malicious intent, which is enough for her to place all her bets on him. Upon learning that Tong Xin possesses supplies, Qin Yang was overjoyed. His dimension currently houses over 100 individuals who serve as his labor force, and whom he needs to sustain for a while until the crops planted in his dimension become self-sufficient. At that point, he will no longer need to acquire resources from external sources. Currently, Qin Yang cannot allow anyone within his dimension to leave. To avoid divulging the secret of his dimension, some matters must be kept confidential from certain individuals. Therefore, since those people cannot leave the dimension, he must provide them with food. The supplies he has collected thus far are insufficient to feed over 100 people for half a year. He still needs to acquire a substantial amount of resources. The Tong Family Martial Arts Academy's collection should be considerable, but it may still not be enough to sustain over 100 people. The rest of you stay here. You, along with Ding Mingyao and I, will go and retrieve the supplies. Qin Yang is very pleased with Tong Xin's display. Her willingness to contribute all the supplies indicates her genuine sincerity in following him. Just the two of us? Tongxin harbored some doubts. With 3 of them fetching supplies, it seemed likely that they would be short-handed. Indeed, it would be just the 3 of us, and soon you shall understand. Presently, his space extends in a radius of 10 kilometers, capable of accommodating any amount of supplies, as he excels in gathering provisions. Thus, they decided to leave the others at the residential community while Qin Yang, Tongxin, and Ding Mingyao, under Tongxin's guidance, proceeded to the location where the Tong Family Martial Arts Hall stored its resources. In times of order, the Tong Family Martial Arts Hall was renowned, holding a prestigious position and controlling a wealth of resources. Consequently, the facility of the Tong Family Martial Arts Hall was comparable in size to a football field. Before we even reached the Tong Family Martial Arts Hall, we encountered individuals infected by the malevolent ghost virus along the way. They were using their dwindling strength to scour the surroundings for prey, desperately attempting to infect others in their final moments. A dozen or so infected individuals, upon spotting Qin Yang and his companions, lunged towards them like predators sensing blood, eager to spread their contagion. Let me handle this, Ding Mingyao declared, as she casually waved her hand. It appeared as though she had done nothing, yet astonishingly, the infected began to tremble and became frozen in place. Soon after, wisps of dark vapor emerged from their bodies, the malevolent ghost virus, forcefully extracted by Ding Mingyao. With another wave of her hand, she absorbed the dark mist. Once freed from the malevolent ghost virus, the infected individuals seemed to have the evil spirit that clung to them exorcised, one by one regaining their senses and awakening from their daze. I am saved. Thank the heavens. Was it you who rescued us? It appears that upon awakening, some have discerned the reason for their salvation and turned their gaze towards Ding Mingyao. Thank you. You are our benefactor. Allow me to pay my respects. In gratitude to Ding Mingyao, some individuals knelt upon the ground, for they were the ones she had pulled back from the brink of death, akin to being reborn. Thus, each person etched Ding Mingyao's name into their memories. No need for thanks, Ding Mingyao replied, as her actions had been instinctive. After all, since awakening her viral abilities, she had effectively subdued the malevolent virus. In recent days, she had been able to effortlessly cure the infected. More importantly, she extracted the virus from those afflicted, transforming the malevolent virus into her own strength, thereby augmenting her prowess. For others, the outbreak of this malevolent virus was a nightmare. For her, it represented an immense opportunity. As long as she treated a sufficient number of infected individuals, her capabilities would undergo a remarkable enhancement. After expressing their gratitude, those whom Ding Mingyao had healed departed with great excitement. They began to spread tales of her deeds. And soon, a mysterious legend took root in Long City, a figure known as the Virus Queen, capable of healing the infected. Her exploits began to circulate like the wind. Qin Yang looked at Ding Mingyao in astonishment. "You can now effortlessly heal the infected?" Ding Mingyao nodded. "Indeed, I have discovered that my viral abilities seem to be innate. Not only can I effortlessly cure the infected, but I can also readily generate viruses capable of infecting E-level ability users, healing the infected while simultaneously creating a new, formidable virus. This is the remarkable ability of Ding Mingyao." Qin Yang gradually realized the terrifying nature of Ding Mingyao's viral capabilities. With her current E-level prowess, she could generate a virus capable of infecting E-level ability users. In fact, any E-level practitioner could fall victim to her virus, including those at the peak of E-level. Without prompt treatment, one's life could be in jeopardy. Chapter 74. Waiting for the rabbit. Upon learning that Ding Mingyao could effortlessly conjure a virus that infects E-level practitioners, Tong Xian gasped in astonishment, remarking, "This means you are nearly invincible among E-level abilities. Your viral prowess is exceedingly monstrous." Initially, Tong Xian believed that her awakened swordsmanship was exceptionally rare and powerful. However, she soon realized that Ding Mingyao's capabilities were truly extraordinary. Once the virus is unleashed, she becomes unstoppable among her peers. Ding Mingyao regarded Qin Yang with a slight pout, stating, "In comparison to Qin Yang's abilities, mine are rather insignificant. He is the true anomaly." Although Ding Mingyao recognized the sheer might of her viral powers, they paled in comparison to Qin Yang's. Having visited Qin Yang's realm, she was astonished by the vastness of his domain, which not only accommodated people but also allowed for cultivation, essentially a miniature untainted blue star. While she had an inkling of Qin Yang's spatial abilities, she had never encountered anyone whose spatial prowess reached such extraordinary heights. Tong Xian sighed in resignation. "Indeed, I must be the weakest among us." She was acutely aware of Qin Yang's peculiar abilities. He possessed the capacity to engage in battles beyond his level, a fact she had witnessed firsthand. Ding Mingyao, on the other hand, was merely invincible among her peers, falling short in comparison to Qin Yang's extraordinary prowess. Upon reflection, it was evident that Qin Yang was indeed the most formidable of them all. As they made their way to the Tong family martial arts school, a group of figures lay in wait in a secluded corner of the premises, seemingly anticipating something. They occasionally glanced toward the entrance of the martial arts school. Suddenly, one among them addressed the woman seated at the farthest edge, "Sister Wei Wei. We have been here for several days without a sign of anyone from the Tong family martial arts school. They eliminated our personnel from the Snowflake laboratory. Surely they would not dare return to their lair." These individuals belonged to the Snowflake laboratory, having previously learned that the head of the Tong family martial arts school, Tong Xian, had acquired a comprehensive manual on the development of supernatural abilities. Consequently, they dispatched Li Haishun and others to apprehend Tong Xian, only for those operatives to subsequently vanish without a trace. Upon investigation, they ascertained that Li Haishun and his companions had been killed by the martial artists of the Tong family. As a powerful organization, the Snowflake Laboratory could not overlook the murder of their members. Although Li Haishun and his team were merely low-ranking operatives within the laboratory, the manual on supernatural ability development held immense significance for them. They were unwilling to relinquish the pursuit of Tong Xian easily. The manual was of paramount importance to the Snowflake Laboratory, and they were determined to acquire it at any cost. Thus, following the demise of Li Haishun and his associates, the Snowflake Laboratory sent more personnel to continue the hunt for Tong Xian, only to discover her disappearance. Unable to locate her, they resorted to lying in wait at the Tong family martial arts school, hoping for an opportunity. Awaiting the emergence of individuals associated with the Tong family martial arts school, one merely needs to apprehend any member to unravel the whereabouts of Tong Xian. The leader of this endeavor is Chun Weiwei, a formidable expert with a notable standing in the Snowflake Laboratory, possessing greater prowess than Li Haishun and his companions. Chun Weiwei has attained the initial stage of sea-level cultivation. She shook her head, stating that her investigations revealed that, following the disappearance of Li Haishun and others, the members of the Tong family martial arts school did not vacate Long City. They merely concealed themselves. I even harbor suspicions that the Tong family martial arts school is hoarding some precious resources, which they are reluctant to abandon and will inevitably return. Therefore, let us dispense with idle talk and remain vigilant. The moment a member of the Tong family martial arts school appears, we shall capture them with swift and decisive action. And at that point, we will have a means to locate Tong Xian. To put it plainly, the Snowflake Laboratory remains intent on acquiring the detailed development of the extraordinary abilities held by Tong Xian, and thus will not easily relinquish their pursuit. Since Tong Xian is reluctant to leave Long City, she will undoubtedly return to the Tong family martial arts school, which is why Qin Weiwei has positioned her team to lie in wait. Suddenly, a few individuals infected by the virus appeared near the Tong family martial arts school. Qin Weiwei and her companions, concealed in the shadows, paid no heed to the infected, although some expressed their grievances. The demon laboratory is exceedingly ruthless, even more so than our own. The malevolent virus they have unleashed is likely to eradicate the vast majority of ordinary people. Following this outbreak, the wasteland will truly become desolate, leaving behind only a handful of capable individuals. They are also individuals from the laboratory, fully aware that the malevolent laboratory is the architect of the horrific demon virus, deliberately unleashing the pathogen to eradicate the ordinary people left in the wasteland. Even the personnel from the Snowflake Laboratory scoff at this. Qin Weiwei coldly remarked, "The wasteland has become inhospitable for ordinary people. Rather than allowing their lives to persist in futility, it would be more merciful to hasten their demise." The demon virus was merely the initial experiment conducted by the malevolent laboratory. The ordinary people remain oblivious to the multitude of terrifying trials that await them. Let them perish, she mused, for they hold no value any longer. Ordinary individuals surviving in the wasteland not only squander food and resources, but also generate an array of waste. If all ordinary people were to perish, only the capable would remain, allowing the existing resources to sustain them for an extended duration. The fundamental distinction between capable individuals and ordinary ones lies not only in the awakened abilities, but also in lifespan. Ordinary people may live for a century at most, while capable individuals enjoy significantly longer lifespans. E-level capable individuals possess a lifespan of 200 years, and each advancement in their cultivation grants an additional century. Qin Weiwei and her companions paid no heed to the infected. The demon virus bore no effect on the capable. As long as the infected did not disturb their ambush, they remained indifferent. In their eyes, ordinary people were merely larger ants. "Oh, Sister Weiwei, look over there, someone is approaching." Suddenly, one of them noticed something. Being perched at a height granted them a clear view of many areas around them. At this moment, they stood aloft, observing 3 silhouettes emerging from the street, advancing towards the Tong family martial arts hall. Upon hearing their companions' alert, others turned their gaze in that direction. Among the trio, 2 appeared unfamiliar. Yet the other was none other than Tong Xian, the master of the Tong family martial arts hall whom they sought. Indeed, it was her. She had obtained the detailed insights on supernatural abilities and, astonishingly, did not flee, but rather brazenly made her way to the Tong family martial arts hall, seemingly courting death. "Ha! We lay in wait, and have indeed encountered Tong Xian. Weiwei, your prowess is commendable." The group expressed their admiration towards Qin Weiwei. With a cool wave of her hand, Qin Weiwei dismissed the idle chatter, signaling for action as the prey had appeared. 2 at the pinnacle of D rank, and 1 at the initial stage of E rank, could easily be dealt with. Remember, Tong Xian must remain alive. That woman cannot perish. They were unaware of where Tong Xian had concealed the detailed insights on supernatural abilities. Thus, she could not be killed. Rest assured, Weiwei, it is but a trifling matter. 2 D rank peaks are easily manageable, one assured. With Weiwei's presence, they had no doubt that their targets would find escape impossible. Chapter 75. Crisis approaches. Qin Yang and the others were oblivious to the fact that individuals from the Snowflake Laboratory were lying in wait. Upon their arrival outside the Tong family martial arts hall, they beheld several infected individuals who had completely lost their consciousness, having transformed into the undead, sporting sharp, beastly fangs, their hands and feet resembling claws. They were in the throes of their final madness before death. These infected beings would carry the sinister ghost virus, aimlessly seeking suitable hosts. Whenever they encounter a living being, they unfailingly pounce without hesitation. "Let me handle this." Ding Mingyao stepped forward, effortlessly conjuring a more advanced virus that rapidly infected those already afflicted. Her superior virus could proliferate swiftly within the infected hosts, devouring the malevolent demon virus. In a mere few minutes, those who had undergone corporeal transformation and lost their consciousness not only returned to normal, but also reverted their mutated limbs back to their original state. After their restoration, the formerly infected individuals wore expressions of bewilderment, seemingly unable to grasp the reality of their survival. Ding Mingyao absorbed and consumed the viruses from within them, utilizing them as nourishment to bolster her own strength. How can this be possible? Am I seeing things? Those who were infected have actually returned to normal. It is utterly bizarre. My goodness, Sister Weiwei, look. The infected individuals seem to have been cured. The members of the Snowflake Laboratory gazed in astonishment at this scene, as they could clearly observe the state of the infected from their elevated position. In their understanding, once afflicted by the demon virus, survival was nearly impossible. For even the demon laboratory had not developed an effective antidote. Thus, infection was synonymous with death. Yet, what was unfolding before them completely shattered their preconceived notions. The infected had been healed. It was that woman. She must have awakened some latent ability capable of obliterating the demon virus. A flicker of shock crossed Chen Weiwei's eyes. For even those with abilities could not eradicate the demon virus. Yet here was someone who had entirely countered its effects. In other words, the viral experiments conducted by the demon laboratory are destined to culminate in failure. Furthermore, Chen Weiwei discerned that it was another woman among the trio who had intervened to heal the infected individuals. One by one, those who had been cured expressed their gratitude to Ding Mingyao before hastily departing, well aware of the torment that followed infection. No one wishes to endure that suffering again. Tongxin marveled. Mingyao, your abilities have become increasingly refined. If someone contracts the malevolent virus, you can heal them as long as they are not deceased, correct? Ding Mingyao nodded, her excitement palpable as she replied, indeed, as long as they are alive, I can restore them. Moreover, I am on the verge of creating a virus that devours the malevolent virus. Minter Zhou, once I release my own virus to infect those afflicted by the malevolent virus, they will heal without my direct intervention. Having awakened her viral abilities, she possessed a wealth of knowledge regarding viral skills, enabling her to develop a flawless method to counter the malevolent virus in a remarkably short time. Utilizing poison to combat poison, and given the rapid transmission of viruses, her own virus would swiftly heal the majority of the infected. Qin Yang, upon hearing this, was astonished. Ding Mingyao's viral capabilities exceeded his expectations. The trio did not linger and promptly made their way to the Tong family martial arts courtyard. As Tongxin had concealed supplies within a secret warehouse of the Tong family martial arts hall. To retrieve the supplies, they must return to the Tong family martial arts hall. Wait, something feels amiss. There is an unfamiliar presence nearby. Upon entering the courtyard, Qin Yang suddenly frowned, for his spatial abilities allowed him to perceive certain presences within a 10-meter radius. In the Tong family's martial arts dojo, he detected a fluctuation of spiritual energy not belonging to the three of them. Although faint, it was discernible. Just as he finished speaking, several figures swiftly emerged from the corners of the dojo's upper structures, instantly surrounding the trio. Confronted by these sudden apparitions, Tong Xin and Ding Mingyao's expressions changed dramatically. Tong Xin exclaimed in alarm, "This is bad. It's a trap. We must retreat." At that moment, Tong Xin could hardly fathom that someone would conceal themselves within the Tong family's dojo, evidently targeting her. Especially upon sensing the woman leading the group, who exuded a robust aura of spiritual energy. She could scarcely gauge the opponent's precise cultivation level. As a peak D-rank ability user, Tong Xin realized that her adversary's spiritual power surpassed hers, indicating at least a C-rank capability. Although Tong Xin had recently begun learning the sword techniques from the comprehensive guide on ability development, her training was still in its infancy. She had made some progress. Yet the time was too short for significant enhancement. Her combat prowess was merely marginally improved. "Since you're here, why the hurry to leave?" Chen Weiwei said with a smile, fixing her gaze on Tong Xin. "We have been waiting for you for several days. It has been quite the inconvenience." Tong Xin, do not harbor any illusions about your two companions. They are no match for us. Resistance will lead to your demise. Thus, it would be prudent for you to comply and surrender and accompany us willingly. Just moments ago, they witnessed Ding Mingyao's extraordinary ability to heal the malevolent virus. However, she is merely an E-rank ability user and poses no threat to them whatsoever. Even Qin Yang, who is at the pinnacle of D-rank, pales in comparison to their team. Aside from Chen Weiwei, who is a C-rank speed-type ability user, the remainder of their group consists of D-rank individuals. with the weakest among them being at the late stage of D rank. It is crucial to understand that the ability users from the laboratory, leveraging its profound resources, have developed their powers far beyond those of ordinary users. Hence, even those at the late stage of D rank within their ranks can easily overpower typical D rank peak users. This group of 6, all considered peak D rank, combined with the early stage C rank Qin Weiwei, rendered Qin Yang and his companions devoid of any chance to resist. They could eliminate Qin Yang and his 2 companions in an instant. Tong Xian's expression shifted. These individuals had come for her, and their formidable strength indicated that trouble was brewing. She promptly spoke in a grave tone. I am aware that you are from the Snowflake Laboratory. You seek the detailed guide to ability development, do you not? Indeed, the guide resides with me, but I will not relinquish it at this moment. My affairs are unrelated to them. If you allow them to leave, I will accompany you and hand over the guide. The Snowflake Laboratory had dispatched a C-rank expert to deal with her, and it was evident that both the late-stage and peak D-rank users could easily eliminate the 3 of them. After all, a peak D-level like Li Haishun had to expend considerable time and effort to vanquish his opponent when collaborating with Qin Yang. Now, they faced a formidable assembly of 5 D-level adversaries, 2 in the latter stage of D-level, 3 comparable to the peak of Li Haishun's caliber, complemented by a C-level contender, Qin Weiwei. They were clearly outmatched, prompting Tongxin to prepare for the ultimate sacrifice to ensure the survival of Qin Yang and Ding Mingyao. Chapter 76, A Lethal Strike. Upon hearing Tongxin's words, Ding Mingyao glanced at Qin Yang, biting her lip, and immediately retorted, Sister Tongxin, that's not an option. If they capture you, your chances of survival will be slim. Do not heed their threats. We can fight back. Although Ding Mingyao possessed the lowest cultivation level among them, she refused to concede or submit easily. Even in the face of death, she would resist to the bitter end. Trading Tongxin's life for theirs was not a fate she was willing to accept. Qin Yang merely furrowed his brow in contemplation, silently strategizing how to confront the individuals from the Snowflake Laboratory. As for the other D-levels, whether they were in the latter stage or at their peak, he could dispatch them in an instant without employing spatial explosions. Now, having also attained peak D-level prowess, Qin Yang could effortlessly eliminate the 5 D-level opponents using spatial flash. The only formidable challenge lay in discerning Qin Weiwei's true cultivation level, which remained elusive to him. If she were merely at the initial stage of C-level, a spatial explosion might easily subdue her. Due to the nature of ability users, those of lesser cultivation could not perceive the true strength of those more powerful, leaving him uncertain of Qin Weiwei's precise capabilities. Nonetheless, she was at least C-level. Now, with Qin Yang's mastery of the airburst skill, whether he can seriously injure or kill Qin Weiwei is truly uncertain. He hasn't tested it yet, as this is his first encounter with a C-level expert. Huh. Qin Weiwei suddenly chuckled, shaking her head. Don't misunderstand. None of you 3 will escape my grasp today. And you, Tong Xian, your threats are futile. Even if I capture you, I can still obtain the detailed explanation of ability development. Offering such a condition to save your companions is incredibly naive. If you cooperate with us, your companions might suffer less. As a C-level ability user, even at the initial stage, Qin Weiwei is more than capable of overwhelming Qin Yang and his companions. She doesn't take them seriously. While Tong Xian hesitated, Qin Yang had already grown impatient. He vanished instantly, reappearing behind one of the Snowflower Laboratory personnel. Before the opponent could react, Qin Yang reached out, seizing their head and twisting it with force. Crack! The D-level peak expert from the Snowflower Laboratory's head slumped on their neck. A spatial teleport, instantly killing one person. Even in death, they maintained a mocking expression, as if ridiculing Qin Yang's group's weakness. Yet, they were the first to die. Everyone who heard the sound turned to look at Qin Yang and the Snowflower Laboratory member. In the next moment, they were all stunned. Qin Yang slowly released their head, which drooped down, the person long dead. With wide-eyed astonishment, Tongxin gazed in disbelief. Qin Yang's peculiar abilities had become even more terrifying than before. In an instant, he effortlessly eliminated a peak D-level adversary, leaving Tongxin, despite having previously witnessed Qin Yang's prowess. Gasping in shock. Unbelievable, utterly extraordinary, this was Qin Yang. If she were in the same position, she too would be defenseless, and would surely meet the same fate. Though Ding Mingyao had also observed Qin Yang in battle, the sheer swiftness and decisiveness with which he dispatched a peak D-level expert was nothing short of astonishing. Xiaonan. Anan. The members of the Snowflake Laboratory only began to register the situation, emitting gasps of disbelief as they stared, eyes wide with shock, unable to comprehend that their comrade Xiaonan had perished. Even Chen Weiwei, who led this mission, was shaken to her core, her face a mask of astonishment as she watched Qin Yang snap Xiaonan's neck. A peak D-level fighter, taken down by someone of the same caliber in a heartbeat. Chen Weiwei had barely caught a glimpse of how Qin Yang accomplished this feat, as he had appeared behind Xiaonan in an instant, leaving her no opportunity to warn him. Now, Xiaonan was gone. No more idle chatter. It was time for action. After dispatching Xiaonan, Qin Yang spoke with a cold severity. Let us not waste each other's time. We either fight, or one side perishes. Regardless of Chen Weiwei's strength, Qin Yang felt no trepidation. He had eliminated Xiaonan without even resorting to his most advanced skills, achieving the same swift victory. Given that the adversaries were from the Snowflake Laboratory, he bore a grudge against them and had no desire for idle conversation. Should Chen Weiwei prove too formidable, he could always flee with Tongxin and Ding Mingyao. However, Qin Yang now brimmed with confidence. Had Chen Weiwei's cultivation merely reached the initial stage of grade C, she might have faced imminent demise today. Moreover, Chen Weiwei had just exhibited an air of arrogance, leaving them with no alternative but to take action. Swiftly, Tongxin made a decisive choice, wielding her sword to strike at another individual from the Snowflake Laboratory. Even Ding Mingyao, though lacking in strength, exhibited no fear. She quickly crafted the most potent virus and hurled it towards the personnel of the Snowflake Laboratory. Her virus posed a threat even to those with abilities. While it might not be lethal to grade D practitioners, it could disrupt them, thereby assisting Qin Yang and Tongxin. Seeking death. Chen Weiwei, witnessing Qin Yang's unwavering resolve and the slaying of their comrade Xiaonan, felt a glimmer of cold fury in her eyes. With a disdainful snort, she transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging directly at Qin Yang. She had misjudged the trio's strength, initially believing Tongxin to be the most formidable, only to discover that Qin Yang, among them, was the most terrifying. Despite both being at the pinnacle of grade D, his ability to execute a swift kill revealed an unsettling prowess. Yet, regardless of his grade D status, encountering her, a grade C, would lead to inevitable demise. Having witnessed Xiaonan's murder, Chen Weiwei's intent to kill Qin Yang surged to its zenith. You shall perish. In the blink of an eye, Chen Weiwei closed the distance, appearing before Qin Yang with astounding speed. Qin Yang, too, recognized the astonishing swiftness of Chen Weiwei. Having just snapped Xiaonan's neck, she was already upon him. Aware of her speed-oriented abilities, Qin Yang vanished from sight, evading her assault and reappearing 10 meters away. Despicable fiend, you shall not elude me. Today marks your end. Following a failed strike, Chen Weiwei's countenance soured, her gaze shifting to Qin Yang, who had materialized 10 meters distant. She acknowledged Qin Yang's abilities as remarkably peculiar. Yet, her animosity toward him intensified, her intent to kill reaching a fever pitch. You presume you possess the capacity to slay me? Qin Yang retorted upon his reappearance. He was acutely aware of the formidable nature of a Class C ability user like Chen Weiwei, affording him no margin for error, particularly given her astonishing velocity. Were it not for his spatial abilities facilitating timely relocation, he would have been unable to evade her assault. An impact from a Class C ability user could very well prove fatal. Detonate. Thus, the instant of his emergence, Qin Yang directed a snap of his fingers toward Chen Weiwei, unleashing his signature technique, spatial detonation. Boom. As Chen Weiwei prepared to once more lunge at Qin Yang, the space surrounding her convulsed violently. A surge of astonishing destructive force erupted in her vicinity. Dire straits. Chen Weiwei's expression underwent a drastic transformation, as she perceived an impending sense of mortality, causing her heart to constrict sharply. Chapter 77. The epitome of terror. Initially, Chen Weiwei had dismissed Qin Yang as inconsequential. In her estimation, Tong Xin, with his awakened swordsmanship abilities, was the preeminent adversary. However, to her utter astonishment, her initial offensive, leveraging her speed capabilities honed to an exceptional degree, had failed to make contact with Qin Yang. Moreover, she remained perplexed as to how Qin Yang had evaded her attack, rendering the situation exceedingly enigmatic. Most importantly, she suddenly sensed an impending crisis. Around her, the space was experiencing violent fluctuations, as if a terrifying force were about to erupt from the very fabric of reality. In that urgent moment, Chen Weiwei hastily propelled herself to her utmost speed, swiftly fleeing the scene. The thunderous roar of a catastrophic explosion erupted beside her, as the space itself was detonated, unleashing an unimaginably horrifying force. Despite Qin Weiwei's remarkable velocity, it paled in comparison to the speed of the spatial explosion. Qin Yang's technique, the spatial detonation, could be executed in the blink of an eye. As a beginner of C rank, Qin Weiwei was akin to a kite severed from its string, hurtling backward with blood splattering in her wake. Qin Yang, having reached the pinnacle of D rank, was aware that the potency of his new skill, the spatial detonation, was beyond his own comprehension. Witnessing Qin Weiwei being violently propelled away, he began to grasp its magnitude. His spatial detonation was capable of inflicting severe injuries across at least one rank. Moreover, his technique had yet to attain a perfected state. Should it reach such perfection, its power would be even more terrifying. Vivi, team leader. The personnel from the Snowflake Laboratory were rendered speechless, gasping in astonishment as they witnessed Qin Weiwei being blown away by Qin Yang's spatial detonation. They had been engaged in an assault against Tong Xin and Ding Mingyao. Yet Tong Xin had already achieved a significant enhancement within the sword path chamber. Thus, she not only defended Ding Mingyao, but also engaged in a fierce struggle against the members of the Snowflake Laboratory. However, her strength was ultimately limited. Her development in swordsmanship was still insufficient, and she could not withstand the relentless onslaught of the formidable abilities that emerged from the Snowflake Laboratory for long. Yet Ding Mingyao is merely an E-level ability user, having just entered this tier. Although her viral abilities are formidable, rendering her nearly invincible among her peers, she finds herself utterly powerless when confronted by the experts of the D-level laboratory, who are at least at the late stage of D-level. From the very outset, the situation has been decidedly unfavorable for them. In their hearts, they felt a sense of despair, fearing that they would be captured by the Snowflake Laboratory and turned into experimental subjects. Suddenly, a violent explosion startled both of them. The personnel from the Snowflake Laboratory abruptly ceased their assault, alleviating the pressure on the two women, who instinctively turned to observe the source of the commotion. The sight that met their eyes left them gasping in astonishment. How had his power become so terrifying? The intensity of the explosion had sent the strongest member of the Snowflake Laboratory flying, its force unimaginable. The dilemma lay in the fact that Qin Weiwei was at least a C-level expert. Typically, a D-level individual would stand no chance against a C-level adversary, destined only to be overpowered. Yet, the reality was that Qin Yang, with his D-level cultivation, had severely injured the C-level ability user. Both women were profoundly shaken. Ding Mingyao was somewhat reassured, aware of Qin Yang's spatial abilities, realizing that he was capable of anything. However, Tongxin, who had only recently come to know Qin Yang, remained largely unfamiliar with his potential. During their previous encounter with Li Haishun from the Snowflake Laboratory, Qin Yang had struggled significantly, yet now, he could effortlessly inflict severe damage on a C-level opponent. The speed of his growth was astonishing. With a resounding crash, Qin Weiwei slammed onto the hard floor of the Tong family martial arts hall, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. She gasped, still reeling from the blow, a wave of discomfort washing over her. A feeling of constriction in her chest culminated in a violent expulsion of blood, bringing a modicum of relief. Prostrate on the ground, her face etched with terror, she fixed her gaze on Qin Yang, who stood motionless. The swiftness and severity of Qin Yang's assault brought all combat to an abrupt halt. Instantly, the Snowflake's laboratory personnel abandoned Ding Mingyao and Tong Xin, rushing to Qin Weiwei's side, forming a protective barrier around her. Weiwei, what transpired? Heavens, your injuries are severe. Upon examination, the Snowflake's laboratory members were visibly shaken. Their team leader, Qin Weiwei, a C-grade operative, had been critically wounded by a mere D-grade, an occurrence that defied belief. Their laboratory's operatives possessed abilities far superior to those found in unaffiliated individuals, and Qin Weiwei was a grade above Qin Yang. Her defeat was incomprehensible. Ugh! Qin Weiwei, supported by her comrades, coughed, expelling more blood. As the leader of this expedition, she would not permit failure. Despite the grave injury inflicted by Qin Yang, she attributed it to momentary carelessness. Now that she was aware of Qin Yang's unique ability, she could defend against it, denying him the opportunity to unleash it. I am unharmed. It was merely a lapse in judgment, resulting in minor injuries. Qin Weiwei was loath to admit the extent of the damage Qin Yang had inflicted. After a scornful snort, she commanded, "Leave two to deal with Tong Xin and the other woman. The rest of you, join me in eliminating this man." His abilities were somewhat enigmatic. Even in the face of bravado, Qin Weiwei dared not take unnecessary risks. She resolved to rally the majority of skilled fighters to collectively besiege Qin Yang, for their numbers would render him defenseless. Excellent. The two of them advanced once more towards Tong Xin and Ding Mingyao, while the remaining individuals, under Qin Weiwei's leadership, began to encircle Qin Yang from various directions. You little brat, I was careless just now, but this time, I shall afford you no further opportunities. Qin Weiwei, wielding a dagger, approached with deliberate steps, harboring no doubt that she could overpower a peak D-level ability user. To be bested by someone of inferior cultivation would be a disgrace. Under normal circumstances, the experts from their laboratory routinely dominated others of the same level. Oh, you possess quite the confidence, Qin Yang observed as Qin Weiwei and her allies commenced their encirclement. His eyes narrowed. Currently, they remained outside his 10-meter radius, preventing him from utilizing his air burst technique. This technique, albeit formidable, had its limitations, only effective within a 10-meter range. Thus, he remained motionless, ever vigilant, ready to unleash his air burst the moment any adversary dared to step within his reach, capable of effortlessly obliterating everyone except Qin Weiwei. After all, she was a sea-level speed ability user, whose swiftness had spared her from the earlier explosion. Death. The first individual boldly crossed into the radius of Qin Yang's air burst skill, roaring as he lunged forward with his blade drawn. Whoosh! Qin Yang vanished, reappearing behind his assailant. With a sickening thud, a blade materialized in his grasp, severing the adversary's neck with ruthless precision. A head detached and tumbled to the ground. A peak D-rank operative posed no challenge to Qin Yang, meeting instead with instant annihilation. There was no need to employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut. He refrained from expending the considerable energy required for an air burst, a technique Qin Yang could not deploy limitlessly without depleting his spiritual energy. The operative from the Snowflake Laboratory never comprehended the nature of his demise. Meanwhile, Qin Weiwei and her cohort were visibly shaken. Li Haishuan's blade? Did you slay Li Haishan? Their gazes fell upon the weapon in Qin Yang's possession, the very one belonging to Li Haishan of their Snowflake Laboratory. It became evident that Li Haishan had fallen by Qin Yang's hand, not Tong Xian's. Chapter 78. Qin Yang's calculation. Witnessing Qin Yang's uncanny ability to dispatch one of their peak D-rank operatives, the Snowflake Laboratory members were visibly alarmed. The sight of Li Haishuan's blade in Qin Yang's hand ignited their resentment. Initially, they had attributed Li Haishuan's demise to Tong Xian, only to discover that Qin Yang was the true perpetrator, wielding the long sword acquired from Li Haishan. Qin Yang offered a faint smile. The blades crafted by your Snowflake Laboratory are indeed sharp. I find them quite appealing. These words ignited the fury of Qin Weiwei and her companions. To be slain by a blade forged in their own laboratory was an act of utter contempt on Qin Yang's part. Make haste, someone cautioned. He's presently incapable of executing his prior maneuver. It necessitates a build-up. Eliminate him. At this juncture, the individuals from the Snowflake Laboratory harbored only the desire to dispatch Qin Yang in retribution. Moreover, they had thoroughly discerned Qin Yang's capabilities, his uncanny agility, and the prior detonation. Having unleashed 2 successive abilities, Qin Yang would undoubtedly be unable to replicate those skills in short order. Qin Weiwei concurred wholeheartedly, augmenting her velocity. Despite her injuries, she prepared to terminate Qin Yang. I've been expecting you. Upon observing Qin Weiwei entering his 10-meter radius, Qin Yang's lips curled upward. The air burst was reserved for Qin Weiwei, as he lacked the confidence to dispatch a Class C ability user with his spatial teleportation. Consequently, he promptly unleashed the air burst. The resounding explosions once again sent Qin Weiwei hurtling backward. Qin Yang disregarded Qin Weiwei entirely, instead utilizing a spatial teleportation to materialize behind another Class D peak ability user. Upon witnessing Qin Yang's disappearance, the individual's countenance shifted. He turned around in alarm. No, he's behind you, his companion hastily warned, as Qin Yang had materialized behind his comrade. Mistakenly anticipating Qin Yang's appearance behind them, they turned around, only to find Qin Yang appearing in front of them. Such was the nature of spatial teleportation, utterly unpredictable. With a swift and effortless strike, Qin Yang dispatched yet another foe. Ignoring the aftermath, he charged towards the final assailant, encircling him, a considerably weaker individual at the late D rank. In a matter of moments, the outcome was inevitable, aside from Qin Weiwei. 3 of his attackers lay lifeless. Even Qin Weiwei succumbed to the effects of his second explosive maneuver, collapsing into unconsciousness. How could this be? The remaining two members of the Snowflake Laboratory, who had been besieging Tong Xian and Ding Mingyao, were now in a state of utter disarray. The two women, beleaguered and distressed, found themselves ill-equipped to contend with the capabilities of their adversaries. However, witnessing Qin Yang single-handedly eliminate three of their companions and severely injure Chen Weiwei instilled a sense of panic within them, prompting thoughts of retreat. Qin Yang, unwilling to squander precious time, swiftly approached the two women. Under the terrified gaze of the last assailant, he delivered a decisive blow to another. Seizing the moment, Tong Xian capitalized on the opponent's fear and confusion, piercing the heart of the last remaining foe, who was merely at the mid-rank. Now, having become sworn enemies with the Snowflake Laboratory, they acted without hesitation, leaving no chance for mercy. At last, the battle concluded, and both Tong Xian and Ding Mingyao could feel their chests heaving with the remnants of adrenaline. The weight of their earlier peril had been immense. As they had danced on the precipice of death, Ding Mingyao felt a lingering dread, realizing that it had been Tong Xian who shielded her throughout. Now, with Qin Yang bringing the conflict to a swift end, they reflected on their own limited contributions to the fray. I am astounded, Qin Yang, at the remarkable advancement you've achieved in such a brief span, gushed Tong Xian. During their initial encounter, Qin Yang's prowess was not nearly as formidable, yet, in this fleeting interval, he has ascended to an almost preternatural level of strength. Qin Yang, eschewing superfluous discourse, addressed the two women. Attend to the spoils of war with haste. Our task is not yet complete, as one adversary remains. I shall see to her. The ultimate aerial detonation had inflicted grievous wounds upon Chen Weiwei, precipitating her descent into unconsciousness. It is a testament to her resilience as a C-grade adept that she withstood two such explosions. Verily, the attainment of C-grade status bestows considerable fortitude. Tong Xian and Ding Mingyao diligently gathered the belongings of the fallen, securing not only mystical artifacts, but also bestial cores of considerable value. With measured steps, Qin Yang approached the prone form of Chen Weiwei. Death awaits. Abruptly, Chen Weiwei, feigning insensibility, launched a desperate assault, her fist aimed squarely at Qin Yang's chest. She had, in truth, roused from her comatose state. A futile, last-ditch effort. Qin Yang, unwavering, parried the blow with ease, then seized Chen Weiwei by her hair, casting her violently to the earth. The resounding impact rendered the already critically injured Chen Weiwei unconscious once more, having endured the full force of two aerial detonations. Her internal energies, depleted in the struggle against the explosions, left her utterly incapable of posing a threat to Qin Yang. In point of fact, Qin Yang, even when expending his own energies to unleash the aerial detonations, possessed reserves sufficient for at least 10 such attacks before approaching exhaustion. Like a fleeting glimpse of space, it consumed almost no spiritual energy, allowing Qin Yang to remain at his peak condition. Chen Weiwei, whose spiritual energy had been depleted, stood no chance of ambushing him. Qin Yang refrained from killing Chen Weiwei, as he had conceived a brilliant idea. All the others from the Snowflake Laboratory were now dead. However, he was unaware of the laboratory's location. He recalled Zhao Shi mentioning that the Snowflake Laboratory possessed a spiritual vein, a coveted treasure sought after by countless individuals. Securing this vein would eliminate the need to scour for beast cores, as it could continuously release spiritual energy for over 1,000 years. Qin Yang intended to pilfer the spiritual vein from the Snowflake Laboratory. He was quite adept at thievery, despite the inherent risks involved. By keeping Chen Weiwei alive, he could ascertain the laboratory's whereabouts and locate the vein. The venture to seize the spiritual vein from the Snowflake Laboratory was fraught with peril. Yet danger often accompanies great rewards. Should he succeed in acquiring the vein, his space would transform into a realm suffused with spiritual energy, an outcome he eagerly anticipated. He bound Chen Weiwei with his spiritual energy to prevent her from awakening and causing further trouble. At that moment, Ding Mingyao and Tongxin had already gathered all the spoils and placed them together, which included not only magical artifacts but also beast cores. Qin Yang, this is everything, Tongxin remarked, her gaze towards him laden with complexity. Qin Yang's performance in this battle had left her profoundly astonished. With a swift gesture, he stored the spoils within his space, showing no intention of concealing this from Tongxin, as it was inevitable that she would come to know if she continued to accompany him. As for Ding Mingyao, she had long been aware of his abilities. Ahem. Tong Xintong's pupils narrowed slightly, and with a mere wave of his hand, everything vanished. Chapter 79. Inviting the wolf into the house. Having collected the spoils, Qin Yang spoke to the visibly conflicted Tong Xian. Do not squander time. Take us swiftly to your storage location. We cannot linger here. They had slain members of the Snowflake Laboratory, and should the laboratory become aware, they would swiftly dispatch formidable experts. Thus, remaining even a second longer could invite peril. Understood. Tong Xian responded, though Qin Yang had continually reshaped her understanding of the world. Nevertheless, the greater Qin Yang's strength, the more beneficial it was for her, providing her with a measure of protection. The supplies she had stored were familiar to her, and they arrived at a secluded area of the martial arts school where nothing seemed to be present. Yet, with a decisive strike of her sword, Tong Xian cleaved downwards, revealing a dark, gaping entrance, a clear indication of an underground chamber. In the wasteland, many concealed their supplies in locations beyond the imagination of others. Tong Xian was no exception. To thwart the theft of her provisions, she had painstakingly created this underground refuge. It lay just below. Tong Xian leaped down first, with Qin Yang and Ding Mingyao following closely behind. Indeed, they found themselves in a pitch-black subterranean space. After pressing a button somewhere, the entire underground area illuminated. Despite the absence of conventional electricity, most factions possessed various means of power generation, including solar energy. Even in the residential complex where Qin Yang resided, solar panels were commonplace, which was entirely normal. Wow, so many supplies. Ding Mingyao was taken aback upon witnessing the vast collection of supplies gathered by Tongxin. The entire underground space was at least the size of 2 basketball courts, filled with an array of provisions. There were food items, water sources, rice, flour, and cooking essentials like oil and salt, as well as seeds and gasoline. Tongxin, with a hint of pride, remarked that this collection had required considerable effort on her part. She initially believed these supplies would sustain her for a long duration. However, it now appeared that mere possession of resources did not guarantee survival. She had unexpectedly attracted the attention of the Snowflake Laboratory after acquiring a detailed guide on ability development, which nearly cost her life. Having supplies proved futile in the face of such danger. Most of the members from their martial arts school had succumbed to the malevolent virus, leaving only 4 or 5 ability users remaining. With a mere wave of his hand, Qin Yang made all the supplies vanish, absorbing them into his own space. The resources provided by Tongxin were sufficient to sustain the more than 100 individuals within his domain for several months. This duration would allow his space to achieve a self-sustaining cycle. Tongxin's mouth fell agape in astonishment as she stared blankly at the multitude of supplies she had painstakingly gathered, now all gone in an instant. Ding Mingyao, standing beside her, reminded, Sister Tongxin, you must acclimate yourself to his abilities. This is merely the appetizer. If Tongxin were to discover that Qin Yang possessed a space fit for habitation, she would likely be utterly astounded. She had already become accustomed to his remarkable capabilities. After collecting the supplies, Qin Yang, observing the emptiness around him, spoke in a deep voice. You two should return to the Unju residential complex at once. Ah. The two gazed at Qin Yang in astonishment. Ding Mingyao inquired, and what about you? Qin Yang cast a glance at the unconscious Chen Weiwei on the ground. I have a matter to attend to. He intended to follow Chen Weiwei to the Snowflake Laboratory to acquire the spiritual vein he had long coveted, planning to discreetly appropriate it this time. This scheme was not one he intended to share with the two. Tongxin and Ding Mingyao were unaware of Qin Yang's true intentions and did not press for details. Just be careful, Ding Mingyao reminded him as the three exited the underground chamber. She had come to realize her growing affection for this man and wished for his safety. Qin Yang nodded, watching the two women depart swiftly before shifting his focus back to Chen Weiwei. Not only had he sealed her body, but she was also currently in a state of unconsciousness. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Yang understood that to locate the Snowflake Laboratory through Chen Weiwei, he would require a strategy. It would be unwise to follow her overtly. After all, the Snowflake Laboratory was a veritable den of danger, likely housing A-level abilities. And as a D-level individual, should he be discovered, it would cost him dearly. Thus, as a precaution, he resolved to utilize his spatial abilities. He transported Chen Weiwei to the Tong family's martial arts venue, casually discarding her on the ground. Once there, Qin Yang released the seal he had placed upon her and then transformed his space into a minuscule speck of dust, adhering it to Chen Weiwei. Subsequently, he entered his own space and awaited her awakening in silence. As Qin Weiwei remained in a state of unconsciousness, Qin Yang retrieved the beast essence he had found on the individuals from the Snowflake Laboratory and began to absorb it in order to enhance his strength. He had already reached the pinnacle of the D rank and was not far from breaking through to the C rank. With sufficient beast essences, a smooth transition was assured. Fortunately, the experts they had slain from the Snowflake Laboratory each carried a considerable amount of beast essence. Among them, one even possessed a C-rank beast essence. Furthermore, Qin Weiwei had around 10 C-rank beast essences on her, indicating her substantial wealth in this regard. Qin Yang immediately seized one of the C-rank beast essences and commenced absorbing its spiritual energy. In a moment, a wave of energy emanated from Qin Yang. To his astonishment, before he had completely absorbed the first C-rank beast essence, he had already advanced to the initial stage of the C rank, demonstrating the remarkable richness of spiritual energy contained within the C-rank beast essences. After the breakthrough, Qin Yang continued to absorb the energy from the beast essences. For Qin Weiwei had yet to awaken. He remained vigilant, attentive to the sounds outside. Approximately an hour later, Qin Weiwei emitted a soft groan and gradually regained consciousness. Confusion washed over her as she looked around, then down at herself. Am I truly alive? They did not kill me, or did they mistakenly believe I was dead? The heavy blow from Qin Yang had rendered her unconscious, leading him and the others to assume she had perished. As she rose, she sensed the complete depletion of her internal spiritual energy and prepared to absorb beast essence to restore it, only to discover that both her beast essences and weapons had vanished. Damn it, they have taken everything from me. Hiki, how amusing. Those naive youngsters truly believed I was dead. Since fate has allowed me to escape this calamity, your demise is now imminent. She has now learned that Tongxin remains in Longqing and that a mysterious expert is by her side, a peak D-level threat to her mere C-level initial strength. This intelligence is invaluable. She intends to bring it back to inform the higher-ups in the laboratory. At that point, they can analyze Qin Yang's abilities and devise a means to counteract him. One cannot deny the sheer terror instilled by Qin Yang's powers, leaving her with a psychological scar. Upon rising, Qin Weiwei surveyed her surroundings. Apart from herself, all those she had brought along were dead, their bodies left on the ground, their supplies pilfered by the adversary. A glint of cold light flashed in her eyes as she swiftly made her way to their Snowflake Laboratory. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Yang observed her every move. Seated within his domain, a faint smile gracing his lips. Is this what they call inviting the wolf into the fold? Chapter 80. Soul interrogation. Qin Yang transformed his space into dust that clung to Qin Weiwei, rendering it imperceptible to her. After all, he had the ability to reduce his spatial essence to inconspicuous minuscule particles. While he monitored Qin Weiwei's actions, he also solemnly regarded the alterations within his own space. Now that he had ascended to sea level, his spatial realm had undergone a significant transformation. Previously engrossed in cultivation, he had overlooked these changes. Now, he scrutinized them in detail. To his astonishment, he discovered just how vast it had become, a staggering 100 kilometers. Although it had long been anticipated, the reality of the situation still left Qin Yang profoundly shaken. With each ascension in his cultivation, the spatial expanse expanded tenfold. From an initial span of 1 kilometer, it had previously grown to 10 kilometers, and now it reached a staggering 100 kilometers. This vast area is undeniably significant. Even a small automobile traveling at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour would require an entire hour to traverse its diameter. Such an immense space can accommodate a multitude of individuals and a wealth of resources. Qin Yang recognized the paramount importance of acquiring spiritual veins. He now possessed the capacity to vigorously develop his domain. Should spiritual energy manifest within, it would awaken individuals akin to the revival of spiritual energy on the ancient blue star, significantly increasing the likelihood of awakening as the density of spiritual energy intensified. This is precisely why Qin Yang remained fixated on the spiritual veins. To establish a foothold in the desolate world, he needed to cultivate his own faction. Relying solely on his solitary endeavors would render him incapable of contending with formidable forces like the Snowflake Laboratory, the Demon Laboratory, or the Martial Alliance, which aspired to dominate the world. Unless his individual prowess reached its zenith, which was unlikely in the short term, nurturing his own faction would expedite the accumulation of resources and enhance his strength. This dual-faceted outcome presents both advantages and disadvantages, yet overall, the benefits of cultivating a faction outweigh the drawbacks. The recent expansion of his spatial domain has only amplified Qin Yang's ambitions. In addition to a broader range, his mental awareness now extends to 100 meters, allowing him to execute spatial flashes, spatial explosions, and other skills within this area. His power has thus experienced a qualitative leap within the confines of space. After testing the extent of his spiritual perception and confirming it spanned a radius of 100 meters, Qin Yang felt a profound sense of satisfaction. In regard to his mental probing, Chen Weiwei, an initial-level C-class ability user, remained utterly oblivious to his presence. He proceeded towards the Snowflake Laboratory. His name is Qin Yang. She mused, bemused that there existed an ability user unknown to our Snowflake Laboratory. It was imperative to uncover his identity and capture him alive for research. Chen Weiwei's heart seethed with resentment towards the suddenly emerging Qin Yang, for she and the Snowflake Laboratory were entirely ignorant of any information regarding him. They had no knowledge of his abilities, and their laboratory had long favored those with unique powers. Once captured, such individuals would be brought in for study. This approach was not novel. The laboratory had always operated in this manner. Behind every brilliant scientist lay countless victims. The blood of ability users staining their hands as they sought to understand the so-called powers and skills. In times when order still prevailed, there existed detailed texts on the development of supernatural abilities, yet now even such resources had become scarce. Thus, in their quest to delve deeper into these abilities, the laboratory continued to capture ability users for experimentation, a process that had claimed many lives. Chen Weiwei resolved to report her findings on Qin Yang to the laboratory, advocating for his capture and the analysis of his capabilities. After all, she had yet to comprehend the true nature of his powers. Thus, she journeyed towards a vast estate. Peering through his spatial awareness, Qin Yang beheld the grand estate adorned with the characters Jun Yuan. A sardonic smile crept across his face as he thought, "So, this is where you conceal yourselves." In Qin Yang's perception, Jun Yuan was merely a private estate, sprawling over dozens of acres, shrouded in mystery and accessible only to a select few. It is only now that I realize it serves as the stronghold for the Snowflake Laboratory. Stop. Who goes there? As Chen Weiwei made her appearance, several guards emerged from the sentry box at the estate's entrance, blocking her path. Each of them exuded an aura of at least D grade, with the leader being of C grade. This indicates the terrifying might of the Snowflake Laboratory. Even the guards stationed at the entrance are formidable, for a D grade alone could easily dominate any vicinity. The strength of the Snowflake Laboratory, lurking behind this faade, is indeed formidable. It's me. Chen Weiwei immediately declared her identity. The Snowflake Laboratory possessed immense power but harbored profound secrets, necessitating strict scrutiny of all individuals entering and exiting. Oh, Chen Weiwei. The leading C-grade ability user, Yu Zheng, furrowed his brow and gestured, as per protocol, a full-body inspection. Chen Weiwei complied willingly, undergoing a thorough examination under various lights, with no issues detected. However, Yu Zheng expressed surprise, inquiring, "Chen Weiwei, you've been gone for only a few days. How did you sustain such injuries upon your return? What happened to your team? Did you complete your mission?" The barrage of questions pressed upon her, and Chen Weiwei, her expression grave, explained, "The attempt to apprehend Tong Xin, the master of the Tong family martial arts school, ended in failure. Not only that, but all my team members perished, leaving me as the sole survivor. Thus, I came to the laboratory to report the clues I have gathered." In the Snowflake Laboratory, Chen Weiwei, a C-level ability user, is not considered a high-ranking individual. Above the C-level, there are B-level and even A-level leaders, formidable entities. After listening to Chen Weiwei's explanation, Yu Zheng still harbored doubts. "Everyone perished, yet you returned. You haven't betrayed us, have you?" Chen Weiwei's expression changed drastically as she shot him a glare. "Rest assured, I am willing to undergo a soul interrogation." Each time their laboratory dispatches personnel, they return to face rigorous examinations, including psychological evaluations, to prevent anyone from betraying and stealing the laboratory's secrets. This is the Snowflake Laboratory, cruel yet powerful. Yu Zheng nodded. "Then let us proceed with the soul interrogation. Only once it is confirmed that you have not betrayed us will I allow you entry." Consequently, Yu Zheng sealed Chen Weiwei's powers, and she offered no resistance. Soon being taken to a secret room for the soul interrogation, they connected numerous soul perception instruments to Chen Weiwei's brain, commencing inquiries about her experiences during this outing, including how she escaped danger. What? There exists a mysterious ability user at the peak of D level who defeated Chen Weiwei. It appears there are hidden masters in this world. it can be confirmed that everything Chen Weiwei stated is indeed true. Such a ruthless individual inexplicably chose not to kill Chen Weiwei. This is quite peculiar. Soon, they uncovered all that Chen Weiwei had encountered through the soul interrogation, and there were no discrepancies until the end, when she was knocked unconscious by the adversary. Yet curiously, she was not finished off. This clearly represents a significant oversight. Chapter 81. The inquisitive Director Wang's probing of Chen Weiwei's soul could be regarded as a routine examination of the laboratory. Yet, a mishap occurred. The crux of the issue lay in the fact that Chen Weiwei had not been eliminated by her adversary. The laboratory adhered to a strict protocol. Should a mission fail, the individual entrusted with it must return alive, or else face punitive measures from the laboratory. Furthermore, the failure of a mission could potentially ensnare them in a trap laid by the enemy, ultimately jeopardizing the entire laboratory. There had been numerous precedents wherein such failures had led to severe losses, hence the laboratory maintained rigorous scrutiny over returning personnel. Any semblance of suspicion could not be overlooked. Clearly, Chen Weiwei's survival raised considerable doubts, and they could not ascertain a valid reason for her return. In fact, the laboratory preferred that all individuals who failed their missions perish outside. Yu Zheng's expression was grave. The information Chen Weiwei had brought back was rather substantial. She was an entity of exceptional abilities, and it appeared she had been deliberately allowed to escape by the opponent. Swiftly, he documented all the points of concern and signaled to those nearby to remove the instruments from Chen Weiwei. With a hint of fatigue, Chen Weiwei slowly opened her eyes and inquired, "How did it go? Is everything all right?" She was confident that she had no issues, for she had indeed not betrayed them. However, Yu Zheng shook his head and replied, "Chen Weiwei, while you yourself are unharmed, the implications surrounding you are quite severe. I have pondered for a long time and cannot fathom the reason for your survival. You ponder how an individual capable of effortlessly vanquishing you and possessing a ruthless disposition could possibly choose to spare your life. Do you truly believe they would be so naive as to refrain from delivering a fatal blow to an incapacitated foe?" Upon uttering these words, Chen Weiwei's expression shifted dramatically. In that moment, she comprehended that she had perhaps overthought the situation. Who, indeed, was the fool in this narrative? Logically, she had no justification for her continued existence. Yet, it was she who had been granted a reprieve by her adversary. Now, she awakened to the realization that her life had been intentionally spared. This revelation left Chen Weiwei utterly speechless. Not only was she questioning Yu Zheng, but she was also doubting herself. Furthermore, there loomed a most dire possibility. To ensure the laboratory's safety, she might be abandoned. From the laboratory's perspective, her past mistakes rendered her a significant liability, a flaw that could spell disaster for their operations. In essence, this meant her demise was inevitable. Having escaped, she could not evade the clutches of death. Indeed, I had committed a grievous error. I should have perished outside. However, I was determined to relay crucial intelligence. Without my insights, the laboratory would face insurmountable challenges in rediscovering the secrets of ability development, incurring tremendous sacrifices. And then there was that enigmatic individual, whose unique abilities held immense value. Failing to provide my report would also constitute a loss for the laboratory. Yu Zheng sighed, stating, "How to handle your situation is no longer within my purview. I have already informed the director. Chen Weiwei has already brought significant hazards to the laboratory. Thus, it is certain that the laboratory will take measures against her. However, the specifics of how to proceed will be determined by higher-ranking officials." In the confined space, Qin Yang furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated the extreme caution exhibited by the personnel of the Snowflake Laboratory. It seems that the more powerful the forces, the more meticulous they become. He left no traces, save for allowing Chen Weiwei to remain alive, which aroused their suspicions. In truth, the suspicions of the Snowflake Laboratory were quite justified. Yet, the question remains, can they uncover the hidden presence within Chen Weiwei? Desiring to exercise caution himself, Qin Yang decided to manipulate his spatial abilities and shifted his focus from Chen Weiwei to Yu Zheng, who appeared to hold a considerable status. By doing so, regardless of what transpired with Chen Weiwei, he would remain secure. Surely the Snowflake Laboratory would not target Yu Zheng, the gatekeeper. That would be utterly improbable. Soon, another director was expected to arrive, at which point Qin Yang could seamlessly attach himself to that director, as he could silently facilitate the transfer of space. His ability to dissolve into dust was so inconspicuous that others would remain oblivious to it. Before long, a middle-aged man clad in a white coat and wearing glasses entered the room. Upon seeing the white lab coat, all present displayed expressions of reverence, acknowledging, "We have met Director Wang." In the laboratory, the director holds a rank just below that of the dean, possessing a high status and a minimum strength of B grade. Director Wang himself is a formidable figure in the latter stages of B grade, truly fearsome. In the confined space, Qin Yang could distinctly sense the formidable aura emanating from Director Wang, which was laden with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Unsure if his own presence might be detected, Qin Yang chose to remain still, subtly attaching himself to Yu Zheng as he patiently awaited an opportunity. Chen Weiwei revealed a faint smile tinged with despair, expressing, "Director Wang, not only have I failed to accomplish my mission, but I may also have fallen victim to my adversary's schemes. I acknowledge my missteps, and I harbor no resentment as the laboratory seeks to eliminate me. However, before I meet my demise, I must convey that the individual I encountered possesses extraordinary abilities. He must be apprehended, for he could provide invaluable insights to our laboratory." At this juncture, Chen Weiwei had long relinquished any hope of survival, yearning only for death, as her momentary lapse could have dire consequences for the laboratory. The one who spared her life might very well be part of a cunning ruse. Director Wang gazed deeply at Chen Weiwei and sighed. "Chen Weiwei, I have watched you grow, and your abilities are a testament to my guidance. Yet, I must lament that your execution of this task has been utterly disastrous. You should not have returned." Upon grasping the situation, Director Wang's expression grew grave. If sparing Chen Weiwei was indeed a part of a conspiracy, their laboratory might already be under scrutiny. Though the specific nature of the machinations remained unclear, it was evident that those daring to target the Snowflake Laboratory were no ordinary adversaries. After all, the audacity to rescue captured individuals from the Snowflake Laboratory and brazenly hunt down its personnel suggested a formidable backing. However, Director Wang hesitated to execute Chen Weiwei. Although the laboratory's regulations were frigid and merciless, he found it difficult to harm someone on his own team, especially someone he had personally mentored. He needed to contemplate it thoroughly. For now, confine Chen Weiwei to the second level, Director Wang finally instructed Yu Zheng. Yu Zheng paused, then expressed his hesitation. "Director Wang, I'm afraid we won't be able to explain this to the dean and the others. Convention dictates that in Chen Weiwei's situation, immediate termination is required, as her transgression is severe and demands immediate execution according to laboratory protocol." Director Wang, however, showed leniency towards Chen Weiwei, which seemed excessively humane. Director Wang solemnly declared, "I will report the facts to the higher-ups. I will bear the responsibility, no matter the cost." In the frigid laboratory, Director Wang was the only one who valued sentiment. Yu Zheng reluctantly replied, "Very well, I will also report the facts upwards." Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yang manipulated space and swiftly adhered himself to Director Wang. The higher the position, the more secrets one could access. Since Qin Yang had arrived at the Snowflake Laboratory, he was keenly interested in everything about it. If there were any valuable treasures, he wouldn't mind purloining them. Chapter 82. Chronokinetic. Qin Yang was indifferent to Chen Weiwei's fate. It was a matter for the laboratory, unrelated to him. He was now eager to uncover the secrets of these laboratories. Even in an era where order prevailed, laboratories were veiled in a shroud of mystery, unseen by ordinary people. Soon, Chen Weiwei was confined to the so-called second level. Director Wang paid no heed to Yu Zheng and left on his own. Qin Yang observed every movement of Director Wang within the confines of the space. Wang made his way directly to the estate, entering one of its edifices, while Qin Yang's perspective shifted continually. At first glance, everything appeared quite ordinary, merely a typical manner. However, upon Wang's re-entry into a secret passage from the building he had entered, Qin Yang's curiosity was piqued entirely. Clearly, the visible estate was merely a facade, concealing the true Snowflake Laboratory beneath. Even in solitude, Wang exuded an air of vigilance. He scrutinized his surroundings repeatedly before entering both the building and the secret passage. Only after confirming his safety did he proceed fully into the concealed corridor, which was equipped with a facial recognition system. Remarkably, all high-tech advancements had been meticulously preserved by the laboratory. Although intelligent devices had been abandoned as a multitude of humanity migrated to the new star, certain formidable factions still retained comprehensive technological equipment. Upon successful verification, the intelligent apparatus announced, "Welcome, Director Wang," and opened the passage. If one were not affiliated with the laboratory, entry into the Snowflake Laboratory's clandestine base would be utterly impossible. Wang smoothly accessed his designated passage and soon found himself within a descending elevator. After the elevator had traveled a considerable distance downward, he stepped out. In the next moment, Qin Yang was met with a scene that left him utterly astounded. Before him lay an expansive botanical garden, farmland, and orchards. This was no mere basement, but rather an immense subterranean world. Within the subterranean realm, numerous ordinary individuals engage in farming and orchard tending, creating a veritable paradise. Qin Yang marvels, exclaiming that while the outside world has descended into hell, this place has been transformed into heaven. It is undeniable that the personnel from the laboratory possess extraordinary capabilities, able to cultivate such a bountiful space amidst the wasteland. Had it been in the past, Qin Yang would not have dared to envision this area as a desolate expanse. The contrast is staggering. His aspiration is to fashion his own space into a similar haven. Director Wang, we require your assistance in germinating the crops in field number 17. As soon as Director Wang appears, someone approaches, bowing respectfully and subsequently requesting his help with the crop germination. After a moment of contemplation, Director Wang nods affirmatively. Very well. I shall assist. Hence, he follows the individual to field number 17. As Qin Yang observes, the crops here exhibit remarkable growth. With the nearly ripe rice ears hanging from the branches, each grain plump and robust. They are significantly larger than the rice from Blue Star, evidently having undergone enhancement. The mature wheat towers at 3 meters, while the corn cobs are astonishingly thick, measuring over 10 centimeters in diameter and weighing at least 10 pounds. In the orchard, a plethora of fruits flourish, large and exquisite, eliciting a salivary response from onlookers. If a single snowflake laboratory possesses such terrifying capabilities, one can only ponder the formidable resources of the Demon Laboratory and the Martial Alliance. The thought of confronting such powers in the future fills Qin Yang with an overwhelming sense of psychological pressure. Yet, this is not the most astonishing sight. Director Wang stands at the edge of field number 17, where the freshly sown earth lies impeccably level, with fertile soil still exuding a faint aura of vitality. Subsequently, Director Wang extended his arms, performing a peculiar gesture. Nearby, several agricultural laborers gazed at him with admiration. Qin Yang, too, observed the transformation occurring in the tilled earth under Director Wang's influence, with the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from him. Vibrant green sprouts emerged from the freshly sown soil. Wow, Director Wang's seed germination speed has significantly accelerated. They marveled at his prowess, exclaiming, Director Wang is a master of time, truly remarkable. Thank you, Director Wang. The laborers expressed their awe and gratitude. In the confines of his own space, Qin Yang was equally astonished. Could Director Wang truly manipulate time? Having perused the detailed accounts of supernatural abilities, he was aware of a specific group of individuals capable of awakening time-related powers who could indeed control the passage of time. It appeared that Director Wang had accelerated the growth of the plants, clearly indicating he was one of these rare time manipulators. Director Wang had personally demonstrated the frightening potential of such abilities. Minutes later, the seeds that had just been planted had already grown into approximately 5-centimeter tall plants, beginning to sprout 2 or 3 leaves. Qin Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He realized that what he needed most to develop his own space was someone with Director Wang's extraordinary abilities. If he had a time manipulator like Director Wang by his side, the perfect cycle of self-sufficiency within his space could be achieved much more swiftly. It is important to note that time manipulators possess capabilities that extend far beyond merely hastening plant germination. Director Wang completed the germination process and gestured to the others, indicating they could continue with their tasks. If anyone needs assistance with germination, feel free to seek me out, he said. Thank you, Director Wang. With the respectful gaze of numerous workers following him, Director Wang departed with an air of nonchalance. Qin Yang speculated that all the implanted materials here had swiftly germinated under Director Wang's influence, suggesting his significant standing within the Snowflake Laboratory. Yet, as he walked, a hint of dissatisfaction lingered upon his countenance. What a pity, he mused, for there exists no perfect world where my abilities can truly flourish. Traversing through expansive farmland, Director Wang arrived at another structure. Upon entry, he encountered yet another secret passage, guarded by personnel of at least D-class capability. However, due to Director Wang's esteemed position, he navigated the passage with ease and was subsequently transported deeper below via an elevator. At last, through Director Wang's perspective, Qin Yang beheld a multitude of buildings. At a glance, he recognized a residential area, aglow with vibrant lights and teeming with life. The streets bustled with individuals, elderly folks, children, and dog walkers, while vehicles traversed the thoroughfares, creating a miniature city reminiscent of a fairy tale realm. Qin Yang found himself at a loss for words. This underground world starkly contrasted with the desolate wasteland above. While those above endured their tribulations, those below reveled in the pleasures of life, basking in tranquility. Director Wang approached the heart of this city, the largest and most prominent edifice, and ascended to the 15th floor via the elevator, where the deans of the Snowflake Laboratory resided at the pinnacle of power. At last, Director Wang arrived at the door of an office adorned with a plaque reading Vice Dean. He knocked gently and announced, "Dean Yo, it's me." A voice, slightly aged, responded from within, "Ah, Xiao Wang, come in." Director Wang opened the door and stepped inside. Following Director Wang, Qin Yang also entered the Vice Dean's office, which was notably spacious. Beside a miniature laboratory bench, an elderly man clad in a white lab coat was diligently engaged in some task. Director Wang merely cast a brief glance at him before resuming his focus on other matters. Taking the initiative, Director Wang approached the elder, his expression imbued with remorse. "Dean Yo, I apologize, but I must protect someone. I understand that this may pose difficulties for the laboratory. Yet, she is someone I have nurtured personally, and I do not wish for her to be sacrificed at the altar of laboratory regulations." Upon hearing Director Wang's words, Dean Yo did not falter in his work, nor did he turn to acknowledge Director Wang. Instead, he replied coldly, "Xiao Wang, the laboratory has its rules, and those rules are merciless. While I recognize your compassionate nature, rules are rules, and none may contravene the regulations of the laboratory. What do you think we old-timers endure in this wasteland for? Is it not to savor a measure of peace? The girl you mentioned, Chen Weiwei, she may have already compromised the secrecy of our laboratory and posed a significant threat to our safety. Venture forth and personally eliminate her. Thus, you shall be unburdened by inner demons. As a practitioner of temporal abilities, your ultimate aspiration is to cultivate your powers to their utmost potential. Disregard the trivialities of romance." Even without Director Wang divulging the antecedents, Deputy Director Niu was already cognizant of the entire sequence of events and had decreed that Director Wang himself should execute Chen Weiwei, solely to safeguard the Snowflake Laboratory. Within the confines of that space, Qin Yang perceived the laboratory personnel as utterly frigid and devoid of emotion, akin to automatons. The act of killing seemed to hold no significance for them. Human beings were perceived as mere ants, disposable at will. Upon his initial exposure to the inner workings of the laboratory, Qin Yang came to realize that it was indeed a ravenous beast that devoured men without remorse. For the sake of their experiments, they held no regard for the lives of others. Moreover, given Director Wang's apparent rapport with Chen Weiwei, Deputy Director Niu's directive for Wang to personally carry out her execution was undeniably ruthless. Director Wang paused momentarily, then shook his head, stating, "Deputy Director Niu, I am incapable of such an act. I am not a machine. Let Chen Weiwei live and grant her an opportunity to atone for her transgressions. Should any untoward consequences arise, I shall bear full responsibility." At that juncture, Deputy Director Niu ceased his work, slowly straightening his frame. Despite his advanced age, he possessed an unusually towering stature, approximating 2 meters. He removed his white gloves and, without uttering a word, delivered a resounding slap to Director Wang's face, declaring, "My boy, sentimentality will be the undoing of us all. Only the cold, unyielding dictates of the rules can safeguard everyone. If you find yourself unable to proceed, I shall dispatch someone to deal with Chen Weiwei." Following the act of striking Director Wang, Dean Niu commenced to elucidate, without regard for the director's emotional state. Smack. Subsequently, he administered another blow to Director Wang's face, causing it to swell conspicuously, before stating with gravity, "You are a highly valued talent within our laboratory. Do not stray from the correct path. Is that clear? While I shall not take your life, excessive transgressions will result in the laboratory transforming you into a marionette." Having concluded his admonishment, Dean Niu readjusted his white gloves, saying, "Return and contemplate your actions, and ensure you do not disappoint me again." Despite enduring 2 consecutive blows from Dean Niu, Director Wang offered neither resistance nor evasion, his countenance remaining unchanged. Within the laboratory, the paramount principle is obedience to superiors. Director Wang's intercession on behalf of Chen Weiwei had thoroughly incensed Vice Dean Niu, as the laboratory would not jeopardize itself for a single individual. Should Qin Weiwei be spared, the Snowfall Laboratory would face annihilation, a consequence no one could bear. This is the imperative for Qin Weiwei's demise. Yes, I shall reflect immediately. Director Wang offered a wry smile, tinged with bitterness. Since his arrival at the Snowfall Laboratory, he had become a mere instrument of the institution. Despite his esteemed position as director, his every action was subject to the control of his superiors, even to the point of suppressing his own thoughts. Everything within these walls was characterized by frigidity and callousness, including the individuals themselves. Without uttering another word, Director Wang turned and left Dean Yo's office. He descended to the 12th floor, where his own office awaited him. Alone in his chair, confusion clouded his eyes. This place was not a paradise. It felt like hell. How could I, Wang Jiangmen, fail to protect those under my care? What am I worth? This world has truly become irredeemable. Director Wang began to engage in self-criticism, harboring dissatisfaction not only with the Snowflake Laboratory, but also with himself. He clearly witnessed the abhorrent actions taking place within the laboratory. Not only was he powerless to intervene, but he had also become an accomplice to those cold-blooded executioners. Slap. Wang Jiangmen struck himself again, murmuring, "I am sorry, Weiwei. I am a failure." In the space around him, Qin Yang sensed the profound emotional turmoil within Wang Jiangmen. He longed to save Qin Weiwei, yet his identity and position rendered him incapable of doing so. Although Qin Weiwei's impending execution by the laboratory was indeed connected to Qin Yang, they had once been adversaries, leaving him with no recourse. However, witnessing a remarkable talent like Wang Jiangmen being disregarded by the Snowflake Laboratory, unable to rescue those he wished to save, was undeniably frustrating. In essence, Wang Jiangmen was merely a tool for the laboratory. Thus, a sudden inspiration struck Qin Yang. His visit to the Snowflake Laboratory was driven not only by the paramount pursuit of spiritual veins, but also by the desire to acquire some treasures. It seemed apparent now that the Snowflake Laboratory held a considerable number of valuable assets. Upon witnessing the plight of Wang Jiangmen, Qin Yang suddenly conceived a bolder idea to incorporate Wang Jiangmen into his sphere of influence. Wang Jiangmen held a position of considerable esteem within the Snowflake Laboratory and possessed knowledge of many of its secrets. Should he be inclined to ally with Qin Yang, their collaboration could yield substantial gains within the laboratory. The very thought of those crop seeds tantalized Qin Yang to no end. His spatial capabilities had expanded to 100 kilometers, allowing for extensive cultivation, which necessitated a copious supply of seeds. Fortuitously, the Snowflake Laboratory harbored the very items he sought. Though he was unaware of their precise location, Director Wang Jiangmen certainly knew. If he could successfully win Wang Jiangmen over to his side, this visit to the Snowflake Laboratory could prove to be a lucrative venture. The more Qin Yang contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became. The opportunity was ripe. After all, Wang Jiangmen must be in a state of profound disillusionment, and with the right inducements, the likelihood of persuading him was exceedingly high. Director Wang, I believe we should have a conversation. Qin Yang projected his thoughts into his space, sending a voice that only Wang Jiangmen could perceive. Who is speaking? Wang Jiangmen swiftly emerged from his confusion, rapidly scanning for the source of the voice, his demeanor shifting to one of utmost vigilance. He realized that an intrusion had occurred within the Snowflake Laboratory, possibly right beside him. The very notion was terrifying, and his thoughts turned to Qin Weiwei. This individual must have utilized her to gain access to the Snowflake Laboratory. Upon this realization, cold sweat began to bead on Wang Jiangmen's back. Chapter 84. The Art of Creation. As a B-level late-stage ability user, Wang Jiangmen was a figure of considerable strength, even in the current wasteland. Not to mention in an era where order still prevailed. His understanding far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and in an instant, he comprehended that the forces behind the release of Qin Weiwei had infiltrated their Snowflake Laboratory alongside her. Thus, it was clear that the Snowflake Laboratory had not wronged Qin Weiwei, yet remained oblivious to the fact that the enemy had already breached their defenses. He unleashed his spiritual energy, searching for the adversary, but found no trace whatsoever, indicating the exceptional stealth capabilities of the intruder, who had evaded all detection devices within the Snowflake Laboratory. In the confines of the space, Qin Yang observed Wang Jiangmen's every move without responding to his words. Instead, he stated coolly, "Within the Snowflake Laboratory, your freedom and talents are constrained. I can offer you an opportunity to showcase your abilities." Upon hearing this, Wang Jiangmen fell into silence, fully aware that the ability to silently infiltrate the core area of the Snowflake Laboratory implied extraordinary prowess. The forces behind this maneuver were not to be underestimated. After all, any entity bold enough to target the Snowflake Laboratory must possess strength that was at least on par with it. However, Wang Jiangmin was no fool. If he had no freedom or opportunity to demonstrate his talents within the Snowflake Laboratory, why would he expect any different treatment from other factions? He chuckled softly. Do you really think I would believe you? He held no faith in the words of his interlocutor, recalling how the Snowflake Laboratory had once promised him similar assurances, only for him to become nothing more than a tool for their purposes. Qin Yang did not refute. I can invite you to witness my world. However, it requires you to empty your mind and refrain from resisting my power. We can discuss the details in person. Qin Yang perceived that Wang Jiangmin was an exceptionally rare talent. The ability akin to manipulating time, if harnessed within his own realm, could undoubtedly expedite the construction of his space. Of course, he dared not guarantee that he could win over Wang Jiangmin. Nonetheless, he sensed a glimmer of possibility, especially since he had witnessed Wang Jiangmin's experiences in the Snowflake Laboratory. There remained a chance. A person of untapped potential surely needed a benevolent master. And Qin Yang happened to fit that description. He imposed no restrictions on those around him, provided they did not infringe upon his boundaries. Everything else was negotiable. Wang Jiangmin hesitated for a moment upon hearing Qin Yang's invitation to enter his world, curiosity flickering within him. To put it plainly, he felt no sense of belonging in the Snowflake Laboratory. The frigid regulations and the callousness of the people there made him profoundly uncomfortable. Yet he remained there out of necessity. Although he had no intention of defecting to Qin Yang's faction, he found himself intrigued by Qin Yang's words. I believe a conversation would be worthwhile. Wang Jiangmin seated himself, fully abandoning his guard. Following Qin Yang's guidance, he emptied his mind. Let us begin. I am eager to understand the nature of your faction, which seems to possess no trace of the Snowflake Laboratory. In the next instant, Wang Jiangmin felt a mysterious force envelop him, followed by an intense pull. He realized that should he resist, this power would be unable to subdue him. Yet he did not resist, surrendering to the force that tugged at him. In an instant, Wang Jiangmin felt a blur before his eyes, vanishing from his office. A flicker of surprise gracing his countenance as he disappeared. Upon the shift of his surroundings, he found himself in a desolate expanse, illuminated by light and filled with fresh air. Staring blankly at this unfamiliar realm, Wang Jiangmin perceived the vastness of space, with a sky and earth that starkly contrasted the artificially constructed underground world of their Snowflake Laboratory. This place felt undeniably more authentic. What astounded him most was the fact that he had vanished from his office, only to materialize in such a setting. Who are you? He inquired, as he beheld a strikingly handsome young man before him, clad in a gray short-sleeved shirt, black jeans, and sneakers. After assessing the individual, Wang Jiangmin gazed curiously, sensing the fluctuations of the young man's spiritual energy, discovering a mysterious power emanating from him, one that eluded his comprehension. In truth, within Qin Yang's domain, he was akin to a deity, wielding boundless capabilities, while outside, he possessed merely the initial stage of sea-level cultivation. Here, his prowess was inscrutable to all. Confronting a master of the late B level, Qin Yang remained unflustered, opening his arms and calmly declaring, "Welcome to my world. My name is Qin Yang, though you may also refer to me as God." God. Wang Jiangmin mused inwardly, contemplating the audacity of this individual. Indeed, this young man was unfathomable, and this seemingly limitless world belonged to him. Whether he is a deity remains unknown, yet here, he perceives Qin Yang's formidable strength. Should he launch an attack now, it would undoubtedly result in his demise. Without further hesitation, Wang Jiangmin directly stated, "I am quite intrigued by your world. May we discuss the potential for collaboration? How do you envision this partnership? This desolate yet expansive realm indeed harbors immense opportunities for development." From the moment he arrived, Wang Jiangmin felt a profound affinity for this place, even sensing that it might be more suited to him. With a mere wave of his hand, Qin Yang conjured a gazebo before them, complete with a table and chairs. "Let us sit and converse," he suggested. Wang Jiangmin's pupils constricted in astonishment. The ability to create something out of thin air left even this B-class adept in awe. Undoubtedly, Qin Yang's prowess was akin to that of a divine being. Such a capability was beyond anything he had ever witnessed. Not even A-class or S-class abilities could achieve this. It was astonishingly powerful, almost grotesquely so. Very well. Taking a deep breath, Wang Jiangmin felt no need for pretense in the presence of such a terrifyingly powerful individual. Once seated, Qin Yang spoke with a calm demeanor. "This is my world, a realm in dire need of development, and I require talents such as yourself. We can discuss remuneration. I can offer you complete freedom." Gesturing to the surroundings, Qin Yang conveyed his sincerity. He believed Wang Jiangmin to be a rare gem. It was perplexing that the Snowflake Laboratory failed to recognize his value, leaving him no choice but to recruit from beneath their walls. "I find this place appealing. It feels like my true home. But what must I sacrifice?" Upon entering Qin Yang's realm and witnessing the wondrous creations conjured from thin air, Wang Jiangmin felt an overwhelming urge to remain. Of course, he understood that nothing comes without a price. He would undoubtedly have to contribute something. Qin Yang smiled and shook his head, saying, "You need not offer anything. Simply utilize your abilities to shape my world into a habitable haven." He truly lacked the energy to forge his own domain, which is why he required individuals of talent. Wang Jiangmin's temporal prowess could expedite the ecological development of his world. Chapter 85. Another paradise. Upon hearing that Qin Yang demanded nothing, imposed no restrictions, Wang Jiangmin was left in a state of disbelief, wondering if he was dreaming. Could it be that Qin Yang was deceiving him? Yet, after some contemplation, he found himself inclined to trust Qin Yang's words, for he indeed harbored a disdain for that dreadful place, the Snowflake Laboratory. If given the chance to stay here, he would undoubtedly seize it without hesitation. The prospect of cultivating a new world from the ground up into a suitable habitat was, in essence, his aspiration. Moreover, many factions were endeavoring to create such a world, yet none had succeeded. Now, this desolate land awaited development, igniting within him a fervent ambition. Wang Jiangmin pressed further. "Am I truly not required to sacrifice anything?" Qin Yang pondered for a moment before responding, "It's not entirely without cost. If possible, I would like you to assist me in raiding the Snowflake Laboratory to plunder everything of significance, including that spiritual vein." Upon witnessing Wang Jiangmin's intrigue and his willingness to step into his world, Qin Yang no longer concealed his intentions to plunder the Snowflake Laboratory. Most crucially, he sought the location of the spiritual vein. To this day, he remained oblivious to its whereabouts within the laboratory. However, as a high-ranking director with significant authority, Wang Jiangmin undoubtedly possessed knowledge of its location. To execute his plan, Qin Yang required Wang Jiangmin's cooperation. "Ah, so you are after that spiritual vein," Wang Jiangmin mused, momentarily taken aback, before bursting into laughter. "In any case, I have never been fond of the Snowflake Laboratory. Let us take a gamble. I shall assist you in your endeavors." Having aligned himself with Qin Yang, Wang Jiangmin readily acquiesced to his demands. The prospect of raiding the Snowflake Laboratory excited him immensely. Over the years, he had been utilized as a mere tool by the laboratory, fostering no emotional ties whatsoever. Moreover, having recently endured a humiliating reprimand from Director Niu, he felt utterly detached from the institution. Whether seen as a traitor or a defector, he was prepared to take a risk and follow this stranger, Qin Yang. Qin Yang, surprised by Wang Jiangmin's prompt agreement, recognized his tenacity and appreciated his decisiveness. Had Wang Jiangmin hesitated, Qin Yang might not have considered his inclusion. "Excellent. Truly. You are Director Wang. Time is of the essence. I believe we should commence our actions without delay." In an effort to avoid prolonged uncertainties, Qin Yang resolved to act swiftly, intending to ransack the Snowflake Laboratory and depart expeditiously. However, Wang Jiangmin suddenly said, "Wait a moment. Could you assist me in saving Chen Weiwei? She is someone I have nurtured myself, and I wish to take her away from this dreadful place, the Snowflake Laboratory. I do not want her to become a victim of the lab's experiments." Qin Yang nodded in agreement. No problem. Saving Chen Weiwei was not a daunting task for him. As long as he could locate her, he could effortlessly bring her into his own space. Thus, Qin Yang conferred with Wang Jiangmin regarding a strategy, and subsequently, he left a spatial mark on Wang Jiangmin. With this mark, he could summon him back into his space at any moment, merely a thought away. Furthermore, to prevent any treachery from Wang Jiangmin, Qin Yang had discovered numerous techniques within his own space. He could eliminate anyone marked by him at his discretion. Thus, he felt secure against any potential betrayal. Once outside, Wang Jiangmin took a deep breath in his office. He had to admit that he was still astounded after entering Qin Yang's space. He had never witnessed such a genuine realm. It was not only vast, but also boasted a true sky, earth, and light. Nevertheless, Wang Jiangmin was acutely aware of Chen Weiwei's perilous situation. He swiftly made his way to the prison on the second level, for the laboratory demanded that he execute Chen Weiwei himself. If he delayed, he risked being eliminated by others in the laboratory. Without hesitation, he entered the cell and laid eyes upon the imprisoned Chen Weiwei. Director Wang. Chen Weiwei, disheveled and resigned, sat awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. The moment she saw Wang Jiangmin, she understood her fate. The individual who had personally imparted her skills was now tasked with ending her life, yet she harbored no resentment. Director Wang surveyed their surroundings, noting the presence of other personnel, and sighed. Weiwei, I'm sorry, you committed a grave error. Consequently, the laboratory has instructed me to eliminate you personally. I must adhere to the laboratory's protocols and see you off. Please, do not bear me any ill will. Although he had no intention of killing Chen Weiwei, he had to maintain the charade, lest the laboratory personnel discover the truth, which would place Chen Weiwei in greater peril. Chen Weiwei, however, remained composed, displaying no animosity towards Wang Jiangmin. I understand. Director Wang, thank you for your care over the years. In my eyes, you are like a father to me. Proceed. Wang Jiangmin nodded, producing a dagger, and plunged it into Chen Weiwei's chest. Go now. Chen Weiwei was taken aback. Realizing that Wang Jiangmin had not pierced her heart, she was not dead. Such an injury was far from fatal for an empowered individual. She found it hard to believe that a B-grade expert like Wang Jiangmin would commit such a fundamental error. In the next instant, Wang Jiangmin covered Chen Weiwei's eyes. Rest peacefully. Chen Weiwei seemed to grasp Wang Jiangmin's intent. She closed her eyes, suppressed her aura, and began to feign death. Though she was uncertain as to why Director Wang was doing this, the observers outside, witnessing Wang Jiangmin personally slay Chen Weiwei, remained expressionless. Once Chen Weiwei lay still in a pool of blood, Wang Jiangmin cradled Chen Weiwei's corpse and began to walk out, stating, I will dispose of Chen Weiwei's body. He signaled to the others in the laboratory, ensuring that no one would seize Chen Weiwei's body for experimentation, which was consistent with Wang Jiangmin's character in the lab. Yes, Director Wang. The inmates did not obstruct him, allowing Wang Jiangmin to take Chen Weiwei's corpse without interference. Cradling Chen Weiwei, Wang Jiangmin entered his office, closed the door, and whispered to the seemingly lifeless Chen Weiwei, remember, do not resist. I will take you to another paradise. Chen Weiwei nodded in understanding. Qin Yang was well prepared. He swiftly used his spatial abilities to draw Director Wang and Chen Weiwei into his own realm. Once within Qin Yang's space, Director Wang let out a sigh of relief and addressed Chen Weiwei. Weiwei, stop pretending to be dead. Rise. With a sudden gasp, Chen Weiwei opened her eyes and sprang up. She quickly surveyed her surroundings, about to question Wang Jiangmin, when her gaze fell upon the standing Qin Yang, leaving her utterly stunned, as if struck by lightning, unable to believe her eyes. It's you? How are you here? In that moment, Chen Weiwei was completely bewildered. Unable to process the situation, her astonishment spilling forth. Qin Yang's presence had thwarted her mission, left her unconscious, and ultimately resulted in her death sentence from the laboratory, all because of him. Now, witnessing Qin Yang before her, seemingly in the company of Director Wang, she struggled to comprehend the myriad of circumstances that had led to this moment. Chapter 86. Heaven wants to destroy him. The instant Chen Weiwei laid eyes on Qin Yang, she was utterly taken aback, her face a canvas of disbelief. Were it not for Qin Yang, she would not have fallen into such a tragic fate. To say she bore no hatred for him would be a lie. She did not take a moment to ponder the reasons behind Qin Yang's presence. Instead, she immediately pointed at him and exclaimed to Director Wang, it was he who caused my mission to fail. He is the one who knocked me unconscious. Everything is due to him. Kill him quickly. He possesses only peak D-level abilities. With your strength, he cannot escape. Director Wang felt a surge of frustration. Although Chen Weiwei had divulged much information, he found himself unconcerned by the details, for he had resolved to follow Qin Yang. He swore to leave the cursed snowflake laboratory behind and had no intention of looking back. Whether Qin Yang was truly a D-level adept mattered little. His mere presence in this unique space was enough to compel Wang to make a choice. Shaking his head, he addressed the resentful Chen Weiwei. What you say is inconsequential. The truth is, our lives now rest in his hands. From this moment on, we must heed his commands. Do you understand? Chen Weiwei stood there in shock, her body trembling slightly, and she even took a few steps back, her gaze vacantly fixed on Qin Yang before her. At that moment, she fully comprehended that her rescue by Director Wang was solely due to Qin Yang. She understood all too well that in the Snowflake Laboratory, even if Director Wang wished to save her, it would have been nearly impossible. Surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, she realized that this was indeed not the Snowflake Laboratory. Qin Yang, with his hands clasped behind his back, looked at the complex expression on Chen Weiwei's face and smiled. "We meet again. Welcome to my world." Chen Weiwei swallowed hard, at a loss for words. Her fate now rested in Qin Yang's hands, leaving her with no options. Suddenly, she perceived Qin Yang as an enigmatic figure. Recalling the extraordinary abilities he possessed, powers she had never encountered before. Wang Jiangmen, too, offered little in terms of conversation. Addressing Chen Weiwei, "The Snowflake Laboratory intends for me to execute you myself, but having nurtured you, I cannot bring myself to do so. Were it not for Qin Yang, you would certainly meet your demise. Thus he is your savior, and you should be grateful to him. Now, remain calm and do not wander about. I have matters to attend to with Qin Yang." With Chen Weiwei's rescue secured, Wang Jiangmen felt liberated to engage Qin Yang in a bold assault against the Snowflake Laboratory. His excitement palpable as adrenaline surged through him. At last, he could disregard the laboratory's regulations and dare to rebel. "Qin Yang, take me out. I possess knowledge of most of the laboratory's critical assets. This time, I intend to seize everything we can." With a mere thought, Qin Yang transported Wang Jiangmen out of the space. As she witnessed Wang Jiangmen's sudden disappearance, Chen Weiwei was momentarily stunned, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in her eyes. Clearly, she understood that even an advanced B-level ability user like Wang Jiangmen could not vanish into thin air. Everything was intrinsically linked to Qin Yang. Having witnessed his prowess before, she found herself profoundly shaken yet again. Meanwhile, Qin Yang sat in the pavilion, paying no heed to Chen Weiwei, as he prepared to launch a decisive strike against the Snowflake Laboratory, determined to give it his all. His mental presence could envelop an area of 100 meters, and after reaching sea level, it had increased tenfold compared to before. Thus, within this 100-meter radius, he could freely wield his spatial abilities and skills. Observing the movements of the Snowflake Laboratory, he noticed that upon exiting the spatial realm, Wang Jiangmen emerged from his office, infused with an inexplicable exhilaration. "Director Wang, it is your turn to patrol today. Please complete your duties promptly." Shortly after leaving his office, an individual from the Snowflake Laboratory hurriedly approached, requesting Wang Jiangmen to commence his patrol. Despite the laboratory being a closed environment, there were concerns about potential issues, prompting the daily deployment of experts above B-level to monitor various areas. Now, it was Wang Jiangmen's responsibility to patrol. "All right." Wang Jiangmen nodded, his heart brimming with joy. This time, the Snowflake Laboratory was destined for catastrophe. In essence, fate had decreed the downfall of the Snowflake Laboratory. Initially, he had worried that collaborating with Qin Yang would impose restrictions on him, but now he was assigned to patrol, which required him to traverse numerous locations within the Snowflake Laboratory's base. This arrangement would facilitate his plans to seize the laboratory's treasures alongside Qin Yang. Grabbing his identification badge, Wang Jiangmen radiated an air of determination. He was resolute in his intent to plunder the Snowflake Laboratory thoroughly. After all these years of being treated as a mere tool by the laboratory, he had endured far too much. Now it was his turn to retaliate, and he would not feel satisfied until he had turned the Snowflake Laboratory upside down. Thus, he commenced his patrol. The second floor served as the living area for ordinary individuals within the Snowflake Laboratory, encompassing zones for cultivation and breeding. All of the laboratory's food was sourced from the second level can be regarded as the domain of the subordinates of the Snowflake Laboratory. In truth, there are no remarkable treasures on the second level. Even the grains harvested and livestock raised there are dispatched to the warehouses of the fifth level for storage. The third level serves as the office area, where nearly everyone is engaged in work. Some confidential documents are housed here. Upon arriving at a document repository, Wang Jiangmen effortlessly opened the door with his credentials. "Qin Yang, the documents here represent many years of accumulation by the laboratory. Although they may not be the most crucial, their value is nonetheless considerable," he remarked. Within the space, Qin Yang felt a stirring in his heart and swiftly released his spiritual awareness, beginning to absorb the confidential documents into his own realm. With a rustling sound, the documents within the repository began to vanish at an astonishing pace under Wang Jiangmen's watchful gaze. Although he was aware that Qin Yang possessed spatial abilities, he was still profoundly astonished by Qin Yang's methods. It was only after all the documents had been collected that Wang Jiangmen departed from the repository, securely closing the door behind him. A peculiar smile graced his face as he commenced his patrol of the fourth level. The fourth level is dedicated to the laboratory, housing numerous invaluable materials and the research achievements of the Snowflake Laboratory over the years. Director Wang had no intention of letting this opportunity slip away. It could be said that if all the experimental data and confidential documents of the Snowflake Laboratory were to be taken away, the laboratory's years of effort would be rendered futile. Meanwhile, Qin Yang would reap the benefits effortlessly. What is this? Chen Weiwei stood not far from Qin Yang, gazing at the multitude of documents that had seemingly materialized before her. She had an inkling of their significance, especially when she seized one of the file folders, which bore the inscription Snowflake Laboratory Level 2 document, confidential. She was utterly astounded. You have stolen the confidential documents from the Snowflake Laboratory? How is that even possible? This is beyond belief. Chapter 87. The Golden Egg. Chen Weiwei observed that all the materials were indeed classified documents from the Snowflake Laboratory, and a shiver ran down her spine. The fact that Qin Yang had managed to pilfer such a vast array of confidential files from the Snowflake Laboratory was staggering. If the higher-ups were to discover this, they would likely be engulfed in fury. Yet, Qin Yang merely shrugged innocently, saying, "You've misunderstood. It was Director Wang's doing. He is the mastermind behind this." Had it not been for Director Wang, Qin Yang would have remained ignorant of the treasures hidden within the Snowflake Laboratory. His knowledge was limited to merely one spiritual vein. Thus, the revelation of Director Wang's betrayal was profoundly significant and crucial. Qin Yang had indeed found the right person in Wang Jiangmen. Chen Weiwei found herself at a loss for words. She had never anticipated that Wang Jiangmen, the director of the Snowflake Laboratory, would betray it so completely. However, it made sense. Wang Jiangmen had always been unable to realize his ambitions within the confines of the laboratory, merely regarded as a tool. Now, it seemed that Qin Yang had offered Director Wang more favorable conditions, prompting him to willingly turn against the Snowflake Laboratory. Moreover, reflecting upon the cold and ruthless regulations of the Snowflake Laboratory, Chen Weiwei felt no sense of belonging there. However, witnessing Director Wang's collaboration with Qin Yang brought her a sense of relief. Director Wang was gambling with his life. Whether he would emerge victorious remained uncertain. Yet at least he was unwilling to perpetually remain a mere tool of the Snowflake Laboratory. Before long, a substantial volume of highly confidential documents was retrieved by Qin Yang through spatial absorption. As Wang Jiangmen had indicated, these materials represented years of accumulated experimental data from the Snowflake Laboratory, their significance undeniable. They were of greater importance than the previous classified documents. After patrolling the fourth floor, Wang Jiangmen grew increasingly exhilarated. The fourth level housed the laboratory, where a multitude of key personnel were engaged in various experiments. They were not merely scientists. They were formidable powers in a band of lunatics. These scientists seldom ventured beyond the confines of the laboratory, much like Deputy Dean Yo and others, who were perpetually engrossed in their own research. He proceeded to the fifth floor, which housed the vital resources and storage facilities of the Snowflake Laboratory. Almost all supplies were stored in the deeper fifth level. This implied that, in the event of an external invasion, assailants would first have to breach the defenses from the second to the fourth levels. In truth, very few adversaries could reach the fifth level unless they had internal support, particularly from someone of his directorial rank, who possessed the authority to access all spatial layers of the laboratory. Therefore, should Qin Yang encounter individuals of a rank lower than director, it would be impossible for them to procure the resources and treasures located on the fifth level. However, Wang Jiangmen encountered no obstacles. He smoothly entered the fifth level through verification. Under the guise of patrol, he appeared in the vast expanse of the fifth level. The entire fifth level was filled with an array of warehouses, each brimming with abundant supplies. In addition to grain seeds, flour, rice, fruits, and vegetables, there were also various materials collected from the outside, including numerous beast pills. Astonishingly, one Snowflake Laboratory possessed such an extensive stockpile of resources. Through Wang Jiangmen's perspective, Qin Yang clearly observed everything within the warehouses and was taken aback, for the supplies of the Snowflake Laboratory exceeded his expectations significantly. As if sensing Qin Yang's thoughts, Wang Jiangmen communicated with him through the spatial imprint, conveying that even if the Snowflake Laboratory ceased production now, the resources would suffice to sustain the inhabitants for a century. What does it mean to have enough provisions for 100 years? Qin Yang found it hard to fathom. However, all these supplies now belonged to him. He immediately utilized his spatial abilities to frantically extract resources from the warehouse, leaving no item behind. With a whoosh, an entire warehouse of wheat seeds was collected and piled before him like a mountain. Was this the grain from the laboratory's warehouse? Chen Weiwei was left speechless, realizing that Qin Yang and Director Wang were indeed intent on plundering the snowflake laboratory. It was utterly audacious and exhilarating. Yes, she too felt the thrill. The wheat alone filled several warehouses, which Qin Yang effortlessly gathered into his space, forming a mountain of grain. Before Qin Yang and Chen Weiwei stood a staggering accumulation of resources, including corn, rice, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and chili peppers. Qin Yang himself was unaware of the sheer volume of supplies he had amassed, feeling an exhilarating rush of excitement and fervor. It was truly thrilling. He had achieved such a vast collection of goods without lifting a finger. This bounty would sustain the inhabitants of his space for countless years. Qin Yang. These are beast pills, came a voice as Wang Jiangmen led him to another warehouse, filled to the brim with wooden crates, each containing an assortment of beast pills of varying grades. The quantity was unfathomable. With wide eyes and a surge of determination, Qin Yang commanded, "Collect." In an instant, every crate brimming with beast pills was drawn into his spatial realm. As he sensed the spiritual energy emanating from the crates, Qin Yang's excitement intensified. Previously impoverished and desperate for beast pills, this occasion was nothing short of a bountiful harvest. The Snowflake Laboratory housed an endless supply of beast pills, numbering no less than 1,000,000. The joy was palpable, a smile spreading across his face that he could scarcely contain. Under Wang Jiangmen's guidance, Qin Yang continued his collection spree, ultimately clearing all the resources from the 5th level of the Snowflake Laboratory. Upon reaching the final warehouse, uncertainty loomed regarding its contents. Wang Jiangmen communicated telepathically with Qin Yang, and together they bypassed security through facial recognition to enter. Even Wang Jiangmen was oblivious to what lay within, having never ventured inside during his patrols. Regardless, emboldened by Qin Yang's presence, he resolved to face any consequences and stepped boldly into the last warehouse. Regardless of whether it was Wang Jiangmen or Qin Yang, both were left in utter astonishment. 2 water source pearls and 1 fire source pearl. Is this a spirit stone? They were both overwhelmed by the treasures within the warehouse, for there were 2 water source pearls alone, in addition to a fire source pearl. Furthermore, there lay the legendary spirit stones, which are invaluable, as they possessed spiritual energy far more refined than that contained within beast pills. With but a single thought, Qin Yang collected them into his spatial realm. Besides the aforementioned treasures, there were also magical artifacts utilized by practitioners, all of considerable rank. Even more intriguingly, there were peculiar spiritual herbs, which Qin Yang did not recognize. Yet he gathered them all for further study. Additionally, there was a strange egg. Wang Jiangmen discovered a colossal golden egg in the corner, towering over 3 meters and radiating a golden glow. Qin Yang, this egg is undoubtedly extraordinary. It must belong to some ancient creature. I have never even heard of its existence in the Snowflake Laboratory. We must collect it quickly. If this egg can hatch, it will surely yield surprises. Without needing further urging from Director Wang, Qin Yang promptly stored the magnificent golden egg in his spatial realm. Chapter 88. Core Spiritual Source. By securing the golden egg within his spatial domain, Qin Yang and Wang Jiangmen had thoroughly looted the entire warehouse of the Snowflake Laboratory. The quantity of treasures they amassed was beyond Qin Yang's own reckoning. However, he had one paramount objective to collect, which was the spiritual vein, the true target of his endeavor. Director Wang, we have gathered sufficient resources. Please take me to the location of the spiritual vein, Qin Yang urged Wang Jiangmen. Under Wang Jiangmen's guidance, he had amassed an ample amount of supplies, yet their thievery had persisted for some time and would soon attract the attention of the laboratory personnel. Before their actions were uncovered, he had to retrieve the spiritual vein. Wang Jiangmen did not divert his course but nodded in agreement. Understood. However, acquiring the spiritual vein may prove challenging, as numerous experts from the laboratory are cultivating near it. Whether we can secure the vein will depend on your capabilities. The spiritual vein was an immensely significant asset, located on the 6th floor of the Snowflake Laboratory. This level was renowned for its formidable defenses and served as the core area of the facility, yet those of director-level status were permitted entry. After all, Wang Jiangmen was indeed one of the high-ranking officials of the Snowflake Laboratory. Presently, Wang Jiangmen arrived at the 6th floor. Director Wang, are you on patrol today? Upon seeing Wang Jiangmin enter the 6th floor through his credentials, the stationed abilities immediately greeted him, for even the guards were B-class abilities. Wang Jiangmin nodded. "Is everything in order on the 6th floor?" He inquired of the guards in a routine manner. The 6th floor was secure, currently. The president and others were in seclusion for cultivation, and no one dared to venture here recklessly. The sentinel exuded confidence. For the 6th floor was the core domain of the Snowflake Laboratory, a gathering of experts. Even the most formidable director, a peak-level A-class master, held dominion here. Thus, the 6th floor of the Snowflake Laboratory could rightly be deemed the safest haven. The A-class peak director was on the verge of reaching S-class prowess, rendering him an indomitable force in the desolate world that prevailed today. "Oh, the director is here too? That puts my mind at ease." Upon hearing that the director was also in seclusion on the 6th floor, Wang Jiangmin spoke casually, yet his heart skipped a beat. The director of the Snowflake Laboratory, Chao Zhe, possessed unfathomable strength, and his erratic whereabouts were notorious. It was unexpected that he would be present on the 6th floor today. The task of stealing the spiritual vein was daunting, verging on the impossible. "Guard the passage. I shall explore a bit further." Wang Jiangmin greeted the sentinel and ventured deeper into the 6th floor. To pilfer the spiritual vein, he had to approach the core spiritual source. Yet, even Wang Jiangmin himself could not draw near to the core spiritual source. As he walked, he transmitted a thought to Qin Yang through mental communication. "Qin Yang, I can only escort you this far. My status prevents me from nearing the core spiritual source. The rest is up to you. However, remember this. The closer you approach the core spiritual source, the denser the spiritual energy of heaven and earth will become, which will aid you in locating the spiritual source. Once you secure the spiritual source, the spiritual vein will follow suit." To facilitate Qin Yang's endeavor, Wang Jiangmin divulged all the information he possessed. In the spatial realm, Qin Yang felt a sense of clarity. Were it not for Wang Jiangmin, he might have never discovered the spiritual vein of the Snowflake Laboratory. Even within the confines of space, he could perceive everything outside by releasing his mental energy, as the spiritual essence here was exceptionally rich and abundant. Previously, on the 5th level, he had not sensed any spiritual energy, highlighting the stringent protection that the Snowflake Laboratory afforded to the spiritual veins. It was only upon reaching the 6th level that he could discern the presence of spiritual energy. Indeed, as Wang Jiangmin had asserted, the closer one approached the core of the spiritual veins, the more concentrated the spiritual essence became. This is a defining characteristic of spiritual veins. Typically, spiritual veins possess a core source of energy, and controlling this core allows one to govern the vein itself. The extent of the area that the spiritual vein can encompass is also contingent upon the core source. The larger the core, the greater the coverage. Nevertheless, even the smallest spiritual vein generally covers an area of about 1 kilometer, though the exact size of the Snowflake Laboratory's spiritual vein remains unclear. Remain on the 6th level and act as if nothing has transpired. I shall seek you out once I acquire the spiritual vein. Unfortunately, Wang Jiangmin could not approach the core source, and thus it fell upon Qin Yang to devise a plan. He intended to utilize his spatial abilities to draw near to the core source and seize the opportunity to collect it. The disturbance caused by extracting the spiritual vein would undoubtedly be significant, potentially alarming the entire Snowflake Laboratory, necessitating Wang Jiangmin's assistance for an escape. At that moment, Qin Yang maneuvered his spatial control to detach from Wang Jiangmin, gradually advancing towards the core source. Upon realizing he could no longer hear Qin Yang's voice, Wang Jiangmin revealed a glimmer of anticipation. Qin Yang's spatial abilities are unlike any I have ever witnessed. If he can stealthily acquire the spiritual vein and store it within his space, that realm shall transform into a world brimming with spiritual essence. What an exhilarating prospect. Subsequently, Wang Jiangmin feigned the absorption of spiritual energy for cultivation, while in truth, he was patiently awaiting news from Qin Yang. As for Qin Yang himself, he gradually approached the core spiritual source. The spiritual energy on the 6th level was exceedingly dense, and in such an environment, Qin Yang felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, intensifying his yearning for the acquisition of spiritual veins. In the past, when the spiritual energy on Blue Star was abundant, numerous locations boasted spiritual veins, allowing everyone to reap the benefits they provided. However, as these veins were monopolized by various powerful factions, becoming their private possessions, others could no longer access sufficient spiritual energy. Ultimately, The spiritual veins of Blue Star were completely divided among them, akin to the Snowflake Laboratory, sequestered within their own exclusive realms. This was one of the contributing factors to the depletion of spiritual energy on Blue Star. Due to the relatively limited space of the sixth level of the Snowflake Laboratory, Qin Yang could distinctly perceive where the spiritual energy was most concentrated. By identifying this prime location, he could uncover the core spiritual source. Suddenly, he noticed a figure seated cross-legged on the ground, absorbing spiritual energy, radiating a profound wave of spiritual power. Qin Yang understood that anyone capable of entering the sixth level of the Snowflake Laboratory must possess at least B-grade abilities, not to mention some of the laboratory's cultivated prodigies. Their cultivation might not be particularly high, yet their innate talent was exceptional, with immense potential, warranting focused nurturing by the laboratory. However, while Qin Yang could detect the other party, they were utterly oblivious to his presence, for his spatial transformation had rendered him as inconspicuous as dust, so minuscule that he was entirely invisible. Even the mental prowess of the capable could not perceive it, at most mistaking it for a mere speck of dust. Thus, Qin Yang advanced uninterrupted, ultimately arriving at the spot where the aura of spiritual energy was most concentrated. There, he beheld a solitary figure, a middle-aged man with a square face, exuding an unsettling presence that instilled a sense of fear within Qin Yang. The man's strength was overwhelming, far beyond what Qin Yang could contend with. Could this be the director of the Snowflake Laboratory? Qin Yang surmised the identity of this formidable individual, the most powerful entity within the Snowflake Laboratory, a being perched at the pinnacle of its authority, the terrifying director who approached S-rank capabilities. At this moment, Qin Yang discovered that the most potent director of the Snowflake Laboratory, an individual nearing S-rank, sat near the core of the spiritual source. Paying no heed to the director, Qin Yang approached the core spiritual source, which manifested as a massive white stone measuring several thousand cubic meters. In truth, it was not merely a stone, but what was referred to as a spirit stone. The abundance of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth had crystallized into this form, known as a spirit stone. However, these spirit stones did not constitute the core spiritual source. Rather, the core was ensconced at the center, concealed from Qin Yang's sight. The invisibility of the core spiritual source was of little consequence. Qin Yang merely needed to secure the spirit stones along with the core spiritual source within his spatial domain. Yet, he soon discerned that the core spiritual source was surrounded by formidable restrictions. Upon closer inspection, he observed layers of prohibitions enveloping the spirit stones around the core. Any contact with the core spiritual source would trigger these defenses. As he pondered how to extract the core spiritual source, he remained acutely aware of the challenges that lay ahead. The man seated in meditation beneath the core spirit source suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of exceptionally sharp gaze that scanned the surroundings with a hint of confusion. Why do I have an ominous premonition? It seems that a significant event is about to transpire. As the director of the Snowflake Laboratory, Chaozhe possesses absolute authority and mastery over the establishment. The entire laboratory operates under his control. Most importantly, he has reached the pinnacle of A-grade cultivation with a few more years of rigorous training. He aspires to break through and ascend to the ranks of S-grade powerhouses. Thus, he has been in seclusion, indifferent to the external world. Even as the wasteland descends into chaos, his focus remains steadfastly on his cultivation. After all, once he achieves S-grade status, there will be few in the current wasteland capable of challenging him. Most formidable beings have departed Blue Star for the new star, resulting in a significant decline in true experts on Blue Star. It is no exaggeration to say that A-grade abilities are already considered peak talents, let alone S-grade, which epitomizes a godlike existence. The number of S-grade experts remaining on Blue Star is likely exceedingly rare. Previously, the Snowflake Laboratory boasted S-grade talents, but they have since migrated to New Star, leaving Chaozhe, who was once not regarded as a top-tier expert within the laboratory, in a position of power as the director. His ambition is to completely sever ties with the past of the Snowflake Laboratory and forge his own new force. Regardless of how things develop, the spiritual veins are of paramount importance to the Snowflake Laboratory. Without them, their strength cannot be enhanced. This is why he personally oversees the 6th level to prevent any issues with the spiritual veins. However, he now harbored a profound premonition that something dire was about to transpire at the Snowflake Laboratory, a feeling that grew increasingly intense. What could possibly be amiss? After all these years, the only matter that had troubled his mind was the great battle of yesteryears. Yet, why was he now engulfed by this sense of impending crisis? With his brow furrowed in concern, Chaozha found it necessary to cease his cultivation. The overwhelming sense of urgency rendered him unable to focus. In that moment, he took out his phone and called Vice Dean Yo to inquire about the situation. At the laboratory, Vice Dean Yo answered the call immediately upon recognizing it was the dean. Chaozha, Dean, how may I assist you? Without indulging in pleasantries, Chaozha posed a direct question. Has anything unusual occurred in our laboratory over the past few days? Whatever it may be, I urge you to tell me the truth. The looming sense of crisis compelled Chaozha to adopt a cautious demeanor. He could not permit any issues to arise within the Snowflake laboratory. After a moment of silence, Vice Dean Yo responded gravely. There hasn't been much, but there is one incident worth mentioning. The master of the Tong Family Martial Arts School, Tong Xin, acquired a detailed guide on the development of extraordinary abilities, and as a result, our personnel's attempt to apprehend Tong Xin ended in failure, with significant casualties. Strangely, the assailants chose to spare one of our operatives, but for the sake of the laboratory's safety. I instructed Wang Jiangmin to eliminate the individual who had failed in the mission. After relaying this information, Vice Dean Yo inquired, Dean, what has provoked your sudden interest in such a trivial matter? To Vice Dean Yo's perspective, the dean, poised to break through to S-class, should be focused solely on his cultivation. Chaozha fell into deep contemplation, and after a considerable pause, he remarked, It is nothing, I was merely inquiring. After hanging up the phone, he furrowed his brow, for the information he had received from Vice Dean Yo was not worthy of his concern. Nevertheless, he dialed another number. The call was soon connected. Wang Jiangmin, where are you? On the other end, Wang Jiangmin replied candidly, Dean, I am on the 6th floor conducting my patrol today. I have had a slight epiphany and plan to linger for a while before departing. Is there anything you wish to discuss, Dean? Wang Jiangmin was perplexed, wondering if the dean had uncovered something or if Qin Yang had been compromised. A moment later, Chaozha responded nonchalantly, Then there is no matter, I was merely asking. Everything appeared to be normal, and there were no issues at hand. Chaozha shook his head and mused aloud. Perhaps I am overthinking. He endeavored to calm his mind, preparing to immerse himself once more in his cultivation. Overall, he believed the laboratory would remain secure. Even if issues arose, he would be there to oversee matters. Aside from the demon laboratory and a few other forces, no one could currently pose a threat to their Snowflake laboratory. With that, Chaozha closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Qin Yang, having observed Chaozha's movements through the fabric of space, sensed the high alertness of Chaozha. However, he remained undetected, which relieved Qin Yang. He began to study the collection of core spiritual sources, just as he extended his mental energy. Who goes there? Suddenly, as Qin Yang was poised to attempt the collection of the core spiritual source, Dean Chaozha abruptly opened his eyes and gazed in Qin Yang's direction, startling Qin Yang into swiftly retracting his mental energy. By the heavens, I seem to have sensed a faint ripple of psychic energy just now. Could it be an illusion? Chaozha, being a formidable force nearing S rank, possesses an exceptionally keen sense of mental acuity. He had vaguely perceived the emergence of an unfamiliar psychic presence moments ago. However, upon earnestly searching now, he found nothing, which left him somewhat perplexed. He meticulously scoured the vicinity. In the realm of space, Qin Yang was equally taken aback. The instant he unleashed his psychic energy, it was detected by the other party. Qin Yang furrowed his brow. Truly, an A-rank powerhouse, their psychic perception far exceeds the ordinary. This won't do. I cannot afford to probe further. I must swiftly reclaim the core spiritual source in one decisive move. Originally, Qin Yang had contemplated a gradual approach, seeking a method to abscond with the core spiritual source. Yet, he realized that such a tactic was far too perilous. In the presence of a master like Chaozha, it would be impossible to stealthily purloin the core spiritual source. Therefore, since stealth was unattainable, he resolved to act openly. This was akin to extracting a tooth from a tiger's mouth. Regardless, as long as he remained within his own space, he would not be discovered. With that thought, Qin Yang gritted his teeth. Let's proceed. No longer would he test the waters. Instead, he swiftly extended his psychic energy, enveloping the vast core spiritual source in an insta with a mere blink. Everything was accomplished. The immense core spiritual source, laden with restrictions, was absorbed into Qin Yang's own realm, all while under the very nose of Chaozha. Chapter 90. The final revenge Qiao Zhi bore witness to the core's spiritual source vanishing before his eyes, momentarily rendered speechless. His expression was one of shock as he stared at the spot where the core had been housed, now utterly devoid of its presence. It took him a moment to regain his senses, but it was too late to intervene. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, "You scoundrel! Who are you?" It was evident that someone had brazenly stolen the core's spiritual source right before him, igniting his fury. He had sensed that something monumental was about to unfold. And now his premonition had come to fruition. An enemy had infiltrated the 6th level of their laboratory, a fact that was simply unbelievable. Not only had all their defensive mechanisms failed to issue a warning, but it also seemed that no one had even noticed the intruder's presence. Even he, the director, had failed to detect any trace of the enemy. In a tumult of anger and confusion, he unleashed his mental energy in search of the intruder. Yet he was unable to discern even a whisper of their presence. With a roar of fury, Qiao Zhi struck the location where he had sensed the mental energy fluctuation. The ground erupted, leaving a substantial crater, but there was no hint of an enemy. This realization sent Qiao Zhi into a state of panic. It was imperative to understand that their snowflake laboratory had thrived thanks to the spiritual veins. The theft of the spiritual vein equated to the obliteration of their laboratory's foundation. The core's spiritual source symbolized the essence of the spiritual vein. Without it, the ambient spiritual energy would soon dissipate. "Director, what is happening? Director, what has transpired?" The masters from various laboratories on the 6th floor, who had been in secluded cultivation, arrived in haste upon hearing the commotion. Among them was Wang Jiangmen, who also appeared at the scene. Before Qiao Zhi could respond, everyone was struck with astonishment as they realized that the core's spiritual source was missing. What? Where is the core's spiritual source? How could it vanish? Director, where is the core's spiritual source? Can anyone enlighten me on what has occurred? Shock was etched on every face, for the disappearance of the core's spiritual source equated to the loss of the spiritual vein. With the spiritual vein gone, the essence evaporated, rendering the practitioners incapable of cultivation. In contrast to the bewilderment of others, Wang Jiangmen was engulfed in disbelief. He had thought it nearly impossible for Qin Yang to succeed, especially since Director Qiao Zhi vigilantly guarded the core's spiritual source. Even an S-level practitioner would find it arduous to steal the spiritual vein. Yet, Qin Yang had effortlessly made off with it, leading Wang Jiangmen to realize he had underestimated Qin Yang's capabilities. This individual was truly formidable. Wang Jiangmen was thoroughly impressed by Qin Yang's prowess, further solidifying his resolve to follow him. Although Qin Yang was still relatively weak and a newcomer, his potential was evident, and it was clear that he would carve out a significant path in the future. Faced with the inquiries of numerous laboratory experts, Qiao Zhi's countenance darkened considerably. The spiritual vein has been stolen. Everyone, seal off all passages. Do not let the enemy escape. The spiritual vein had been taken right under his nose, and Qiao Zhi understood that the adversary was still nearby, yet to flee. As long as they blocked the entrances and exits, the assailant would not be able to escape. Yes, damn it, which scoundrel did this? Beast, dare to steal our lifeblood? Do not let him escape. The crowd roared in unison, commencing the blockade of the passageways in a fervent attempt to prevent the enemy's departure. Each individual began to unleash their unique abilities, searching ardently for Qin Yang's figure. Amidst the chaos that enveloped the 6th level, a voice resonated in Wang Jiangmen's mind. Leave. Depart from here. It was imperative for him to swiftly vacate the territory of the Snowflake Laboratory, for none could ascertain whether they possessed the means to locate him. Moreover, it was only a matter of time before Wang Jiangmen would be implicated as a traitor to the Snowflake Laboratory, especially since they had pilfered a considerable amount of resources. A mere investigation would unveil his involvement. Wang Jiangmen acknowledged the extraordinary nature of Qin Yang's spatial abilities, which far exceeded his expectations. However, he refrained from dwelling on such thoughts, fully aware that both of them were ensnared in peril. He promptly began preparations to flee the Snowflake Laboratory. Should he be captured, Wang Jiangmen understood the grim fate that awaited him, a betrayer of the laboratory with dire consequences. Without hesitation, he addressed Director Qiao Zhi. Director, I shall immediately mobilize forces to seal all exits, ensuring the enemy cannot take flight. Today marked Wang Jiangmen's patrol duty. Thus he intended to assume control over all entrances and exits in his capacity as a patroller, ensuring that the enemy would find no means of escape. After all, the Snowflake Laboratory was entrenched within the underworld. Once the passageways were blocked, The only recourse would be violent breaching, leaving no alternative. Moreover, those unfamiliar with the area would struggle to locate the exits. Thus, he resolved to leverage his identity to escape, estimating that everyone was currently in a state of disarray, unable to react or suspect Wang Jiangmen. This presented an opportunity for Wang Jiangmen to flee. Once everyone regained their composure, he would be unable to make his exit. Quickly, go. Remember to seal all entrances and exits. No one is permitted to enter or leave at this time. Chao Zhi nodded, harboring no suspicions regarding Wang Jiangmen. Moreover, due to the significant implications of the theft of the spiritual vein, even an adept of nearly S-class like Chao Zhi was somewhat flustered and hastily issued various commands. Understood. I shall proceed at once. Wang Jiangmen felt a surge of joy within. The opportunity had arrived. Without a second thought, he utilized his identity to depart through the passage, simultaneously sealing it off from the outside to prevent anyone inside from emerging. As long as those on the 6th floor remained confined, the news would be delayed considerably. Without pausing, Wang Jiangmen made his way to the surface park, where the guard outside was still Yu Zheng. Upon seeing Wang Jiangmen emerge, Yu Zheng appeared somewhat taken aback. Director Wang, how did you manage to come out? The Snowflake Laboratory maintained stringent regulations, and even someone of Wang Jiangmen's rank was not easily permitted to leave unless assigned a task by the laboratory. Furthermore, it was at the behest of the laboratory's upper echelons that he had personally eliminated Chen Weiwei. Thus, his sudden appearance was indeed peculiar. Wang Jiangmen's expression darkened. With a swift motion, he struck Yu Zheng across the face, for he had completely betrayed the Snowflake Laboratory and now felt no reservations about his departure. Reflecting upon the indignities suffered at the Snowfall Laboratory filled him with considerable displeasure. Today, in concert with Qin Yang, he had thoroughly ransacked the facility, an act that brought him immense satisfaction. Before departing, he made certain to chastise Yu Zheng, a subordinate who had shown him disrespect. Yu Zheng was initially stunned by the abruptness of the blow, his hand instinctively rising to his face in disbelief. Director Wang, why did you strike me? He stammered. Caught entirely off guard, Wang Jiangmen scoffed in response. What kind of guard are you? An enemy infiltrated the laboratory. Did you permit their entry? Upon hearing this, Yu Zheng's complexion paled with alarm, and he hastily shook his head. Director Wang, are you certain an enemy breached the laboratory? I could never do such a thing. I wouldn't dare, even if offered 100 chances. Smack. Wang Jiangmen delivered another resounding slap to Yu Zheng's head, instantly killing him. Enough with your pointless drivel. I am on patrol today, and since you have consorted with the enemy, you shall meet your end. Witnessing Yu Zheng's summary execution at Wang Jiangmen's hand, the other guards fell silent, not daring to utter a sound. Such was the nature of the laboratory, where human life held little value. Chapter 91. Relocation. Following the demise of Yu Zheng, Wang Jiangmen experienced a palpable sense of relief. Before his departure, he intended to exact further retribution upon the Snowfall Laboratory. With his identity irrevocably exposed, Wang Jiangmen abandoned all pretense upon exiting the facility. Yu Zheng had displeased him, and for that, he had been killed. Qin Yang observed these events, noting Wang Jiangmen's pronounced penchant for vengeance. However, this did not concern Qin Yang, who remained confident that Wang Jiangmen would not betray him. Hurry, let's leave quickly. The personnel from the laboratory will soon pursue us. We must reach the Unju community without delay. Time is of the essence. Qin Yang urged Wang Jiangmen through their spatial connection, as Wang Jiangmen was on the brink of exposure. At that moment, the Xuehua laboratory would undoubtedly follow the clues to locate the Unju community. Within the Unju community, there were still Ding Mengyao, Tongxin, and others, individuals whom Qin Yang could not afford to abandon. He needed to return swiftly to the community and transport all his allies into his own space. After all, his current strength was insufficient to contend with the formidable Xuehua laboratory. If they delayed, the experts from the laboratory might arrive at the Unju community first, placing Ding Mengyao and the others in grave danger. Understood, Wang Jiangmen nodded and then instructed the guards at the community gate, secure the passage. Allow no one to exit or enter. With that, he departed from Junyuan without looking back. With his late-stage B-rank cultivation, Wang Jiangmen moved at an astonishing speed, reaching the Unju community in just over 10 minutes. Who are you? The guards at the Unju community, Zhao Shi, Jifeng, and others, were taken aback upon seeing Wang Jiangmen's arrival as they sensed his unfathomable presence. Zhao Shi, in particular, felt as though Wang Jiangmen's aura was suffocating, revealing the overwhelming strength of his opponent. Before Wang Jiangmin could respond, a figure flashed, and Qin Yang appeared beside him. "Ah, leader, is that you? And who is this?" As Zhao Shi and the others beheld the sudden appearance of Qin Yang, their astonishment had waned. However, the presence of the formidable expert accompanying Qin Yang instilled in them a profound sense of threat. Qin Yang spoke calmly. "His name is Wang Jiangmin. You may refer to him as Director Wang." After this brief introduction, Qin Yang urged, "Gather everyone at once. I have an urgent matter to announce." Time was of the essence, and Qin Yang could not confront the Shuahua laboratory head-on. Thus, he resolved to temporarily shelter everyone within his own space. Moreover, he had discovered an effective method of utilizing this space, allowing those who entered to come and go freely. Understood, although feelings of doubt lingered in their hearts. Zhao Shi and the others promptly began notifying Ding Mengyao and Tong Xian. Before long, everyone had assembled, including Ding Mengyao and Tong Xian, who had worried for Qin Yang after parting ways at the Tong family martial arts hall. Now, seeing Qin Yang return safely with a terrifyingly powerful expert by his side, one whose spiritual energy fluctuations they could not discern, indicated that this individual was at least an A-level capability. Casting a glance at Qin Yang, Tong Xian's beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise. "Qin Yang, have you broken through again?" When she first met him, Qin Yang was merely at the initial stage of D-level. Upon their next meeting, he had advanced to the latter stage of D-level. And now she realized she could no longer gauge his cultivation level, signifying that he had ascended to C-level. Meanwhile, she remained at the pinnacle of D-level, leaving her significantly behind in comparison. Zhao Shi, Ji Feng, and the others were left in utter astonishment. The fact that Qin Yang had achieved yet another breakthrough indicated that he had, at the very least, reached the C grade. This was truly terrifying. In a world where spiritual energy was on the verge of depletion, progress in cultivation was exceedingly slow. Yet, it appeared that Qin Yang was impervious to such constraints, advancing at an astonishing pace. Qin Yang nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, I have only just broken through." Wang Jiangmin cast a scrutinizing glance at Qin Yang. Previously, Chen Weiwei had mentioned that Qin Yang was at the pinnacle of D grade. It seemed he had now ascended to C grade. A remarkable feat in the current landscape of Blue Star, where rapid breakthroughs were a rarity. Coupled with Qin Yang's spatial abilities, Wang Jiangmin's confidence in him continued to grow. Without further ado, Qin Yang declared, "The personnel from the Snowflake Laboratory will soon arrive. Time is of the essence. I implore everyone to embrace my power. I shall transport you to a different location." Having discovered a means to exert control over everyone, Qin Yang planned to usher Zhao Shi and the others into his spatial realm, seeking to evade the impending threat from the Snowflake Laboratory. Zhao Shi and the others wore expressions of uncertainty, yet they chose to place their trust in Qin Yang. Even Tong Xian, despite his youthful innocence, was filled with curiosity about the nature of Qin Yang's abilities and the destination he intended to take them to. Moreover, it was evident that Qin Yang's recent expedition to the Snowflake Laboratory had provoked them significantly. Otherwise, there would be no need for such a hasty departure. Qin Yang's mental energy enveloped all present, including the members of the Tong family martial arts school. With the substantial resources he had acquired from the Snowflake Laboratory, he was more than capable of supporting many individuals. Additionally, with the presence of a spiritual vein, normal cultivation could proceed within his spatial domain, even facilitating awakenings. Moreover, Qin Yang aspired to relocate more individuals into his spatial realm for labor, as the current expanse of 100 kilometers offered ample opportunity for extensive cultivation and livestock rearing. He was in dire need of manpower. Furthermore, his domain could expand in accordance with his cultivation progress, potentially surpassing even the size of Blue Star in the future. A substantial population was essential. For the time being, he planned to send Ding Mengyao and others into the space, postponing further actions until safety was assured. In the blink of an eye, everyone vanished, and there was little left to miss in the Unju community, as Qin Yang had already taken all that was necessary. After ushering everyone into the space, he exhaled in relief. The personnel from the Snowflake Laboratory had yet to arrive, indicating they required a moment to respond. Taking one last glance at the now desolate Unju community, it grew eerily quiet in the absence of inhabitants. Farewell, old friends. Reflecting on the fact that this had been the place of his upbringing, Qin Yang felt a twinge of nostalgia, yet he did not linger. He proceeded directly to the Wudong Garden community. Wudong Garden was a low-rent housing complex, inhabited by a haphazard mix of people. Amidst rampant hunger and a scarcity of drinking water, Many had perished from starvation, coupled with the ravages of war and the recent spread of a virus. The population of the entire community had dwindled significantly, even those who remained cowered in their rooms, too fearful to emerge. Thus, the daylight hours seemed remarkably serene. Unfazed, Qin Yang approached a building near the street and ascended the stairway to the highest floor. The rooms there had long been ravaged, devoid of occupants for an extended period. Qin Yang transformed his space into a speck of dust, landing by the window, from where he could distinctly observe the nearby residential community. With a mere thought, he entered his own realm. The recent experiments at the Snowflake Laboratory yielded significant insights, necessitating a period of organization. Chapter 92. Acceleration by tenfold. Qin Yang projected a fragment of his mental energy to monitor the conditions of the residential community, and with that, he vanished from sight, stepping into his own dimension. At that moment, Tongxin, Zhao Shi, and others, whom he had transported into his space, gazed around in bewilderment at the unfamiliar surroundings. Having suddenly found themselves in this desolate locale, their curiosity was piqued until Ding Mingyao provided an explanation, revealing that this was indeed Qin Yang's domain, where the residents of the community had previously been housed. However, initially, Qin Yang did not bring everyone to the living quarters. Upon seeing Tongxin and Ding Mingyao once again, Chen Weiwei was left astounded, struggling to comprehend the situation. "It's you?" she exclaimed, surprised to encounter these two women again. After their earlier confrontation where Qin Yang had subdued her and exploited her identity to infiltrate the Snowflake Laboratory, nearly emptying its resources. Now, facing Tongxin and Ding Mingyao again, Chen Weiwei's emotions were tumultuous. Ding Mingyao regarded Chen Weiwei with a hint of hostility, stating, "So it's you. What are you doing here?" They were all aware of Chen Weiwei's affiliation with the Snowflake Laboratory, yet here she was, within Qin Yang's realm. Chen Weiwei sighed, expressing her resignation. "I am now also one of Qin Yang's people." At these words, Ding Mingyao's expression darkened, a hint of jealousy surfacing as she inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Chen Weiwei reiterated, "It signifies that we are all on the same side. I am no longer affiliated with the Snowflake Laboratory." Just as this conversation unfolded, Qin Yang emerged before the crowd. Instinctively, everyone fell silent, for Qin Yang was the master of this domain. Here, his word was law. Upon his arrival, an air of caution enveloped many, as provoking Qin Yang was tantamount to courting death. After surveying the assembly, Qin Yang spoke in a grave tone. "Since you have entered my realm, I must impart a few points. First, do not incite conflict or chaos here. Second, what I say is the absolute truth. Third, to violate the rules is to invite death." He endeavored to establish a stringent code of conduct for within his territory. Taking a life was merely a fleeting thought. However, he was not a maniac. He simply wished to maintain order. Those who contributed significantly to the space would also earn his respect. "Indeed, we shall remember," everyone nodded, committing Qin Yang's words to memory. Afterward, Qin Yang gestured towards Wang Jiangmen, stating, "This esteemed guest is a formidable expert from the latter stage of B rank." At that moment, Zhao Shi, Tong Xian, and others gasped in astonishment. They had initially believed Wang Jiangmen to be quite powerful, yet they were taken aback to learn he was indeed a master of the latter stage of B rank, a level of strength that was truly formidable. Wang Jiangmen, witnessing Qin Yang's courteous reception, felt an inexplicable sense of ease. Qin Yang's manner of interaction was entirely different from that of the Snowflake Laboratory, which made him feel at home. He appreciated this place and the atmosphere it exuded. With a respectful clasp of his fists, I introduced myself as Wang Jiangmen. "You may simply refer to me as Director Wang." The crowd responded in kind, for before a B-class ability user, none dared show disrespect. Setting aside the unique case of Qin Yang, it was evident that within his realm, the strongest was indeed Wang Jiangmen, a late-stage B-class ability user, while Qin Yang himself was merely at the initial stage of C-class. Thus, Qin Yang held Wang Jiangmen in high regard, particularly due to Wang's temporal abilities, which he valued greatly. After concluding the introductions, Qin Yang stated, "We now possess a spiritual vein within our space, and all ability users should seize this opportunity to diligently cultivate and enhance their strength. A single spiritual vein can release spiritual energy for at least a millennium. It would be impossible for Qin Yang to absorb it all alone, so he planned to allow the ability users within his space to partake in the energy. After all, the elevation of those around him would ultimately benefit him, alleviating his concerns for safety when venturing outside. Upon hearing Qin Yang's words, Zhao Shi and Tong Xian gasped in astonishment. What? A spiritual vein? Leader, from where did this vein originate? In the next moment, Zhao Shi's expression shifted as he suddenly inquired, could it be the spiritual vein from the Snowflake Laboratory? He had previously informed Qin Yang of the vein's existence there. But at that time, Qin Yang had refrained from seizing it. Now, with the sudden emergence of a spiritual vein, if it were not from the Snowflake Laboratory, then from whence did it come? Tong Xian, equally astounded, realized even she was aware of the vein's existence at the Snowflake Laboratory. What Qin Yang refers to as the spiritual vein, could it truly be? After such a brief absence, upon returning, Qin Yang has astonishingly managed to extract the spiritual vein from the Snowflake Laboratory. The mere thought sends shivers down one's spine. Not only Tongxin and Zhao Shi, but even Chen Weiwei, who hails from the same Snowflake Laboratory, is equally astounded. Qin Yang is exceedingly formidable. The losses incurred by the Snowflake Laboratory this time are catastrophic. Only Wang Jiang displays a hint of smugness, for he has collaborated with Qin Yang to completely plunder the Snowflake Laboratory, seizing nearly centuries of accumulated resources in one fell swoop. It must be said, that is quite impressive. Qin Yang smiles and affirms, indeed, I have procured the spiritual vein from the Snowflake Laboratory. As he speaks, he gestures dramatically, revealing a colossal core spiritual source before the crowd. In that instant, everyone feels an overwhelming shock. Previously, they had never encountered something like a spiritual vein, only hearing tales of its existence. Moreover, for these awakened individuals, advancing their cultivation is nearly impossible due to the lack of sufficient spiritual energy. They often resort to hunting exotic beasts, which carries immense risk. For those beasts are notoriously savage, and many hunters fall victim to their ferocity. Thus, for the majority of ability users, enhancing their cultivation is akin to climbing a mountain. However, with a spiritual vein, one could receive an uninterrupted supply of spiritual energy for absorption, facilitating rapid advancement in cultivation. The richness of this spiritual energy is astounding. Is this truly the legendary spiritual vein, the core spiritual source? Everyone was filled with awe. Not only were others struck with amazement, but even Wang Jiangmin felt he lacked the privilege to approach the core spiritual source. Now, he finally had the opportunity to witness the core spiritual source with his own eyes. Wang Jiangmin nodded to the crowd, affirming, indeed, this is the core spiritual source of the spiritual vein. This core spiritual source was substantial, emanating spiritual energy capable of enveloping a 10-kilometer radius. However, the spiritual vein possessed a distinctive characteristic. The closer one was to the core spiritual source, the denser the spiritual energy became, while the areas further away were increasingly sparse. It was undeniable that the spiritual energy adjacent to the core was remarkably rich. This was my first time experiencing such proximity to the core spiritual source. Wang Jiangmin remarked with a hint of nostalgia. As the director of the Snowflake Laboratory and a B-grade expert, he still had not qualified to approach the core spiritual source. Yet now, it lay before him, a stark contrast to his previous circumstances. Of course, the dilemma was that Qin Yang was merely at the outset of his journey. By aligning himself with Qin Yang, who was akin to an elder, all he needed to do was to firmly grasp onto Qin Yang's coattails and demonstrate his worth. In doing so, he would perpetually have the opportunity to remain near the core spiritual source for cultivation. Contemplating this, Wang Jiangmin suddenly spoke up, Leader, my ability lies in manipulating time. I can create a zone of tenfold acceleration, enabling you to enhance your cultivation tenfold. During his time at the Snowflake Laboratory, Wang Jiangmin had already mastered the ability to accelerate time tenfold. However, he had refrained from showcasing this capacity, as he was merely a tool in the laboratory, lacking recognition and thus choosing to conceal his talents. Now, having allied with Qin Yang, he perceived immense potential within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he boldly proclaimed his ability to accelerate tenfold. Within Qin Yang's domain, coupled with the spiritual veins, the results would undoubtedly be beyond imagination. Tenfold acceleration? Hiss. Director Wang, can you truly achieve such a feat? Chen Weiwei gasped in astonishment upon hearing that Wang Jiangmin could manifest this tenfold speed. In the laboratory, Wang Jiangmin had already harnessed his temporal abilities to germinate plants. Under a tenfold acceleration, the growth rate of those plants would reach astonishing levels. Qin Yang gazed at Wang Jiangmin in surprise, realizing that the individual he had brought along possessed capabilities far exceeding his expectations. What he lacked most at this moment was time. With sufficient time, his strength would soar exponentially. Director Wang, are you certain that you can achieve a tenfold acceleration? If nothing else, using such acceleration for training would allow him to cultivate numerous experts in a remarkably short period. Wang Zhengman nodded. It is indeed possible. But I require a fixed spatial area. If the space is too vast, my abilities cannot encompass it. You should be able to create a confined space, right? Although Wang Zhengman could indeed perform a tenfold acceleration, it was confined to a small area, as his abilities could not extend over a larger expanse. While others might struggle with this, Wang Zhengman knew that Qin Yang could effortlessly create a fixed spatial zone. At that point, he would merely need to implement the tenfold acceleration within that space. Intrigued, Qin Yang inquired, how much space do you need to execute the tenfold acceleration? Within his own realm, Qin Yang possessed the ability to manipulate space at will, crafting expanses of any size for Wang Zhengman, albeit limited to a radius of 100 kilometers. Beyond this threshold, Qin Yang acknowledged his limitations. Yet he harbored no doubt regarding Wang Zhengman's capacity to command such vast territories. Wang Zhengman solemnly stated, I can only arrange for a tenfold acceleration within a 10-meter radius. Do not underestimate this 10-meter range. It embodies a remarkable capability of tenfold acceleration. In the pursuit of cultivation, while the external world may experience a passage of 1 day, within the confines of this accelerated zone, 10 days would elapse. If two individuals of similar aptitude were to train under identical circumstances, one engaging in normal cultivation while the other benefited from the tenfold acceleration, the immediate effects may appear negligible. However, the disparity would become glaringly apparent after a year or even a decade. Qin Yang, elated, nodded in agreement. This is quite simple. With a swift gesture, he conjured a solitary space measuring precisely 10 meters, demarcated by earthen walls, resulting in a cubic room with 10-meter sides. Witnesses to this miraculous creation were astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief at the sight of Qin Yang's conjuration. Yet, Qin Yang remained unfazed by their astonishment, exuding tranquility. Even Wang Zhengman was left in awe. Upon entering the room crafted by Qin Yang, he assessed the environment with great satisfaction, exclaiming, It is perfect. I shall now establish the tenfold acceleration within this very chamber. The chamber crafted by Qin Yang is situated adjacent to the core spiritual source, a locale imbued with the most concentrated aura. The arrangement within this space is designed for acceleration, potentially enhancing the cultivation effects to exceed tenfold that of a typical adept. As soon as Wang Zhengman entered the room to establish the tenfold acceleration, he ensured its maintenance as long as he remained present. Observing Wang Zhengman's preparations, the others stood momentarily aside, particularly Tong Xian and Zhao Shi, whose gazes towards Qin Yang grew increasingly peculiar. Initially, they believed Qin Yang's abilities to be extraordinary. However, they were astonished to discover that his power encompassed the creation of a vast space conducive to life. Thus far, they sensed the enormity of this realm, an unfathomable expanse solely attributable to Qin Yang's capabilities. Only Ding Mingyao had grown accustomed to such phenomena. With a swift motion of his hand, rows of individual houses materialized before them, encircling the core spiritual source. Pointing towards these dwellings, Qin Yang remarked nonchalantly, Each person may select a house. He resolved that it would be best to separate ordinary individuals from those with abilities. However, to foster the optimal development of this space, he instituted several regulations. Regularly, the empowered individuals would visit the residential areas of the ordinary citizens to impart their knowledge of cultivation, including physical training. With the presence of spiritual energy in his realm, it was inevitable that some would awaken their abilities, and enlisting Zhao Shi and others to assist would facilitate swifter growth. The comprehensive guide to his newfound powers would be accessible to all his subordinates, thereby significantly enhancing their combat prowess. At present, among those around him, apart from Ding Mingyao, who possesses the ability of a virus manipulator, and Tong Xian, a swordsman, he himself is endowed with spatial abilities, while Wang Zhengman wields the power of time. The others either possess strength or speed capabilities, lacking any extraordinary traits. As most individuals awaken either strength or speed, those with specialized abilities are indeed a rarity. Everyone nodded in agreement, hesitant to voice any dissent. Leaving the multitude to their cultivation, Qin Yang vanished in an instant, only to reappear in the initially established residential area. The chieftain of this enclave is Sister Hammer, supported by the 4 brothers of the Gale and other martial arts experts. Presently, the entire space flourishes vibrantly, with many cultivated fields lush and green, as his domain evolves towards greater perfection. Ah, Chief, you have arrived. Sister Hammer and the others, still organizing the laborers, greeted Qin Yang upon his appearance. He nodded slightly. Recently, a new batch of people has entered the space. You shall familiarize yourselves with them in the designated area I assign. Furthermore, now that the space has acquired spiritual energy, should any of you awaken your abilities, promptly inform Ding Mengyao and the others. Sister Hammer and the others were left speechless. Spiritual energy within the space? The presence of such energy implies that they all have the opportunity to awaken, a tremendously fortuitous piece of news. However, Sister Hammer did not share in the joy. Her expression turned grave as she remarked, Chief, there is unfortunate news. Our food supply may not suffice to sustain everyone for 6 months. Even the seeds for crops are woefully inadequate. The land we have tilled remains barren due to a lack of sufficient seeds. Insufficient water sources. This is the disheartening news brought by Sister Hammer. Previously, the food and crop seeds they collected were rather scattered, and even when gathered, they amounted to little. Without seeds, even if the land is cultivated, there would be nothing to sow. Sister Hammer, who is responsible for management, encountered numerous challenges. A single water source orb is inadequate to sustain the cultivation within the entire space. In response, Qin Yang remained unfazed. Follow me. Chapter 94, Activation. Incubation. The issues reported by Sister Hammer were already known to Qin Yang. Everything occurring within the space could not escape his perception. The previously collected crop seeds were scarce, and sustaining over 100 people with food was indeed a daunting task. However, Qin Yang was not the least bit concerned, for after plundering the Snowflake Laboratory, he had amassed sufficient resources to facilitate the growth of his space. He then led Sister Hammer and the others to a particular location. The problems you mentioned are trivial. Qin Yang gestured towards the front, leaving Sister Hammer and the others utterly astonished, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. Before them lay towering piles of resources, flour, rice, corn, and a myriad of crop seeds, heaped like mountains. My goodness, leader, where did you procure such an abundance of supplies? With this much food, our 100+ people could feast for decades. Just moments ago, they were troubled by concerns over food and seed shortages. Yet now it was evident that Qin Yang had been well prepared. All of these are agricultural seeds, and they are improved varieties. How splendid. Ah, are those 2 water source orbs? Soon, someone discovered 2 water source orbs nearby, bubbling forth with water. Previously, there had only been 1 water source orb in the space. Now, Qin Yang had acquired 2 more, making a total of 3. This ensured that the water resources were more than sufficient. 3 water source orbs would be ample for thousands of people. Observing the astonished expressions of Hammer Sister and the others, Qin Yang remained composed. These supplies are adequate. We shall retain a portion of the seeds, while the remainder will be sown. I will place these 2 water source orbs in suitable locations and will inform you of their whereabouts in due time. Qin Yang understood that this plunder of the Snowflake Laboratory had alleviated his concerns regarding supplies. There would be more than enough food. And he was also preparing for a significant influx of immigrants. He intended to bring more people into his space from the outside world to cultivate his realm. After all, the outside had become a desolate wasteland. Those individuals would eventually perish amidst the ruins. Coupled with the lab's various factions ruthlessly slaughtering ordinary people, most would not survive for long. Rather than allowing them to die in the wasteland, it was far more beneficial to bring them into his space to create value. After arranging the utilization of supplies for Hammer Sister and the others, Qin Yang entered a warehouse he had meticulously crafted. All of the materials had been transformed into storage, and for ease of access, he had labeled the contents within. Hammer Sister and her companions departed with expressions of excitement. In the final small warehouse, Qin Yang stepped inside. He had not yet taken a thorough look at the materials acquired from the Snowflake Laboratory, and now, as he surveyed the items before him, an indescribable thrill surged within him. Apart from the 2 water source pearls that he had already placed in suitable positions to commence the generation of water, there remained a single fire source pearl within the warehouse. This fire source pearl, akin to its water counterpart, incessantly birthed flames of exceedingly high temperatures. Generally, an ordinary individual approaching the fire source pearl would be scorched by its flames unless a capable person enveloped it with their spiritual power, thus avoiding harm. This fire source pearl could serve as a source of fire for common folk, though it would also be immensely beneficial for those possessing fire attributes to cultivate with it. Both the water source pearl and the fire source pearl can be classified as treasures or artifacts for the capable, as it is exceptionally challenging for ordinary people to utilize such precious items. Subsequently, Qin Yang cast it aside into a corner, intending to retrieve it when the need arose. Bypassing the fire source pearl, Qin Yang turned his attention to the beast cores and spirit stones, which held tremendous value for those with abilities. The spirit stones, in particular, were of greater worth, as such items were nearly non-existent in the wasteland. The Snowflake Laboratory managing to preserve a few spirit stones was indeed a rarity. Presently, with the establishment of his spiritual vein, Qin Yang found himself in no immediate need for beast cores or spirit stones. However, should his spiritual energy be depleted in years to come, he would undoubtedly require these items. Moreover, even when he was not within his spatial domain, he could still utilize beast cores and spirit stones, for such treasures are never deemed excessive. It was merely due to the absence of a unique space like his own that made carrying them inconvenient. Otherwise, every capable individual would keep such valuable items close at hand. The beast cores and spirit stones were readily accessible to Qin Yang. Finally, his gaze fell upon a magnificent golden egg, the origin of which remained a mystery, having been acquired by the Snowflake Laboratory. However, it appeared that it had not hatched at all. Qin Yang, filled with curiosity, reached out to touch the golden egg, only to discover that it exuded no sign of life, feeling chillingly cold to the touch. Was it a dead egg? Qin Yang pondered. Such a peculiar giant egg, towering at least 3 meters high, had the potential to give birth to a 3-meter-tall beast if it were indeed capable of hatching. He had never encountered a beast of such size at birth. It must be said that this golden giant egg was exceedingly rare. Not only had he never heard of it, but Qin Yang possessed no knowledge whatsoever regarding the existence of golden eggs, not even within the Wangjiang sect. He suspected that this golden giant egg had become lifeless and incapable of hatching. Yet, with a mindset of experimentation, Qin Yang focused his thoughts and directed the golden egg towards the vicinity of the core spiritual source, intending to utilize a tenfold acceleration in conjunction with the abundant spiritual energy nearby to attempt to hatch the golden egg. Whether it would succeed remained uncertain. But what if it did? Perhaps a wondrous little creature would emerge, and Qin Yang was indeed intrigued. What kind of egg is this, so immense? He had never encountered an egg of such size. Upon witnessing Qin Yang's arrival with the golden egg, Tong Xin and the others were taken aback, their expressions a mix of astonishment. Most of them were capable individuals, and even Tong Xin, who had a wealth of experience, could not identify the species of this golden egg. They were all filled with curiosity. Qin Yang placed the golden egg on the ground and inquired, "Does anyone recognize this egg? To which species does it belong?" Each person shook their head in response, expressing their unfamiliarity. They had neither seen nor heard of such a thing before. Surveying the golden egg, everyone involuntarily exchanged wry smiles and shook their heads. In truth, nearly all present had been born in the era following the desolation of Blue Star. They had not experienced its glorious days. Indeed, since the discovery of the new star a century ago, humanity from Blue Star had migrated, taking with them a wealth of precious literature and knowledge. This exodus led to a profound disjunction in civilization. It was not merely the golden giant egg that was a mystery. Even the detailed accounts of supernatural abilities had almost vanished. Therefore, discerning the origins of this golden egg was no trivial undertaking for an ordinary individual. Noticing that no one recognized it, Qin Yang remained unfazed. His inquiry had been casual. He intended to incubate it, believing that if the opportunity arose, he would undoubtedly identify the beast's lineage. After a while, Wang Jiangmin emerged from the solitary chamber, his complexion slightly pale, yet unmistakably animated. "Leader, I have not disappointed you. I have successfully established a tenfold acceleration." He explained that upon entering the room, time inside would pass at a rate 10 times faster than that outside, meaning that for every day that elapsed outside, 10 days would transpire within. Chapter 95. The oppressive weight of egg fried rice. Wang Jiangmin had arranged for a tenfold acceleration in the isolated space, and it was evident that even for someone in the latter stages of B rank, the exertion had been considerable. Fortunately, he had succeeded in his endeavor. Qin Yang felt a surge of inspiration, with 1 day outside translating to 10 days within the accelerated realm. The time in his own space was indeed aligned with the temporal flow of Blue Star. However, with the advent of a tenfold acceleration, many things are poised to change. I shall give it a try? Within his own domain, Qin Yang felt no concern for potential issues, for no one could pose a threat to him in his space. Not even Wang Jiangmin could conspire against him. Upon entering the realm of tenfold acceleration, Qin Yang experienced the transformations within. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Indeed, it was a tenfold acceleration. As the master of this space, he could perceive every alteration with clarity. The tenfold acceleration set by Wang Jiangmin indeed manifested a time flow 10 times faster. This elicited his admiration. Time manipulators were undeniably extraordinary beings capable of altering time itself. While he, as the master of the space, seemed omnipotent here, he was still unable to manipulate time, a limitation of his abilities. Of course, if his strength were to reach formidable heights, perhaps one day he could bend time to his will, but for now, it remained an impossibility. Specialization is key. Wang Jiangmin, as a time manipulator, wielded such power with ease, which was entirely reasonable. After experiencing this phenomenon, Qin Yang emerged to address the others. Henceforth, all shall cultivate within this environment of tenfold acceleration. I hope everyone can grow swiftly. He conveyed to Wang Jiangmin and the others that his faction was beginning to take shape. Yet it paled in comparison to the enigmatic and formidable forces of the Snowflake Laboratory, the Demon Laboratory, and the Martial Alliance outside. His faction was still insignificant. Thus Qin Yang aspired for those around him to grow rapidly, utilizing the tenfold acceleration together. Is this permissible, Chief? Is it truly necessary for us to squander such a valuable resource? Although Zhao Shi and the others were somewhat eager and looked forward to entering the area of tenfold acceleration for their cultivation, especially with the abundant spiritual energy present, they understood that such a significant resource should be reserved for Qin Yang. Tong Xin, Wang Jiangmin, and others who had recently joined Qin Yang were utterly convinced when they heard that he was willing to allow them to cultivate in the tenfold acceleration zone. Few possess such audacity, for both the spiritual veins and the resources for acceleration are finite. It is possible that the spiritual energy within the veins would be rapidly depleted under such conditions. Typically, any faction would reserve such privileges for their leader. For instance, in the Snowflake Laboratory, apart from Dean Xiaozhe, no one else is even qualified to approach the core spiritual source. Moreover, Qin Yang not only permitted them to access the core spiritual source, but also allowed them to enter the tenfold acceleration zone for cultivation, which was nothing short of extraordinary. Qin Yang calmly stated, "We are all comrades. To not utilize such resources would be wasteful. Seize the opportunity to cultivate. Only by becoming proficient can you better assist me." Although Qin Yang could monopolize the core spiritual source and the tenfold acceleration zone, he could scarcely consume such abundant resources alone. Thus sharing them was the wisest course of action. Furthermore, spiritual veins could potentially be seized from external sources, since the Snowflake Laboratory possessed such veins. He was confident that the Demon Laboratory, Martial Alliance, and other factions also concealed their own. Once discovered, he would not hesitate to reclaim them, unperturbed by concerns of resource scarcity. "Thank you, Chief. Very well, we shall heed the leader's command." Tongxin and the others were filled with excitement and gratitude towards Qin Yang. With the abundant spiritual energy surrounding the core spiritual source, coupled with a tenfold acceleration, their powers would undoubtedly experience a remarkable enhancement. However, this swift progression would inevitably deplete the spiritual vein. Everyone stepped into the tenfold zone. Although the space was limited, it was ample enough to accommodate these capable individuals. Qin Yang also moved the golden giant egg into the space, placing it within the accelerated environment. Wang Jiangmin, following suit, inquired, "Leader, do you intend to incubate this egg?" Upon witnessing Qin Yang bring the golden giant egg into the tenfold acceleration zone, he grasped Qin Yang's intention to hatch the egg. Qin Yang nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, this golden giant egg appears extraordinary. If it successfully hatches, I am eager to see what creature emerges from within." However, Wang Jiangmin shook his head vigorously. "If I am not mistaken, the Snowflake Laboratory has possessed this golden giant egg for at least a century, and it has never been successfully incubated. I believe this egg is unlikely to hatch." Although Wang Jiangmin was uncertain of the egg's origins, his extensive tenure at the Snowflake Laboratory for over 100 years had afforded him a considerable understanding of its history. The golden giant egg was not acquired during his time there, but rather existed long before. Thus it had remained at the Snowflake Laboratory for over a century without hatching, making Qin Yang's current endeavor all the more challenging. Qin Yang, however, remained unfazed. No matter, let us give it a try, even if it fails to hatch. We can always prepare a delightful fried rice with golden eggs. His curiosity was piqued. If the golden giant egg were indeed a lifeless one, turning it into fried rice would still be a worthwhile endeavor. Upon hearing these words, the others were momentarily taken aback, soon erupting into a mixture of laughter and disbelief. Suddenly, perhaps startled by Qin Yang's mention of fried rice, the golden giant egg trembled slightly, and to everyone's astonishment, it began to exhibit signs of life. The egg commenced absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Everyone stood in stunned silence, including Wang Jiangmen. The golden egg, which had remained inert in the Snowflake Laboratory for over a century, was now seemingly revived, showing indications of hatching as it actively absorbed spiritual energy. Leader, this golden egg is not lifeless. It is alive, and it can even comprehend our words. Your earlier jest startled the creature inside. Its absorption of spiritual energy suggests the possibility of hatching. At that moment, Wang Jiangmen felt an inexplicable urge to smile. Qin Yang's harmless jest had inadvertently stimulated the being within the golden egg. The act of actively absorbing spiritual energy was unprecedented. Qin Yang was delighted, astonished that the creature within the golden egg could understand human speech, further emphasizing its extraordinary nature. He approached the golden egg and gently patted it. Since you can understand us, do hasten your hatching. Otherwise, should I indeed transform you into fried rice, do not harbor regrets. Surprisingly, the creature within the golden egg was terrified of being turned into fried rice, prompting it to issue another threat. Indeed, the golden egg began absorbing spiritual energy at an accelerated pace, for it wished to avoid the fate of becoming a dish, previously reluctant to hatch. It was now compelled to do so. Chapter 96. The messenger reappears observing the golden egg as it commenced its absorption of spiritual energy. The onlookers remained oblivious to its origins. However, they anticipated that once it hatched, the truth would be revealed. Moreover, with the environment enhanced by a tenfold acceleration, the hatching of the golden egg was expected to occur quite swiftly. Qin Yang also harbored great expectations for the being inside the golden egg. Disregarding the golden egg for the moment, Qin Yang and his companions immersed themselves in cultivating spiritual energy within the rapidly accelerating environment. Meanwhile, Sister Hammer and the others diligently tended to their farming efforts, confident that it would not be long before the entire space flourished vibrantly. At the same time, a portion of Qin Yang's mental energy remained outside, vigilant to the changes occurring beyond, as the Snowflake Laboratory had yet to launch an attack. Within the Snowflake Laboratory, chaos erupted following the disappearance of the spiritual pulse. Every individual wore a grim expression, filled with trepidation. Bang! Director Chao Zhe forcefully sent a laboratory member flying with a slap, bellowing, "Where is everyone? If you fail to locate the one who stole the spiritual pulse, I will render you useless." Chao Zhe was infuriated. The spiritual pulse had been stolen right before his eyes, and he had been powerless to intervene. His anger was compounded by the fact that the true culprit remained elusive. Others shared his sense of injustice, their hearts racing with anxiety. The loss of the spiritual pulse had shaken the very foundation of the Snowflake Laboratory, and they feared that a catastrophe might soon befall them in the wasteland. At last, Vice Dean Niu hurried over, surveying the situation and inquiring, "Where's Wang Jiangmen?" The crowd glanced around, failing to locate him. Someone remarked, "Wang Jiangmen is on duty today. He must be outside guarding the passage to prevent the enemy's escape." Upon hearing this, Vice Dean Niu's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Damn it! Wang Jiangmen is a traitor. He must have facilitated the enemy's entry. Quickly, find Wang Jiangmen." Alarmingly, he added, "It may already be too late. He could have released the enemy." The personnel from the Snowflake Laboratory were thrown into a frenzy, with even Chao Zhe snorting in frustration. They swiftly departed from the 6th floor in search of Wang Jiangmen. Upon reaching the ground level and questioning the guards, they discovered that Wang Jiangmen had slain the guard, Yu Zheng, and had vanished without a trace. It was indeed Wang Jiangmen. He had long harbored treasonous intentions. His disciple, Chun Weiwei, had failed her mission, and it was they who had admitted the enemy. Quickly, investigate what they have done. Vice Dean Niu, an A-class ability user of considerable strength, quickly connected the dots regarding the theft of the spiritual vein with Chun Weiwei's failure to return unscathed. It was evident that a powerful force had exploited Chun Weiwei's identity to infiltrate their laboratory and ultimately steal the spiritual vein. After relaying the matter in detail to Chao Zhe, the latter's eyes blazed with fury. Hurry! The perpetrator has fled with Wang Jiangmen. If we can find Wang Jiangmen, they cannot escape. The Snowflake Laboratory, being a long-established force, possessed formidable overall strength. Although Wang Jiangmen was classified as a B-class ability user, he was insignificant within the ranks of the Snowflake Laboratory. Merely a director, a person of director-level capability. There are at least 7 or 8 such individuals within the Snowflake Laboratory, all of whom are proficient B-grade experts. Aside from the esteemed Dean Chao Zhe, who stands at the pinnacle of A-grade, and the Vice Dean Niu, there is yet another Vice Dean, both of whom also hold A-grade status, with one director having ascended to A-grade as well. The overall strength of this assembly is indeed formidable, and their methods are numerous. They can swiftly trace the whereabouts of Wang Jiangmen and the individual who has pilfered the spiritual vein based on available clues. After a period of time, the laboratory finally uncovered all pertinent information. Dean, we have discovered that this matter is related to the Tong Family Martial Arts Hall. The hall's master, Tong Xin, has come into possession of a detailed guide on the development of abilities, and our laboratory has dispatched personnel to apprehend him. Just as success seemed imminent, Tong Xin was rescued by someone. According to nearby surveillance and other data, we identified the rescuer as a young man named Qin Yang, currently residing in the Unju community. This incident of the spiritual vein theft is likely connected to him. The efficiency of the Snowflake Laboratory is remarkably high. They quickly traced Qin Yang's movements based on the clues. Upon hearing the report from his subordinates, Chao Zhe furrowed his brow slightly. The Tong Family Martial Arts Hall? Is it possible that someone remains in the wasteland? You refer to Tong Xin, the daughter of the former master of the hall, correct? As the dean of the Snowflake Laboratory, Chao Zhe is well acquainted with the Tong Family Martial Arts Hall and even knows its former master. Vice Dean Niu nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Tong Xin is the daughter of the former master. However, the master has long since passed away. Following his death, the Tong Family Martial Arts Hall disintegrated, and the remaining members abandoned Tong Xin and others in the wasteland, departing on their own. Director, I am aware of your acquaintance with the former master of the Tong Family Martial Arts School, yet this is not a time for nostalgia. The matter regarding the spiritual vein is critical to the survival of our laboratory, and we cannot afford to show mercy. Years ago, Chao Zhe had some ties with the old master, and I fear that if we exhibit leniency towards Tong Xin, it could complicate matters. Chao Zhe scoffed, asserting, I am not so muddled as to forget my purpose. Even if she is the daughter of the old master, upon sight, she shall be apprehended. A glint of ruthless determination flickered in his eyes. The old master is one entity, but his daughter is merely that, a daughter. He would not be swayed by sentimentality. Indeed, Tong Xin should be in the Unju community. Let us proceed there without delay to ensure they do not escape. Vice Director Niu immediately summoned the laboratory personnel, and all skilled members surged forth towards the Unju community, including the laboratory's most formidable director, Chao Zhe. The personnel from the Snowflake Laboratory swiftly made their way to the Unju community. It was not long before they arrived. Qin Yang, Wang Jiangmen, come out and face your doom. Upon entering the Unju community, Vice Director Niu bellowed, his voice resonating like a thunderclap. However, his call echoed into silence. Met with no response. The Snowflake Laboratory members rushed into the community, only to return one by one with grim expressions. Director, the entire community is deserted. They have all fled. The Unju community had long been vacated, devoid of any trace of life. Qin Yang had anticipated that the Snowflake Laboratory would locate this place swiftly, and thus, he had taken immediate action to transport everyone to safety within a concealed space. Indeed, his conjecture proved accurate. The capabilities of the Snowflake Laboratory were truly remarkable, enabling them to swiftly locate the Unju community. Fortunately, the entire neighborhood was deserted, its vacant structures rendered inconsequential, as Qin Yang had already established his roots within his own domain, rendering the Unju community unnecessary. Damn it! Boom! In the next instant, Director Chao Zhe suddenly gestured with his hand, unleashing a formidable force that struck the Unju community. In an instant, the entire area resembled a site bombarded by artillery, reduced to ruins. The thunderous sound of collapsing buildings sent tremors of fear through the neighboring residents, as a mushroom cloud billowed from the Unju community, evidencing the terrifying power of Chao Zhe's strike. The personnel within the Snowflake laboratory fell into a hushed silence, too intimidated to utter a word. Across from them, in the Wutong community, Qin Yang, who had left his mental energy outside, sensed the tremendous commotion and was equally disturbed. He had been cultivating in an environment accelerated tenfold, recently breaking through to the initial stage of sea level. Although he had made some progress, it was not substantial. Upon hearing the news, he exited his space and approached the window of his room to gaze across. The sight of the mushroom cloud rising from the Unju community, accompanied by the deafening roar, alongside the formidable figures of the Snowflake laboratory encircling the area, sent a shiver down Qin Yang's spine. What terrifying strength! Although he had attained sea-level prowess, he stood no chance against a B-level opponent, let alone someone like Chao Zhe, who was nearing S-level mastery. In the face of such an adversary, his only recourse was to flee for his life. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, promptly relocating his people while he himself concealed himself within the Wudong Garden community. Qin Yang, you cannot escape. Do not let me catch you, roared Chao Zhe in a fit of impotent fury, for he was entirely unaware of Qin Yang's whereabouts. More individuals are arriving. As Qin Yang lay hidden in the Wutong Garden, observing the movements of the Snowflake laboratory personnel, a number of figures suddenly emerged on the street outside the Unju community, each clad in black uniforms adorned with a martial character on their chests and sleeves. Upon seeing them, the faces of the Snowflake laboratory members shifted dramatically, and some even gasped in astonishment. The Martial Alliance? The Martial Alliance is a recently ascendant and formidable force, their ambition to dominate the wasteland and restore order. However, the Snowflake laboratory opposes the existence of the Martial Alliance, for they do not wish for any entity to govern the wasteland. Apologies for the interruption, came the voice of the Martial Alliance representatives, led by Li Mo, the envoy who had previously conferred with Qin Yang. Although Li Mo's strength was inferior to that of the Snowflake laboratory members, he wielded a B-class prowess and represented the alliance. Chao Zhe furrowed his brow, addressing Li Mo. What is the meaning of your presence, Martial Alliance? Li Mo smiled lightly. You should be aware of my intentions. What are your thoughts on joining our Martial Alliance? Previously, Li Mo, as the envoy of the alliance, had engaged with all major factions in Longqing, including the Snowflake laboratory, and now he sought to gauge their stance. Chao Zhe replied with displeasure, do not be so presumptuous. Martial Alliance. The Snowflake laboratory does not take sides. The blue planet has languished in desolation for a century, with various factions embroiled in conflict, leaving the situation shrouded in uncertainty. The Snowflake laboratory, however, has no intention of aligning with any faction to avoid collateral damage. Li Mo remains unfazed. Is that so? Neutrality is hardly a commendable choice. At that moment, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Chao Zhe's eyes. You, mere envoy, dare to threaten the Dean? Do you court death? Were it not for the consideration of the Martial Alliance, you would not even possess the right to speak to me. Leave at once. The Snowflake laboratory, refusing to join the Martial Alliance, shows no fear of this envoy. In the next instant, they dismiss Li Mo as one would swat away a fly. Do not hinder my affairs. Li Mo merely chuckles softly and shakes his head. I beg your pardon. But the matters you attend to are also mine. We, the Martial Alliance, have guaranteed the safety of Qin Yang, the owner of the Unju community. I wish to inform you that Qin Yang is soon to join our ranks and will become one of us, someone you cannot touch. Immediately surrender Qin Yang. Chapter 97. The Lord of Dragon City Qin Yang did not anticipate the arrival of the Martial Alliance, nor did he expect them to assert that he was one of their own. This left Qin Yang in a state of bemusement. He had never consented to join the Martial Alliance. However, Li Mo's words sparked a more advantageous notion within him. In this era of desolation, with the loss of the former order and the coexistence of various factions, Qin Yang aspired to establish his own influence. Yet, he found himself isolated and powerless, making it exceedingly difficult to achieve his ambitions. If he were to align himself with the Martial Alliance, he would gain their protection and significantly reduce his troubles. Certainly, he does not genuinely intend to join the Martial Alliance. Rather, he opts for a temporary affiliation, leveraging the alliance's influence to cultivate his own power. This is indeed a commendable strategy. After all, he currently faces numerous adversaries, including the Snowflake Laboratory, the previously encountered Black Tiger Hall, and even the ever-looming threat of the Demon Laboratory, which has consistently remained a potential enemy for Qin Yang. It is crucial to note that the Demon Laboratory may very well be the clandestine force behind the demise of his parents, and he will inevitably confront them. The Demon Laboratory wields considerably more power than the Snowflake Laboratory. If the Snowflake Laboratory is already proving to be a significant challenge, the prospect of the Demon Laboratory is daunting. To avenge his parents' unjust fate, Qin Yang must possess formidable strength, and aligning with the Martial Alliance could be a prudent choice. This is merely a contemplation of his. He wishes to observe the unfolding of events. Hand over Qin Yang. The Martial Alliance envoy, Liemo, mistakenly presumed that Qin Yang had been captured by the Snowflake Laboratory. He directly demanded Qin Yang from the representatives of the laboratory, aware that the Martial Alliance highly values Qin Yang's capabilities. His intention to win Qin Yang over was evident, especially since the community had been raised by the Snowflake Laboratory, and Qin Yang might have fallen into their clutches. Upon hearing Limo's words, Chao's expression darkened significantly. What did you say? Qin Yang is one of your Martial Alliance members? Wait, do you mean to imply that Qin Yang has not yet formally joined your alliance? It seemed that Liemo had previously indicated that Qin Yang had not fully committed to the Martial Alliance. Liemo, exuding confidence, replied, though he has not yet joined us, he is already a designated candidate for our alliance. By all accounts, he is effectively one of us. I reiterate, surrender Qin Yang. You are aware of the ramifications of antagonizing the Martial Alliance, Snowfall Laboratory. As an emissary of the Martial Alliance, Liemo, despite possessing only B-grade capabilities, exhibited no trepidation towards the Snowfall Laboratory personnel, imperiously demanding the handover. The Snowfall Laboratory staff, incensed by the threats from a mere B-grade ability user, gnashed their teeth in fury, yet dared not retaliate against Liemo. Even Director Chao's countenance vacillated between shades of uncertainty. Ultimately, Chao declared in a somber tone, we have not apprehended Qin Yang. This was a source of vexation for Chao. Unexpectedly, Qin Yang had preemptively absconded, leaving the Unju residential complex deserted. Liemo paused, then pressed, are you certain you have not captured Qin Yang? He surveyed the Unju residential complex, now reduced to rubble, expressing disbelief that they had failed to apprehend Qin Yang. Liemo was previously cognizant of the animosity between Qin Yang and the Snowfall Laboratory. He had not anticipated that the Snowfall Laboratory's full-scale mobilization would yield no results. I have no reason to deceive you. Even if Qin Yang were to join your Martial Alliance, I must inform you that Qin Yang must meet his demise. This was Chao's unwavering resolve. Qin Yang had pilfered a substantial quantity of resources from their laboratory, and the loss of the spiritual vein was evidently linked to Qin Yang. As they had ascertained that Qin Yang was likely a spatial ability user, no wonder the Martial Alliance had set its sights on Qin Yang. Even laboratories like theirs harbored an intense interest in Qin Yang. Spatial ability users were exceedingly rare, and the laboratory's ultimate objective was space itself, to construct an independent spatial dimension. Regrettably, the dimensions they had created were merely incomplete prototypes. However, should one capture a true master of spatial abilities, there exists a substantial opportunity to forge an independent realm. In such a scenario, regardless of the world's transformations, possessing a separate space would render them impervious to external influences. The Martial Alliance, indeed, sought to ally with Qin Yang precisely because of his unique spatial powers. You at the Snowflake Laboratory may wish to test this theory. Liemo chuckled coldly. If Qin Yang were to truly join the Martial Alliance, any attempt by the Snowflake Laboratory to harm him would be tantamount to courting death. Moreover, Liemo breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing that Qin Yang had not been captured by the Snowflake Laboratory, a piece of good news. Suddenly, an idea struck him as he retrieved a peculiar jade talisman. Upon inspecting it, he was filled with joy and exclaimed, Qin Yang, I know you are nearby, come forth. The personnel from the Snowflake Laboratory widened their eyes, quickly scanning their surroundings. Was Qin Yang truly in proximity? Chao and his colleagues immediately recalled Qin Yang's abilities. Realizing that he could easily conceal himself from detection, it was entirely plausible that he was hiding nearby. In the Wudong Garden community, Qin Yang stood atop the tallest building, distanced yet still able to hear the dialogue between the two parties. It was astonishing that Liemo was aware of his presence. Evidently, the Martial Alliance possessed extraordinary methods. He had underestimated the capabilities of other ability users. It was entirely reasonable that the Martial Alliance had already acquired comprehensive information about him, including his vicinity. However, with the Snowflake Laboratory personnel lurking nearby, each one eager to inflict harm, stepping out would be an invitation to his own demise. Therefore, he remained inside. continuing to observe the outskirts of the Unju residential complex ruins from the uppermost window. The personnel from Snowflake Laboratories and the Martial Alliance were all within the range of his mental perception. Humph, you think hiding here will keep me from finding you? In the ensuing moment, Qin Yang's countenance underwent a drastic change as a sense of impending doom descended upon him, causing his scalp to prickle. He realized he had been targeted by a terrifying force, one emanating from Chaozhe, the director of Snowflake Laboratories. At that crucial juncture, Qin Yang vanished in a flash. Retreating to his own dimension, a thunderous roar erupted as the floor where Qin Yang had been standing was instantly obliterated. Chaozhe, who had been outside the Unju residential complex, had somehow materialized outside the room in Wudong Garden where Qin Yang had been. With a single palm strike, he had annihilated the floor, seeking to eliminate Qin Yang. Chaozhe desist, Liemo exclaimed, but it was too late. He, too, had discerned Qin Yang's location. In Chaozhe's grasp, Qin Yang, a mere D-level ability user, would surely meet his demise. However, upon Liemo's arrival, he was met with the sight of Chaozhe and his entourage standing on the destroyed rooftop, their faces ashen. For Qin Yang had vanished. Chaozhe possessed formidable power, but Qin Yang's ability to conceal himself far surpassed expectations. Haha, Qin Yang is a spatial ability user. You seek to kill him? Dream on, Liemo retorted, realizing that Qin Yang, being a spatial ability user, could evade death by retreating into his dimension. He had overestimated the situation. He burst into triumphant laughter. Such a cunning rascal. Chaozhe and his companions' expressions grew increasingly grim, for on the 6th floor of the Snowflake Laboratory, Chaozhe had initially sensed an unfamiliar psychic force. At the time, he believed it to be a misperception, yet the memory of a practitioner is remarkably acute. He had long since recognized the distinct essence of Qin Yang's psychic energy. In that moment, as Qin Yang unleashed his psychic force, he instantly detected the familiar waves of energy. Thus, he understood that it was the very individual who had pilfered the spiritual veins, poised to deliver a lethal strike. Yet he ultimately failed. Within the confines of space, Qin Yang felt a lingering trepidation. The abilities of practitioners are ever-changing and multifaceted. Although his spatial powers were indeed unique, he could not afford to underestimate others. Had he not fled swiftly just moments ago, he might have fallen victim to Chaozhe's lethal intent. This exemplified the terrifying potential of those nearing S-rank capabilities. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yang comprehended fully that he must remain vigilant at all times. Fortunately, the enigmatic nature of his spatial powers ensured that once he entered that realm, no one could pose a threat to him. He promptly sought refuge within his spatial domain. Outside, Chaozhe bellowed, Qin Yang, Wang Jiangmen, come forth. I know you are in the vicinity. You may evade me for a moment, but you cannot hide for eternity. Show yourselves and face your demise. Qin Yang chose to disregard Chaozhe's taunts. However, Liemo's countenance darkened as he interjected, Chaozhe, Qin Yang is now one of us in the Martial Alliance. Do you dare to lay a hand on him? Very well, if that is the case. I shall demonstrate the might of the Martial Alliance. Qin Yang, rest assured, as a member of our alliance, we shall protect you. With that declaration, he produced a talisman from his hand, igniting it with a flicker of flame. The peculiar talisman quickly ignited, transforming into ashes. Witnessing Liemo's actions, Chaozhe and the others wore expressions of perplexity and uncertainty, as they were unfamiliar with the Martial Alliance and oblivious to Liemo's intentions. As the talisman paper turned to ashes, Liemo bowed deeply, exclaiming, I humbly invite Lord Tianyi to descend. Upon hearing this address, the personnel from the Snowflake Laboratory instantly turned pale. Though Lord Tianyi was merely a title, there was a well-known name in Dragon City, Zhang Tianyi, the former city lord who surpassed Grade a bona fide S-grade ability wielder. Before long, from the spot where the talisman paper had vanished, a figure suddenly descended from the heavens, materializing out of thin air. It was a man clad in a similar black robe, appearing to be in his 30s. And most remarkably, he bore a pair of bat-like wings upon his back. Upon his arrival, his gaze swept over the assembled crowd with an intensity like lightning. In that moment, Liemo and the members of the Martial Alliance bowed their heads deeply. Conversely, the individuals from the Snowflake Laboratory turned ghostly pale, devoid of color. The overwhelming aura emanating from the newcomer was daunting, but even more unsettling was the familiarity of his countenance. Many seasoned ability users recognized him as the city lord of Dragon City, Zhang Tianyi. As an S-grade ability user, his prowess was unfathomable. And what set him apart was the extraordinary nature of his awakened abilities. Hiss! It truly is him, Zhang Tianyi. The personnel from the Snowflake Laboratory gasped in astonishment, while Vice Dean Neo and others instinctively lowered their heads. Even someone as formidable as Chao Zhe, upon encountering Zhang Tianyi, slightly inclined his hand in a gesture of respect, uttering, "I have the honor of meeting Lord Zhang." To one's astonishment, the illustrious Lord Zhang Tianyi of Dragon City not only remained in the wasteland, but also allied himself with the Martial Alliance. Even during the time when order prevailed, Zhang Tianyi had already assumed the role of the city lord. With a gaze devoid of warmth, he disregarded the individuals from the Snowflake Laboratory, including Chao Zhe, and instead turned his attention to Li Mo. Li Mo, where is the person I seek? He was on the lookout for the individual he yearned to see. The spatial adept Qin Yang. Li Mo hastily clarified, reporting to you, Lord Tianyi, Qin Yang was nearly slain by the people of the Snowflake Laboratory. He is now concealed within his own space, too frightened to emerge. In Chapter 98, the notion of reason emerges. This time, as the Martial Alliance sought to rally allies. Qin Yang was a talent favored by Lord Zhang Tianyi. Thus, upon his arrival, he directly called for Qin Yang. After all, the Martial Alliance had nearly encompassed all of Dragon City's abilities and possessed knowledge of most adepts' powers. While Qin Yang's spatial ability was indeed rare, it was not difficult for the Martial Alliance, with its formidable strength, to be aware of his capabilities. Its might surpassed the imagination of many. Upon hearing Li Mo's words, Zhang Tianyi's brow furrowed as he cast a sharp glance at the terrified members of the Snowflake Laboratory. Ah, it seems your Snowflake Laboratory is quite audacious, daring to provoke anyone. His piercing gaze swept over Chao Zhu and others, who, despite their considerable strength, dared not breathe in the presence of such a renowned powerhouse. Yet, Chao Zhu mustered his courage to respond. Qin Yang nearly brought ruin to our Snowflake Laboratory. Although your Martial Alliance wishes to protect him, it is precisely because of him that our laboratory stands on the brink of disaster. Should we simply endure his mistakes in silence? The strength of the Martial Alliance is formidable, yet Chao Zhe remains unwilling to yield, for the losses inflicted upon their Snowflake Laboratory by Qin Yang are catastrophic. They have been driven to the brink of irreparable ruin. It is worth noting that the theft of their spiritual veins has resulted in the loss of resources accumulated over a century, all taken away by Qin Yang. Though a clay figurine may possess a flicker of fire, the Snowflake Laboratory is by no means a minor force. They cannot passively accept the plunder of their resources without a reaction, unless they are akin to swine. In the next moment, with a swift motion, Zhang Tianyi raised his hand, and a crisp sound of a slap resonated through the air. Chao Zhe, clutching his face, fell to the ground. Are you trying to reason with me? In this chaotic era, where order has collapsed, reason holds no weight. The Martial Alliance's dominance establishes the law. Even a century ago, when Blue Star had not yet succumbed to desolation and order still reigned, Zhang Tianyi was already the unyielding lord of Dragon City, a figure of undeniable authority. Now, Chao Zhe's words fall on deaf ears, leading to a swift reprimand that serves as a reminder of the world's rules. Stunned by the blow, Chao Zhe dared not utter another word. With a disdainful huff, Zhang Tianyi spoke in a low voice. Qin Yang, step forward. With my presence, the Snowflake Laboratory shall not harm you. I have certain inquiries to make. Within the confines of his space, Qin Yang observed the unfolding events with clarity, astonished that even the enigmatic Lord of Dragon City had made an appearance. It must be said, he had grown up hearing tales of this formidable figure, a person of immense strength and, without a doubt, a ruthless character. He remained concealed within his own realm, impervious to Zhang Tianyi's influence. However, Qin Yang was not inclined to remain in his own space indefinitely. He intended to initially join the Martial Alliance, leveraging its influence to cultivate his own power. After a brief moment of hesitation, Qin Yang stepped out of his space. His spatial abilities were no longer a secret within the Martial Alliance, and there was no necessity for concealment. As long as he prevented outsiders from entering his realm, the external world remained oblivious to the extent of his powers. Thus, after careful consideration, Qin Yang decided to reveal himself and seize the opportunity to join the Martial Alliance. With a deep breath, Qin Yang appeared before Zhang Tianyi. Clad in casual attire, he slightly cupped his hands in greeting, saying, "Greetings, Lord Zhang." In the presence of such a formidable figure, Qin Yang refrained from being presumptuous and adhered to the necessary courtesies. He sensed that Zhang Tianyi had taken an interest in him, and it was prudent to show respect. as he might well rely on Zhang Tianyi as a pillar of support in the future. Zhang Tianyi's gaze swept over Qin Yang with curiosity, and a satisfied smile graced his lips. Remarkable, he remarked. To awaken in an era with such scarce spiritual energy and to possess such a rare spatial ability is truly exceptional. You are indeed a genuine prodigy. At present, Qin Yang was merely 18 years old, having awakened his spatial powers and reached the initial stage of sea-level cultivation. Even during the peak of Blue Star, such talent would have been regarded as extraordinary. Zhang Tianyi held Qin Yang in high esteem, though he had yet to fully comprehend the breadth of Qin Yang's abilities, only knowing him to be a spatial adept. Too kind, Qin Yang replied, embodying humility. Meanwhile, from a distance, the members of the Snowflake Laboratory regarded Qin Yang with eyes filled with a burning desire for vengeance, as if they wished to subject him to 1,000 tortures. The director, Chao Zhe, gritted his teeth in fury, as though Qin Yang had desecrated his ancestral grave. However, due to Zhang Tianyi's presence, despite harboring immense resentment towards Qin Yang, he dared not act against him, for Zhang Tianyi's strength was formidable. As an S-class ability user, even the powers awakened by Zhang Tianyi were fearsome, and he was apprehensive of provoking him further, thus remaining silent. He could do nothing but watch as Qin Yang flaunted his prowess. Zhang Tianyi, having assessed Qin Yang, inquired, "Do you wish to join the Martial Alliance and conquer the world alongside me?" In essence, Zhang Tianyi belonged to the Martial Alliance. Yet he was also cultivating his own influence, seeking to recruit Qin Yang into the alliance, thereby placing him under Zhang Tianyi's command. Without hesitation, Qin Yang nodded, stating, "Since the city lord has extended an invitation, I, Qin Yang, have no reason to decline. I am willing to serve the Martial Alliance." For the time being, joining the Martial Alliance was a pragmatic decision. Qin Yang did not pledge his loyalty to the alliance or to Zhang Tianyi. He merely required the support of the Martial Alliance at this juncture. As for the future, he would assess the circumstances as they unfolded. Zhang Tianyi nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Good, the youth should be decisive. Your choice is indeed wise. Now that you have joined the Martial Alliance, you are one of us, protected by the alliance. Anyone who dares to harm you will face our wrath." The process of joining the Martial Alliance seemed to proceed smoothly, and Qin Yang slightly bowed, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your kindness, City Lord." He then cast a glance at the individuals from the Snowflake Laboratory, whose gazes seemed to burn with fury. His presence here, in plain sight, left them powerless to act against him, which brought him great satisfaction. He nearly ransacked the Snowflake Laboratory, and while the personnel there could not tolerate him, they were equally powerless to eliminate him. "Follow me. I shall first take you to the Dragon City branch of the Martial Alliance to register and arrange a few matters for you. As a member of the Martial Alliance, you ought to possess your own standing." Zhang Tianyi beckoned to Qin Yang, preparing to officially enroll him, thereby making Qin Yang a member of the Martial Alliance from that moment onward. "Very well," Qin Yang replied with a smile, casting a glance at the visibly furious individuals from the Snowflake Laboratory, who could only stare in frustration. However, Zhang Tianyi did not impose any difficulties on them. Thus, Qin Yang followed Zhang Tianyi, departing with Li Mo and the others, leaving the people of the Snowflake Laboratory trembling with rage. "Director, what shall we do now? That scoundrel has escaped with our spiritual veins and the resources we have accumulated for a century." Observing Zhang Tianyi swaggering away with Qin Yang, the personnel of the Snowflake Laboratory finally dared to voice their concerns. They could not bring themselves to resent Zhang Tianyi, but their hatred for Qin Yang ran deep. Each one turned to Chao Zhe. Boom. Chao Zhe slammed his palm against a nearby building, venting his inner fury. "Rest assured, even if he joins the Martial Alliance, I will find a way to eliminate him and reclaim our spiritual veins and resources. They will not let this matter rest easily." Chapter 99. A narrow path for enemies. Although Qin Yang had joined the Martial Alliance, the individuals from the Snowflake Laboratory would not relent. They would relentlessly seek opportunities until they had either slain Qin Yang or reclaimed their spiritual veins and resources. Indeed, while the Martial Alliance may offer temporary protection, it cannot safeguard him for a lifetime. Even if he were to join the Martial Alliance, the internal strife is ruthless, lacking sufficient strength. He may find himself slain without our intervention. Does he believe that joining the Martial Alliance guarantees his safety? How naive. The Snowflake Laboratory was once a colossal entity a century ago. However, most of its adept practitioners have migrated to the new star. Thus, even Zhang Tianyi, with his formidable power, dares not easily eradicate the Snowflake Laboratory's members, for those who have departed for the new star may yet return. Zhang Tianyi understands this all too well. The martial alliance emerged amidst the collapse of order. Whether it can genuinely dominate the wasteland and establish a new hierarchy remains uncertain. Should individuals from the new star return, the martial alliance may falter. Moreover, even in the present wasteland, numerous factions persist, such as the Demon Laboratory and the Snowflake Laboratory, which are unlikely to submit easily to the martial alliance. Additionally, there exist factions opposed to the martial alliance. While the martial alliance is indeed formidable, it is not invincible, and its future remains to be seen. However, with Qin Yang's current affiliation to the martial alliance, the Snowflake Laboratory must reconsider its approach to him, at least refraining from overt confrontation. Ultimately, the members of the Snowflake Laboratory, seething with anger, return to their domain. The martial alliance, as a newly risen force, has established its influence across the wasteland of Blue Star, with its Dragon City branch situated in the very heart of the urban area, occupying a substantial expanse. This exemplifies the martial alliance's domineering nature. At present, the martial alliance remains the most formidable force, as evidenced by the fact that even the Lord of Dragon City, Zhang Tianyi, has joined its ranks. Observing the newly established branch of the martial alliance in Dragon City, one cannot help but be struck by the grandeur and scale of its architecture. Qin Yang, from now on, we shall be comrades. I look forward to your guidance. Li Mo remarked, initiating a conversation with Qin Yang. Due to Qin Yang's unique spatial abilities, he has caught the attention of Lord Zhang, indicating a future filled with potential. Despite being a B-rank ability user and possessing greater strength than Qin Yang, Li Mo did not presume to act arrogantly. After sharing numerous insights about the Martial Alliance's protocols and regulations, they entered the Dragon City branch, where Li Mo once again conveyed his amicable demeanor towards Qin Yang. Qin Yang smiled and replied, "Brother Li Mo, you should take good care of this newcomer." Haha, certainly. Although Li Mo had previously issued threats to compel Qin Yang to join the Martial Alliance, his attitude shifted dramatically upon Qin Yang's acceptance. Upon arriving at the Dragon City branch, Zhang Tianyi instructed Li Mo, "Gather everyone. We are to convene a meeting where I shall formally introduce Qin Yang." Despite Qin Yang being a novice, Zhang Tianyi held high hopes for his abilities and intended to nurture him closely. Thus, it was essential for him to be introduced to all members. Understood. Li Mo cast a glance at Qin Yang, his face a mask of envy. It was evident that Zhang Tianyi was extending special consideration to Qin Yang, something Li Mo had never witnessed with others. He promptly set off to assemble the others. Before long, Qin Yang followed Zhang Tianyi into the expansive conference room, while Zhang Tianyi regarded Qin Yang with great esteem. Qin Yang's limited power resulted in him being seated at the back of the room. Taking advantage of the absence of others in the conference room, Zhang Tianyi spoke up. "Qin Yang, although your abilities are quite unique, do not underestimate anyone in the realm of those with powers. Remember, to establish yourself within the Martial Alliance, you must demonstrate your own capabilities. I will not assist you." The newly established order within the Martial Alliance still adheres to the principle that strength reigns supreme. No matter how much I value you, if your strength is lacking, you will face exclusion from others. To ascend, one must possess the requisite power. Qin Yang had long understood this truth. Now, with the order in disarray, the strong prevailed. He had witnessed numerous such instances in the Unju community and nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand." Soon, others began to arrive in the conference room. Many took notice of the newcomer, Qin Yang. However, as new members joined the Martial Alliance daily, everyone was accustomed to it. Once everyone was seated, Zhang Tianyi, as the head of the Longqing branch of the Martial Alliance, announced a series of matters and introduced several newcomers. Finally, he solemnly stated, "Next, I would like to introduce a newcomer to you all. His name is Qin Yang." Qin Yang had no choice but to stand up and offer a slight nod to the crowd, a gesture of greeting. Everyone's curiosity was piqued as they looked at Qin Yang, bewildered as to why Zhang Tianyi had chosen to specifically highlight a C-grade novice. "All right, the meeting is adjourned." Without further explanation, Zhang Tianyi declared the meeting over and departed, leaving everyone in a state of confusion, their minds swirling with questions. They gazed at Qin Yang in astonishment, wondering about the origins of this young man. Even Zhang Meng personally named him, suggesting that he possesses considerable significance. "Qin Yang? I have never heard of him. Where did he emerge from?" Many present were puzzled, yet since it was Zhang Tianyi, the head of this division, who had specifically mentioned him, most refrained from further inquiries. However, behind the scenes, they would undoubtedly seek to uncover more about Qin Yang. The more enigmatic he appeared, the greater their curiosity. Subsequently, others began to depart the scene. After all, upon noting that Qin Yang was merely at the initial stage of C-rank cultivation, many did not regard him with much concern. While C-rank is not weak, there are numerous formidable individuals within the Martial Alliance, and C-rank is not particularly esteemed. Only one person remained seated across from Qin Yang, intently fixated on him. His brow furrowed deeply, a mark resembling the character for king appearing on his forehead. Lu Hu, why are you staring at this newcomer in such a manner? Do you know him? It seems Lu Hu is familiar with Qin Yang. Do share, what is the matter? You appear quite displeased. Suddenly, Li Mo, seated beside Qin Yang, changed his expression slightly, wiped his forehead, and said to Qin Yang, Qin Yang, you might be in trouble. Qin Yang also noticed the hostile gaze directed at him. Yet he realized he did not recognize the individual and had never encountered him before. Upon hearing Li Mo's words, he curiously inquired, I have just joined the Martial Alliance. I haven't provoked him, have I? The situation seemed rather strange. He had only recently become a member of the Martial Alliance and had barely settled in when someone seemed intent on causing him trouble. It appeared that the Martial Alliance was indeed somewhat chaotic. Li Mo helplessly shrugged his shoulders, saying, You truly have a grudge against him. His name is Lu Hu, the founder of the Black Tiger Hall. So, I suppose I need not elaborate. Qin Yang suddenly comprehended the situation. He realized that Lu Hu, the leader of the Black Tiger Hall, was indeed the very figure he had clashed with previously. He had stolen the water source pearl from the Black Tiger Hall and had even eliminated several of its hall masters. However, he had never encountered Lu Hu himself until now. It dawned on him that Lu Hu had joined the Martial Alliance, which explained the animosity directed towards him. At that moment, Lu Hu rose from his seat, his eyes glinting with malice, and swiftly charged towards Qin Yang. Chapter 100. The challenged Qin Yang was taken aback by the unexpected encounter with Lu Hu, the leader of the Black Tiger Hall. It seemed that fate had conspired against him. Their previous enmity ran deep, with several hall masters having fallen at his hands. Yet he had never laid eyes on Lu Hu until now. Upon recognizing the history between them, Qin Yang sensed the sea-level initial stage spiritual energy emanating from Lu Hu, indicating that their powers were indeed equal. Maintaining a serene demeanor, Qin Yang recalled that it was the Black Tiger Hall that had instigated their conflict, and at that time, he had only recently awakened his abilities. Now, he had ascended to the sea-level initial stage and had acquired several spatial skills, including space explosion, thanks to his spatial abilities. Initially, he had intended to cultivate within the tenfold acceleration zone set up by the Wangjiang sect to rapidly enhance his skills. However, the emergence of the Snowflake Laboratory had disrupted his plans. Now that he had joined the Martial Alliance, Qin Yang realized he could not remain passive. He resolved to establish a firm foothold within the alliance before proceeding further. Certainly, he was aware that as a newcomer in the Martial Alliance, he would inevitably face suppression, and he had long prepared himself for such eventualities. Now, with Lu Hu being the first to target him, Qin Yang was not taken aback, for there had been previous grievances between the two. Lu Hu, what are you doing? Are you trying to bully a newcomer? This is excessive, he remarked, sensing that a spectacle was about to unfold. Among the onlookers, reactions varied. Some sought to intervene, while others appeared eager to witness the unfolding drama. As an envoy, Li Mo was acutely aware of Zhang Tiany's high regard for Qin Yang, and he immediately positioned himself in front of Lu Hu. Lu Hu, you should know your limits, he asserted. Li Mo was determined not to allow Lu Hu to create difficulties for Qin Yang. Not only did he wish to maintain a favorable relationship with Qin Yang, but he also recognized the importance of preserving harmony within the ranks, particularly given Lu Hu's animosity towards Qin Yang. Despite everyone being aligned with Zhang Tiany, each individual had their own stance, and Lu Hu's past conflicts with Qin Yang could not be overlooked. Li Mo was prepared to mediate the escalating tension. Faced with Li Mo's intervention, Lu Hu's expression turned sour. Li Mo, what do you mean by this? Are you unaware of my grievances with him? My Black Tiger Hall has been utterly dismantled by him, and now it exists in name only. Should I simply endure such enmity? At that moment, upon learning of Qin Yang's true identity, Lu Hu's pin-up hatred erupted. Qin Yang had nearly obliterated his Black Tiger Hall, leaving it in a state of ruin, with many of his brothers slain. Lu Hu had long sought revenge, yet had refrained due to the Martial Alliance's interest in Qin Yang, hoping to win him over. However, seeing that he could no longer contain himself, Lu Hu was resolute in holding Qin Yang accountable, irrespective of the circumstances. Liemo, slightly troubled, rubbed his forehead and spoke in a solemn tone. Lu Hu, to put it plainly, it is your Black Tiger Hall that instigated the conflict with Qin Yang. Now that Qin Yang has joined our martial alliance, we are all comrades. It is time to lay down past grievances and transform hostility into harmony. Ultimately, Liemo chose to persuade with gentleness, preferring to avoid conflict. Unity is essential for the martial alliance. However, the notion of unity was somewhat insincere, as he did not wish for Qin Yang to be bullied upon his arrival. Lu Hu had been a member of the martial alliance for quite some time, participating in its endeavors. Thus, he had established connections within the faction. Liemo feared that Qin Yang might not be a match for Lu Hu. However, Lu Hu retorted angrily, "I cannot let go of the enmity for the brother you killed." His gaze turned icy as he fixed it on Qin Yang. "Yet, I can offer him a chance. I challenge him. If he defeats me, I shall relinquish the past grievances. Should he lose, he must apologize and acknowledge his fault, and observe a period of mourning for 7 days at the graves of my brothers as punishment. Qin Yang, do you dare to accept my challenge?" Upon hearing this, the onlookers were filled with curiosity, all eyes turning to Qin Yang. Lu Hu had issued a challenge, determining the outcome of their animosity through victory or defeat. Although the 7-day mourning was somewhat harsh, it was ultimately a reasonable. Liemo cast a helpless glance at Qin Yang, taken aback by Lu Hu's audacious challenge. Within the confines of the martial alliance's regulations, as long as it is not a life-or-death battle, a standard challenge poses no threat to one's life. This can be regarded as a favorable outcome, for regardless of victory or defeat, their grievances could reach a resolution. Addressing Qin Yang, Liemo remarked, "Qin Yang, you may refuse Lu Hu's challenge. Both are at the initial stage of the C-grade cultivation level, and the outcome remains uncertain, especially considering Lu Hu's formidable prowess. However, if Liemo were to speculate, he would lean towards the belief that Qin Yang holds the upper hand, for Qin Yang's spatial abilities are indeed extraordinary." Surveying the crowd, it was evident that everyone was captivated by the unfolding drama, particularly Lu Hu, whose gaze was fixated on him. Choosing not to respond immediately, Qin Yang, still a newcomer, preferred to avoid drawing too much attention to himself. It was surprising to witness such timidity in Qin Yang. I had expected someone valued by Zhang Ming to be formidable. Yet he dares not accept Lu Hu's challenge. Truly disappointing, one onlooker sneered. After all, he is a newcomer. It is only natural for him to be a bit timid. Let us not mock him. Ultimately, many concluded that a confrontation between them was unlikely. "Come, let us go enjoy some tea. This is rather dull," they said, as whispers filled the air, branding Qin Yang as cowardly. The martial alliance, having risen from chaotic times, is comprised of individuals possessing immense courage, having triumphed over numerous adversaries in their quest to establish the alliance's current esteemed position. Thus, most members of the martial alliance are anything but timid. Each can be deemed a warrior, daring to defy conventions and forge a new order amidst the turmoil. Those who exhibit cowardice are universally met with scorn. It's evident that there's widespread disappointment in Qin Yang, with many suspecting his entry into the martial alliance was facilitated by connections. "Qin Yang, do you lack the courage? Are you only capable of bullying the weak?" Lu Hu taunted, further provoking Qin Yang. Qin Yang had slain several of his Black Tiger Gang brethren. While he wouldn't kill Qin Yang, defeating him and holding him in contempt, ensuring Qin Yang could not stand tall in his presence, would suffice. Yet, Qin Yang seemed reluctant to accept his challenge. Despite the public discourse and Lu Hu's verbal goading, Qin Yang remained unperturbed. However, he recognized that to establish himself within the martial alliance, he needed to eliminate all obstacles. Refusing Lu Hu's challenge might lead to continuous troubles. Ultimately, he acquiesced with a nod. "Very well, since you wish to challenge me, I accept." Both possessing the cultivation of a C-grade initial stage, Qin Yang was unfamiliar with Lu Hu's capabilities. However, having mastered Void Burst, he held absolute dominance among all C-grades. The power of Void Burst was sufficient for him to vanquish most adversaries of the same level. With Qin Yang's current strength, he harbored no concerns regarding any C-grade ability user. Spatial Blink and Void Burst were formidable skills, capable of dealing with the vast majority of C-grade ability users, whether at the initial or peak stage. Previously, at the D-grade peak, a single Void Burst had severely injured Chun Weiwei, a C-grade initial stage. Lu Hu, like him, was merely at the C-grade initial stage, and he doubted Lu Hu could defeat him. Therefore, the matter of guarding the tomb for 7 days was irrelevant, provided he emerged victorious against Lu Hu. "Haha, splendid. I did not expect you to possess such courage. Since that is the case, there is no better time than the present. Let us proceed to the martial arena. Lu Hu initially believed that Qin Yang would shy away from the challenge. Yet to his surprise, Qin Yang accepted. This filled Lu Hu with immense excitement, for soon he would defeat Qin Yang, compelling him to observe a period of mourning for his fallen brothers, thus humiliating him thoroughly. Though it would not cost Qin Yang his life, such punishment would undoubtedly be more excruciating than death itself. Observing mourning for 7 days is a right reserved for the descendants of the deceased. For Qin Yang to fulfill this obligation would imply his tacit acknowledgement of being a descendant of Lu Hu's late brother. With that, Lu Hu led the way to the martial arena of the Martial Alliance, followed by others who were curious to witness the spectacle. It is not often one encounters such a challenge, and a fierce confrontation was anticipated, providing some entertainment for those who were bored. Li Mo approached Qin Yang, cautioning him, "Qin Yang, while your abilities are indeed unique, you must remain vigilant against Lu Hu. He is an awakened wielder of the fiery tiger beast's powers. At the initial stage of C rank, capable of contending even with mid-level C rank ability users." Li Mo sought to cultivate a rapport with Qin Yang, openly discussing the stakes, and even revealing Lu Hu's capabilities. The abilities of awakened individuals vary greatly, and Lu Hu, as an awakened wielder of the fiery tiger beast, should not be underestimated. He possesses the potential to engage in battles beyond his rank. Qin Yang nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you. Indeed, the awakening of beast abilities is rare, yet it pales in comparison to his own spatial abilities. Moreover, Lu Hu could only engage in combat at a higher level, which increasingly reassured Qin Yang. Nonetheless, he was genuinely grateful to Li Mo, who had consistently shown him goodwill and had now divulged Lu Hu's abilities to him, a favor he would remember. There's no need for politeness. Lu Hu is rather reckless, and I trust you can easily overcome him." Thus, Qin Yang made his way to the martial arena. The Martial Alliance's arena was vast, and at that moment, a considerable crowd had gathered to witness the spectacle. In the center stood Lu Hu, exuding confidence as if victory were assured. Qin Yang approached the arena without hesitation, halting several meters before Lu Hu. Their gazes locked, with Lu Hu displaying a hint of derision, while Qin Yang remained composed, unperturbed. Surrounding them, spectators began to speculate. Who do you think will triumph? Is there any doubt? Clearly, it will be Lu Hu. His awakened flame tiger ability renders him unmatched at this level. He could even contend with mid-tier C-class fighters. Indeed, I favor Lu Hu as well. I know little of Qin Yang's capabilities. While he may not be an ordinary ability user, my confidence lies with Lu Hu. Just wait. Within 10 moves, Lu Hu will emerge victorious, and Qin Yang will be left to mourn at the grave for 7 days. The onlookers, unfamiliar with Qin Yang, leaned toward Lu Hu, many of whom had a favorable relationship with him and were aware of his prowess. Consequently, over 80% supported Lu Hu. Only a handful believed that Qin Yang, being favored by Zhang Tianyi, would not succumb to Lu Hu. Among them was Li Mo, who firmly believed in Qin Yang's inevitable victory. The capable individual possessed keen senses, and naturally, Qin Yang heard the crowd's speculations regarding the outcome between the two. Few harbored any hope for him, yet he remained indifferent. As a newcomer in the Martial Alliance, establishing oneself relied solely on one's own strength, forging a path through sheer determination. Everything else was inconsequential. "Are you prepared, young man?" Lu Hu smirked, exuding an air of confidence as he crossed his arms and fixed his gaze upon Qin Yang. Qin Yang replied coolly, "Bring it on." With a subtle gesture, he beckoned Lu Hu closer. Being both C-level initiators, he felt no apprehension and was filled with self-assurance. Upon witnessing Qin Yang's slight provocation, Lu Hu let out a menacing laugh and, in an instant, appeared before Qin Yang like a bolt of lightning. The physical prowess of C-level ability wielders had reached astonishing heights. Their daily absorption of the Earth's spiritual energy fortified their bodies, granting them immense destructive potential even without employing their abilities. Initially, Lu Hu dismissed Qin Yang, unaware of his capabilities. Even had he been informed, he would have still undervalued him. With a powerful punch aimed at Qin Yang's chest, Lu Hu launched his attack. In response, Qin Yang unleashed his formidable mental prowess, enveloping a radius of nearly 100 meters, allowing him to perceive every movement Lu Hu made. He even discerned the flaws and weaknesses in Lu Hu's technique. Opting not to employ his spatial abilities, Qin Yang deemed it unnecessary to utilize his strongest skills when facing another C-level initiator. That would be a waste of effort. With precision, he extended his hand to block Lu Hu's arm, forcefully redirecting the trajectory of the punch aimed at his chest, causing it to veer off course. His punch missed its mark, failing to even graze Qin Yang's clothing. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yang retaliated with a palm strike to Lu Hu's chest. The resounding impact of flesh against flesh sent tremors through Lu Hu's body, propelling him backward. Utter disbelief washed over Lu Hu's face as he was sent reeling. His assault had faltered, and instead, he had been struck by Qin Yang. He swiftly regained his composure after being thrown back. Despite his quick reactions, the sheer force of Qin Yang's physical prowess forced him to stumble back a dozen paces before regaining his balance. He stood there, his countenance a mask of dismay. How could this be? Was Lu Hu truly so inept that he was repelled by this newcomer, Qin Yang, in their very first exchange? A wave of astonishment rippled through the onlookers, as both combatants had refrained from using their abilities. The crowd's favorite, Lu Hu, had unexpectedly found himself at a disadvantage. Qin Yang, whom they had underestimated, remained steadfast, not even budging from his spot. In stark contrast to Lu Hu's disarray, Qin Yang exuded composure. This outcome defied all expectations, making it clear that they had underestimated this novice, Qin Yang. Despite their comparable cultivation levels, Qin Yang's physical strength was clearly on par with Lu Hu's. Even Li Mo wore a smile, genuinely surprised by the outcome. Indeed, Qin Yang's mental fortitude appeared formidable. Lu Hu was undoubtedly in for a rough time. As for Lu Hu, his expression was exceedingly grim. In their initial confrontation, devoid of any display of his abilities, he was utterly overwhelmed by Qin Yang, leaving him with a profound sense of humiliation. At that moment, fury ignited within him. In terms of sheer physical prowess, he was no match for Qin Yang. Thus, he resolved to unleash his true capabilities, no longer holding back. Chapter 102, Transformation After Suffering Defeat at the Hands of Qin Yang. Lu Hu realized that relying solely on his physical strength rendered him inferior to Qin Yang. Without hesitation, he activated his abilities. Lu Hu possessed the awakened powers of the fiery tiger, and upon transforming into this fierce beast, his strength would ascend to an entirely new level, capable of contending with opponents of a higher caliber. This was the distinct advantage of awakened beast powers, especially after joining the Martial Alliance, where Lu Hu had further honed his abilities. Among his peers, Lu Hu was undoubtedly among the elite. "Young man, do not be so arrogant. I have yet to truly showcase my power," Lu Hu retorted, a mixture of embarrassment and anger evident in his tone. He had aimed to humiliate Qin Yang, yet found himself in a position of disgrace. As he spoke, a palpable shift in his aura occurred. Lu Hu's physique rapidly expanded. His muscles bulged, his limbs morphed into colossal tiger claws, and an eerie, beastly transformation overtook his visage. In mere moments, Lu Hu had transformed into a magnificent fiery tiger. Hiss! It appears Lu Hu has truly been provoked. Indeed, as a wielder of fiery tiger abilities, the transformation is nothing short of spectacular. Qin Yang may be in peril now. The onlookers gasped in awe upon witnessing Lu Hu's metamorphosis into the fiery tiger, for his awakened powers were indeed a rarity. After his transformation, Lu Hu experienced a remarkable surge in power. It was the first time Qin Yang witnessed such a beastly transformation in an ability user, and he was taken aback. At this moment, Lu Hu's aura had far surpassed that of a novice C-class. One must acknowledge Lu Hu's exceptional skill in harnessing his abilities. This metamorphosis not only amplified his strength, but also enhanced his defense and various other attributes. Nevertheless, Qin Yang remained unfazed. Even in his transformed state, Lu Hu posed no threat to him. With a thunderous roar, Lu Hu emitted a primal cry that reverberated throughout the surroundings, causing the very air to tremble. In the next instant, he lunged toward Qin Yang, his massive figure towering at least 3 meters high, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. As he closed in on Qin Yang, his immense and razor-sharp claws descended towards Qin Yang's forehead. Sensing the rush of wind, Qin Yang narrowed his eyes into slits. Although the strength of Lu Hu in his fiery tiger form was undeniably formidable, Qin Yang maintained an unruffled demeanor in the face of Lu Hu's transformation. Just as Lu Hu's claws were about to strike, Qin Yang vanished in a flash, reappearing behind the transformed Lu Hu. In a swift motion, he seized the fiery tiger's tail and, with a powerful flick, sent Lu Hu reeling. Caught off guard, Lu Hu's claws missed their target, and a look of astonishment crossed his eyes. In an instant, he let out a ferocious roar, feeling an immense force gripping his tail. Turning to see who had seized him, he was horrified to find Qin Yang standing right behind him. The sheer speed with which Qin Yang had maneuvered left him bewildered. He had not even grasped how Qin Yang accomplished such a feat. By the time he registered the reality of the situation, it was already too late. With a single, forceful heave, Qin Yang sent Lu Hu's transformed blazing tiger form, a colossal entity, hurtling through the air like a vast tapestry before it crashed violently onto the earth. The impact reverberated with tremendous force, leaving Lu Hu disoriented and reeling from the earth-shattering collision. To subdue Lu Hu, Qin Yang found it unnecessary to unleash his most potent aerial burst techniques. A mere instantaneous translocation sufficed. Again and again, Qin Yang seized Lu Hu by the tail, relentlessly slamming him against the ground, each impact carving out craters in the earth. Lu Hu was afforded no chance to retaliate, having been incapacitated from the initial blow, reduced to a mere projectile in Qin Yang's hands. Finally, with one last resounding crash, Qin Yang released his grip, leaving Lu Hu in a state of near unconsciousness. He swiftly reverted to his human form, collapsing onto the ground, coughing up blood. The spectators were astounded, incredulous at the ease with which a newcomer had vanquished Lu Hu. Qin Yang's prowess was undeniable, surpassing even Lu Hu's transformed state. The crowd marveled at Qin Yang's ability to instantaneously appear behind Lu Hu, a feat that defied their understanding. The outcome was met with disbelief, yet the reality remained. Lu Hu had been utterly outmatched by Qin Yang. From their first exchange, Lu Hu had failed to lay a hand on Qin Yang, a testament to the vast disparity in skill despite their similar cultivation levels. Even now, the full extent of Qin Yang's capabilities remains elusive to many. Within the Martial Alliance, only a select few are privy to the nature of his spatial abilities. They are not common knowledge. Qin Yang regarded Lu Hu, who was prostrate on the ground and coughing up blood, and said with composure, "I am much obliged for your concession. This was merely a challenge, and he had no intention of killing Lu Hu. It was unnecessary." While he harbored grievances with the Black Tiger Hall, both he and Lu Hu were now members of the Martial Alliance. He did not wish to incite conflict. But if Lu Hu persisted, Qin Yang would not afford him another opportunity. Others swiftly assisted Lu Hu to his feet. After expelling another mouthful of blood, Lu Hu recognized the disparity between his strength and Qin Yang's. His attempt to humiliate Qin Yang had backfired, resulting in his current predicament. Acknowledging his inferiority, he harbored no resentment toward Qin Yang. Instead, he offered a wry smile and said, "Thank you for your leniency. Any animosity between you and the Black Tiger Hall is now nullified." At this juncture, Lu Hu displayed forthrightness. Qin Yang's earlier restraint had not gone unnoticed, and he would no longer dwell on past grievances. "Very well," Qin Yang responded with a nod. It seemed Lu Hu was sensible. Thus, his feud with the Black Tiger Hall had reached its conclusion. Furthermore, this exchange with Lu Hu had served to showcase his strength within the Martial Alliance. Those impudent individuals who might have considered challenging him would now have to weigh their options, effectively shielding him from numerous potential troubles. Haha. It is better to resolve disputes than to perpetuate them. It is heartening to see that you have been able to set aside your differences. Li Mo emerged from the crowd, chuckling. He was pleased to witness such an outcome, as continued infighting among members of the Martial Alliance served no purpose. Lu Hu's lips twitched slightly as he clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect towards Qin Yang. "Brother Qin, I must take my leave," he said, swiftly departing from the scene. Having faced defeat in his challenge against Qin Yang and sustaining injuries in the process, he sought to recuperate in solitude. As Lu Hu exited, Li Mo approached Qin Yang, patting him on the shoulder with a grin. "Indeed, your prowess is remarkable. You managed to defeat Lu Hu without even showcasing your true abilities." He continued, "Well, the grievances have been settled. Allow me to guide you to your office so you may familiarize yourself with the surroundings." Being new to the Martial Alliance, Qin Yang was still unacquainted with the environment, and Li Mo took the initiative to help him navigate it. As they departed, the onlookers continued to murmur among themselves. "This newcomer is quite impressive. Indeed, he was brought by Zhang Meng. One should not underestimate him. I foresee that the upcoming election for the captain of the Southern District Security Team will have an unexpected contender." Chapter 103. A childlike breakthrough. Having joined the Martial Alliance as a C-rank capable individual, Qin Yang was afforded his own office. While possessing an office conferred a certain status, it merely signified a position without guaranteeing any particular standing. In a place teeming with formidable talents, establishing one's rank would necessitate proving oneself through merit. "Qin Yang, this is your office. You may conduct your affairs here from now on." Li Mo introduced the workspace to him. Qin Yang surveyed his surroundings. The environment was quite pleasant, and the space was ample. Although it was an office, it also included a leisure suite, totaling approximately 100 square meters. This indicated that the conditions of the Martial Alliance were quite favorable at present. In addition to the office, Qin Yang had a separate room of about 200 square meters. Joining the Martial Alliance not only offered a salary but also various benefits. Although Qin Yang had merely joined the alliance without a designated position, he was classified as a C-level ability user and thus received a base salary of 30,000 star coins. One must admit, the compensation from the Martial Alliance was indeed impressive, leaving Qin Yang pleasantly surprised. Well, Qin Yang, shouldn't you have joined the Martial Alliance sooner to enjoy such benefits? After introducing him, Li Mo proceeded to register Qin Yang's information into the system while engaging in casual conversation. Had I known that was this good, I would have come to claim my salary much earlier, Qin Yang jested. Yet, despite the attractive benefits, working for the Alliance meant shouldering responsibilities. When the Alliance faced difficulties, it would dispatch tasks to suitable individuals. After familiarizing himself with the Martial Alliance's situation, Qin Yang realized that having an office and his own dormitory was indeed advantageous. For the time being, he could develop his career within the Alliance. Although he had a loyal team behind him, he could remain within the confines of the space, summoning his people whenever necessary. Once Qin Yang was settled, Li Mo continued, "By the way, Qin Yang, since you have just joined the Martial Alliance and hold no position yet, my advice is to secure a position as soon as possible, to establish yourself within the Alliance. You cannot always remain a pawn for others. The higher your position, the greater your authority, and the more individuals you can command. Therefore, strive to ascend the ranks as much as possible. The Martial Alliance is a formidable force where strength reigns supreme. Here, one is faced with two choices: either aspire to a lofty position and wield considerable power, or possess such formidable prowess that no one dares to provoke you. Lacking either of these conditions relegates one to a subordinate role, subject to the commands of others. In the Martial Alliance, one must strive for their own authority, status, and resources." Upon hearing Li Mo's explanation, Qin Yang began to grasp the ruthless nature of the Alliance. Though he was not inherently inclined towards conflict, he realized that inaction was not an option. Nodding, he said, "I understand, Brother Li Mo. Are there any suitable positions available?" Qin Yang recognized that without a position, he would lack power and become a pawn for others. Securing a position would ensure that he was not easily commanded. To circumvent unnecessary complications, he resolved to adapt to the rules of the Martial Alliance. He sought to obtain a position. After a moment of contemplation, Li Mo suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Ah, I've just thought of something. Recently, there is a vacancy for the chief of the Public Security Brigade in the southern district of the city. However, the competition for this position is fierce, even Liu, who is among the candidates. I believe you should consider applying. As the chief, you would oversee the security operations for the entire southern area, and upon attaining this rank, you would have the authority to mobilize numerous lower-tier abilities to assist you." Li Mo quickly recalled the ongoing election for the chief of the Public Security Brigade in the southern district, which was particularly suitable for Qin Yang, who had grown up in Long City's southern region and was familiar with the area. Upon hearing Li Mo's words, a glimmer of light flickered in Qin Yang's eyes. In truth, he held little interest in the position of the so-called public security captain. However, the prospect of not running for election left him vulnerable to becoming a mere pawn, manipulated by others, an outcome he was unwilling to accept. It was far preferable for him to assume the role of captain himself. Weighing his options, Qin Yang resolved to leverage the influence of the Martial Alliance to cultivate his own power, recognizing the necessity of ascending the ranks. This moment presented an opportunity. He set a modest goal of securing the position of captain of the Southern City Security Team. When would he commence? Qin Yang made his decision. He would participate in the election. There are still 10 days left. If you choose to run, I will assist you with the registration, Li Mo remarked, observing the spark of interest in Qin Yang. Thus, he took the initiative to help him sign up. After a brief discussion, Li Mo took his leave. Seated in his office chair, Qin Yang pondered. With 10 days remaining until the election, there was no rush. During this interval, he could return to his space and, within the tenfold accelerated environment, significantly enhance his abilities once more. By that time, he would possess a greater assurance of securing the position of public security captain. Leaving a fragment of his consciousness outside, Qin Yang focused his thoughts and entered his own space. Inside, in the tenfold accelerated zone, Wang Jiangmen, Tong Xian, Ding Mingyao, and others were diligently cultivating, seizing this rare opportunity with unwavering determination. Observing their fervor, Qin Yang wasted no time. He settled into a cross-legged position on the ground and commenced absorbing spiritual energy for his cultivation. With his initial C-rank cultivation level, the external 10 days would equate to 100 days in the accelerated environment, potentially elevating his prowess to mid or even advanced C-rank by the time he emerged. After the elevation of his cultivation, Qin Yang came to understand that the higher one's prowess, the more formidable the challenge of enhancing it further became. Consequently, he simultaneously absorbed spiritual energy for cultivation while delving into the comprehension of his spatial abilities within his mind. His techniques of spatial flicker and spatial explosion were indeed formidable. However, they were merely the beginning, for he sought to develop an array of additional skills. He first aimed to grasp the art of spatial evasion. Spatial evasion is a technique that facilitates rapid movement through space, and mastering it would render his speed in the external world astonishing. It is akin to other evasion techniques, such as earth evasion and water evasion. The group immersed themselves in their cultivation. Meanwhile, in the spatial realm, Sister Hammer led others in extensive farming, planting the seeds snatched from the Snowflake Laboratory. Before long, the space would become self-sufficient. Everything was progressing toward an auspicious direction. Most importantly, the aura of the spiritual vein extended 5 kilometers, and the area where Sister Hammer and the others gathered began to be enveloped by the dissipating spiritual energy. On the 5th day, a subtle fluctuation of spiritual power emanated from Tong Xian. Everyone opened their eyes and turned toward her. Chen Weiwei was the first to speak, proclaiming, "Congratulations, Master Tong, on breaking through to the initial stage of C-class." Indeed, as the head of the Tong family martial arts school, Tong Xian was previously at the pinnacle of D-class cultivation. In the presence of the rich spiritual energy environment, coupled with a tenfold acceleration, she was the first to break through, reaching the initial stage of C-class. The others offered their heartfelt congratulations. The innocent heart is also a great surprise. I extend my gratitude to everyone. For it is thanks to Qin Yang that I was able to achieve such a smooth breakthrough. Although the innocent heart is filled with joy, she is acutely aware that it is Qin Yang who has provided her with such a splendid environment, aiding her in her successful advancement. Were it not for Qin Yang's introduction of the spiritual vein, coupled with the tenfold acceleration, her own aspirations to progress would have been unattainable without several years of diligent effort. Qin Yang gazes at the innocent heart with a sense of astonishment. As the head of the Tong family martial arts school, she is quite young, merely in her 20s, and possesses striking beauty. Most significantly, her ability to break through indicates her exceptional aptitude, for such rapid advancement is not common. Thus, in Qin Yang's circle, alongside the formidable Master Wang Jiangmen, who is at the B-level late stage, and both Qin Yang and Chen Weiwei at the C level, they now have an additional ally in Tong Xian. The collective prowess has become quite formidable, and the forces he has cultivated are sufficient to sweep across the realm. This is the foundation of Qin Yang. Chapter 104, A Surge in Strength. With Tong Xian's ascension to the early C level, the strength surrounding Qin Yang has significantly escalated once more. Observing this, the others have redoubled their efforts in cultivation, for the tenfold time acceleration presents a rare opportunity that none wish to squander. Qin Yang himself does not waste time. Regardless of the capabilities of others, to establish himself in this lawless world, he must possess formidable strength. External resources serve merely as assistance. His intrinsic power is paramount. However, in the realm of cultivation, as one progresses, the pace of enhancement invariably slows. Qin Yang had long since recognized this issue. During his E-rank phase, his cultivation had progressed swiftly. However, upon reaching D rank, his advancement began to decelerate. Now, at C rank, he understood that the rate of improvement would diminish further. Thus, the tenfold acceleration provided by the Wangjiang sect was of paramount importance, as it could save him considerable time. That said, Qin Yang was also aware of his exceptional aptitude, which allowed him to cultivate at a pace far surpassing that of ordinary practitioners. Otherwise, he would not have achieved the initial stage of C rank in such a brief period since his awakening. Currently, under the tenfold acceleration, his cultivation was rapidly advancing towards the mid-stage of C rank. Moreover, with the election for the captain of the Southern Security Brigade of the Martial Alliance approaching in 10 days, Qin Yang could not afford to miss this opportunity. Thus, he once again immersed himself in his cultivation. This time, he was comprehending the skill of void escape. Once mastered, he could perform this technique without relying on his spatial abilities. Therefore, he absorbed spiritual energy while simultaneously grasping the nuances of void escape, continuously evolving the skill within his mind. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 9 days had passed. On this particular day, within the confines of the small tenfold acceleration zone, a subtle fluctuation of energy manifested, awakening all present. They opened their eyes, for they recognized this as the aura of a breakthrough in cultivation. Each person turned to the source of the energy, and upon seeing it, their expressions transformed into ones of astonishment. Qin Yang had broken through once more. I recall he had only recently attained the initial stage of C rank. How could he have advanced to the mid-stage so swiftly? Indeed, there is a discernible disparity among practitioners. This individual possesses truly extraordinary talent. The crowd soon discovered that it was Qin Yang who had achieved a breakthrough, becoming the second individual to do so in the tenfold acceleration zone, following Tong Xian. Remarkably, Qin Yang advanced from the early C-grade stage to the mid-stage. Even Shen Weiwei, who was also in the early C-grade stage, could not help but gasp in astonishment. For she and Qin Yang had previously been at the same level. While she remained stagnant, Qin Yang had swiftly surpassed the early C-grade stage. She had heard that he had only recently made this advancement. The disparity in their potential was strikingly evident, highlighting Qin Yang's extraordinary capabilities. "Congratulations, Qin Yang!" exclaimed Tong Xian, Ding Mingyao, and others, all of whom were now aligned with Qin Yang. The stronger he became, the safer they felt. Wang Jiangmin remarked with a smile, "Truly deserving of being a spatial ability user. It seems your cultivation will soon catch up to mine." Having learned about Qin Yang's background, Wang Jiangmin held him in high regard, recognizing that a person without any connections could reach such heights in the current tumultuous era. It is worth noting that spiritual energy is nearing depletion and chaos reigns, making it exceedingly difficult to acquire resources for cultivation. Many individuals find themselves at a standstill in their progress. Wang Jiangmin had awakened over a century ago and was still at the B-grade level, while Qin Yang had made remarkable strides in just a month or two since his awakening, nearly catching up to him, demonstrating Qin Yang's exceptional talent. Indeed, merely awakening in such times is an extraordinary feat, as Qin Yang sensed the robust spiritual energy within him. He felt his power surging, significantly enhancing his physical form. Most importantly, with this increase in strength, his lifespan would also extend. E-grade ability users possess a lifespan of 200 years, and with each level of advancement, an additional 100 years is granted. Upon reaching the C rank, Qin Yang has thus become an entity endowed with a lifespan of 400 years, equivalent to the combined lifetimes of 4 ordinary individuals. Furthermore, as his strength escalates, Qin Yang exudes an increasing aura of confidence, embodying an air of composure and ease. In addition to his breakthrough in cultivation, he has also grasped the skill of void escape. Although he has yet to test it, once he employs void escape, his speed will be remarkably swift, enabling him to traverse distances of over 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Unlike the spatial flash he previously mastered, which relies on his own spatial manipulation, void escape allows him to execute the technique freely in the external environment without any such dependence. Subsequently, Qin Yang rose to his feet, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "I appreciate everyone's well wishes, but to thrive in this era, we must strive for more. Let us all endeavor to grow stronger together." The crowd unanimously agreed. Indeed, while C-rank abilities are formidable in the current chaotic world, they are merely adequate for confronting common challenges, as there exist even more powerful adversaries. The formidable beings lingering in the wasteland pose a significant threat. Afterward, Qin Yang inquired, "Who would like to accompany me outside?" Having joined the Martial Alliance, he is poised to participate in the election for the position of Chief of Security. Should he succeed, he will carve out his own territory, enabling him to openly expand his influence. Thus, he needs to take a few individuals with him to seize the land. I am willing to go, but having only recently broken into the initial stage of C rank, my cultivation cannot significantly improve in a short span. It would be more prudent for you to handle the trivial matters outside. Was the first to step forward, for she had indeed just achieved a significant breakthrough. Even with a tenfold acceleration, it was improbable for her to attain a greater advancement in such a brief period. Moreover, she was contemplating how to assist Qin Yang in managing external affairs, They were all aware of Qin Yang's involvement with the Martial Alliance. To establish a foothold in the Martial Alliance, a considerable number of personnel were required. Given her proximity to Qin Yang and her experience managing the Tong family martial arts school, she resolved to accompany him outside. Next, Ding Mingyao also rose to the occasion. Although she had only recently awakened, her innate potential was exceptionally high, having already reached the latter stages of E rank. Crucially, the viral abilities she had awakened could flourish only in the outside world. She intended to harness the rampant evil spirit virus to enhance her capabilities and strength, thus choosing to join Qin Yang on his expedition. Others were eager to accompany them as well, but Qin Yang declined their requests. Very well. The two of you, Tong Xin and Ding Mingyao, will suffice for now. Focus on your training. When the time comes, I shall summon you to assist. Qin Yang required no more than the two of them. Zhao Shi and the others lacked sufficient strength. It was imperative they continued their training to enhance their power. Additionally, Wang Jiangmin and Chun Wei were his trump cards, and he preferred not to reveal them to the Martial Alliance for the time being. Consequently, he took only Tong Xin and Ding Mingyao with him, leaving the others with no objections as they remained in the space to continue their training. Thus, Qin Yang, accompanied by Tong Xin and Ding Mingyao, vanished in an instant, reappearing in his office within the Martial Alliance. Chapter 105, Speed Heart Pill. With a flash, three figures materialized out of thin air. Upon the emergence of love, Tongxin and Ding Mingyao immediately surveyed their surroundings. Is this the office of the Martial Alliance? The environment appears rather pleasant. Qin Yang, how should we handle our identities? Since Qin Yang is a member of the Martial Alliance, yet Tongxin and Ding Mingyao are not. Remaining within the alliance could certainly lead to complications. Qin Yang, having familiarized himself with the regulations of the Martial Alliance, replied nonchalantly, "It's of no concern. Each individual within the alliance possesses their own influence and private troops. You need not register with the alliance. Furthermore, we will not be residing at the headquarters regularly." Qin Yang intends to run for the position of Chief of Security. Once he assumes this role, he will become the administrative officer governing a specific area, endowed with his own jurisdiction. At that juncture, he can assign Ding Mingyao and Tongxin within his domain. Moreover, Ding Mingyao and others will be considered his private troops. The rules of the Martial Alliance stipulate that every member may have their own private forces, given that the Martial Alliance is still in its nascent stages and lacks stability. With various factions eyeing its growth, empowering individuals indirectly facilitates the expansion of the alliance's influence. Should the Martial Alliance ultimately establish dominion over the wasteland, a potential consolidation of power may occur. However, for now, it predominantly operates as a cooperative alliance. Naturally, as a member of the alliance, Qin Yang is entitled to the salary and benefits provided by the organization, yet his private troops receive no such provisions and must rely on him for sustenance. Thus, for Qin Yang to cultivate his own influence, he must nurture his personnel, expand his power, seize territory, and procure resources. The extent of resources and benefits he can acquire is solely dependent on his own prowess. Tongxin and Ding Mingyao also comprehended the rules of the Martial Alliance and felt at ease. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Qin Yang, seated comfortably, called out, "Come in." The messenger, Li Mo, entered, surveying Qin Yang with astonishment. "Goodness, it has only been a few days, and you have made remarkable strides in your cultivation," Li Mo exclaimed. He was familiar with Qin Yang, who had previously been at the initial level of C grade. Now, upon seeing him again, he realized that Qin Yang had ascended to the intermediate level of C grade. The rapid transformation over just 10 days left Li Mo thoroughly amazed and full of admiration. Qin Yang rose to greet him. "Brother Li Mo, what brings you here?" Li Mo glanced enviously at Tongxin and Ding Mingyao, both of whom were strikingly beautiful. Approaching Qin Yang, Li Mo smiled. "I am here regarding the upcoming election for the chief of the public security team, which commences tomorrow morning. Prepare yourself well. With your recent enhancement in strength, you must secure the position. I have great faith in you." As a messenger of the Martial Alliance, Li Mo's role was to recruit talent. He had previously sought out Qin Yang, who was highly regarded by the city lord, Zhang Tani. Li Mo held a firm belief in Qin Yang's abilities and had come specifically to encourage him to seize the opportunity for the chief of the public security team. Qin Yang raised an eyebrow, realizing only now that the Martial Alliance was teeming with formidable experts, and contending for the position of chief of the security team was no trivial matter. He inquired, "Who are the candidates for this election, and what are their strengths?" Having been preoccupied with seclusion and cultivation, he had not kept track of the candidates for this election. In the next moment, Liu produced a neatly printed sheet of paper and handed it to Qin Yang, saying, "I know you lead a busy life, so I took the liberty of printing the list for you in advance." The sheet contained the names of all the candidates contesting for the position, along with their respective abilities. Although your strength may not be insignificant, it is prudent to exercise caution. The competition for the chief of the security team is exceedingly fierce, and it could potentially turn deadly. Within the Martial Alliance, unity was merely superficial. Fierce competition brewed among various factions. Qin Yang was aligned with the city lord, Zhang Tianyi. Yet the Dragon City branch of the Martial Alliance was not solely dominated by Zhang Tianyi's faction, but rather comprised multiple competing powers. Though they may appear amicable in public, beneath the surface, none would yield to the other. If Qin Yang aspired to contend for the position of chief of the security team, he would undoubtedly face the elite dispatched by other factions. Upon receiving the paper, Qin Yang cast a glance at it and was taken aback to discover that there were 30 candidates vying for the position. Each candidate possessed at least D-level abilities, with 7 or 8 even boasting C-level capabilities. Additionally, to his astonishment, there was a candidate with initial stage B-level abilities. There are B-level contenders as well. Qin Yang was left dumbfounded. He had anticipated a fierce competition for the chief of the security team, yet he had not expected it to be this intense, with C-level and even B-level candidates in the mix. Although at the initial stage of B rank, it is vastly superior to a C rank ability user. A C rank individual would undoubtedly be overwhelmed when facing a B rank. Tongxin and Ding Mingyao were both somewhat astonished. It was their first encounter with the Martial Alliance, and they began to grasp the extent of its formidable influence. The position of a public security captain attracted a plethora of ability users vying for it. The lowest among them were at the peak of D rank, while the highest even reached B rank. Liu shrugged his shoulders in resignation. "I cannot do much. The role of a public security captain is of great significance, and all major factions are eager to stake their claim. As members of the Zhang Alliance, I can only advise you to strive for the position. If you ultimately cannot prevail, it is not a reflection on your capabilities." Qin Yang felt a slight pressure. Currently at the mid-level of C rank, although his spatial abilities were remarkable, with skills such as spatial explosion and spatial evasion at his disposal, confronting a mid to peak C rank opponent would be quite challenging, let alone a B rank master. Standing out among such a multitude of skilled individuals would indeed be arduous. Very well, I shall diligently study my opponents. I will exert my utmost effort. I cannot concede merely because my adversaries are formidable. I wish to test myself, especially against opponents stronger than I. Even should this election result in failure, I can gain valuable experience in combat. Yet, he was not one to surrender easily. The position of public security captain held significant importance for him as well. All right, take your time to research. After all, there is still a day left. He then added, by the way, this is a swift heart pill provided by the Zhang Alliance, which allows for rapid recovery from injuries. Remember to use it at a critical moment. Before departing, Liu produced a glass vial labeled with the words Swift Heart Pill. Upon encountering the Speed Heart Pill, Qin Yang's gaze sharpened. He had heard tales of the Speed Heart Pill, renowned for its remarkable healing properties, and it could only be concocted by alchemists who had awakened their alchemical abilities. This precious elixir was nearly impossible to procure in the marketplace, indicating Zhang Meng had made a significant investment. Qin Yang accepted the Speed Heart Pill without hesitation, recognizing that despite Lord Zhang Tianyi's formidable prowess as an S-rank ability user, he evidently faced rivals within the Martial Alliance. Thus, in his effort to nurture Qin Yang, offering such a rare potion was indeed a bold sacrifice. "I shall take my leave now. Until we meet at the martial arena tomorrow," he stated. Liu did not linger either, exchanging pleasantries before departing. Chapter 106. The Three Great Mountains. As Qin Yang scrutinized the list of candidates for the position of chief of the public security team, he examined each contender meticulously. Most were peak D-rank ability users, of whom he took little note, as D-rank individuals posed virtually no threat to him. Among them were 8 C-rank strongholds, including Lu Hu, the leader of the Black Tiger Hall. Yet Lu Hu was a defeated foe, thus requiring no further consideration. However, 2 formidable contenders caught his attention. One was Niu Yudao, a peak C-rank with the awakened ability of the Demon Bull, possessing immense strength. The other was Zhang Mao, also a peak C-rank, wielding fiery powers, who should not be underestimated. Yet, the one who piqued Qin Yang's interest most was Wang Xian, a B-rank novice adept, not only possessing B-rank capabilities, but also excelling in speed. He was undoubtedly the most troublesome candidate in this election. As a speed user, Qin Yang pondered whether his own spatial evasion could match up. In terms of speed, Qin Yang's skill in void escape is equally remarkable. Although he has mastered this technique, he has yet to test it in practice. Beside him, Tongxin and Ding Mingyao also glanced at the list of candidates in their respective strengths, both gasping in astonishment. The Martial Alliance truly stands as the most formidable force at present, with even a captain of the security team attracting such a plethora of skilled competitors. Qin Yang, if you find yourself outmatched, do not hesitate to concede. It is not worth sacrificing your life for the position of a captain, Tongxin urged, her concern evident as she recognized the overwhelming prowess of Qin Yang's opponents, with 8 competitors of C rank and even a B rank ability user among them. Her confidence waned significantly upon reviewing the list. Despite Qin Yang's innate talent, the strength of his adversaries posed a nearly insurmountable challenge. Conversely, Ding Mingyao blinked her enchanting eyes, offering a different perspective from Tongxin. Sister Tongxin, do not underestimate Qin Yang. His abilities are quite extraordinary. Aside from the B rank Wang Xian, the others may not necessarily be his match. Having accompanied Qin Yang the longest, she possessed a deeper understanding of his capabilities and held unwavering faith in him. For Qin Yang, until the outcome is revealed, it is premature to make any assertions. He harbors confidence, yet he remains grounded, eschewing blind arrogance. This selection process for the security team captain is determined through combat, meaning that only strength will prevail, all else is rendered irrelevant. It is the might of the individual that will ultimately secure the title of captain. Clarifying the rules, Qin Yang left Ding Mingyao and Tong Xian behind as he returned to his space, preparing to refine his skill of void escape. Although he had comprehended this technique, he had yet to apply it in actual combat. With merely a day remaining until the competition, he had ample time to master the skill completely. Void escape was also his trump card against Wang Xian, and soon he would see whose speed prevailed. With a swift motion, Qin Yang vanished, reappearing 200 meters away. The velocity of void escape was astonishing, almost beyond belief. He continued to test his ability, discovering that a mere thought allowed him to traverse hundreds of meters, and he could execute the technique multiple times in succession. Although void escape consumed his spiritual energy, being a wielder of spatial powers, the expenditure was minimal. His spiritual energy was sufficient to support him through hundreds of uses, alleviating any concerns regarding depletion. After practicing void escape, Qin Yang proceeded to test his skill of spatial explosion. The might of this technique had grown increasingly formidable alongside his cultivation. Now, he had mastered 4 skills: spatial displacement, spatial flash, spatial explosion, and the newly acquired void escape. These 4 abilities were more than enough to dominate opponents of equal rank across various domains. Having familiarized himself with his skills, Qin Yang extended his consciousness to observe the transformations within the space surrounding the area populated by ordinary people. The ground was a vibrant green, teeming with flourishing crops. Sister Hammer and others were busy tending to the fields, and the entire space radiated vitality and prosperity. 3 source pearls, as the origins of water, ceaselessly generate streams that converge from various directions, forming a small river that meanders near the residential area. In another corner, the fire pearl remains untapped, emanating such intense heat that ordinary individuals cannot approach it at all. Wang Jiangmin and others are quietly cultivating. Even the towering 3-meter-tall monstrous egg is fervently absorbing spiritual energy at an astonishing rate. Qin Yang has sensed a colossal life form gestating within, though it will require some time before it can hatch. Everything is progressing favorably, and Qin Yang is quite pleased with the current state of affairs. However, the population in the space is still too sparse. He needs to relocate more people. Presently, Qin Yang possesses ample resources, yet he lacks labor force, as a significant workforce is required to develop the space, engage in agriculture, and livestock raising. Eventually, once the space expands sufficiently, industrial activities may also be feasible. This necessity is precisely why Qin Yang is determined to run for the position of security team leader. Should he attain this role, he could leverage his identity and authority to channel resources into his space and facilitate the relocation of ordinary individuals. Hence, the position of security team leader is of paramount importance. The next day, Qin Yang appeared in his office, where Ding Mingyao and Tong Xian were still present, assisting him in organizing documents and gathering information. Qin Yang, Li Mo just visited. He urged you to head to the martial arts arena. The election is likely about to commence, Ding Mingyao reported upon his arrival. Today marks the day of the election for the captain of the Southern District Security Team. And with only a single day to seize this opportunity, we must not delay. Without further ado, Qin Yang gestured, leading Tong Xin and Ding Mingyao towards the martial arts arena. The competition for the captaincy is expected to be fierce, with even Zhang Tianyi, the head of the Dragon City branch of the Martial Alliance, in attendance, underscoring the significance of this event. Before long, the trio arrived at the arena, which was spacious and already filled with numerous spectators engaged in animated discussions. Most were speculating on who would emerge victorious in the election for the captain. I personally favor Zhang Mao, who possesses the awakened fire abilities and exhibits exceptional control over flames. In my estimation, he is the most suitable candidate for the role of captain. However, someone scoffed at Zhang Mao's prospects, arguing that in direct combat, he pales in comparison to Niu Yudao, a notorious brute who is undoubtedly the ideal candidate. Others chimed in, dismissing their claims, asserting that overlooking Wang Xian, a formidable B-level ability user, would be a grave mistake. After all, in the hierarchy of abilities, a B-level far surpasses a peak C-level, and Wang Xian's speed abilities rank among the best in Dragon City, despite each individual having their own favored candidate. The consensus among the majority acknowledged that Wang Xian's victory was nearly assured. Apart from the three candidates under discussion, others were relegated to mere supporting roles, with Qin Yang barely mentioned due to his status as a newcomer, his low profile, and his initial C-level cultivation. Although Qin Yang has reached the mid-tier of C-level cultivation, he remains merely an average contender among this group. Clearly, he lacks any sense of presence. Tong Xin, having overheard the discussions, realized that no one had mentioned Qin Yang. Leaving her speechless, Ding Mingyao shook her head with a smile, stating that it was only natural. The individuals they were discussing, Niu Yudao, Zhang Mao, and Wang Xian, were all long-standing members of the Martial Alliance with considerable renown in Long City. Qin Yang is merely a newcomer. Not only is he a novice, but his cultivation is also relatively modest, especially when compared to the other established figures within the city. Yet, Qin Yang remains unconcerned with others' opinions. The ultimate outcome will not be determined by mere words, but rather by strength and capability. He is resolute in his pursuit of the position of Chief of Security. Qin Yang, you must strive hard. Our fortunes depend on you, Tong Xin said with hopeful anticipation. Their prospects indeed hinge on Qin Yang's success. If he can establish himself within the Martial Alliance, they too will reap the benefits. Their fates are intertwined. Qin Yang, however, expressed indifference. Do not harbor excessive expectations. I do not possess unwavering confidence. The opponents he faces are formidable, leaving him with little chance of victory. Thus, he can only commit to doing his utmost, wary of overpromising. At that moment, Liemo spotted the trio approaching and greeted them. Qin Yang, I thought you were going to back out. I'm glad you showed up. Not only did Liemo take notice of Qin Yang, but on that day in the conference room, Lu Hu publicly challenged him. Ultimately, the two engaged in a duel to determine the victor, with Qin Yang effortlessly defeating Lu Hu. This incident granted him a modicum of notoriety. Look, this newcomer named Qin Yang is also contending for the position of the public security captain. It is rumored that he has caught the attention of Lord Zhang, suggesting he possesses considerable prowess. Yet, despite his seemingly unique abilities, he only holds a mid-level C rank in cultivation, which is rather insufficient. He is likely just a participant in the race. I expected him to be stronger, but this is all he has achieved. It's not that I look down on him. He truly seems inadequate. Just wait and see. In no time, many began to discuss Qin Yang amongst themselves, nearly all arriving at the same conclusion. He was merely a contender without a chance of becoming the public security captain. After all, there are several individuals stronger than Qin Yang, including the three most formidable competitors. His reputation within the Martial Alliance rests solely on his victory over Lu Hu, a feat that many within the Alliance could accomplish against opponents of the same rank. Those who manage to join the Martial Alliance are no ordinary individuals. Liemo pulled Qin Yang aside and offered words of comfort, saying, Qin Yang, do not heed the foolish chatter around you. Simply do your best, and do not allow it to disturb your state of mind. Feeling indignant over the disrespect shown towards Qin Yang, Liemo was concerned about how it might affect his mentality, thus he sought to reassure him. Qin Yang shook his head with a smile, responding, such matters do not weigh on my mind at all. After all, I am self-aware, my strength is merely average, and that is a fact. He displayed remarkable humility. Refraining from engaging in disputes with others, there was no need for such contention. Victory or defeat is a natural occurrence, and Qin Yang adopts a refreshing perspective towards it. Even in the face of electoral defeat, he would maintain a tranquil demeanor. You, my friend, are excessively modest. Li Emo chuckled, aware of Qin Yang's extraordinary abilities. His spatial powers were exceedingly rare, and it seemed that Qin Yang had developed them to a remarkable degree. Although his cultivation was merely at the mid-level of C rank, his true combat prowess was elusive even to Li Emo, yet he firmly believed in Qin Yang's strength. After conversing with Li Emo for a while, Li Emo remarked, I must take the stage to host. You might consider befriending like-minded individuals. With that, Li Emo departed. In the next moment, Lu Hu from the Black Tiger Hall approached. Qin Yang, it is a pleasure to see you again. Following their previous encounter, in which Lu Hu was defeated by Qin Yang, they had resolved their animosity, and now Lu Hu greeted Qin Yang with warmth. Qin Yang nodded in response. Brother Lu Hu, I see you are also participating in the election, and you appear quite confident. Lu Hu's lips twitched slightly, displaying a look of exasperation. Are you mocking me? With my skills, confidence is a luxury. I am merely going through the motions. Likely to be eliminated in the first round. Having previously lost to Qin Yang, Lu Hu possessed a clear self-awareness with his initial C-rank cultivation. He lacked the qualifications to contest for the position of security captain. His registration for the election was merely a formality. Not to mention Qin Yang. There were also 3 formidable, monstrous opponents, each towering over the others like a mountain. At this point, Lu Hu smiled and remarked, Yet, for you, I perceive a glimmer of hope. Qin Yang possesses formidable strength, sufficient to endure for a while. However, Lu Hu is acutely aware that Qin Yang's prowess, while impressive, merely positions him as a competitor in the race. The likes of Niu Yudao, Zhang Mao, and Wang Xian are far too powerful. He cannot fathom that Qin Yang could ever ascend to the role of the security team leader. Yet, Lu Hu dares not voice this truth openly, and instead states that Qin Yang holds a glimmer of hope, a mere flicker, indeed, signifying little hope at all. Just as he finishes speaking, Lu Hu suddenly turns his gaze towards Qin Yang, and upon noticing something, he is struck with astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief. Wait, Qin Yang, have you broken through in your cultivation? 10 days prior, during their battle, Qin Yang was still at the initial level of C rank. But now Lu Hu perceives a powerful and robust fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from him. It dawns on him that Qin Yang must have achieved a new breakthrough, undoubtedly ascending to the mid-level of C rank. This revelation leaves Lu Hu utterly astounded, grappling with disbelief. In just 10 days, Qin Yang has made such significant progress. Lu Hu recalls that during their initial confrontation with the Black Tiger Hall, Qin Yang's strength was merely at the E rank level. To have closed the gap in such a brief span and now surpass him is nothing short of miraculous. Qin Yang smiles faintly, remarking, It was a matter of chance. I have recently had some insights and made a slight breakthrough. Upon hearing this, Lu Hu nearly chokes on his astonishment. A slight breakthrough, you say? The disparity between their progress is staggering. He realizes that Qin Yang's rate of advancement is almost otherworldly. Moreover, even at the initial level of C rank, Qin Yang was capable of easily defeating him, while Lu Hu had struggled against C rank mid-level opponents, ultimately succumbing to Qin Yang's prowess. Now, with Qin Yang's cultivation having ascended to the mid-level of Class C, his combat prowess is destined to experience a significant enhancement. Observing Qin Yang with a complex expression, Lu Hu sighed after a long moment. Well, I suppose I cannot compare to someone as extraordinary as you. It seems you have a substantial opportunity this time. However, do exercise caution around those 3 individuals. They are formidable to an almost alarming degree. Chapter 108. The fortunate one in this election for the captain of the public security team, among the 30 or so ability users. The 3 individuals who are universally acknowledged as the strongest are still Niu Yudao, Zhang Mao, and Wang Xian. Even Lu Hu, who is also competing in the election, holds the 3 in great esteem. As for Qin Yang, while Lu Hu indeed recognizes his strength and extraordinary potential, it remains an undeniable fact that his overall capabilities do not match those of the 3. During his conversation with Lu Hu, several others approached Qin Yang to greet him. All members of the Martial Alliance. As long as there are no grudges, acquaintances are generally formed. However, the number of those who greeted Qin Yang was scant. Most chose to engage with the more powerful Niu Yudao and the others, resulting in 3 groups forming at the scene. Niu Yudao and his companions were surrounded and quite popular. According to the rules of the martial alliance, strength reigns supreme. Thus, Niu Yudao and Wang Xian, being the most powerful, naturally became the individuals whom others sought to befriend. Wang Xian, in particular, was surrounded to the point of being unable to move, as he was subtly regarded as the sole candidate for the position of captain of the public security team, primarily due to his higher cultivation and superior strength. Everyone, please be quiet. Just as the crowd was in uproar, a voice suddenly emerged, silencing the commotion. As everyone raised their heads in unison, they beheld Li Mo standing atop a hastily erected platform, microphone in hand, presiding over the election for the captain of the public security team. A hush fell over the crowd as they turned their attention to him. Once the atmosphere had settled, Li Mo continued, "Next, we shall commence the election for the captain of the public security team in the southern district of Longqing. This competition will take the form of martial combat. The victor will advance to the next round, while the defeated will be eliminated on the spot, with no possibility of revival. I now invite all candidates to come forth and draw their respective numbers, which will determine the pairings for the battles." Li Mo delineated the rules of the competition, although each participant was already well aware of the specifics. With 33 contestants participating, they would face off in pairs, resulting in the elimination of 16 individuals in the first round alone, and this process would continue through 7 rounds of combat, ultimately determining the victor who would assume the role of captain. Given the odd number of contestants, some would inevitably receive a bye. Those fortunate enough to draw a lucky number would advance directly to the next round, relying not only on their strength, but also on a measure of luck. "Qin Yang, let us go draw our numbers. I hope I can secure a lucky number," Lu Hu urged, brimming with anticipation, for among the competitors were 3 formidable contenders, and each participant eagerly desired to draw a lucky number to avoid combat in order to progress. Qin Yang nodded in agreement and joined Lu Hu and the others as all candidates approached to draw their numbers. Securing the 33rd number would guarantee advancement to the next round. For Qin Yang, however, it was of little consequence. He maintained a calm demeanor, believing that facing an opponent would provide an opportunity to hone his combat skills and gain valuable experience. Thus, whether or not he drew a lucky number held no significance for him. Soon, everyone had drawn their numbers, and Li Mo stood on the stage, inquiring, "Who drew number 33? The crowd immediately checked their own numbers. Alas, none had drawn the coveted number. What a dreadful misfortune. I am number 1, the first to appear. This is a catastrophe. Please, let it not be one of those 3 oddities. Cursed be my luck, it is not me." Those who failed to secure the lucky number began to curse, though many participants were merely there to accompany others, knowing that facing those 3 peculiar individuals would result in a severe beating. Thus, everyone yearned for the fortunate number, yet none had succeeded. Lu Hu, cursing under his breath while clutching his number, discovered he had drawn number 10. He quickly scanned the crowd for the individual with number 33, but no one responded. "Whoever has drawn number 33, please speak up," Li Mo urged from the stage. The silence persisted, causing concern over who might have secured the elusive number. Surely, one among them had drawn it. As the number of participants matched the drawn numbers, it was impossible for anyone to be left without a draw. "Hey, Qin Yang, it can't possibly be you, can it?" Qin Yang had not yet unfolded his paper, instead glancing around to identify the fortunate soul who had drawn number 33. Upon hearing Lu Hu's inquiry, he reluctantly opened his slip, only to find that, by chance, he had indeed drawn number 33. "Qin Yang, is your luck really this outrageous?" Lu Hu nearly choked on his envy, as the lucky number had exempted Qin Yang from the battle, allowing him to advance to the next round. Qin Yang, bemused by his own fortune, raised his hand and declared, "It is I." As soon as these words were spoken, all eyes in the room turned towards Qin Yang, each person filled with envy. "This fellow, what extraordinary fortune he possesses. Why could it not be me?" The newcomers are indeed impressive. Even the lucky number fell into his hands. Not only the candidates, but also the onlookers were taken aback. For being chosen for the lucky number undoubtedly required a significant stroke of luck. In the audience, the city lord, Zhang Tianyi, displayed a peculiar smile. "This young man possesses such fortuity." Shaking his head, Zhang Tianyi acknowledged that Qin Yang's luck was indeed remarkable. However, this ensured Qin Yang's smooth advancement to the next round, which was advantageous for him. Qin Yang had been brought into the martial alliance by him, making him somewhat of a protege, and Zhang Tianyi held great expectations for him. especially due to Qin Yang's enigmatic spatial abilities. Humph, merely a stroke of luck. Nearby, an individual sitting close to Zhang Tianyi scoffed, and Zhang Tianyi recognized him as belonging to another faction, choosing to disregard him. On the stage, upon seeing Qin Yang raise his hand, Liu couldn't help but smile. With Qin Yang having drawn the lucky number and thus progressing to the next round, he announced, "Number 33 has been drawn, allowing for a direct advancement to the second round. The battle shall commence now. Remember, we are all allies here, so please refrain from excessive force. To prevent any excessively brutal confrontations or potential fatalities." Liu reiterated this reminder to the crowd. Nevertheless, in such a martial competition, the risk of collateral damage was unavoidable. Intentional harm was also a possibility, given the fierce rivalries among the factions within the martial alliance. Rules are rules, but adherence to them is not guaranteed. Qin Yang, having been spared from fighting, prepared to leave the stage to observe from the audience. Lu Hu, trailing closely behind, spoke up. "Qin Yang, how about we swap numbers? Could you possibly give me number 33? My abilities are lacking, and you are far superior. It would allow me to endure a few more rounds." In the next moment, Tong Xin, who was accompanying Qin Yang, immediately rebutted, "Have some dignity. Who lets others take their number?" Tong Xin, the head of the Tong family martial arts school, was familiar with Lu Hu and spoke quite bluntly. Lu Hu's lips twitched slightly, and he replied helplessly, "I was merely joking. You take it too seriously, Director Tong." However, Tong Xin continued to show no leniency. "With your little wit, do refrain from embarrassing yourself. Furthermore, regarding our past grievances, I have yet to settle the score with you. Let us find an opportunity to address those old accounts." After being on the receiving end of Tong Xion's tirade, Lu Hu was momentarily speechless. What has done is done. I am now good friends with Qin Yang, and you are also on his side. We are all in the same circle. There is no point in fighting. In the past, Tong Xion's strength was inferior to his, but now she had reached the initial stage of C rank, making her formidable. Most importantly, Tong Xian was already allied with Qin Yang, and he dared not provoke her. In Chapter 109, The Nemesis, Qin Yang understood that Lu Hu was merely jesting, and he waved his hand to silence Tong Xian. The group took their seats in the audience to observe the battles of others. Number 1 faced number 32. Number 2 contended with number 31, and so forth. In all the matchups, there were hardly any surprises. Those with higher cultivation levels overwhelmingly dominated their opponents with lower abilities. Especially among the 3 contestants favored by the crowd, their victory seemed almost inevitable, leaving Qin Yang unable to discern the true strength of his opponents. It is evident that Niu Yu Dao and his companions possess absolute prowess. Lu Hu also entered the fray, fortuitously facing an opponent at the peak of D grade, whom he effortlessly defeated. The first round concluded successfully with 16 contestants advancing, followed by another draw for the matchups. Each round requires a new draw, rendering all previous numbers void. Thus, Qin Yang drew anew, this time landing the fortunate number 17, while he himself received number 3. The goddess of fortune does not always smile upon him. "Qin Yang, persevere. You will undoubtedly become the captain," encouraged Tong Xian and Ding Mingyao from the sidelines. Next, the contestant with number 3 was called to face number 14. The announcer Li Mo proclaimed the duel as participants. After the draw, Qin Yang learned that his opponent was number 14, a man named Yang Yi, who also stood at the peak of D grade. As Qin Yang ascended the martial arts platform, Yang Yi soon followed, respectfully cupping his hands and addressing Qin Yang. "You must be Qin Yang. Although my cultivation is not on par with yours, I shall give my all." Yang Yi displayed humility, having done his homework on Qin Yang's status as a mid-level C-grade cultivator, yet he did not concede outright, prepared instead to engage in battle. "Very well," Qin Yang replied coolly, and in an instant, the two clashed. Yang Yi, an awakened power user, possessed formidable strength, having developed his abilities to a 5th degree, enabling him to quintuple his power. Boom. Observing Yang Yi unleash the 5-fold wave, Qin Yang refrained from employing any skills, instead meeting Yang Yi's onslaught with sheer physical strength. Following a resounding clash, Yang Yi was sent hurtling backward, tumbling off the arena. Without a hint of suspense, Qin Yang emerged victorious. "Thank you for the match," he remarked. After effortlessly defeating Yang Yi, Qin Yang felt no elation, for his opponent was simply too feeble. Easily crushed despite Yang Yi's attempt to amplify his power 5-fold. Facing an individual of Yang Yi's caliber, a mid-tier C-class fighter, only resulted in utter domination. With a sorrowful expression, Yang Yi returned to the audience, knowing that defeat meant elimination, with no chance for resurrection. Candidate number 3, Qin Yang, has triumphed. Congratulations on advancing to the next round, Li Mo announced as he took to the stage. Qin Yang calmly departed the arena, returning to his seat among the spectators. Nonetheless, the crowd began to murmur among themselves, acknowledging his impressive physical prowess. He dared to confront Yang Yi's five-fold wave directly. He is indeed remarkable. By the way, what is this newcomer Qin Yang's ability? I haven't discerned it yet. I heard he possesses spatial abilities, but I have yet to witness him employ them. Spatial abilities? That is rather rare. I wonder if he can withstand the onslaught of those three. It seems quite challenging. Each of those three can be deemed monstrous. Even if Qin Yang possesses spatial abilities, he cannot possibly compare to them. After a brief interlude, Lu Hu ascended the stage once again, unexpectedly advancing further in the competition. The greatest fear of every contender is to encounter the trio known as the Three Mountains. After Lu Hu's triumph, he approached Qin Yang and sat beside him. Thumping his chest, "Fortunately, I did not encounter those three fellows. I've advanced by sheer luck, haha. Qin Yang, do ensure you don't get eliminated too soon." Following 2 successful advancements, Lu Hu began to swell with arrogance, believing he had a genuine chance at the position of the public security captain. Qin Yang regarded Lu Hu with a faint smile. "I believe my fortune will not be so grim. I should be spared from the Three Mountains for now." In truth, even if he were to face the formidable trio, Qin Yang would not be disheartened. He was eager to engage them in battle. Indeed, as this round commenced, only 9 competitors remained, and the 3 frontrunners were still in the mix, with the remaining participants dwindling. Each one dreaded the prospect of confronting the Three Mountains. The draw for the next round began anew. Qin Yang drew number 4, and upon glance, he saw that Lu Hu had drawn number 5, making him his opponent for this round. Goodness, what terrible luck. How did I end up facing you? Lu Hu's expression soured, reflecting his dismay, almost on the verge of tears. Despite Qin Yang not being one of the Three Mountains, the fact remained that even before Qin Yang's recent breakthrough, he had easily defeated Lu Hu. Now, with his enhanced prowess, how could Lu Hu possibly contend with him? Qin Yang placed a reassuring hand on Lu Hu's shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, I shall show you mercy. If it becomes too much, simply concede." Their confrontation was an unexpected turn for Qin Yang, having previously bested Lu Hu. This time there was no need for a contest, as Lu Hu was utterly outmatched. It would be far more dignified for him to concede early. In response to Qin Yang's consolation, Lu Hu felt a pang of bitterness within. "Qin Yang, encountering you feels like I've endured 8 lifetimes of misfortune. I am left with no choice but to concede defeat. It seems you are my nemesis." Reflecting on his experiences with Qin Yang, Lu Hu recalled how his Black Tiger Hall had been almost entirely uprooted and obliterated by him. Now, as he aspired to be the captain of the security team, he found himself once again facing Qin Yang, an unbearable predicament indeed. It could only be said that Qin Yang was specifically destined to thwart him. As the draw concluded, apart from Zhang Mao, one of the 3 great mountains, who was fortunate enough to draw the lucky number 9 and secure advancement, the remaining contenders were required to battle. As anticipated, Niu Yudao and Wang Xian easily triumphed over their opponents to progress, leading to the final match between Qin Yang and Lu Hu in the combat arena. Just as Li Mo announced the commencement of the fight, Lu Hu, filled with reluctance, proclaimed loudly, "I concede." Conceding was a dignified way to exit, for Lu Hu understood that facing Qin Yang would result in his utter defeat. Rather than suffer humiliation on stage, he preferred to surrender early. The occurrence of such concessions was rare in this election, and Lu Hu's decision elicited a wave of astonishment from the onlookers. Lu Hu is such a coward. Conceding so soon. I thought this fellow could endure until the end. Is Qin Yang truly that fearsome? Little did they know that Lu Hu had previously been bested by Qin Yang, and now that Qin Yang's prowess had further ascended, Lu Hu stood no chance. Beyond surrender, he found himself devoid of options. Thus, it became evident that Qin Yang was indeed a formidable contender for the position of captain of the security team. Leave. We are still far from our goal. Which of those 3 individuals is easy to deal with? Qin Yang is hardly a match for them. Although everyone has gathered more information about Qin Yang, their opinions remain unchanged. He continues to exhibit a lackluster performance in this election. Lu Hu's concession does not imply that Qin Yang can stand shoulder to shoulder with the three formidable contenders. With Lu Hu's surrender, only 5 contestants remain, and the 5th round of combat is about to commence, generating heightened anticipation among all present. Chapter 110. Luck is a component of strength, as I have stated. Following Lu Hu's concession, Qin Yang naturally advances to the 5th round. The remaining contestants are Qin Yang, the 3 formidable individuals, and a man named Chen Feng, who possesses the ability of blade manipulation. From previous displays, Chen Feng's combat prowess is exceptionally formidable. In the eyes of the crowd, Chen Feng ranks just below the 3 titans, while Qin Yang's advancement to the 5th round, due to a series of unforeseen circumstances, has left many astonished. The 5th round draw is about to begin. I invite the 5 contestants to step forward. Liu Mo announced the commencement of the 5th round, and the 5 individuals approached to draw their numbers. The other 4 contestants gazed at Qin Yang with surprise, their expressions peculiar. Brother, your luck is extraordinary. To have made it this far in the C-grade mid-tier is nothing short of divine favor, remarked Chen Feng, who was preparing to draw. Regardless of the perspective, it is evident that Qin Yang advanced due to luck, not strength. He drew the fortunate number 33 in the 1st round and encountered no formidable opponents thereafter, with Lu Hu conceding outright in the 4th round. Isn't this merely a matter of fortune? Qin Yang cast a glance at Chen Feng, who also possessed peak sea-level prowess and was indeed formidable. However, to suggest that his advancement was solely due to luck left Qin Yang somewhat unconvinced. In truth, he had not been afforded the opportunity to showcase his true abilities, as the opponents he faced were rather feeble. Thus, to claim that his success was merely a product of chance felt rather myopic. Nevertheless, he refrained from disputing the assertion, calmly stating, luck is also a component of strength. At times, one must rely on fortune. He acknowledged that his luck had indeed been exceptional, particularly as he had drawn the lucky number at the outset, indicating the presence of fortuitous favor. That said, luck remains a vital element at any juncture. Hey, I wonder how far you can rely on luck. Chen Feng scoffed. Having carved his path through 4 rounds solely through skill, he harbored disdain for those, like Qin Yang, who depended on chance. Yet, fortune is but fortune. To aspire to the position of security captain, one must ultimately depend on genuine ability. Luck may carry one only so far. He doubted that Qin Yang could continue to advance on the wings of fortune, although there remained another opportunity for a lucky draw in the next round. He found it implausible that Qin Yang would secure the final lucky number. Meanwhile, Niu Yudao and Wang Xian remained silent, their reputation having been upheld by their formidable strength, leading them to regard others with disdain. At last, the 5 concluded the drawing, each revealing the printed sheets showcasing their favorable numbers. Qin Yang, upon beholding the striking number 5 in his hand, nearly succumbed to laughter. My luck is truly extraordinary. The number 5, designated as the lucky number for this round, was drawn by him once again, allowing him to advance to the next stage without a fight. Meanwhile, Qin Yang sought to prove his worth, yet fortune seemed perpetually in his favor, leaving him with no recourse. At that moment, Chen Feng glanced at the number 3 in his hand, then lifted his gaze to the remaining 4 individuals, inquiring, who drew the number 5. Chen Feng's frustration boiled over, for he desperately yearned to progress through the lucky number and ultimately strive for first place. However, he had never drawn a lucky number, and his misfortune was unbearable. Niu Yudao, Zhang Mao, and Wang Xian all stared at the numbers in their hands before collectively directing their gaze towards Qin Yang, without the need for words. Their actions spoke volumes. The lucky number had indeed been claimed by Qin Yang. Damn it, it's you again? Chen Feng's anger surged as he observed the expressions and gestures of the others, his veins visibly throbbing and his fingers cracked ominously. Once again, Qin Yang had advanced to the next round purely by luck, which nearly drove him to the brink of fury. Noticing the attention of the others fixed upon him, Qin Yang calmly declared, I am number 5. Upon hearing this, not only did Niu Yudao and the others twitch at the corners of their mouths, but the onlookers could not suppress their gasps of astonishment, their exclamations echoing through the air. Good heavens, this kid's luck is absurdly extraordinary. Out of 7 rounds, he has advanced through the lucky number twice. What kind of miraculous occurrence is this? I dare say he is indeed the fabled child of destiny. I am utterly astounded. There truly exists someone who ascends through sheer luck. Enough already, I suspect he is cheating. Many individuals could not contain their skepticism, beginning to suspect clandestine manipulation. After all, The election for the chief of the security team had been exceedingly effortless for Qin Yang, who fortuitously drew the lucky number not once, but twice. His luck was indeed extraordinary. In the audience, Tong Xin could not help but share her thoughts with Ding Mingyao, remarking that if Qin Yang advanced solely due to luck, there was no fault in that assertion. Ding Mingyao stifled a laugh, as this outcome was truly unexpected. Nevertheless, Qin Yang advanced to the next round. Even Liu, who widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming about the absurdity of such fortune, asserting that if he were granted that luck, he too could progress seamlessly. It was simply too unjust. Everyone felt the unfairness of it all, not to mention others. Even Zhang Tianyi found amusement in the situation. Beside him, a few who were at odds with him glared in discontent, yet they recognized that this time, the draw was indeed free of any underhanded dealings. Otherwise, they would not be seated here. You are quite something, Chen Feng remarked as he observed Qin Yang preparing to return to the audience, still harboring resentment. Indeed, Qin Yang had fully harnessed his fortune to its utmost potential. There was no denying it. Qin Yang shrugged helplessly, responding, I have stated that luck is also a component of strength. Upon returning to the audience, his remarkable fortune rendered him the center of attention, with many casting peculiar glances his way, as if he were some sort of anomaly. In this round, contestant number 1, Wang Xian, faced off against number 4, Zhang Mao, while Niu Yudao went up against Chen Feng. Although Wang Xian, Zhang Mao, and Niu Yudao are hailed as the three formidable giants, it is widely acknowledged that Wang Xian stands as the strongest among them, due to his superior cultivation. Moreover, as a speed-based ability user, Wang Xian has profoundly honed his agility, enabling him to effortlessly overwhelm his adversaries through sheer swiftness. Zhang Mao, wielding the power of fire, possesses considerable strength, and the flames he unleashes are indeed fearsome. However, after exchanging a dozen blows, he ultimately fell to Wang Xian's overwhelming prowess and faced elimination. In the confrontation between Niu Yudao and Chen Feng, it was no surprise when Chen Feng succumbed to the might of the awakened power user, Niu Yudao. Now, only 3 contenders remain: Qin Yang, Wang Xian, and Niu Yudao. The defeated Chen Feng and Zhang Mao, harboring a sense of indignation, glared at Qin Yang from the audience, their bitterness palpable. Had I drawn number 5, I would not have been eliminated so swiftly. That Qin Yang is insufferable. His luck so abundant that it led to my downfall. They directed their frustrations solely at Qin Yang, convinced that had they drawn the fateful number, they would have persevered another round. Soon, both men exchanged cold smirks. Let us see how you rely on luck to advance now. With only 2 rounds remaining, surely your fortune must be exhausted? However, there remains one final opportunity to draw the lucky number. As the remaining 3 contenders vie for the ultimate victory, the rules dictate that a draw is essential, and thus, a fortunate soul will inevitably emerge. The crowd's attention swiftly shifted to this upcoming draw. Would Qin Yang continue to ride the wave of fortune into the finals? Chapter 111. New rules as only 3 individuals remained. The original protocol dictated that a draw would take place, with the 3rd participant receiving a bye to advance to the final round. Liu Mo ascended the arena, casting a peculiar glance at Qin Yang in the audience. He had harbored some expectations for Qin Yang, yet never imagined he would progress this far. The strength of the 3 formidable contenders was indeed daunting, and it was uncertain whether Qin Yang could rival them. Nevertheless, he had arrived at this juncture in an unexpected manner. It must be acknowledged that luck played a significant role in his advancement. Liu Mo prepared to announce that the remaining 3 would continue with the draw, initiating the penultimate round of selections. Just as he concluded his statement, a voice rang out from the audience. Wait. All eyes turned to the source of the interruption, revealing an individual rising from their seat. The members of the Martial Alliance recognized him as Zuotong, the deputy whose rank was second only to Zhang Tianyi within the Dragon City branch. Alongside Zuotong was another deputy named Ding Xiao. Liu Mo, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Deputy Zua, do you have something to add? At this moment, Zuotong's emergence suggested there was an issue at hand, particularly as the election for the chief of the public security team had been progressing smoothly until now, indicating a potential disruption. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Zuotong glanced at Qin Yang before stating coldly, I have a proposal. In this election for the chief of the public security team, according to the original rules, there has always been the chance of someone drawing a lucky number. This method, reliant on fortune, does not align with our criteria for selecting a candidate for the chief of the public security team. Upon hearing these words, All eyes shifted towards Qin Yang. Zuotong's remarks were clearly pointed, directly aimed at him. Indeed, it is Qin Yang who has advanced through sheer luck. Although not explicitly named, everyone is well aware of it. In the audience, Qin Yang's expression remains impassive. He understands that his remarkable fortune has begun to incite discontent within Zuotong, who seems poised to alter the rules. Previously, he was aware that within the Martial Alliance's Long City branch, Zhang Tianyi held the primary responsibility, supported by his two deputies, Zuotong and Ding Xiao. Crucially, neither of them holds Zhang Tianyi in high regard, and given that he was recruited by Zhang, it is only natural for Zuotong and Ding Xiao to oppose him. The current direct targeting of Qin Yang is, in essence, an affront to Zhang Tianyi. Conflicts are inherent in any faction or locality, and the Martial Alliance is no exception. Qin Yang is fully cognizant of this reality. He remains silent, recognizing his position as a newcomer. Even if the rules are suddenly altered, he is powerless to prevent it. A mere captain of the security brigade has stirred such significant turmoil. One cannot fathom the multitude of troubles that await him. In the next moment, Zuotong continued, "Therefore, I propose that we amend the rules, limiting the competition to just 3 individuals, discarding the previous system." Upon hearing Zuotong's words, a considerable portion of the onlookers immediately expressed their agreement. I believe Deputy Zhuo is correct. Drawing lots can hardly demonstrate true strength. This is unreasonable. We must revise the rules. Indeed, the captain of the security brigade should be the strongest, not one who relies on luck. Support for deputies was surged, as many harbored dissatisfaction towards Qin Yang's advancement through chance, feeling a sense of grievance. Besides Zuotong, the person in charge, Zhang Tianyi, wore a grim expression and reprimanded. "Zuotong, you are utterly being unreasonable. Rules are rules. They cannot be altered at your whim. Luck is an integral part of strength, and I refuse to permit any changes to the regulations. Qin Yang has been exceptionally fortunate. He will undoubtedly adhere to the existing rules. Should Qin Yang draw another lucky number, he stands a significant chance of becoming the captain of the security team. If he were to succeed again, it may lead to a fierce confrontation between Wang Xian and Niu Yudao, potentially resulting in mutual destruction, allowing Qin Yang to emerge as the ultimate victor. Such scenarios are entirely plausible. Relying on luck is not without merit, especially since Qin Yang is my recruit, and I shall undoubtedly support him." Before he could finish, another woman, whose beauty still radiated charm, interjected. She was his deputy, Ding Xiao. With a resolute tone, she glanced at Qin Yang and stated, "I believe Zuotong is correct. The captain of the security team should be the strongest individual, not merely one favored by fortune. Thus, I advocate for a revision of the rules. While it is indeed rare to alter rules midway through any competition or election, it does occur. Each faction has its own interests, and they are naturally inclined to prevent Zhang Tianyi's faction from gaining an advantage, thereby supporting the proposed changes." Zhang Tianyi's countenance darkened further. "Zuotong, Ding Xiao, do not push your limits. In Longcheng, I hold the authority. If I declare that the rules remain unchanged, they shall not be altered." Yet, his words failed to sway Zuotong and Ding Xiao. Zuotong let out a cold huff and retorted, "You are indeed in charge, but when significant issues arise, it is imperative for the 3 of us to decide through a vote. Let us proceed directly to the vote. A simple majority of 3 votes to 2 will suffice to amend the rules." Although Zhang Tianyi is the primary person in charge, according to the regulations of the Martial Alliance, when the 3 of them are at an impasse, a vote may be cast. This may seem absurd, yet it is a rule established by the Martial Alliance to curb the potential for excessive power. Zhang Tianyi felt a twinge of annoyance. However, as the leader of the Longqing branch of the Martial Alliance, he must adhere to its rules. Currently, both Zuotong and Ding Xiao are in favor of the rule change. Even if a vote is to be held, the regulations can only be slightly modified for this election. Casting a glance at Qin Yang, Zhang Tianyi could only huff in resignation. "Then tell me, what are the new rules?" Unable to alter the outcome, he could only await Zuotong's proposed regulations, which he had already surmised. Delighted by the effectiveness of her cunning, Zuotong beamed and said, "It's quite simple. The remaining 3 individuals will compete in pairs, resulting in each person fighting 2 matches. We will determine the eliminations based on the number of wins and losses. The individual with the most losses will be eliminated, while the final 2 will advance to the last round of the competition. What do you think?" Zuotong's intention was to prevent Qin Yang from advancing too easily based on mere fortune. Under the rules she proposed, Qin Yang would have to face both Wang Xian and Zhang Mao in separate bouts. Should Qin Yang lose both matches, he would be directly eliminated, as competing in just 2 matches means that the individual with 2 losses is destined for elimination. This way, no one could advance solely by chance. Upon hearing Zuotong's proposal, Ding Xiao promptly concurred, exclaiming, "Indeed, I find Zuotong's suggestion splendid. This way, we shall be able to identify those who merely fill the ranks without merit." Wang Xian is aligned with Zuotong, while Niu Yudao is associated with Ding Xiao, and Qin Yang is under the purview of Zhang Tianyi. Each of the 3 leaders has a representative from their respective factions. Zuotong and Ding Xiao's intention is to eliminate Zhang Tianyi's representative first, as Qin Yang is the weakest. According to the new regulations, he is destined for elimination. The onlookers, all part of Zuotong and Ding Xiao's factions, wholeheartedly supported this notion. Only Zhang Tianyi stood alone in opposition, which proved futile. Zhang Tianyi's expression darkened significantly. He felt targeted, yet there was little he could do. It seemed inevitable that Qin Yang might face elimination. The rules were set, and Zhang Tianyi ceased to contest them. Although he would lose a captain of the security team, this position was not of paramount importance to him. It was dispensable. However, it would leave Qin Yang at a disadvantage. Very well, if that is the case, let us proceed according to the new rules. Should Qin Yang be eliminated, Zhang Tianyi would merely assign him to another position, which might not be as favorable as that of captain, yet would still be a fair arrangement for Qin Yang. Chapter 112. Loopholes in the rules. The alteration in the electoral regulations did not meet with opposition from Niu Yudao and Wang Xian. In fact, they regarded the new rules as an improvement, as they entirely precluded the possibility of Qin Yang's unwarranted advancement. Everyone was now competing based on their true capabilities, and Qin Yang had previously progressed on mere luck, which had begun to irk both Niu Yudao and Wang Xian. Now, with the new rules in place, all chances of relying on luck had been eradicated. The ability to become the captain of the security team would depend solely on genuine skill. The actions of the Martial Alliance have become excessively outrageous, specifically targeting Qin Yang. I once held the belief that the Martial Alliance was a formidable entity, only to discover its unsightly true nature. Tongxin has come to a profound realization. It is merely the jealousy of many that fuels their animosity towards Qin Yang, prompting them to alter the rules mid-course. She couldn't help but express her dissatisfaction. Ding Mingyao glanced at Qin Yang, noticing his calm demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by the change in rules. Yet, even she found the fickle nature of the Martial Alliance's regulations distasteful, echoing, "They simply cannot bear to see Qin Yang thrive." Furthermore, they were acutely aware of the fierce internal struggles within the Martial Alliance. For Qin Yang, establishing a foothold among them would prove to be a considerable challenge, given the multitude of obstacles that would obstruct his path. Nevertheless, Qin Yang remained unfazed, stating, "It matters not. Let them change the rules. I am but a newcomer to the Martial Alliance, lacking status and influence, compelled to accept their regulations." In times of chaos, Qin Yang had witnessed a myriad of darkness and treachery, far worse than this, and thus he could fully comprehend the situation at hand. Presently, he had no choice but to submit to their whims. Such is the nature of the Martial Alliance's rules, as well as the prevailing norms for survival in this tumultuous world. He harbored no fear of exposing his strength in a confrontation with Niu Yudao or Wang Xian. Upon hearing Qin Yang's words, Ding Mingyao and Tongxin, while still discontent with the changes in the Martial Alliance's rules, found themselves powerless to alter the circumstances and could only hope for Qin Yang's victory. However, having observed the battle between Wang Xian and Niu Yudao, their confidence in Qin Yang's ability to triumph was considerably diminished, as his opponents were exceedingly formidable. As the rules were firmly established, Liamo shook his head and let out a bitter laugh on the arena. This alteration of the regulations was entirely due to Qin Yang. He was merely a temporary host and could not change the course of events. Even Zhang Tianyi, the person in charge, was powerless to prevent this modification. Though Liamo found it unjust, he had no choice but to continue presiding over the upcoming competition. Before him stood the contenders, Wang Xian, Niu Yudao, and Qin Yang. According to the new rules, the 3 would engage in pairs, and the individual with the most losses would be eliminated, leaving the final 2 to contend for victory. The spectators began to murmur excitedly. Some voiced their support for Qin Yang, yet the majority belonged to opposing factions, their sentiments towards him decidedly unfriendly. In light of the rule change, they cheered, believing it was only right that those lacking strength should not reap undue benefits. Ah, how intriguing this has become. Let us see how he fares without luck on his side, one remarked. For a newcomer to have reached this point is commendable. If it were me, I would have promptly conceded to avoid the humiliation of a crushing defeat. Indeed, many were eager to witness how Qin Yang would be ruthlessly overwhelmed by Wang Xian and Niu Yudao, anticipating that it would be quite the spectacle. The majority who watched were convinced from the outset that Qin Yang would not make it this far. They believed his ascent was merely a matter of fortune. Now, they were certain he would face a dire defeat. It is worth noting that previously, neither Wang Xian nor Niu Yudao had exerted their full capabilities, but now, as they approached the final showdown, both would undoubtedly unleash their utmost efforts. At that moment, Qin Yang would undoubtedly be defeated by the two competitors in a crushing manner, losing face before the audience. While others faced defeat once, Qin Yang was destined to suffer the humiliation of being vanquished twice, rendering his plight even more tragic than that of his peers. On the stage, Li Mo announced, "Now, I invite the three contestants to step forward and draw lots." The rules for drawing lots remained unchanged. However, after the draw, contestant 1 would face contestant 2 first, followed by contestant 1 against contestant 3, and finally contestant 2 against contestant 3, with each participant engaging in 2 battles. Qin Yang approached to draw lots and obtained the number 3. Upon witnessing Qin Yang's draw, the crowd erupted in disbelief, some nearly choking on their frustration, while others began to voice their complaints. Damn it, he drew number 3 again. If we adhere to the previous rules, number 3 is a lucky draw, granting him an automatic advancement. What sheer luck is this? His fortune is truly remarkable. It must be said that Qin Yang's luck was indeed extraordinary. Fortunately, the rules had changed. Otherwise, he would have advanced to the finals without any contest. Nonetheless, drawing number 3 allowed him to observe the duel between contestants 1 and 2. Contestant 1 was Niu Yudao, and contestant 2 was Wang Xian, with Qin Yang as contestant 3. Once the drawing concluded, Qin Yang temporarily returned to the audience seats. Just as he settled in, Ding Mingyao beside him spoke up. "Wait a moment, Qin Yang. I believe there is a flaw in the new rules." Qin Yang was taken aback and turned to Ding Mingyao. "A flaw in the rules? What flaw?" Even Tong Xian and Lu Hu from the Black Tiger Hall were intrigued, all eyes turning to Ding Mingyao. Amidst the trio's curiosity, Ding Mingyao promptly clarified, "The new rule states that each person battles twice, but in reality, there is no necessity for that at all." Niu Yudao drew number 1, and he was to face Wang Xian first. Should Niu Yudao be defeated by Wang Xian, Qin Yang would then step in to vanquish Niu Yudao, resulting in Niu Yudao's immediate elimination. Therefore, it was unnecessary for everyone to compete in 2 matches, which would complicate matters. According to the new rules, a participant would be eliminated after losing 2 matches, as it was implausible for others to lose 2 matches. At most, they could lose 1 match or triumph in 2. Thus, the individual who lost 2 matches would be the sole one eliminated. Consequently, if Niu Yudao fought Wang Xian and lost, followed by Qin Yang defeating Niu Yudao, then Niu Yudao would be ousted. At that point, Qin Yang would directly face Wang Xian in the final match, negating the need for each participant to compete twice. Upon hearing Ding Mingyao's words, Qin Yang and the others grasped the situation. Tong Xian's eyes gleamed momentarily before dimming again. "But Qin Yang, do you have confidence in defeating Niu Yudao?" The scenario of Niu Yudao losing 2 matches was merely hypothetical. In reality, Qin Yang might not be able to conquer Niu Yudao. If Qin Yang were to fall to Niu Yudao, the premise would crumble. Even Lu Hu shook his head, stating, "Though such a possibility exists, I sense the difficulty is quite high. Niu Yudao's strength is evident to all. Even if he were to falter against Wang Xian, the outcome against Qin Yang is uncertain." Lu Hu hesitated to express the truth, believing that Qin Yang stood little chance against Niu Yudao. The so-called loophole in the rules held no advantage for Qin Yang, as Lu Hu perceived him to be the weakest among the 3. Qin Yang perceived that he need not engage in 2 full rounds. Regardless of whether it was Niu Yudao or Wang Xian, as long as one contender was vanquished, he could challenge the defeated party. Should he triumph again, it would surely result in one individual's elimination. Through Qin Yang's astute observation, he discerned that Wang Xian possessed slightly superior prowess. Thus, he intended to exploit this loophole in the rules, sparing himself additional time and effort. Chapter 113. I do not wish to bully others. It was not solely Qin Yang and his companions who had identified this regulatory flaw. Others had recognized it as well. However, with the rules firmly established, amendments were impractical. Consequently, any of the three participants could seize upon this oversight. Whether one would emerge as the ultimate victor still hinged upon their strength. All else was mere illusion. In fact, to ascend to the position of the security captain, even Qin Yang had been bestowed a speed heart pill by Zhang Tianyi. Unsurprisingly, both Wang Xian and Niu Yudao were likely equipped with similar elixirs for rapid recovery. Now, I invite number 1, Niu Yudao, and number 2, Wang Xian, to the stage for battle, Li Mo announced. Soon, Niu Yudao was the first to ascend the platform. Towering and formidable, he was inherently a wielder of strength, his power strikingly fearsome, as he had consistently overwhelmed opponents with sheer might. Standing there, Niu Yudao resembled a muscular behemoth, his robust physique instilling trepidation in the hearts of many. Wang Xian, come forth and meet your demise. I can hardly contain my eagerness to defeat you, Niu Yudao proclaimed with a resonant voice that reverberated throughout the venue. His immediate provocation of Wang Xian demonstrated his fervent desire for battle, unperturbed even in the face of an adversary with superior cultivation. Wang Xian appeared quite ordinary, standing at just over 1.70 meters, yet he carried himself with an air of composure as he slowly approached the arena. Positioned across from Niu Yudao, he seemed particularly diminutive, his demeanor unassuming. However, despite his slight stature, Wang Xian possessed remarkable strength. Casting a glance at Niu Yudao, he remarked, "Are you so eager to be dealt with by me? I can certainly oblige." That said, facing the awakened powerhouse that was Niu Yudao, Wang Xian dared not be complacent. He beckoned Niu Yudao with a flick of his finger, "Come forth." With a huff of indignation, Niu Yudao lunged forward, his massive form akin to that of a beast. He eschewed flamboyant techniques, opting instead for a straightforward punch aimed directly at Wang Xian. As an awakened being with a mastery of strength, Niu Yudao had honed his abilities to an extraordinary degree. He could unleash the ninefold wave technique, amplifying his strength ninefold, a rarity among those awakened in power. Thus, within the martial league, it was not unwarranted to refer to Niu Yudao as a freak of nature. As the two engaged in combat, Wang Xian, possessing a higher cultivation realm, found himself outmatched in raw power. He refrained from directly confronting Niu Yudao's formidable fists, instead leveraging his speed to evade the onslaught and seeking opportunities to exploit weaknesses in Niu Yudao's defense. The clash between them was intense, accompanied by resounding echoes throughout the arena. Seated in the audience, Qin Yang watched intently, aware that he would soon face both combatants. It was imperative for him to thoroughly comprehend their techniques, as this knowledge would prove advantageous in his own forthcoming battle. Gather. Ninefold wave. At long last, Niu Yudao found himself slightly disadvantaged, as Wang Xian's speed was exceedingly swift, rendering Niu's strength often ineffective against him. As time passed, the exertion took its toll, and a desperate Niu Yudao resorted to unleashing his most formidable skill, the ninefold waves, amplifying his power ninefold. With a resounding boom, the tremendous force nearly obliterated the arena, and Wang Xian was struck by Niu Yudao's terrifying might, teetering on the brink of falling from the platform. However, he narrowly evaded the majority of the onslaught. Utilizing his speed advantage, he launched a counterattack against the fatigued Niu Yudao. Boom. Ultimately, Niu Yudao was vanquished by Wang Xian, collapsing onto the stage. Wang Xian emerged victorious. Li Mo announced the outcome of the battle. Wang Xian's speed was simply too rapid, leaving Niu Yudao perpetually suppressed. And defeat was an inevitable conclusion, one that nearly everyone had anticipated. "Thank you for the match," Wang Xian gasped, his face pale from exertion. For defeating Niu Yudao had also taken a significant toll on him. Without hesitation, he retrieved a speed heart pill, consuming it to begin his recovery. As he still had further battles ahead, the pill would surely restore him to peak condition in a short time. Niu Yudao, too, ingested his speed heart pill, for he was set to face Qin Yang next and needed to ensure his optimal state. After all, losing to Qin Yang would mean his immediate elimination. Wang Xian departed the stage, and Li Mo once again proclaimed, "Next, let us welcome Niu Yudao, number 1, to face off against Qin Yang, number 3. All eyes swiftly turned towards Qin Yang. In the audience, Qin Yang paid no heed to the gazes upon him. He rose slowly and made his way to the arena. Behind him, Ding Mingyao and Tong Xian offered their encouragement. Although the battle between Wang Xian and Niu Yudao was fierce and captivating, The anticipation for Qin Yang's appearance overshadowed it all. Perhaps it was curiosity, or perhaps it was the desire to witness Qin Yang's performance. Indeed, many were eager to see him face defeat and humiliation. Upon reaching the arena, Li Mo nodded slightly at Qin Yang, saying, "Qin Yang, give it your all." This was all he could muster. After all, whether the rules changed or remained the same, the outcome for Qin Yang would ultimately be the same. Even Li Mo harbored doubts about Qin Yang's ability to achieve victory. At best, he would be eliminated a little later than expected. Nonetheless, pleasantries had to be exchanged. "Very well, I shall do my utmost," Qin Yang responded casually. Yet, the notion of merely doing his best was far from sufficient. He felt that he would need to exert every ounce of his strength to stand a chance against Niu Yudao and Wang Xian. He could not deny their formidable prowess. After Li Mo nodded, he departed from the arena. Meanwhile, Niu Yudao, having expended significant energy in battle, was in need of the swift heart pill to recuperate. Although he held Qin Yang in low regard, he nonetheless stated, "Qin Yang, I require a moment to recover. Please wait for 10 minutes. There was no alternative. Nearly all of Niu Yudao's spiritual energy had been depleted. Despite his disdain for Qin Yang, he could not afford to treat him as inconsequential. If he did not maintain peak condition, he risked being unexpectedly defeated by Qin Yang, a result he was keen to avoid. Thus, he requested Qin Yang to wait for 10 minutes. "Certainly, take as long as you wish. I have no desire to exploit another's vulnerability, lest I become the subject of gossip." Qin Yang, indifferent to such matters, recognized the necessity of allowing Niu Yudao to regain his peak condition to avoid any potential accusations of dishonor should he defeat him. He had witnessed the true nature of some individuals within the martial alliance. Niu Yudao cast a surprised glance at Qin Yang, but subsequently fell silent. Focusing on the recovery provided by the speed heart pill, Qin Yang also possessed a speed heart pill, uncertain if it would prove useful today. Yet he acknowledged that it was indeed the finest remedy should he require significant replenishment. Thus, the onlookers engaged in fervent discussion while awaiting Niu Yudao's recovery. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, Niu Yudao fully absorbed the effects of the speed heart pill, rising from the ground, radiating an immense aura. It was evident that he had returned to his peak state. He swiftly dispelled the gloom of his previous defeat by Wang Xian and addressed Qin Yang. "Thank you for allowing me the time to recover. I am now at full strength. Let us commence." Compared to before, Niu Yudao's demeanor was markedly more amiable towards Qin Yang, owing to the time granted for recovery. Qin Yang, standing opposite Niu Yudao with his hands clasped behind his back, inquired in a grave tone, "Are you certain you have returned to your peak?" "I have no intention of taking advantage of anyone. It would be prudent for you to ensure your full restoration before engaging in battle with me." Upon hearing these words, Niu Yudao was momentarily taken aback. Qin Yang's tone exuded an air of excessive confidence, bordering on disdain for Niu Yudao. Chapter 114. True skill. Upon hearing Qin Yang's insistence on guaranteeing his return to peak performance in battle, Niu Yudao felt a mix of annoyance and a sense of being looked down upon by Qin Yang. Initially, they had not regarded Qin Yang as a competitor due to his unimpressive demeanor, yet now it seemed as though the tables had turned, with Qin Yang viewing him with disdain. "Huh, it appears you possess quite a bit of confidence in yourself. Very well, let me witness the extent of your capabilities." After a few hearty laughs, Niu Yudao solemnly declared, "I am indeed certain of my return to peak form, and I will not underestimate you. I shall give it my all." While they had intended to belittle Qin Yang, he was unwilling to accept such treatment, prompting Niu Yudao to resolve to exert his utmost effort. This battle was undeniably crucial. A defeat against Qin Yang would leave him with no further opportunities. He could not possibly allow himself to be bested by Qin Yang. It must be said, the efficacy of the sudden heart pill was remarkable, as it restored him to peak condition in approximately 10 minutes. Qin Yang, having no desire for further conversation, calmly stated, "Let us begin." As the two warriors prepared to face off, Qin Yang stood at the mid-stage of C rank, while Niu Yudao had reached the pinnacle of C rank, on the verge of breaking into B rank, two full realms apart in cultivation. In terms of cultivation level, they were not even in the same league. No one held any faith in Qin Yang, yet he remained utterly unperturbed, maintaining an air of absolute tranquility. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Niu Yudao launched the first attack, his towering figure, exceeding 2 meters in height, resembling a colossal beast as he unleashed the ninefold wave skill. With a powerful punch aimed at Qin Yang, The force of this blow was augmented by the power of 9 waves. The air trembled and vibrated under the impact of Neo Yudao's fist. Qin Yang was acutely aware of the terrifying strength possessed by Neo Yudao. Even Wang Xian, at the initial stage of B rank, dared not confront him head-on. He knew he could not contend with Neo Yudao in terms of sheer power, for his own ability lay within the realm of space, not brute strength. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yang executed a space flash, vanishing from sight. Not only did Neo Yudao stand in stunned silence, but the onlookers were equally bewildered, their mouths agape as they gazed at the spot where Qin Yang had once stood, now devoid of his presence. What had just transpired? Where had Qin Yang gone? Could it be that he had turned invisible? Each spectator was left in shock, as if they had witnessed a ghost. Qin Yang had truly disappeared before their very eyes. Only a select few, including Ding Mingyao, Tong Xian, and even Li Mo and Zhang Tianyi, were privy to Qin Yang's capabilities, maintaining their composure amidst the chaos. Even Lu, who was struck with extreme astonishment, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. He just vanished? Invisibility? If Qin Yang had used this technique against me back then, I would have been utterly defenseless. The thought sent a shiver down Lu Hu's spine. The peculiarity of Qin Yang's power was indeed unsettling. This sudden disappearance caught everyone off guard. Even the 2 aides, Zuotong and Ding Xiao, had their pupils constrict in shock, their gazes fixed intently on the arena, yet there was no trace of Qin Yang to be found. They then turned their astonished eyes towards Zhang Tianyi, exclaiming, "Where on earth did you find such an anomaly? Is he truly the legendary wielder of spatial abilities?" Their deliberate targeting of Qin Yang this time stems from the fact that he is associated with Zhang Tianyi. Although they had previously heard vague accounts of Qin Yang's capabilities, witnessing them firsthand has left them somewhat incredulous. Spatial abilities are exceedingly rare. Throughout the annals of Blue Star, very few have awakened such powers, and Qin Yang is indeed one of them. His recent display has undeniably marked him as an anomaly. The development of spatial skills is far from straightforward. A smirk of pride crept across Zhang Tianyi's face. Of course, I invested considerable effort to find such a talent. Do you truly believe he lacks merit? Watch closely, for spatial abilities can indeed conjure miracles. As the Lord of Long City, Zhang Tianyi possesses an intimate knowledge of all matters pertaining to it. He discovered Qin Yang's awakening of spatial powers during an unforeseen incident. After observing him for a time, it became evident that not only was Qin Yang a spatial ability user, but his rate of growth was astonishing as well. This prompted him to send Li Mo to cultivate a rapport with Qin Yang. Zhang Tianyi is thoroughly pleased with Qin Yang's current performance and harbors great expectations. Zuotong felt a twinge of jealousy that Zhang Tianyi could secure such a spatial ability user, yet he scoffed, stating, even though he possesses spatial powers, which are indeed extraordinary, he stands no chance in this election. The gap between him, Neo Yudao, and Wang Xian is far too vast. Ding Xiao also let out a cold laugh, remarking, "Do not rejoice too soon. An unrefined talent is of little use. Should he meet an untimely demise, who can say what will happen?" Driven by jealousy, both individuals not only belittled Qin Yang, but also deliberately cursed him. They pointed out a fact. Qin Yang had yet to become a true master. Even as a wielder of spatial abilities, should he fall midway or succumb to ill fate, no matter how extraordinary his powers might be, they would be rendered futile. Zhang Tianyi, unfazed, remarked, "Let your bitterness flow." Ignoring the two, he focused intently on the arena, searching for Qin Yang's elusive figure. Initially, when he sought to recruit Qin Yang, he found it impossible to locate him despite his efforts. This demonstrated the remarkable nature of Qin Yang's spatial abilities. On the arena, Neo Yudao unleashed the ninefold waves, yet the target he had locked onto, Qin Yang, vanished, rendering the technique ineffective. The arena trembled violently under the onslaught of Neo Yudao's ninefold waves, shattering into fragments. Just as Neo Yudao's strike landed, he suddenly felt a chill creeping down his spine. Bang! From behind Neo Yudao, Qin Yang materialized, brandishing a sword that he swung fiercely towards Neo Yudao's back. Despite Neo Yudao's hurried attempt to defend himself with spiritual energy, Qin Yang's sudden appearance caught him off guard. The terrifying force of the sword's aura struck him directly on his back. In an instant, Neo Yudao's formidable form was sent flying by Qin Yang's strike. Although he had fortified his body with his substantial spiritual power, the impact of Qin Yang's sword energy still caused him to experience a powerful shock, draining the color from his face. Truly, An awakening of power, he was remarkably resilient. Let us see what comes next. Faced with such a formidable awakener, Qin Yang employed his spatial flash, launching attacks from various angles, leaving Niu Yudao utterly defenseless. It was merely a matter of time before he would be vanquished. For the disparity in their cultivation levels was two realms. In terms of spiritual energy, Qin Yang was naturally far inferior to Niu Yudao. However, in a battle of attrition, Qin Yang harbored no fear, as his spatial flash consumed almost no spiritual energy, allowing him to unleash it an infinite number of times. He could easily prolong the encounter until Niu Yudao's spiritual energy was entirely depleted. With swift movements, Qin Yang continued to evade Niu Yudao's strikes, who, despite possessing immense power, could hardly lay a finger on him. Niu Yudao could not even catch a glimpse of Qin Yang, who darted about, striking him repeatedly. To guard against Qin Yang's relentless assault, Niu Yudao's internal spiritual energy was rapidly diminishing. Chapter 115. A heart filled with dread. The skill of spatial flash was one of the first abilities that Qin Yang comprehended. Though its power may seem modest, it is undoubtedly a remarkably extraordinary skill. This technique relies on the element of surprise, enabling attacks from every conceivable angle, leaving the enemy completely unaware of where the next strike might come from. Within a 100-meter radius, Qin Yang could materialize in any corner at will. Thus, Niu Yudao found himself perpetually on the receiving end of the assault. Bang! Once again, Qin Yang's sword sent Niu Yudao hurtling through the air, crashing to the ground. The relentless onslaught proved too much for him, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he struggled to rise, fury etched across his face. Qin Yang, you scoundrel! Do you dare to face me in a fair fight? What kind of hero resorts to ambushes? Niu Yudao was driven to madness. He had never encountered such a stifling battle, utterly powerless, serving merely as a punching bag for Qin Yang. Overwhelmed with discomfort and frustration, tears threatened to spill forth. Despite possessing immense strength, he found no outlet for it. In fact, he had not even managed to land a blow on Qin Yang from the very beginning. He realized that if the onslaught continued, his internal spiritual energy would soon be depleted, leaving him unable to defend against Qin Yang's relentless attacks. Defeat was merely a matter of time. It was only now that Niu Yudao comprehended the sheer abnormality of Qin Yang's abilities. No wonder Qin Yang exuded such confidence. He indeed possessed the foundation for it. Everyone had underestimated Qin Yang, yet even with this newfound awareness, Niu Yudao found himself powerless, akin to a turtle being mercilessly battered by Qin Yang. Oh, I apologize, but I have no interest in engaging you directly, echoed Qin Yang's voice in the air. In the next moment, Niu Yudao felt a jolt of terror as he was struck by Qin Yang's sword, sent hurtling through the air. This time, however, as he flew, a spurt of blood erupted from his body. His spiritual energy could no longer sustain a defense against Qin Yang's aggression. Collapsing to the ground, a chill ran down Niu Yudao's spine as he urgently called out, I concede. Faced with such a monstrous opponent, how could he possibly fight back? There was simply no way indeed. It was the proactive concession of Niu Yudao. Otherwise, had Qin Yang thoroughly defeated him, given his skill of spatial flash, it would have taken a considerable amount of time under normal circumstances. This course of action was also a strategy to confront Wang Xian, for among the contenders, Wang Xian was the most formidable, being a speedster. Qin Yang needed to maintain his optimal condition, forcing Niu Yudao to concede through spatial flash, with minimal exertion on his part, was the most prudent choice. As for the spatial explosion, he intended to reserve that for Wang Xian, who was a B-class ability user. Without employing the spatial explosion skill, it was likely he would not even breach Wang Xian's spiritual shield. Moreover, the spatial explosion skill could not be deployed without limitation, thus necessitating a conservation of strength. I concede, Qin Yang responded calmly. Though Niu Yudao was reluctant, he had no choice but to exit the arena. Liamo, who had been eagerly waiting, immediately rushed onto the stage and approached Qin Yang, giving him a thumbs up. Qin Yang, I misjudged? I thought you were not a match for Niu Yudao. He had believed that Qin Yang would be unable to contend with Niu Yudao. Yet the latter was thoroughly overwhelmed by Qin Yang, rendered utterly defenseless. It must be said, the spectacle was immensely gratifying, deepening his understanding of Qin Yang's prowess. Subsequently, Liamo announced, Qin Yang is victorious. Niu Yudao faces a second consecutive defeat and is eliminated. As Liamo declared the conclusion, an uproar of astonishment erupted throughout the crowd. How could this be? Niu Yudao has lost. My goodness, this outcome is utterly astounding. I never anticipated that Niu Yudao would not only be defeated, but in such a comprehensive manner. We all misjudged Qin Yang. His abilities are exceedingly enigmatic. If I were to encounter him, I would be oblivious to the manner of my demise. Henceforth, one should never provoke Qin Yang unless equipped to withstand his perverse tactics. Apart from astonishment, many bore expressions of disbelief, and a considerable number, due to Qin Yang's bizarre capabilities, developed a sense of trepidation towards him. After all, a person who can appear and vanish at will, effortlessly taking lives, poses a grave threat to anyone who crosses him. Should Qin Yang seek retribution, how could one possibly defend against it? It would be akin to standing idly by, awaiting death. Indeed, many harbored apprehensions about Qin Yang. His meteoric rise to fame left an indelible mark on everyone present. It is likely that those who have crossed paths with Qin Yang found themselves restless through the night, fearing that in a mere moment of closing their eyes, they might lose their heads. Intriguingly, we all underestimated this individual. Upon witnessing the final outcome, Wang Xian, the most popular candidate and universally acknowledged as the foremost contender, suddenly rose to his feet. His eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze upon Qin Yang on the stage, his expression turning solemn. Having vanquished all challengers without regard, Wang Xian had never deemed any opponent worthy of his attention. Yet now, as he faced Qin Yang, he felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Although Qin Yang's cultivation was inferior to his own, the reality was that even he found it challenging to anticipate Qin Yang's elusive movements. The defeat of Niu Yudao was evident to all. Zhang Tianyi displayed a faint smile. While the outcome had taken him by surprise, he was thoroughly pleased with Qin Yang's performance, truly a talent worthy of my selection. By his side, both Suotong and Ding Xiao wore expressions of considerable distress. The capabilities of Qin Yang instilled a sense of dread within them. Although Qin Yang's cultivation currently paled in comparison to theirs, they shuddered at the thought of his potential, should he ascend to their level. They realized they would be utterly unable to contend with him. How had Zhang Tianyi discovered such an anomaly? With this individual present, the prospect of overthrowing Zhang Tianyi seemed fraught with complications. Suotong was enveloped in a heavy mood, as Qin Yang evoked an overwhelming sense of crisis within him. Ding Xiao mirrored this sentiment, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions. After casting a glance at the smug Zhang Tianyi, she fell silent, aligning with Suotong to counterbalance his influence. The trio had once maintained a delicate equilibrium, but now, with Qin Yang's emergence, that balance was undeniably disrupted. Li Mo stood beside Qin Yang and proclaimed, as Niu Yudao has been eliminated, there will be no further pair battles. Qin Yang shall face Wang Xian directly. The victor will assume the position of captain of the Southern District Security Team. After making this announcement, Li Mo clenched his fist towards Qin Yang, encouraging, Qin Yang, I believe in you. Qin Yang's astonishing performance, effortlessly overcoming Niu Yudao, ignited hopes that he could indeed challenge Wang Xian and perhaps even triumph over him. The anticipation was palpable, not only for Li Mo but for the entire assembly, all eyes riveted on Qin Yang, who had emerged as the most formidable dark horse in this contest, eclipsing even Wang Xian. Chapter 116. Speed and Passion. Following Li Mo's declaration, Wang Xian, a frontrunner in the contest for the position of captain, also made his appearance on the stage. Previously, like others, he harbored a degree of disdain for Qin Yang. However, his perception and attitude towards Qin Yang have now undergone a complete transformation. Qin Yang's prowess warrants his utmost regard. Do you require time to recuperate? I can wait for your restoration, Wang Xian offered, considering the exertion Qin Yang must have experienced during his battle with Niu Yudao. He believed himself powerful enough to defeat Qin Yang and ascend to the position of chief of the Southern District Security Team, yet he wished to avoid inciting gossip. Qin Yang merely shook his head, a serene expression on his face. I do not need to recover. I have remained in a state of peak performance. The battle with Niu Yudao took little toll on me, and I have no need for restoration. Moreover, he was eager to engage Wang Xian in combat. As a wielder of speed abilities, Wang Xian's cultivation far surpassed his own, and he was curious to see if he could withstand Wang Xian's full strength. Wang Xian observed Qin Yang closely, finding no signs of fatigue, which astonished him anew. During his own confrontation with Niu Yudao, he had expended considerable effort, given the latter's immense strength. In contrast, Qin Yang appeared to have suffered little depletion, which left Wang Xian feeling somewhat unsettled. This led others to believe that Qin Yang was superior to him. However, Wang Xian was aware that he had held back his own strength against Niu Yudao. Opting not to exert himself fully, It seems your spatial abilities are indeed quite extraordinary. Let us commence. I hope you can endure for some time, Wang Xian declared, foregoing further pleasantries and launching directly into battle with Qin Yang. Both stood at their zenith, fully aware of the need to respect one another, and thus commenced their duel with all their might. The silhouette of Wang Xian vanished, a testament to the pinnacle of speed. Even Qin Yang could only perceive a fleeting afterimage. It must be said that Wang Xian's mastery over speed was indeed remarkable. In an instant, Qin Yang felt a gentle breeze approaching from ahead, a harbinger of impending danger. Were it anyone else, evading Wang Xian's assault would have been nearly impossible. However, as a spatial ability user, he maintained dominion over a radius of 100 meters around himself. No movement could escape his perception. Thus, while Wang Xian's speed was formidable, it posed no threat to Qin Yang. This exemplifies the advantage of a spatial ability wielder. His command over space had reached an astonishing level. Within the confines of his controlled space, he was akin to a deity, rendering even the most ordinary abilities incapable of inflicting harm upon him. As Wang Xian approached, Qin Yang distinctly discerned the trajectory of his movements. In an immediate response, he shifted his body and deftly evaded Wang Xian's strike. How could this be? Wang Xian was astonished. His speed was extraordinary, yet Qin Yang had simply sidestepped his attack with ease, an unfathomable feat unlike his previous encounter with Niu Yudao, where he had vanished entirely. This time he employed the most conventional method of avoidance, standing merely 3 paces away from Wang Xian. In a state of shock, Wang Xian abruptly turned to face Qin Yang. Can you perceive my movement traces? This indicated that his swift motions had been discerned by Qin Yang. After all, while his speed was impressive, it lacked the capacity to render him invisible like Qin Yang. Movement inevitably leaves traces. It is simply that most individuals are too slow to react to them. However, the current dilemma lies in the fact that Qin Yang can perceive his trajectory, which is quite absurd. Qin Yang smiled faintly. Since you are aware of my abilities, let me inform you that I am the god of space. Your speed prowess may not be particularly effective before me. Wang Xian's greatest strength was speed, rather than power. In terms of strength, he was even inferior to Niu Yudao. Yet, his speed was countered by Qin Yang's spatial capabilities, rendering Wang Xian's advantage in speed utterly negligible in Qin Yang's presence. I don't believe it. Wang Xian felt a surge of urgency. Could it truly be that his extraordinary speed was restrained by Qin Yang's spatial abilities? It seemed surreal. He immediately surged forward again, accelerating even further, intent on catching Qin Yang off guard. His astonishing speed created a flurry of shadows across the arena, leaving the spectators bewildered as to which figure was the real Wang Xian. Futile. Qin Yang effortlessly pinpointed Wang Xian's location once more, evading his new wave of attacks with ease. Wang Xian's expression darkened as he halted. Was his speed inherently subdued by spatial abilities? This was exceedingly disheartening. Very well. You possess remarkable skills. In that case, experience the pinnacle of my speed, the acceleration. Realizing that his conventional speed abilities were ineffective against Qin Yang, Wang Xian unleashed his ultimate speed skill, the acceleration technique. In an instant, his figure vanished, not truly gone, but rather accelerated to such an extent that even a typical sea-level ability user could not perceive him. Only a gust of wind remained. Indeed, quite swift. At this moment, Qin Yang experienced the terrifying swiftness of Wang Xian. Under the pressure of acceleration, he felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation, unable to evade, as his reaction time failed to keep pace with his opponent's velocity. By the time he comprehended the situation, the attack was already upon him. However, a smirk appeared at the corners of Qin Yang's mouth as he thought, in terms of speed, I am not lacking either. In a moment of crisis, he immediately employed the technique of void escape. With a mere thought, he found himself at the edge of the arena. His movement so swift that no trace was left behind. This skill surpassed Wang Xian's acceleration by leaps and bounds. Only after Qin Yang materialized at the arena's periphery did Wang Xian's strike reach the spot where he had stood moments before. Your speed. Wang Xian exclaimed, astonished, as he witnessed Qin Yang, who had seemingly vanished, reappear over 10 meters away. He had realized that Qin Yang had not truly disappeared. Rather, his speed had reached an astonishing pinnacle. In the realm of speed, he found himself outmatched by Qin Yang. This was utterly astounding. Now it is my turn. Prepare to experience my velocity, Qin Yang declared, standing at the edge of the arena as he executed the void escape. In a blink, he had vanished from sight. Wang Xian felt a gust of wind rush towards him, instantly recognizing it as Qin Yang. He hurriedly conjured a protective barrier of spiritual energy. Boom. A resounding impact reverberated through the air as Wang Xian staggered, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had been struck in the abdomen by Qin Yang's punch. Yet he could scarcely process the blow. This indicated that Qin Yang's speed had surpassed his capacity to react. The cultivation level undoubtedly confers significant advantages. I am unable to breach even his spiritual shield. With a deft strike, Qin Yang distanced himself from Wang Xian before the latter could react. For his swiftness far surpassed that of Wang Xian. However, his strength failed to penetrate Wang Xian's defenses, leaving Wang Xian unscathed, merely experiencing a slight jolt. Nevertheless, Wang Xian felt a prickling unease, as Qin Yang was 3 realms below him in cultivation. Had their levels been comparable, he would have already sustained injuries. In terms of speed, he was thoroughly outmatched by Qin Yang, the spatial manipulator. Chapter 117. The resurgence of spatial detonation. Qin Yang's cultivation lagged behind Wang Xian by 3 realms, which rendered his attack ineffective against Wang Xian's defenses. This outcome was anticipated by Qin Yang, as the disparity between a level C and a level B ability user is considerable. When it comes to spiritual energy alone, no number of level C ability users could ever hope to defeat a level B counterpart. Qin Yang did not harbor expectations of overcoming his opponent in terms of spiritual energy. That would be utterly absurd, except for a select few who specialize in physical training. The average ability user experiences an undeniable hierarchical disparity in spiritual energy. Level B is distinctly level B, and level C is unequivocally level C, further highlighting the gap in cultivation. The most pronounced difference among ability users lies in the awakening of their powers and skills. The development of abilities and the application of skills may allow the weaker to triumph over the stronger. Indeed, your speed may even exceed mine. Yet, regrettably, your cultivation falls short. You cannot breach my defenses. If this continues, the one destined for defeat shall be you. After a considerable moment of bewilderment, Wang Xian finally grasped the situation. Although Qin Yang's speed was indeed formidable, surpassing his own, it was impossible for him to be defeated. The reason lay in the disparity of cultivation. Wang Xian's superior cultivation endowed him with significant advantages, particularly in terms of robust spiritual power and formidable defense. As long as Qin Yang could not breach his defenses, he would never conquer him. Well, I happen to be looking for someone to hone my skills on, and you shall suffice. Since mastering the technique of void escape, Qin Yang had yet to engage in combat with anyone, and he seized this opportunity to treat Wang Xian as a mere training tool. With a swift motion, he vanished once more. Wang Xian's expression shifted again, while he recognized that Qin Yang could not penetrate his defenses. Being relegated to the role of a training dummy was somewhat insulting. Boom. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a tremendous shock coursed through Wang Xian's body as Qin Yang's fist struck his chest. In an instant, Qin Yang disappeared again. And by the time Wang Xian regained his bearings, he realized that his chest had merely quivered. Subsequently, Qin Yang indeed utilized Wang Xian as a training instrument, relentlessly experimenting with his void escape skills, even employing magical artifacts to attack Wang Xian. Regardless of the methods Qin Yang employed, he remained unable to penetrate Wang Xian's defenses. Wang Xian, I stand invincible. You cannot harm me. Surrender sooner rather than later. Given enough time, I shall inevitably defeat you. Wang Xian ceased to resist, allowing Qin Yang to assault him as he stood his ground, even urging Qin Yang to concede, for he deemed Qin Yang's strength too feeble. Had he possessed the might of Niu Yudao, he would not have dared to face him so nonchalantly. Phew! Qin Yang appeared 10 meters away, and Wang Xian resembled a turtle ensconced in its shell, relying solely on brute strength. He was indeed unable to break free. However, that did not imply that Qin Yang was incapable of doing so. Had he celebrated too soon? Wasting no further time, Qin Yang smiled faintly, then flicked his fingers towards Wang Xian. Explosion. As a wielder of spatial abilities, Qin Yang's spatial evasion surpassed even that of speed manipulators. Yet, he possessed one formidable and terrifying skill, spatial explosion. Until now, he had refrained from unleashing this power, but circumstances necessitated its use. After all, without employing the spatial explosion, it would be exceedingly challenging to defeat Wang Xian, a B-class initial stage ability user. Boom. Just as Wang Xian reveled in his perceived superiority, the space around him began to tremble violently, as if a colossal bomb had been detonated in his vicinity. The spatial explosion transpired in the blink of an eye. leaving Wang Xian no opportunity to react. By the time he comprehended the situation, the explosion had already occurred. The entire space erupted from within, unleashing a terrifying destructive force that tore everything asunder. In a state of shock, Wang Xian instinctively activated his acceleration ability and fled for his life. His face etched with terror. He understood that he could not withstand the might of the spatial explosion. Remaining would mean certain death. Boom. However, his speed proved insufficient, and the shockwave of the explosion engulfed him in an instant. He had barely managed to escape a short distance before being violently hurled away, soaring off the stage. Meanwhile, the arena, which had been previously constructed, had suffered some damage. At this moment, under the explosive force unleashed by Qin Yang, it was utterly obliterated, leaving behind a vast crater. What has transpired? Wang Xian was propelled through the air. What kind of ability is this, so terrifying? The gathered crowd stood in sheer astonishment as they witnessed the ferocity of the explosion triggered by Qin Yang's mere snap of his fingers. There was no doubt that this was the manifestation of his power. Such a formidable ability was enough to instill fear even in some of the B and A-level abilities present. Their faces betrayed their trepidation. Indeed, Wang Xian had been thrown from the stage. He had been defeated. It was hard to believe that this newcomer, Qin Yang, had managed to best the captain of the security team, emerging as a dark horse in this contest. Where exactly had this extraordinary individual come from? His power development was simply astonishing. As the dust settled, Qin Yang stood alone amidst the ruins of the arena, exuding an air of pride and becoming the focal point of the entire gathering. Undoubtedly, with a single explosive maneuver, he had decisively concluded the battle, claiming victory over the captain of the Southern District's security team. Everyone seemed unable to grasp the surreal nature of this outcome, their eyes wide with disbelief. Thud! Wang Xian fell from the air, hastily regaining his balance as he looked up at the remnants of the arena, now reduced to rubble, where only Qin Yang remained. He knew he had lost, and lost thoroughly. His speed was no match for Qin Yang's, and that bizarre explosion had caught him completely off guard, launching him into defeat. Had it not been for his profound cultivation, he would likely have perished in the explosion. Even so, he sustained injuries, though he felt a sense of injustice. The reality remained that he had been decisively defeated. Coughing softly, Wang Xian acknowledged the terrifying prowess of Qin Yang, casting a wary glance in his direction before clasping his hands. Qin Yang, I concede my defeat. It is only just, and I accept it. There was no room for denial. Even if granted another opportunity, he would still be unable to triumph over Qin Yang, facing inevitable failure once more. Qin Yang, in turn, responded with humility. I appreciate your sportsmanship. Having vanquished Wang Xian, Qin Yang felt no sense of triumph. His spatial abilities, if lacking such formidable power, would hardly warrant the title of rare capability. Thus, he came to a profound realization regarding his spatial powers, recognizing the vast potential yet to be harnessed. From that moment onward, he vowed to diligently cultivate his abilities. With his victory secured, congratulations poured in for Qin Yang, who was appointed as the captain of the Southern District security team. Li Mo, beaming with joy, eagerly approached Qin Yang to announce the results of the election, revealing that Qin Yang had emerged as the dark horse victor, reclaiming the honor that was rightfully his and securing the position of captain. Henceforth, Qin Yang would hold a significant identity and status within the Martial Alliance. As Li Mo made the announcement, the surrounding crowd fell into a brief silence. Competitors such as Lu Hu and Yo Yu Dao wore expressions of dread, their backs slick with cold sweat. Prior to the revelation of the results, no one would have believed that Qin Yang could achieve victory, often dismissing him as a mere weakling. Now, confronted with the outcome, they found themselves utterly astonished, even gripped by fear. Chapter 118. The Identity Token. With the conclusion of the election, Qin Yang successfully ascended to the position of captain of the public security team in the Southern District of Longqing. One should not underestimate this role. The Martial Alliance is a nascent organization still in its developmental phase. Securing such a position in the early stages will significantly aid in future promotions. After all, even for Qin Yang to establish himself within the Martial Alliance, he must progress steadily, as there are no shortcuts to success. The role of captain is merely his first step. Establishing a firm foothold now will pave the way for further advancement down the line, thereby enhancing his prospects. Without any position at all, opportunities for upward mobility would be severely limited. Qin Yang's intention in joining the Martial Alliance was to leverage its formidable foundation to cultivate his own influence. That said, the future of the Martial Alliance remains uncertain. Whether it can truly unify the wasteland is still debatable. Internally, the organization is rife with instability and fierce competition, while externally, formidable enemies loom. Thus, it is not guaranteed that the Martial Alliance will emerge as the dominant force in the wasteland. Qin Yang is merely aligning himself with the alliance. Yet he must simultaneously prepare for contingencies, as nurturing his own power is of paramount importance. Even if the Martial Alliance were to fall, he possesses sufficient resources to sustain himself. Congratulations are in order for Qin Yang on his appointment as captain of the Southern District Public Security Team. Many began to extend their well wishes, acknowledging Qin Yang's evident strength, particularly his association with Zhang Tianyi, which heralds a promising future. Now, as captain, Qin Yang feels invigorated, and he exchanged pleasantries with those offering their congratulations, most of whom belonged to Zhang Tianyi's faction. As for Zuotong and Ding Zhao's faction, even with Qin Yang ascending to the position of security team leader, they did not extend any greetings, instead displaying a hint of displeasure due to their differing affiliations. Congratulations, Qin Yang, remarked Wang Xian, who had been propelled away by a spatial explosion, as he approached to offer his well wishes. Thank you. Qin Yang nodded in acknowledgement. Though Wang Xian possessed considerable strength, his speed was effectively countered by Qin Yang's spatial abilities, leading to his eventual defeat. Nonetheless, Qin Yang held great respect for Wang Xian's prowess. After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Xian took his leave. Lu Hu and Li Mo approached next, each offering their congratulations, with Lu Hu's demeanor towards Qin Yang growing increasingly courteous. Previously, he had been antagonistic toward Qin Yang, but now he realized the substantial gap that had developed between them. Li Mo patted Qin Yang on the shoulder, chuckling. Well done. I always knew you would achieve something extraordinary, but I didn't expect you to actually do it. His tone then shifted abruptly. However, as the security team leader of the Southern District, you must not let your guard down. The world is in turmoil, and the Southern District of Long City is particularly unstable. As the leader, you are responsible for maintaining order in the area. So be vigilant and do not let others take advantage of you. This was Li Mo's cautionary advice. Although Qin Yang had emerged as a dark horse to become the security team leader of the Southern District, it did not guarantee him a tranquil tenure. The challenges ahead were merely beginning. The lawless wasteland was already rife with chaos and truth. The Martial Alliance had only recently been established and had yet to fully assert its dominance over the world. Many regions remained in disarray, their tumultuous situations far from resolved. Qin Yang's task was to maintain law and order in the Southern District of Long City, ensuring that no disturbances occurred. However, given the current circumstances, this proved to be no simple feat. It appeared that I had not gained any advantage. Qin Yang displayed a look of exasperation. Being the captain of the security team was indeed a challenging role. Of course, should the Martial Alliance assume control of the world, his responsibilities would be rendered moot. Yet, this was also an opportunity for him to exert effort, which might yield benefits once the Martial Alliance ruled the world. Ha ha ha, there is merit in that reasoning. After all, serving as the captain of the security team carries inherent risks and demands attention to numerous trivial matters. Li Mo, however, chuckled and added, "Let us go. The lord of the city wishes to see you. There are matters he needs to discuss with you." He instructed Tong Xian to accompany Ding Mengyao to his office, while Qin Yang followed Li Mo to Zhang Tianyi's residence. As the head of the Martial Alliance's Long City branch, Zhang Tianyi was originally the Lord of Long City and still retained that title, albeit many no longer recognized him as such due to the collapse of order. Zhang Tianyi possessed a separate residence, surrounded by formidable guards. Upon sensing the surroundings, Qin Yang couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, for it seemed that each guard possessed at least B-class strength, with several A-class warriors among them. In the office, Zhang Tianyi rose from his chair as he saw Li Mo ushering Qin Yang in and approached him. "Qin Yang, well done. I did not anticipate that you would successfully secure the position of captain of the Southern District's security team. You have truly brought me honor." Due to Qin Yang belonging to his faction, Zhang Tianyi was exceedingly pleased. Qin Yang's appointment as the captain of the Southern District's security team effectively bolstered his influence. Moreover, despite the interference from individuals such as Zuotong during the election for the captaincy, they failed to impede Qin Yang's ascent, highlighting both his strength and immense potential. Qin Yang wore a humble expression as Zhang Tianyi presented him with a black token, stating, "You have performed excellently. This is your identification badge. Take it with care. From now on, the security of Longqing's Southern District will rest in your capable hands." Upon receiving the token, its cold, hard surface intrigued him. It bore the character Wu, representing the Martial Alliance, while the reverse side inscribed with Southern Captain signified the identity of its bearer. This badge of the Southern District's security captain was recognized throughout the Martial Alliance. Simultaneously, Zhang Tianyi elaborated on the responsibilities that accompanied the position of captain, emphasizing that he would oversee all security operations within the Southern District. Furthermore, Qin Yang had the authority to assemble his own team, as the nature of security work necessitated collaboration. Given the Martial Alliance's shortage of talent, it would be incumbent upon Qin Yang to recruit his own members after assuming the captaincy. Under the captain, there existed roles such as squad leaders and ordinary team members. The specifics of team formation were left entirely to Qin Yang's discretion, and those he recruited would be registered with the Martial Alliance, allowing them to receive their salaries and benefits. Thus, as the captain, Qin Yang was endowed with substantial power. Thank you, Lord City Master. I will ensure the security of the Southern District is managed effectively. After grasping the scope of his responsibilities, Qin Yang realized that joining the Martial Alliance did not impose numerous constraints, at least for the time being. He enjoyed a degree of freedom. What remains is the formation of his own team. He already possesses capable individuals, making the assembly of a team rather straightforward. Within the confines of his space, there are no fewer than 10 skilled individuals, providing ample resources for team formation. His influence can undoubtedly manifest openly in the outside world. The sole concern lies with the adversaries of the Martial Alliance, namely the Restoration Organization and the recently offended Snowflake Laboratory. After imparting his instructions to Qin Yang, Zhang Tianyi remarked with gravity, in the Martial Alliance, establishing a foothold relies on one's own strength and capabilities. Forge ahead, and should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Zhang Tianyi holds Qin Yang in high regard, particularly valuing his rare spatial abilities, which, if harnessed effectively, could serve as a significant advantage. Thus, Zhang Tianyi granted Qin Yang considerable autonomy, allowing him to act freely. Chapter 119. New troubles upon departing from Zhang Tianyi's residence. Qin Yang acquired a wealth of information previously unknown to him, particularly concerning cultivation. Beside him, Liemo displayed an envious expression. Qin Yang, you are quite formidable now. Soon you will be a person of real authority, unlike me, merely a messenger running errands. He then added, having just become the captain of the Southern District security team, be wary of individuals from other factions. They may attempt to create difficulties for you. However, when the time comes to act, do so without fear. During this election, other factions resorted to various underhanded tactics to impede Qin Yang's advancement, and it remains uncertain how they might conspire against this newcomer both openly and covertly. Thus, Liemo seized the opportunity to caution Qin Yang on numerous matters of importance. Qin Yang understood well that such occurrences had long been anticipated. He could only say that one must act according to circumstances. He was no fool, and would not allow other factions to bully him. Upon returning to his office, he was greeted with cheerful smiles by Tong Xian and Ding Mingyao. Captain Qin, they exclaimed, their joy palpable. The elevation of Qin Yang to the position of public security captain was undoubtedly a boon for them. He represented their pillar of support, and the stronger Qin Yang became, the safer they felt. Amused by the playful banter of the two women, he acknowledged their jesting. However, with his new role as captain, he now wielded considerable power, tasked with overseeing the security of the Southern District. This area would fall under his jurisdiction, providing him with the opportunity to cultivate his own influence. Let us patrol our territory, he declared. As a newly appointed public security captain, Qin Yang was still familiarizing himself with his domain, and thus he led Tong Xian and Ding Ming out of the Southern District of Longqing. Longqing was divided into 4 districts: East, South, West, and North, with Qin Yang responsible for the southern area, his most familiar region, as he had grown up there. The Unju community was situated within this southern district. Wonderful. From now on, we shall enjoy the good life alongside Captain Qin. Ding Mingyao and Tong Xian chimed joyfully, following closely behind him. Tong Xian had already reached the initial phase of sea-level cultivation, her swordsmanship rendering her combat capabilities exceptionally formidable, with few rivals of similar rank. Ding Mingyao had also advanced to the latter stage of a level, possessing the ability to create viruses that could effortlessly infect other ability users, making her invincible among her peers. Leaving the Martial Alliance behind, Qin Yang escorted the 2 women to the southern district of Longqing. where the collapse of world order had left the remaining populace suffering greatly due to a dire lack of resources. After enduring the ravages of the malevolent virus, the vast majority of ordinary individuals met their demise, resulting in once bustling streets now shrouded in desolation. Occasionally, one might glimpse a few souls traversing the shadows, their gaunt frames resembling mere skeletons, seemingly in search of sustenance. "Big brother, do you have anything to eat?" Suddenly, a 7 or 8-year-old girl emerged from the dim recesses of a building, her body covered in grime, beseeching Qin Yang and his companions for food. The trio gazed at the fragile child before them, her emaciated form draped in tattered clothing that emitted a foul odor, causing Qin Yang to furrow his brow. Having awakened his spatial abilities, he had successfully navigated the harrowing times of famine, yet he was acutely aware that many were suffering from severe shortages of water and food. Behind him, Tongxin and Ding Mingyao felt a pang of empathy. They clearly wished to assist the little girl, but all resources resided within Qin Yang's space, rendering them powerless to help. They could only look to him for a solution. Qin Yang, uncertain how the girl had managed to survive, decided to act just as despair threatened to overwhelm her. He summoned 2 buns and a bottle of water from his space and offered them to her. "Here," he said. Upon seeing this, the girl's previously murky eyes lit up with hope as she cautiously accepted the buns and water, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big sister." With that, she hurried away to a seemingly abandoned high-rise shop at the roadside, clutching her meager provisions. "Let us see what unfolds," Qin Yang remarked, intrigued by how such a fragile child could endure in these dire circumstances. He resolved to follow her, for the southern district now fell under his jurisdiction, and he bore the responsibility for the safety of the entire area. According to the regulations of the Martial Alliance, it is the responsibility of Qin Yang to ensure that his designated area is free from chaos and war, and to provide assistance to those in distress. The specific methods of implementation are left to Qin Yang's discretion. Thus, the 3 individuals followed the girl into a shop and ascended to the 2nd floor, where they discovered 4 or 5 children, both boys and girls. The little girl they had encountered earlier was the eldest among them. "I found food," she exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she held up steamed buns and water. She called to the other children, "Come here, everyone. Each of you can have a little, and we can survive another day." "Sister Tian, you are truly amazing," the other children responded, gathering around the girl named Tian. She distributed the steamed buns, but one child, overcome by hunger, choked while eating too quickly. Tian immediately offered him water. However, 2 buns were scarcely sufficient for their needs. At that moment, Qin Yang and his companions entered, witnessing the scene of the children devouring the buns voraciously. Upon seeing the 3 newcomers, the other children quickly scurried into a corner, hiding themselves. Only Tian, being the eldest, recognized Qin Yang and hurriedly reassured the others, "Do not be afraid. He is the kind big brother who gave us the buns." Nevertheless, fear still lingered in the eyes of the children as they cautiously observed Qin Yang and his companions. Ding Mingyao was the first to step forward, approaching Tian with patience, and inquired, "What has become of your families?" Tian shook her head sorrowfully. "They have all perished. We are orphans now." Without further inquiry, it was evident that these children were orphaned, and their lifespans were likely limited. Qin Yang let out a silent sigh. He was not inherently a cold-hearted individual. From his spatial storage, he retrieved some steamed buns, water, and apples pilfered from the Snowflake Laboratories warehouse, which he entrusted to Tongxin for distribution among the children. Although he was reluctant to meddle in affairs that were not his own, he found himself in a position of abundance, where even a small act of generosity could salvage these few lives. Moreover, as the captain of the local security team, he recognized that he would ultimately be responsible for these individuals. As for the method of assistance, Qin Yang needed to contemplate his approach. During this time, Ding Mingyao discovered that 2 of the children were injured and suffering from inflammation. Utilizing her viral abilities, she administered treatment to them, swiftly alleviating their ailments and facilitating their recovery, a testament to the healing nature of her powers. He provided enough provisions to sustain the children for 3 days, then, without lingering, departed with Tongxin and Ding Mingyao, aware that such cases were likely numerous. Upon reaching the main street, Ding Mingyao remarked with resignation, "This situation must be exceedingly common. How do you intend to proceed?" Qin Yang pondered the impossibility of providing sustenance to everyone. The food within his spatial storage was not boundless. Furthermore, the The collapse of order had led to many suffering disabilities, injuries, and illnesses, leaving the majority of survivors in poor health. He shook his head, suggesting, "Let us first survey the area." He understood that his new role as captain had brought forth considerable complications, with an overwhelming number of issues requiring resolution. What is before us now is merely a trifling fragment of the greater chaos that lies ahead. In Chapter 120, on recognizing the Mount Tai, Qin Yang resumes his patrol, tasked with overseeing the security of the expansive southern district of Long City. The sheer scale of this area renders his solitary governance quite challenging. Moreover, the Martial Alliance offers him no assistance. He must recruit all personnel himself, necessitating considerable effort to maintain order in the southern district. The initial phase of team building is indispensable, albeit somewhat disorganized. As they traversed the streets, Qin Yang and his companions observed numerous buildings in ruins. Initially, many had banded together in fierce contests over food and water, with some resorting to firearms. Additionally, the incursion of monstrous beasts into the city had wreaked further havoc upon the urban landscape. The streets were in a state of disarray, littered with decaying corpses and an amalgamation of foul odors that provoked nausea. Tongxin could not restrain her disdainful remarks. Suddenly, as they stood in bewilderment, a group of over a dozen figures emerged from a side street, brandishing clubs and exuding an intimidating presence, swiftly encircling Qin Yang and his companions. The leader, a scarred man, cast a peculiar glance at Tongxin and Ding Mingyao before menacingly demanding, "Hand over all your valuables." Recognizing them as common thugs typical of the tumultuous era, Qin Yang assessed that they were merely ordinary individuals, with perhaps one or two having undergone basic martial training. Unconcerned by their presence, Qin Yang, seeking to jest with the ruffians, feigned innocence and inquired, "What valuables do you seek?" "My bodily organs, perhaps?" His possessions lay ensconced within his spatial dimension, rendering him seemingly devoid of any prior belongings. The thugs exchanged glances, taken aback by Qin Yang's composure, yet indeed finding no apparent valuables upon him. The scarred leader sneered, "Lad, if you possess no riches, then your organs shall suffice." "You are quite right. They fetch a handsome price these days." Discovering that Qin Yang and his companions carried nothing of worth, not even a satchel, and yet brazenly paraded through the streets, they resolved to seize the man for organ harvesting, a trade in which they were well versed. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Seize them all. Hold, though. These two women are quite comely. Bring them back for my amusement for a few days." Amidst the societal collapse, they wreaked havoc, yet had never encountered maidens so impeccably adorned and radiant. Moreover, Tong Xin and Ding Mingyao possessed exceptional beauty, inevitably drawing the attention of nefarious individuals. Not only the scarred leader, but also his underlings, cast lustful gazes upon Tong Xin and Ding Mingyao. Seeing this, Qin Yang feigned fear, exclaiming, "Esteemed sirs, take these women and spare me, I beseech you." Upon hearing this, the scarred man cast a disdainful look upon Qin Yang, remarking, "A spineless cur. So quick to abandon his women. A man like you is best suited for organ harvesting." The next instant, a chorus of agonizing screams erupted as the scar-faced man beheld his impetuous underlings recklessly attempting to seize Tong Xin and Ding Mingyao. As expected, neither Tong Xin nor Ding Mingyao were individuals these thugs could trifle with. Tong Xion's blade swiftly severed the arm of the foremost assailant, resulting in a gruesome spectacle of blood. With a mere gesture, Ding Mingyao unleashed a plethora of insidious viruses that surreptitiously infiltrated the bodies of the hoodlums. The potency of Ding Mingyao's concoctions had reached formidable levels, capable of overwhelming even seasoned ability users. These mere mortals swiftly succumbed to an unbearable itching and festering, plunging them into utter disarray. "Ah! Help, help! My hand!" The cacophony of shrieks persisted unabated. The scar-faced man stood dumbfounded, his gaze fixated upon Tong Xin and Ding Mingyao, each wielding a menacing blade. In a fleeting moment, his dozen or so subordinates had been rendered incapacitated. "You are ability users?" Even the most obtuse individual could discern the true nature of these three. In this day and age, a man strolling leisurely with two comely women could hardly be considered ordinary. Bang! Having had his fill of mockery, Qin Yang delivered a swift kick that sent the scarred man sprawling to the ground. The man, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, trembled in fear as he glanced up at Qin Yang. "Brother, please spare my life." "I, Ding Laosan," failed to recognize the formidable, he stammered. Qin Yang regarded this insignificant figure with indifference, dismissing him as merely another inconsequential thug among the myriad of such forces in the Southern District that he would eventually need to eradicate. However, as the newly appointed captain of the security team, his understanding of the area paled in comparison to the knowledge possessed by these petty criminals. Looking down from his elevated position, he inquired, "To which faction do you belong? And what other factions operate in the vicinity? Answer truthfully, or you should be well aware of the consequences." Ding Laosan was drenched in cold sweat, acutely aware that the two individuals before him were not to be trifled with. And thus he refrained from fabricating any lies, divulging all that he knew. They were merely a small gang, with Ding Laosan at its helm, lacking any significant power. According to his account, there were several capable factions nearby, including one called the Mad Warrior Hunting Team and another known as the Soul Hall. Naturally, there were also various other disorganized forces. As Qin Yang absorbed this information, he realized the extent of chaos that plagued the Southern District, teeming with diverse factions, ability wielders, and vagrants. Once he grasped the situation, he understood that his workload would be considerable. "Brother, I have told you everything. I implore you, spare my life. I promise I shall not misbehave again," Ding Laosan continued to plead, desperately seeking mercy from Qin Yang. As for those who had been dealt with by Tongxin and Ding Mingyao, particularly after Ding Mingyao's viral abilities had fully manifested, those individuals truly suffered immensely. Qin Yang regarded such worthless beings as less than human. However, simply eliminating them would serve no purpose. He contemplated a more effective solution. "Very well, I shall spare you. But you cannot evade the consequences of your actions. Do not resist. Instead, go and serve me." His space now required a substantial workforce for development, and characters like Ding Laosan would be best suited to serve as laborers in his domain. This would prevent them from causing trouble outside, and at least contribute to the advancement of his space, thus creating value. Ding Laosan had thought he had narrowly escaped disaster. Yet it appeared that a far grimmer fate awaited them. However, they dared not resist. Before a power wielder, they were akin to ants, and they promptly complied. Qin Yang's mental energy enveloped Ding Laosan and the others, and with a mere thought, he transported them into his space. After conferring with Sister Hammer, he assigned Ding Laosan and his companions to menial tasks. Upon sending them into the space, Qin Yang immediately recognized the advantages of his role as the security captain. Anyone who dared to cause trouble would be dispatched to work as laborers. In an instant, the issue of labor shortages was resolved. Chapter 121. Strength in numbers. After addressing Ding Laosan and his companions, Ding Mingyao proposed, "Qin Yang, I believe your most pressing matter now is to form a team. The few of us cannot possibly manage the law enforcement duties in the Southern District effectively. Although we have endured several significant incidents, many individuals still remain alive. To effectively manage the situation is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. In assembling a team, although Qin Yang has a pool of available personnel, it remains insufficient. The vast expanse of the South District poses a significant challenge. Without adequate manpower, Qin Yang is incapable of governing it effectively. Thus, Ding Mingyao seizes the opportunity to encourage Qin Yang to recruit a team. Tongxin wholeheartedly agrees, nodding in affirmation. Mingyao is correct. Assembling a team is of utmost importance and is imperative. However, she proposes to take charge of this matter temporarily, as she is more familiar with the South District and has knowledge of certain factions, hoping to recruit them. Being a local herself, Tongxin's family martial arts school is also situated in the South District, providing her with a broader network than Qin Yang. She is indeed in a position to assist him in recruiting team members. Qin Yang, who had already contemplated this idea, promptly agrees. "Very well. Let us first select a suitable location to serve as our base of operations, and then initiate the recruitment process. To ensure public safety, a sufficient number of personnel is undoubtedly necessary. The individuals within his own sphere are inadequate, necessitating external recruitment channels. Once he has amassed a sufficient force, Qin Yang will be able to exert control over the South District, facilitating resource acquisition, intelligence gathering, and even supplying labor to his own space." Thus, after deliberation, the trio arrives near the Unju community, which has been utterly reduced to ruins due to the Snowflake Laboratory, with all structures obliterated. However, other nearby communities remain largely intact. Most importantly, this area is one that Qin Yang knows intimately. This community will serve as our operational base for the public security team. Qin Yang arrived at the entrance of Fengyang community, which is significantly larger than Unju community and boasts a greater number of buildings. The structures within are well preserved, prompting Qin Yang to make a decisive choice to establish Fengyang community as his base for initiating security operations. I believe this is a good idea. Tongxin expressed her agreement. Continuing, Qin Yang released the members of the Tongxin Martial Arts School and have them clear Fengyang community. It's high time they contributed. There were still 7 or 8 survivors from the Tong family martial arts school, all of whom possessed abilities. Tongxin intended to mobilize them, as she found it effortless to command them. Qin Yang nodded in response, channeling a thought into his own space. First, he would assemble a team and complete the operational deployment. Cultivation, after all, was not an endeavor to be achieved in just a day or two. In no time, Qin Yang found himself in the tenfold acceleration zone of his space. At that moment, everyone was engrossed in their cultivation. In just over 10 days, each individual's strength had seen varying degrees of enhancement. Everyone, please pause. Qin Yang interrupted their training directly. He had no intention of nurturing idleness, aside from a select few. The majority were expected to contribute and not merely bask in tranquility within his domain. Wang Jiangmin and the others promptly ceased their cultivation and turned their attention to Qin Yang. Wang Jiangmin was the first to inquire. Is there something you wish to assign? I am ready to take action at any moment. Since aligning himself with Qin Yang, Wang Jiangmin had experienced a significant relief in his burdens. And presently he felt remarkably liberated, as Qin Yang had not imposed any demands upon him. This left him feeling somewhat guilty. Hence he proactively expressed his willingness to assist in any task. Beside Wang Jiangmin, Chen Weiwei's eyes flickered with anticipation, a sentiment shared by others, particularly Zhao Shi and those who had initially followed Qin Yang. They were all prepared to fight for him at a moment's notice. Qin Yang, displaying no subtlety, declared, I have recently joined the Martial Alliance as the captain of the Southern District Security Team in Longcheng, tasked with maintaining order in the southern area. I intend to assemble a team, and those who can venture out should do so to engage in work, while also finding time to cultivate. Given his intention to orchestrate a grand undertaking, he was determined to mobilize a significant portion of his followers for preliminary tasks, particularly those who had been with him from the start, as he held a greater trust in them. Consequently, he entrusted many crucial responsibilities to them, reassured by their capabilities. Additionally, utilizing his spatial abilities, Qin Yang had marked each individual, ensuring that even when they ventured outside, he could summon them back to his space with a mere thought. Thus, anyone who had entered his space remained under his vigilant surveillance, alleviating any concerns of complications. Very well, I await your words. We have lingered here long enough. It is becoming rather tedious. My progress in cultivation has been minimal, so a breath of fresh air would do me good. No one opposed him. In fact, they were acutely aware of the formidable nature of Qin Yang's space, which quelled any rebellious inclinations. Most importantly, Qin Yang's character commanded their respect, and they willingly chose to follow him. Even Chen Weiwei, recognizing her bond with Qin Yang, readily consented to assist in the tasks at hand. As a C-grade initial stage ability user, her cultivation level was commendable, making her one of the strongest individuals alongside Wang Jiangmin and Qin Yang, capable of providing significant assistance. With the exception of Director Wang, who remained behind, the rest of the group ventured out. Remember, I have marked you all, in the face of danger. A mere thought will allow you to return to the sanctuary of the space. It is imperative that you keep this in mind, for I do not wish for any of you to encounter peril upon venturing outside. Although Qin Yang intends to lead everyone out, he harbors no desire for their demise. He is acutely aware of the dangers lurking beyond, particularly from the Snowflake Laboratory, which he has previously antagonized, and which now watches him with keen interest. To mitigate any potential threats, Qin Yang has bestowed upon each individual a mark, granting them access to the space. They are thus able to enter at any moment by utilizing their connection to the realm. This arrangement not only safeguards them from danger, but also allows for uninterrupted cultivation during their leisure hours. As such, they can engage in external endeavors without hindering their training. Ah, so we can return on our own? A gasp of astonishment escaped many lips. Wow, Qin Yang is simply divine. Is this truly possible? Many were unaware that once they stepped outside, they could independently return without Qin Yang's assistance. This realization filled them with exhilaration. Should they encounter peril, escape would be readily available, ensuring their survival. Even Wang Jiangmin could not suppress a quiet intake of breath, marveling at the extraordinary nature of Qin Yang's spatial abilities, which had exceeded his expectations. Qin Yang replied with a subtle smile. Indeed, the space is our greatest asset. Once outside, I expect you all to seek out various resources, particularly those that can enhance our cultivation. The more we acquire, the better. Qin Yang's primary objective in releasing these individuals was to procure cultivation resources, for with sufficient resources in hand, he could exploit his spatial abilities to plunder at will. The strength of many lies in unity, relying solely on one individual. It is improbable to uncover abundant resources. However, with a larger group, the pace of resource acquisition accelerates. He is in dire need of resources at this moment. Zhao Shi, upon hearing this, was instantly invigorated. He had previously mentioned that the Snowflake Laboratory housed a spiritual vein, which Qin Yang could stealthily retrieve later. He is acutely aware of the extraordinary capabilities possessed by Qin Yang. This time, they must embark on a formidable endeavor. In Chapter 122, titled Abundance, Qin Yang marked each person, granting them free access to his space. Except for those he had marked, no other individual could enter, ensuring the security of his domain. Once everyone was gathered, only Wang Jiangmin remained in the space to continue his cultivation. Wang Jiangmin had already attained the latter stage of B-rank cultivation and was reportedly nearing a breakthrough to the peak of B-rank, especially with a tenfold acceleration. Currently, he was the most formidable ally by Qin Yang's side, serving as his secret weapon. Despite Qin Yang himself being at the mid-stage of C-rank, he had a B-rank powerhouse backing him, ready to be summoned at any moment. Let us depart. With a mere thought, Qin Yang instantaneously transported everyone from the space, reappearing at the entrance of the Fengyang community. This group of nearly 10 individuals included C-rank Chen Weiwei, E-rank Zhao Shi, and several capable individuals from the Tong family martial arts school. Upon witnessing Qin Yang's arrival with his companions, Tong Xin and Ding Mingyao were unfazed, having grown accustomed to such occurrences. After exchanging greetings, Qin Yang gestured towards the Fengyang community, stating, "From now on, we shall temporarily establish our base here and commence the clearance of the Fengyang community. Given the intention to establish Phoenix Sun Village as a stronghold, the remaining inhabitants within will be addressed." A comprehensive sweep of the Phoenix Sun Village structures yielded approximately 30 to 40 individuals, survivors of successive cataclysms. Despite their resilience, they have been rendered timorous and psychologically unsound due to resource scarcity and environmental adversities, with several on the brink of mortality. Upon discovery by Mr. Qin and his retinue, they exhibited palpable trepidation. "Spare us, esteemed sirs," they pleaded. "We are bereft of sustenance and possess nothing of value." The collected populace, under the apprehension that Mr. Qin's party were marauders, were assembled, trembling and avoiding eye contact. These were ordinary individuals driven to desperation, who Mr. Qin recognized would soon succumb to the harsh realities if left unaided. Without protracted preamble, Mr. Qin declared, "We are not here to plunder. I offer you a chance at survival. Those willing may remain. Those disinclined may depart to the Wutong residential complex across the way." Considering the widespread abandonment of residential areas, finding ample lodging would pose no challenge. Mr. Qin extended an opportunity, contingent upon their ability to seize it. Integration into Mr. Qin's domain, with labor contributing to its development, would ensure provision of sustenance, accommodation, and even medical care, a stark contrast to the desolation of the current wasteland. Among them, someone spoke up, gazing eagerly at Qin Yang. Many were still in dire need of food and water, making the foremost question one of sustenance. Qin Yang nodded, affirming, "Yes, there will be plenty." As soon as he spoke, the majority of the crowd erupted in excitement, declaring, "I am willing. I will accept the arrangements of the adults, as long as it allows me to survive." Thus, most consented to Qin Yang's proposal, save for a few, among whom was a martial arts practitioner named Li Weigang. He regarded Qin Yang with suspicion, glancing at those beside him. As a master of physical techniques, he was acutely aware of the formidable nature of these empowered individuals. Yet, he harbored doubts about Qin Yang, shaking his head, "I do not trust you. Can I lead my people away?" Reluctant to provoke Qin Yang and his companions, he was equally unwilling to place his faith in Qin Yang's words, convinced that Qin Yang would bring him harm. Thus, he resolutely declined to accept Qin Yang's offer. Dismissing the notion of ample food as mere bravado, he knew that no one dared to claim such abundance in the current circumstances. Qin Yang replied nonchalantly, "Very well. Those who wish to leave may do so. His sole intention was to clear out the residents of Fengyang community to avoid future disturbances during his endeavors. Whether they accepted his arrangements was of little consequence. Li Weigang exhaled in relief and promptly called to his subordinates, "Let us go." Approximately 5 or 6 individuals followed Li Weigang, preparing to depart. Initially apprehensive that Qin Yang and his group would obstruct their exit, they were met with no resistance as they approached the community's gates, leaving them perplexed. "Boss, these people are rather strange. Is what they said about plentiful food true?" Someone inquired of Li Weigang, glancing back at the Fengyang community, his mind engulfed in confusion. Everyone was aware that those with abilities were not to be trifled with. Yet the individuals appearing in Fengyang community did not seem so intimidating. Li Weigang scoffed lightly, asserting, "You are overthinking it. These ability users are merciless. If you heed their directives, you may find yourself oblivious to the manner of your demise." He suggested they take residence in Wudong community to observe the intentions of these individuals. However, remember this, do not provoke them. They are all ability users. As the leader, Li Weigang resolved to relocate his group to Wudong community, conveniently located diagonally across from Fengyang community, allowing them to keep a watchful eye on the situation. He cautioned his subordinates against inciting any conflict with Qin Yang and his cohorts, emphasizing the peril of crossing paths with those who wield extraordinary powers. It would be fortunate if they were left undisturbed. One of his subordinates, shrinking back slightly, inquired, "Wasn't it said that ability users are rare? Why have so many suddenly appeared? Is something significant about to transpire in the wasteland?" In their understanding, most ability users had migrated to New Star, leaving few behind in the wasteland. The sight of a dozen or so ability users was indeed perplexing. Li Weigang rolled his eyes at his oblivious companions, replying, "You simpletons. A century ago, before Blue Star succumbed to desolation, half of the population comprised ability users. Even if many have relocated to New Star, a considerable number remain, merely representing a diminished proportion among ordinary people. The abilities of individuals have never diminished, although with the transformation of Blue Star into a wasteland, the emergence of newly awakened individuals has significantly dwindled. There are still some who continue to awaken. The reality is that while those who remain in the wasteland may not constitute a large proportion, their overall numbers are still considerable. Furthermore, no one knows precisely how many abilities linger in the wasteland. Despite the impending exhaustion of spiritual energy, there are still individuals awakening their powers. Unless the spiritual energy is completely depleted, new abilities will cease to manifest. When shall we awaken? Enough daydreaming. Let us hasten forward and avoid attracting the attention of those endowed with powers." Li Wei, accompanied by his subordinates, swiftly entered the Wudong community. In the Fengyang community, with a mere thought from Qin Yang, those who remained were transported into his space, entrusted to Sister Hammer and others for organization and labor. As long as they exhibited diligence and commitment, Qin Yang would ensure that no one was unjustly treated. Even ordinary individuals could attain their rightful status. Since the heist at the Snowflake Laboratory, Qin Yang's space is temporarily abundant in food, and with extensive agricultural cultivation, he will never find himself lacking in sustenance. Chapter 123, as if I have heard it somewhere before. After dispatching a new batch of laborers into his space, Qin Yang realized how advantageous his role as the captain of the security team was, enabling him to transport labor in vast quantities without arousing suspicion. In this chaotic world, where genuine order is absent and the fate of others is of no concern, Qin Yang could confidently relocate populations into his space without fear. Once his space flourishes and attains a perfect cycle, even in the event of devastation in the wasteland, he will be able to sustain himself within his own realm. Captain, the entire community has been thoroughly cleared, with no unauthorized personnel remaining. The plaque has been installed. Shall we take a look? Chen Weiwei personally reports the progress of the work to Qin Yang. To prevent ordinary individuals from interfering with their operations, the entire community underwent a meticulous cleansing, ensuring no detail was overlooked. Qin Yang expressed his satisfaction as he approached the entrance of Fengyang community, noticing that the original signage had been dismantled and replaced with that of the South District Security Brigade. Additionally, the emblem of the Martial Alliance was displayed, signifying that this location serves as the office of the Martial Alliance. Consequently, anyone familiar with the Martial Alliance would think twice before causing a disturbance. The South District Security Brigade has been established, with Qin Yang appointed as the captain and in charge of operations. With everything prepared, all personnel gathered in the office. With a wave of his hand, Qin Yang summoned everyone to the property management office of Fengyang Community, which he had requisitioned as the temporary workspace for the security brigade. The office was equipped with all necessary furnishings, including a specially designed kitchen, as everyone needed sustenance. Once assembled, the team awaited Qin Yang's directives. As he surveyed the room, he realized that a significant number of capable individuals had already gathered around him, and their influence was gradually taking shape. Notably, Chen Weiwei, Tong Xin, and Ding Mingyao exhibited exceptional potential, advancing swiftly in their cultivation. Tong Xin and Chen Weiwei, I appoint you as interim squad leaders. Recruit team members at the earliest opportunity to expedite the formation of our unit. Bring in anyone suitable for the team. Qin Yang began to assign positions, and both Chen Weiwei and Tong Xin, who possessed sea-level abilities, were qualified to become squad leaders. Without hesitation, both accepted the roles. Tong Xin nearly had a ready-made team, while Chen Weiwei needed to recruit her own personnel. Subsequently, Qin Yang retained Ding Mingyao as his assistant, along with Zhao Shi, who would assist him with errands. Once the personnel arrangements were complete, Qin Yang exhaled with relief. The subsequent tasks would be manageable. He had no concerns regarding the capabilities of Chen Weiwei and Tong Xin, and the recruitment process would require some time, which was not urgent. Everyone began to busy themselves, and recruitment advertisements were hung at the entrance of the Southern District Public Security Team. Furthermore, through their connections, both Chen Weiwei and Tong Xin commenced the search for additional ability users to join their ranks. Meanwhile, across the street at the Wudong community, Li Weigang and his companions observed the movements at the Fengyang community. Brother, look, the Fengyang community has changed its name. Li Weigang stood on a higher floor, gazing at the new name at the entrance of Fengyang community, his body trembling with shock, his expression one of disbelief. How is that possible? Are they members of the Martial Alliance? Suddenly, fear gripped Li Weigang as he began to regret not heeding the arrangements proposed by Qin Yang and others. Now realizing that the individuals were affiliated with the Martial Alliance, he felt as though he had missed an opportunity. It is worth noting that the Martial Alliance currently stands as the most formidable force, openly declaring its intent to dominate the entire Blue Star and reconstruct a new order. His subordinates were equally taken aback. If they are indeed members of the Martial Alliance, they likely would not harm us. Can we still return in time? Brother, have we taken a wrong turn? Several young men wore expressions of complexity, as it seemed they had indeed chosen the wrong path. Had they known the affiliation of the individuals with the Martial Alliance, they would undoubtedly have remained. The Martial Alliance is truly a colossal entity. However, Li Weigang shook his head, pondering that it was not entirely the case. Currently, the Martial Alliance wielded great power but had not yet achieved total dominion over Blue Star. It is essential to note that besides the Martial Alliance, numerous formidable factions lurked, eyeing them with suspicion, such as the Restoration Organization, which was nearly on par with the Martial Alliance. They would not idly watch as the Martial Alliance grew in strength. This so-called Southern District Security Brigade could find itself in peril if targeted by the adversaries of the Martial Alliance. It was prudent to observe the situation further. Overall, while the Martial Alliance indeed possessed immense strength, it was not invincible, facing numerous rivals, particularly the enigmatic Restoration Organization. The individuals most eager to topple the Martial Alliance were indeed from this organization, suggesting that aligning with the Martial Alliance may not guarantee safety. Despite this, Li Weigang felt a tinge of regret. Of course, joining the Martial Alliance was not open to just anyone. Only those with exceptional abilities were deemed worthy, while the incapable were outright rejected. Within the office, Qin Yang compiled a list, registering the names and basic information of Ding Mingyao, Tong Xian, Chen Weiwei, and others. This information was to be submitted to the Martial Alliance for official registration. In the future, his associates would be entitled to benefits and rewards from the Martial Alliance. Their labor could not be in vain. After all, it was better to gain something than nothing, for no one could predict when the Martial Alliance might falter. Once the list was completed, Qin Yang promptly uploaded it to his contacts via his mobile phone, allowing him to bypass a visit to the Martial Alliance's launching branch entirely. Seated in his office chair, Qin Yang casually gestured, and a bank card materialized in his hand. Gazing at the familiar card, he was momentarily lost in recollection. For this card was left to him by his cousin, Qin Mi, when she departed for New Star. To this day, Qin Yang had not inquired about the balance it held. In truth, he had no need for money at present. The amount within was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that it was a token from Qin Mi. Although his uncle and aunt were not particularly kind to him, his bond with Qin Mi had always been strong, as she was almost raised by him. His uncle and aunt entrusted him with her care, and thus he would escort her to school and assist her with her studies, occasionally sparking minor disagreements. However, with just a little coaxing, Qin Mi would soon be laughing and playing with him again. Now that she had departed with his uncle and aunt for New Star, he would no longer see his beloved Qin Mi. He wondered how she was faring in her new life. Wait for me. Perhaps one day I shall visit you in New Star. As Qin Yang contemplated the bank card, he wished only for Qin Mi's joyous growth. Once he possessed sufficient strength, he would find a way to reach her. Yet, at this moment, he was unable to do so. The denizens of the wasteland were oblivious to New Star, and it seemed that no information had ever traversed the divide between their worlds, as if communication had been severed. There was no means of connection between the two planets. After a lengthy pause, Qin Yang carefully stored the bank card away. Qin Mi was his sole remaining family member in this world. Qin Yang, are you busy? Just as he tucked the card away, Tong Exine entered, appearing to have something on her mind. Qin Yang shook his head. It's nothing. What's the matter? Tong Exine urged. Come, let us go meet a few individuals. I wish to recruit them into our security team, and I believe that your position as the captain would lend greater persuasive power. Qin Yang was taken aback. Who are these individuals? The frenzied battle hunting team. That name seems somewhat familiar. Chapter 124. Inspection of the space. Upon hearing Tong Exine mention the frenzied battle hunting team, Qin Yang felt a sense of recognition regarding this organization, which boasted considerable strength. Tong Exine elaborated. The frenzied battle hunting team is a group dedicated to hunting exotic beasts, and they have yet to align themselves with any other factions or organizations. Their overall strength is formidable, and if we could recruit them into our ranks, it would significantly bolster our forces. In an instant, realization dawned upon Qin Yang. Indeed, he knew of this hunting team. Notably, he had previously pilfered their prey outside Longcheng, including the game hunted by Tong Exine and her companions. For a time thereafter, he had not ventured beyond Longcheng. Yet the reputation of the frenzied battle hunting team was well established in the southern district of the city. If they could truly be enlisted, it would enhance his own influence. And what he required most at present was manpower, particularly those with abilities. Very well, I shall accompany you. It was evident that Tong Xin was acquainted with the members of the frenzied battle hunting team, thus alleviating much of the potential complications. Consequently, the two set off for the location of the frenzied battle hunting team, a collective of individuals devoted to the pursuit of exotic beasts, akin to a group of ascetic practitioners relentlessly striving to enhance their prowess. They seldom engaged in the conflicts of the various factions. I cannot guarantee that they will join our team. Had taken the precaution of preparing Qin Yang, hoping to mitigate any potential disappointment he might face. Despite her familiarity with the members of the berserker hunting team, she could not guarantee their cooperation. Qin Yang shrugged nonchalantly, expressing that it was of little consequence and that they should proceed to investigate further. The berserker hunting team was stationed at the Hanhai Villa district in Longcheng, a luxurious enclave that had once been home to the affluent and influential. However, in recent times, the wealthy residents had all but vacated the area, leaving many of the opulent villas unoccupied and subsequently inhabited by those who remained in the wasteland. The berserker hunting team had established their base within one of these grand villas. As they made their way, Tong Xin elaborated on the dynamics of the berserker hunting team, providing Qin Yang with a clearer understanding of their capabilities. He noted that the majority of the members possessed abilities rated D or higher. The two most formidable individuals within the team had reached the pinnacle of D rank, comparable in strength to Tong Xian's previous prowess. Under the guidance of Tong Xin, they arrived at the grand villa marked with the number 20. Upon their arrival, two figures emerged from within, casting a wary gaze upon Qin Yang and Tong Xin. Is there something you need? One of the berserker members inquired. These individuals frequently engaged in battles against otherworldly beasts, their demeanor exuding a fierce aura, their eyes gleaming with an intimidating light. It was evident they had recognized that Qin Yang and Tong Xin were approaching with a specific purpose in mind. Taking the initiative, Tong Xin introduced herself, saying, "Greetings, I am Tong Xin, the head of the Tong Family Martial Arts School, and I am acquainted with the two captains of your hunting team. I wish to pay a visit to the two captains." At that moment, the two individuals gazed at Tongshin with a hint of surprise. "So you are the master of the Tong Family Martial Arts School," they remarked. "Our captain has indeed mentioned you, but unfortunately he is not present at the moment," and we sincerely apologize for that. Upon learning Tongxin's identity, their hostility diminished significantly, and they informed her that their captain was unavailable. Tongxin furrowed her brow slightly and immediately inquired, "May I ask when the captains are expected to return? I have important matters to discuss with them." The members of the frenzied battle hunting team possessed considerable strength, and if they could be allied with, it would undoubtedly bolster Qin Yang's influence. Thus, Tongxin resolved to clarify the situation and at the very least, have a conversation with the two captains. The two hunting team members exchanged glances and then shared a resigned smile. "We truly do not know. They were summoned early this morning, and we are also awaiting news from them." "Summoned?" Tongxin questioned, perplexed. "By whom? Do you know their identity?" She glanced back at Qin Yang, realizing that it was not only they who sought to recruit the frenzied battle hunting team. Others were also attempting to make contact. After all, the strength of the frenzied battle hunting team was formidable, and it was likely that many factions wished to ally with them. "It seems to be someone from the Martial Alliance, but we are unclear on the specifics," one of them replied. "We can only wait for their return to gain further insight." Hearing this, both Qin Yang and Tongxin were taken aback. The Martial Alliance was also engaging with the frenzied battle hunting team. Tongxin whispered to Qin Yang, "It appears that there are indeed individuals from the Martial Alliance attempting to win them over." Despite this, they had no intention of giving up. Tongxin said to the two, "If your captain returns, have them get in touch." With their leader absent, they did not linger and could only wait until they met the captain of the Wild Hunt team to discuss matters further. After a brief exchange, Qin Yang and Tongxin returned to the station of the public security team. Now, everyone was starting to busy themselves, leaving Qin Yang with little to do. For as the captain and leader of the team, he entrusted many tasks to others. Nevertheless, Qin Yang did not remain idle. He focused his thoughts and entered his own space. The tenfold acceleration zone set up by Wang Jiangmin was a coveted resource that many would envy, and Qin Yang had no desire to squander it. Spending a day here was equivalent to 10 days in the outside world. However, he did not immediately commence his training. Instead, he ventured to the residential area designated for ordinary people to assess the cultivation results within his space. Before his eyes lay vast expanses of verdant fields, infusing this otherwise desolate space with boundless vitality, a sight that was truly delightful. Sister Hammer, Jifeng, and others were diligently occupied, and some fast-growing vegetables had even begun to be harvested. There were no monstrous beasts, no pollution. The food was abundant, and the water was pristine, resembling a paradise. Everyone who arrived here was radiant with smiles, and the entire space flourished with prosperity. As Qin Yang scanned the area with his spiritual sense, he was greatly pleased. This was precisely the outcome he had hoped to witness. His space was evolving towards perfection, and the spiritual energy emanating from the spiritual veins also permeated the area inhabited by ordinary people, allowing everyone to live in an environment infused with spiritual essence. This was also a deliberate act by Qin Yang, for in an environment rich with spiritual energy, the probability of human awakening would significantly increase. He wished for more individuals to awaken. The greater the number of awakened abilities, the more formidable his influence would become. With a contented sigh, Qin Yang made his appearance in the vicinity where Sister Hammer and the others were gathered. "Ah, leader." Upon spotting Qin Yang, Sister Hammer and the others rushed toward him, their faces alight with admiration. "It's been several days since we last saw you, leader, and you've become even more handsome." Sister Hammer playfully tucked her hammer at her waist, beaming with delight. The others followed suit, regarding Qin Yang as a divine being, a man capable of crafting such a flawless world. Only a god could achieve such a feat. Qin Yang chuckled, somewhat amused. "Sister Hammer, have you taken to flattering as well?" The once cold and unyielding Sister Hammer, whose hammer represented unyielding truth, had transformed entirely since her time in his realm, becoming more cheerful and lighthearted. The shadows of her past had vanished, and she now playfully jested with Qin Yang. Sister Hammer laughed heartily. "Ha, leader. You have bestowed upon us such a splendid living environment. We ought to laud you. You are undoubtedly the most handsome man in the world." Chapter 125. Sister Hammer awakens. In the face of Sister Hammer's praises, Qin Yang felt a sense of comfort within, at the very least. He sensed that everyone was genuinely joyful, living here without a care. Even a woman like Sister Hammer had undergone a change in character, which was undoubtedly a good thing. As I was speaking, suddenly, Sister Hammer's expression became momentarily vacant. She glanced at Qin Yang and, with an odd look on her face, exclaimed, "Leader, You are truly my lucky star. I feel as though I am about to awaken. The crowd stared in astonishment at Sister Hammer. She was on the verge of awakening? Qin Yang also displayed a look of surprise, for he indeed sensed a faint ripple of spiritual energy emanating from her. Awakening, something many yearned for, was occurring within Sister Hammer. In this desolate world, such awakenings had become exceedingly rare, verging on impossible. Sister Hammer's awakening was undoubtedly due to the presence of spiritual energy within the space. Quickly, sit down and ascertain your abilities, Qin Yang instructed. Without hesitation, Sister Hammer seated herself upon the ground, and a subtle aura began to radiate from her. While this ripple was insignificant to Qin Yang, to those like Gale, who were not endowed with abilities, the aura emanating from Sister Hammer instilled a sense of fear and trepidation. It was the oppressive presence of a capable individual confronting ordinary people. Sister Hammer was indeed on the brink of awakening. Gale felt a twinge of envy. Although he was a master of physical techniques, he had never experienced an awakening. Witnessing Sister Hammer's imminent transformation naturally stirred feelings of longing within him. Who wouldn't he desire such an awakening? Not just Gale, but several of his companions, along with others present, were equally envious, all eyes fixed upon Sister Hammer. Approximately half an hour later, the aura surrounding Sister Hammer subsided, and she opened her eyes, her phoenix-like gaze sparkling with brilliance. In the next moment, Sister Hammer rose to her feet, exhilarated, and declared, "Leader, I have fully awakened. Haha. I too have become a wielder of abilities, just like you all." Previously, when Ding Mingyao awakened, Hammer's sister pondered whether she could awaken as well, believing it was beyond her fate. Now, upon her own awakening, she is filled with excitement. Qin Yang inquired with a smile, "What ability have you awakened?" His curiosity piqued, as he wondered what kind of power Hammer's sister possessed, given that most individuals awaken either strength or speed, with other extraordinary abilities being relatively rare. With a flourish, Hammer's sister produced a red hammer engulfed in black flames, her expression one of bewilderment. "This is the ability I have awakened, a hammer, which I have named the Fiery Hammer." Qin Yang found himself both amused and perplexed. This ability bore resemblance to Tongxin's sword ability, as both were manifestations of object-based powers. Most wielders of object abilities were proficient combatants, making this power quite rare indeed. Congratulations are in order for Hammer's sister. Now that you have awakened, make sure to dedicate time to training in the tenfold acceleration zone. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to seek guidance from Director Wang and others. Furthermore, I have left behind a detailed guide on ability development there, which may prove beneficial to you. Qin Yang was genuinely pleased to see Hammer's sister's awakening. And within his domain, he had made the ability development guide accessible to all wielders, facilitating their growth. Hammer's sister nodded enthusiastically. "All right, I understand. I will make the most of my time to enhance my strength. By the way, Chief, not only have I awakened the Fiery Hammer, but I can also forge magical artifacts. If you require any, I can craft them for you." Initially, it was presumed that Sister Hammer merely possessed the ability of an awakening tool. However, she bestowed upon Qin Yang a monumental surprise, crafting magical artifacts. In the realm of those endowed with abilities, magical artifacts hold immense significance. A superior artifact can substantially enhance an individual's combat prowess. "Are you certain?" Qin Yang inquired. "Absolutely," Sister Hammer affirmed with conviction. "I may not be well versed in artifact crafting at the moment, but after dedicating some time to study, I am confident I can master the art." Her fiery hammer endowed her with the capacity to forge artifacts, rivaling that of a specialized craftsman. "Indeed, Sister Hammer. You are an exceptional woman. Keep up the good work." Qin Yang responded with a smile, unable to overlook the remarkable talents surrounding him. Tongxin with her sword abilities, Ding Mingyao with her viral powers, and Wang Jiangmin with his mastery of time. Now, they were joined by Sister Hammer, the craftsman. Upon receiving Qin Yang's praise, Sister Hammer was overjoyed. His commendation filled her with happiness. Deep within, she harbored profound gratitude towards him because, in her most desperate and helpless moments, he had been her savior. Moreover, her awakening was intricately linked to Qin Yang, as he had facilitated the emergence of a spiritual vein within the space. Without it, she would have never had the opportunity to awaken. Thus, she vowed to repay Qin Yang's kindness. If he did not mind her being an older woman, she would gladly keep him warm at night. With Sister Hammer's awakening, a flicker of hope ignited among others. Within this space, the presence of spiritual energy opened the door to their own awakenings, particularly for Jifeng, who watched as those he knew awakened while he remained unawakened. causing him considerable distress. After a detailed discussion, Qin Yang led Sister Hammer to the tenfold acceleration zone, allowing her to train as well. A night passed, and upon opening his eyes, Qin Yang noted a significant advancement in his cultivation. However, having only recently broken through to the mid-stage of C rank, he realized that ascending to the next level would not come swiftly. He promptly returned to the public security team, having discovered that Tong Xin had arrived. "Captain, I just had a conversation with the leader of the rampant hunting team. They are currently at the Han Hai Villa. Shall we head over directly?" Tong Xin greeted Qin Yang with promising news. Without hesitation, Qin Yang agreed and accompanied Tong Xin to meet the leader of the rampant hunting team at the Han Hai Villa. Upon their arrival at Villa number 20, Tong Xin and Qin Yang were greeted by several figures awaiting them at the entrance. "Director Tong, it has been quite a while since our last meeting." A crew-cut man wielding a large sword was the first to speak, addressing Tong Xin. Tong Xin smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. "Captain Zhang, my apologies for the intrusion this time." "Not at all. Please, come inside," responded Zhang Kuang, the leader of the rampant hunting team, accompanied by his formidable deputy, Lu Zhan. After observing them, Qin Yang noted their impressive abilities, confirming that they had indeed pilfered from others. Yet, neither Tong Xin nor the members of the rampant hunting team were aware of his involvement. "Who is this?" Zhang Kuang inquired, casting a glance at Qin Yang. Sensing the profound spiritual energy within him, he was taken aback, realizing that Qin Yang's cultivation seemed to surpass even that of Tong Xin. Tong Xin quickly interjected, I almost forgot to introduce him. This is Qin Yang, the captain of the public security team in the Southern District of the Martial Alliance and my current leader. I am following his lead now." Upon the utterance of these words, the members of the Mad Warrior hunting team were momentarily taken aback, their expressions swiftly transforming to one of grave concern as they regarded Qin Yang with trepidation. Particularly, Zhang Kuang's countenance darkened significantly. After a brief exclamation, he coldly declared, "So you have allied yourself with the Martial Alliance. I regret to inform you that we do not entertain guests from the Martial Alliance. You may leave." The previously cordial Zhang Kuang and his companions immediately issued an eviction order. The Mad Warrior hunting team, who had been polite moments ago, shifted their demeanor upon learning that Tong Xin and Qin Yang were affiliated with the Martial Alliance, promptly changing their attitude and enforcing the expulsion. This sudden turn of events caught Tong Xin off guard. She looked at Zhang Kuang in astonishment, asking, "Captain Zhang, is there some misunderstanding?" The inexplicable shift in the other party's demeanor was unforeseen by both. Yet it was evident that it stemmed from some past grievance between the Mad Warrior hunting team and the Martial Alliance. Zhang Kuang's expression remained icy as he responded, "We do not welcome individuals from the Martial Alliance here. I am sorry, but you must leave." After casting a glance at Qin Yang, Tong Xin pressed on. "While we indeed belong to the Martial Alliance, we have not provoked you in any way, have we? Could you please clarify this situation?" She sought to understand the matter thoroughly, unwilling to depart without clarity, especially since her prior relations with the Mad Warrior hunting team had been amicable. With a huff, Zhang Kuang scanned Qin Yang once more and, albeit reluctantly, conceded, "Very well, considering your presence, you may come inside for further discussion." With lingering doubts, Tong Xin and Qin Yang entered the villa, taking their seats in the living room. Zhang Kuang boldly revealed the reason. "Prior to your arrival, individuals from the Martial Alliance sought to recruit me into their ranks, but I declined their overtures. You are aware of my affinity for freedom. However, the members of your alliance exhibited excessive behavior. In retaliation for my refusal, they resorted to despicable threats. Consequently, I harbor no favorable sentiments towards the Martial Alliance." Upon hearing this, Qin Yang and Tong Xin were enlightened. It was not unusual for other factions within the Martial Alliance to attempt to recruit the fierce battle hunting team. They had long suspected as much. Yet, employing underhanded tactics to intimidate Zhang Kuang and his companions not only failed to garner their favor, but also backfired, prompting Zhang Kuang to issue an eviction notice. With this understanding, Tong Xin felt a sense of helplessness. "Captain Zhang, the Martial Alliance is comprised of various factions. Although we are also members, we possess differing stances and methodologies, particularly our team leader, who has always scorned the use of deceit. In today's fragmented Martial Alliance, it is indeed possible for some to employ unscrupulous methods to coerce others into joining. However, Qin Yang is not one of those individuals. This distinction sets him apart from the rest." Before Tong Xin could finish, Zhang Kuang waved his hand dismissively. Enough, I comprehend your intentions. The fierce battle hunting team values its freedom and desires no constraints. Therefore, we shall neither join the Martial Alliance nor any other faction. We are all astute individuals. And Zhang Kuang and his companions have naturally deduced that Qin Yang and his associates wish to recruit them as well. However, their aversion to the Martial Alliance precludes any possibility of joining. Moreover, they genuinely harbor no desire to associate with any faction, irrespective of who it may be. They will resolutely decline. Observing this, Qin Yang offered a subtle smile. No matter, we merely wish to engage in conversation. Whether or not you choose to join any faction is entirely your prerogative, and I fully comprehend that. Thus, let us consider today as the forging of a new friendship. Qin Yang would not impose upon them. Although he was in a position to recruit, he would not employ any coercive tactics. Hearing Qin Yang's words, Zhang Kuang and his companions were somewhat astonished, taken aback by the amiable disposition of this captain of the Southern District Security Team, which was far more agreeable than the demeanor of the Martial Alliance members they had previously encountered. Zhang Kuang inclined his body slightly in gratitude. Thank you for your understanding. They ceased discussing the matter of joining the Martial Alliance, and thus, the attitude of Zhang Kuang and his companions improved significantly. Tong Xian, I have discovered that I can no longer discern your cultivation level. Have you made a breakthrough? He had long noticed the changes in Tong Xian's prowess. Previously, they stood on equal footing, but now, she had successfully advanced to the initial stage of C rank, while he and Vice Captain Lu Zhan remained at the pinnacle of D rank, evidently creating a noticeable gap between them. Tong Xian replied with a smile, It is merely good fortune. Ever since I began following Captain Qin, he has provided me with opportunities which facilitated my advancement. In that moment, Tong Xian inadvertently mentioned Qin Yang, and indeed, it was true. The accelerated training environment created by Qin Yang, coupled with abundant spiritual energy, had allowed her to break through effortlessly. Zhang Kuang, Lu Zhan, and the others gazed at Qin Yang in astonishment, clearly recognizing that he possessed an unseen quality that enabled Tong Xian to surpass them in her progression. In truth, they too strived to enhance their abilities, thus toiling relentlessly each day, risking their lives in the pursuit of hunting exotic beasts. However, the harsh reality remains that to elevate their cultivation, they must rely solely on themselves. Even so, the pace of their progress pales in comparison to those affluent factions endowed with abundant resources. They harbor a deep envy towards Tongxin's breakthroughs. Moreover, they perceive Tongxin's intentions to recruit them to follow Qin Yang, yet their resolve remains unshaken. At that moment, Tongxin suddenly inquired, Zhang Kuang, I recall your mother was injured at home. How is she faring now? Has her condition improved? Zhang Kuang's mother is also a capable individual, albeit of lower rank, classified as an E-level ability user. In her earlier years, in an effort to cultivate her son, Zhang Kuang, she ventured out to hunt, only to fall victim to an attack by a beast, sustaining injuries that left lasting repercussions. Thus, Tongxin's inquiry was prompted. At that instant, Zhang Kuang's expression dimmed slightly as he shook his head. She remains the same, and recently, her health has deteriorated. Zhang Kuang is a devoted son. One of his reasons for hesitating to join any faction is his desire to care for his mother. Only by maintaining his freedom can he fulfill this obligation. If he were to align himself with any group, he might find himself bound and unable to act. The crux of the matter is that his mother's health is fragile, rendering him unable to abandon her. Tongxin sighed softly. I truly apologize for bringing up your sorrowful matter. I merely wish to ascertain whether your mother's injuries could ever heal. After all, Zhang Kuang's mother is a capable individual, and generally, such injuries could be self-healed. Yet, due to her injuries compounded by poisoning, it seems not only has she not recovered, but there also lies a risk of her condition worsening. Zhang Kuang raised his head slightly, remaining silent for a long while before finally expressing his helplessness. To heal my mother's injuries, at the very least, a precious elixir like the Speed Heart Pill is required for any possibility of recovery. However, the Speed Heart Pill is far beyond my means. I do not even know where to procure such a thing. It is not that Zhang Kuang had not considered alternatives, but the Speed Heart Pill is exceedingly rare and exorbitantly priced, rendering it unattainable for him. Although he had amassed a considerable sum from hunting exotic beasts, money proves futile when there are no Speed Heart Pills available on the market. Such a miraculous elixir, capable of instantly healing any ailment, is not something that anyone would willingly sell. Tong Xian also felt a tinge of sentimentality. The speed heart pill is indeed an extraordinarily precious elixir. I have never even seen one. Suddenly, she reacted, a brow raised in realization. She recalled that she had indeed encountered a speed heart pill recently. The Martial Alliance had bestowed one upon Qin Yang, and she had witnessed Li Mo presenting it to him. Furthermore, during the election for the head of the public security team, Niu Yudao had even consumed a speed heart pill on the spot. While others lacked the speed heart pill, Qin Yang possessed one. Chapter 127, Open-Mindedness. Tong Xian thought of Qin Yang's speed heart pill, but soon reconsidered. That elixir was meant for Qin Yang's use in critical moments. It certainly could not be casually given to anyone, let alone for healing Zhang Kuang's mother. She deemed it unworthy, understanding that the decision to give it or not ultimately rested with Qin Yang's consent. What is it? Do you have a lead on the speed heart pill? Upon discovering the extraordinary nature of, Zhang Kuang felt a surge of excitement. If could assist him in locating the speed heart pill, he would not hesitate to agree to join Qin Yang's security team. However, in the next moment, shook her head, stating, "The speed heart pill is beyond my knowledge. I was merely expressing my sentiments." Zhang Kuang's expression immediately fell into disappointment. Indeed, the speed heart pill was an exceedingly rare treasure, especially now that the alchemists capable of crafting it had relocated to New Star. It was unlikely that one could find the speed heart pill amidst the desolation of the wasteland. Qin Yang seemed to grasp the situation. Zhang Kuang's mother required a speed heart pill to recover from her injuries. He indeed possessed one, a gift from Zhang Tianyi. He had never utilized it, as his unique space rendered him rarely injured. Thus, the speed heart pill held little practical value for him. With that thought, he addressed Zhang Kuang. "The speed heart pill? As luck would have it, I have one." The moment these words left his lips, all eyes turned to Qin Yang, their expression shifting to anticipation and anxiety. Even appeared somewhat taken aback. She had refrained from mentioning Qin Yang's possession of the speed heart pill due to its rarity, only for Qin Yang to reveal it himself. It was utterly confounding. Could it be that Qin Yang was willing to part with the speed heart pill to win over the Wild Hunt team? "Captain Qin, are you certain you have the speed heart pill?" Zhang Kuang's breath quickened, his throat dry. For the sake of his mother, he was willing to go to any lengths to obtain such a pill, yet he had faced continual frustration. Now, upon learning that Qin Yang had the speed heart pill within arm's reach, how could he remain composed? His heart raced in response. Under the gaze of all present, Qin Yang waved his hand, and a vial materialized before him, distinctly labeled with the words speed heart pill. This miraculous healing elixir was renowned among all, with numerous images circulating online, even among those who had never laid eyes upon it. The members of the frenzied battle hunting team gazed at the vial with fervent anticipation. Zhang Kuang, in particular, surged forward, standing before Qin Yang with an earnest expression, imploring, "Captain Qin, I wish to purchase this speed heart pill from you. Name any price, and I shall pay it. Furthermore, should you be willing to sell it to me, I am prepared to join your law enforcement team." Previously, Zhang Kuang had never contemplated aligning himself with any faction, including Qin Yang's. However, upon seeing the speed heart pill, his resolve swiftly shifted. The prospect of restoring his mother's health compelled him to be ready to sacrifice anything, even his freedom. Other members of the frenzied battle hunting team chimed in, pleading, "Captain Qin, we beseech you to sell the speed heart pill to our leader. If he joins your law enforcement team, we will follow suit. We seek nothing more than our aunt's recovery." The camaraderie among the members was palpable. They were united in their desire to assist Zhang Kuang in acquiring the precious pill. Yet, they understood that the ultimate decision lay with Qin Yang, and they regarded him with hopeful anticipation. In the next moment, Qin Yang placed the vial of speed heart pill into Zhang Kuang's hands, stating, "Whether you join my law enforcement team is of little consequence. Your priority should be to attend to your mother's health." Zhang Kuang and the others were momentarily taken aback. Qin Yang had bestowed upon him such a precious Su Exine Dan without stipulating any conditions, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. His hands trembled as he held the vial containing the Su Exine Dan. "But, Captain Qin, you have yet to express your demands." However, Qin Yang waved his hand dismissively and replied nonchalantly, "This Su Exine Dan holds no value for me personally. It is only when it is utilized to its full potential that its true worth can be appreciated. I bestow this Su Exine Dan upon you." With that, Qin Yang patted Zhang Kuang on the shoulder, declaring, "You are a friend of Tong Xian, and thus a friend of mine, Qin Yang." Zhang Kuang was not only surprised, but also deeply moved. The fact that Qin Yang had presented the Su Exine Dan without any request was an unprecedented display of generosity he had never encountered. Thank you, Captain, he proclaimed. From this moment forth, I, Zhang Kuang, vow to follow you faithfully. In that instant, Zhang Kuang was profoundly touched, captivated by Qin Yang's magnanimity. After all, even the mightiest of powers could not compel his submission, yet Qin Yang's actions had won his unwavering loyalty. We are all willing to follow the captain, echoed Vice Captain Lu Zhan and the other team members, who held Qin Yang in high esteem. If they were to align themselves with a force, they would undoubtedly choose a leader who commanded their respect and inspired their faith in a promising future. It was evident that Qin Yang was a leader of remarkable resolve. Tong Xin was somewhat astonished. His attempt to recruit the Guangzhou hunting team had faltered. Yet Qin Yang had effortlessly won over this group with a single Su Xin Dan. Even Tong Xin was taken aback by Qin Yang's willingness to part with such a valuable item. Such a precious item, when offered, could undoubtedly fetch a high price. Yet now, it is being freely bestowed upon Zhang Kuang, a gesture that profoundly astonishes her. A person so generous would surely not neglect his loyal followers. Qin Yang assisted Zhang Kuang and the others to their feet, stating, "We shall discuss other matters later. For now, let us attend to your mother's injuries." He produced the Su Xin Dan, not as a means of coercion, for Qin Yang held such tactics in disdain. Zhang Kuang rose, nodding in acknowledgement. "Thank you, Captain. I shall hasten to administer the Su Xin Dan to my mother." With the Su Xin Dan in hand, he knew his mother could fully recover, alleviating his concerns and evoking genuine admiration for Qin Yang. In truth, Zhang Kuang's mother was upstairs in the villa, fully aware of the events unfolding below. As he prepared to ascend, clutching the Su Xin Dan, an urgent member of the hunting team burst in. "Boss, that person from the Martial Alliance who visited a few days ago has returned." "What?" Upon hearing that the Martial Alliance had come back, Zhang Kuang and the others were visibly alarmed. Their earlier encounters with these individuals had fostered a deep-seated aversion, nearly driving Qin Yang and Tong Xin away. The return of these individuals could only mean they intended to press Zhang Kuang and the others. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Kuang immediately turned to Qin Yang. "Captain, please hold for a moment while I deal with them." Despite his words, Zhang Kuang understood that the arrival of these Martial Alliance members would undoubtedly pose significant complications that would be challenging to navigate, especially since he had been avoiding them. Moreover, Qin Yang, being a member of the Martial Alliance, certainly knows Zhang Mao. If they were to meet, it would undoubtedly place Qin Yang in a difficult position. However, he shook his head, saying, "It's fine, let's go out and see. I am quite curious about who is tarnishing the reputation of the Martial Alliance." In Chapter 128, Who is he, so arrogant? Previously, members of the Martial Alliance had attempted to recruit the frenzied battle hunting team, employing threats and other coercive tactics, which soured the sentiments of Zhang Kuang and his companions towards the Alliance, leading to misunderstandings about Qin Yang. Therefore, he wished to uncover the identity of those who were damaging the Alliance's reputation. After all, Qin Yang is also part of the Martial Alliance, yet he maintains his principles. As the group stepped out of the villa, they encountered several figures standing outside. Among them were a few clad in Martial Alliance attire, exuding an air of arrogance, as if their status elevated them above others. Qin Yang immediately recognized the leader among them as Zhang Mao, who had previously participated in the election for the captain of the Southern District security team alongside him. Even after Zhang Mao's eventual elimination, Qin Yang never had the opportunity to contest against him. "Ah, Zhang Kuang, we meet again," Zhang Mao remarked, a knowing smile spreading across his face as he approached Zhang Kuang with an exaggerated warmth, grasping his hand enthusiastically. "You are Zhang Kuang, and I am Zhang Mao. Perhaps we were kin 300 years ago." However, Zhang Kuang was unmoved by Zhang Mao's enthusiasm. Instead, his expression soured further as he deftly evaded Zhang Mao's grip. Coldly fixing his gaze on him, he stated, "Zhang Mao, what exactly do you mean? I have made it clear that I will not join your side. Please respect our personal choices." Because the other party belonged to the Martial Alliance, Zhang Mao was unwilling to provoke them. Even when threatened, he found himself unable to confront them directly, and thus could only suppress his anger while reiterating their stance. Upon hearing Zhang Kuang's remarks, Zhang Mao's expression darkened suddenly. He had not noticed Qin Yang and Tong Xin behind Zhang Kuang, as his focus remained solely on Zhang Kuang. As the captain of the frenzied hunt team, Zhang Kuang held the authority to decide whether their hunting squad would align with other factions. However, Zhang Mao's repeated refusals enraged him, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Zhang Kuang, I have already afforded you an opportunity. You are aware that our martial alliance adheres to a principle. Those who do not join us become our enemies. Do you comprehend? Zhang Mao immediately threatened Zhang Kuang. Knowing that the strength of the frenzied hunt team was formidable, he sought to coerce Zhang Kuang and his companions into their camp through intimidation. The assertion regarding the martial alliance's principles was undoubtedly a fabrication, merely leveraging the alliance's name to bolster his position. Zhang Kuang trembled with rage, pointing at Zhang Mao and retorting, "You are simply being excessively oppressive, but what can you do if I refuse to join you?" In the end, Zhang Kuang could no longer hold back his words. He discerned that while they were all members of the martial alliance, Qin Yang and Zhang Mao were entirely different types of individuals. Qin Yang's approach was exceedingly agreeable, yet Zhang Mao, despite sharing the same surname, was profoundly distasteful. As the captain of the hunting team and a peak sea-level capable individual, his strength was not inferior to Zhang Mao's. At that moment, Zhang Mao's attitude ignited his fury, and he finally ceased to endure. However, Zhang Mao flashed an insidious smile. "Oh, are you angered so easily? Zhang Kuang. So you're saying you care nothing for your mother's life? Without me, your mother won't live long. What do you think you should choose? I'll give you one more chance." Zhang Mao was confident, for he had a way to manipulate Zhang Kuang, his mother. Zhang Kuang was indeed filial, and this allowed him to threaten Zhang Kuang with ease. Unfortunately for Zhang Mao, his threat misfired this time. As Zhang Kuang had already obtained the swift heart pill from Qin Yang, which was fully capable of healing his mother's injuries, not only did Zhang Kuang not care, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Zhang Mao, using my mother to threaten me? In the past, I might have considered it, but now, get out of my sight. So what if you join the martial alliance? You're nothing in my eyes." He used to think that Zhang Mao could help him obtain the swift heart pill, but Zhang Mao was merely deceiving him. Now that he saw Zhang Mao's true colors, he unceremoniously told him to leave. Being rebuked and told to leave, Zhang Mao lost face. After all, he was a member of the martial alliance, and he couldn't tolerate being told to get out. Moreover, he was a peak C-grade expert, while Zhang Kuang was only a peak B-grade. Despite the significant difference in cultivation, Zhang Mao believed he was stronger. He instantly flew into a rage. "Zhang Kuang, you're asking for a beating. I've given you multiple opportunities, but you don't know what's good for you. Now you dare to humiliate me? Courting death. Do you really think the martial alliance doesn't exist?" With a wave of his hand, Zhang Mao commanded the martial arts alliance experts behind him to subdue the impudent ruffians and teach them the consequences of offending the alliance. Furthermore, he declared his intention to falsely accuse them of treason. Offending the martial arts alliance carried severe repercussions, especially when dealing with individuals like Zhang Mao, who could abuse their minor authority to condemn others to death. The alliance members immediately prepared to take action. The faces of the War Fury hunting squad members underwent a drastic change. Being falsely accused of treason was tantamount to a death sentence. Zhang Mao was clearly enraged and intended to drive the War Fury hunting squad to their doom. At that moment, the members of the War Fury hunting squad felt a chill in their hearts. Fortunately, they had already pledged allegiance to Qin Yang. Otherwise, provoking Zhang Mao would have resulted in a tragic end. Such arrogance, a voice declared. The martial arts alliance is indeed imposing. Just as the alliance members were about to strike, Qin Yang emerged from behind Zhang Kuang and the others, his expression cold and detached. He had not anticipated that Zhang Mao and his cohorts would exploit the alliance's name to act with such unbridled arrogance, indulging in their petty triumphs to the fullest extent. Upon seeing Qin Yang emerge, the alliance members were taken aback. Zhang Mao's followers did not recognize Qin Yang, but Zhang Mao himself immediately identified him. He had witnessed Qin Yang's meteoric rise, from his incredible luck to his formidable strength, during their competition for the position of Grand Captain. His pupils constricted violently. "Who are you, brat?" one of the alliance members questioned. "How dare you interfere with the martial arts alliance's affairs? Are you courting death?" Although Zhang Mao was acquainted with Qin Yang, he did not recognize his identity. The few individuals from the martial alliance, emboldened by their affiliation, brazenly accused Qin Yang. "You have quite the audacity. Do you wish for us to deal with you as well?" Bang! One of them, wielding a knife and poised to strike, was met with a swift kick from Qin Yang, sending him soaring several meters before crashing to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. This scene rendered the other members of the martial alliance utterly astonished and hesitant to act. "Stop!" Zhang Mao urgently intervened. Aware that the leader of the Southern District's security team was present, and that Qin Yang's strength far exceeded that of his own men, the sheer folly of those brash youths in provoking a confrontation was evident. Brother Mao, what is happening? Who is he to be so arrogant? We are from the Martial Alliance. We fear no one. Let's take him down. The rebellious youth still contemplated attacking Qin Yang. Zhang Mao's lips twitched in exasperation as he admonished, "Silence. He is one of us." In Chapter 129, the significance of the location was trivial. Initially, the brash youths from the Martial Alliance felt a sense of injustice, emboldened by their organization, fearless and reckless. Particularly the one who had been kicked and bloodied by Qin Yang, who was still brooding over thoughts of retaliation. However, Zhang Mao's declaration of "one of us" left them utterly bewildered. What? One of us? What does that mean, Brother Mao? Is he also part of the Martial Alliance? At this moment, they seemed to regain their composure. Observing Qin Yang and realizing that the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from him were merely at the mid-level of grade C, leaving them perplexed. Among them, the one who had just been kicked away by Qin Yang was also at the mid-level of grade C. The key figure, Zhang Mao, was a master at the pinnacle of grade C. It was hard to fathom why they would fear a mere mid-level grade C youth. Zhang Mao's expression shifted between uncertainty and contemplation as he gazed at Qin Yang. Before addressing his subordinates, "He is the captain of the public security team in the Southern District. What do you think?" The captain of the public security team in Longqing's Southern District? This position had only recently been filled, and many within the Martial Alliance were aware of this sudden rising star who had, upon joining the alliance, ascended to the rank of captain with remarkable speed. However, many were not present at the time and did not recognize Qin Yang. Upon hearing his identity, they were momentarily stunned, staring at him in disbelief. Was he truly the captain of the public security team in the Southern District? It was indeed hard to recognize him. He had even defeated Wang Xian, who was at the initial stage of grade B, yet possessed such limited cultivation. Gasp! It truly is him. Suddenly, those who had contemplated challenging Qin Yang fell silent. They were all members of the Martial Alliance, and with Qin Yang being the captain, everyone present was obliged to heed his commands, including Zhang Mao. Even the individual who had been kicked away by Qin Yang felt a tremor in his heart, realizing he had provoked one of his own, and a formidable captain at that. What retribution! Even the thought of it is forbidden. As the captain of the security team, it is a symbol of both status and strength, not something to be trifled with. Those capable of overpowering B-grade initial stage abilities, like them, mere C-grade individuals, would hardly dare to seek revenge. Even if they were to bully others, they would not dare to target Qin Yang. "Qin Yang, what brings you here?" Zhang Mao, after quieting his subordinates, looked at Qin Yang with a hint of exasperation. He was genuinely curious as to why Qin Yang was present, especially in the company of the Berserker hunting team. After a brief scan, he recognized the woman accompanying Qin Yang, Tong Exine, whom he had previously overlooked. Qin Yang, with a cold gaze fixed on Zhang Mao, retorted, "Zhang Mao, it appears you are leveraging the power of the Martial Alliance to bully others. Such arrogance is truly remarkable. The reputation of the Martial Alliance has been tarnished by individuals like you." Rather than addressing Zhang Mao's inquiry, Qin Yang launched into a pointed criticism, asserting that as long as such individuals remained, the reputation of the Martial Alliance could not possibly be upheld. He even sensed that if Zhang Mao and his ilk persisted in their ways, the Martial Alliance would never be able to dominate the entire Blue Star and restore order. Watching Qin Yang reprimand Zhang Mao and his associates, the members of the Berserker hunting team began to comprehend that Qin Yang indeed held some authority within the Martial Alliance, which alleviated their discomfort. Zhang Mao, feeling somewhat awkward under Qin Yang's rebuke, recognized that he was in the wrong and found it difficult to retort. Nevertheless, he raised his head and spoke in a low tone. "Qin Yang, while my actions may have been somewhat inappropriate, I ask that you refrain from intervening in this matter. We are all members of the Martial Alliance, each serving our own interests. Grant me some leniency." He was reluctant for Qin Yang to become involved, as he aimed to draw the Berserker hunting team to their side. They are all members of the Martial Alliance, and he believed that Qin Yang would show him some respect. However, Qin Yang merely scoffed. "Respect you? What are you? Do you think you hold any significance in my presence? Get lost immediately." In truth, he and Zhang Mao were never from the same faction. He was aligned with Zhang Tianyi, while Zhang Mao belonged to the Left Eye faction. There was no reason for Qin Yang to extend any courtesy to him. Notably, during the initial election for team leader, the Left Eye and Ding Ziok had made things quite difficult for him. Therefore, it was not just Zhang Mao. Even Left Eye and Ding Ziok would receive no favor from him. Having been publicly humiliated by Qin Yang, Zhang Mao's face turned ashen. He had not anticipated such a blatant affront from Qin Yang. You, he seethed, glaring at Qin Yang. Qin Yang, don't think that just because you are the team leader, you are something extraordinary. Moreover, your ascension to this position was purely a stroke of luck. I am not convinced at all. Did you truly earn your position through merit? To this day, Zhang Mao questioned Qin Yang's abilities, firmly believing that his rise was due to the backing of Zhang Tianyi and the leniency shown by Niu Yudao and Wang Xian. After all, how could someone like Qin Yang, who relied on luck and possessed only mid-tier sea-level cultivation, be qualified to be a team leader? Oh, Qin Yang replied, somewhat surprised as he scrutinized Zhang Mao. So, you are quite dissatisfied with me. Come, I shall give you a fair opportunity today. Step forward and challenge me. It was likely that many harbored discontent over his appointment as the security team leader, not solely Zhang Mao. Numerous individuals believed he had attained his position through luck, connections, and the favors of others. Well, since Zhang Mao refuses to back down and did not engage in combat with him last time, this time he shall test Zhang Mao's strength. At that moment, the onlookers were rendered speechless, astonished that a member of the Martial Alliance would come to blows with another. Notably, the members of the Wild Hunt team, including Zhang Kuang, were only now becoming aware that Qin Yang possessed a mid-level C-rank cultivation. They were even more acutely aware that Zhang Mao had long reached the pinnacle of C-rank cultivation. Could Qin Yang truly be a match for Zhang Mao? Their curiosity was piqued. Zhang Mao chuckled, I truly have that intention. If that is the case, I shall assess your worth and determine whether you possess genuine strength or are merely a sham. Ever since Qin Yang ascended to the position of chief of the security team, Zhang Mao had yearned for an opportunity to confront him, feeling a lingering resentment within. He had always believed that the position of chief of the Southern District security team rightfully belonged to him. Now, Qin Yang's words ignited his eagerness. Should he manage to defeat Qin Yang, the latter would inevitably be ousted from his position by the Martial Alliance for being unworthy of it. With the support of his allies, Zhou Tong and Ding Xiao, he was confident that they could unseat Qin Yang, thereby allowing him another opportunity to claim the title of chief. As Zhang Mao prepared to battle Qin Yang, his companions erupted in excitement, cheering, Go, Brother Mao. It became clear why Brother Mao had not become chief. It was merely due to others leveraging connections to usurp the position. Pa, what nonsense. Just an impostor. Let us see how Brother Mao deals with him. Those who had been kicked aside by Qin Yang were particularly eager for Zhang Mao to engage in combat, hoping he would avenge them by defeating Qin Yang. Since both parties are destined for battle, Zhang Mao awakened his fire abilities, showcasing formidable combat prowess. He proactively suggested, let us find a larger arena where we can engage in an exhilarating duel. A spacious environment would allow him to unleash his full potential. However, Qin Yang coldly replied, there is no need. Before me, you will have no opportunity to strike. The venue is of no consequence. Chapter 130. Is this all there is? Zhang Mao desired a more expansive space to spar with Qin Yang, yet Qin Yang outright dismissed his request, deeming it too cumbersome. With his spatial abilities and skills, Zhang Mao would not even have the chance to make a move. Thus, the size of the arena was entirely irrelevant. Nevertheless, Qin Yang's words rendered Zhang Mao's expression grim, even inciting a sense of indignation. He retorted, Qin Yang, do not presume to boast simply because you triumphed over Niu Yudao and Wang Xian. I cannot ascertain whether they went easy on you, but I assure you, today I shall not show you any mercy. I am not like them and will afford you no opportunities. Not only Zhang Mao, but even the members of the frenzied battle hunting team wondered if Qin Yang was perhaps overstating his capabilities. After all, Qin Yang was merely at the mid-level of C rank, even inferior to Zhang Mao in terms of cultivation. Zhang Kuang was immensely curious, yet he thought that Qin Yang must possess considerable combat strength to have attained the position of captain. He too wished to witness the truth of the matter. Qin Yang, refusing to engage in idle chatter, gestured towards Zhang Mao and the others. If you wish to remain unscathed, I advise bystanders to step back. Otherwise, do not say I did not warn you. Confronting Zhang Mao, Qin Yang felt utterly at ease, unburdened by any semblance of pressure. After Qin Yang's reminder, Zhang Mao's companions hastily retreated, distancing themselves from him. Regardless of the circumstances, Qin Yang was, after all, the captain of the security team, an unexpected dark horse emerging from a multitude of formidable opponents. It was inconceivable that he lacked any skill. How arrogant. Zhang Mao had been provoked to the brink of fury by Qin Yang's taunts, as the latter continually insulted and belittled him, trampling his dignity underfoot. Seething with rage, he prepared to unleash a severe punishment upon Qin Yang. With a sharp snap of his fingers directed at Zhang Mao, Qin Yang executed a straightforward and forceful maneuver. The explosive skill erupted forth. Since Zhang Mao refused to submit, a single strike would suffice to subdue him, sparing them both from further tedious exchanges. Boom! Zhang Mao, who had already gathered his strength, felt an overwhelming spatial disturbance and was struck with horror. He instinctively fled, his expression one of sheer terror. He never anticipated that Qin Yang's attack would be so swift, leaving him no time to react. While any ability user typically required time to harness their powers, Qin Yang's peculiar ability manifested instantaneously. Unfortunately for Zhang Mao, despite his quick reflexes, he could not match the speed of the explosive force. In an instant, the space around him erupted violently, and the tremendous blast hurled Zhang Mao away. What kind of ability is this? The power is utterly terrifying. I didn't even have a chance to escape. The members of the Berserker hunting squad, including formidable individuals like Zhang Kuang and Lu Zhan, along with the martial alliance members brought by Zhang Mao, experienced a dramatic shift in their expressions. None had anticipated that Qin Yang's capabilities would be so terrifying. Instantly casting a spell that blasted Zhang Mao, a peak C rank, into the air. It was a truly scalp-numbing display. The martial alliance members who had previously been taught a lesson by Qin Yang were now gaping in astonishment, some even regretting their decision to provoke such a monstrous individual. With a resounding thud, Zhang Mao's body, sent flying by the blast, plummeted from the sky and crashed violently onto the ground. Puffed, puffed, puffed. All eyes turned to Zhang Mao, and they beheld a figure in a wretched state. The once unyielding Zhang Mao was now tattered and torn, his clothes shredded, revealing large patches of ulcerated, bloody flesh. The countless wounds covering his body were a horrifying sight. He had already sustained significant injuries before landing, and now he was continuously spewing blood as if it were worthless, appearing to be on the verge of death, a truly pathetic sight. This outcome sent shivers down everyone's spines, causing them to tremble violently. Qin Yang had previously stated that Zhang Mao wouldn't even have the chance to make a move against him, and he had been telling the truth. Zhang Mao had indeed not had the opportunity to act. Brother Mao, how are you? Those who had followed Zhang Mao discovered the severity of his injuries upon inspection. Their faces turned pale and bloodless, and their gazes towards Qin Yang were now filled with trepidation. Lying on the ground, Zhang Mao struggled to turn his head towards Qin Yang. Even he was now filled with terror. He had originally believed that Qin Yang had been favored by Niu Yudao and Wang Xian to become the captain of the security team, which left him feeling quite resentful. However, witnessing Qin Yang's swift defeat of him with a single strike left him with no opportunity to retaliate. The truth dawned upon him. Qin Yang's power was truly formidable, and he had underestimated him. I thought you were formidable, but is this all you can do? Qin Yang, recognizing that Zhang Mao was at the peak of the sea-level realm, felt a tinge of disdain at how easily he had been vanquished. How audacious to challenge him. Such arrogance was utterly unwarranted. Zhang Mao found himself momentarily speechless, struggling to articulate a response, before ultimately succumbing to his frustration and fainting, having been belittled by Qin Yang throughout the encounter. Brother Mao has fainted. Quick, take him away. Those accompanying Zhang Mao promptly lifted him and hastily departed, not daring to look back. It wasn't just their fear of facing Qin Yang. They were also apprehensive about provoking further trouble with him. They were determined to make a swift exit, fully aware of the new captain of the Southern District security team. He was certainly not someone to be trifled with. This spectacle left the members of the frenzied hunt squad in a state of shock, as Qin Yang's effortless defeat of Zhang Mao showcased his terrifying prowess. This outcome greatly invigorated the frenzied hunt squad, each member feeling a sense of vindication after having been threatened and suppressed by Zhang Mao. At last, Qin Yang had avenged their grievances. Truly deserving of the title captain. How strong. We are in awe, Zhang Kuang exclaimed, his enthusiasm evident as he gave Qin Yang a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. Such strength and magnanimity in a leader were qualities he was eager to follow. The other members of the frenzied battle hunting team gazed at Qin Yang with fervent admiration. As individuals who danced on the edge of danger, they inherently held a deep respect for the strong. Qin Yang's formidable prowess dispelled any lingering doubts within them, and they were wholeheartedly willing to follow him. Tongsen, however, had grown accustomed to this. Ever since her encounters with Qin Yang, he had consistently demonstrated astonishing capabilities, each instance reshaping her understanding of strength. turning to Zhang Kuang. Qin Yang remarked, "Very well, let us attend to your mother's injuries." Thus, they returned to the villa. Zhang Kuang's mother resided on the second floor. Yet her condition had deteriorated over the years due to an unhealed injury. Now, with the availability of the Swift Heart Pill, which promised rapid recovery, she could finally regain her health. Without delay, Zhang Kuang hurried to his mother's room, exclaiming, "Mother, this is the Swift Heart Pill. Please take it immediately." He promptly administered the pill to her. Meanwhile, in the living room below, Qin Yang and the others sat comfortably. The members of the frenzied battle hunting team treated Qin Yang with the utmost courtesy, anxious not to offend him, their demeanor exceedingly respectful. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yang engaged in conversation with them. The strongest among the team were Zhang Kuang and Lu Zhan, both at the pinnacle of D-rank cultivation. There were also about 10 other individuals with D and E-rank abilities, undeniably a formidable force. Moreover, both Zhang Kuang and Lu Zhan had aspirations to break through to C rank within the next few years. Chapter 131. Captain of the West City team. Approximately half an hour later, a commotion arose from upstairs, and Zhang Kuang descended alongside a woman in her 30s. Everyone turned their attention, recognizing her as Zhang Kuang's mother. Due to the extraordinary abilities of Zhang Kuang's mother, she appeared remarkably youthful. Soon, Zhang Kuang brought his mother into the living room. "Congratulations, Auntie, on your recovery. It's fantastic that you are finally well again. Our leader can finally relax," he exclaimed. The members of the wild battle hunting team expressed their astonishment, for Zhang's mother, who had been gravely injured and nearly paralyzed, had now completely healed and returned to her normal state. They all offered their greetings. After acknowledging them with a nod, Zhang's mother turned her attention to Qin Yang. Despite her prior condition, she had overheard the conversations and events that transpired downstairs. She then grasped Zhang Kuang's hand tightly and said, "Captain Qin, thank you. You have bestowed upon me a second chance at life, a debt of gratitude I can never fully repay. My son and I will dedicate our lives to honoring this kindness." Deeply moved, she made a resolute decision. She then took Zhang Kuang by the arm and declared, "I entrust my son to you. Henceforth, he shall follow you and serve you." Without hesitation, Zhang Kuang bowed deeply, proclaiming, "I, Zhang Kuang, pledge my unwavering allegiance to the captain." In the next moment, all the members of the wild battle hunting team echoed Zhang Kuang's sentiments. Qin Yang rose to his feet and looked at Zhang Kuang and the others, asking, "Have you all considered this thoroughly? I will not coerce you." He had never believed in forcing others. He adhered to the principle of voluntary association, and should anyone be unwilling, it was of no consequence. Zhang Kuang and Lu Zhan immediately responded in unison, "No coercion, absolutely none. We sincerely wish to follow the captain." Qin Yang smiled and nodded, saying, "Very well. With your participation, my public security team will indeed be greatly enhanced. Now is indeed the opportune moment to recruit talent." Without hesitation, Qin Yang incorporated the wild battle hunting team into his ranks, instantly augmenting his influence. After Zhang Kuang and the others tidied up, Qin Yang led the group back to the public security team, accompanied by Zhang Kuang's mother. In the office, Qin Yang summoned everyone together to introduce the members of the wild battle hunting team, designating them as the third squad of his public security team. Previously, there was the first squad led by Tong Xian and the second squad commanded by Chun Weiwei, now with Zhang Kuang's third squad. The three units were sufficient to maintain order throughout the southern district. Should additional personnel be required, he could expand the team further. After becoming acquainted, Zhang Kuang and the members of the wild battle hunting team were astonished to discover that both Tong Xian and Chun Weiwei possessed an initial rank of C-level abilities. In stark contrast, their third squad lacked even a single C-level adept, placing considerable pressure upon them. They soon realized that there were indeed many skilled individuals surrounding Qin Yang. However, Zhang Kuang's expression quickly turned serious as he addressed Qin Yang, stating, "Captain, today you dealt with Zhang Mao, but he is backed by the public security team of the Western District. The captain of that team, Gao Mantang, is exceedingly protective of his own. He is unlikely to let this matter rest. Although you have taught Zhang Mao a lesson, the reality is that his attempts to recruit us were orchestrated by the Western District's public security team, with Gao Mantang being the true mastermind. Given that you have severely injured Zhang Mao, if Gao Mantang learns of our allegiance to you, he may very well seek to trouble you. All members of the Martial Alliance are aware that intense conflicts exist within its ranks. As the newly appointed captain, Qin Yang finds it challenging to contend with Gao Mantang. Qin Yang, Zhang Kuang remarked, "You are correct. We have recently gathered information on Gao Mantang. He possesses a mid-tier level cultivation and has awakened the unique ability of the illusory mouse, making him a formidable opponent." Ding Mingyao, responsible for intelligence gathering, presented Qin Yang with a dossier regarding Gao Mantang. In a short span, she had amassed substantial information on Gao Mantang and several other members of the Martial Alliance. Upon reviewing the details, Qin Yang's expression remained unperturbed. The illusory mouse? Indeed, it is a rather extraordinary ability. However, there is no need for concern. I shall confront any challenges that arise. Since his ascension to the position of captain of the Southern District Security Team, Qin Yang had become acquainted with various members of the Martial Alliance, although his knowledge lacked depth. Gao Mantang, the captain of the Western District, undoubtedly possesses considerable strength. Yet Qin Yang remains indifferent. As representatives of different factions, even without Qin Yang reprimanding Zhang Mao, others would still oppose him, perhaps even create obstacles. The factional struggles within the Martial Alliance are particularly fierce, though Qin Yang has yet to perceive their full intensity. Thus, he has long since prepared himself for various conflicts. As he often asserts, he does not seek trouble, yet he is unafraid of it. With Zhang Tianyi, the lord of the city, backing him, he feels a sense of security in launching. As long as Zhang Tianyi remains unchallenged, no one can undermine his authority as captain. Zhang Kuang and his companions were perplexed by Qin Yang's audacity. Even Gao Mantang did not intimidate him, yet they refrained from questioning further. Knowing full well that Qin Yang must possess considerable prowess, each person diligently pursued their tasks, focusing on maintaining order in the Southern District while simultaneously recruiting new members. Meanwhile, in the Western District Security Team, a resounding crash echoed through the room as Gao Mantang, the captain, slammed his palm onto the table, his countenance dark with ire. Qin Yang, that brash young lad, has overstepped his bounds. Having just ascended to the rank of captain, he dares to injure my men. It appears I must teach him a lesson. Gao Mantang, having firmly established his position and backed by Zhuotong, a figure of significant trust, could not tolerate the affront. The injury inflicted upon Zhang Mao by Qin Yang was a direct blow to Gao Mantang's pride, an insult that could not be overlooked. Zhang Mao, who had recently regained consciousness, spoke with resignation, "Brother Mantang, let it go. Qin Yang has Zhang Tianyi backing him. It's best not to provoke him." Although he had suffered at Qin Yang's hands, he recognized that Qin Yang too had his supporters. Gao Mantang's pursuit of revenge against Qin Yang might not yield favorable results, especially considering their reluctance to stir conflict between their factions at this juncture. They could only concede that they had been outmatched this time. Yet Gao Mantang scoffed, "Zhang Tianyi is Zhang Tianyi, and Qin Yang is Qin Yang. I will only seek trouble with Qin Yang. His association with Zhang Tianyi is irrelevant. If he cannot manage his own affairs, I shall take charge." Furthermore, Zhang Tianyi is not omnipotent. His influence within the Martial Alliance is not absolute, and we must not allow his power to continue to grow. Only by overthrowing Zhang Tianyi can we secure greater advantages. As for Qin Yang, I will deal with him accordingly. Since Qin Yang has already severed ties with them, Gao Mantang intends to fight him to the end. Removing Qin Yang from his position as the captain of the Chengnan Brigade would be the most satisfactory outcome. Chapter 132. The Great Migration Strategy. Although Qin Yang was unaware of Gao Mantang's plans to cause him trouble, he had anticipated such challenges. From the moment he assumed the role of the security captain, he had experienced obstruction and calculated schemes from Zhuotong and Li Shao. He was not surprised by this. He proceeded to deploy his personnel to manage security in the Southern District. Due to the collapse of order, there was not only hunger but also conflicts erupting over resources, with various gangs running rampant and the situation spiraling out of control. Fortunately, his security brigade had grown to approximately 20 individuals, under the leadership of Tong Xin, the Guangzhou hunting team, and Chen Weiwei. The security situation in the Southern District began to improve. As for Qin Yang, whenever he had time, he would enter the spatial tenfold area to cultivate, and his cultivation continued to advance. "Captain, the order in the Southern District has greatly improved," Chen Weiwei and others reported to Qin Yang, describing the recent situation in the Southern District. The positive aspect was that the order was much better than before, but there were also negative aspects. After some hesitation, elaborated, however, due to the scarcity of resources, many individuals lack sufficient sustenance and hydration, leading to an escalating daily mortality rate from starvation. Furthermore, various maladies have erupted, contributing to an overall grim situation. It's not just the southern district under his purview. The entirety of Dragon City is mired in extreme chaos. Indeed, with the exception of the relatively better-off southern district. Thanks to stringent governance and his practice of consigning insubordinate individuals into the space for labor reform, the conditions in other areas are truly appalling. Felt a headache coming on upon hearing this. With the scarcity of water and food, coupled with hunger, disease, and the escalating conflicts among various factions, peacekeeping efforts were severely hampered. Over the past few days, he had come to believe that Dragon City was on the verge of collapse. After a moment of contemplation, reluctantly instructed, continue recruiting personnel while maintaining law and order to prevent the southern district from descending into utter chaos. Please brainstorm solutions to effectively manage the security of the southern district. Felt helpless on his own. With only about 20 individuals under his command, he hoped that by working together, they might be able to resolve the issues. At this juncture, stepped forward, I can establish a medical clinic to provide medical care and treatment to the individuals within our area, thereby contributing to the peacekeeping efforts in our southern district. Given the unique nature of viral abilities, which enable her not only to create viruses but also to heal and treat ailments, she proactively assumed this responsibility. Nodded in agreement. That's an excellent idea. I approve. With a capable individual like, various injury and illness issues could be resolved. Everyone put forth their own ideas, and then they each set off to take action. Qin Yang was not idle himself. Many people's food supplies had long been depleted, and water was monopolized by various factions. However, with the emergence of the Martial Alliance, a provision for free access to drinking water had been established, which was commendable. Yet, food remained the most pressing issue. Once others departed, Qin Yang entered the space once more, summoning Sister Hammer to his side. Now that Sister Hammer had awakened her flame hammer ability, she spent much of her time cultivating in the tenfold area, seemingly possessing high aptitude and a rapid cultivation speed. Observing Sister Hammer, Qin Yang inquired, "How long can our food supply last?" He intended to utilize all available resources, as the number of refugees continued to rise. It would be a pity for them to starve. It would be far better to channel them into his space for development. However, he was uncertain about the status of resources in his space, so he sought Sister Hammer's insight. She was specifically responsible for managing resources in the living quarters, and was more familiar with these matters than Qin Yang himself. Sister Hammer immediately produced a ledger, based on our current population in the living quarters. Our existing food supply could last for a century without issue. Moreover, the crops we have been cultivating, such as vegetables, are already beginning to yield in large quantities. Although grain is maturing more slowly, these are improved seeds that typically reach maturity in 3 months. Therefore, in 2 months, we will have a substantial harvest of new grain, which means that, given our current population, we could sustain ourselves for hundreds of years. Sister Hammer presented Qin Yang with exceedingly optimistic data, indicating that within his space, under the present circumstances, he need not worry about sustenance for centuries to come. In the later stages, an abundance of provisions continued to arrive, far exceeding the capacity for consumption. Qin Yang expressed his satisfaction and added, "It appears we have a surplus of grain. I intend to utilize all resources available. Please calculate how many individuals these supplies can sustain and for what duration. Provide me with an approximate figure, as I plan to continue migrating people from the outside world into the space." This was part of Qin Yang's strategy. His domain had already expanded to 100 kilometers and would continue to grow. Were it not for the concerns regarding resources, he would have transferred all individuals from the outside world into his space long ago. Soon, Sister Hammer completed her calculations. "I have determined that, if we consider a 3-month period, our supplies can sustain at least 50,000 individuals without issue. Of course, if we tighten our belts, we could support up to 100,000 for 3 months. The sheer volume of resources Qin Yang pilfered from the Snowflake Laboratory is substantial. Naturally, the more people there are, the faster the consumption rate. Thus, Sister Hammer provided a rough estimate. The maximum capacity would be to sustain 100,000. As aside from the existing supplies, the space is actively cultivating large tracts of land for agriculture. Once the first harvest occurs, food will flow in abundance. Moreover, as long as the population does not increase, there will consistently be surpluses of food. After assimilating this information, Qin Yang developed a clearer understanding. Currently, only a few hundred individuals resided in his space, indicating a significant shortage of labor. Please prepare as a substantial influx of population will soon arrive in the residential area. Coordinate with Jifeng and others to make the necessary arrangements. With his decision made, Qin Yang was poised to take action. To develop his realm, it is essential to have a sufficient number of people. Without them, his space holds no value. Given adequate time for development, his domain is bound to flourish. As for what might transpire with an increase in population, Qin Yang remains uncertain, yet it is assured that there will be no scarcity of sustenance within his space. A commendable leader, Sister Hammer and the others nodded in agreement, prepared to receive laborers. Once arrangements were completed, Qin Yang soared into the air with a mere thought. Vast expanses of buildings materialized, rising from the ground as if conjured from thin air. He meticulously constructed a new city based on the architectural style of the past Blue Star for future inhabitants of his space. Witnessing skyscrapers sprout like seedlings left them in awe, leaving them speechless with astonishment at this miraculous feat. The leader truly was a godlike presence. It appeared that this place was undoubtedly a new star. They envisioned this new realm, akin to a burgeoning star. After completing these tasks, Qin Yang departed from the space, preparing to initiate a grand migration campaign. Chapter 133. The disappearance incident. Previously, Qin Yang hesitated to conduct large-scale immigration into his space, but now, his position as the chief of the security team afforded him numerous conveniences, allowing him to carry out the immigration process openly. Arriving at the security team's office, Qin Yang summoned Chen Weiwei. Chen Weiwei, I need you to assist me with something. Chen Weiwei, intrigued, inquired, Captain, what would you like me to do? Please feel free to assign any task. Currently, within Qin Yang's security brigade, the three squads, Tong Xian and Zhang Quang, each possess their own teams, whereas Chen Weiwei remains solitary, lacking any subordinates. Consequently, Qin Yang sought out Chen Weiwei. He instructed her to disseminate an announcement stating that the Southern District Security Brigade is generously offering complimentary drinking water and food in a bid to attract space immigrants. Qin Yang prepared to draw in those refugees, facilitating their eventual transfer into the space, for if left unattended, those individuals stranded in the wasteland of Arnia would likely not survive for long. Chen Weiwei was taken aback, gazing at Qin Yang with confusion. Captain, is this truly advisable? The world is teeming with refugees, and food is so scarce. If we provide for them, what will we eat in the future? Chen Weiwei believed that offering sustenance to the refugees was an extravagant waste, particularly considering that refugees held little value, with many factions even hunting ordinary people. The worth of common individuals in the wasteland had nearly been obliterated, and their lives seemed to matter little to anyone. Yet, Qin Yang was an exception. Waving his hand dismissively, Qin Yang reassured her, rest assured, our food supplies are currently ample. Distributing a portion to those lacking sustenance and water will not jeopardize our own well-being. His confidence in this course of action was well-founded. Furthermore, it represented the swiftest means of facilitating space immigration. After all, he could not simply force individuals against their will. During the distribution of food, he could take the opportunity to persuade the refugees to willingly enter his space. Seeing Qin Yang's resolute demeanor, Chen Weiwei refrained from further objections and proceeded to craft the promotional advertisement. However, the process of promotion would require time. Meanwhile, with the establishment of the security brigade in the Southern District, the local populace became aware of this martial alliance organization. Consequently, various trivial matters began to surface, particularly from the nearby residents. A group of over a dozen individuals cautiously approached the entrance of the security brigade, where Zhao Shi, the guard on duty, noticed that they were merely ordinary citizens. Stepping out from his post, he inquired, "What brings you here?" Having developed a friendly demeanor towards common folk since aligning with Qin Yang, Zhao Shi asked them warmly. Among the group, a man at the forefront, visibly anxious, posed a curious question. Will your martial alliance attend to the matters concerning us ordinary people? In the wake of societal collapse, where administrative bodies had vanished and chaos reigned, the populace found themselves devoid of assistance. Thus, upon witnessing the emergence of the security brigade, they approached with skepticism, uncertain whether this martial alliance would concern itself with the fates of ordinary citizens. Zhao Shi nodded affirmatively, stating, "We are an organization of the Martial Alliance, responsible for the security of the entire Southern District. Any issues pertaining to this area fall under our jurisdiction. Fellow villagers, what troubles have you encountered?" Finally, the anxious man spoke candidly. "We are residents of the nearby Dalin community. Last night, several individuals mysteriously vanished from our neighborhood. Yes, yes. My 12-year-old grandson is among them. My husband has also gone missing. As the crowd erupted into a chorus of voices, each recounting tales of their missing loved ones. They implored, "Can you assist us in locating our family members? Please, I cannot bear to be without my daughter." Zhao found himself in a state of bemusement. In this chaotic era, the phenomenon of missing persons had become alarmingly commonplace. Hunger, disease, murder, and even being devoured by monstrous creatures plagued the land. The methods of disappearance were myriad, rendering any attempt at oversight utterly futile. It hardly seemed like a matter worth pursuing, did it? "Sir, please assist us. We are truly desperate to locate our loved ones. As ordinary folk, when our families vanish, we find ourselves without recourse. Only you possess the means to aid us." The supplicants beseeched Zhao Shi, who, feeling cornered, reluctantly acquiesced, promising to investigate their plight in order to send them on their way. However, the subsequent events led Zhao Shi to perceive the gravity of the situation as a continuous stream of individuals arrived seeking assistance, the majority of whom were grappling with the issue of missing relatives. Clearly, this was no mere case of simple disappearances. After dispatching yet another group, Zhao Shi's expression turned somber. He promptly made his way to Qin Yang's office, and in the next moment, Qin Yang emerged from within. "Zhao Shi, what troubles you?" Qin Yang inquired, noticing the weight of concern etched upon Zhao Shi's face. It was then that Zhao Shi recounted the unfolding events. "I sense something amiss. The sudden surge of disappearances is deeply troubling. Leader, this matter warrants our attention. The sheer volume of missing individuals indicates a significant issue at hand." Qin Yang narrowed his eyes and fell into a contemplative silence before nodding. "You should commence an investigation. It appears that someone is orchestrating trouble in the southern part of our city." Recently, Qin Yang contemplated the prospect of space migration. However, the alarming phenomenon of a significant number of people going missing was far from a trivial matter. Furthermore, with the establishment of a public security team, Qin Yang bore the responsibility and obligation to assist those within his jurisdiction. Immediately, Zhao Shi commenced an investigation into the missing persons case. And Qin Yang sensed the gravity of the situation, recognizing its complexity. After departing from the public security team, Zhao Shi sought out several families of the missing individuals, meticulously inquiring about any potential leads. He discovered that all disappearances occurred during the night. After compiling the gathered information, Zhao Shi returned to the public security team to report to Qin Yang. Nighttime, disappearing into thin air? It seems the perpetrator primarily operates under the cover of darkness. Qin Yang mused, a slight frown adorning his brow. Ultimately, he concluded, it appears the assailant possesses extraordinary abilities, for ordinary individuals would scarcely dare venture out at night. Only those endowed with abilities would be bold enough to act in the dark, as they not only have the means to evade the attacks of otherworldly beasts, but also possess night vision capabilities. Moreover, only those with such talents could make someone vanish without a trace. Indeed, my hypothesis aligns closely. It must be certain individuals with abilities who are specifically abducting people, though their motives remain shrouded in mystery. Despite Zhao Shi's investigation, the leads he had unearthed were rather limited. In the afternoon, all members reconvened at the public security team, where Qin Yang gathered everyone to discuss the missing persons incident. Tong Xin expressed her astonishment, stating, "In recent days, I have encountered multiple instances of individuals going missing, though I did not consider it significant at the time. It appears the situation is more severe than I realized." Zhang Kuang then interjected, "Captain, since the perpetrators strike at night, I shall lead a team this evening to gather further clues." Despite a day filled with toil, Zhang Kuang and his companions were now fervently engaged in their tasks, eager to double their efforts. Qin Yang surveyed the group and solemnly declared, "It appears that the perpetrator is not a solitary individual, but rather a collective. Therefore, we shall all mobilize tonight. Should any unusual circumstances arise, signal immediately. In the face of danger, retreat to safety at the first opportunity." Determined to uncover the truth behind the disturbances in his jurisdiction, Qin Yang resolved that all members would take action to expose the culprit. Chapter 134. The Nine Guardians under Qin Yang's leadership. The entire security team was divided into 4 smaller units. Tong Xin led the members of the Tong Family Martial Arts School, while Zhang Kuang commanded the Wild Hunt Squad. Chen Weiwei, Ding Mingyao, and Zhao Shi formed another group. Finally, Qin Yang operated alone, as his strength surpassed that of his peers, enabling him to function independently. In his pursuit of the truth behind the mysterious disappearances, Qin Yang mobilized his entire team, determined to thwart any sinister plots at play. His objective differed vastly from that of the unknown adversary. He merely intended to relocate individuals to his own domain without inflicting harm. In stark contrast, the opposing force seemed to harbor malevolent intentions, and those who had vanished may not necessarily still be alive. While Qin Yang and his team undertook their mission, within a certain building in the southern district, a gathering of dark-clad figures convened. Suddenly, a towering figure entered the room, prompting the others to bow their heads in reverence and proclaim, "We pay our respects to the esteemed Ninth Guardian." After assuming his position on the Grand Master's chair, the esteemed Ninth Protector of the Dharma, wielding the great golden blade, offered a curt nod, his voice resonating with an icy indifference. "The number of individuals apprehended has dwindled of late. I urge you all to expedite your efforts. I am disinclined to squander any further time." A chorus of assents emanated from the assembled subordinates. However, one among them, after a moment of hesitation, ventured forth, "Esteemed Ninth Protector, the Martial Alliance has recently established a security brigade in the southern district of Dragon City. Should we persist in our conspicuous abductions? It might attract the attention of the Martial Alliance. Should we perhaps exercise some restraint?" Their predations in the southern district of Dragon City were facilitated by the area's inherent chaos. However, the presence of a Martial Alliance security brigade presented a potential impediment, and the subordinates were loath to provoke the ire of the Alliance. The Ninth Protector responded with a scornful laugh, "Fear not. This newly appointed captain of the security brigade, named Qin Yang, is, according to my investigation, merely a mid-level C-grade cultivator, a negligible threat. I could crush him with a mere flick of my wrist. Proceed with the plan undeterred. Should he dare to interfere with my endeavors, I shall personally visit the security brigade and bring an end to his existence." Upon hearing these words, his subordinates collectively breathed a sigh of relief. The Soul Hall held no fear of the Martial Alliance. It seemed the Martial Alliance was in decline, entrusting a mere C-grade youth with the responsibility of maintaining order. With the Ninth Protector overseeing matters, he would be unable to disrupt their activities. They were, in truth, members of the Soul Hall, practitioners of extreme cruelty. They captured living beings, extracting their souls to create soul crystals, which they then used to cultivate and enhance their spiritual power. The Nine Guardians are specifically tasked with capturing individuals and refining their souls in the southern district of Dragon City. Notably, the Guardians of the Soul Palace are formidable beings, each holding a rank of C-level or even B-level strength. The Nine Guardians before us possesses peak C-level prowess and regards Qin Yang, a captain of the security brigade of the Martial Alliance, with utter disdain, for Qin Yang ranks among the weakest of his peers. In contrast, the other brigade captains possess at least initial C-level abilities. Thus, the Nine Guardians harbor no concerns regarding Qin Yang. Indeed, should he dare to interfere with his plans, he would not hesitate to storm the security brigade and crush the young man with ease. They are members of the Soul Palace and harbor no fear of the Martial Alliance. With a command from the Nine Guardians, his subordinates swiftly departed under the cover of night to commence their abduction of ordinary citizens in the southern district. Seated in a grand armchair, the Nine Guardians poured himself a glass of red wine, gently swirling it before taking a sip. "Once I gather enough souls to forge soul crystals, I shall undoubtedly ascend to B-level." Chen Weiwei, Ding Mingyao, Zhao Shi, and others dispersed, monitoring several nearby blocks. After all, frantic searching may yield no results. Thus, after deliberation, they resolved to employ a strategy of stillness to counter movement. The perpetrators who prey upon the ordinary citizens would inevitably reveal themselves, leading them to believe that waiting in one location would draw these individuals out. Approximately half an hour later, Ding Mingyao suddenly stiffened, her gaze fixed ahead. There, on the street, several figures clad in black swiftly emerged, making their way towards a nearby residential complex. Under the cloak of midnight, such furtive behavior could only signify the presence of the assailants. At the first opportunity, Ding Mingyao signaled to the nearby concealed Chen Weiwei, Zhao Shi, and others. In an instant, all of them vanished, only to reappear beside Ding Mingyao. Indeed, Qin Yang's team had mastered the art of spatial manipulation, enabling them to shift locations undetected. "Mingyao, what is the situation?" Upon materializing, Chen Weiwei immediately inquired of Ding Mingyao. Ding Mingyao pointed towards a nearby residential complex named Shiyuan. "I just observed several individuals clad in black sneaking into Shiyuan. I suspect they are the culprits we are searching for. Due to uncertainty regarding the intentions of those individuals, Ding Mingyao had initially chosen to proceed with caution, refraining from alarming them. Chen Weiwei and the others could no longer see the figures in black, as they had already entered the buildings of Shiyuan. With a cold gaze fixed on the direction of Shiyuan, Chen Weiwei addressed the group. It seems unlikely that we are mistaken. Venturing into another residential area at this hour is likely indicative of those behind the recent disappearances. However, lacking evidence, we should refrain from acting hastily to avoid misunderstandings. Let us wait until they emerge. Those individuals who preyed on ordinary citizens would be easily discernible, especially if they lacked a spatial ability akin to Qin Yang's. They remained concealed in the dark corners of the building's upper floors, patiently awaiting their targets. Ding Mingyao then asked, should we notify Qin Yang? However, after a moment's contemplation, Chen Weiwei shook her head, responding, we cannot rely on Qin Yang for everything. It is best that we resolve matters ourselves whenever possible. Although Qin Yang possessed greater strength than the others, they all understood a fundamental truth. Aligning themselves with him meant they could neither be burdensome nor inept. Thus, Chen Weiwei aspired to capture the perpetrator through her own efforts, believing it would not only provide a satisfactory account to Qin Yang, but also affirm her value. Zhao Shi and the others nodded in agreement. Recognizing the wisdom in Weiwei's words, Sister Weiwei is right. We shall apprehend them ourselves. Ding Mingyao refrained from further commentary to prevent the adversaries from fleeing through alternative routes. They swiftly dispersed, monitoring the movements around Shiyuan from multiple vantage points. Before long, they observed the cloaked figures emerging from Shiyuan. Look, they seem to have acquired something. The sizable bundles they carried were likely the captives. As capable individuals endowed with night vision, they discerned from a distance that the black-clad figures were shouldering or hauling something out of the community. Realization dawned upon them. These were indeed the culprits behind the disappearances. Chen Weiwei gestured decisively. Act now. Do not let them escape. With that command, they descended rapidly from their elevated positions, encircling the cloaked figures from various directions. Chapter 135. The Night Wanderers. The members of the Nine Guardians brazenly abducted individuals from the community, exhibiting a nonchalant demeanor and showing no fear of detection. For there were many capable individuals active during the night. As long as there was no animosity, everyone tended to pretend not to see one another, each pursuing their own course. Moreover, their method of capturing ordinary people under the cover of darkness, employing their abilities, ensured that the unsuspecting victims were taken while they slumbered, creating no disturbances whatsoever. Consequently, everything proceeded with remarkable ease. Another successful night to report. Indeed, we are merely errand runners, engaged in such tasks without any conflicting interests with others, and no other capable individuals would dare oppose us. Aside from the Martial Alliance, there are those few twisted laboratories and the restorationists. No one from our Soul Palace would provoke them, for we would rather keep our distance. Let us not speak of the Martial Alliance, as their members are utterly incompetent, indifferent to the plight of ordinary people. Once we finish this task, let us find a cozy spot to enjoy a drink. As the group of cloaked figures reveled in their conversation, their expressions suddenly shifted dramatically. Unbeknownst to them, shadows had encircled them, appearing without warning. Although the fluctuations of spiritual energy varied in strength, it was evident that they had been targeted. Chen Weiwei and her companions surrounded the cloaked individuals, each pair of eyes fixed menacingly upon them. With a dismissive snort, Chen Weiwei was the first to speak. What are you doing here? Sneaking around someone else's neighborhood in the dead of night demands a reasonable explanation, or we shall have to take action on behalf of the Martial Alliance. Initially, she invoked the name of the Martial Alliance to avert misunderstandings and instill a sense of dread in the more unscrupulous among them. They quickly sensed the spiritual energy of the cloaked figures, and soon Chen Weiwei exhaled in relief. There were 5 in total, comprising E and D ranks, with the strongest being at the peak of D rank. In contrast, Chen Weiwei stood at the initial stage of C rank, accompanied by Ding Mingyao, Zhao Shi, and 2 recently recruited newcomers, one of whom was at the mid-stage of D rank. Their overall strength significantly surpassed that of their adversaries. Chen Weiwei swiftly relayed the situation to Ding Mingyao and the others, ensuring each individual was well informed. Upon hearing the words, the individuals from the Soul Palace immediately recognized it was the South District Security Team. They were taken aback to find the security team patrolling at such an hour. It seemed their luck had run out. Although they held no fear of the Martial Alliance, they had no desire to engage in conflict with them. The leader, clad in black, adopted a cordial demeanor and explained, It is merely the Martial Alliance's security team. Please, do not misunderstand. We are simply out this evening to hunt exotic beasts and gather resources. The other figures in black remained as quiet as possible, wishing to avoid any confrontation with Qin Weiwei and her companions. Meanwhile, they signaled to their comrades, having discerned that the leader, Qin Weiwei, possessed a level of cultivation that was entirely inscrutable to them, indicating at least a C-rank mastery. This realization filled the group of black-clad individuals with trepidation, for they felt truly unfortunate to have crossed paths with the security team. "Ah, I see," one of them replied. "Since you are in search of resources, that is understandable. However, we must adhere to the regulations of the Martial Alliance. During nighttime excursions, we are obliged to conduct routine inspections. We kindly ask that you relinquish your belongings for our examination. Rest assured, once we have completed our checks, you will be free to go. Please do not misconstrue our intentions. This is merely a standard procedure." Despite being nearly certain that the individuals before them were implicated in the recent disappearances, and suspecting that they were not the only group involved, Qin Weiwei insisted on the inspection. This was a means to ascertain whether they were indeed connected to the cases of missing persons. The dark, ambiguous items carried by the figures in black raised her suspicions. She questioned whether they concealed human cargo. However, her insistence sent a wave of unease across the faces of the black-clad individuals, their expressions turning grave. They grew increasingly tense, knowing that the captives they had stashed away were hidden within bags, and a simple inspection would reveal their secrets. The leader, in a state of urgency, hastily explained, "Ladies and gentlemen, there is no need for an inspection. We all have our struggles. Therefore, how about we offer you some beast cores, and you simply pretend you did not see us? This arrangement would be beneficial for all parties involved." As he spoke, he swiftly produced a bag and tossed it to Qin Weiwei, filled with numerous beast cores. They hoped to deceive her in this manner. However, this bribe was ineffective against Qin Weiwei, who discarded the bag onto the ground. "I apologize, but our Martial Alliance adheres to its own regulations. Will you cooperate with our inspection or not?" Without further ado, Qin Weiwei advanced towards them. Realizing the gravity of their situation, the cloaked figures understood they were in trouble and had no desire to comply with the inspection. The leader's eyes glinted with a cold light. "Retreat." Without a moment's hesitation, they made their choice, to abandon their gains from the night and flee, for they had no confidence in defeating Qin Weiwei. The 5 cloaked figures immediately began to scatter in different directions. "Humph, thinking you can escape? Dream on." As soon as Qin Weiwei perceived their lack of cooperation, she sprang into action, appearing before the leader in the blink of an eye. With a resounding impact, she delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen, causing him to cough up blood and collapse, unconscious. What? A speed-based ability user? The men in black could hardly anticipate the swiftness of Qin Weiwei. Once they realized she was a speedster, their courage faltered. In the presence of a speedster, the chances of escape dwindled significantly. "Ah, my eyes!" exclaimed another peak E-class man in black, suddenly overwhelmed by discomfort. His eyes itched unbearably, rendering him nearly blind, while his nose tickled, prompting uncontrollable sneezing. Before long, he collapsed to the ground. Ding Mingyao swiftly approached his side and struck him fiercely on the forehead, knocking him unconscious. At the onset of the standoff, Ding Mingyao had unleashed her virus. While its activation required time, it could quickly induce a variety of troubles, such as causing inflammation and itching in the eyes and nose. This inflammatory response swiftly compromised the opponent's vision, smell, and hearing, allowing her to finish him off with ease. Others joined the fray, and soon a battle erupted. However, Qin Weiwei, with her astonishing speed and formidable cultivation, swiftly dispatched the remaining adversaries, capturing all 5 men in black. The confrontation concluded smoothly, with Zhao Shi and the others managing to subdue everyone involved. Subsequently, Qin Weiwei and her companions unwrapped the black packages, revealing ordinary individuals who had been rendered unconscious. Clearly, the men in black had intended to abduct these individuals after incapacitating them. Once Qin Weiwei and her team revived the unconscious victims, they sent them on their way, leaving them bewildered. Having seemingly awakened from slumber, they found themselves on the street, a situation that felt utterly bizarre, prompting them to flee in confusion. They would be taken back for interrogation. The recent apprehension unfolded with remarkable efficiency. They promptly escorted the cloaked figure back to the public security team while also reaching out to Qin Yang. Chapter 136. I did not contribute much. It was not solely Qin Weiwei who encountered the shadowy assailants. Tong Xian, Zhang Kuang, and others also faced their own adversaries, leading to intense confrontations. Although Zhang Kuang and Lu Zhan were at the pinnacle of D-class, their combined strength could contend with the initial stage of C-class abilities. Yet the opponents they faced were beyond their capacity to handle. Boom. In an instant, Zhang Kuang and his companions were sent flying by their adversaries. Simultaneously, each felt a crushing headache, nearly incapacitating their ability to fight. Boss, these individuals possess immense strength. Although we have signaled the captain, it may be too late for assistance. The cloaked figures, eyes glinting with malice, advanced menacingly towards Zhang Kuang and his group, who felt an inescapable doom closing in around them. Upon receiving the news, Qin Yang hurried to the side of the berserker hunting team. Because of the formidable strength of the shadowy figures encountered by Zhang Kuang and his companions, they sought Qin Yang's aid. Dare to thwart our plans. They are courting death. These mere members of the Martial Alliance's public security team are blissfully ignorant of their fate. Several cloaked figures brandished their artifacts, poised to eliminate Zhang Kuang and his companions. Just then, a young man materialized from behind Zhang Kuang and the others. Ah, Captain. We have encountered the captain. As Zhang Kuang and his companions sensed an unfamiliar aura, they turned in unison to behold Qin Yang, who had inexplicably appeared beside them, resembling a deity descending from the heavens. Instantly, a wave of relief washed over each of them. They had anticipated that Qin Yang would require a considerable amount of time to arrive. However, it was only a brief moment after they had sent out their distress signal that he materialized. In truth, Qin Yang had once again unraveled the secrets of his spatial abilities. By marking others, he could utilize his spatial powers to teleport to those marked locations. Although the members of the frenzied battle hunting team had yet to enter his space, and thus could not be marked this time, he had intermingled members of the Tong family martial arts school within the team for the express purpose of facilitating his rescue efforts. He termed this technique spatial displacement, allowing not only himself but also those he had marked to freely relocate their positions within space. Unbeknownst to Zhang Kuang and the others, they were utterly astonished by Qin Yang's extraordinary capability. Qin Yang nodded slightly and cast his gaze towards the cloaked figures. The black-clad individuals, upon witnessing his sudden appearance, were momentarily taken aback. How had he materialized here? It seemed as if he had simply emerged from thin air. What sorcery was at play? Among the leading figures, the most formidable possessed a late-stage sea-level cultivation, yet he could not discern how Qin Yang had come to stand beside Zhang Kuang and the others. Only after sensing Qin Yang's cultivation did he smirk dismissively. Do not fear. He is merely a mid-stage sea-level practitioner, easily subdued with a mere flick of my hand. Upon realizing that Qin Yang's prowess was inferior to his own, he regarded him with a sense of disdain. After all, there exists a chasm of power between the mid-stages and late stages of C-class adepts. While it is true that some prodigious individuals among the empowered can overcome such hierarchical boundaries, they are exceedingly rare. Never had it occurred to them that Qin Yang possessed such prowess. Another one eager to meet his end. Are all of the Martial Alliance so feeble? Well, lad, your arrival is opportune. I shall dispatch you both together. Remember henceforward to abstain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you. As denizens of the Soul Hall, they held no fear of the Martial Alliance. For though the latter commanded considerable influence, it was but newly established, its foundations precarious, and rife with internal factions. The assassination of a few C-class, nay, even B-class insignificance would scarcely warrant the Alliance's attention. Enough with the idle chatter. Qin Yang, disinclined to engage in discourse, casually snapped his fingers. A cataclysmic reverberation erupted amidst the men in black, a terrifying spatial detonation that caught them utterly unawares, instantly scattering them asunder. Though they had previously witnessed Qin Yang's capabilities, Zhang Kuang and his comrades were once more awestruck as they beheld Qin Yang's effortless gesture unleash such devastating force, annihilating the C-class late-stage cultivator and his cohorts. The dismemberment of several bodies bore testament to the sheer magnitude of the assault. Heavens! Team leader is formidable beyond measure. Swiftly, Zhang Kuang and his company arose, moving to apprehend the wounded men in black, who appeared to have suffered grievously from the concussive force of Qin Yang's spatial burst. Soon, Zhang Kuang and the others gathered around Qin Yang, their countenances a mixture of despair and lament. Team leader, your technique was excessively brutal. They are all deceased. Not a single one remains alive. With a twitch at the corner of his lips, Qin Yang surveyed the scene. Indeed, all the men in black were deceased. the victims of his explosive assault. He had hoped to extract information regarding their identities and the forces backing them, but now there were no survivors to interrogate. He sighed, somewhat bemused. How utterly fragile, he murmured. I scarcely exerted myself. It was merely a casual concussive blast, yet they were unable to withstand it. One could only conclude that sea-level late-stage ability users were remarkably feeble. Zhang Kuang and the others were on the verge of tears. Was Qin Yang truly unaware of the force he wielded? Disappointed at the failure to capture a living subject, Zhang Kuang voiced his discontent. Captain, it appears these men in black are part of a larger contingent. Perhaps we should search elsewhere. We might encounter more. He was determined to secure a captive this night. However, Qin Yang waved his hand dismissively. There's no need. Chen Weiwei's team has already apprehended several individuals. He surmised that the organization behind these men was substantial and suggested they return to base to ascertain the full scope of the situation before proceeding further. Qin Yang glanced at those who had been subdued by the men in black and instructed Zhang Kuang and his team to rouse them and set them free. Subsequently, they retreated to the public security brigade. Given the evident power of their adversaries, Qin Yang was unwilling to expose Zhang Kuang and the others to undue peril. Upon Qin Yang's command, all participants in the operation reconvened. Tong Xian's group had also encountered the men in black, but the latter were vigilant and promptly fled upon detecting Tong Xian's presence. Thus, only Chen Weiwei's team had successfully captured prisoners, 5 in total. This team is indeed the weakest. Chen Weiwei, you have performed admirably. Qin Yang gazed at the bound figures clad in black, his expression reflecting satisfaction, despite his own setbacks. Chen Weiwei had managed to achieve a remarkable feat. Unable to restrain his admiration, he offered words of praise. Chen Weiwei and her companions displayed expressions of joy, attributing their success merely to good fortune. What shall we do with these individuals? Qin Yang inquired, gesturing with a wave of his hand. Take them away for interrogation. I want to uncover their identities and the forces behind them. I intend to ascertain which faction is daring to operate within our territory. Qin Yang placed significant emphasis on the issue of missing persons. From the events of the evening, it was evident that the organization behind these black-clad individuals was engaged in the large-scale abduction of ordinary citizens. It was clear that a substantial scheme was afoot, one that threatened the public safety of the entire southern district. He was resolute in ensuring that the adversaries would not succeed. Chen Weiwei and her team proceeded to interrogate the captives. Chapter 137, A Desire to Visit Within the Confines of the Room. Zhang Kuang and his companions roused the captured individuals, commencing their interrogation. However, the black-clad figures remained tight-lipped, showing no intention of revealing their identities or the powers that supported them. Even when the public security team resorted to the use of torture instruments, employing various methods, their efforts bore no fruit. Captain, these individuals refused to divulge any information. The team announced their disheartening conclusion, not due to a lack of effort, but because their adversaries were resolute and unyielding. Even the death of one of them yielded no valuable intel. Qin Yang observed the proceedings, caught off guard by the tenacity of these captives. Continuing on, Qin Yang would not easily relent, persisting in his interrogation. It became evident that as long as the individuals with abilities remained silent, methods such as torture would prove ineffective. These cloaked figures possessed unwavering convictions, and 2 of them even seized the opportunity to take their own lives. With only 2 captives remaining, they too mysteriously perished due to an unfortunate turn of events. At this juncture, Qin Yang realized the formidable power behind these black-clad individuals was indeed not to be underestimated. Capturing the surviving ones was futile, as they appeared to be under some form of control. Tong Xian remained silent for a moment before solemnly stating, Captain, judging by their conduct, despite our severe measures, a capable individual would have divulged information by now. Yet they resolutely refused to speak, likely stemming from their affiliation with the enigmatic Soul Palace. It is said that once individuals join the Soul Palace, their souls become ensnared. Chen Weiwei nodded in agreement, affirming Tong Xian's conjecture may hold merit. During my time at the Snowflake Laboratory, I too heard whispers of the Soul Palace. Their research into souls is indeed terrifying. These individuals are likely under some form of soul control, rendering any means of coercion ineffective in extracting information. Upon hearing the mention of the Soul Palace, Qin Yang frowned slightly. He had heard of this organization, recognized for its mysterious and sinister nature. Even the Martial Alliance possessed limited intelligence regarding the Soul Palace, as it is a formidable force that has infiltrated numerous cities. Most alarming is their research on souls, which can lead to silent and undetectable deaths. Yet another troublesome entity. Qin Yang took a deep breath, contemplating the chaotic wasteland that had emerged following the collapse of order, where all manner of grotesque beings roamed. The Soul Palace. An ancient force, though much of its main body had relocated to the new star, still harbored remnants in the wasteland that should not be underestimated. Thus, Qin Yang sensed the emergence of the Soul Palace, a situation that posed considerable challenges. He turned to his companions and cautioned, "Be vigilant in the coming days. We have stirred the hornet's nest, and if the figures in black are indeed affiliated with the Soul Palace, they may target us." The Soul Palace was inherently a malevolent organization, wielding powers connected to the soul, capable of executing their deadly deeds stealthily and without detection. Qin Yang felt compelled to issue this warning. "Understood," came the unified response from his companions. After dismissing the others, Qin Yang retained the members of the frenzied hunt squad. Having observed their conduct over the past few days and concluded that they posed no threat, he intended to transport them to a secure space, where he could mark Zhang Kuang and the others, allowing for seamless access in and out of that realm. This would enhance their safety significantly, especially in scenarios like tonight, where a delay could result in Zhang Kuang and the others meeting an untimely demise. Having finally garnered the loyalty of the frenzied hunt squad, their loss would be a grave setback for him. "Captain, what instructions do you have for us?" Zhang Kuang inquired, curiosity evident on his face. For Qin Yang had specifically chosen to keep them back, signaling the importance of the matter at hand. Without further elaboration, Qin Yang replied solemnly, "You have chosen to follow me, and I face numerous formidable adversaries. Therefore, for your safety, I intend to take you to a secure location. Do not resist any longer. You shall understand in due time," Qin Yang instructed. The group exchanged glances, filled with skepticism yet reassured by the fact that Qin Yang bore no ill will towards them. After all, there was no reason for him to target them. Soon, each individual sensed an extraordinary force tugging at them. After a moment of instinctive resistance, they collectively surrendered to this compelling pull. In an instant, they vanished from their previous location, and Zhang Kuang and the others found themselves in an unfamiliar realm. What is this place? They wondered, taken aback by its peculiarity. What is happening? There is spiritual energy here, and it appears to be abundant. In a mere blink, they had been transported to this enigmatic environment, and the most astonishing aspect was the plentiful spiritual energy surrounding them. The presence of spiritual energy indicated that they were not in a wasteland, where such energy was almost depleted and difficult to absorb. Here, they could fully harness the surrounding energy for cultivation. As the group stood in bewilderment, Qin Yang materialized before them once more. With a mix of curiosity and astonishment, they pressed him for answers. Qin Yang, no longer withholding information, provided an explanation. "What? Your space? My goodness, Captain, you possess spatial abilities?" they exclaimed. "But wait. I've never heard of a spatial ability user whose space could accommodate others, let alone one of such vastness." They felt as though they were in an expansive world with no visible boundaries, a capability they had never encountered before in any spatial ability user. It was truly extraordinary. After marking each individual, Qin Yang elucidated the situation and subsequently led everyone to the tenfold acceleration zone. Once he had conveyed his instructions, he permitted Zhang Kuang and the others to remain in the tenfold area for their cultivation. Given that Zhang Kuang and Lu Zhan were both at the pinnacle of D grade, they could swiftly advance to C grade within this accelerated zone, where even the details of supernatural ability development were made accessible to all. The members of the wild battle hunting team were left utterly astonished, their expressions a tapestry of complexity, fully realizing the wisdom of their decision to follow Qin Yang. While 4 to 5 days had elapsed in the tenfold zone, only a single night had passed in the outside world. Meanwhile, within a certain building, the 9 protectors were quietly savoring life, when suddenly, several cloaked figures rushed in. "9 Protector, trouble has arisen." Upon hearing his subordinate's words, the 9 Protector's expression darkened as he inquired, "What is all this fuss about?" "Our people were ambushed tonight. Several squads have encountered peril." At this revelation, the 9 Protector's demeanor shifted dramatically. He could no longer maintain his composure. He abruptly rose from his chair, his face clouded with anger, and demanded, "Elucidate the details at once." The fleeing individuals recounted the events. With a resounding crash, the 9 Protector slammed his palm onto the table. "How could anyone be aware of our operations? This is intolerable. Gather everyone and return immediately." At his command, all operatives involved in the capture returned post-haste. Ultimately, the Nine Protector discovered that 2 squads were missing, their members entirely unaccounted for. One of the returning squads explained, "Nine Protector, it was the Martial Alliance. They appeared to be specifically waiting for us." Moreover, an unexpected incident occurred in the southern district of Longqing, presumably orchestrated by the security brigade of that area. At that moment, the Ninth Guardian was instantly consumed by rage. The security chief of the southern district. "His name is Qin Yang, is it? It seems I must pay him a visit."